Chapter 1. The scene of the traffic accident in the soul transmigrated world. Suddenly waking from a dying dream. Was he scared by himself? Briggs abruptly opened his eyes wide and sat up from the bed, drenched in cold sweat. He had just experienced a nightmare, an extremely distressing one. He dreamed that he was performing a backflip for an audience, but failed miserably, slamming his head into the ground and dying. Even more absurdly, when he opened his eyes again, he didn't wake up from the dream. Instead, he found himself in another dream within the dream. This time, he dreamed of lying down and eating fruit. Normally, this wouldn't be too alarming, but he insisted on picking the largest pieces. Everyone else would lie down to eat grapes or berries, but he had to pick the biggest apple, only to choke on it accidentally. Without a chance to catch his breath, he died again. Dying twice in one night left Briggs pale with fear. What made him even paler was realizing that upon waking, he was already in an unfamiliar place. A half-eaten apple lay beside the bed. Picking up the apple and comparing the bite marks, he confirmed it was indeed his own bite. Briggs fell silent, lost in thought. Could it be that he wasn't dreaming? Could he really have died twice? Could he not only have performed a 365-degree head-first hyperalysis death in that world, leading to both physical and social death, but also choked to death on an apple in this new world? If people found out about this, how could he possibly continue living? He'd need to sneak onto a Xianxia and escape to Mars at night. Why a Xianxia instead of a domestic train? Because stealing national infrastructure is illegal, you fool. Just as Briggs was secretly glad no one had seen his embarrassing state, preventing a social death in this world, the door suddenly burst open. A servant girl entered, holding a basin of water. Seeing Briggs sitting up, she first froze in shock, then panicked before breaking into a jubilant cry. Ian has awakened. Ian isn't dead from choking on an apple. Ian isn't dead from choking on an apple. Upon hearing her words, Briggs, sitting on the bed, froze in place. Looking down at the apple in his hand, he started to consider choking himself again to escape this world. Indeed, the carbon-based lifeform world doesn't suit me. I miss my home already. Sighing, Briggs took a bite of the apple, deciding to calm himself. However, the shock wasn't quelled by the apple because before he could take 2 bites, the door was kicked open. Not just opened, but shattered into pieces. Staring at the splintered door, with the apple still in his mouth, Briggs stiffened in place. The middle-aged Bowen who rushed in immediately paled upon seeing Briggs's bitten apple. Without hesitation, he strode forward in 3 quick steps and slapped Briggs hard across the face. With a loud slap, the apple flew out of Briggs's mouth. His left cheek instantly swelled, and his eyes widened further. Holding Briggs by the shoulders and shaking him violently, the Bowen's voice trembled with anxiety. Foolish child, don't try to kill yourself. If something is bothering you, tell your father. Who hurt you? Tell me who hurt you. Speak. I'll deal with them. Briggs turned his head dully towards the Bowen, raising a trembling hand and pointing directly at him. Seeing this gesture, the Bowen's eyes blazed with fury as he turned around, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you hurt my son? I'll tear you apart. Wait, no one behind me?" Confused, he looked at his son pointing at him and scratched his head. After some pondering, he suddenly slapped Briggs's shoulder. "Oh, you're hallucinating. It must be a shock. Rest quickly. Someone, come take care of my son. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible." Forcing Briggs back into bed and bending his fingers, the Bowen stepped aside as servants and doctors rushed in. "My son, you must recover well. Your old Bowen needs you to take care of him in his old age. Don't do foolish things anymore, understand?" Despite the Bowen's burly appearance and tone, his voice softened when speaking to Briggs. After Bowen instructions, the Bowen glanced at the apple nearby, causing him to erupt in anger once more. Grabbing the apple, he hurled it with all his might. There was a loud bang as it smashed into the doorframe. Half the apple, still intact, bounced back and smacked Briggs right in the face. Now both cheeks were swollen. Unaware that his son had been hit again, the Bowen put his hands on his hips and scolded the surrounding servants and maids. "Take good care of my son. If anything happens to him, you know what will happen." "Yes, Lord." The Bowen seemed to have Bowenny duties. Despite wanting to stay by his son's side, several people approached him within minutes. Busy with official matters, he sighed, ordered the doctors to take care of his son meticulously, and left hurriedly. Seeing him go, Briggs couldn't help but shed tears. Finally, he's gone. What kind of plague spirit is this? In just a few minutes, his face was swollen, his fingers bent painfully, and the other cheek reddened. If he stayed longer, Briggs's third death wouldn't be far off. Lying in bed and enduring the doctor's attentions, Briggs finally absorbed the memories in his mind. His name is Briggs. In his previous life and this new one, his name remained Briggs. This consistency was due to the cosmic rules, not the author's laziness. Briggs now understood his situation. He had transmigrated, a classic soul swap. The him in that world died, and the person in this world died simultaneously. Due to similar fates, their souls swapped places. Briggs, who had choked on an apple, revived after the doctor removed the apple stuck in his throat, following the failure of the backflip performer's soul. As for the person who transmigrated into Briggs's body, well, given the severe neck injury, he was likely beyond saving. Hopefully, the unfortunate fellow who swapped into that body could get another chance at transmigration. Amen. Having absorbed these memories, Briggs's expression grew odd. His origins were somewhat questionable. The Walter family was one of the 4 great families in Anislong City. According to legend, their ancestors were butchers, though they adamantly denied this, insisting they were soldiers. Regardless, through a series of coincidences, the Walter family prospered, accumulated wealth, and became a dominant force in the region. The current patriarch is Kanal, meaning preserve the family. He has 4 sons, the eldest Walter Zhou, second son Easton, third son Walter Kuan, and fourth son Briggs. Together, they form the word combination, Universe Chinkuan. Why is year, which should be first, placed last? That's because Briggs is technically the 5th son. Unfortunately, the eldest son, Walter Yu, had an incident due to a rivalry with a cultivator's disciple over a courtesan at the Yihong Lu. No matter what the other party bid, Walter Yu always outbid by one more silver taels, until the cultivator finally lost patience and attacked him, leaving Walter Yu fatally injured. Thus, Briggs, who was originally the fifth son, became the fourth. Unfortunately, the eldest son had a dispute with the cultivator's disciple over a courtesan. Both men wanted the same courtesan at the Elo house. The cultivator offered 3,000 silver taels, so the eldest son offered 3,001. When the offer rose to 4,000, he offered 4,001. Finally, when it reached 5,000, the other party snapped and killed him with a sword. The eldest son didn't have time to counteroffer 1.1 times that amount before meeting his end. Fact proved that sometimes, arguing randomly was indeed harmful to one's health. Seeing his eldest son dead, Kanal didn't dare offend the cultivator and could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. But the son was dead, yet the four characters Universe Chinkuan had to be complete. After all, this was what the great master had said. Universe Arvanakan, if incomplete, it would lead to family ruin and loss of lives, but if completed, it would bring prosperity and flourishing descendants. What a load of rubbish. With 4 sons already, how could the family not flourish? Would all 4 sons remain bachelors forever? Regardless of whether the master was reliable or not, the head of the Walter family believed in this stuff. He promptly shuffled his sons' ranks. The second son advanced to the eldest, the third son became the second, and the original fourth son became the third. However, a new problem arose. He originally had 4 sons, and now one was gone, leaving the position of the fourth son vacant. The 4 characters, Universe Chinkuan, were still incomplete. For Kanal, this wasn't a big issue. If there weren't enough sons, they could always have more. After 2 daughters, Briggs was finally born. With the intention of completing the 4 characters, Universe Chinkuan, the newly born fourth son inherited the name of the eldest brother. As for why the names of the other 3 sons weren't rearranged, would you willingly bear the name of someone who had died? Note, the last rhetorical question is left as a thought-provoking statement in line with the previous content. ####Chapter 2. Am I the villain? After waking up, Briggs recuperated for a full 7 days before he finally managed to escape the torment of his servants and doctors. It was hard to tell if these so-called doctors had any qualifications. All they did was one wrong thing after another. One would force herbs down his throat while another poured tea into his mouth. Was this supposed to save someone? It felt more like they were trying to kill him. Actually, during those 7 days, Briggs wasn't just passively enduring the treatment. He was also deep in thought about something that puzzled him endlessly. Why did everyone's heads have halos? Had he died? Was this not a soul transmigration? Was this place actually the legendary heaven? But that didn't make sense either. He hadn't heard of angels having black halos above their heads. Did even heaven now favor the black ones? Or maybe the tattoo business had extended to the heavens. Watching a maid walk by, Briggs remained perplexed. In these past few days, he caused quite a few laughs. For example, when he noticed that the maid's halo was white, as pure as snow. Oh, how excited he became, almost mistaking her for an angel or some hidden super boss. He clung to her incessantly, hoping to gain her favor. But instead of securing any favors, he watched as the once pristine white halo developed black spots, looking like a spotted dog. Sigh, were halos contagious? Standing in front of a mirror, staring at the small black halo emitting dark energy above his head, Briggs fell silent. So, even angels could fall. Briggs was no fool. Through mere days of observation, he had figured out the uses and characteristics of the halos. Firstly, only he could see them. Others couldn't. Secondly, the color of the halo indicated the nature of its owner. For instance, black halos represented evil. Even if someone wasn't evil now, they were destined to commit wrongdoings later. White halos represented ordinary people. And why was Briggs so certain? Because he had seen a vision within a servant's halo. The usually timid servant had endured bullying until someone accidentally broke the master's precious ancient lamp. This wasn't just any lamp, it was Briggs's father's prized possession. The consequences would be dire if the master found out. With his explosive temper, the person responsible would surely face immediate execution. But the servant wasn't stupid. Asking him to take the blame? That wasn't taking the blame, that was suicide. So, for the first time, the servant refused, leading to a group assault. Eventually, he snapped, grabbing another cherished item, a fancy nightlight urn, and smashed it over 3 attackers' heads. Who would have thought that an urinal, apart from holding urine, could hold brain matter? The final scene in the servant's halo showed him hanging himself in his room after killing the 3 men. A few days later, this scene played out exactly as seen in the halo. White halos were for commoners or bystanders, like that maid. Black halos were for villains, or those destined to do evil, such as the dead servant. Red halos belonged to ruthless villains, like Briggs's father. As for why the maid's halo grew darker, it was because she became close to Briggs, which led to people currying favor with her. She started accepting bribes and lost her purity. She turned into a minor villain. As the most favored son of the Walter family, Briggs's status in the household was unsurpassed. Just being close to him made anyone receive special treatment, inevitably leading to corruption. On a side note, Briggs had observed the Walter family's condition closely. Here's what he summarized. The Walter family numbered over 100 members, but not a single one had a white halo. There were 130 light black halos, 27 dark black ones, 16 light red ones, and even 3 dark red ones. This family gathered a bunch of criminals. Most families were full of heroes, but here they seemed fated for mass extermination. And Briggs's own halo? Dark gray, indicating he had done some bad things, but nothing too severe. If this were a novel, he would be the type of rich kid who got humiliated and beaten up by the protagonist. Despicable but not deserving death. But if he encountered a ruthless main character like Long Ao Anise, who vowed revenge on anyone who insulted him, then he might die too. Did he really become a villain? A minor villain at that? Were his 3 older brothers major villains, and his father a supervillain? In such a family, if they offended the protagonist, it would play out like this. He causes trouble and gets humiliated by the protagonist. He seeks help from his brothers, who are defeated. Finally, his father appears, severely injuring the protagonist before getting annihilated in a climactic finale, leading to the complete destruction of the Walter family. Phew, something's off here. I'm the transmigrator, right? I should be the protagonist, not this insignificant villain. For better fluency and naturalness in English, Xianxia, transmigrator, is directly translated to transmigrator. Honestly, Briggs's mental state had been deteriorating for days. He still hadn't resigned himself to his fate. That morning, while lounging in a reclining chair outside the main courtyard, basking in the sun, he caught sight of his third brother walking past. Speaking of the four sons of the Walter family, they were truly a mixed bag, each uniquely peculiar. The eldest loved wealth and would pursue any profitable business. He reportedly formed a secret organization called the Death Squad, handling illegal tasks. Briggs was sure this organization would either betray him or get wiped out, possibly including a brainwashed Sierra who would later turn good. A villain forming a secret assassination squad? Inviting disaster indeed. He'd better keep his distance to avoid getting drenched in blood when the elder brother dies. The second brother craved power and consorted with high-ranking officials in Anislong City. He allegedly ran unsavory businesses involving forced prostitution. When his vile deeds attracted the protagonist's wrath, it wouldn't be surprising. He needed to steer clear of this brother too. The guy wasn't only despicable but also fat, likely spilling more blood when he dies. As for the third brother, he was a walking time bomb. Tall, ugly, powerful, and lecherous. All negative attributes. Seriously, did this guy have any redeeming qualities? Ugly, strong, and lustful. He was practically a newbie boss destined to lead the Walter family to extinction. If he ever caused a massacre due to his lust, Briggs wouldn't be surprised at all. This family's fate was sealed. This was no longer something that could be avoided just by staying out of his way. Briggs was now trying every possible means to force him out. Oh, please, my esteemed ancestor. The Walter family can't afford another destructive talent like you. Go out and find a master already. Go and be a scourge to your teacher. With your exceptional martial arts talent, wouldn't it be more fitting to become the engine of destruction for a whole sect? Why cling to the Walter family and drag it down? Greed for money, lust for power, fondness for debauchery. The Walter family has almost accumulated all negative traits. All it lacks is a love for martial arts to complete the elite achievement set. Speaking of which, although Briggs doesn't favor martial arts and isn't particularly talented in it, the Walter family did once have someone who loved martial arts. That was their former eldest brother, Briggs. He was the one who got stabbed by someone and met his end prematurely. It has been proven that if you practice martial arts, don't fight with those who cultivate immortality. Not only did he challenge them without any reason, but he even thought about engaging in combat with them. Now, he ended up being gutted with a single slash and left there on the ground. What was the point of that, really? Note, in this context, Briggs refers to different individuals depending on the passage. Initially, it refers to the protagonist Briggs, and later it refers to the eldest brother, also named Briggs, causing some ambiguity. To clarify, I've used Briggs for the protagonist and former eldest brother, Briggs, when referring to the eldest brother. Chapter 3, Wow, the Silver Legend. Kneading his brows, Briggs watched his third brother's retreating figure disappear into the distance. Normally, encountering his third brother at the front gate was nothing out of the ordinary. Though he usually came and went in the early morning or late at night, frequenting brothels, it wasn't entirely unheard of for him to occasionally return for lunch or withdraw a few thousand taels of silver before getting thrashed by family head Conall. But what puzzled Briggs today was that his third brother was carrying a large sack over his shoulder. A sack? When did he switch to being a cook? Was it filled with potatoes or sweet potatoes? Thinking further, something didn't seem right. Expecting Ganon to carry potatoes? He's more likely to beat someone into a potato. Could it be that Ganon saw something he fancied and decided to kidnap an innocent Waboan? That scoundrel Ganon, driven by his lustful nature, could indeed pull off such despicable acts. After all, there were only a few people in the Walter family marked with a red circle on their heads, including this Ganon, his father as the second, his eldest brother as the third, and his second brother as the fourth. Damn it! Briggs exclaimed inwardly. None of them are any good. Suddenly slamming the table, Briggs stealthily followed. He crept up to his third brother's courtyard, chased away a few snoopers who were peeking at the entrance, and then cautiously peeked inside. The next moment, Briggs nearly lost his wits. Inside, the sack had already been opened, revealing a young Waboan within. Judging by her looks, she appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Although she looked innocent, her physique was anything but pure, quite striking and mature, to be precise. She had the face of a teenager but the body of a Waboan in her 20s. It seemed incongruous yet somehow fitting together. Her beauty was understated, yet her allure was breathtaking. This wasn't surprising. The Walter family, being a powerful presence in Anislong City, had plenty of beauties, from maids to attendants. However, what made this Waboan stand out was the faint silvery halo above her head. Silver? What did this color signify? Briggs had never encountered such a sight before, but he knew one thing. Strange occurrences always carried hidden dangers. Something big was about to unfold for the Walter family. Pretty girl, stop struggling. Big brother will take good care of you, said Walter Gia's third son, chuckling wickedly as he began undressing. The fragile-looking Waboan cowered in the corner of the bed, trembling, clutching onto her patched old clothes, tears streaming down her face. No, don't come near me. Stop fighting. This is the Walter territory. Who would dare save you? Why don't you just give in? Follow me, and you'll live lavishly? Isn't that wonderful? At this crucial moment, a furious voice boomed from outside. Monstrous creature, stop! With a loud crash, the solid door burst open, but because the lock was sturdy, it didn't fully swing open. Instead, the intruder's leg got stuck in the door, eliciting a pained scream as if something vital had been injured. Startled, Walter Gia's third son hastily pulled up his trousers and shouted, "Who dares break into my room?" From outside, another defiant voice replied, "I do. I dare break into your room." Hearing the intruder's boldness, Walter Gia's third son's eyebrows shot up in anger. Grabbing the doorknob and exerting force, there was a sharp snap as the lock shattered, and Briggs, whose leg was stuck in the door, swung into the room with the door. Initially infuriated, Walter Gia's third son froze upon seeing Briggs. "Remy, how is it you?" The hopeful light in the young Waboan's eyes instantly faded, her face turning deathly pale. She thought a hero was coming to save her, only to find another member of the wolf's den. Finally freeing his leg from the door, Briggs stood up and angrily debowended. "What do you think, beast?" He slapped his third brother hard across the face. The crisp sound left Walter Gia's third son dazed. "You dare hit me. You're revolting." Infuriated, he tried to retaliate, but Briggs suddenly fell to the ground, loudly wailing while covering his head and buttocks. "Help! Murder! Drake is harming a family member. Father, someone's trying to kill your beloved son. Jace, someone's trying to take your estate. Dakari, someone's trying to usurp your power. Come quickly." This sudden outburst stunned not only Walter Gia's third son, but also the crying young Waboan. Realizing Briggs was acting, Walter Gia's third son hurriedly grabbed him. "Damn it, Remy, don't talk nonsense. You're putting me in danger." Ansel loved money, second brother power, and their father adored his precious son. If they were provoked, today wouldn't end well for him. Seeing Walter Gia's third son panic, Briggs, still protecting his head, asked, "Not hitting me anymore?" "Of course not. No more hitting." "Promise." "I promise no more." "Good," Briggs nodded and then leaped up to deliver another slap. "Why scare me earlier? Who dares hit me? Even our father hasn't touched me." After several slaps, Walter Gia's third son was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why he had offended his younger brother so severely, for he had never wronged him. "Stop, Remy. What do you want?" Shielding his face and retreating backward, Walter Gia's third son was pursued relentlessly by Briggs. "What do I want? I could even consider ending your life right now. Tell me who she is." Pointing to the girl on the bed, Briggs seethed with rage. Walter Gia's third son hesitated, glancing at the girl. "A Waboan." "Oh, a Waboan. I thought it might be a Boan. What, do you think you're funny? I'm not blind. Of course, she's a Waboan. Who is she?" "This. I don't know." "What?" "Stop hitting. I really don't know. Remy, she's just some beautiful stranger I met on the road, apparently from the mountains." "Mountains?" Briggs's heart skipped a beat, recalling the legends of hermit villages. "Yes, from a remote village. She went into the mountains with her boyfriend to sell New Year goods." "Boyfriend?" Another jolt of concern struck him, imagining the phrase, "playing the fool." "Yes, quite close. Even when I tried to capture her, her lover couldn't get up after I kicked him." "He couldn't get up?" Briggs's heart sank again, thinking of phrases like, "Revenge is a dish best served cold." He fell easily, pleading for mercy, but I ignored him. "He knelt?" Again, Briggs felt uneasy, envisioning the day of vengeance. Note: the story continues in the same boner, capturing Briggs's growing unease and the potential consequences of the actions described. "Remy, don't worry. What I'm doing is for her own good. Don't see her crying now. Once I make done deeds done and take her as my concubine today, she'll get to experience the good life of fine clothes and rich food. She'll be happy soon enough. Then I'll take her right in front of Ganon to taunt him, to tease him good." "You still want to taunt him?" At this moment, Briggs's heart was pounding heavily. All this time, this damn third brother was a tragic antagonist. Note: the translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 4. The protagonist appears. Inside the room, the three of them sat in a triangular formation. Briggs pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, while the third son of the Walter family sat at the foot of the bed. As for the Jan, she trembled as she cowered at the head of the bed. Seeing Briggs's frowning face, obviously troubled by something, the third son of the Walter family rubbed his hands together. "Remy, it's just a country girl you caught. Why are you so worried? How about this? I'll give her to you first, and when you're done with her, you can return her to me. With my years of experience, I guarantee she's untouched. You wouldn't believe how good it feels." "Shut up, you old goat. If you want to die, that's fine, but you're dragging me down too? Don't think I won't rip your head off right now and use it as a chamber pot." Briggs was already dealing with enough headaches over how to handle this situation. Suddenly hearing this idiot wanting to drag him into trouble almost made him throw the chair at him. The Waboan belonged to the protagonist. Could he possibly survive? Though he might be a tragic hero, or even one who sports a green halo on his head, he was still the protagonist, and such people were especially ruthless. Hearing his fourth brother not giving him any face, the smile on Walter family's third son's face slowly disappeared. "Remy, don't take things too far. I've offered to let you have her first. What more do you want? Or do you plan to include me as well? That doesn't sound too bad. Get lost. If you don't want, then I'll go first, and then give her to you. Deal?" "Damn, you give a cap to the protagonist, and you're willing to betray your own brother? Are you even Huboan? Damn it, then what do you want?" At this moment, Walter family's third son also grew angry. He had gone out happily, captured someone happily, and returned happily, only to be suddenly beaten and treated like nothing despite being submissive. What did Briggs really want? Seeing Walter family's third son slam the table and stand up, Briggs did the same, only to realize he was shorter by a head. But that didn't matter. He could make up for it physically. With a swift jump onto the table, Briggs looked down at the third son from a higher vantage point. "What? Do you want to hit me? Come on. Hit here. Right here. I have high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. Everything is high except my height. Try and touch me." Seeing Briggs acting irrationally, Walter family's third son quickly moved aside. If there was one person in the entire Walter family who couldn't be provoked, it was Briggs, second only to their father, Connell. Connell treasured his youngest son as a blessing after his late-in-life arrival, especially since the Walter family's business flourished after Briggs's birth. In the Walter family, if anyone dared to lay a hand on Briggs, they'd regret it severely. Sitting back down awkwardly, Walter family's third son sighed repeatedly. You must have some debaunt, Remy. What do you want? I want it to be simple. Give her to me. Without bothering to continue this nonsense, Briggs pointed at the Jan. Upon hearing this, Walter family's third son brightened up. That's all? You should have said earlier. I wasn't going to say no, but when will you return her? 7 days. Seriously, return? Like hell I'm returning. Why not? As they say, lend and return makes lending easier next time. Next time I find a pretty one, I'll call you again. Walter Lausan, listen to me. You deserve to be shot 100 times. If only I could overpower you, I'd geld you right now. Looking at the towering figure of Walter Lausan, Briggs picked up the girl without regard for her desperate struggles, turned around, and walked toward the door. Walter Lausan, unwilling to give up, followed him to the door and shouted, Hey, when will you return her? Ask Mickey. Huh? Don't involve Mickey. He's a workaholic and doesn't care for this. Remy? Remy. The shouts grew fainter as Briggs carried the girl through winding corridors, ignoring the strange looks from servants and maids, and finally placed her outside the main gate with a thud. Outside, the Walter family guards, who had been kicking a Bowen lying on the ground, stopped momentarily. Fourth Master? What's this about? It's none of your concern. Continue with your duties. Okay, back to beating him up. As the guards resumed kicking the unknown unlucky fellow, Briggs glanced at the scene and felt a chill run down his spine. Holy crap, a golden legend. Stop. Stop immediately. Everyone, stop. No more hitting. Frantically pulling the guards away, Briggs stared at the Bowen lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, with a golden halo above his head. His heart sank. That glow, that brilliance, way beyond anything else. This has to be a protagonist-level character. Could he be? Before Briggs could finish his thoughts, the beauty rushed over and embraced the Bowen. Alvin, are you okay? Please don't scare me. Indeed, this had to be the childhood sweetheart. The barely conscious Bowen struggled to open his eyes and smiled faintly. I'm fine. Are you all right? The girl shook, glancing nervously at the surrounding men and Briggs. Briggs hastily waved his hand. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. The one who grabbed you earlier was actually our fourth son. He choked on an apple recently and has been delusional ever since. He thinks every Bowen is an apple and tries to bite them. But it's all fine now. I've disciplined him. As for you, he gestured to a servant. Go get 500 taels of silver for this gentle Bowen. Look at what they did to him. They went way too far. Some compassion, will you? The guards were Briggs's own protection detail, so he certainly couldn't blame them openly. Handing over 500 taels, which would indeed be a significant amount to them, caused the Bowen's anger to subside. A scene previously flashing in his halo, an epic showdown against 4 guards, vanished instantly. Relieved, Briggs realized that future events could be altered. This was incredible news. Though the money was substantial, the Bowen's wife had been abducted and nearly violated, and he himself had been beaten. Residual resentment remained. After a brief nod, he turned to leave with the girl's help. One of the 4 guards, watching them leave, whispered to Briggs. Fourth Master, this person now holds a grudge against the Walter family. Future complications may arise. Perhaps. He didn't finish, but gestured subtly, suggesting eliminating the threat. Briggs's eyes widened as he saw the potential outcomes flash in the Bowen's dark halo. A failed pursuit, distracted by money, leading to retaliation and death. What a typical mistake. With a stern expression, Briggs pointed and ordered, Get lost. Yes, sir. Watching the guards retreat, Briggs stood, gazing at the departing couple, undecided. Clearly, this protagonist hadn't yet made his fortune, which meant he would inevitably encounter a stroke of luck belonging to him in the future. Since he could see the scenes within the Bowen's halo, might there be an opportunity to snatch his fortune? After much hesitation, Briggs gritted his teeth and abruptly turned around, sprinting back towards the Walter family compound. Moments later, Briggs followed 2 old men out of the Walter residence, chasing after the direction they had left. These 2 were none other than the honored retainers of the Walter family. Speaking of these retainers, they were no ordinary individuals. Those who could become retainers for a prominent family like the Walters were extraordinary in strength. These 2 elders were known as the Black and White Twin Demons. One practiced the Zephyr Palm, and the other practiced the Delfino Fist. Both were formidable experts at the core formation stage in martial arts, equivalent to the core formation stage in cultivation. In the world of cultivators, that was comparable to core formation realm experts. Within the entire Walter family, only the other 2 retainers could match them. The only one who could suppress them was the Walter clan patriarch, Connell, a return to origin realm martial artist, equivalent to the golden core realm in cultivation. Briggs's thoughts raced. He needed to act swiftly if he wanted to seize the protagonist's opportunity. With determination, he followed closely behind the 2 retainers, wondering what awaited him and how he could capitalize on this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 5. The Secret Manual Stirring Hearts. Hidden in a tree, Briggs held a delicate monocular telescope, continuously observing the situation inside the room. This caused the black and white clothed duo beside him to frown deeply. They had never heard anyone say that this favored Ian had any voyeuristic hobbies. Why would he bother sneaking over to spy on 2 commoners for no reason? Could it be that he was lusting after the Bowen's beauty? If so, with the Walters' status in Anislong City, why not just abduct her by force? After all, such despicable acts weren't exactly uncommon for the Walter family. What was he doing here? In the eyes of the black and white clothed duo, Briggs was nothing more than a spoiled rich second generation who had lost his mind. But to Briggs, what he saw was drastically different. Inside the small straw hut, there lay hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A deep golden halo, a pale silver halo. The two interplayed beautifully, dazzling the eye. At that moment, the Waboan was applying medicine to the Boan, causing him to wince in pain. With a fierce strike against the bed, the Boan's eyes revealed an expression of unyielding resentment. A pack of dog-faced bullies, just because we have no power or influence. But remember, times change. Never underestimate a poor youth. One day, I will rise so high they won't dare look up to me. Unlike the resentful Boan, the Jan with a curvaceous figure yet innocent appearance wore a smile. She was content to have escaped harm unscathed. Alright, everything turned out fine. One must learn to be content. Here, drink your medicine. She carefully blew on the spoonful of medicinal soup before gently feeding her childhood friend. Moreover, there are good people even in that household. That young Boan saved me, and he gave us 500 taels. I can use this money to buy you some medicine later. Pfft. All snakes come from one den. How could any good person come from there? The Walters are a nest of bandits. Clearly, the Boan harbored long-standing resentment toward the Walters. After all, the Walters had a less-than-stellar reputation in Anislong City. The black and white-clothed duo, hiding in the tree, possessed extraordinary hearing and clearly overheard the Boan's curses. Their expressions changed instantly as they instinctively glanced at Briggs. Ian, shall we deal with him? Their tone was casual, as if they were discussing something trivial rather than dealing with a living person. Briggs shook his head, not bothering to acknowledge the duo, still intently observing the two within the room, growing increasingly hesitant. Should he make a move? Briggs had seen flashes of images from their halos, but these flashes seemed random and uncontrollable, displaying various scenes regardless of importance. The girl's scene was straightforward. She seemed destined to earn a modest fortune that night by helping someone push a stuck carriage and receiving 30 taels as a reward. Clearly, simple actions leading to minor fortunes. As for the Boan scene, it made Briggs's heart race. An opportunity had presented itself for the Boan. It was a jade pendant, glowing with a golden light. From the jade emerged a golden silhouette that seemed to transmit information to the Boan. It looked like cultivation techniques. After accepting the information, the Boan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began practicing, with golden light constantly flickering around him. A soul-harboring jade pendant. World-class martial arts. This classic protagonist-like opportunity excited Briggs to the point where he almost wanted to jump down and beat the Boan senseless before claiming the jade for himself. However, he scoured the room through his telescope, but found no trace of the jade. It wasn't on him, nor in the room. Did Ganon hide it in his pants? That didn't make sense. Who would keep such an item in their pants? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Glancing at the black and white clothed duo, Briggs hesitated to ask for help. If these old guards discovered the secret, they might kill for it. He couldn't trust them. Hired help paid with money could turn treacherous easily. After some contemplation, Briggs spoke. Johnny, Elderby, I need you to do me a favor. Hearing the favored fourth son speak, the two elderly men, with intimidating appearances, hurriedly turned their attention to him, even Boan aging to produce a strained smile. Of course, speak freely. I want you two to lure them out of the room, preferably for a long time. This can be done. But why do you want this, young master? I have some peculiar habits, and I enjoy stealing things when idle. Briggs's response left the duo stunned. They exchanged glances. Peculiar habits? Stealing? Looks like the Walters were right about Ganon's mental state. Very well, we will lead them away. Losing interest instantly, the duo leaped onto the windowsill, extending a hand to shatter the door with ease. The sudden noise startled the couple inside. The enraged Boan rushed out, followed by the worried girl fearing for her childhood friend. Amidst the chaos, Briggs swiftly climbed down from the tree and began his search. After thoroughly searching the bed, under the bed, cabinets, and even the roof, Briggs found no trace of the golden jade pendant. He spent a full hour searching fruitlessly. When footsteps approached outside, Briggs slipped away through the window, empty-handed and frustrated. He dared not call for help, fearing others might take advantage. Calling his father for assistance crossed his mind, but considering his father's hot temper and the extraordinary luck surrounding protagonists, this might backfire disastrously, creating a mortal enemy. After much silence, Briggs gritted his teeth, deciding to return home first. How much time did Ganon need to obtain the legacy? Maybe wait until then and have his father seize him and force the secrets of the martial arts? Why was he acting like a villain now? Was it the influence of the halo? Yes, it must be this damned halo's influence. Why must it be black, especially pale black? Not quite good enough to be virtuous, yet not malicious enough to be evil. It felt incredibly uncomfortable. Leaving quickly with the black and white clothed duo, Briggs didn't notice the faint glow emanating from a black tattoo on the Boan's chest, suggesting its awakening. Preoccupied with the golden jade pendant from the aura visions, Briggs overlooked other possibilities. Did it have to be golden, or even tangible before it appeared? As Dixon's tattoo glowed faintly, the girl's fortune shifted subtly. Like the flap of a butterfly's wings causing a storm, the duo's actions delayed the girl by an hour, causing her to miss her small fortune and inviting future misfortune. Note asterisk names are transliterated using pinyin, e.g., Briggs, Dixon. The translation aims to retain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural fluency in English. Chapter 6. Who is the main character in Werewolf? Under the cover of a moonless night, perfect for murder. In an isolated village, shadows lurked, among them, a young Boan. At midnight, Briggs, having failed to find the legendary jade pendant, tossed and turned with frustration. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stamped his foot, deciding to rouse the Black and Zephyrs once again. He led them back to the village under the dark sky. This impulsive move infuriated the Black and Zephyrs so much that they wanted to tear the heads off the couple whose privacy Briggs had invaded. They wished even more to twist Briggs's neck, but thought better of it upon remembering Konal's protective nature. Briggs did not ask for their close protection this time. Instead, he left them at the village entrance, taking only a signal flare from them. After agreeing that they would rush over if he signaled, Briggs felt assured enough to resume his spying mission. This time, his eavesdropping finally paid off. Butler, who lay on the bed, also unable to sleep, was grimacing in pain. Unlike Briggs, Butler's restlessness stemmed from physical agony rather than annoyance. Why is Trenton taking so long to get medicine? Why hasn't he returned yet? Should I go look for him? Just as the Bowen gritted his teeth, preparing to endure the pain and go out searching, a dazzling light erupted from his chest. It was golden light, blindingly bright. The jade pendant tattoo on the Bowen's skin seemed to come alive, twisting and changing shape, gradually emerging from beneath his skin. Such an extraordinary sight left both Butler and the observing Briggs speechless. Coming to his senses, Briggs smacked himself on the head in frustration. Duh, how could I forget that mystical objects possess mystical powers? Now the Bowen has activated this opportunity. There's no chance of grabbing it anymore. Yet, Briggs couldn't be blamed for not considering this angle. If anyone saw a golden solid jade pendant in a destiny vision, they probably wouldn't think of it being a tattoo either. Otherwise, if Briggs met a gangster covered in tattoos, should he suspect one of them would transform into Happy Sheep? The light in the room grew brighter until the jade pendant fully materialized, after which the glow slowly faded. Floating mid-air, the jade pendant revealed a faint, translucent figure, a Bowen. This made Briggs punch himself in frustration even harder. Look, not only will he receive unparalleled martial arts, but he might also gain a cheap master and a cheap wife. If he waits until she successfully reconstructs her physical body, then wouldn't it mean she takes action only when needed, and does nothing otherwise? This adjustment makes the translation more natural and fluent in English while preserving the original meaning. The term Chongthu Ro Sun is translated as reconstructs her physical body, which better conveys the intended concept to an English-speaking audience. How cautious I was then. If only I knew to hang up this kid and strip him down right away. Regret. Anger. Damn it, wait, what is this? As Briggs nearly pounded himself into pneumonia on the tree, he suddenly froze. Upon obtaining the Bowenual, a brilliant aura shone above the Bowen's head, revealing new scenes within. It depicted a tragic event. The missing girl was found later, naked and covered in injuries, barely clinging to life. Furious, the Bowen immediately used his newly acquired divine skill to attack the Walter family, killing Walter family's third son but getting severely injured himself. The Walter family's experts rushed in, resulting in a fierce battle where several fell to the Bowen's prowess while he accumulated wounds. Most shockingly, Briggs himself ended up among the dead, crushed by a corpse while passing by. Where's the justice in this? As a mere bit player villain, living is so hard and dying is so random. Not even a proper death scene. At least give me some villain treatment, damn it. The scenes were truly tragic for both the Bowen and Briggs. Next came Briggs's father, ignoring the third son's death, wailing over Briggs's body. Then the classic boss battle between protagonist and antagonist ensued, ending with the protagonist narrowly surviving, bursting into rage. What shocked Briggs wasn't just the battle. It was the protagonist's burst method. He didn't instantly break through levels or activate any godlike abilities. No divine assistance either. This Bowen's burst mode was possessed. The translucent spirit inside the jade pendant betrayed him during his weakened state, forcibly taking over his body to resurrect itself. Briggs initially thought the boy was a tragic hero, but turns out, the jade pendant is the real protagonist, reborn through possession. Briggs swayed, nearly falling from the tree. Scary. Too scary. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Is this the ruthless cultivation world where people don't leave bones? Mommy, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Perched on the tree, Briggs trembled, all thoughts of treasure forgotten. Clearly, the cultivation world was far too deep for him, a beginner traveler. Maybe it's best to withdraw and avoid this chaos. Recalling the scenes, especially his comedic death as an extra crushed by a passerby, Briggs felt a profound sadness, cursing his third brother internally 108 times. Brother, why are you so stubborn? Why did you have to mess with that Bowen? Not only did you die, but you dragged me along. And Mickey too. In the end, maybe the entire Walter family will perish. You're truly a destruction engine. Wiping his tears, Briggs shakily climbed down the tree. After piecing together the fragmented scenes with knowledge of his third brother's mindset and instinct-driven actions, Briggs deduced the events. Why the girl hadn't returned was now obvious. That incorrigible fiend likely sent people to recapture her after learning Briggs had freed her. And the infrabalance must have been those 4 guards at the gate. Drying his tears, Briggs took a deep breath and then screeched in a high-pitched voice. Did you hear? That girl, you know the one. What's her name? Screw it. Anyway, the one with the doll face and big chest who lives in the straw hut by the village edge. She's been kidnapped again by Walter family's third son. Unable to recall the girl's name, Briggs resorted to describing her features, almost directly pointing out the issue to Butler. Inside, Butler paused, his expression changing drastically as he abruptly stood up. His internal energy destabilized from sudden movement, almost spitting out blood. The floating apparition frowned. Butler, do not move. Focus on cultivating. I'm not done teaching you yet. Butler looked tense. But master, Silas, this is your heart demon. All illusions. Ignore them. Focus on your cultivation. So it is. Your disciple understands. Butler resumed sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. Observing outside, Briggs was dumbfounded. Damn it. This Bowen disregards martial virtues. Doesn't she know what's going on? For possession, she'll lie outright? Enraged, Briggs rolled up his sleeves, wiping his mouth fiercely, and grabbed a stone, shouting as he threw it. We need to save her. Nonsense. The Walter family has vast wealth and power. Do you think we can take them on? You're the one talking nonsense, seeing the girl about to be harmed, and you still don't act. Are you even a Bowen? With a pattering sound, the stone shattered the glass and flew into the room, landing right between the two individuals inside. Seeing the stone roll to his feet, Dixon, who was in the midst of cultivation, couldn't catch his breath and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The translucent ghostly figure awkwardly coughed, finally unable to hide the truth any longer. Cough. It seems your master misunderstood. This is not an illusion. It's real. Translated while preserving the tone, style, and structure of the original text. Maintain character names in pinyin format. Chapter 7. Retaliation from a Bowen. Master. If this is true, then Trenton isn't she? Dixon attempted to get up with excitement, but was sternly stopped by the translucent ghostly figure. Alvin, you are my chosen disciple. You should abandon all desires and focus on cultivating immortality. Strive for the path of eternal life. But Trenton, she. I will only teach you this cultivation technique once. If you fail to learn it, then our connection has ended. Are you willing to give up this opportunity to save someone? This but Trenton. You idiot. Do I have to spell it out for you? With your poor skills, do you really think you can rescue her from the Walter family? Want to die? Go ahead. Don't drag me along. Jerk. As the exasperated ghostly figure finally let loose, Dixon wiped away his tears and finally regained his composure. Clenching his teeth, he sat cross-legged on the bed again, his hands trembling slightly. Trenton, wait for me. Once I've perfected my cultivation, I'll definitely destroy the Walter family in revenge for you. Outside the door, Briggs held a stone in his hand, watching as Dixon started to cultivate again, completely dumbfounded. Damn, is that how young people today behave? Just abandon their childhood sweetheart like that? Didn't he boldly break into the Walter family before and nearly got beaten to death? What happened to that courage? Standing outside, Briggs felt utterly bewildered, unable to understand why a person's character could change so drastically. In reality, it wasn't about Dixon's personality shifting. It was more about him not adapting to the new mindset. In this world, cultivators had an extraordinary status. Their extended lifespans and powerful abilities placed them far above ordinary people and martial artists. Previously, Dixon had been just another hopeless youth, filled with anger towards life. Back then, he was willing to risk everything for his childhood sweetheart, even to die with her. But now, Dixon was a cultivator. It was like a beggar suddenly inheriting a fortune, becoming incredibly wealthy. Would such a person still be willing to risk everything for a common wife? Cultivators were never short of companions. A beautiful mortal Bowen meant little compared to the endless possibilities ahead. His former childhood sweetheart no longer deserved such sacrifice. Though cruel, it was the harsh reality. Watching Dixon seemingly determined to continue cultivating instead of rescuing anyone, Briggs felt a surge of frustration. Could he possibly go in and force Dixon to leave for the Walter family? Or call the two deadly enforcers and eliminate him while he hadn't risen yet? But what if this fortune-touched cultivator somehow overcame great calamities and became even stronger? What if that jade pendant was a centuries-old demon? It likely had hidden cards up its sleeve. After some contemplation, Briggs's eyes lit up. This fellow just needs a nudge to take action. Once again yelling, Briggs screamed loudly. Heard about it? The Walter family is hosting a huge feast. Everyone's attending, except for the third son who's still planning mischief against the girl. What a perfect time to bash him with a club. That would be satisfying. Satisfaction aside, rescuing her is most important. Hearing this staged dialogue outside, Dixon opened his eyes again. The floating ghostly figure also seemed to reconsider, her eyes flickering. Actually, she didn't fancy Dixon's body. If possible, she prefers Silas's. After being a Bowen for over 1,000 years, who would want to switch to a Bowen's body, especially considering the awkwardness during mundane activities? Having no chance earlier, she decided now might be an opportunity to help Silas. Disciple, since there's a rare chance, you should go, she said. Yes, master. Unable to resist any longer, Dixon rushed out of the room, eager to find out who kept urging him. However, he found no one outside, only the neighboring bamboo fence gently shaking, indicating someone had just left. Glancing at the neighbor's house, Dixon hurried toward the city center. Moments later, Briggs peeked from the bamboo yard, a half-eaten melon on his head. Watching Dixon leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Few finally fell for it, bastard. Dreaming of staying neutral? Not a chance. Now that we've crossed paths, either you or I will die today. Briggs didn't finish his dramatic monologue when someone hit him on the head with a stick. You little punk. Stealing my melons at midnight, huh? I didn't steal anything. Even if you did, you wore one on your head. Waste of food. Waste of food. A cry echoed as Briggs was chased by the homeowner, who caught on to the commotion. The half-melon used as a disguise was shattered. Eventually, Briggs called for the two enforcers to avoid being handed over to the authorities. Guided by these skilled experts, Briggs traveled much faster than Dixon. Quickly returning to the Walter residence, Briggs immediately ordered all guards and servants to stay inside, prohibiting them from investigating any disturbances outside. Due to Briggs's favored status, everyone complied despite confusion. The Walter estate quickly became quiet. Even Walter's lackeys were chased off ruthlessly. Night deepened, and by the open gate, a figure flashed by. Shortly after, the figure climbed over the wall, somewhat clumsily, stumbling upon landing. Watching from a distance, Briggs facepalmed in despair. And this is supposed to be the protagonist? The door was wide open for him. Why not walk right in? Your clumsy entry isn't going to be louder, bro. Unaware of Briggs's thoughts, Dixon carefully moved around the estate and managed to get lost within minutes. 10 minutes later, using signs, he finally reached the third son's residence. Looking around, he picked up a stick. Meanwhile, hidden in nearby bushes, Briggs stood up, holding another stick. The door creaked open, revealing Silas, battered and bruised, sitting shivering in a corner. Thankfully, Silas's clothes were intact, though her injuries suggested she had been whipped. This confused Briggs, His brother only seemed lecherous, not twisted. Had he simply thrashed her instead? Had Walter's third son finally evolved from a pervert to a fool? Entering the room, Dixon rushed to Silas upon seeing her battered state. Trenton. Yunji. They embraced tightly, Silas crying uncontrollably. Yunji, I'm scared. Trenton, are you alright? Did they do anything to you? He beat me. Flogged me endlessly. Flogged you? Yes, with a whip. Silas wiped her tears, her face full of grievance. He tried to assault me again. I was so scared that I grabbed him down there. He screamed and hit me, telling me to let go. The more pain I felt, the tighter I held on. The tighter I held on, the harder he hit me. Wail, 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 wail. The more Silas spoke, the more wrong she felt, until finally, she hugged her head and cried uncontrollably. Both Dixon and Briggs, who was eavesdropping outside, shivered for some reason. Walter's third son couldn't possibly be disabled, could he? This development left both inside and outside the room feeling a mix of shock and unease. Chapter 8. The mantid strikes the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Where is that bastard Walter Kuhn? Lincoln grabbed a wooden stick from the side, his face filled with ferocity. Silas nervously tugged at his coat. Brother Yun, let's go. Go? I didn't come here today to return alive. Tell me where he is. I'll kill him. Brother Yun, let's leave. Don't fight with them. Silas stood trembling by the side. Under Lincoln's relentless questioning, she finally revealed Walter Lao San's room. Stealthily stepping out of the door and ensuring no one was around, Lincoln approached Walter Lao San's door with the wooden stick in hand. This Walter Lao San was also a seasoned martial artist, having achieved the 8th level of the later Heaven Realm, equivalent to the 8th stage of the Arvan cultivation for cultivators. Moreover, martial artists were more adept at close combat. When unable to cast spells, they held an advantage over cultivators of the same level. Under normal circumstances, approaching as blatantly as Lincoln would have been detected by Walter Lao San immediately. But this was not a normal day. Even when Lincoln quietly pushed open the door, Walter Lao San remained oblivious. He was applying medicine to his younger brother, crying bitterly while doing so. Indeed, he was sobbing like a child weighing almost 200 gene. Brother, get up. Don't scare me. How can I live without you? Stand up, damn it. Wah. In fact, Silas had lied. She hadn't been grabbing, but twisting, just like wringing a towel. Or rather, pulling testicles. This wasn't an exaggeration. She had genuinely been pulling them. The most critical moment came when Walter Lao San, upon feeling the sudden assault on little Walter Lao San, instinctively slapped her. That slap sealed his fate. Silas flew across the room, yet her grip never loosened. A sickening snap echoed. His testicles were indeed yanked. Inside the room, Walter Lao San continued sobbing, oblivious even when Lincoln stood behind him. Although Ouyang had knocked into a table in his tension, Walter Lao San did not react. He seemed lifeless inside and out. With a thud, Lincoln swung the stick forcefully onto Walter Lao San's head. Walter Lao San made a choked sound before fainting instantly. Yanking Walter Lao San by the collar, Lincoln dragged him out of the room and started frantically digging in the garden. Silas, watching this, paled. Brother Yun, what are you doing? I'm going to bury him alive. What? That's murder. It's illegal. Upon hearing her childhood friend, Lincoln smirked, his eyes gleaming. Murder? Illegal? The law doesn't apply to me now. Trenton, get some plants from the adjacent courtyard. We'll disguise the new soil. Once done, we flee. Okay. Clearly a traditional Waboan, Silas had no objections. Blushing, she ran to the nearby courtyard to grab some flowers. While Lincoln dug alone, a figure silently approached from behind. Unaware, Lincoln thought it was Silas returning. Trenton, did you find the flowers, Gak? Before he could finish, Briggs swung his staff, infused with the full power of the 4th level of the later Heaven Realm, hitting Lincoln's head. The poor Bowen fell silently into the pit he had just dug. Briggs, emulating Lincoln's method, bound Walter Lao San's limbs hurriedly, then started filling the pit with dirt. Before covering, he ripped off Lincoln's pendant and put it in his pocket. As Briggs buried the body, another shadow appeared. With a thud, the wooden stick hit Briggs's head. Briggs showed no reaction, continuing to bury the corpse. 2 seconds later, his eyes suddenly focused, and he collapsed with a smart expression. Panicking, Silas dropped the stick and shook Lincoln. Brother Yun, wake up. Unresponsive due to probable concussion, Lincoln didn't budge despite her frantic shaking. Desperate, Jacob Como carried Lincoln away, leaving behind a large pit and the 2 unconscious Walter brothers. After some time, Walter Lao San opened his eyes shakily. Seeing his younger brother, he screamed in shock. Briggs, startled awake by the scream, sat up rubbing his head. Remy, why are you here? And this pit? Who tied me up? Did you try to kill me? Seeing the deep pit and realizing his bound limbs, Walter Lao San screamed incessantly. Realizing his plan had failed, Briggs kicked Walter Lao San in the groin, and while he doubled over in pain, Briggs hit him again, causing him to faint once more and fall into the pit. Without hesitation, Briggs started shoveling again. Brother 3, don't blame me. I mean 4 brother. I didn't want to kill you, but you're a menace, destined to harm someone. I had to strike first. Remember to tell Yama it was Briggs who killed you, and let him take it up with that dead elder brother. Midway through burying, Briggs paused, swiftly reaching into his pocket. Finding a round object, his face lit up with joy. The jade pendant was still there. Still holding it, Briggs rushed back into the room, examining the unremarkable jade pendant in his hands. Master, Grandmaster, Goddess Trenton, come out and teach me your arts. Shaking turned to swinging, swinging turned to banging, but no matter how hard he tried, the pendant remained unresponsive, sounding like any ordinary piece of jade. His smile faded gradually. Hey, don't pretend with me. I saw you give that Zhao fellow his powers. If you don't come out, we both perish together. Grabbing a hammer, Briggs threatened to smash the pendant. Almost instantly, a voice emerged from within. Don't destroy it. I'm coming out, right now. Chapter 9. The Jade Pendant Conflict. In the misty swirls of smoke, a figure emerged from the jade pendant, a translucent Waboan. She folded her hands in front of her, her face full of grievances. Little friend, seeking immortality is about fate. Why must you? Don't give me that crap. Teach me the cultivation technique. Briggs had no patience for her bow manipulations. He had long seen through this Waboan's intentions from his mirror reflection. This schemer who planned to possess a disciple's body. There was no way he'd let her have it. This Waboan coveted his body, not in any Arobo-Wintic way, but physically. Seeing Briggs's arrogant expression, the Waboan sighed helplessly. When the fool had dropped the jade pendant, she had no choice but to submit temporarily. This situation was unreasonable and difficult to handle. But possessing this person wasn't bad at least. Their family was wealthy. She raised her hand and directed a wave of ethereal spiritual energy into Briggs's mind, containing a cultivation technique. After absorbing the information, Briggs arched an eyebrow. Just that? Yes, as the saying goes, a greedy heart leads one to bite off more than they can chew. Learning too much won't benefit you. This technique is sufficient to get you to the golden core stage. You can become my named disciple, and I will slowly. Okay, got it, thanks. Without waiting for the Waboan with an air of divinity to finish, Briggs abruptly interrupted and swung his hammer down without hesitation. A crack echoed in the room as the jade pendant shattered into pieces amid the Waboan's astonished expression. Instantly, the entire room seemed to fall silent. Damn you, what are you doing? The Waboan lost her composure and screamed, lunging toward Briggs. However, this only spurred him to deliver another blow to the shards of the pendant. With a crumbling sound, the jade pendant broke further, and the female ghost let out a painful cry, disintegrating into mist. Witnessing this scene, Briggs couldn't help but sneer. Tisich, the moment you panicked over me smashing the jade pendant and revealed yourself, you showed your weakness. Foolish be ********. With a flourish, Briggs swung his hammer, wrapped the jade shards in a cloth, pocketed them, and went outside to prepare for burying someone. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Walter Lao San had woken up again, truly worthy of being trained in martial arts. His resilience was commendable. Startled by Briggs's appearance, Walter Lao San struggled harder to free himself from the ropes. But his efforts were futile since the ropes were specially crafted to prevent struggle. Realizing the more he struggled, the tighter the ropes became. Walter Lao San felt utterly hopeless. Without exchanging any words, Briggs struck him again, rendering him unconscious for the third time. Carrying Walter Lao San, Briggs resumed burying the Bowen. Just as he was about to finish, a gust of wind howled past his ears. Briggs staggered forward, collapsing straight onto the ground after receiving a blow to his back. Silas stood behind him, clutching a cane, not trembling this time. After incapacitating Briggs and tying him up, Silas searched everywhere but couldn't find the jade pendant. Finally, her gaze landed on Briggs. Despite everything, Silas felt grateful to him for saving her life before. Searching Briggs, she found a small cloth bag containing jade shards. Puzzled, she pieced them together, confirming they matched Dixon's description before heading back. Outside the city, Dixon leaned against a tree, nursing his injuries from Briggs's powerful strike. He was conscious but could barely walk. Finding the jade pendant missing sent chills down his spine. Hastily, he ordered Silas to retrieve it. Paled and trembling, Silas dreaded going back, knowing what state she left Walter Lao San and Walter Lao Si in. Going back would mean certain death. However, facing such an incredible opportunity, Dixon wouldn't change his decision. Determined, he insisted Silas return to the Walter residence. Reluctantly, she complied. Fortunately, she successfully retrieved the jade pendant. Seeing Silas return, Dixon's excitement surged. Noticing Silas's distraught expression, Dixon realized his dabowins were too harsh. I'm sorry, Trenton. I was too nervous. You don't know the value of this. It grants us immortality. Soothed by his apology, Silas handed over the cloth bag. This is what I found on Walter Lao Si. Eagerly, Dixon opened the bag. I knew it. He wanted the opportunity. How dare he? Why are the shards broken? Dixon frantically tried to piece the jade together, calling out, Master? Are you there? Master? No response. Inside the jade, everyone was soul-scattered. Staring at the now powerless jade pendant, Dixon was dumbstruck. Across from him, Silas whispered, I found it already broken on him. This can't be. He wouldn't break the jade. Not if he sought this opportunity. Suddenly enraged, Dixon grabbed Silas, shaking her fiercely. It was you, wasn't it? Out of spite. Terrified, Silas stuttered, Why, Your Highness? It wasn't me. How dare you deny it? You destroyed my chance. All because of you. I shouldn't have saved you. Roaring in anger, Dixon threw Silas to the ground and kicked over a table. All this because of you. A jinx like you. The furious scolding echoed incessantly in her ears, and Silas, seated lifelessly on the ground, could not control the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Just now, Yunji, I swear to you, I did not touch the jade at all. Get out. Get out of my sight. You. Just as Dixon was about to continue his tirade, a sudden barking sound interrupted him from afar. Outside, the area was brightly lit, and a large number of soldiers were rushing over, lanterns in hand. The sound of their shouts could be faintly heard. Don't let those two dogs escape. Ian's orders. Capture or kill the Bowen, and you'll receive 3,000 taels of silver. Roar, roar, roar. The Walter family's private troops had been mobilized, along with the city guards of Anislong City. Even some security escorts from various escort agencies and town militias joined the fray. After all, 3,000 taels of silver was an enormous sum. Enough for someone to live comfortably for the rest of their life. The angry shouts rang continuously in his ears. Silas, slumped on the ground, had a dazed expression as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Gang, Brother Yun, I swear to you, I really didn't touch this jade. Get out of my sight. You. Just as Dixon was about to continue his tirade, the distant barking of dogs suddenly interrupted him. Outside, the area was brightly lit, and a large number of soldiers were advancing from afar, holding lanterns in their hands. In the distance, their loud calls could be heard. Don't let that couple escape. The Iron has ordered it. Capture or kill the Bowen, and you'll be rewarded with 3,000 taels of silver. Roar, roar, roar. The Walter family's private troops had been mobilized, along with the city guards of Anislong City, and even some security escorts from various escort agencies and town militias joined in. After all, 3,000 taels of silver was a huge sum, enough for someone to live comfortably for the rest of their life. Even though everyone knew the Walter family wasn't exactly reputable and that this move would likely harm innocent people, the lure of gold and silver made them turn a blind eye to the Walter family's past actions and the rightness or wrongness of this incident. They all eagerly lent a hand. Even though Bowen knew that the Walter family was no good and that this operation was likely to harm innocent people, the lure of gold and silver clouded their judgment. Everyone chose to overlook the Walter family's history and the morality of the situation, rushing to assist. The angry shouting rang incessantly in her ears. Silas, slumped on the ground, had a dazed expression as tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Brother Yun, I swear to you, I didn't touch that jade. Get out of my sight. You. Just as Dixon was about to continue berating her, there was a sudden barking of dogs from a distance. Outside, the area was brightly lit, and a large number of soldiers were charging from afar, holding lanterns in their hands. The sounds of their loud shouts could be faintly heard. Don't let that adulterous couple escape. Iron has ordered it. Whoever captures or kills the Bowen will be rewarded with 3,000 taels of silver. Rare, rare, rare. The private troops of the Walter family were mobilized, as well as the city defense forces of Anislong City. Even some security escorts from escort agencies and militiamen from towns and villages joined in. After all, 3,000 taels of silver. Such a huge sum would be enough for someone to live comfortably for a lifetime. Even though everyone knew the Walter family wasn't any good, and that this move was likely harming innocent people, the gold and silver before them made everyone selectively ignore the Walter family's history and the right or wrong of this matter. They all chose to help. Chapter 10. The heroine evolves. The main protagonist. Hearing the shouting outside, Lincoln's face changed dramatically. He knew the Walter family had come looking for him. If they caught him, not only would he die, but he feared he wouldn't even be able to achieve that death. Turning his head, he saw Silas wiping away tears and carefully picking up fragments of jade from the floor. After a moment's hesitation, Lincoln turned around and ran off. Startled by the commotion, Silas looked up and saw Lincoln flee through the broken window without any hesitation. The jade fragments in her hand clattered to the ground. Just, Brother Yun. Lincoln's steps faltered briefly at the familiar call, but he accelerated his run the next second. That acceleration completely shattered Silas's heart. She collapsed on the floor, her eyes vacant. After several seconds, she mechanically began picking up the jade fragments from the ground again. Within 10 seconds, the door was kicked open, and soldiers poured into the room, pushing and shoving each other as they rushed inside. Some even jumped in through the windows. Where is he? There's a Bowen here. All eyes turned fiercely towards Silas, but she sat there lifelessly, not intending to speak. Even when someone tried to ask her, a scream suddenly interrupted them. That Ganon fled out the back door. Chase him. With a whoosh, everyone surged out of the room. One person glanced back at Silas as they left, looking somewhat hesitant. Wasn't this girl wanted by Ian? Should we take her back? His companion gave him a kick in annoyance. Are you crazy? Do you think capturing this Bowen will earn you money? That Ganon is worth 3,000 taels. This Bowen isn't worth much. Well yeah, chase. Within seconds, everyone was gone, leaving Silas still staring blankly at the jade fragments. After some time, footsteps approached and Briggs, with his head bandaged, walked into the room. Seeing Briggs, Silas's eyes flickered slightly, regaining a bit of vitality. It's you. Yes, it's me. Where's that little brat? How dare he hit me twice with such brutality? Today, if I don't rip his head off to use as a chamber pot, my surname isn't Walter. Briggs growled, holding his throbbing head. Silas lowered her head without responding. Briggs didn't bother asking her further and prepared to leave through the back door, holding an iron rod. But as he passed Silas, her voice broke the silence. It was a voice filled with despair and a hint of resignation. Your name is Briggs, right? Right, what do you want? Thank you for saving me earlier. If you really want to thank me, then tell me where that little brat is hiding. Fuck. Briggs turned back while speaking, only to see Silas grab the jade fragments and stuff them into her mouth. She was attempting jade poisoning, a suicidal act. Reacting swiftly, Briggs charged forward like a bull, knocking Silas to the ground. Eating jade shards was akin to eating glass splinters, and she was swallowing them whole without chewing. The shards were already slicing through her throat and esophagus before entering her stomach. There was little chance of survival. Spit it out. Spit it out quickly. Gripping Silas's mouth tightly, Briggs tried to force the jade out. However, Silas's resolve to die was stronger than Briggs imagined. Despite his desperate attempts, she swallowed the shards. Blood trickled from her mouth, indicating internal injuries. Silas smiled faintly at Briggs before slowly closing her eyes. Thank you. Thank your sister. Are you insane? You didn't have to say it, did you? Doctor. Physician. Is anyone here? In the mountain village near Sky City, enraged shouts echoed for a long time. The sun hung high in the sky, bright and clear. Lying on the bed, Silas slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself in an unfamiliar place. Red bricks and green tiles adorned the house with exquisite furnishings. The furniture was beautiful, and those delicate porcelain cups and bowls were something she had only seen in the homes of wealthy employers. Even in those homes, nothing matched the elegance here. As Silas curiously surveyed her surroundings, the door suddenly opened, and two maids entered, chatting and laughing. Seeing Silas awake, they first looked startled, then joyfully ran out. Ian, the young Mrs. woken up. A few moments later, Briggs strode into the room with his hands in his pockets, handing a silver ingot to each maid as a reward. The maids departed happily, and Briggs stood before Silas, eyeing her with a complicated gaze. They both stared at each other, their expressions equally complex. Did you save me? Yes. Why? I'm stupid. Happy now? Silas fell silent, gazing at Briggs silently, her eyes shimmering. She felt she owed Briggs another life, even though she intended to die. She could understand his kindness. As for Briggs, he felt like his head might explode. Looking at Silas, especially at the dazzling golden halo above her head, Briggs felt like he was losing his mind. This Woboan had become the main protagonist? Why? Why after all the hard work he had done, buried people 3 times, yet his own halo hadn't whitened. Instead, it turned black and shiny, transforming him from a minor villain to a proper antagonist. And this Woboan just ate some jade fragments, and her halo lit up brighter than even that Ganon's, becoming a high-intensity, energy-saving light bulb. Had eating jade become a way to level up? Did she think she was a scion who grew stronger as long as she survived? Briggs admitted he was jealous. Extremely jealous. He was so envious that his face twisted and distorted. If not for his rational restraint, Briggs almost considered stabbing her during her treatment. There was one more thing that baffled Briggs. Originally a heroine, Silas had evolved into the protagonist. What about the original protagonist, Lincoln? Had he evolved into an ultra-powerful super protagonist? Briggs even came up with titles for Lincoln's potential stories: My Sister, the Protagonist, King of Protagonist Harem, My Army of Protagonist Girlfriends. Yes, Lincoln had escaped, and Briggs didn't know how he bow-and-aged it. But no one found him despite the extensive search. Letting the tiger return to the mountains brought endless trouble, compounded by witnessing Silas's halo evolve live. Briggs's heart chilled. He couldn't help wondering what Lincoln had turned into. Super ultra mega protagonist? Chapter 11. Wronged? Rest well here for now. Don't be in a hurry to end your life. After all, better days are coming for you. Briggs, unsure of what to say to Silas, shook his head and walked out of the room. As for me, my good days are almost over. While saving Silas, Briggs had observed the scenes from the glowing halo above her head and basically understood why she had evolved into the main character. The reason was that this Woboan had seized the main character's fortune, essentially all of it. Although what was known as transmitting power was a part of this fortune, it was only a very small part, almost negligible. The real transformation came from that jade pendant. It had to be admitted that the deceased Woboan within the jade pendant was indeed very clever. That pendant was her last ace in the hole. If she could successfully seize a host body, she could immediately consume the jade to improve her constitution and become the legendary 9 jade body. This was the primary reason why the female ghost dared to be so audacious in choosing her hosts. She didn't care about the host's potential at all. Who could have expected that a jade pendant was not meant to be used but eaten? Briggs and Dixon had racked their brains over competing for cultivation techniques, but had completely overlooked this major treasure. Ultimately, when Silas swallowed the jade, the grand opportunity originally belonging to the protagonist shifted to her. To have the duck right before his eyes fly away, and then be eaten by someone else. It was obvious how terrible Briggs's mood was at that moment. What made matters worse was that the awakened third son of the Walter family now accused Briggs of attempted murder, and the matter had escalated to his father. One reason Briggs rushed off without knowing what to say to Silas was that he needed to explain himself urgently. He came to the main hall, pushed open the door, and walked in. Looking up, he saw that the room was filled with people. Among them were 4 elders of the Walter family, all at the Wu dance stage of martial artists. In the center sat the patriarch Kanal, a Gue Yuan realm powerhouse. On either side, there were more than 10 family enforcers and several elegant women who seemed to be Kanal's concubines or daughters. Though he only had 4 sons, Kanal had 17 daughters, quite an effort on his part to match the cosmic concept of 4 elements. Seeing Briggs enter, a beautiful Woboan holding Walter Kuan burst into tears even before Kanal could speak. My lord, I know you love this eldest son, but you can't be too biased. You must do justice for little third. She pointed at the bandaged head of Walter Lao San and sobbed dramatically. Look at little third. Briggs even tried to bury him alive. They're brothers. How could he do such a cruel thing? Kanal raised a hand, and the wailing beauty immediately fell silent. He looked at Briggs with no expression, his eyes narrowing. 4th son, explain yourself. Stepping forward, Briggs replied firmly. I am being wronged. Bullshit. Walter Lao San, standing nearby with a scowl, nearly exploded in anger upon hearing this. Pointing to his own head, his fingers trembled. This is from you. You hit me twice, Walter Laosi. How can you lie like this with clear eyes? Don't you have a conscience? It hurts. Of course, it hurts. My heart is hurting now. Covering his right chest, Briggs's expression was full of sorrow. I'm pained by your slander against your brother. My heart feels like it's being cut by a knife, stabbing through to my soul. Cut your grandfather's heart. Your heart is on the left. Oh. Moving his hand obediently to his left chest, Briggs's expression turned once again to profound pain. Drake, what grudge do you hold against me? I don't remember ever offending you. Why do you falsely accuse me like this? That's what I'm saying. I don't recall offending you either. Why did you try to bury me alive? Bury you alive? Heaven forbid. Father, elders, ask the servants and guards. When they rescued me, my hands and feet were bound. How could I hit you in that state? Or attempt to bury you alive? Anyway, you buried me then. As for why your hands and feet were bound, you must have accomplices. Lies. If I wanted to bury you, you would already be dead. How could you spew such nonsense here? You bastard. You're mutt. You lowlife. You fool. You idiot. You moron. The two kept escalating their insults, each louder than the last. Sitting in the middle, Konal's face grew darker and darker. He couldn't quite tell whether these two were insulting each other or him. Regardless of what they were doing, didn't it reflect badly on him as their father? Enough. With a loud slap on the table, Konal bellowed. Walter Lao San, frightened by the shout, hurriedly hid in his mother's embrace. Mommy! Embracing her son, the beautiful Waboan quickly pleaded, Lord, third is still just a child. F*******. Calling the parents, huh? You mama's boy. Watching this scene, Briggs gritted his teeth, frantically turning his head looking for help. Unfortunately, his stepmother had died giving birth to him. Seeing no support, Briggs directly lunged toward the center of the hall. Father! With a thud, like a charging bull, Briggs's head struck Konal in the groin, causing a subtle change in his father's expression. Grabbing Briggs by the neck, Konal locked his throat in a chokehold and growled softly. Next time you lunge, don't put your head so low, got it? Yes. Let this incident pass. Fourth son, you will stay confined to your courtyard for some reflection. No one should disturb you. As for third son, if I hear you dare to provoke fourth again, I won't hesitate to bury you myself. Finishing his words, Konal shoved Briggs aside and strutted out of the room with an inward gait. This clearly biased decision left Walter Lao San and his mother unsatisfied. Unfortunately, Konal ruled the clan as a dictator, and despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not protest. Seeing Briggs leave with a smug look and flipping them the bird as he went, Walter Lao San felt his gums ache in anger but could do nothing. Returning to his courtyard, Walter Lao San turned into a master of destruction, first flinging teapots and cups to the ground, then punching a hole through the table. Seeing their leader so enraged, the henchmen exchanged glances, and the leader stepped forward quietly. Third master, there's something I think you need to know. Speak. That girl from the village, do you dare mention her again? Because of her, I almost got buried alive and risked losing everything. Startled by his outburst, Walter Lao San suddenly spun around and grabbed the Bowen's ear, looking fierce. Pain. Third master, I know I'm wrong. I didn't mean to bring it up to upset you, but yesterday, we saw that girl being carried into the Walter estate by Lord Fourth. What? Walter Lao San was shocked, his eyebrows furrowing instantly. You didn't see wrong? Absolutely not. She was really carried in. So, it's true. I knew those two were involved. Otherwise, why would he keep targeting me because of her? Walter Laosi, wait and see. If I can't deal with you, I can definitely handle a Waboan. Thus, Walter Lao San resolved to settle the score with the girl. Chapter 12. Start from scratch, you bastard. Briggs had no idea of the resentment Walter Lao San held against him and wouldn't have cared even if he did. After all, he was just a beaten dog. What was there to be afraid of? Was something off with that statement? At this moment, Briggs had already returned to his courtyard. This was a standard 3-room courtyard, with the left room for servants, the middle one for the master, and the right one as guest quarters. Tapping on the door of the guest room, Briggs stepped in only to find Silas cleaning it. Silas was the quintessential gentle Waboan, very easygoing with no grand ambitions or lofty goals. Perhaps in her view, finding a good Bowen and spending her life supporting him and raising their children would be the best kind of life. Seeing the Jan cleaning, Briggs couldn't help but shake his head. This Waboan was clearly the quintessential childhood sweetheart type, not jealous, and very understanding. Even as a female lead, she could only make a brief appearance initially, then fade into insignificance as other characters enter the story. Her fate's hardship wasn't surprising. One day, if she were suddenly defiled and killed, used as a sacrifice to spur the protagonist into madness, Briggs wouldn't be surprised at all. However, the whims of fate made this Waboan, who should have been a mere ornament, seize the main character's fortune, now glowing with a golden halo. What was this? A weak to strong female lead? An underdog to victor heroine? Or an easygoing female protagonist? Silas, busy dusting the table, seemed to hear some movement behind her and quickly turned around. Relief washed over her when she saw Briggs entering. Clearly, Silas had a poor impression of the Walter estate, given her experience of being captured and whipped, with everyone except Briggs treating her like a demon. Putting down the feather duster, Silas bowed slightly with her hands folded in front of her. Thank you for saving my life. Don't mention it. If you really want to thank me, tell me where Bodhi is hiding. Even now, Briggs hadn't given up his struggle and still planned to find him before Bodhi rose to power and kill him. Silas's face showed hesitation, causing Briggs to roll his eyes. Fine, if you don't want to say, never mind. I'll find him myself. No, it's not that I don't want to say. I really don't know where he is. He abandoned me and fled alone. As she said this, Silas's eyes dimmed. The abandonment and cruel betrayal by Bodhi caused unimaginable psychological trauma, driving her to attempt suicide. Hearing this, Briggs's eyes lit up. Wow, jerkboy betrays, heroine awakens. This was a comeback heroine. Excitedly moving closer without noticing how startled Silas was, holding onto her collar tightly, Briggs grinned, showing both rows of teeth. I love hearing gossip. Come on, tell me what happened. It's nothing much. He scolded me for breaking his jade and left me behind. Damn, jade broken, wife forsaken. That guy Bodhi has such pride? That's losing both wife and jade. So, you've completely split with him? Yeah, no worries. Splitting up is nothing. I'm here. We, the Walter family, will take care of you. Learning that this new heroine was alone and destitute, Briggs immediately decided to take her in, build familiarity and offer favors, so when she makes it big, he'd reap the benefits too. As for pursuing her romantically, absolutely not. She was a comeback heroine. Based on Briggs's novel reading experience, she might awaken queen-like qualities. Then, ruling supreme, subduing myriad heroes, while he remained a villain destined for misfortune. Wouldn't he be crushed immediately? Through relentless questioning, Briggs finally understood the relationship between Bodhi and Silas. In fact, Lincoln should call Silas sister, since he was adopted by the Jacob family as a foundling. They grew up together like childhood sweethearts, living decently and even sparing money for Bodhi to learn martial arts. But after the tragic death of Silas's parents several years ago, their situation worsened. Silas was diligent and sometimes worked part-time for wealthy families, earning some money. Bodhi, however, dreamed of chivalry, always wanting to learn martial arts rather than earning a living. With good fortune, Bodhi's actions were seen as youthful ambition. Without it, he was just idle. Originally, arranged by Silas's parents, they had plans to marry once grown up. Now her fiancé abandoned her, leaving Silas heartbroken. Briggs was delighted about this turn of events. Look, see what I said. Bodhi was a tragic hero. If he didn't intervene, Silas would likely be defiled, driven to suicide, and Bodhi would get a legacy and seek revenge on the Walter family after training for a month. Walter Lawson would die, Briggs injured, and the tragic hero possessed by the Jade Lady. Listen, isn't this tragic enough? With Briggs's intervention, Silas's fate seemed less tragic, while Bodhi, eyeing Silas and knowing she had broken ties with Bodhi, Briggs decided to do a good deed and form a bond. Hey, Trenton, haven't you learned martial arts yet? No, sir. That's it. Do you know why Walter Lawson keeps catching you? Because you haven't learned martial arts. Here, let me teach you a supreme bow winual. You'll be my disciple. When you're strong enough, next time Walter Lawson tries to grab you, use the 9-in white bone claw on him. Pulling Silas's hand, Briggs didn't care if the Jan was willing and began teaching martial arts on the spot. The techniques he taught weren't the Walter family's secrets either. That junk was nothing special, just an ordinary 5th grade cultivation method considered precious but unworthy of sharing. Briggs's method was the 3rd grade cultivation technique taught by the Jade Lady, called Sangyo Baiyu Cannon. He also taught a set of fist and spear techniques. Fist technique, 8th grade, 26-step collapse mountain fist. Spear technique, 7th grade, 32-move Walter family spear. As he started teaching her step by step, Briggs discovered something very disheartening. When Silas said she didn't understand martial practice, Briggs assumed she lacked proper guidance. However, upon closer examination, he realized she didn't even know the location of meridians and acupoints. Start from scratch, you bastard. Translation complete. Maintaining the original tone, style, and structure as closely as possible. Chapter 13. The legendary 9-in Jade Body. 2 days. A full 2 days. Briggs had been instructing Silas about the knowledge of meridians and acupoints. During this period, he got so frustrated that he nearly fainted 3 times from anger. Twice, he got so mad he was on the verge of a seizure. And 8 times, he even rolled his eyes out of exasperation. This wasn't just a wooden head. It was an iron lump, solid through and through. If not for Briggs's intervention, this Waboan wouldn't have become the protagonist in her entire lifetime with such an aptitude. Moreover, several times during the teaching, Silas wanted to give up on martial arts, which made Briggs shudder in dread. After 2 days of observation, Briggs discovered that Silas was a grateful Waboan who repaid kindness because she was saved by him twice. If Silas gave up on practicing martial arts, he might be the one to suffer. Imagine, if a person destined to be the main character refused to practice martial arts, how could one motivate her? The answer was simple: extreme stimulation. For instance, being defiled oneself, parents getting killed, lovers mutilated, benefactors harmed. F***K. Under the strict supervision of Master Briggs, Silas finally bowed an age to understand how to circulate her internal energy after 2 days. Her journey into cultivation officially got on track. He rushed to the storeroom, grabbed 100 spirit stones, and tossed them onto the table with a clatter. Looking at the gleaming spirit stones covering the table, Silas gasped in shock, her hand over her mouth. These, each one is worth over 100 silver taels. They're too precious for me to take. Briggs, wiping his sweat, rolled his eyes. Who said anything about giving them away for free? I'm lending them to you. Sign here and put your thumbprint down. Handing her the IOU and a pen, seeing that this Waboan was hesitant to sign, Briggs forcibly pressed her hand onto the paper to leave an imprint. Listen up. According to the IOU, you must reach the first level of Arvin condensation within 3 days. If you don't, you'll owe me 60 spirit stones. As Briggs shook the IOU in one hand, he pushed 50 spirit stones in front of Silas. You must reach the peak of Arvin condensation within half a year, or pay back 30% more. Reach the foundation establishment stage within a year, or pay back 50% more. Form a golden core within 3 years. Reach the golden core stage within 5 years. Form a nascent soul within 10 years. The deity transformation stage within 20 years. The tribulation transcending stage within 30 years. And become a true immortal within 50 years. For every year you are late, the debt doubles. With compound interest. If you delay too long, selling yourself won't cover the debt. If any cultivator heard Briggs's debowins, they'd probably slap him hard. This wasn't asking for money. It was like debowending a life. And reaching true immortality within 50 years? Even making a golden core within 50 years was uncertain. However, Silas, a commoner until recently, believed Briggs's terms were normal and nodded hurriedly. Briggs knew his conditions were somewhat harsh, but this Waboan was the protagonist. If the protagonist wasn't tough, what kind of protagonist would she be? Compared to others, he gave her plenty of time. With a ruler in hand, Briggs stood cross-armed beside Silas, watching her sit in lotus position for cultivation. Inherited from his father were fierce features and stern eyes, making Briggs appear quite intimidating. Every time Silas became distracted, the ruler would instantly land on her shoulder, shocking her back to focus. Occasionally, even when she did nothing wrong, Briggs would still hit her, claiming it was to toughen her mentally and make her accustomed to external distractions. Seeing Silas fully engrossed in deep meditation, Briggs finally put down the ruler. The primary reason for putting down the ruler was that Silas had become overly reactive, showing no significant reaction anymore, nor did her body tremble. This left Briggs feeling rather bored. It's also time for me to cultivate properly. After all, relying on others isn't as good as relying on oneself. Coming to Silas's side, Briggs sat in lotus position, formed the mudra, and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, as his true chi circulated internally, one of the 50 spirit stones on the table began to float. A torrent of refined spirit energy surged from within the stone and streamed into Briggs's body in filament-like threads. This was how spirit stones were used. Regular cultivators needed to refine raw spirit energy from the world, but due to its scarcity, it took immense effort, slowing their progress significantly. Spirit stones contained highly refined energy that could be absorbed almost immediately, making cultivation with and without spirit stones worlds apart. This was why spirit stones were so expensive. Briggs, lost in meditation, didn't notice something strange. When he closed his eyes, the spirit stones before Silas also began to rise. Not just one, but all 50. Powerful currents of spirit energy surged forth, flooding into Silas's body in torrents. While it took Briggs an hour to absorb one stone, Silas absorbed 50 stones, a total of 50 stones, in just half an hour. Her flesh was like white jade, her body a perfect vessel. Others took centuries to cultivate, but 9 Jade Body could accomplish it in an instant. 9 Jade Body, the apex of cultivation physiques, renowned for its extraordinary speed and cultivation. Others consumed spirit energy like drinking water, while this constitution stored it like a reservoir, filling up instantly. At this moment, Silas was a Huboan Jade Stone. Her conversion rate and storage capacity far surpassed ordinary cultivators, so much so that they couldn't even hope to compare. Not only the 50 stones before her, but even the scattered stones near Briggs, including the one he was absorbing from, began emitting spirit energy uncontrollably, rushing towards Silas's body. After less than an hour of meditation, Briggs frowned, opening his eyes. The spirit energy from the stones suddenly stopped, causing him to wonder if it was a used one. How careless must the guy who bought these stones have been? Confused, Briggs opened his eyes and saw Silas cleaning again. Was this Wuboan obsessed with cleaning? Why wasn't she cultivating? Fury rose in his heart. Boldness coursed through his veins. At this moment, Briggs cared little about Silas's protagonism, grabbing the ruler and charging towards her. Startled by the sound, Silas jumped and turned around to see Briggs lunging at her menacingly, screaming and running away. They circled the room 3 whole times, with Briggs unable to catch her. I'm kindly teaching you cultivation, and you dare to slack off. Stop right there. If I don't split your ass today, I'll change my surname. BB, but my butt is already in 2 halves. Do you think it's enough? Do you think it's enough? You're talking back to me. The chase resumed, from inside the room to outside and back again. 4 or 5 rounds later, Briggs was truly exhausted. Plunking down against the door, Briggs panted heavily, rolling his eyes. Silas was also utterly worn out, hanging onto the table, breathing heavily. Don't chase anymore. You won't run anymore and I won't chase. Do you think I'm stupid? If I don't run, you'll beat me. Chapter 14. Achieving the feat of betraying one's master. Silas tried to flee with all her might, but it was tragically futile. Briggs could miss countless times, but if Silas failed to dodge just once, she would be in deep trouble. Eventually, Silas was caught by Briggs, who grabbed her collar and dragged her back into the room. But before Briggs could act out a scene where the strict master molds the perfect disciple, he discovered something that made him even more frustrated. Shit, where are my jade stones? All those piles of spirit jades. Releasing Silas, Briggs rushed to the table, only to find it completely empty. Turning his expressionless gaze back to Silas, he noticed her eyes darting around nervously. Slamming the ruler on the desk, Briggs's eyes turned fierce. What happened to the spirit jades? Silas jumped in fright and instinctively glanced at the trash can. Briggs immediately picked up on this small gesture and, in 2 strides, reached the trash can. Inside, he found nothing but ash with tiny specks of sparkle. Picking up a handful of this glowing ash, Briggs's expression grew serious. He knew exactly what this was, jade powder. The unique product formed after the internal spirit energy of jade stones is exhausted, basically jade scraps. Brushing off the ash, Briggs frowned as he looked at Silas. Just as she felt uneasy, Briggs suddenly spoke. What realm are you at now? I promise, I will definitely break through to the first stage of Arvan condensation next time. Please don't punish me. Cowering in the corner, Silas trembled. Briggs, too, shivered in disbelief. To consume over 100 spirit jades and instantly reach half-step, first stage Arvan condensation on the first try? What kind of monster is this? Does she plan to leave no path for ordinary cultivators? Does being the protagonist make her so extraordinary? Does she not follow any logic? Bear in mind, whether practicing martial arts or cultivating immortality, entering the gate is the hardest part. It requires slow and meticulous work, gradually infusing one's mortal body with spirit energy until all impurities are cleared. Briggs's body had taken 3 years to progress from an ordinary person to the first stage Arvan condensation. His father, Kanal, considered a once-in-a-century genius by the Walter family, took 1.5 years. And this Wuboan was nearly breaking through after just half an hour? Grasping his hair, Briggs felt like someone had stuffed a box of lemons into his brain. Jealousy burned green in his eyes. He almost impulsively stabbed Silas. Unfamiliar with the cultivation system, Silas didn't realize how frightening her talent was. She secretly dumped the jade scraps mainly because she feared Briggs would blame her entirely. If that happened, Silas would have to sell herself. After all, 100 spirit stones were equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. You wait here. Don't move. I'll be right back. Leaving the ruler behind, Briggs dashed out of the courtyard, leaving Silas standing uneasily in the room, nervously twiddling her thumbs. Arriving at the Walter family storeroom, Briggs kicked open the door to the spirit stone storage vault. Opening his 5-meter storage ring, he quickly scooped up a large pile of spirit stones. As he turned to leave, he was stopped by a steward. Sir Walter, what are you doing with so many spirit stones? Retrieving a large quantity requires master's approval. Briggs, annoyed, snapped. My father is your master. A son taking his father's things? Is that wrong? But, according to the rules can go to hell. In the Walter manner, I am the rule. Grabbing a tray nearby, he beat the skinny old Bowen until he cowered in fear. Then Briggs stormed out of the warehouse in a rage. Who did this fool think he was, talking about rules with him, acting all high and mighty? Had he ever followed the rules himself? This little old Bowen was worse than his elder brothers. Back in the room, Briggs poured out the spirit stones. Suck them up. Suck as much as you want. Let's see how much you can absorb. Silas was startled, clutching her robe and hiding in the corner without daring to look up. But, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay. Don't worry. It's a small matter. Can't pay? Then you? Can I not repay at all? Dream on. Pay when you can afford it later. No nonsense. Get to work. Under the threat of Briggs's ruler, despite her reluctance, Silas had no choice but to comply. Closing her eyes once again, she began absorbing the spirit stones. Waves of spirit energy surged into her body, enveloping her in a torrential flow. The scene left Briggs speechless. Ultimately, more than 2,000 spirit stones supported the process for only a few hours. When the last stone turned to ash, Silas, sitting on the bed, began to glow faintly. Not only had she successfully condensed chi, but she had also broken through to the third stage Arvan condensation. This rocket-like progression had Briggs repeatedly banging his head against the wall. If eating jade stones had this effect, Briggs wouldn't hesitate to eat jade, let alone do far crazier things. Half an hour later, Briggs returned to the storeroom, tossing the steward aside and raiding it thoroughly. Despite the Walter family being relatively new aristocrats in Anislong City, established for merely 3 centuries, their wealth was vast. They dealt in medicinal herbs and weapons, both highly profitable ventures. Even a side storeroom contained over 30,000 spirit stones, intended for the monthly cultivation needs of family members. Half a month later, the 30,000 spirit stones Briggs took were almost depleted. Back in the room, Briggs lounged in a chair while Silas sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting her breath. After intense training, Briggs finally broke through to become a 6th-stage Arvan cultivator. As for Silas, 4 days ago, she had begun attempting to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, she had already reached the grand perfection of 9th-stage Arvan condensation. For someone with essence jade body, there was no phase of refining true chi. As long as spirit energy was sufficient and spirit stones plentiful, the only thing holding them back were major bottlenecks. Reaching peak golden core within a month of just obtaining it was normal for her type. After meditating for a long time, Silas opened her eyes and sighed. I can't break through. Congratulations indeed. The abundance of spirit energy in my body makes advancing to foundation establishment extremely difficult. Forcing it would likely take months. See? Karma. Master, please stop being sarcastic. What? You dare talk back to me now that your cultivation has surpassed mine? Don't forget, I'm still your master. Whether you're at the Arvan condensation stage, or even reach the soul formation stage, I'll still discipline you. Furiously slamming the table, Briggs stood up, though his body remained wisely distant. Yesterday, just as Briggs prepared to scold Silas under the guise of being a master, she fiercely retaliated, throwing him over her shoulder and causing severe epilepsy. This Waboan had grown strong and dared to fight back, striking her master. A grave offense. Wasn't there anyone to discipline her? Chapter 15. Dixon's Transformation. Outside the Walter family residence, Briggs wobbled out of the main gate. He was planning to go buy some alcohol and snacks along with it. Anything delicious, roast chicken, barbecued duck, braised pig trotters, crabs, lobsters, stewed geese, he'd get everything. Then he would take it all back and eat in front of Silas, without giving her any, just to make her angry. This Waboan had learned to rebel. Previously she had been such a meek and obedient girl. Ever since she gained power and realized that she could beat him up, her behavior had become increasingly outrageous. She forced him to help her clean, to help her plant things. That girl even uprooted all the flowers in the 2 flower beds by the door and insisted on planting peanuts? Did the Walter family lack for peanuts? The flowers were all expensive varieties, enough to buy 1,000 pounds of peanuts. And just now, this ungrateful apprentice actually snatched his ruler away. What was she going to do with it? Rebel against her master and destroy the lineage, perhaps? Or maybe she even wanted to hit him with the ruler. She had turned traitor. Note, Jia seems to be a mistranslation or typo. In the context of a master-apprentice relationship and given the traditional setting, ruler is likely the correct term for jiachu, which is a teaching tool or disciplinary item. Briggs glared, kicked a pebble, and stormed off in a fit of rage, deciding to cool down first. Walking down the street, Briggs bought Bowenny delicious foods, munching on them as he walked. But after a while, Briggs suddenly stopped in his tracks. Carrying the large pile of food, he slowly turned his head to look behind him. Have you been following me? Is there something you need? Yes, of course I have. The hooded figure from behind stepped forward, slowly removing his hood. Briggs recognized the face. His eyes widened in shock. Dixon? That's right. Your grandpa is here. Ha 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 ha. Really you? How can it be you? Why are you like this now? Ha 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 ha. He threw the food in his hand to the ground, laughing uncontrollably. It was no wonder he laughed. He hadn't recognized the person behind him as Dixon earlier. Even less did he expect that the person tailing him would be the protagonist. Because Dixon's halo above his head had changed color. It was now black. A villain, just like Briggs. This protagonist had actually transformed into a villain. Seeing Briggs laugh so hard, Dixon quickly checked himself to ensure nothing had slipped out before his expression turned grotesquely twisted. What are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha. I said, why are you turning into someone like me? Don't give me that scowl as if I owe you money. Now we're both crows, so stop complaining about each other's darkness. Bullshit, I'm not like you guys. Not the same? Sure, definitely not. Wiping away tears from laughter, Briggs gazed at the blackish-red halo over Dixon's head, his smile gradually fading. Indeed, not the same. At least I haven't killed anyone, nor would I kill for money. You. Hearing these words, Dixon's eyes instantly widened, fists clenching tightly. In his character destiny, he was destined to encounter a wealthy merchant soon, then be driven by greed to commit murder. By the looks of it, this probably wasn't his first time doing this. Briggs never imagined that the former protagonist, the once son of fate, would come to this end. Was it because his fortune was stolen? Without the 9 jade body, Dixon received only cultivation techniques and was relentlessly pursued by the Walter family, forcing him onto a path of no return? Dixon, I should have known. Since Silas can replace you as the protagonist, you, this reject, naturally fall to a side character. Isn't that right? Big villain. Trenton? Where is Trenton? What did you do to her? At the mention of his childhood friend, Dixon's face changed. Upon hearing this, Briggs's expression immediately turned sour. Ho ho ho, what did I do to her? I treated her very well. Didn't you see all this food? These aren't enough for one person. Kicking at the food by his feet, Briggs smiled wickedly. I plan to buy some roasted kidneys, chives, goji berries, and special medicine from the pharmacy later. Right. There's something I must tell you. Silas, your choice is good. Very refreshing indeed. Briggs, I'll kill you. Initially, Dixon only intended to force information out of Briggs and then kill him. Now enraged, he lunged forward, swinging his fist wildly. Briggs also refused to back down, stepping forward and delivering a punch. With a resounding bang, their fists collided. They exchanged dozens of blows swiftly. As the third-rank heart method, Sangyu by Yu Jing, circulated within them, their movements became faster. Finally, with another bang, they exchanged one last powerful punch, neither emerging victorious. Breathless, Briggs wiped the sweat from his face, feeling rather helpless. Should we pause? We have the same master. Our defenses can't be broken. Bullshit. I could crush you 100 times over. I think we should rest. Unlike you, I'm quite busy at night and have important matters to attend to. What the hell? The two clashed again, attacking with extreme viciousness. Especially Dixon, targeting Briggs's groin repeatedly. Punches, blocks, counterattacks, and retreats. They suddenly leaped forward simultaneously, aiming knee strikes at each other. With a bang, both fell to the ground, clutching their groins and twitching. Neither gained any advantage from the brawl between these two ruffians. Struggling with immense pain, they couldn't get up for a long time. Just as they finally recovered and prepared to continue fighting, the distant sounds of rushing footsteps approached. The city guards had arrived on the scene. Don't think city guards are useless. Even if they are, their numbers made up for it. A dozen guards rushed over, weapons gleaming, startling Dixon into shivering. Flipping onto the roof, Dixon hurriedly fled. As for Briggs, he didn't even consider chasing after him. Just a fallen villain with a black halo wasn't worth risking his life. What's impressive about a single black halo? They have a whole bunch of them. Over 100. Forget black halos. Their family has plenty of red halos. When it comes to criminal forces, no one dares defy them. Fourth Master, are you alright? The guards surrounded Briggs protectively. The captain anxiously asked, but only received a glare in return. Could you guys run slower next time? If this guy was stronger than me, my body would be cold by now. Well, our strength is limited. Forget it. Help me issue a citywide bowen hunt for him. His name is Dixon, from the nearby village near Anislong City. The usual reward goes to whoever catches him. I'll offer 5,000 taels of silver. No, 10,000 taels. As Briggs spoke, the guard's eyes lit up. With a bang, everyone scattered. Even those helping Briggs and the captain asking after his health vanished instantly. Watching them disappear in an instant, Briggs couldn't help but frown. When it comes to money, they run fast enough. Truly. This bastard actually kicked my groin? Do you have any martial virtue left? Next time, I'll disable you completely. Chapter 16. Walter Lawson's Unyielding Heart. Just as Briggs accidentally encountered Lincoln and clashed with him, something was happening within the Walter residence. In Briggs's courtyard, Silas was hanging clothes out to dry while humming a little tune, a radiant smile on her face as if she was reminiscing about something delightful. Behind her waistband was a ruler tucked in place. About 50 meters away from the courtyard, a group of people lay in ambush, 6 sycophants and the long-absent Walter Lawson. The latter leaned indolently against the wall while the former stealthily observed Silas. Seeing that Silas had no intention of coming out, one sycophant scratched his head irritably. Gosh, is this Wobowen reincarnated as a Pekingese? Nobody's keeping her on a leash either, yet why won't she come out of the yard? Exactly. We've been waiting here for half a month, and she hasn't shown any sign of leaving at all. She really has great self-control. So what should we do now? We can't just rush in and grab her, right? If we storm Fourth Master's territory and he catches us, he'll tear us apart. The group looked at each other helplessly, unsure of what to do next. Walter Lawson, who was smoking his pipe in a corner, abruptly threw it to the ground upon hearing their words and stood up angrily. No more time to waste. Let's go and just grab her. Startled by Walter Lawson's sudden action, the henchmen were so frightened that they quickly blocked their master. Please calm down, Third Master. You can't do this. You know how much Lord Walter loves Fourth Master. If he finds out about this, if this gets reported to Lord Walter, things will really get complicated. Of course, the sycophants would stop him. They feared death. Even if things escalated and reached Kanal, he wouldn't punish Walter Lawson too harshly over a peasant girl. But for them, there was a high chance they'd be made scapegoats and die on the spot given Walter Lawson's ruthless nature. Listening to his subordinates' warnings, Walter Lawson was furious. For the sake of a peasant girl, he was beaten, had his dignity compromised, and nearly buried alive. How could he swallow this indignation? For the past half-month, he and the henchman had been patiently waiting outside, hoping to catch the Wellbowen and exact revenge. Yet the Wellbowen stubbornly refused to leave the yard, as if she held a grudge against him. Considering his reputation for causing trouble, nobody dared defy him. When had he ever felt so stifled? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Walter Lausan quietly returned to his corner without making a scene. After all, Walter Lao Si seemed to have gone off the deep end recently, becoming even more despicable than him. His viciousness knew no bounds, always ready to bury anyone who crossed him. Confronting this cunning version of Walter Lao Si made Walter Lausan uneasy. Dark-faced, Walter Lausan smoked furiously, while the 6 sycophants exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the small gate far ahead was pushed open, and the Wellbowen who had stayed in the yard for half a month finally came out. Seeing this, Walter Lausan leaped up from the ground, almost shedding tears of excitement. His expression twisted nastily. Go, let me confront this little bitch. Yes, chief. The 7 crept along discreetly behind Silas. Meanwhile, Silas carried a small floral basket in one hand and held Briggs's pass token in the other. Surrounded by servants and maids, her expression was somewhat tense. Actually, Silas didn't want to leave the small yard since she didn't have a good impression of the Walter family. Why would she willingly put herself in harm's way? Her easygoing nature meant she could stay in the small courtyard indefinitely as long as food was sufficient. However, due to the series of setbacks in cultivation and behavior Briggs faced, he was visibly thinning and no longer as cheerful. This left Silas deeply guilty, believing she was partly responsible for putting him through such hardship. So, she decided to use her own money to buy meat and make dishes to repay him. While others might think differently, Briggs, who was trying to lose weight after arriving from another world, probably wouldn't be too happy. Ignoring the odd looks from the maids, Silas quickly walked through the crowd towards the gate. With Briggs's token in hand, no one dared to stop her. As Walter Lausan and his followers trailed behind, watching the dwindling crowd, their expressions turned increasingly sinister. Truthfully, Silas, though pretty in an elegant way, was not exceptionally beautiful. Walter Lausan wasn't particularly obsessed with her. Being from the top-notch family in Anisklang City and a notorious thug within hundreds of miles, he had seen women of all sorts, including beauties. Especially those from the Walterglowen Pavilion. Their delicate features made even imperfect faces appealing. But he clung to Silas purely out of spite, intending to upset his 4th brother. Martial artists usually refrain from defiling themselves before adulthood for better cultivation. Briggs, like Lincoln, followed this rule, which is why Silas caught Walter Lausan's eye. Walter Lausan, however, practiced a unique technique that didn't require preserving energy and allowed rapid advancement before the core formation stage. Its downside was insufficient longevity, making it fast but weak later on. He chose this method in childhood partly because Kanal disapproved of his 3rd son, often showing dissatisfaction, thinking Walter Lausan, without a promising future, lacked authority and was thus unworthy of investment. As they walked, they finally reached a deserted garden. Despite its aesthetic design by renowned artisans, a place unappreciated by the coarse Walter family, it mesmerized Silas momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Walter Lausan and his men grinned maliciously, emerging from their hiding spots. This little wench. She picked a perfect place for our operation. Chapter 17. A second confrontation. With 2 thuds of footsteps, Silas, who was admiring flowers ahead, was startled. Reflexively stepping back, she grew agitated and even pulled the flower in her hand clean off its stem. Upon turning to see who had arrived, Silas's face turned even paler. Watching Walter Lausan raise his hand to clutch her collar as she shrank back, Walter Lausan stroked his bearded face, smiling malevolently. Ah, Monique Jacob, we meet again. Have you been well since our last encounter? You. What do you want? What do I want? No, don't misunderstand. I wouldn't dare do anything to you. After all, you have my dear 3rd brother protecting you. Rather, I should ask what you're up to. Quickly striding over to the broken flower, Walter Lausan dramatically inspected it with a furrowed brow. TSK. What a fine spiritual dragon leaf flower you've just torn apart. Do you know how much this flower costs? Women. Walking alongside him, a subordinate also sneered but hesitated when he heard the complaint. Big brother, dragon leaf flowers are white. This one is blue. It's not a dragon leaf flower. I didn't ask you, did I? With a sharp slap, Walter Lausan made the subordinate spin around on the spot, his expression vicious. So knowledgeable about flowers, huh? Why don't you go tend to them? Why are you hanging around me? Sorry, big brother. After dealing with the talkative subordinate, Walter Lausan turned back to Silas, his sinister smile reappearing. He pointed at the broken flower. Speak. How much will you compensate? Silas glanced at him, speaking very softly. 1 taels and 3 cash coins. That's the market price. Here are 2 taels. No need for change. With that, she hastily dug into her pocket, grabbed 2 small silver ingots, and tossed them at Walter Lausan's feet. This left Walter Lausan, who was ready to concoct an excuse to apprehend Silas, completely bewildered. Lowering his eyes to the silver, then looking up at Silas, he hesitated before turning to glance at the talkative subordinate. The subordinate nodded slightly. The market price for dragon leaf flowers is indeed 1 taels and 3 cash coins. You said this isn't a dragon leaf flower, so what is it? Heavenly gold orchid. Heavenly gold orchid? Nice name. Sounds expensive. How much does 1 heavenly gold orchid cost? Well, a heavenly gold orchid, the market price is about 99 cash coins. Lord 3, you owe her 1 taels and 1 cash coin. Damn it. Another sharp slap rang out as Walter Lausan fiercely smacked the sycophant, his features contorting. Is your brain full of holes? Can't you find something more expensive? In his frustration, he struck the subordinate several times more, gritting his teeth. And you think I give refunds? Even Uncle Montgomery doesn't pay for meals at the restaurant. When have you ever seen me return money? Kicking the subordinate aside, Walter Lausan suddenly pointed his hand. Hold it, did I tell you to leave? Silas, who was carefully retreating, froze upon hearing this. After a brief pause, she abruptly dashed off, sprinting toward the distance. Seeing this, Walter Lausan's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he chased after her with his men. Run? Let's see where you can run in the Walter family. They chased and escaped through the residence, over scenic spots, back into the garden, and repeated the circuit. Eventually, Silas, unfamiliar with the layout, stopped running. Misunderstand, she wasn't tired. She had successfully bow-maneuvered herself into a dead-end alley. Before Silas could figure out how to jump over the Walter family's outer wall, which was like a mini-city wall, footsteps sounded from behind. Several staggering figures appeared in her line of sight. Walter Lausan, accompanied by his 6 lackeys, were gasping for breath while trying to move forward. Seeing Silas finally stop, they brightened up and increased their speed, marginally. Reaching Silas again, they stood several meters away, facing off. Walter Lausan casually leaned on the railing, then, gagged. Clutching his mouth, almost throwing up, Walter Lausan's face turned green. His underlings fared worse. Exhausted from the chase, they leaned against the railing and vomited outright. Hearing the retching sounds, Walter Lausan's lips trembled, nearly joining them. However, to save face, he forced down whatever was in his mouth. Kicking away a still vomiting subordinate, Walter Lausan glared at Silas with intense hatred. Noticing she hadn't even panted, Walter Lausan was filled with questions. Strange. The other day, when this Waboan was captured, she was like a small fish, barely struggling. Now, she's running so fast. Could that teacher's theory about people unleashing potential at the brink of death be true? Too puzzled to solve this mystery, Walter Lausan simply decided to catch her first. Excuses can come later. What are you standing around for? Attack. With Walter Lausan's roar, the 6 now composed subordinates exchanged looks. 2 of them, nearest to Silas, grinned nastily and lunged with claw-like hands. Arvin transforming into spirit form. Martial prowess bountifested. 9th rank martial technique. Tiger form fist. Roar. As internal chi circulated, 2 tiger illusions appeared behind them. The 2 thugs wildly flailed their claws, mimicking tigers as they rushed toward Silas, aiming to strike quickly and impress. Then, bang, a dull sound echoed, and one subordinate flying backward from Silas's high knee kick hit him squarely in the chest, tumbling like a snapped kite. Startled, the other subordinate panicked, his chi dissipating and the tiger illusion vanishing. He performed even worse than the first, bow-engaging only a scream before Silas's leg split down onto his head, knocking him out cold without a sound. Stunned by the immediate defeat of 2 subordinates, even Walter Lausan was taken aback, witnessing the grim scene of one unconscious and another writhing in agony. The remaining 4 looked at each other and nodded heavily. Together. Roaring, the 4 servants summoned various chi illusions behind them, charging towards Silas. Chapter 18. Silas's transformation. Monkey fist. Watch my eagle claw. Snake form hands. Crane style 8 decisions. For figures, for martial art styles. Though these 4 servants held no special status, they were at least lackeys of Walter Lausan. Whether in terms of treatment or the martial arts they could learn, they were far better off than ordinary servants. Each had a cultivation level around the 4th stage of the later heaven realm. While they ranked low within the Walter family, this strength was more than sufficient to bully commoners. If it had been the old Silas, any one of them could have easily subdued her. But Silas was now transformed. With the blessing of the protagonist aura and possessing the 9 jade body, she had evolved from an ordinary person who knew a little boxing and footwork into a near foundation establishing expert within half a month. This so-called foundation establishment realm corresponds to the martial artist realm of dust shattering and source returning, which is the innate realm. An ordinary person without talent or resources would likely never reach this level in their lifetime. Although only a half step away from innate, Silas's strength now thoroughly dominated these 4 servants. The servant practicing monkey fist lunged first, emitting high-pitched squeals as he attacked. However, after just a few exchanges, Silas landed a side kick on his neck. His body spun through the air and crashed heavily onto the ground with a thud, losing consciousness instantly. The eagle claw Bowen swooped in next, grabbing Silas's shoulder. Yet, with just a slight shake of her shoulders, Silas caused him to release his grip while shrieking in pain. His trembling hand was already twisted and deformed by the true chi shock, obviously rendered useless. Before the eagle claw Bowen could even cry out and retreat, Silas had already charged in from the side with a shoulder charge, sending him flying several meters before crashing into a wall with a loud boom, leaving visible cracks. Within moments, 2 more were down. The remaining 2 servants were both shocked and enraged. After exchanging glances, they attempted to coordinate their attacks. However, when snake form hands tried to wrap around Silas's arm, she twisted it back, causing his arm to twist like a pretzel. Another crack sounded as the Bowen flew through the air, the arm that was grabbed dislocated due to the intense force. Ignoring the servant who was clutching his injured arm and rolling on the ground in agony, Silas turned her fierce gaze towards the last servant. Gone was the delicate demeanor of the gentle lady. Startled, the final servant flailed and tried to defend himself while retreating. But Silas charged forward, mountain collapsing strength, skull-shattering strike, followed by Walter Bradford swing arm. With a dull thud, the final servant's head was struck by Silas's arm swung with full force, hitting the ground like a cannonball and falling silent. Exhausted from disabling 6 men, Silas panted slightly. Her stance changed, one hand raised behind her, the other clenched in a fist pointing forward. From a distance, Walter Lausan's expression darkened as he watched Silas adopt this starting stance, his pupils constricting. Foot like a tree stump, body like willow, both fists skilled in attack and defense, lifting a cauldron like play. 3 mountains and 5 peaks walk around. This is our Walter family's 32 movements of Walter Bradford Mountain Collapse Fist. That Ganon actually privately taught us Walter family martial arts. He's asking for death. Walter Lao San's face grew grim, and he abruptly shrugged off his coat. Privately teaching martial arts to outsiders was a serious offense, especially forbidden family secrets. Indeed, although Walter Bradford Mountain Collapse Fist was only an 8th class martial art and widespread, it was strictly kept within the Walter family. It was the precursor skill to the Walter Bradford Army Breaking Fist and considered part of its external techniques. A smirk appeared on Walter Lao San's face, turning increasingly vicious. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. That Ganon dared to privately teach this martial art? I'll report to father and break his legs. As for you, I don't need an excuse to deal with you now, Waboan. Silas's eyes widened, her face growing heavy. People do change, especially after experiencing significant events and gaining power. Realizing her newfound strength, the once timid Silas had subtly transformed inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dealt such harsh blows to the 6 men. Her fierce retaliation was also partly revenge for being forcefully taken twice. Despite her inner reservations, she didn't dare go too far, only injuring the others. She didn't want to cause trouble for her benefactor. However, hearing Walter Lao San's words made Silas's heart sink. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She switched her stance, shifting from defensive to a powerful offensive stance characteristic of Walter Bradford Mountain Collapse Fist. Although Walter Lao San maintained a smile, he became more alert. Still, despite his vigilance, he didn't take her seriously. Defeating a few servants wasn't much. She was still an ordinary Waboan from half a month ago. Raising his fists, blood chi spread from his body. Behind him, a phantom emperor clad in blood-red armor gradually materialized. Walter Family Ultimate Technique. 5th Class Walter Bradford Army Breaking Fist. I'll break your limbs first, then deal with you slowly, Waboan. Amidst a deranged laugh, Walter Lao San distracted her with words, then lunged forward with a punch aimed at Silas's face. Instead of dodging, she met his punch with equal force. A sharp crack echoed as both fists reeled back. Silas's face was pale, fingers severely twisted. Meanwhile, Walter Lao San's entire arm was deformed, broken bones piercing through flesh. Walter Lao San screamed in pain, eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing the white lotus-like martial arts phantom behind Silas further shocked him. This was not just Walter Bradford Mountain Collapse Fist. At least, not purely so. This Waboan possessed internal cultivation comparable to the Walter family's ultimate technique, impossible for a mere village girl. Ignoring Walter Lao San's shock, Silas endured the pain from her broken fingers and capitalized on her victory, rushing towards the terrified Walter Lao San. Lifted hand. Walter Bradford lifts cauldron. Elbow strikes straight to his jaw. Inch step. Flying shoulder charge. Disabling strikes. 12 consecutive hits. Final move. Mountain collapse skull shatter. Her fist tightened, knuckles protruding, delivering a powerful blow to Walter Lao San's temple. A sharp cracking sound followed as Silas's full-strength attack landed. Walter Lao San staggered sideways, touching his temple and seeing blood on his hand, his eyes wide in disbelief. Breaking tendons. This Waboan used a killing move. Kneading his lips, trying to speak, a mouthful of blood involuntarily gushed out. Before he could finish spitting it out, Silas rushed forward like a leopard, knee striking his neck and elbow slamming down in a dual attack. Double peak shatter head. Another killing move. Chapter 19. Silas's exposure. Murder. This was something Silas had never done. As a simple noble Waboan before, she had never even dared to think about it. But at this moment, Silas's actions were ruthless. Because the Boan in front of her had just said that if word got out that she had learned the Walter family's martial arts, not only would she die, but Briggs, who helped her, would likely not have a good end either. Silas did not want to die. She had just learned martial arts, had just started living a good life, and had just found her purpose in life. She didn't want to die like this, senselessly, and she couldn't allow herself to drag down her benefactor with her. So today, she must stop this Boan. If he didn't die, she would. Thus, Silas could only ask him to die. And there were still unresolved grievances between them. Now that Silas possessed great power, she would settle all old and new grudges once and for all. Under Walter Lao San's terrified gaze, Silas lunged forward, elbow aimed directly at his crown and knee targeting his neck. Walter Lao San, who had used this move on others before, understood well that if struck by this technique, his skull would shatter, leaving him no hope of survival. However, Walter Lao San could not dodge. The Waboan's earlier rapid strikes had numbed his muscles, leaving his legs too weak to muster any strength. Walter Lao San could only wait for death. 3rd grade immortal technique. The profound jade scripture, plus the quasi-foundation establishment realm that surpassed Walter Lao San. Even if the techniques didn't match, it was enough to overpower Walter Lao San. Boom. A heavy sound echoed as Silas, leaping through the air, collided heavily with Walter Lao San. The next second, Silas, who had clearly been in an advantageous position moments ago, flew backward like a broken kite, taking several steps back before barely regaining her balance. Bracing her legs against the ground, Silas covered her chest with her hand and coughed up a mouthful of blood. From behind the stunned Walter Lao San, heavy footsteps approached. A towering Boan walked forward from behind, flanked by numerous guards and Walter family elders. You useless waste. A Waboan beat you like this? Did you spend your years of cultivation on dogs? Kanal glared fiercely at his 3rd son. If not for Walter Lao San's severe injuries, he might have slapped him already. Initially, a servant had reported that someone was fighting in the inner courtyard, and that it had escalated into a serious confrontation. Kanal thought it might be an enemy invasion or a wandering martial artist seeking to perform a heroic deed. Instead, upon arrival, he saw his 3rd son beaten like a dog by a Waboan. How could Kanal hold his head high in front of the elders and guards? Mickey, Shut up. Get lost. Walter Lao San tried to explain but was immediately silenced by Kanal. Stepping over Walter Lao-san, Kanal sized up Silas and then his eyes lit up. "Ho, pretty little girl, with a nice demeanor. Why are you causing trouble in my Walter family? Give me a reason not to kill you." Struck internally by Kanal's technique, Silas's complexion paled, lips tightly pressed together, not intending to speak. Seeing this, Kanal prepared to continue questioning, but Walter Lao-san answered first. "Father, Remy secretly taught this Waboan the king mountain-crushing fist. This is a major taboo in our family, father." Upon hearing this, the gathered Walter family disciples' faces changed dramatically. Even Kanal's expression darkened. He turned and gave Walter Lao-san a fierce glare, frightening him into silence. Turning to Silas, Kanal asked coldly, "Did you really learn the mountain-crushing fist?" Feeling the hostile gazes around her, Silas's face grew paler, realizing she was unlikely to escape. Gritting her teeth, ignoring the pain from her broken fingers, Silas charged straight at Kanal. "Whether I learned it or not, you can see for yourself." Saying that, she threw a punch, easily dodged by Kanal. Observing Silas's unstructured fist, Kanal raised an eyebrow. Behind him, Walter Lao-san felt uncomfortable under everyone's strange looks. "She really knows the mountain-crushing fist, father. Otherwise, how could she have beaten me like this? Oh, and she has Remy's token. She has his pass." Upon hearing this, Kanal's gaze hardened. Dodging Silas's punch, his arm shot out like lightning. Realizing the danger, Silas instinctively raised her knee and trapped Kanal's arm. Stopping the attack, Silas's face became even paler as she realized what had happened. Meanwhile, whispers began among the Walter family disciples. "Those are indeed the moves of the mountain-crushing fist. She uses it proficiently. She must have practiced for a long time. Teaching outsiders this martial art is a grave offense, punishable by expulsion and disabling of martial abilities." Hearing the murmurs, Walter Lao-san smiled smugly, knowing the situation was dire for her. This would ruin even the favored Remy, and as for the Waboan, death would be too lenient. But his smile gradually faded as the whispers shifted to criticize him. As a direct descendant, Walter Lao-san had qualified to learn the advanced family techniques. Yet he had been bested by a beginner's skills, making him seem utterly incompetent. Amidst these discussions, Kanal remained indifferent. With a grim expression, he blocked Silas's attacks, eventually seizing something from her after several exchanges. Not the token. Silas guarded it tightly. What Kanal took forcefully was a white jade ruler, another possession of Briggs. Recalling that this was a treasure Briggs stole after he scared him, Kanal replaced it with a steel one to continue intimidating his fourth son. Examining the ruler, Kanal's expression grew more peculiar. Recognizing his own carved words, he looked at Silas with odd eyes. "Are you really Remy's person? And you truly learned martial arts from him?" Silas didn't answer. At this point, it didn't matter what she said. Clutching her fists tightly, Silas unleashed her full potential with the Overlord mountain-crushing fist, attempting to force her way out. Unfortunately, Silas had no idea who stood before her. Kanal wasn't just anyone but a return-to-origin realm expert, equivalent to a golden core cultivator, and even stronger in combat. Such experts were exceedingly rare in the secular world, far beyond what a quasi-foundation establishment novice could handle. Easily evading dozens of attacks, Kanal confirmed Silas's use of the mountain-crushing fist and its proficiency. Casually catching her punch, he tightened his grip, twisted her broken fingers, eliciting a muffled scream from Silas. Chapter 20. The Crime of Transmitting Power. The heavy gate of the Walter family estate slowly creaked open. Briggs, humming a cheerful tune, strolled in with various newly purchased snacks, swaying slightly as he walked. Although he had encountered his enemy Dixon seeking vengeance along the way, Briggs's mood remained pleasant. After all, what could be more satisfying than seeing one's enemy fall from grace? But Briggs's good mood was about to dissipate quickly. Stepping into the courtyard, he noticed the odd gazes from the guards and servants around him. Sensing something amiss, the smile on Briggs's face gradually faded. At that moment, four armored warriors who had been waiting by the gate approached. Two of them flanked him on either side, effectively sandwiching him between them. "Ian, the Patriarch requests your presence." Hearing the grave voices beside him and seeing the imposing figures before him, Briggs felt a lump form in his throat. These were the Walter Martial Guards, the strongest force within the Walter family, used as a last resort against formidable enemies. Consisting of 132 members, even the weakest among them were at the innate realm, while their leaders were at the core formation realm, equivalent to the Jade formation realm in the cultivation world. In the secular world, they were an unparalleled force, one of the main reasons why the Walter family compounded respect for hundreds of miles around. And weren't these guards supposed to follow orders only from the family head? His adoptive father? Had something happened to his adoptive father? Did he want to divide the assets among them? But no, the old Bowen was still in robust health. Despite his confusion, Briggs had no choice but to go with them. The four men gave him no time to think. They hoisted him up by the arms and carried him straight into the Walter family hall. Above, the black dragon coils around the tiger beam. Below, four pillars stabilize all directions. On the day when the grand hall's mysterious doors open, life and death hang in the balance. The Walter Bradford Hall, a place reserved for interrogating direct descendants during significant events. Dumbfounded, Briggs watched as the four Walter Martial Guards followed their companions to guard the entrance, leaving him standing at the open door, swallowing nervously as he gazed inside. He cautiously peeked in, forcing a smile. "Who has committed an error today? Do we need to feast? I'd like to sit at the children's table." "Briggs." Before Briggs could finish speaking, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the hall. 8 stewards and 4 elders turned to glare at him. "Seth, how dare you transmit our family's secret techniques to outsiders? Do you know what crime this is? Transmitting secret techniques privately carries severe punishment, death by cudgeling or, at the very least, expulsion after having your cultivation nullified. Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" Confused by the barrage of accusations, Briggs didn't quite grasp what was happening. Secret techniques of the Walter family? The so-called something fist and something skill? Just two fifth-rank martial arts, ones he didn't even value. Had he really transmitted them to someone else? Seeing Briggs's puzzled expression, an elderly elder with white hair leaned on his cane and spoke gravely. Little fourth, though the mountain-crushing fist is merely an external technique of low rank, it is categorized as a secret technique. By transmitting it to outsiders, you've indeed committed a grave mistake. This explanation enlightened Briggs, finally understanding what they were talking about. But the realization caused his face to turn pale. The mountain-crushing fist? He had only taught this to one person since arriving in this world. These brats wouldn't have? Father, did you capture Silas? Briggs's voice trembled in shock. Connell, who had been silently seated, nodded slowly. His gesture made Briggs feel as if his vision had darkened, nearly fainting on the spot. Capturing the protagonist? Were they looking for a short life? People wait for the protagonist's glory to unfold. Yet these guys had not only sought it out, but also played the role of archetypal villains perfectly. If they weren't killed, they would be letting down their own dark aura. Father, I truly didn't know that the wretched boxing technique was a family secret. I just found it casually in the martial repository. Never mind. Take responsibility for my own actions. It was me, Briggs, who transmitted the technique. Punish me instead. Release Silas. Take responsibility for your own actions? What bold words. Can you bear the consequences yourself? Achilles, responsible for Bowen aging clan members, slammed the table and turned to look at the stewards. What punishment should be meted out for such a serious offense by a clan member? The steward responded without delay, his face stern. Private transmission of family secrets warrants having one's cultivation nullified, limbs severed, and expulsion from the family. Yes, well done. Achilles nodded approvingly but was interrupted by a cough from the side. Turning instinctively, he saw Errol signaling to him, following his gaze to find Connell seated in the main position, glaring emotionlessly. In an instant, Achilles felt icy cold, even shivering. Connell had single-handedly turned the Walter family into a regional powerhouse. In just over 300 years since its establishment, Connell had ruled his head for nearly 2 centuries, sweeping through heavenly Dragon City and eliminating other rivals with unmatched ferocity. A true cunning hero, Connell had absolute control over the family. Titles like elder or steward were meaningless to him. Realizing Connell's unspoken displeasure, Achilles immediately shifted his tone. But considering the mountain-crushing fist is just an external technique and not a major secret, and that I enacted unintentionally, a lighter punishment seems appropriate. Errol, in charge of external affairs, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, a lighter punishment. Perhaps we should revoke Ian's monthly allowance for 3 years and restrict him from leaving the family compound for a year. Orlando also nodded in assent. That sounds fair. Given that the Waboan intentionally lured Ian, he should receive a lighter penalty. However, the Waboan maliciously stole our family's secret technique, an unforgivable act deserving limb severance and sensory deprivation. With each elder taking turns to speak, Briggs was effectively exonerated. Though some family members felt this unfair, none dared to object under Connell's watchful eye. Except one did, Briggs himself. Bullshit. Who said she lured me? It was Lord Seth who insisted on teaching her the martial arts. She was forced to learn. You can't bully a Waboan like that. Come at me if you have the guts. Chapter 21. Take it out on me. At this moment, Briggs was very anxious, but not about the punishment he was about to receive. After all, no matter how severe the punishment, his status remained. At worst, they might just strip him of his martial arts skills and expel him from the family. What's so terrible? They can't kill him, can they? Ever since he discovered that his family was a den of villains, Briggs had been preparing for his future. For example, he secretly transported money out as emergency funds and bought courtyards and other places for unexpected needs. Even if he were expelled this time, Briggs could confidently declare that the money he stole would be enough to sustain these fools for 10 years. He could still become a wealthy landowner, still enjoy the good life without worrying about being implicated by these people, which would actually be a good thing. However, if these guys were to follow through with their judgment, Briggs wouldn't need to be expelled. But what about Silas? Whether she was rescued or really executed and thrown out. Once this Waboan's protagonist aura flared up, Briggs feared that even if he ran to the ends of the earth, she'd find and finish him off. Would Briggs agree to that? Facing the stunned crowd, Briggs rushed to the 4 elders, slamming the table loudly. Do whatever you want to punish me. Disable my martial arts? Expel me from the family? Whatever suits you. I'm only at the 6th level of postnatal realm anyway. I'll give it all back to you, but release Silas now. Otherwise, I'll spread the Walter family secret techniques one by one. You, Aiden Walter, we are trying to help you. Nonsense. You're clearly trying to ruin me. You want me dead. Looking at the elders' aggrieved expressions, Briggs felt an intense surge of anger. Suddenly grabbing one elder's beard, he pulled hard. With a blood-curdling scream, the senior-most elder, who was even a generation older than Connell, clutched his chin and hastily retreated. Briggs stood there angrily, waving the white beard in his hand. You taught me a lousy outer sect boxing technique, yet look at your stingy behavior. Don't you think people will laugh at you? Aiden Walter, watch your words. Watch your grandmother. Amidst the chaos and uproar, Connell finally spoke. Little 4, stop making a scene. Making a scene? I'm saving us here. Father, if you don't want to let go, then disable my martial arts, expel me from the family. Hell, break my legs if you must. Just leave that Waboan alone. If you do, I'll cut ties with you right now. Cut ties? Bullshit. You'd sever ties for a Waboan? How dare you speak to me like that? You brat. Don't be ungrateful. I'm saving you. Old bastard. If not for you being nice to me, I wouldn't care if you died. Inside the grand hall, everyone watched as father and son bickered over a Waboan. The immediate family members looked perplexed. No one dared to say a word. Only Walter Lausen quickly approached and scolded Briggs. How dare you speak to your father like that? You ingrate. A Waboan isn't more important than your father. And look at how this foul Waboan injured me. Walter Lau San shook his bandaged arm while speaking. Upon seeing this, Briggs immediately understood how Silas's martial arts ability was exposed. Rage filled his heart, and fury surged within him. Briggs kicked aside a nearby officer, grabbed a chair, and placed it in front of Walter Lau San. Standing on the chair, he struck Walter Lau San with a palm from above. Staring at the bewildered Walter Lau San, Briggs pinched his injured arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Watching Walter Lau San frantically retreat, Briggs pointed at him angrily. I should have buried you in a dung pit, you fool. Seeing the bleeding wound again and hearing Briggs's rebuke, Walter Lau San's face contorted. Father, did you hear that? He admits he buried me earlier. He wanted to kill me. This Waboan must have been under his orders. Why order others to kill you? Watch out when sleeping. I might castrate you in the middle of the night. Father. In the solemn Walter family grand hall, chaos reigned. Brothers swore at each other, and the insults became increasingly vulgar. Kanal sat in the middle, his expression growing darker as the insults mentioned their parents. He slammed his hand on the table, producing a loud noise. Enough. The roar silenced the bickering instantly. Konal's gaze finally focused on Briggs. For a peasant Waboan, you're willing to make brothers enemies and fathers murderers? These words caused a silence in the grand hall. Briggs lay on the ground dramatically, looking despairingly at the sky. Either release her, or kill me. Either way, I'm doomed. Dying by your hands would be a quick end. You, hurry up and choose, but remember, I'm saving you. Saving you. Ahaha, good for you, Trenton. Your stubbornness is quite like mine. I never thought you'd be such a Boan of integrity. Originally stern, Kanal suddenly burst into laughter and returned to his seat. When I met your mother, I also quarreled with the elders over privately teaching martial arts. Unlike you, I killed those who wanted to cripple me, forcing them to shut up. With a wave of his hand, Kanal gave a subtle signal. Two Walter guards brought out a figure from the side court. Silas, slightly bruised but red-faced, hurried to Briggs's side after being released, quickly helping him up. Master Walter, you don't need to do this. Seeing Silas safe, Briggs sighed in relief. But when he noticed her bandaged arm, his eyes widened, covering his mouth abruptly. What happened to your arm? I calculated everything, except you turned out to be a donghua-like heroine. Are you planning to keep a pet and practice some mystical arm technique next? Who did this? Stand up if you dare. I'll fight you. Hearing Briggs's roar, Kanal calmly glanced at him. Your father did this. It's you? This time you're dead. Jean Lewin F.A. Bradford. Jean Lewin F.A. Bradford? Hearing Briggs's enraged nickname, Kanal raised an eyebrow. Since when did he become a Dharma King? Translation notes. Names are kept as provided. Briggs, Silas. Maintain the original tone, style, and structure. Adjusted sentence structures for natural English flow and clarity. Retained cultural nuances and character interactions as accurately as possible. Chapter 22. Konal's Little Calculations. Walter, Master Walter, you misunderstood Lord Walter. My hand wasn't hurt by him. Lifting her gaze to the savior who had rescued her twice and now stood up for her against her own father, Silas blushed slightly, lowering her head and tugging lightly at Briggs's robe. Briggs was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look at Silas. So, how did your hand get injured? It was accidentally bumped. Silas lowered her head even more, wishing she could press it into her chest. She couldn't possibly explain that she had broken her fingers while trying to strike someone full force. Master Walter, after my finger was broken before, it was Lord Walter who said it for me. Holding her bandaged hand, Silas's face grew even redder. When she attacked fiercely back then, Kanal casually grabbed her hand, leaving her thinking she would surely die. But not only did Kanal not harm her, he also realigned her bones using his inner strength to heal her meridians. Finally, he promised to protect her and brought her here. From her hiding place in the side room, Silas saw everything that happened next. A young Boan she barely knew for less than a month, who had saved her twice and now risked his relationship with his entire family for her. This made Silas's heart churn. Especially after experiencing betrayal from a childhood friend, comparing the two made Briggs's actions seem even more striking. The only downside was that this kind-hearted benefactor looked a bit, well, quite unconventional. Glancing sideways at the chubby boy beside her, Silas stealthily withdrew her gaze, blushing deeply and looking down. Actually, upon closer inspection, Master Walter wasn't too bad-looking. His chubby face was rather adorable. He just had small eyes, big ears, an intense stare, a round belly, and a coarse voice. Caught in a lover's eye view of beauty, Briggs was unaware. He was currently looking at his father with bewilderment, utterly confused. Seeing the blood-red aura of fate above Konal's head confirmed that he hadn't turned from a villain to a hero. This left Briggs even more puzzled. Why was this old Boan, a notorious villain, acting like a benevolent grandfather? Helping a protagonist heal injuries was something good guys did, not villains, especially not one undergoing such a drastic makeover. Could this old Boan also have been possessed? Wait, why also? Before Briggs could figure out what was happening, Kanal slowly rose from his chair, a smile appearing on his face. He glanced at Silas, his eyes flashing. Kanal was never a kind-hearted person. Quite the opposite. He was ruthless and malicious, annihilating entire families without a second thought. The three major families who once vied for supremacy over Anislong City were completely wiped out, including every last egg. Such a merciless Boan naturally wouldn't do anything genuinely good. He chose to help Silas and ensure her safety for a simple reason. Silas was worth protecting. If you encountered a prodigy who had nearly reached the foundation establishment stage at such a young age, would you crush her? To put it more simply, if you found a kid learning college-level material in middle school, and they were your son's best friend, would you break their leg just because they stole $10 and debound your son cut ties with them? Clearly, no. Kanal protected Silas because he valued her talent. After investigating further and learning that his fourth son had done bony reckless things for her, he felt delighted rather than angry. So, Kanal publicly gathered the clan members and staged a dramatic questioning scene right in front of Silas. Admitting that there was a gamble involved, Kanal believed that if things went well and his son fell for this girl enough to defy the family, it would be ideal, a beautiful and talented ally for the Walter family. If not, Kanal could conveniently shift blame to Silas in a crucial moment. Regardless of the outcome, Kanal wouldn't lose. The results pleased Kanal. His fourth son, though a troublemaker, stood firm in the critical moment. The Waboan's flushed face clearly showed how effective his son's words were. Clapping, Kanal walked towards the two, unable to hide his amusement. Monique Jacob indeed deserves admiration, captivating my son in less than a month. This old Boan is impressed. Silas blushed, opening her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Kanal. His smile faded as he resumed his stern expression. But rules are rules. My son defending you doesn't mean the Walter family will let you off. Moreover, he has committed grave mistakes, placing himself in dire straits. This time, he cannot escape punishment. But Master Walter. No buts. The nation has its laws, and the family has its rules. Without rules, there can be no order. Even I am helpless. Shaking his head, Kanal gestured towards the elders behind him. You see these elders? They hold ranks as high as mine. If they wish to punish my son, I can do nothing. Following Kanal's gesture, the four elders, who had been watching idly, straightened abruptly, nodding gravely. Indeed, the Walter family isn't ruled by the patriarch alone. These four old bones still carry some authority. If one commits a serious offense, even a noble Boan is treated like a commoner, let alone the patriarch's son. Himph, today, Briggs will either die or… Cough, cough, cough. The Price's words were cut short by an elbow to his stomach from the Errol, silencing him mid-sentence. Feeling the intense gazes of the other 3 elders and 8 executives, the Price sheepishly lowered his head. Noticing his silence, the others glared fiercely at him before turning their intimidating gaze back to Silas. The patriarch asked you to play along, so don't add unnecessary drama. If you go too far and anger the patriarch, you won't remain the Price. Unaware of the subterfuge, Silas remained tense. It's just teaching a martial art. I won't use it if it's that serious. No, no, no. Using it is your choice, but whether punishment is administered depends on them. So, how exactly do you plan to punish Master Walter? Watching Silas's increasingly pale face, Kanal smiled again, turning slightly to look back. According to family rules, what should the punishment be? The 4 elders exchanged looks, immediately catching on. One who secretly imparts secret arts must, according to the rule, have their arms severed and be expelled from the family. What? Chapter 23. The dagger appears when the map is unfurled. Just a martial art. You're actually willing to cut off Aiden Walter's hand? Aren't you his father? Can't you even save your own son? Standing hastily in front of Briggs, who had an indifferent expression, Silas's voice grew increasingly shrill. Kanal, looking her in the eyes, slowly shook his head. House rules cannot be broken. Moreover, I have 4 sons and more than 10 daughters. I don't need him for support in my old age. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. How can you be so heartless? What kind of father are you? Am I heartless? His actions were equivalent to secretly giving away our family business to outsiders, and he did this just to win a Waboan's favor. Not killing him with my own hands already shows restraint. Facing Kanal, whose face was livid, and the Walter family disciples standing up slowly from behind him, Silas, protecting Briggs, who remained expressionless like an outsider, clenched her fists tightly. Today, before I fall, let's see who dares to touch Aiden Walter. Watching Silas trying to block everyone, laughter immediately erupted from the crowd. Even Kanal shook his head with a smile. This girl indeed had terrifying talent, reaching half-step foundation establishment at such a young age. Unfortunately, she lacked common sense. Even if there were 100 of her, they wouldn't stand a chance against Kanal's palm. After all, foundation establishment versus golden core is a difference of 2 major realms. With a flick of his hands, Kanal placed them behind his back. He stood tall and ignored Silas, while 4 elders and several venerated members approached from behind. As the door burst open, numerous Xianxia Walter guards rushed in, armored and armed with swords. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from everyone, Silas, who had never seen such a situation, felt her legs going weak. After silently facing off for several seconds, Kanal's voice rang out. Move aside. Not moving. Do you think I care about killing one more person when I don't even care about my own son? Not moving. Absolutely not. Then don't blame me for being merciless. With a sudden motion, his silk sleeves tore apart. Veins bulging on his arms, several gold rings clashed together, emitting clear sounds. As Kanal's internal energy surged, he struck the opening stance of the Walter Bradford breaking army fist. The overwhelming energy sent those around him stumbling backward. Silas, who faced him directly, paled, took 2 steps back, and clung tightly to Briggs. Feeling the unmatched aura emanating from Kanal, Silas, desperately raising her fists, seemed like a candle trembling in the wind, as if she would be crushed without a single strike from him. The elders, also sensing this powerful presence, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In just a few short months, the patriarch has become even stronger. No wonder he is a rare genius in the Walter family every 1,000 years. With such strength, how could the Walter family not thrive? Normally, Kanal would have relished in these flattering words from behind, but now, he wanted to hear something else. After holding the pose for several seconds and getting nothing, he turned his head to look at the crowd behind him, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. These fools, just staring here for what? Watching a monkey show? Do you expect me to go over and punch this Waboan to death myself? Speak the lines. Kanal's unfriendly gaze instantly made everyone shudder, finally snapping them out of their instinctive flattery. One of them reacted quickly, sliding towards Conall's feet, kneeling down, and hugging his leg, crying out, "Patriarch, you mustn't. Little Four is the most talented among your sons. How can he die for a Waboan? Please reconsider." Conall looked at the elder who slid and hugged his thigh, his uncle, and remained silent. This old Boan cried loudly as if he were mourning the death of his own son. Meanwhile, Briggs, standing behind Silas, watching the scene unfold indifferently, paused. He had already realized that his father didn't plan to kill Silas and now cared about nothing else. As long as he didn't make an enemy of this new female protagonist, it didn't matter what the others were doing. But Briggs, who was picking his nose, couldn't help but turn to look around when he heard the elder's words. Most talented? Who is this old Boan talking about? Isn't he the most useless one among the Walter family's four wastes? No one paid attention to Briggs's doubtful gaze. The elders, having fully immersed themselves in their roles, along with the enforcers, rushed forward to intervene as if they were fighting for their own lives. "Patriarch, Ian is smart and will be the hope of our Walter family. You mustn't do this. Let go of me. A Boan who abandons everything for a Waboan is a waste. Why should I raise him? Ian has feelings and honor. Such a decision shows his care for family. Patriarch. Rules are rules. If feelings break the rules, then what's the point of having them? No one can stop me today." In the chaos, Conall charged toward them several times but was pulled back by the crowd each time. This intense scene frightened Silas, making her nerves taut. Only Briggs sneered at everyone, clearly unimpressed. These people could only bully women like Silas who lacked experience. A normal family disciple would immediately notice something was amiss. If the patriarch, bound by rules, wanted to kill someone, and the elders and enforcers were desperately trying to save him, then who asked for punishment according to the rules? Why don't you leave an elder to play the good cop? What an unprofessional performance. Just as Briggs silently ridiculed in his mind, one of the elders shouted suddenly, realizing it was almost time. "Patriarch, if we follow the rules for punishment, then we must strictly adhere to them. The clan rules state this martial technique cannot be passed on to outsiders. But didn't you also pass on techniques to outsiders years ago without being expelled from the family?" Enraged, Conall replied, "My situation was different." "How different?" "I married the one who received the technique. Why not let Ian marry her then?" Silence filled the hall. Everyone stopped struggling, and even Silas, who was protecting Briggs fiercely, froze in place. Even Briggs, who was picking his teeth, stood dumbfounded. He turned to look at the Walter family elders staring at him. His face went from yellow to white, then green. Especially when he saw Silas blushing slightly after comprehending the situation, Briggs's face turned completely black. Marry the protagonist? And he, a black ring minor villain, was to marry a golden ring major protagonist. If he really did this, Briggs wouldn't be surprised if he died from shock right then and there. Are these guys insane? Note, black ring and golden ring refer metaphorically to lower and higher ranks or statuses, likely within a martial arts context. Hashtag chapter 24. You try to beat me to death. I oppose. Just as Silas blushed slightly upon hearing the news and opened her mouth to say something, Briggs, who was standing behind her, had already loudly shouted in protest. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise, especially Silas, whose eyes were filled with shock. Feeling Silas's astonished gaze, Briggs's originally furious expression suddenly softened. He calmly explained to Silas, "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I look down on you. I just can't stand these bastards using threats and inducements." Silas, the protagonist, has a golden aura of destiny surrounding her. Her future experiences will mostly involve seizing opportunities, slaying villains, and then repeating the process. Unfortunately for Briggs, his own destiny made him nothing but a small villain. He certainly didn't want to hear this Waboan shout at him about how times could change, warning him not to belittle her humble origins, only to end up with an annulment betrothal. He was just a minor villain. He couldn't handle such treatment. So, despite his seething anger, Briggs quickly decided to reassure Silas first. After doing this, he angrily pointed at everyone else. "Nowadays, free love is promoted. Who allowed you to force me into marriage?" "Ahem, Monique Jacob, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I look down on you. Threatening someone's personal safety to force them into marriage. How could you do such a thing? Aren't you ashamed?" Monique Jacob, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying I don't want to marry you. Look at our appearances. From head to toe, we don't match at all. Monique Jacob, don't get the wrong idea. I mean I don't deserve you. Briggs would explain each statement by turning to Silas, fearing she might harbor resentment and take tenfold revenge later as the main character. Facing Briggs's bonic behavior, everyone remained silent. It was Conall, his adoptive father, who reacted first, turning to Silas. This child received quite a shock from the good news, causing him to act foolishly. "Monique, you shouldn't mind, right?" No, I don't mind. That's good. So today, I declare you are part of the Walter family from now on. As family, learning martial arts naturally doesn't violate our family rules. Everyone benefits. Stop. I haven't agreed yet. Seeing Conall about to bypass him and proceed to the next phase, Briggs rushed over in a panic, only to be grabbed by the face and lifted by Conall. At that moment, Conall's expression became extremely fierce. "You little brat. Don't cause trouble. An extra wife. What's wrong with that? Don't want it. Absolutely not. I oppose arranged marriages. Your opposition is invalid. Today either you two become engaged or I'll crush you." Watching the father and son argue again because of her, Silas nervously moved closer to Briggs. Having experienced firsthand the elder's formidable strength and grown up hearing his infamous reputation, she was very afraid of Conall. Pulling lightly at Briggs's sleeve, Silas whispered cautiously, "Mr. Walter, just listen to Master Walter for now." Hearing this, Briggs shivered violently, shaking his head fiercely. Why listen to this old Bowen? He's full of bad ideas. Listening to him won't lead to a good life. But if we don't listen to him, he said he'd kill. Fear not. Can he really kill me? Suddenly freeing himself from Conall's grip, Briggs pushed Silas away, walked menacingly to Conall, and slapped his forehead several times against Conall's chest. I refuse to marry. Come on, beat me to death. Here, hit here. Conall's expression remained indifferent as he watched this rascal repeatedly bash his head against his chest, veins popping out on his arms. The next moment, the wind whistled past his ears. Briggs only managed to lift his head and make a sound before his head was struck heavily by a palm. A second later, with both eyes crossed, Briggs fell straight to the ground. Everyone watching this scene was speechless. Silas, who had been standing nearby with her hand covering her mouth, finally came to her senses after a brief daze and hurriedly lunged toward Briggs. Mr. Walter. Time passed, and several hours later, when Briggs woke up from his faint, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. An unfamiliar room, unfamiliar decorations, and an unfamiliar ceiling greeted his groggy eyes. Before he could recover from the dizziness, a soft voice sounded in his ear. Mr. Walter, you're awake? Upon hearing the voice, Briggs silently turned his head. Looking at Silas smiling at him from beside the bed, he first froze, then stared blankly. Reaching out with both hands and grabbing her face while Silas looked bewildered, he pinched and rubbed it, pulling hard at the end. After confirming it was real, Briggs lay back flat on the bed, staring blankly. Briggs had seen Silas before, but this was the first time he saw her in a red wedding dress. Had he been unconscious for years? Why did he wake up to lanterns and decorations everywhere? Seeing Briggs's disbelieving expression, Silas's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Master Walter said that verbal promises wouldn't convince others and might upset the Walter family members. Therefore, Master Walter insisted we hold a ceremony first to settle things, followed by a formal wedding later, inviting all the city's people to attend. Hearing this, Briggs pulled the covers aside and examined himself, noticing he was already dressed in a groom's attire. Turning his back to Silas, he bit his arm in desperation, tears welling up in his eyes. Did this old Bowen work in population control in his past life? He's pushing too fast. Does he even know how to arrange a proper marriage? As head of the Walter family, Conall always acted swiftly and decisively. Verbal promises? Worthless. Back in the day, Conall promised the 3 major families they would live, but none survived, dogs included. Conall trusted actions over words. A wedding in the morning, entering the bridal chamber at night. Preferably, Silas would be pregnant the next day. By then, Silas would be firmly tied to the Walter family. Based on gathered intelligence, Silas used to be a naive lady from a wealthy family. Now was the best time to deceive her into gratitude. If she gained prominence and saw the outside world, she would see through his son's lack of appearance and talent. Could he still expect to keep her with just a betrothal? To avoid complications, Conall decided to seal the deal immediately, leaving no room for doubt. When the deed is done, even if Silas disliked his son, she would have no choice but to accept her fate. Chapter 25. The Walter family's joyful day. Inside the courtyard of the Walter family, in the study, Conall tossed the documents in his hand onto the table, crossing his arms, his eyes sharp and piercing. His stern features, coupled with an imposing aura, made him naturally awe-inspiring. After a few moments of silence, Conall's voice resonated within the study. Knox. Here, sir. Several figures hurried into the room at the sound of his voice, bowing their heads and clasping their fists. Are they all here? Yes, all the dignitaries from Anislong City have been invited. Very good. I doubt anyone would dare not give me face today. No one did. From military officers to wealthy merchants, everyone has arrived without fail. Some even traveled thousands of miles to return. Good that they know their place. Although this is just a simple wedding, it's my son's wedding after all. That girl is also a martial prodigy. She must shine today. Otherwise, wouldn't people look down on the Walter family? I understand, sir. By the way, there's another matter you need to handle. Conall rummaged through the documents and finally retrieved a piece of paper, tossing it to Knox. His gaze turned icy. Find this Ganon, kill him, and bring his head back. Remember, I want to see the body, dead or alive. The compounder of Knox took the document, examined the image and detailed information, and nodded firmly. Understood. Do not disappoint me. I don't want him to appear before my daughter-in-law for even a second, not even as a corpse. Yes, sir. Holding Lincoln's photo, the guards quickly exited the room. Conall crossed his arms again, raising his head to look at the ceiling, his gaze deepening. He was a core formation realm expert, only one step away from breaking free like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, transcending through martial arts and forming a martial Dao infant soul. However, this step was no small feat. It was a path between heaven and hell. Throughout history, Bowenny had faltered at this very step. Though Conall was proud, he wasn't arrogant. The Walter family was merely nouveau riche, with no precious treasures to speak of. Facing the Golden Core tribulation, he would have to withstand it with sheer physical endurance. Life or death was uncertain. Would he succeed in transcending? Or would he perish? No one could be certain. Besides, countless lives were taken by him in helping the family rise, which intensified the power of the lightning tribulation. Frankly, Conall didn't believe he could make it through. Therefore, he had been constantly seeking someone capable of taking over, a genius who could support the Walter family. However, his descendants, how to put it, apart from showing competence and being useless, they were utterly nothing in other aspects. The eldest was greedy for wealth, the second craved power, the third indulged in lust, and the fourth, well, after today's events, Conall seriously doubted his fourth son's intelligence. These 4 children were already hopeless and offered little value in cultivation. As a martial core formation expert, while his combat strength, especially in close combat, surpassed those in the cultivation world, even defeating multiple opponents at once, it came at a cost. While cultivators could live up to 500 years, martial core formation experts only lived 300. The strength came at the expense of longevity. Now 200 plus years old, Kanal feared that if he chose to transcend and couldn't find a suitable successor, should he fail, the incompetent fools in the family would lead to the complete downfall of the Walter clan, leaving none alive. This was why Kanal cared so much about Silas. He wanted to use his remaining century to fully cultivate her, ensuring that the Walter family wouldn't fall apart when he died under the heavenly tribulation. As for his fourth son, given Ganon's behavior and talent, living past 100 was questionable. In the end, the Walter family might fall into the hands of an outsider like Silas. But that didn't matter. As long as someone with his bloodline ultimately controlled the Walter family, everything would be fine. Amidst the bustling activity at the Walter residence, where lanterns were hung and dignitaries came and went, a figure among a group of beggars outside the estate stared sharply, his fists clenched tightly. Lincoln, who was once the protagonist, but not really. After all, the female ghost in the jade pendant was the true protagonist, and he was just a vessel to be possessed. Yet he once had a golden halo, even if it was only for others' benefit. But now, with the jade pendant gone and his fate shifted, he became a black haloed villain. A pitiful one at that, on par with Briggs, though slightly darker in his circle. For some time, he wandered around the Walter family compound, cultivating the Xianxia white jade scripture, which changed his demeanor to become more effeminate. Not quite feminine, but rather refined, like a pretty boy or a gentle young Bowen. Because of these subtle changes in his aura and appearance, Lincoln Bowen aged to avoid capture by the soldiers. Now, he mingled among the beggars, planning to rescue someone. Yes, to rescue someone. After cooling down and remembering his childhood sweetheart, who was now the object of his desire, he sought an opportunity to save her. Vengeance was also a significant motive. But before he could seek revenge or rescue her, he received devastating news. His childhood friend, whom he had watched grow up, Silas, was to marry the Walter family's fourth son. Various thoughts raced through Lincoln's mind: coercion, blackmail, enduring humiliation, and making sacrifices. Ultimately, one thought stood out. Silas must have been forced. His expression darkened, and he stood among the beggars, clenching his teeth. Not just him, the other beggars were indignant too. Not because they cared about Lincoln's lost love, but because the wealthy Walter family didn't let them inside for a feast. This seemed outrageous to them. Wasn't the Walter family rich enough to feed them? Just as Lincoln frowned, trying to think of a way to infiltrate the Walter estate, a guard emerged from the residence, walking directly toward them. Seeing this, Lincoln's pupils constricted. He hastily pulled his tattered hood over his face. Despite changes from cultivating the white jade scripture, he could still be recognized if scrutinized closely. The guard ignored the beggar, who quickly hid among the crowd and nodded at the beggar's leader. The master orders that on this joyful day, all guests are welcome. You may enter for food, but you must change your clothes. The beggar's leader hesitated. If they had clothes, they wouldn't be beggars. Before he could complain, the guard added, "Clothes will be provided by the Walter residence. Come in." Thank you, Master Walter. Thank you. Good. Remember to say kind words during the ceremony. Of course, of course. Chapter 26. Lincoln enters the mansion. Over 20 beggars who had rushed over upon hearing the news followed the guards through a side door into the Walter mansion, hoping to get a meal. Lincoln, with his eyes darkened and hood pulled low, hurriedly followed. Going through the main hall was impossible. A group of beggars did not have such privilege. The group passed through a narrow alleyway and arrived directly at a secluded courtyard in the back. Lincoln, trailing at the very end, tensed his body, ready to flee if anything went wrong. Fortunately, the guard was genuinely leading them to change clothes. Throwing piles of new clothes on the ground, he pointed to several large water barrels that had been prepared. Wash up properly, put on the outfits, and we'll lead you to eat soon. Don't wander around. Otherwise, watch out for your heads. Yes. After the wedding feast, if you behave well, the steward will give you some loose silver as a reward from the Ion. Money too? Thank you, Ion. As the guard walked out of the courtyard, the bowing beggars surged forward to grab the clothes off the ground. These spare outfits, mass-produced for distribution, were not made of high-quality material, but also certainly not rags. Made of common coarse cloth and dyed, they appeared colorful and festive. The clothes were identical in style, and came complete with caps and shoes. The chest and back of the outer garments even bore festive red words. Dragon and Phoenix in harmony, perfect by heaven. A match made in heaven. Mandarin ducks playing together. Happiness abounds. Not celestial beings, but nearly so. In between these two rows of characters were two large names, Briggs and Silas. Everyone scrambled to grab their clothes and wash up at the barrels without complaint. No one dared cause trouble here. Otherwise, the ruthless master of the Walter mansion might turn a wedding into a bloody event, and no one would dare protest. Amidst this bustle, only Lincoln stood motionless. His nonconformity quickly drew attention. The leader of the beggars finished washing first, using an entire barrel due to his higher status. He hurriedly put on a long-winged black cap similar to those worn in operas, making him look quite comical, especially with the red characters on his chest. Yet, undeniably, this outfit was festive enough to add cheer to the banquet. Not only would guests be entertained, but the beggar leader was delighted too. Free food, luxurious meals, and even cash rewards. With the wealth of the Walter mansion, how could the reward be small? This was truly a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Swinging his sleeves, the beggar leader approached Lincoln with exaggerated opera-like steps. Who stands below me? Why do you not change clothes? Delaying Ion's wedding is punishable by... This statement caused the other beggars to burst into laughter and applause. The beggar leader hastily saluted around, but when he turned back, he noticed Lincoln still standing motionless. His smile faded. Hey, change and wash up or the guards will twist your head off. Lincoln remained unmoved, especially seeing the red words on the leader's chest, which further distorted his expression. Enraged, the leader reached out. You little brat. I've already done enough letting you join us for food. Do you want trouble? Suddenly, Lincoln grabbed his hand. With a powerful grip, Lincoln, now a sixth-stage martial artist, nearly snapped the leader's wrist. Screaming in pain, the leader knelt on one knee as the sound attracted several guards who stormed in. What's going on? Lincoln released his grip instantly. The injured leader hid behind the guards, crying out, "This fellow refuses to change clothes and attacked me." The guards locked onto Lincoln. You want trouble? No. Why don't you change? There's none that fits. Hemph, beggars and so bony to balance. Change now, or you'll never wear clothes again. Under the stern gaze of the guards, Lincoln's face darkened. These Walter Mansion guards were formidable, each no weaker than 5th stage. If it came to a fight, Lincoln was confident but outnumbered. Silent for a moment, Lincoln finally moved towards the pile of clothes. Seeing this, the guard sheathed his sword, realizing he could only scare, not harm. They were usually brutal, but today was a wedding, and bloodshed was unwelcome. Otherwise, the Lord of Walter would ensure they didn't survive dinner. One guard lingered by the door, supervising quietly to avoid any trouble. Under his watchful eye, Lincoln picked out some clothes, then hesitated at the sight of the remaining hats, only 3 green ones left. Who said beggars lack taste? They just hadn't had choices before. Now with options, no one would choose such a hat foolishly. So all the green hats remained unclaimed. Chapter 27. The Headache of the Makeup Artists. Stretching out his hand, he silently picked up a hat. Under the intimidating gaze of the distant guard, Lincoln gritted his teeth and put the hat on his head. Finally seeing Seth dress himself obediently, the guard nodded in satisfaction, released the hilt of his sword, and turned to chat merrily with his companions. The marriage of the Ion did not matter much to them. However, Master Walter promised to distribute money, giving even maids and servants at least 30 taels of silver each, over a year's worth of wages. This definitely concerned them. Especially as guards, their status was higher than maids and servants, and each would receive 50 taels. And all they had to do was guard the gate. At this moment, the guards liked Briggs immensely. They wished he would hurry up and get married. If he couldn't find someone suitable, he should have just told them. They could find a match, or even help the Ion kidnap a bride. After chatting with his companions and deciding where to spend the evening, the guard responsible for guarding the gate casually glanced into the courtyard. But to his surprise, that troublemaker Seth was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, he scanned around but did not take this too seriously. After all, wearing such a colored hat, he probably felt embarrassed and hid. It made sense. Turning back, the guard resumed discussing the evening's entertainment with his companions. Meanwhile, a shadow gracefully landed atop the wall of the residential area of the Walter estate. Leaping over the wall, Lincoln in his stage costume dashed forward, using the wall as leverage before springing up again. He effortlessly cleared the 3-meter-high wall, continuing this several times until he was far from the beggars. Finally, he stopped. Surveying the large garden and the faint crowds in the distance, Lincoln quickly hid behind a big tree, his stern face creased with worry. Gardeners were busy trimming flowers and plants, trying to make the garden magnificent, a rare sight, given the Walter family's focus on martial arts rather than gardening. The few gardeners Walter family had barely maintained the grounds due to lack of interest. Now they hurriedly recruited bony servants and maids, even borrowed gardeners from other clans to trim the grass. The garden had been semi-abandoned for a long time. Amidst the rushed gardening activities, a servant suddenly ran towards them, shouting in panic. Not good. It's happening again. Hearing this, the servants and maids dropped their tools and ran off, some grumbling. Why the fuss for a wedding? Just hurry up and help, don't think too much about it. Hearing the commotion, Lincoln's eyes narrowed. Wedding chaos? Could it be Silas? She must be forced into this. Waiting. He will save her. Following the crowd while hiding behind various plants, Lincoln arrived at the Walter family's backyard. But upon arrival, the servants split into 2 directions. This left Lincoln stunned. How could there be another person causing chaos? Could Briggs be playing tricks? Or was he marrying 2 women? After hesitating, Lincoln followed the group heading left, turning a few corners until he reached an extravagant courtyard. Outside, horses adorned with red flowers grazed lazily, surrounded by armored soldiers wrapped in red ribbons, holding flags and instruments. Avoiding the wedding procession, Lincoln leaped onto the roof, following the noise below, and soon found his target. Gently removing a red tile, he gazed down, falling silent. Inside, numerous servants bustled about. In the center sat a fat young Bowen, still chubby despite losing some weight, wearing a bright red bridegroom outfit, expressionless as makeup artists applied makeup on him. Clearly, making Briggs look imposing wasn't easy. A white complexion can hide a multitude of flaws, but being fat ruins everything. Yellow makeup made him look like a potato, white makeup like a radish, red makeup made him look like a round red radish. Unable to endure the repeated changes any longer, Briggs snatched the foundation from the makeup artist, smeared it on his face wildly, slammed it on the table, and sullenly sat back down. The makeup artist stared speechlessly. Seeing the Ion, who looked eerily pale, as if ready for a ghost wedding, they exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. They felt unprecedented challenges in their careers. One of the makeup artists hesitated, realizing conventional methods failed, so he suggested, Ion, how about wearing armor? As the saying goes, man is judged by his clothes. Since Briggs's appearance was helpless, they had to focus on his attire, hoping the grand armor would add authority. With a few servants rushing to the storeroom, they brought several sets of armor. Golden helmet, golden armor, leopard shoulder pads, jade belt, red cloak. The very equipment Conall wore in battle, defeating hundreds of warriors, cutting down 5 dance stage fighters, gaining fame overnight. This was Conall's signature gear, beloved by Walter family members. But only a few dared wear it for fear of being challenged. Conall used it to dominate the entire Walter clan's young generation. Wearing it now, what did it mean? Golden helmet, golden armor, jade belt, red cloak. This outfit indeed looked dominant. However, seeing Briggs in full armor, looking less like a general and more like a golden beetle, the makeup artists fell silent. After a long pause, one of them clenched their teeth. Change it. ##### Chapter 28. The Great Gamble. White robes splattered with blood. Long sword cleaving evil spirits. Striding boldly through the 8 desolations. What can heaven do to me? Kanal ascended to the peak at 50, becoming the patriarch of the Walter family. Clad in white and wielding a treasured blade, he engaged in open and covert struggles against the other 3 major clans. It took him 11 years to obliterate these 3 families, securing the Walter family's dominance. In the final battle, the remnants of the 3 families holed up in their fortress, holding out to the death. Kanal, dressed in white, entered alone and emerged solo. The 317 survivors of the 3 families did not live to see another day. Covered in blood, Kanal looked like a demon descending from heaven, striking fear into the entire Anislong city. This was Kanal at his most glorious, a combination of elegance and authority. His white robes over an inner coat of armor exuded a mix of ferocity and refined dignity. However, the younger generation of the Walter family preferred brutality over elegance. Therefore, they favored the final bloody robe more than the white one. Thus, today's outfit is a blood-red color that sends chills down anyone's spine. The makeup artists gathered around Briggs, who had just put on the outfit, exchanging glances but remaining silent. Looking at the big red carrot before them, the lead makeup artist clenched her teeth and muttered through gritted teeth, "Change it again." Everyone scurried about once more, stripping Briggs of the bloody red outfit and producing the final attire. What Patriarch Kanal wore in important occasions, also known as the City Lord set. Silver plates forged into a coat. A wolf's head helmet hanging amidst dragons. Although its malevolent aura has been reined in, it still combounds respect without needing to display anger. Draped in silver armor with a wolf's head on his helmet, if the first golden armor symbolized youthful arrogance and invincibility, the second bloody robe signified unyielding ferocity and supreme power. This third set of silver wolf armor conveyed a dignified air, compounding respect without displaying wrath. After seizing Anislong City, Kanal rarely acted personally. This set became his standard outfit, much to the relief of other clans. Otherwise, a Bowen in white standing outside their door, thinking of entering their home and staining his clothes with their blood, could give people heart attacks within days. Briggs remained expressionless after dressing again. The makeup artists were either holding their faces or heads, utterly exasperated. No longer a carrot, Briggs now looked like a light bulb in his silver armor under the sunlight. An oval-shaped energy-saving light bulb. Turning to look in the mirror, his already slumped face slumped even further. Meanwhile, the makeup artists began questioning their existence. Is this guy really Master Konal's son? Other than the vicious eyes, where does he resemble him? As the makeup artist leader hesitantly raised her hand to suggest another change, Briggs suddenly stopped her. Enough, changing the hardware won't help if the core is flawed. This will do. But Sir Walter said, I'll take responsibility if something happens. If the bride isn't satisfied, we'll just call off the wedding. Upon uttering call off, Briggs paused, then reacted, turning sharply to the group with a smile. Right, you should also give me a layer of silver foundation to match the armor. The makeup artists exchanged puzzled looks. Silver foundation? Wouldn't he become a real energy-saving light bulb? Ian, no one wears silver makeup for weddings. Let's draw. I don't care. I want the silver makeup. Do it. Or else Uncle Montgomery will smear all the foundation on your heads. Seeing the makeup artist reluctant, Briggs resorted to physical threats, but clearly lacked the intimidation skills of his father. Despite his threats, they refused, knowing disobedience meant merely getting beaten, while ruining the makeup and the wedding could cost them their lives by Patriarch Kanal. Amidst the chaos, the door opened, and a hardy, imposing figure walked in. Little 4. How are preparations? Jacob girl is all ready. Don't let us down. Hearing the voice, Briggs released the makeup artist, turning to face his stepfather with a melancholic expression. He glanced at the genuine silver wolf armor on Kanal, and compared it to his own inferior imitation. Grinding his teeth, he whispered, change me again. Wearing identical outfits wasn't scary, being obviously inferior was. With Kanal present, Briggs felt like a cheap knockoff. Watching Briggs fuss with his outfit, Kanal shook his head. A Bowen needs only clothes to wear. Why spend so long changing? A Bowen's value lies in his skill, not his looks. Youth fades, but skill endures. Frustrated by Kanal's nagging, Briggs pushed him out of the room. It's not your wedding. You don't care what I wear. Even if I didn't wear anything, it wouldn't be your problem. Hey, little one, how dare you talk? Out, now, or no one will carry your funeral banner. Brat, watch your mouth. Bang, the door slammed shut. Outside, Kanal sighed, recalling his 4th son's recent erratic behavior. Little one, don't mess this up. Understand? Yes. Inside, Briggs's voice echoed in annoyance. Unclasping his helmet, he gazed sorrowfully into the mirror. Guests were invited, and the wedding date was set. Most importantly, Silas agreed, regardless of her intentions. Briggs dared not refuse now. Recalling the consequences of broken engagements, Briggs thought of Jacob Wuxia. He became the ultimate boss when his fiancée was jilted. Another case saw Bowen, not the protagonist, become a minor antagonist, leading to her sex destruction by the hero. Reflecting on this, Briggs realized he was neither a main character nor a significant antagonist, but a minor villain destined to appear for no more than 3 chapters. Marrying would make him a target, but calling off the wedding might result in a family-wide massacre. At a grand wedding, Briggs could announce he wouldn't marry, leaving Silas standing alone in the hall, mocked and slandered by guests. Perfect start for a protagonist. Briggs pondered. Though marrying a heroine usually led to misery for minor villains, there was no going back. Should he take the gamble? Chapter 29. Another wedding troublemaker. Outside Briggs's room, Kanal, who had been ushered out, shook his head with a smile. Although the process was somewhat bumpy, at least Toby agreed in the end. Monique Jacob did not refuse either. This way, After the wedding concludes perfectly, he, Kanal, would have a successor to cultivate properly. Once Monique Jacob fully matures, he could finally focus on breaking through the golden core tribulation without distractions. With his hands clasped behind his back, Kanal turned and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly whipped around, his fierce eyes locking onto the rooftop. Startled by his presence, a stray cat scurried away from above. Kanal's intense gaze relaxed as he watched this scene, frowning before turning and walking off into the distance. Strangely, he felt as though someone had been watching him. Could it be that his joy caused a hallucination? On the roof, Lincoln lay still on the other side, his eyes wide with tension and sweat dripping from his forehead. What a close call. Just a glance at that guy, and he sensed it immediately. Fortunately, martial artists were only skilled in combat, not in searching. In terms of perception and reconnaissance, they were far inferior to cultivators. Otherwise, a golden core cultivator would have easily spotted and dispatched Lincoln. Daring no longer to stay or provoke Briggs, Lincoln carefully left the roof, heading in another direction. He decided to rescue his childhood friend first. Revenge? There would be plenty of time for that later. After all, there are only 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against one. Following the marks left and the hurried footprints of maids, Lincoln quickly found another room. This courtyard was much more chaotic compared to Briggs's. The maids stayed far away, and servants darted about in panic. 2 guards tried to persuade those inside, but were repelled by flying objects. Seeing this, Lincoln's heart raced with excitement. He swiftly knocked out a servant and changed into his clothes. Disguised, he joined the crowd outside the courtyard, hat pulled low over his face. Observing the guards shaking their heads and the servants sighing, Lincoln smirked. Trenton appeared gentle but was actually very stubborn inside. Trying to force her wouldn't work. After confirming no one was watching him, Lincoln climbed over the wall into the courtyard. With a running start, he cleared a short wall and squeezed through a window into the room. Rolling stylishly to his feet, he turned excitedly toward the interior. Trenton, I've come to save you. Inside, Walter Lao San, looking furious, froze mid-throw of a teacup towards the door. He turned, surprised, and locked eyes with Lincoln, equally stunned. For a moment, the atmosphere between them was awkward. Walter Lao San, Briggs's estranged third brother, recently harbored a significant grudge against Briggs. He had attempted several times to make advances on Silas, only to be thwarted by Briggs each time. Now, with Briggs engaged to Silas and preparing for a simple wedding, Walter Lao San could hardly contain his rage. Initially, he thought an ordinary farm girl was nothing special, despite her beauty and figure. But upon investigating further, he realized she was something exceptional, a 17-year-old half-step foundation establishment genius. His father, the pillar of the Walter family, didn't reach the foundation establishment stage until his 20s and only achieved the golden core realm in his 30s due to fortuitous encounters. This Waboan's talent exceeded his father's. She could surely become one of the pillars of the Walter family. Such a phoenix belonged to him. If not for Briggs's interference, Walter Lao San might have already had children with Silas. Seeing this phoenix slip through his fingers, and knowing his father intended to cultivate her heavily, filled him with bitterness. If Silas became the future head of the clan, it would be obvious. Though impossible for an outsider like her to rule directly, Briggs would become a puppet head. Understanding why his father valued Silas so highly and why the entire clan was assisting, Walter Lao San felt despair. His hatred for Briggs deepened. He wished to strangle Briggs and marry Silas in his place. Still holding the teacup, Walter Lao San noticed Lincoln entering through the window. Initially puzzled, he soon recognized him with a start. It's you. How can it be you? Both startled exclamations echoed simultaneously, followed by defensive stances. What are you here for? To save someone. Humph. Save someone? You think you can? Recalling the past, Walter Lao San sneered. This Bowen had once been reduced to kneeling before him. Reflecting, a devious plan formed. Lincoln was Silas's childhood friend, right? Despite their falling out, years of familiarity remained. Killing him and hiding his head in Briggs's room. Letting Silas find it. His features twisted into a cruel smile. Clutching his bandaged hand, Walter Lao San roared and charged at Lincoln. As he approached, internal energy surged within him, bursting forth in full power. Startled by this sudden attack, Lincoln hastily threw a punch. A dull thud resounded as both staggered back several steps. Feeling the slight pain in his arm, Walter Lao San's eyes widened. Just days apart, how did this Toby become so strong? ####Chapter 30, Reckoning. The Walter Bradford Potion Fist is one of the direct family techniques of the Walter family, a 5th-rank martial art, with expansive and aggressive moves that emphasize destructive power. There's no doubt about its destructive capacity. It is absolutely at the peak among its class. Unfortunately, it is slightly slow, appearing somewhat clumsy. As a direct lineage member and the patriarch's son, 3rd Master Walter naturally had the qualifications to learn this technique, and now he was unleashing it with all his might. Without giving Lincoln any chance to speak, 3rd Master Walter advanced, delivering fierce punches that forced Lincoln to retreat continuously, trying to maintain distance. Lincoln didn't know any profound boxing techniques. The only set of boxing he knew was something he picked up from a corpse while robbing merchants recently. It was just a common 9th-rank fist technique, the tiger form from the 12 forms of Xingyi Quan. The 12 forms of Xingyi Quan combined could create dazzling and unpredictable moves, making it a 7th-rank technical martial art. However, when separated, they were hardly impressive. Similarly expansive and aggressive, the tiger form was completely outclassed by the Walter Bradford Potion Fist. From start to finish, Lincoln was thoroughly overwhelmed, grimacing in pain with every clash. 3rd Master Walter's fists swung like heavy hammers, which Lincoln's tiger claws could not withstand. But after exchanging over 10 blows, Lincoln began to sense something amiss as he regained his composure. By right, a 8th-level Afterbirth Realm practitioner with advanced skills and sharp boxing techniques should easily crush him. Yet, Third Master Walter could barely suppress him, a clear sign of abnormality. Dodging another punch, Lincoln's pupils contracted, noticing the broken arm dangling in front of Third Master Walter. The Walter Bradford Potion Fist required both hands to be effective, and with one arm broken, Third Master Walter could only use one hand, unable to unleash his full potential. Forming his Tiger Claw, Lincoln blocked a horizontal strike from Third Master Walter. Ignoring the pain in his arms, Lincoln lunged forward, clawing at Third Master Walter's broken arm. A shrill scream erupted as Third Master Walter retreated frantically. Blood gushed from his already injured arm. Realizing his attack had worked, Lincoln wouldn't let him escape. He closed in, his claws swinging wildly. A roaring tiger shadow appeared behind Lincoln, infused with chi energy, enhancing his strength. Each move focused on exploiting Third Master Walter's broken arm, displaying ruthless cunning. Screams echoed within the room. Outside, the servants and guards who were forbidden to approach the courtyard exchanged uneasy glances. What's happening inside? Who knows? Probably some unlucky servant or maid being used as a punching bag by Third Master. Shouldn't we go in and help? Go in? Are you new here? If you dare to go in, you'll be the next one screaming. Due to Third Master Walter's notorious reputation, no one dared to step forward. The guards could have entered, but knowing he was in a temperamental state, none wanted to provoke him. It was better if someone could pacify him before he disrupted the wedding, causing everyone trouble. As for the victim's fate, that wasn't their concern. Outside the courtyard, people stood watching, not daring to approach. Inside, Third Master Walter screamed again. Lincoln forcibly tore off the bandages, re-breaking the injured arm, and kicked him away. Third Master Walter's body slammed into a table, shattering it. Staggering to his feet, his injured arm hung limply, completely incapacitated. Grimacing in pain, he struggled against the wall. Facing Lincoln, whose stance mirrored a roaring tiger, Third Master Walter spat viciously. Then, he kicked over a cabinet, retrieving a short-handled mountain-cleaving knife. Twirling it twice, he wielded it menacingly before him. 7th rank martial art. The soldier chopping blade technique. Roaring furiously, Third Master Walter charged, his blade whirling in wide arcs, forcing Lincoln to retreat hastily. When they engaged, Walter raised the blade, relentlessly hacking down, making Lincoln dodge left and right, unable to defend or counterattack. After all, tiger claws couldn't block a blade. However, the soldier chopping blade technique required two-handed movements. With one hand, Third Master Walter couldn't exert full power, and the constant pain from his broken arm further distracted him. With a loud crash, the blade sliced through several pieces of furniture, splitting a wardrobe in half, and chopped down on an 8-legged wooden table. Dodging swiftly, Lincoln stepped on the blade's edge, preventing Third Master Walter from pulling it back. Retrieving lime powder from his pocket, he flung it towards Third Master Walter's face. Although it was a dishonorable tactic, it was surprisingly effective. Blinded, Third Master Walter stumbled back, wailing. In the next instant, Lincoln kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing into the broken table. Before he could regain his footing, Lincoln stomped on the blade's edge again, yanking it free and hurling it at Third Master Walter. Hearing the whistling wind, Third Master Walter, still blinded, grabbed a piece of the table to shield himself. However, the top part of the table was already severed. The cold blade slipped through the gap, slicing cleanly through his neck. Still wide-eyed, Third Master Walter froze in place. Behind him, the blade quivered as it pierced into the wooden beam, ringing faintly. His body swayed momentarily before collapsing, head rolling to Lincoln's feet, where he crushed it underfoot. Admiring the clean decapitation, Lincoln smirked. What a fine blade. Kicking the head aside, Lincoln retrieved the blade embedded in the beam, exiting through the roof. Inside, the corpse lay in a pool of blood. Until the end, Third Master Walter couldn't fathom how Lincoln, who had been helpless before him a month ago, could now challenge him and emerge victorious. Not to mention Walter's broken arm, which reduced his fighting capacity. Furthermore, Lincoln had learned the third-ranked Songyu by Yujing from the Jade Pendant, an elite technique. Walter's defeat was well-deserved. Chapter 31. Reunion with an old playmate. Monique Jacob is so beautiful. Yeah, especially her figure. It's perfect. She'll look even better in her wedding dress. Aiden Walter has great fortune indeed. The chatter rose as 4 maidservants touched up Silas's makeup and styled her hair, showering her with compliments. Their words made Silas blush slightly, and she lowered her head hurriedly, curling her hair with her fingers, appearing very embarrassed. Well, just okay. Monique Jacob, how can you say that? If you weren't beautiful, how could Aiden Walter have rebelled against the entire Walter family for your sake? This news has already spread far and wide. Right, and Lord Walter also has a high opinion of Monique Jacob. I heard he's even going to teach you the family's ancestral martial arts. Their chatter grew louder, and Silas's cheeks flushed even more, her head hanging lower. Actually, the maidservants were mistaken. Conall didn't plan to teach her. He had already imparted his knowledge to Silas while Briggs was unconscious. Walter Bradford Potion Fist, Walter Bradford Jontian Halberd, and the exclusive technique, Walter Bradford Decision. Conall had passed everything on to Silas during Briggs's unconsciousness. Silas came from a peasant background, her family barely making ends meet and now completely fallen on hard times. She had never been treated this way before. Conall's generous act left her feeling both honored and secretly delighted, especially now, being surrounded by 4 maidservants praising her. All she had to do was sit and enjoy it. It made Silas feel almost ethereal. After all, just half a month ago, Silas was one of these maidservants, working for wealthy merchants to support her family, sometimes enduring verbal harassment from the merchant's sons. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Silas gazed at herself in the mirror, wearing her wedding attire, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Silas gazed at herself in the mirror, wearing her wedding attire, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Was she really about to become a rich madam? Was she going to be like those wealthy people she admired so much, who got their meals and clothes handed to them without lifting a finger? This was truly. Shaking her head vigorously, Silas's gaze refocused. What was she thinking? She wasn't marrying for money. Even when wealthy young men promised her a life of luxury while she was working, she never wavered. She had been willing to endure hardship with Bodhi. Now, she wore this dress solely to save Aiden Walter's life and repay his kindness and teachings. Gripping the hem of her dress, Silas lightly bit her lip, her face growing redder. According to Lord Walter, to prevent dissatisfaction among the Walter family members, believing they were tricking them, after this relatively simple but lavish wedding, she would consummate the marriage with Briggs. That would make others less likely to question their union. But wasn't Walter Gongzi a martial artist too? Breaking his chastity before reaching the Xianxia realm would make future breakthroughs incredibly difficult. Bodhi avoided touching Silas because of this reason, striving to be superior. Didn't Walter Gongzi care about cultivation? Suddenly covering her face, Silas's head drooped lower, her cheeks flaming. What was she thinking? Walter Gongzi never said he liked her. He just cared for her enough to go against his own father. These thoughts were inappropriate. Did Briggs care about cultivation? Actually, he didn't care much. Even if he did care, it wouldn't change anything, because Kanal had already confronted him. The conversation, in summary, went like this. He was a hopeless case, destined not to achieve greatness. So, he should focus on seducing Silas, even if he never broke through to the Xianxia realm. After all, the Walter family didn't lack for martial artists. It wasn't a request but an order. If Briggs couldn't do it, Kanal wouldn't hesitate to break his legs, 1, 2, or even 3. As Silas held her face and listened to the maidservant's praise, a muffled thud sounded from the roof. In the next moment, tiles exploded, and a figure descended, wielding a silver broadsword. Everyone jumped in fright, turning around quickly. Seeing the intruder, Silas's eyes widened, and she stood up abruptly. Alvin? Hearing the familiar voice, Bodhi felt tears well up in his eyes. After barging into 2 wrong places and even fighting with Walter Lausan, he had finally found the right spot. Trenton, I've come to get you. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away now. Brushing off dust, Bodhi strode towards Silas, excited. One of the bolder maidservants stepped forward, frowning. Who are you? Do you know whose domain this is? How dare you break into our Walter estate and threaten Aiden Walter's bride? You're asking for trouble. Guards. Guards. However, outside remained eerily silent. Due to Silas's natural beauty, the makeup artists finished quickly and had gone to tend to Briggs's preparations. Moreover, Kanal hadn't stationed guards outside, fearing Silas might think they were preventing her from escaping. Admittedly, he was worried she might run off, doubting his son's appeal. Yet, this couldn't be openly shown. The more anxious he was, the more magnanimous he needed to appear. Secondly, this was a wedding. Guests would arrive soon to fetch the bride. Leaving men at the gate wasn't appropriate. Maidservants were sufficient. Besides, in Anisklang City, within the Walter estate, Kanal didn't believe anyone dared challenge them. Proven otherwise, and the intruder was ruthlessly attacking. A cold light flashed, slicing across a maid's neck. Blood splattered as the maid collapsed. The other 3 maids screamed in horror, hastily retreating from Bodhi. Silas jumped back, colliding with her vanity table, hand clamped over her mouth. You killed her? Trenton, hurry. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If I hadn't killed them, they'd inform on us, and we'd never escape the Walter estate. It was unavoidable. Holding a bloodied saber, specks of blood splashed on his clothes and face, Bodhi approached the remaining maidservants. With another cold flash, the blade aimed for the maidservants' heads. Terrified screams filled the air as a sudden shout echoed. In an instant, Silas swung her elbow, forcefully striking the blade. With a metallic clang, the saber flew out of Bodhi's unprepared grasp. Without giving Bodhi any time to react, Silas lunged forward, arms swinging like a caged tiger, hammering Bodhi's chest. Walter Bradford Pochin Fist 7th Form. Walter Bradford lifts the cauldron. Chapter 32. Estrangement. A loud bang resounded as the door exploded inward. Lincoln's body was hurled backward out of the room, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Silas's figure leapt out right after him, her delicate face stern and her eyebrows furrowed. She glanced briefly at the 3 maids behind her and barked out an order. Go quickly. Yes. Terrified, the 3 maids rushed out through another door in a panic. Watching this unfold, Lincoln struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his chest, his face contorted with shock and bewilderment. Trenton, have you gone mad? Do you realize what will happen if we draw the Walter family here? What consequences will follow us? I'm mad. It seems madness has overtaken you instead. Looking at her blood-stained childhood friend, Silas's eyes blazed with anger. Han Yuan, in just half a month, how could you have changed so much? That is a living soul. When did you become so cruel? Ha ha ha. A life? Cruelty? Me? Clutching his bruised chest, Lincoln pointed at his nose, his smile twisted. You say I'm cruel? You stand in the lair of wolves like the Walter family, living among these scoundrels, and accuse me of cruelty? My cruelty is nothing compared to a fraction of what the Walter family does. I learned it all from them. Tearing open his collar to reveal scars on his body, Lincoln's gaze turned savage. Look at this. All because of the Walter family. What did I do wrong? Han Yun, they took you away right in front of me and humiliated me publicly. Has anyone ever condemned them for their cruelty? Why? Why must I be humiliated? Because I wasn't strong enough. Because I wasn't ruthless enough. If I were stronger than them, it wouldn't have been me kneeling but them. Pulling up his collar to cover the old wounds, Lincoln raised his hands with a faint smile. Trenton, I now have the strength. Come with me, let's leave this place. Once my power reaches a certain realm, I'll definitely bring you back to take revenge on the Walter family. We'll repay them 1,000-fold for every humiliation they've inflicted upon us. As Lincoln approached, his blood-streaked hands reached toward her. Silas lowered her head expressionlessly, the ornaments on her phoenix crown clinking softly. After a long silence, just as Lincoln was about to grasp her arm, she suddenly flung her hand away. I don't care whether the Walter family is cruel or not, nor do I care why you've become this way. My heart can't hold so bony things. I only want to ask you one question. Why did you abandon me then? Watching Lincoln freeze, Silas bit her lip and lifted her head, her lips trembling and tears streaming down her face. Why did you leave me there to die alone? Just for a jade? For a trinket you had for just a few days? You abandoned me without even listening to me? Trenton, Lincoln, we've known each other for over 10 years. I willingly gave up my position, letting you have the chance to cultivate. I persuaded my parents to provide the funds, doing everything possible to help you achieve success. Tell me, from when we first met until now, have I ever lied to you even once? Speechless and embarrassed, Lincoln struggled to find words. He had been acting impulsively. Logically, he knew Silas couldn't have shattered the jade since she didn't know what it contained, making it meaningless for her to destroy it. Trenton, listen to me. I don't want to hear your explanations. Lincoln, you say the Walter family is cruel, but in my eyes, you are 1,000 times crueler. The Walter family can act tyrannically because they have the power, but you could kill indiscriminately even when powerless, abandoning your childhood friend for personal gain. How do you reconcile that with me? With a flick of her veil, Silas in her bridal attire turned away, unwilling to look at Lincoln any longer. Leave. For old time's sake, I won't tell the Walter family where you went or even try to stop them, but from now on, our ties are severed. Silas's words struck Lincoln like lightning, his body swaying backward 2 steps. Looking at the Woboan before him, adorned in her stunning red wedding dress and delicate makeup, Lincoln's lips trembled. Are you really going to be so cold-hearted? Yes. No possibility of reconciliation? No. From now on, I am Briggs's wife, and you can be your heroic youth. Didn't you always say I held back your dreams? Congratulations, you're free now. Silas's words made Lincoln shudder violently, his eyes reddening. Briggs? That fatso? What good does he have? In which way is he better than me? In every way. I desire his wealth, his readiness to stand by me, not leaving me to die alone. Isn't that enough? The courtyard fell silent again after Silas's outburst. After a long pause, Lincoln clenched his fists tightly, darkening in rage. No one takes you away from me. No one. If you won't come willingly, I'll take you by force. Seeing Lincoln assume a tiger fist stance, Silas took a step back and raised her arms in the signature move of the Walter family's ultimate martial art. The Walter Bradford breaks the army fist. You don't decide who I go with, I do. In an instant, the air crackled with tension as their fists, one wrapped in red silk, the other bloodied, clashed together. The collision warped the surrounding air, sending waves rippling outward, lifting dust into the air. Lincoln staggered back 2 steps, his arm shaking uncontrollably from the impact. Meanwhile, Silas remained unshaken, merely stepping back slightly to absorb the force. She then launched another punch upward, a straight jab aimed at Lincoln's chest, followed by an elbow strike to his jaw. Disrupting Lincoln's defenses, Silas unleashed a series of Walter family combat techniques, finishing with a whip-like blow to his neck, hurling him to the ground like a cannonball. Staring at Lincoln, who lay gasping in pain, Silas's eyebrows arched sharply as her palm transformed into a blade, poised to strike his throat. But at the last moment, her motion halted. Her trembling arm hovered just inches from Lincoln's neck, her teeth grinding together audibly. Withdrawing her arm abruptly, Silas spun around. Get out. Still dazed from the relentless barrage, Lincoln struggled to rise. Trenton, out. I don't want to repeat myself. The Walter family doesn't welcome you, and neither do I. Chapter 33. The Walter family's contingency plan. As Silas's roar faded, a chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from afar. At the same time, the sounds of weapons dragging and men cursing could be heard. Where is he? Kill him. He dared to cause trouble at our Walter family. He must have a death wish. Twist his head off and stick it on a pole for a warning. At the sound of voices, Dixon's entire body shuddered violently. He had been about to say something more but quickly shut his mouth. He gave Silas one last deep look, then struggled to rise and ran toward the wall, scrambling over it. Moments later, the side gate was forcibly pushed open, and a large number of Walter family guards and direct descendants stormed in, weapons in hand. Where is he? Monique Jacob, are you all right? Did that Ganon hurt you? Find him. Kill him. The Walter family's domineering nature had long made them the unquestioned tyrants of Anislong City, a real cancer. Yet, they were not without merit. At least when it came to protecting their own, they were textbook perfect. Even though Silas wasn't fully married into the family yet, these people would never tolerate anyone harming her. After all, one thing was bullying their own. Another was outsiders daring to bully them. Hearing their questions, Silas turned away from them and wiped the tears from her cheeks. I'm fine, thank you all for your concern. Monique Jacob, what about that Ganon? Which way did he run? He has been driven away by me, and should not come back. Today is my wedding day with Master Walter. Let's not create any unnecessary trouble. Let him go. How can this be? That Ganon actually dared to enter the Walter family and commit murder. How? One of the Walter family descendants instinctively protested, but was silenced by a nearby Bowen. The leader, a Nox captain dressed in armor, glanced deeply at Silas and simply waved his hand. Since Monique Jacob has spoken, we shall respect her wishes. Withdraw. But, I'll explain this to the head of the family. Withdraw. With such a Dan-bound expert giving the order, despite their dissatisfaction, the rest of the Walter family members complied. The crowd dispersed grumblingly. As the captain was about to leave, Silas, who had remained facing away, softly spoke. Thank you, Eric. You will be the future matriarch. It's our duty to follow your orders. However, I still advise you, now that you've joined the Walter family, don't protect such scum in the future. I understand. Silas nodded gently, looking up at the sky, lost in thought. The captain walked out of the courtyard, glancing at the distant rooftop before a slight smile appeared on his face. He swiftly vanished, not forgetting to close the door behind him. With the arrival of makeup artists and maids, preparations for the wedding resumed. Given that the room where the incident occurred could no longer be used, they moved Silas to another courtyard for an urgent reapplication of makeup, so as not to delay the auspicious moment. At the courtyard entrance, 8 Arvin-bound Nox stood guard, fully armored and menacing, preventing any possible mishaps. Meanwhile, outside the Walter residence, a figure staggered over the high wall, crashing to the ground heavily. Struggling to stand, Dixon was undeniably disheveled. Silas's series of Walter Bradford potion fist strikes, even if not delivered at full power, was far beyond Dixon's 6th-level postnatal realm capabilities. Covered in injuries, he dared not linger near the Walter residence and stumbled away. Passing through residential areas and alleyways, Dixon wiped the blood from his face, uncertain whether it was his or someone else's. His features were contorted with rage. You'd rather marry a fatty than me, Silas. What exactly do I lack compared to Briggs? If I were part of the Walter family, I would be 1,000 times stronger than him, making you forever unattainable. Clutching his bruised shoulder, Dixon leaned against the wall. Despite being so injured, his eyes grew more sinister, and the unseen aura above his head darkened further. Silas, Briggs, Walter family, you wait until I become powerful. That day may never come for you. Before he finished his monologue, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Dixon froze, turning sharply around. A Bowen in black armor blocked the path, holding a sword, his gaze dark and intense. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, definitely not of the postnatal realm. A master. A Walter family master. Realizing this, Dixon turned and fled hurriedly, hoping to escape into the crowd. But after just a few steps, he froze again. Ahead, 2 more men in identical attire stood blocking the path, one with arms crossed and the other leaning against a wall with a single-handed sword, both glaring at him unfriendly. Walter's secret soldiers. Nox. 2 Arvin-bound experts and 1 Dan-bound expert. They could easily kill Dixon, a mere novice below the Arvin-bound level. With their battle-hardened skills and formidable strength, working together, they could take down a Dan-bound opponent within a minute. How could Connell ignore Silas, a genius he held in such high regard? He didn't send anyone openly, but these 3 Nox top-tier operatives had been discreetly watching nearby. They saw Dixon's sudden appearance and his complete break with Silas. They hadn't intervened because there was no need. Silas wasn't planning to flee with Ganon. Appearing then would only disrupt matters. If Silas had decided to elope, the Walter family would immediately intervene. Now that the matter was resolved and Silas had cut ties, they could relax. While others might spare Dixon for Silas's sake, these 3 wouldn't hesitate. Such pests must be eliminated to prevent further trouble for the Walter family. Steel knives unsheathed, 3 blades pointed at the pale-faced Dixon from both sides. In unison, they asked coldly, will you do it yourself, or should we help? You're pushing things too far. Don't waste time. Seeing Ganon unwilling to end himself, the 3 Nox faces darkened and charged forward, slashing towards him with rapid movements. Within moments, Dixon was splattered with blood, collapsing before he could react. Clutching the deep wounds on his body, Dixon desperately tried to back away. The 3 Nox approached expressionlessly. Since you don't want to die, we'll have to assist you. Without giving Dixon a chance to speak, the 3 steel knives swung toward his head. Suddenly, a flash of white light revealed an unsheathed treasure sword piercing through, knocking their weapons aside while simultaneously forcing them back several steps. A ringing clang sounded as the sword embedded 3 inches into the wall, vibrating slightly. With no more delays, it was clear Dixon's fate was sealed. That a figure in blue attire appeared atop the sword at some point, sitting there effortlessly while holding a gourd to his mouth, drinking wine. Sweeter than mountain springs by 3 parts, its fragrance is more intoxicating still. 10 years to become fine vintage, aged a century to enchant the heart. Ha ha ha, fine wine, truly fine wine. Putting down the wine gourd, the Bowen sitting on the sword looked at everyone with a tipsy smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, sparring with this young lad is far too dull. If you truly wish to fight, how about I, this reclusive fellow, spar with you instead? Chapter 34. Emiliano, the green-robed Bowen, seated on the spine of his sword, caught the attention of the 3 Walter guards who had been forced back. They exchanged a glance. In the next moment, none of them showed any intention to speak. After all, their equipment clearly displayed the emblem of the Walter family. For this stranger to dare intercept them meant he obviously didn't fear the Walter family at all. Words were useless. A swift and decisive battle was necessary. With a twist of his hand, a suction force formed out of nowhere. The 3 fallen treasured sabers flew back into their hands in an instant. Next, they acted with clear division of labor. 2 of them, one being an inner core realm expert, moved swiftly towards the green-robed Bowen. The other innate realm expert turned around without hesitation, slashing angrily straight for Dixon's head. Seeing how determined these men were, even willing to kill in front of him to take down the person he wanted to save, the green-robed Bowen's pupils narrowed, and displeasure flashed in his eyes. With a sudden push from his feet, the green-robed Bowen stood up on his treasure sword and soared into the air. His green robe fluttered wildly in the wind, giving him an ethereal and graceful appearance. This jump not only avoided the sweeping blows of the 2 experts, but also caused the sword he was standing on to clang and fly off. The hilt instantly passed over the heads of the 2 men in front and struck the back of the innate realm expert who was wielding his saber, forcing him to stagger and miss his powerful slash. The blade skimmed past Dixon's head, leaving sparks flying as it sliced through the wall beside him. The innate realm expert, seeing his attack miss, changed expression and, stabilizing himself, quickly followed up with another slash aimed at Dixon's neck. However, just as the blade was about to touch Dixon's skin, there was a clank, and the blade stopped short. The green-robed Bowen held the saber with 2 fingers and grinned brightly. You are relentless, aren't you? Before the Walther guard could respond, footsteps echoed from afar. The inner core realm expert returned, swinging his saber even before getting close. He was a seasoned warrior who could keenly sense strength. In the brief exchanges, he realized this Bowen's power far exceeded his own, possibly by realms. At least Golden Core realm. Though puzzled why this Golden Core expert would involve himself in Walther family affairs as a Walther loyalist, the inner core guard did not retreat despite the unfavorable odds. He might be outmatched in a direct confrontation, but that didn't mean he couldn't complete his mission. Even a Golden Core expert wasn't omnipotent. Saber in hand, he unleashed wave after wave of saber energy, slicing across the ground and walls, aiming at the Bowen ahead. In moments, the narrow alley was filled with flashing saber lights and flying debris. Though he didn't expect to wound the Bowen, his goal was clear, to overpower and break through the Bowen's defense, killing the young Bowen behind him. Seeing this, the green-robed Bowen's smile finally faltered. He abruptly broke the saber in his grasp and slapped the innate realm expert, sending him flying with one palm strike. Having done this, the green-robed Bowen channeled his internal energy and spun the sword in his hand, forming a dazzling sword wheel around him. Numerous sword auras instantly deflected the incoming saber light. The injured innate guard, clutching his chest and retreating, spat blood but promptly raised the broken saber, joining the other two companions in launching more attacks. Clashes rang out incessantly, showering sparks where steel met steel. The ground was marred with slashes, and the walls pockmarked. After exchanging strikes for several seconds, the green-robed Bowen leaped into the air, spinning with his sword. In the next moment, a brilliant green lotus bloomed behind him. Its petals transformed into countless sword auras, enveloping the attackers in overwhelming waves. Explosions rocked the area, collapsing the side walls, and further wrecking the already battered ground. When the lotus faded, the green-robed Bowen landed gracefully, sheathing his sword. Two of the three opponents lay sprawled, heavily wounded. The remaining inner core guard, supporting himself with his saber, glared at the Bowen through tattered armor. Green Lotus Sword Arvin? I recognize this technique. It's you. Facing the bloodied opponent, the green-robed Bowen grabbed a wineskin and took a hearty swig, grinning widely. Garbed in green, my form like cloud and immortal. My sword transforms into a green lotus, blocking mountains. A hermit unaffiliated, yet wandering halfway through the realm. Haha, your humble servant is Walther Lien Sanren. To think my reputation has spread so far as to reach the Walther family, it is indeed an honor. Reaching out, he summoned the sheath embedded in a distant wall, returning the sword gracefully. He then looked at the Walther guard with narrowed eyes. My nature is to right wrongs. Your Walther family's bullying may be acceptable, but sending 3 experts to kill a mere youth, surely this is too extreme. Can you not give him a chance? One chance? If I wanted to spare him, why chase him at all? The inner core guard wiped blood from his face and spoke lowly. This boy has a deep-seated grudge with our Walther family. He infiltrated our home and slaughtered our kin. This hatred is irreconcilable. Will you really meddle for a stranger and become the enemy of the Walther family? These words froze Walther Lien Sanren mid-drink, his face showing clear shock. He had intervened impulsively upon seeing the bullying, unaware of the deeper story. Although he didn't overly concern himself with the matter, considering Walther family's strongest, Kanal, was merely a reversion realm warrior, he hadn't anticipated the severity. Yet, saving a stranger shouldn't incur much trouble. But now, hearing the Walther guard's revelation, he realized he had stumbled into something far more serious. Killing Walther family members inside their home. This youth was ruthless. Before Walther Lien Sanren could fully process this, the Walther guard added, "If you step aside now, we can forget what happened. But if you insist on interfering, you know how the Walther family deals with sworn enemies." Walther Lien Sanren's expression grew more conflicted. While he relished righting wrongs and lived boldly, this didn't make him foolish. Engaging the Walther family over an unknown youth, how would he survive hereafter? As he silently lowered his sword, Dixon, observing from behind, saw his rescuer wavering. What should he do? If the Bowen left now, even with the 3 guards injured, he wouldn't survive. Deciding, Dixon rushed forward, hugging the green-robed Bowen's leg and wailed, "Great hero, please do justice for me, great hero." Chapter 35, Seeking External Aid. The sudden movement startled both men who were locked in a standoff, especially the Walther Chan's scattered immortal, whose legs had been grabbed. If it weren't for his quick reflexes forcing him to halt his instinctive reaction, Dixon would have likely already been struck in the head and sent to meet Yama during his rush forward. Realizing that Walther Chan's scattered immortal only shuddered without pushing him away, Dixon's sobs became even more sorrowful. "Hero, I was originally a farmer from a village near Heavenly Dragon City, living idyllically with my childhood sweetheart. Though life was tough, we found joy in simplicity, yet, they did this to us." Pointing fiercely at Knox, Dixon's hand trembled as his face contorted. "Those rascals. Seeing that my childhood sweetheart had some beauty, they forcibly took her to marry her off. When I tried to reason with them, they brutally beat me, which is why I risked my life to climb over the wall into the Walther family compound to save her. Hero." Walther Chan's scattered immortal's expression changed repeatedly upon hearing Dixon's story. He was an emotional and highly righteous person who couldn't tolerate injustice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wandering around doing good deeds. Now, after hearing Dixon's tragic tale, he narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Knox. Is what he says true? Knox remained expressionless, not directly responding. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, rather, he simply didn't know. After all, he just followed orders from the patriarch. Matters of bullying and forced marriages were not something he dealt with or investigated thoroughly. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, Knox's eyes grew dark. I don't care what his reasons are. He killed someone from the Walther family, so he must die. Murder is indeed against the law, but I was left with no choice. I panicked and accidentally killed that servant. Dixon's expression was filled with panic as he clung to Walter Chan's scattered immortal's leg. It was her insistence on calling for help that forced me to act. Hero, if you believe I'm wrong, feel free to kill me, but please, save my childhood sweetheart. She's about to be forcibly married to Walter family's fourth son. Listening to Dixon's tearful plea, seeing him still thinking of saving his lover even in the face of death, Walter Chan's scattered immortal couldn't help but lift his head and sniffle. Robo-Wentic love can hurt the most, no medicine can cure such pain, pitiful and sad. Patting Dixon on the shoulder, Walter Chan's scattered immortal's face showed determination. Don't worry, with me here, the Walter family. Whoosh boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion rang out in their ears. Walter Chan's scattered immortal and Dixon turned their heads in shock. They saw the remaining active Nox, realizing that the situation was escalating, had promptly fired a signal flare. The firework ascended and exploded in the sky, quickly forming a bright, Walter character visible even in broad daylight. Seeing the large word in the sky, the previously arrogant Walter Chan's scattered immortal's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he grabbed Dixon by the collar and stepped on the wall to leap high into the air. Walter Lotus transformation. Sword ascends the sky. Rise. As he made a hand seal, the Walter Lotus sword thrown out spun and enlarged. From its original size of an ordinary sword, it instantly transformed into a several-meter-long flying Thua shuttle. Note, the term Thua can be translated as shuttle, but in this context, it seems to refer to a projectile or vessel for flight. Depending on the full context and preferred terminology in your translation, you might opt for craft, or another term that better fits the narrative style. For smoother readability, I would suggest, from its original size as an ordinary sword, it instantly transformed into a several-meter-long flying craft. Pulling Dixon onto the sword, with Walter Chan's scattered immortal's true energy flowing through his body, the next moment, they sped off on the sword, leaving behind the Nox who let out a roar of anger. Walter Lotus scattered immortal. The Walter family will not let you off easily. Amidst his angry roar, Bowenny Walter family members received the signal and were rushing towards the alley with weapons in hand. Even city guards began to gather nearby, preparing to investigate. Had Walter Chan's scattered immortal hesitated even for a moment until part of the crowd arrived, his departure would have been far from simple. After all, even at the Golden Core realm, one couldn't truly take on thousands. The green sword light flew far away from the city, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds before rapidly descending. With a clang, the sword shrank and returned to its sheath. Walter Chan's scattered immortal released Dixon, muttering softly with lingering fear. What a decisive fellow, indeed worthy of being a Walter family loyalist. Truly difficult to deal with. Having been scared cold sweat by this sudden development, Walter Chan's scattered immortal did not wish to lose his dignity in front of the young Bowen he saved. Brushing his hair back, he quickly regained his composure. Walter Chan's scattered immortal smiled amiably and turned to Dixon. Young brother Montgomery, now you're completely safe. I've taken you outside Heavenly Dragon City. Even the Walter family won't be able to touch you for a while. Here, I have some healing medicine. Take it and don't die from your injuries. While speaking, Walter Chan's scattered immortal tossed a small bottle. His words snapped Dixon out of his awe at the sword flight. Catching the bottle, Dixon looked at the smiling Bowen who resumed drinking, then lowered his head, eyes darting around. Currently injured and worn out from previous events, Dixon had been first stunned by news of his childhood sweetheart marrying someone else. Upon finding her, he discovered she had agreed willingly and cut ties with him on the spot. Just as he hadn't fully processed this blow and escaped the Walter family compound, the Walter killers caught up. These consecutive blows left Dixon feeling like it was all a dream. But they also deepened his hatred toward the Walter family. This guy seemed to enjoy meddling. With his current strength, provoking the Walter family would be suicide. Yet this fellow had easily defeated those three formidable opponents. And what did the Walter thugs call him earlier? Walter Chan's scattered immortal? Wasn't he the famous Golden Core cultivator known throughout nearby cities? Dixon didn't know how powerful the Golden Core realm truly was, but he knew the Walter family's greatest ace, Kanal, the patriarch, was also at the Golden Core stage. Golden Core versus Golden Core, the outcome was uncertain. Could he get this fellow to stir things up at the Walter family and achieve his revenge? Even if he couldn't get full vengeance, ruining the wedding and making the Walter family miserable would be good enough. Thinking this, Dixon threw the medicine bottle aside, knelt down, and began performing a grand salute. Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving my life. Ha 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 ha, it was nothing, no need to thank me. Immortal Master has saved me from dire straits. You are a true hero. Young brother Montgomery has one more request. Please, Immortal Master, save my poor childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, if she's forcibly married to a tyrant, I'll have no face to live in this world. Ah, well? If Immortal Master finds it troublesome, young brother Montgomery doesn't force you. After all, I have nothing but this rotten life to repay you, and it should have ended at the Walter family. What use is this life if I can't save her? Kneeling heavily, Dixon struggled to his feet and walked away, not even picking up the medicine. Seeing this scene, Walter Chan scattered immortal sighed. Well, foolish child, since you insist, I'll accompany you to Walter Manor one more time. Upon hearing this, Dixon's lowered face revealed a swift smirk. Translation complete. This maintains the tone and style, ensuring the English flows naturally and remains coherent with the storyline. Chapter 36, A Restless Wedding. In the Walter Mansion of Heavenly Dragon City, numerous officials and nobles gathered in one hall. At the entrance to the courtyard, a large number of soldiers dressed in black armor, adorned with red silk on top, entered in neat rows. Behind them followed a band and Bowenny maids. With the sound of footsteps, Silas, her head covered by a red veil and dressed in a splendid red wedding gown, gracefully walked forward, supported by the maids. Meanwhile, from the other side of the room, Briggs, similarly dressed in a red robe for the occasion, wearing armor to appear more imposing, emerged on time. Seeing the bride and groom enter, the scene immediately became lively. However, as Briggs scanned the courtyard, he could not help but frown. Most of the high-ranking officials of Heavenly Dragon City were already present, but his estranged father was nowhere to be seen. For such an important wedding, the absence of an elder was certainly not a good omen. Hadn't it been that old Bowen who forced him into this marriage? Why had he hidden? Was the old Bowen shy? Before Briggs could figure out what was happening, a Walter guard quickly approached and whispered into his ear. Ian, something unexpected happened with Third Aiden. The family head is dealing with it and will return soon. Lord Walter asks you to proceed with the wedding first. We'll wait for him to perform the formal bowing ceremony. Briggs's eyes turned strange at this. Something unexpected? Was Walter Lawson finally choosing to hang himself because he couldn't take the blow? That would indeed be good news. It would save trouble in the future. He'd have to drink 2 cups in celebration later. Unaware that his third brother had indeed passed away, Briggs did not bother to inquire further. He was now determined to complete the wedding to see if marrying a protagonist could change his fate for the better. Even becoming a supporting character would be better than constantly having a dark halo hanging over him. It was both awkward and frustrating. Under the officiant's guidance, the wedding proceeded rapidly. The traditional Chinese wedding ceremonies continued as usual, crossing the fire pot, tying the red string, singing and playing music for blessings. However, due to Konal's absence, the bowing ceremony was postponed. Briggs and Silas skipped to the next part, lifting the veil and drinking from the crossing cups. Taking the jade rui from a nearby maid, Briggs gently used it to lift Silas's red veil. This veil, like a handkerchief, was an ancient item worn to avoid shame and discomfort. According to tradition, the groom uses a scale or a jade rui to lift the bride's veil for good luck. The bride's first glance only at the groom symbolizes dedication and loyalty. Briggs held the delicate jade rui and gently lifted Silas's veil. Though his face remained expressionless, his heart began racing faster. After all, this was a wedding, one of the most significant events in life. Even a match arranged by parents could make a young Bowen like Briggs feel somewhat flustered, especially when the red veil slowly revealed a beautiful, slightly bashful face. Briggs felt his heart might leap out of his mouth. Previously too preoccupied with observing everyone's halos and how to escape his villainous fate, Briggs hadn't paid much attention to appearances. Now, as he took a closer look, he realized just how stunning Silas was. With a naturally superior beauty enhanced by practicing the Tsang Yu White Jade scripture, her appearance was like a lotus emerging from water, graceful yet unassuming. Initially seeming ordinary, her beauty grew more captivating the longer one looked. Combined with her mismatched yet charming figure, the visual impact was extraordinary. Staring at Silas's gradually revealed beauty, Briggs's eyes widened. Truly, she lived up to being the once designated heroine. Her beauty was undeniable. Such a beauty had emerged from a desolate village, spending her days cooking over smoky fires. Yet she maintained such exquisite features, unbelievable. He was about to marry her? To a protagonist? How wonderful. Thinking about it now, the trope of a hero marrying a villain did seem popular. Their son, capable of navigating both sides, sounded like a classic Dragon Elite setup. Perhaps this could work for him too. Lost in thought, Briggs's grip tightened. Just as the red veil was fully lifted, a cold flash shot from afar. Barely Bowen aging a choked grunt, the red veil fell again, covering Silas's face. The jade rui shattered on the ground. Clutching his injured wrist, Briggs paled and stepped back, turning sharply toward the courtyard entrance. The spinning wine gourd that struck Briggs's wrist was controlled by suction and flew back. Amidst the howling wind, a Bowen in blue robes on the wall caught it deftly. Who is there? Enemy attack. Protect Aiden. Shouts rose as Walter family guards rushed to shield Briggs and Silas. The guests hurriedly retreated. Silas, sheltered behind the guards, nervously lifted part of her veil and started examining Briggs's injured wrist. Seeing the bruise on his wrist, she turned fiercely toward the figure far away. Briggs, holding his hurt wrist, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He knew it wouldn't be easy to marry the heroine. Here, someone had already come crashing their wedding before the honeymoon. On the wall, Emiliano stood emotionlessly facing those below. Beside him, Lincoln, still recovering from injuries, climbed onto the wall with difficulty. Using his silver tongue, he had convinced the naive Emiliano to cause trouble at the Walter residence. Unfortunately, Emiliano insisted on bringing him along, arguing that having Lincoln confront the Walters directly would give him some backbone. Moreover, Emiliano wouldn't let Lincoln hide. Even though Lincoln repeatedly explained that he would only hold Emiliano back, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Looking down at the sea of guards and martial experts, Lincoln felt utterly helpless. His intention was for Emiliano to create chaos alone. Regardless of the outcome, it would have no relation to him since he would be long gone by then. But now, he was part of the chaos. If Emiliano lost, he wouldn't have a good end either. With matters settled, Lincoln could only pray silently for Emiliano's strength. Chapter 37. Fury Unleashed. I am Walter Glian-Sanrin, an itinerant Taoist who just happened to pass by here. I heard that your Walter family has been forcibly abducting women and committing countless atrocities, and I cannot stand idly by. Pulling Lincoln over the wall, Walter Glian-Sanrin leaped down, his face heavy with concern, completely disregarding the numerous Walter family experts ahead. After all, cultivating Tao is about refining one's heart, and refining the heart is about shaping one's nature. If a cultivator's Tao heart isn't strong, they would never be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Instead, they would perish under it. Therefore, the Tao heart is crucial for cultivators. And this so-called Tao heart refers to a person's true nature, their determination, and what they strive for in life. A good person has their own Tao heart, just as a bad person has theirs. This Tao heart could be a lifetime of freedom, becoming an immortal or sage, settling scores righteously, or achieving imperial power. It could even be purely fulfilling personal desires, or harboring an attitude of letting oneself be damned. Walter Glian-Sanrin's Tao heart was to punish the wicked and uphold justice. Since he had agreed to Lincoln's request, Walter Sanren would absolutely not back down halfway, otherwise, he would certainly develop heart demons, and any further progress would be impossible. While overcoming heart demons can lead to a clearer Dao heart and higher cultivation, how many people could actually do that? Walter Sanren did not believe he could, which was why he had remained at the gold core stage for so long. Confronted by hundreds of experts, Walter Sanren was also alarmed internally. However, between danger and his Dao heart, he chose the latter without hesitation. Taking a firm step forward, Walter Sanren's expression hardened, as he suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Briggs. Especially you, the fourth son of the Walter family, Briggs. How dare you kidnap another Bowen's wife and order your clansmen to silence them? Have you no conscience? Walter Sanren's words stunned Briggs, who subconsciously pointed at his own nose, full of confusion. What was happening? When had he kidnapped anyone? When had he ordered killings? Whom had he killed? Speaking of which, who was this guy with the gray aura above his head? Why was he making wild accusations out of nowhere? And what kind of aura was a gray one? He had never seen it before. As Briggs instinctively raised his hand, the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to immediately clutch his bruised wrist in pain, his facial features twisting. Even if the gold core expert hadn't exerted much force, Briggs couldn't defend himself properly against such an attack. His arm wasn't crippled only because Walter Sanren didn't want to escalate matters and deliberately went easy on him. Seeing Briggs in pain, Silas, who was supporting him, glared fiercely, especially when she turned to see Lincoln timidly standing behind Walter Sanren. Her eyes reddened with rage. She had let her childhood friend off easily, intending both parties to part ways forever. But who could have guessed that the other side would find a powerful expert to disrupt her significant wedding and immediately injure her future husband? Silas was seething with anger, and her roar made everyone else in the Walter family tremble. They exchanged glances, eyes narrowing. Then they raised their weapons and roared as they charged at Walter Sanren. This sudden turn of events confused Walter Sanren. Staring at the bride in a red dress, wielding a steel saber and leading the charge, his mind momentarily froze. What was going on? Didn't Ganon say that his childhood friend was forcibly brought here? Why did his actions provoke such an aggressive response from this Waboan, as if she wanted to cut him down alive? This didn't look like a situation of forced marriage at all. Suddenly, Walter Sanren remembered something and turned to look at Briggs, who looked equally bewildered. His heart skipped a beat. Damn, could Ganon's supposed childhood friend be this fat guy? Isn't the fourth son of the Walter family actually a Waboan? Dodging Silas's overhead strike, Walter Sanren quickly retreated, watching the relentless attacks from the Waboan, swinging her saber wildly and chasing after him with every move. He felt her dense true Arvin. His unconventional speculation began to seem more plausible. Such a fierce character, such brutal fighting style, and reaching half-step innate at such a young age. This person must definitely be the fourth son of the Walter family. With a metallic clang, Walter Sanren blocked Silas's saber with his sword and kicked her away. Just as he dealt with her, two gold core Walter family experts swung their sabers and charged towards him, followed by numerous innate disciples. In the flurry of swords and spears, Walter Sanren fought several rounds with these experts. Leveraging his superior strength, while they relied on numbers, neither side gained the upper hand. The Walter family experts fell back, forming a circle around Walter Sanren, their weapons ready. The leader among them, a gold core expert, roared. Walter family disciples, form the formation. Huh. Weapons combining, true Arvin connecting, wolf shadows emerge from the Walter family disciples and converge behind them, roaring wildly. The Walter family's ultimate technique, a cooperative fighting method, the Walter Bradford Pajuan formation. Kill. Giving Walter Sanren no time to react, dozens of experts, all at least innate level, surged forward with swords and spears. Spears pierced out with force like rainbows, sabers slashed creating defensive barriers. Both offensive and defensive, this formation completely sealed all escape routes for Walter Sanren. The Walter family was established through martial prowess, having risen to prominence through battlefield battles. Their techniques, formations, were all modeled after large-scale combat. The Walter Bradford Pajuan formation, specifically designed for trapping and killing experts on the battlefield, was extremely formidable. Even though Walter Sanren was a realm higher, facing relentless combined attacks from all sides, he struggled to hold his ground. On the other side, Silas, not versed in cooperative fighting, flipped back up from the ground. Seeing she couldn't help much there, she turned to glare at Lincoln in the distance. Frowning deeply, her gentle demeanor replaced by overwhelming murderous intent, she dashed toward Lincoln, her saber dragging on the ground, sparks flying. Hearing the grating sound of metal scraping the ground and seeing Silas charging at him with her saber raised, Lincoln trembled in fear, rolling and crawling away. Before he could run far, a figure blocked his path, brandishing a war spear with unfriendly eyes. Wearing a red groom outfit, with a set of armor underneath for added might, Briggs glared at Lincoln as if ready to devour him. If a main protagonist had come to disrupt the wedding, or even a silver ring secondary character, Briggs might have accepted it. But this Ganon, a black ring villain darker than him, bringing along some unknown gray-ored guy, dared to disturb the Walter family? Did Ganon really not understand the concept of a black ring force? Did he think Briggs was made of clay? Note: in the original text, the term gray halo seems used metaphorically. I've translated it as gray aura to maintain the mysterious and unusual imagery while keeping it understandable in English. Chapter 38. Mixed doubles for men and women. Lincoln. A roar, Briggs's halberd on his shoulders swept across the air, leaving a trail of cold light. Lincoln reacted swiftly, dodging at the last moment by shifting sideways. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp blade descended from behind. Silas lunged forward. In front, the halberd swung fiercely, demonstrating its advantage in reach. From behind, the saber slashed with perilous strikes. Trapped between the two, Lincoln found himself struggling, unable to defend properly. Dodging over a dozen attacks, Lincoln was sent flying with a dull grunt as he was struck by the crescent-bladed halberd. Fortunately, Briggs held a single-edged green dragon halberd used by soldiers, with a hook on only one side. Due to an impromptu change in move, the blunt shaft struck Lincoln's chest instead of the hooked side. Otherwise, this blow would have torn through his unarmored body, causing him to die instantly. Seeing Lincoln fly backward, Briggs swiftly raised his halberd and spun around to chase after him. The whistling wind echoed as he rapidly closed the distance and stabbed sideways. However, his thrust met the spine of a steel saber with a light ring, locking the halberd tightly. Owning a weapon once again and stabilizing himself, Lincoln engaged head-on, but the weapons locked together with a loud thud. Air tense, both men exchanged glares. Lincoln gritted his teeth while Briggs's face was contorted with rage. In the next second, Briggs's war cries filled the air as he launched a flurry of strikes, using his long weapons advantage to overwhelm Lincoln. Wielding dual sabers, Lincoln fought back frantically while retreating step by step. Sparks flew, ringing clashes resounded. A single saber against a spear meant certain death, but twin sabers fighting a spear promised mutual destruction. Even with two weapons, facing a battlefield killer like a spear, Lincoln was reduced to desperate defense. After several exchanges, Lincoln discovered Briggs's weakness, specifically, the flaw in Briggs's weapon. Though halberds combined the strengths of various weapons, Briggs's was only a basic guard weapon, far from exquisite. The wooden shaft, in particular, was nothing more than a sturdy stick. Realizing he would not survive continuing the exchange, Lincoln abruptly shifted to the side. The green dragon halberd flashed past, slicing open a gash on his shoulder as it narrowly missed. Capitalizing on this hit, Briggs aimed to sever Lincoln's arm, only to find the latter using his dual sabers to trap the halberd. With an influx of internal energy, the wooden shaft snapped. Briggs felt the sudden loss of weight and instinctively thrust forward. Although the halberd had broken, under Briggs's strength, the remaining end pierced into Lincoln's chest, eliciting a scream of pain. However, the attack stopped there. Using his body to push against the shaft, Lincoln wielded his dual sabers to slice the wooden shaft into pieces. Seeing Briggs retreat hastily, Lincoln rushed forward furiously, eyes bloodshot. Before his blades landed, a cold flash interrupted. The nearby Silas intervened without hesitation. Her level was far above Briggs's brute force. She showcased sheer dominance with elegant yet deadly moves, spinning like a dragon wielding her blade. Overwhelmed by her superior skills, Lincoln found himself in disarray again. Had Silas been more adept at her techniques, she could have killed Lincoln within dozens of strikes, given her half-step innate realm prowess. Clashing sounds echoed in the courtyard. The distant Walterglean scattered man was now being surrounded by Walter family experts and elite guests. Back here, Lincoln was being battered mercilessly by Silas, already bearing 3 wounds in just a few rounds. Attempting another ruse to disable Silas's weapon first, Lincoln feigned a gap in defense. Just as his dual sabers trapped her blade, a figure charged from the side. A left armored arm hooked, a right arm hammered. With a crisp sound, the intertwined sabers twisted and deformed. Following up, Briggs's punch shattered one of the sabers and slammed into Lincoln's chest, sending him flying and spitting blood, crashing onto the ground, unable to rise immediately. Briggs adjusted his stance, preparing for the opening move of the Emperor-breaking army fist. Behind him, Silas also assumed the posture of Walter family Eagle Claw Kung Fu, claws extended aggressively. Lincoln, you've gone too far. Trenton, today, Master Montgomery will serve your head as wine. Without giving Lincoln any chance to explain or struggle, Briggs roared again and charged forward with his fists. Silas, standing behind him, hastily followed suit, claws ready. Seeing this, Lincoln paled. With weapons, he might hold his own temporarily, but weaponless, facing a near-equal opponent, and one who could easily overpower him, victory was hopeless. Seeking cover to gain an advantage, Lincoln's attempts were thwarted as Briggs and Silas cleverly cut off all escape routes, trapping him in their relentless assault. Dodging Briggs's sweeping punch, Lincoln narrowly avoided a strike that shattered a wooden beam upon impact. Before he could catch his breath, a sharp pain erupted from his back. A scream followed. Silas had reached from behind, delivering 2 claw strikes, one tearing open his flesh and the other narrowly missed. As Silas's claws struck the wall, 5 deep marks appeared. Under the relentless assault, Lincoln quickly became covered in injuries, especially his arms used for blocking, now swollen with blood. With every block becoming more difficult, Briggs and Silas struck harder. Finally, Briggs's sweeping arm collided forcefully with Lincoln's neck, lifting him into the air. Before he could land, Silas kicked him further away, sending him flying once more. Chapter 39. A desperate struggle. Spinning and dazed, Lincoln slammed into the ground and couldn't get up for a long while. Just as he propped himself up with his hands, struggling to rise, footsteps approached from behind. Silas's voice rang out, full of malice. I don't blame you for abandoning me, and I even helped you when you broke into the Walter family. Lincoln, I've been more than kind to you, so why do you keep harming me? Looking at the pitiful state of Lincoln, Silas no longer felt any pity, only fury. You came with people on my wedding day to cause trouble. How can I still hold my head high in front of other Walter family members or my husband? Silas's anger escalated. Her arms trembled. A Waboan fears humiliation, a Boan ridicule. Even as a simple peasant Waboan, Silas valued loyalty above all else. Now, during her wedding, a Boan had brought skilled fighters to disrupt it. What would people say about her? If Lincoln's abandonment had ended their relationship before, now Silas wished to disembowel him. Before she could charge forward in rage, someone blocked her path. Briggs stopped her action, holding her head to the side. I'll handle this. It might get bloody, so look away. Without waiting for a response, Briggs rushed forward. The heavily injured Lincoln was no match for him. Staggering, he barely deflected a few punches before Briggs landed a solid blow to his chest, followed by several more to incapacitate him. Briggs then thrust his hand towards Lincoln's neck without further ado. He had already adopted the role of the antagonist and knew too much talking could be fatal. Snap. His chi-infused fingers stiffened abruptly, stopping just short of Lincoln's neck. Another fighter intervened, gripping Briggs's wrist tightly. Looking at the blood-soaked arm that grabbed him, Briggs's eyes widened in shock, turning to see none other than the expert Lincoln had brought. His blue robes were stained red, and his face marked with deep cuts. Despite being surrounded by bony fighters, this Bowen had somehow broken through alive. Before Briggs could react, the Killian had already grabbed Briggs by the throat, pinning him in front of him. Walter family experts, armed and ready, hesitated upon seeing this. The Killian's eyes twitched nervously, despite his half-step transcendence. He should not have been reduced to such a state, but among the Walter family guests, 2 experts shared his level, one a gold core cultivator, the other a reverted essence martial artist. Hidden in the crowd, they ambushed him, leaving him severely wounded. Without a third-rank innate protective artifact, he would have perished. Grasping Briggs's throat, the Killian growled fiercely. Stay back. If anyone takes another step, I'll kill him. Everyone froze, even the 2 experts from Anislong City. If Walter family's 4th son died here, they would share the blame. At this moment, Silas pushed through the crowd, glaring at the Killian. Let him go, and I promise you'll leave here alive. Humph. Promises? I trust no one's word. Unprepared for nearly losing his life after just a whim, the Killian looked extremely displeased. Seeing his reluctance, Silas grew grave. What do you want? This has nothing to do with him. Take it out on me. I don't want anything. I will take him and leave. Once far enough, I will release him. No one follows us. Fine, but if anything happens to my husband, I will hunt you down and obliterate your soul. I swear it by heaven. As Silas spoke resolutely, the Killian showed no reaction, but Briggs began trembling, his face deathly pale. He hadn't realized Silas was actually the tragic widow type of protagonist. Noticing Briggs's discomfort, Silas softened, whispering reassuringly, Don't worry, husband, you're safe with me today. Brother, don't listen to this Waboan. She can't harm you. Gazing at the Killian, Briggs silently hoped he wasn't dealing with a villainous destiny. Otherwise, if the Bowen sneered and threatened to kill his husband, Briggs feared for what might follow. Fortunately, the Killian was not an unintelligent villain. He wouldn't risk killing Briggs in front of everyone, jeopardizing his escape. With Briggs under control, the Killian backed away with Lincoln. But before they reached the exit, a commotion erupted ahead. A figure walked out from the crowd, hands behind his back, a grim expression on his face. So, you want to leave without offering any gifts for my hospitality? What do you think of the Walter family? Recognizing the newcomer, the Killian tensed. Conall. That's right. Surveying the injured wanderer and the captive Briggs, Conall frowned deeply, his voice cold. You have 2 choices. Either sever one of your arms and leave, or die here. Choose. Silence filled the courtyard. The Killian's grip tightened on Briggs's throat, his lips trembling. Do you wish to perish together with me? So what? Don't you care about your son's life? I have 4 sons and over 10 daughters. Do you think one less will matter in my old age? Upon hearing this, the Killian froze, and Briggs's expression shifted. Silas, standing beside Conall, glanced at him strangely. This sounded oddly familiar. Translation note. The original text employs a style that is both dramatic and fluid. Efforts have been made to maintain this tone, while ensuring the translation reads naturally in English. Chapter 40. Conall's decisive killing. As his imposing aura spread, Conall walked toward Dion with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. Even though Dion did not think he was much weaker, he couldn't help but take a step back in the face of this notorious master. After all, he was badly injured now. Behind him, Silas opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but was halted by Conall's raised hand. Leave this matter to me. You needn't interfere. Upon hearing Conall's words, Silas naturally had no choice but to close his mouth obediently. Conall stopped several meters before Dion, and in the silent hall, only the heavy breathing could be heard. Seeing Dion's tense appearance, Conall's lips suddenly curled up. You're afraid? Fear of death is a Hu Bowen instinct, nothing to hide. I've been afraid too. Giving a pained-looking Briggs a glance, Conall slowly narrowed his eyes and then suddenly looked up at Dion. If you release him and can withstand 3 punches from me, I will spare your life. These words first left Dion stunned, then a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. He tightened his grip on Briggs's neck slightly. You care about your son after all. Don't misunderstand. This isn't negotiation. I'm just telling you how you can live. You can choose not to release him. Shaking his hands, he pushed his sleeves up to his elbows, exposing his muscular arms, his expression serious. But then, more than just 3 punches await you. As he spoke, dense true chi started spreading from Conall's body, swirling and roaring around him. The blood-red true chi made anyone who saw it feel an eerie chill. It's said that one spirit follows its master. Conall's cultivated true chi was blood-red, indicating how Bowenny lives he must have taken. Perhaps too Bowenny for anyone to count. Facing Conall's resolute stance, who seemed ready to attack at any moment, and seeing the crowd gradually closing in, weapons pointing directly at him, Dion took a deep breath and silently released Briggs's throat. Master Walter is the foremost expert in Anislong City. I've heard much about you and always wished for an opportunity to spar. Since you want to exchange 3 punches? Before he finished speaking, noticing Briggs had escaped, a flash of red light appeared in Conall's eyes. The next moment, like a gust of wind, Conall vanished instantly from his spot. The ground beneath where he stood immediately cracked, bricks shattered flying half a meter high. Unprepared for Conall's sudden attack, Dion barely managed to raise his arms defensively. An oppressive sound echoed as Conall delivered a side punch that collided with Dion's crossed arms. Red and green chi clashed momentarily. A solid lotus bloomed in front of Dion, trying to cut through the incoming bloody chi. But the fierce bloody chi was merciless, targeting a single point with immense power. In the first second, the bloody chi scattered upon hitting the lotus, shooting wildly backward along its edges, tearing the ground and walls apart instantly. In the second second, the lotus crumbled, cracks spreading, strands of bloody chi spilling out, hitting Dion and causing blood jets to explode from his body. His defensive arms became riddled with holes, even revealing white bones. In the third second, a delayed scream pierced the air. Amidst Dion's suppressed howls, Kanal punched straight through the lotus defense, his fist piercing through and slamming into Dion's chest. Another loud crash, accompanied by a huge lotus exploding, sent Dion flying backward. The resulting shockwave demolished buildings and carried him over 10 meters away, leaving him lying among the ruins, barely breathing, his arms now a mist of blood. Standing amidst the devastation, looking at the 10-meter-long trench and the blood-soaked figure at the end, Kanal coldly scoffed, placing his arms behind his back again. 3 punches? Why would I bother with such a hassle to kill you? Cough. Walter. Kanal, you didn't keep your word. Lying amid the rubble, too weak to even stand, Dion looked up at Kanal trembling. You ambushed me? Huh? Ambush? I merely wanted to give you a swift end. With his hands behind his back, Kanal stood proudly, gazing down at the distant figure. What? Do you think you could withstand my 3 punches if I hadn't ambushed you? If you believe so, I'll heal you and finish you off again. Konal's words left everyone, including Dion, speechless. Though Konal's ambush was indeed against martial ethics, it also caught Dion off guard. But Kanal, not wanting to alert him, attacked without gathering strength. Neither fully exerted their power, yet Dion was gravely injured. Even with another chance, Dion wouldn't survive beyond 10 moves. Konal's prowess far exceeded his own. Realizing there was nothing more to say, Kanal sneered again. Blame yourself for crossing someone you shouldn't, Montgomery. As he spoke, Kanal stomped forward, delivering a powerful punch. As he sank into a horse stance, his right arm swung downward like a cannon. Blood-red true chi roared out, transforming into a ferocious tiger that lunged towards Dion. This wasn't any world-class martial art but a common boxing technique, one of the 12 forms of Xingyi, tiger shape punch. While most could only mimic the form or shape, few could unleash a physical manifestation as Kanal did, making him a true martial master by this skill alone. Facing the monstrous, blood-red tiger charging at him, Dion, powerless to retaliate, let out a roar. A thunderous boom echoed across the Walter family courtyard as the tiger struck Dion but was blocked by a glowing jade gem. The clash between tiger and jade exploded into a blood-red burst, scattering debris from the ruins once more. Under the jade's protection, however, Dion remained unharmed. Seizing the moment of astonishment, Dion explosively unleashed his remaining true chi. His damaged flying sword rushed over, enlarging mid-air. Harnessing his last strength, he leaped, using true chi to carry Lincoln along. In the next instant, sword light blazed, carrying them both skyward. Where are you running? Seeing them escape, Kanal wouldn't allow it. His arms shook violently as he used the Walter family's secret move, Walter Bradford Ju Ding, Emperor Walter's lift. True chi converged, shooting upward in visible waves, blowing people off their feet, forcing the stronger ones to retreat and the weaker ones to fly backward. The sharp true chi blade shot up at lightning speed, striking the 2 figures in the sky fiercely. Translation complete. Please let me know if further adjustments are needed. Chapter 41. Differential treatment. The blood mist exploded, shattering the surrounding clouds. The 2 individuals targeted by this move swayed violently but were not directly knocked down. Amidst their erratic movements, their foot swords accelerated again, carrying them swiftly out of sight. Seeing the enemies escape, the Walter family members' expressions changed drastically. They held their weapons, preparing to give chase. However, Kanal raised a hand, stopping everyone's actions. Let him go. Master. But cultivators excel in speed. We warriors can't catch up with them. It's futile for you all to chase after him, Kanal said calmly while standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distant sky. Besides, he has already endured 3 punches from this old Bowen and did not die here. I should let him leave as per the rules. Yes, master. Upon hearing Konal's words, the Walter family disciples nodded hurriedly. The guests also praised Konal's adherence to promises. Only Kanal himself appeared slightly somber. He wasn't adhering to any promise. The reason he didn't chase after them was that, first, he truly couldn't catch up, and second, Ganon had been crippled and might never recover properly. He no longer posed a threat to the Walter family, so it didn't matter whether or not they chased him. Moreover, this was a crucial day for his son's wedding. To maintain his image as upright before his daughter-in-law, Kanal didn't want her to think him ruthless just because of these 2 useless men. Of course, he would still hunt them down afterward. These scoundrels had dared to kill his son, even if it was only the incompetent 3rd son, who excelled in neither literature nor martial arts and harbored deep enmity towards Silas, whom Kanal despised. But no matter how useless, Ganon was still his son. This grudge, Kanal would eventually repay. Turning around, Kanal saw Silas bandaging Briggs's wounds. He quickly put on a gentle smile. The scoundrels have been driven away. Let's continue with the wedding ceremony, so as not to delay the auspicious day. Silas glanced nervously at Briggs. But Walter Aiden. Don't worry, this Ganon is tough. A few minor injuries won't matter. Turning back, Kanal announced the commencement of the wedding ceremony, and the entire Walter family compound became lively again. Amid cheers and teasing, Silas, now wearing the red veil again, and Briggs, dressed neatly, came together once more. However, this time the ceremony followed a more traditional format. First, bowing to heaven and earth, paying respects to the ancestors. Second, bowing to parents, honoring the elders. Then, couple bowing to each other, swearing to live together through thick and thin, never parting until old age. As the couple finished their bows, Kanal, seated at the main position, smiled extraordinarily warmly. That amiable appearance left no trace of his previous ferocity. Looking at Briggs slowly rising to his feet, Kanal nodded approvingly. Among his 4 sons, the eldest son, Ganon, was the most useless. Of course, this was partly due to his late birth, by which time the critical family industries were already fully controlled by his elder brothers. Yet, Kanal favored none other than this 4th son. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the chances of having children. Otherwise, those top-tier couples who lived together for millennia would probably have enough offspring to form an army instead of being childless. Having a son in his later years naturally evoked love and affection. Moreover, Briggs's mother was Konal's first and only wife whom he married purely out of love, not for family interests. Unfortunately, this Woboan had a difficult life. Despite being a mere mortal, even with longevity pills and youth-preserving elixirs purchased at great expense by Konal, she didn't live past 100 years. Not long after giving birth to Briggs, she passed away in Konal's arms. Since then, Kanal had never remarried or taken concubines. Lifting his head to gaze at the sky, he sighed, his eyes reflecting a tinge of melancholy. If she were alive, she would surely be very happy right now. No. If she saw how this Ganon turned out to be a waste, she'd probably try to kill him. But the 4th son lacked talent, was lazy, and lacked intelligence. Even if he insisted on cultivating him and handed over the family, what could he do? Could he compete with his other brothers? The answer was obvious. After he died during Transcendence, the 4th son would likely be ousted from the family leader position and meet a worse fate. By not forcing him to cultivate and letting him live freely, he provided him with a fortune upon adulthood, allowing him to enjoy a wealthy life. This was the best outcome for the 4th son. But destiny played tricks on him. This unremarkable 4th son found a wife with terrifying talent. It seemed the position of family leader needed reconsideration. Glancing sideways, he saw his eldest and 2nd sons looking rather displeased. Kanal ignored them and took out a small jade box from his robes, handing it to Silas, who stood up. Girl, since you've called me father, I can't possibly do nothing. Here, this is a 3rd-grade foundation establishment pill for you. After his words, the hall fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the jade box, especially the 2nd son whose eyes nearly popped out. Pills were divided into 9 grades, the 9th being worthless and the 1st being the most precious. Among them, pills that aid breakthroughs were the most valuable. A 3rd-grade foundation establishment pill could increase one's success rate during breakthrough by at least 50%. Such a pill could cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Mickey, Dad. The 2nd son stammered, his hand trembling as it pointed at the pill. He had been stuck at the peak of the innate realm for 8 years, taking 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills without success. Now seeing his father giving such a precious item to an outsider, his eyes turned red. Hearing this, Kanal remained smiling and merely glanced at him. Sensing the hidden coldness in his father's smile, the 2nd son trembled, shutting his mouth and lowering his head, clenching his fists tightly. Not just the 2nd son, Briggs felt similarly shocked. Gazing at the valuable foundation establishment pill, Briggs looked excitedly at his adoptive father, repeatedly pointing at himself. Noticing his 4th son's action, Kanal threw him a wooden box expressionlessly, startling Briggs as he fumbled to catch it. Opening the wooden box under Briggs's hopeful gaze revealed a different pill inside. An 8th-grade foundation establishment pill, worth about 100 spirit stones, which increased breakthrough success by 20% at most. Looking at the exquisite jade box in Silas's hand, then at the shabby wooden box in his own, Briggs raised his head emotionlessly. Am I really your son? Kanal gave him an equally expressionless look. If you weren't my son, you wouldn't even get this. Actually, I think with Silas's talent, it doesn't matter if you give her a 3rd-grade pill, even a 9th-grade pill, or nothing at all. She'll break through perfectly for you. Ganon, if you dare to covet that pill, I will strangle you myself. Chapter 42. The True Power of Fortune. Inside the bridal chamber, Briggs sat on a chair, sighing deeply. Especially after glancing at the 8th-grade foundation establishing pill beside him, he felt even more frustrated. On the matrimonial bed, Silas sat demurely at the edge, holding the small jade box in her hands. Seeing Briggs's dejected and aggrieved expression, she stroked the jade box and couldn't help but whisper softly. Lord Walter, husband, if you really need the foundation establishing pill, you can use mine. If we don't tell anyone, father is unlikely to find out. Hearing this, Briggs abruptly turned his head to look at her. Feeling Briggs's peculiar gaze, Silas lowered her head shyly, the pearls on her hair ornament gently jingling. There's no need to worry about me. Even without it, I believe I can still break through successfully. Silas's words made Briggs nod in deep agreement. He didn't doubt for a moment that she could advance on her own strength. After all, she was the protagonist with a golden halo, the great fortune bearer with a deep golden aura. With such overwhelming fortune, if she couldn't even achieve the foundation stage on her own, how would someone like Briggs, with his black-ringed minor villain status, survive? It was just too unfortunate. Shaking his head, Briggs stood up, sighed, walked over to Silas, and patted her head gently. You keep it for yourself. But I'm only at the 6th level of postnatal realm. There's plenty of time before I reach the natal stage. You needn't worry about me. Moreover, your improved strength will be beneficial to me as well. Don't give it another thought. Stealing from the protagonist? Only an insane person would think of something so foolish. Initially, Briggs believed that fortune merely indicated opportunity, and seizing it would destroy the protagonist. However, after today's events, Briggs was now almost certain of one thing. Fortune wasn't just about opportunities. It also represented luck, divine favor, and outcomes when crises arose. In identical situations, while others would perish, the protagonist would always turn danger into safety. Facing natural disasters or Bowen-made calamities, when others faced near certain death, the protagonist always emerged unscathed. This was the true power of the protagonist's fortune. The protagonist was protected by the heavens themselves. Trying to steal from her would invite direct opposition from her fortune. Back then, Walter Daoist first injured Briggs, who was the weakest link. Then, just as Silas was retreating and Briggs was about to make his move, Walter Daoist bow managed to break through. It seemed as though everything was intentionally working against Briggs. Had their own fortunes not been so poor, Briggs might have ended up dead. Additionally, the previous jade pendant incident was highly unusual. Despite Briggs's efforts to eliminate Dixon and seize his opportunity, everything kept turning out differently due to coincidences and unexpected events. In the end, Dixon even reclaimed the jade pendant. Although the jade was broken, it didn't affect its functionality and even resolve the spirit possession crisis. If Dixon hadn't acted recklessly and Silas hadn't swallowed the jade to commit suicide, Briggs strongly suspected who might have ultimately possessed the jade. Sitting down beside Silas on the bed, Briggs watched her bashfully hold the jade box and lower her head. His feelings were mixed. By virtue of her fortune, she could be considered someone who brings bad luck to her husband. Lately, Briggs indeed felt that this Waboan had brought him considerable trouble. But the marriage ceremony had taken place, they had bowed in respect, and wine had been consumed. Now that the deed was done, Briggs had no choice but to deal with things as they came. He could only hope to rid himself of the black light above his head soon. Otherwise, if his fortune continued to clash with hers, he feared he wouldn't know how he died. Trenton, focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the natal stage soon. Listening to Briggs's gentle voice, Silas's lips twitched slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and whispered softly. In fact, I don't care about cultivation levels. But I do. And my father cares even more. If I dare ruin your body before you reach the natal stage, my father will hang me at the city gate for sure. You'd better concentrate on cultivating. Yes. As night deepened, the once lively Walter family courtyard finally returned to its usual tranquility. Meanwhile, outside the city walls in a dilapidated temple, two figures stumbled inside, pushing open the temple door. Two beggars resting within the temple hastily rose upon hearing the commotion. One of them, clearly irritable, shivered from the cold wind blowing in from outside and angrily shouted, "Who's there? Do you have any sense of decency at midnight? Can't you see people are sleeping?" After shouting, they finally recognized the newcomers by moonlight and gasped in shock. Walking in were two men, Dixon and Walter Daoist. At this moment, Dixon was heavily injured, and Walter Daoist was covered in blood, his arms severely damaged and looking pitiful. Startled by the shouts and seeing people inside, Dixon's pupils constricted. Abruptly releasing Walter Daoist, he drew his steel knife and charged towards the two beggars in anger. The beggars screamed in fright and tried to run behind the Buddha statue. Unfortunately, before they could take a few steps, Dixon slashed down with his knife. Two agonized cries followed as the beggars fell to the ground, lying lifeless in pools of blood. Only after completing this did Dixon sheath his knife, turn around, and help Walter Daoist sit down on the grass. Walter Daoist, dazed and barely able to stand, watched this scene unfold with narrowed eyes. "You didn't need to kill them," Dixon replied without hesitation. "If they alerted others, we would both be dead. With a 10,000 tael silver bounty on us, do you think these strangers would resist temptation?" That sigh. Walter Daoist sighed and leaned against the wall on the straw, feeling his injuries bitterly. Although he liked living fast and resolving grudges quickly, it didn't mean he was a fool. Initially, believing Walter family's infamous reputation, he had agreed to help Dixon raid them. However, once there, the so-called childhood friend behaved more fiercely than Walter disciples, nearly killing them on the spot. Coupled with Dixon's ruthlessness in killing, Walter Daoist realized this Bowen was no ordinary person. He likely used him as a pawn. But what good was realizing this now? Injured and weakened, it would take years just to heal, and recovering his arms was uncertain. He could only accept this loss. Dixon didn't notice Walter Daoist's change in demeanor, and still felt grateful for the high-level cultivator's assistance. Naturally, given their current predicament, and the need for mutual protection, Dixon remained cordial. "I'll go look for some herbs and food. Wait here, Elder Immortal. I'll be back shortly." Searching through the beggar's belongings and finding nothing useful, Dixon grabbed his steel knife and prepared to leave. Just then, Walter Daoist stopped him. "There's no point. These common herbs won't heal my injuries. There's no need to waste effort." Then, "Elder Immortal, my abilities are limited. I can't face the Walter family again. You must seek other means for vengeance. My capabilities are exhausted." "What, Elder Immortal? Do not persuade me further. Once I've rested, I'll depart tomorrow morning. Our encounter ends here." Translator note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been carefully maintained according to the original text. Chapter 43. The Death of Walter Xianxia. Hearing Walter Xianxia's words, Lincoln opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, what could he say when someone has already spoken so decisively? He remained silent, sitting to one side as the room fell into silence. Looking at his wounds and recalling the terrifying punch from the head of the Walter family, Lincoln turned to look at Walter Xianxia. After several seconds of silence, he suddenly stood up. "Immortal Master, Seth has not yet reached the state where he can abstain from food. I'm quite hungry now, so I'll go find something to eat. Besides, we part ways tomorrow. Although I can't find anything grand, I should at least offer you a toast before leaving as a token of my gratitude." This edit ensures that the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning and context. The term bigu, abstinence from food, is explained for clarity. All right, Brother Montgomery, it's thoughtful of you." Watching Lincoln leave the room, Walter Xianxia focused his gaze, using the remaining true chi to draw his sword closer. Having seen Seth's ruthless methods earlier, Walter Xianxia was on alert. Out in the world, one must be wary of others. Previously, Walter Xianxia had not cared much about Lincoln's minor cultivation. However, now that he was severely injured, Lincoln posed a potential threat that needed vigilance. About half an hour later, The door opened again as Lincoln returned with fruits, a roasted chicken, and a bottle of wine. Walter Xianxia did not care how Lincoln got these things, nor did he want to know. Facing Lincoln's enthusiastic offering of wine, he did not refuse but drank it all in one gulp. Nevertheless, he didn't eat anything, claiming he needed to meditate for recovery. Observing the motionless figure of Walter Xianxia, Lincoln munched on the roasted chicken, watching him intently. Time ticked by in the silence of the abandoned temple. Suddenly, Walter Xianxia's body wavered, and he opened his eyes in shock, staring at Lincoln as if seeing a ghost. He had been careful not to eat any food, and even made sure the wine was evaporated quickly using his true qi. Yet, despite this precaution, his body still began failing. Weakness spread through him, and the damaged meridians started to stagnate. Sensing the dire situation, Walter Xianxia struggled to stand, but fell back down heavily halfway up. Seeing the astonished Walter Xianxia, Lincoln stood up, gripping his steel blade, his face devoid of expression except for the cold gleam in his eyes. Special knockout powder, something I prepared to deal with merchants and their bodyguards. It's effective even on experts at the Shantan realm. I was worried it might not work on you, but it seems your injuries are really severe. Lincoln, we have no enmity between us. You owe me a favor. Why treat me like this? A favor? Have you never heard, help till the end? You left when things went south, but what about me? How long can I survive under the Walter family's pursuit? Clutching the hilt of his knife, Lincoln's eyes narrowed. Since you're done for anyway, why not give me that protective jade amulet? Let's part on good terms. You. Walter Xianxia leaned against the wall, his already broken arm making him appear more pitiful. Seeing this, Lincoln did not approach immediately. Instead, he touched a wound on his waist, his face showing lingering fear. His waist bore a scar from a surprise attack by a bodyguard when using the knockout powder on merchants. At the time, the bodyguard seemed to be affected but unexpectedly attacked him when he approached. If Lincoln hadn't reacted quickly and the bodyguard hadn't been weakened by poison, Lincoln would likely have been killed. Having learned from experience, Lincoln was cautious. He took out another packet of knockout powder, blew it toward Walter Xianxia, and took an antidote himself. The powder enveloped Walter Xianxia, who couldn't avoid it, and his pupils constricted in horror as he roared, "Lincoln, even in death, I won't forgive you." Immediately, the sword beside him spun towards Lincoln's face. Unfortunately, due to injury and toxins, this flying sword technique was weak and slow. Lincoln dodged effortlessly, only a small tear in his clothes revealing the attack's futility. Kicking the sword away, Lincoln stabbed Walter Xianxia with a vicious thrust and stirred the blade forcefully. After multiple stabs, he withdrew the blade, coldly scoffing. "Not letting me go even in death? I'm not afraid of people. Why would I fear ghosts? Besides, without reaching the nascent soul stage, your soul dissipates upon death. Where would you become a ghost?" Note, Yunying is typically translated as nascent soul in English for cultivation contexts. If this person had been a legendary nirvana cultivator, Lincoln wouldn't have dared to harm him. But he wasn't. He was merely a golden core cultivator incapable of soul projection or possessing others. His death would be final and irreversible. Note, I replaced Yunying with nirvana and Jindan with golden core for better fluency in English while keeping the meaning consistent. Turning over the lifeless body of Walter Xianxia, Lincoln began to search him. He found a jade storage ring, a damaged innate level sword of unknown quality, a large wine gourd that could Menchang be considered a magic treasure, and finally, the protective jade amulet that had saved Walter Xianxia on multiple occasions. As he held the jade amulet, Lincoln's heart ached. He reminisced about his own heritage jade amulet from years ago, which had a celestial maiden inside. Unfortunately, things had changed dramatically. Not only was the jade amulet taken from him, but his childhood sweetheart was also lost to the enemy. How did that Waboan suddenly become so powerful? He hadn't heard of the Walter family possessing any secret treasures. Could it be that the secrets within the jade were shared with her by that deadbeat? No wonder she was so supportive of the Walter family. It seemed she had already colluded with them. Clutching the jade amulet tightly, Lincoln's eyes grew fierce. For now, he dared not provoke the Walter family, but that didn't mean he would let this go. Their enmity was far from settled. Just as Lincoln sat beside the corpse, attempting to open the storage ring, a chilling voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "What a ruthless person you are, Xianxia, killing your benefactor without hesitation. You're truly a promising candidate for villainy." At the sound of the voice, Lincoln froze, grabbing his steel knife and quickly standing up. "Who's there?" Holding the jade, Lincoln felt bittersweet. He once had a jade heirloom with a celestial sister inside. Sadly, it was taken, along with his childhood friend. How did that Waboan gain such power? There were no rumors of the Walter family having secret treasures. Could it be the secrets within the jade were shared with her by the fatso? No wonder she favored the Walter family. Gripping the jade, Lincoln's gaze grew fierce. He wouldn't dare provoke the Walter family soon, but that didn't mean he'd let this rest. Their grudge was far from settled. As Lincoln sat beside the corpse, trying to open the storage ring, a cold voice echoed in his ear. "How heartless, Seth. Killing your benefactor so casually. You truly have the makings of a villain." Startled, Lincoln grabbed his knife and stood up hastily. "Who's there?" Chapter 44, Demon Sect Disciple. "Who's there? Come out." Hearing the wavering, cold laughter around him, Lincoln gripped his steel blade tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hardly had his voice faded when a cold wind brushed past his ear. The chilling voice whispered next to his ear slowly, "Rodney, were you looking for me?" This sudden movement left Lincoln frozen in place, not daring to move. His trembling hand caused the steel knife to drop to the ground directly. For someone to approach him silently, their strength must be far superior to his. It was a formidable expert. Listening to the clear sound of the blade hitting the ground and observing the motionless figure before him, the black-clad Bowen standing behind Lincoln showed a look of interest. "Not bad. I thought you would try to escape." Senior, your skills are superb. If you wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as flipping a palm. Why should I waste my efforts? Ha, Rodney, you're quite eloquent, but flattery like this could get you killed, considering what happened to others who tried. With movements swift as a wraith, he floated from behind Lincoln without touching the ground. The black-clad Bowen approached the lifeless Walterglian wanderer and squatted down, inspecting him closely while clicking his tongue. A fine golden core cultivator didn't die by the hands of an expert or under heavenly tribulation, but instead at the hands of a wet behind-the-ears Rodney, truly shameful. Senior, there's no need to explain. I don't require explanations. Supporting himself with his hands on his knees, the black-clad Bowen stood up abruptly, turning his head with a sinister smile as he stared at Lincoln. After all, the outcome is the same. He would die sooner or later. If you hadn't killed him, I would have done so soon enough. Your action just saved me the trouble. Kicking the steel knife on the ground, the black-clad Bowen spoke again with a grin. How about doing me another favor? What about ending your own life? As they say, if you help someone, help them thoroughly. Trembling slightly, Lincoln widened his eyes and slowly backed away. But before he could take 2 steps back, the cold voice rang out once more. Why don't you try running? I'm curious if you can outrun my flying swords. As he finished speaking, 2 pitch-black short swords flew out from behind the Bowen, floating silently beside him. On the hilt of each sword was a carved skull decoration. As the blades gently moved, faint sounds of ghostly cries and howls could be heard, akin to countless souls screaming and struggling. Lightly plucking one of the swords, the black-clad Bowen smiled brightly, almost mesmerized. The twin swords of ferocious spirits, top-notch artifacts, forged with thousands of souls I've collected over time. Beautiful, aren't they? Lincoln did not respond. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his heart turning cold. Soul-forged swords, a method exclusive to the demonic sects. And to forge and control such a weapon perfectly required nothing less than a golden core cultivator. Another golden core expert. Most importantly, this one was a demonic cultivator. Facing such a vicious individual, his life was surely in peril. Ignoring Lincoln's terror, the black-clad Bowen extended his hand, capturing one of the black swords which instantly stabbed into Walterglian Wanderer's corpse. Instantly, the sword emitted red light, causing the body to wither visibly, transforming into a dried corpse. A gentle breeze turned the dry remains into dust, erasing any trace of its former appearance. Retrieving the sword, he pinched a small golden bead, about the size of a soybean, from it and held it up to the moonlight, examining it meticulously, utterly fascinated. Tell me, after cultivating for hundreds of years, only for a single golden core that isn't even yours if you perish, isn't that absurd? Speaking, he opened his mouth and swallowed the golden core effortlessly. Quality chi indeed. This famous wandering cultivator actually lost both arms? Did he meet a formidable foe? Muttering to himself, the black-clad Bowen suddenly looked up at Lincoln with surprise. Hey Rodney, why haven't you killed yourself yet? Do you really want me to do it for you? Let me warn you, if I kill you, you might not even die. Shaking the little sword in his hand, the black-clad Bowen's smile grew darker. What, you want to join them in immortality? At these words, Lincoln shuddered violently and fell to his knees. Venerable immortal. Shut up. Don't call me venerable immortal. Just as Lincoln opened his mouth, the black-clad Bowen interrupted loudly. The last person who called me that is already in heaven. Rodney, you dare curse me? No nonsense. Die quickly. If you don't act now, I'll capture your soul. Staring fiercely at Lincoln, who looked as gray as death, the black-clad Bowen shook his head. Actually, Rodney, you're quite to my liking, cruel, decisive. There's hope for you in my demonic shadow sect, but I'm busy and can't take you back, so die already. Swinging the black short sword by its ring with impatience, the black-clad Bowen said, You have 10 seconds. If you don't kill yourself in 10 seconds, I'll make your soul a toy and throw it in the latrine. Countdown starts. 10. Say. 9. 3. Wait, I have something to say. 1. Time's up. You're dead. Without giving Lincoln a chance to speak, a cold gleam flashed in the black-clad Bowen's eyes as he threw the sword with a swift motion. The short sword, carrying mournful cries, aimed straight for Lincoln's forehead, nearly piercing through him. At this critical moment, Lincoln screamed sharply. I have a third-grade scripture. The weapon stopped abruptly, so close that it left a trail of blood on Lincoln's forehead. A few meters away, the black-clad Bowen darted forward, pressing the floating short sword down with his elbow, staring down at Lincoln on his knees, eyes narrowing. Third-grade scripture? For cultivation? You're not lying to me? Skills were divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest. Common sects often treated 4th-grade techniques as their best, while 3rd-grade secrets were rarely revealed. A wild novice claiming to have a 3rd-grade technique, naturally, the black-clad Bowen found it hard to believe. But that didn't stop him from stopping his action and questioning Lincoln. Seeing he finally escaped the crisis, Lincoln relaxed, nearly sitting down. Yes, it's called the Blue Desolate Jade Scripture, a 3rd-grade power. Bullshit. As Lincoln spoke, a cold gleam appeared before him. The black-clad Bowen grabbed the floating short sword, crouching and gripping the sword hilt downwards against Lincoln's neck. The Blue Desolate Jade Scripture is a secret technique of YVNV Peak. How could you, a Bowen, possibly possess it? Are you trying to trick me? Chapter 45. The 9 Truths 1 Falsity Method. Faced with the menacing figure of the black-cloaked Bowen, Dixon, who had already broken out in cold sweat from fear, was now strangely calm. If the Bowen cared about this martial art so much, his life was probably safe for now. What he needed to do now was consider how to maximize his advantage. Clasping his hands tightly, Dixon didn't immediately respond but instead began reciting aloud. The tranquil guiding through 100 convergences. Bone produces jade marrow and skin condenses frost. White robe stains not with a speck of ink. Water flows into channels yielding celestial fragrance. With primordial yin qi as the guide, it travels through limbs and 100 bones, starting from the Baihui acupoint on top of the head, entering the clouds, connecting to Baizai, turning at Taiyuan, and gathering at Xiaoshang on the hand. As Dixon recited, the black-cloaked Bowen listened intently, growing more astonished and his eyes increasingly bright. Although he couldn't know exactly how the peak treasure of Jade Maiden Peak was cultivated, being an adept cultivator himself, he understood the principles of cultivation techniques. The route described by Dixon was incredibly intricate. It had to be an advanced cultivation method. In the world of cultivators, the more profound a technique, the more complex and rare it would be. The black-cloaked Bowen could theoretically devise a complicated method for guiding qi, but given his abilities, he could only create a method up to the foundation establishment stage. For that level, his created method might not be inferior to a third-grade technique. But anything beyond that was beyond his capability. Cultivation methods become more dangerous and complex the further along they are. A single error in the cultivation route could result in minor issues like loss of control or severe cases leading to death or complete spiritual decay. That's why those who could compile a complete set of cultivation techniques were considered geniuses of all ages. Trying the route with his true qi, the black-cloaked Bowen found it surprisingly smooth and swift, making his eyes glow. He absolutely couldn't believe that Dixon could have spontaneously devised such a complex technique. Moreover, there wasn't a single redundant step in its operation. Clearly, it had been refined countless times by Boweni cultivators, approaching near perfection. Even if this weren't the tranquil jade scripture of Jade Maiden Peak, just based on the complexity even for the Arvan cultivation stage, it wouldn't be below 4th grade. He hadn't anticipated that staying here one night would bring him such an opportunity. Could it be that his luck had finally turned around? Excitedly scratching his ears and cheeks, the black-cloaked Bowen kept jotting down what Dixon said on a notebook using his true qi. However, just when he was engrossed, Dixon's voice abruptly stopped. This made the black-cloaked Bowen pause, then slowly lifted his head after 2 seconds of silence. Why did you stop? Continue. Dixon remained silent, shaking his head without speaking. Seeing this, the black-cloaked Bowen closed his eyes, smiling faintly. What? Trying to blackmail me? Apprentice Xiao, you really don't know our demon sex methods. With a wave of his hand, 2 small swords spun towards him. Opening his eyes, the black-cloaked Bowen's gaze turned murderous. Do you think I'll beg you for the technique? No, no, no. I'll make you beg me to reveal it. Watching the black sword slowly approach, sweat streaming down his forehead, Dixon finally spoke. Sir, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to say, but I really don't know. Don't know? Yes, I only know the incantations from Arvan cultivation to foundation establishment stages. What about the golden core stage? The nascent soul stage? The astral projection stage? Among others, we each knew 2 layers. I'm relatively dull and can't memorize overly complex things. I've learned Arvan cultivation and foundation establishment, while the other 2 layers, golden core and nascent soul, astral projection and later stages, we've never seen. Upon hearing this, the black-cloaked Bowen gave Dixon a strange look, biting his nails and falling silent. Stopping at the astral projection stage was understandable to the black-cloaked Bowen. Be it sex or wandering cultivators, all techniques behaved similarly. The final stages of divinity transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great perfection were closely guarded secrets never written in books. Only those deemed worthy would hear these verbally transmitted within sects. Of course, this referred to top-tier techniques. Ordinary techniques weren't like this because they simply lacked advanced stages like tribulation crossing, and some only went up to the nascent soul stage, or even just to the golden core stage. Otherwise, why would they be rated 8th or 9th grade? Precisely because their higher stages were incomplete and couldn't continue cultivation. A technique that could fully cultivate to the great perfection stage, even if badly written but able to progress continuously, would be at least 5th grade, for it didn't end prematurely and held promise. If Dixon had claimed knowledge of higher stages, the Bowen would have slapped him and exposed his lie, making him keep writing. But Dixon's truthful response left the black-cloaked Bowen uncertain. You say 3 of you possess a secret Bowenual? Yes, we found it by chance. Later, due to unequal distribution, we split the book into parts. I got the first 2 stages, intending to trade them for wealth to marry my childhood sweetheart. And then? Afterwards, Briggs, the 4th son of the Walter family, betrayed us. He tricked my sweetheart out of her portions, and then stole mine as well, even sending people to chase me. Chasing? Silently glancing at the ash remains beside him, the black-cloaked Bowen seemed to understand something. Dixon quickly added, seeing the Bowen's reaction. Yes, chasing. Walter Glien, the wandering cultivator, was hired by me with the first 2 layers, but failed against the Walter family. Their patriarch counterattacked and killed him. Hearing Dixon's mix of truth and fiction, even the knowledgeable black-cloaked Bowen couldn't tell what was real, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Seeing his hesitation, Dixon hastily added, you can verify this. Go ask around now. Is Walter family's 4th son getting married today? Is he marrying a commoner? Would the son of a city lord dare to openly marry a common Waboan? That's the promise he gave Silas in exchange for the technique. This? And to retrieve the technique, we disrupted his wedding today. You can check. It's definitely true. The black-cloaked Bowen nodded slowly, looking at Dixon. I do know Walter family's 4th son is getting married to a common girl today. Looks like you aren't lying. Leaning closer, the black-cloaked Bowen narrowed his eyes. So, are you telling me all this because you want me to disrupt the Walter family too? Dixon nodded heavily, without any hesitation. Indeed, I wish to join your sect, your discipleship. Once obtained, I can be the first to test the technique to verify its authenticity. I only ask you to grant me 2 wishes. Speak. Let me deal with Silas. As for Briggs, I want him to suffer unspeakably. Chapter 46, Gathering of the Shadow Devil Sect. As Lincoln reached an agreement with the black-robed Bowen, the latter immediately sent a message to summon the sect's experts. If this treasure had been a divine weapon or a magical artifact, the black-robed Bowen would have chosen to take it alone, even if it meant risking his life. Despite being at the formidable gold core stage as a cultivator, facing a martial artist in their prime could be nearly fatal. However, this time, the treasure was a cultivation bowenual, specifically one more suited for female practitioners. The black-robed Bowen had already achieved the gold core stage, making it impossible for him to switch cultivation methods now. Hence, this item held little practical use for him. The only benefit was that he could exchange it for treasures within the sect, such as divine weapons or advanced cultivation techniques for the shadow devil god power he practiced. Therefore, calling for help was the safest and most convenient option. Using the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique and a token to quickly inform the shadow devil sect disciples, the black-robed Bowen promptly received replies from his fellow sect members. Contrary to what people might think, while these were disciples of a demonic sect, they tended to be quite united, especially when there was no conflict of interest. Those who lacked unity had long been eliminated by righteous forces. Listening to several replies from his fellow disciples via the token, the black-robed Bowen smiled eagerly. He was one of the 12 devils of the shadow devil sect and a direct disciple of Destin. His fellow sect members were all gold core cultivators on par with him. After all, the Walter family's influence in Anislong City wasn't negligible, and ordinary disciples would be useless. Even Kanal, known for his prowess, would be a tough opponent at the gold core stage. So, they needed to be cautious and invite more experts. Putting away the token, the black-robed Bowen turned to Lincoln. My senior brothers have received the message. They will arrive in a few days. Kanal is indeed renowned and powerful. In a single combat, I may not be his match. So, once everyone arrives, we'll snatch the bowenual and eliminate the Walter family to ensure no loose ends. His eyes grew fierce. Stealing someone's cultivation method was like killing their parents, a mortal feud. With the other party likely having comprehended the method, they couldn't let them survive, or the shadow devil sect would face trouble. Once they moved, there must be no survivors. Hearing this, Lincoln's eyes also turned cold. He had tested the cultivation method's authenticity and was safe. This might even allow him to join the demonic sect, officially entering the path of cultivation. But before that, he needed to deal with Briggs and Silas. His lies could easily be exposed by them, so they had to die, preferably Briggs first, so he couldn't reveal the remaining cultivation techniques. That way, Lincoln would be the only one with the complete White Jade Classic. As both men harbored their own thoughts, the night passed quietly. No one knew about the gathering of demonic sect disciples, nor that Lincoln had found another major backer. Anislong City remained bustling, and the Walter family continued its glory. 2 days later, under the noon sun, a Bowen and Wabowen strolled through the streets, mingling with the crowd. Silas held Briggs's hand, gently smoothing her hair. Her beauty had grown more enchanting after practicing the Azure in White Jade Classic. Once merely elegant, she now looked like a lotus emerging from water. Briggs, having practiced the same method, saw improvements despite limited effects for males. He had also lost some weight, looking less menacing. Chatting merrily, they stopped at a vendor's stall. Suddenly, Briggs's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. Puzzled, Silas asked, "Husband, what's wrong? Is something troubling you?" Coming out of his thoughts, Briggs shook his head but glanced sideways. A group of young men and women, clearly non-ordinary people, shopped nearby. Their refined aura and exquisite features suggested they were either sect cultivators on a journey or family cultivators out for leisure. What alarmed Briggs were the black halos above their heads. Clear black rings, intense in color. Encountering such individuals thrice today seemed unnatural. This was Walter family territory, not theirs. Something was amiss. Glancing around, Briggs spotted a potential lead among them, someone with a faint black halo. This rookie would surely crack. Determined, Briggs pulled Silas away and climbed to the top of a tavern for a better view. Soon, he identified his target. Now came the easy part, extracting information. To be continued. Chapter 47, Shadows Abound. In a narrow alley, a Bowen walked around the corner with a sigh, carrying a large amount of food in his hands. His name was Bradford Arvin, a fourth-generation disciple of the Shadow Demon sect. That made him the great-granddisciple of Weston and the newly admitted apprentice of Golden Core cultivator, Hansen. Speaking of how he joined the demon sect, it was purely a matter of chance. He had been visiting a friend's house when an enemy of his friend came and secretly poisoned the entire family. Because Bradford Arvin didn't drink alcohol, he escaped this fate and, feigning death, took advantage of the assailant's momentary carelessness to kill him on the spot. Little did they know that Hansen happened to be passing by at that moment and found the ruthless Bradford Arvin impressive. He saw someone exterminate an entire family with heartless brutality, fitting the style of their demon sect perfectly. Thus, on the spot, he decided to take Bradford Arvin as his disciple. How could Bradford Arvin possibly refuse or explain? The answer was obvious. Hence, he ended up joining the demon sect rather confusedly. Compared to the ferocious and somewhat insane fellow disciples around him, Boweni were mass murderers or mentally unstable. Bradford Arvin, who only killed out of self-defense, seemed entirely out of place. Unsurprisingly, being different led to his isolation. Not long after joining, he was dispatched again to buy meals for lacking strength among the group. Just as Bradford Arvin grumbled about his misfortune, he suddenly froze in his tracks. A dagger gleaming with cold light rested against his neck from behind. Dressed in black, face masked except for a pair of eyes, a Bowen spoke chillingly. "Newcomer, which gang are you from?" I. Not answering? Fine then, it looks like I have no choice but to send you on your way. Don't kill me. I'm from the Shadow Demon sect." "Shadow Demon sect? So we're comrades." "I'm from the Blood Carnage sect." Relieved upon hearing the voice behind him, Bradford Arvin immediately calmed down. "So, we're all demon sect members. Scared me there for a moment. I thought it was righteous sect coming to punish evildoers. By the way, may I ask your surname?" "No frivolousness. My questions aren't finished yet." Just as Bradford Arvin turned around, he received a heavy tap on the head from the bowen behind, forcing him back to attention. Why is your shadow demon sect here? Why is your shadow demon sect here? I don't know. Huh. I really don't know. I just followed my master, Hansen, here. He didn't tell me what we're doing either. Hansen? Yes, my grandmaster is one of the 12 demons of the shadow demon sect, the Weston, an essence core expert. As Bradford Arvin spoke, Knox's eyes gradually narrowed. He had come at Aiden's request, assuming it was merely a prank. But now, learning that a golden core expert had entered the city, this was serious business. Knox tightened his grip on the weapon, his tone icy. How Bowen he came. I'm not sure of the exact number. Anyway, 8 third-generation disciples like my master arrived, each leading over 10 followers. Hiss. Hearing this, the core formation stage Knox drew a sharp breath. 8 golden core experts had quietly entered, all from the demon sect, a troubling sign indeed. At this shocking revelation, a shadowed figure leaned against the wall asked abruptly, is anyone outside familiar with Dixon or the Loose Cultivator Green Lotus? I haven't heard of Loose Cultivator Green Lotus, but I know Dixon. He's a disciple accompanying Illusory Taoist, apparently joining only recently. Also, this gathering was issued by Elder Illusory. Upon hearing Bradford Arvin's words, Briggs's eyes widened, as did Silas's. Dixon joined the Shadow Demon sect? When? Wife, let's... Calm down, let's discuss later. Briggs gestured to stop Silas and headed out, giving Knox a meaningful look. Nodding in understanding, Knox approached the frozen Bradford Arvin and whispered ominously in his ear, tell your master, stay clear of our business, or else you'll bear the consequences. Then he melted into the shadows, vanishing instantly. Only after the weapon left his neck did Bradford Arvin relax, sitting heavily against the wall, drenched in sweat. The Blood Carnage sect, a major demon sect and world-renowned top-tier assassination organization, with numerous high-ranking masters and unparalleled expertise in killing, even other demon sects dared not provoke them. Assassins never revealed their names and fought fiercely. Their motives were profit, not honor. Thus, involving them was a disastrous endeavor. Eventually, Bradford Arvin recovered and scrambled back home to report the news about the Blood Carnage sect disciples to his master. Meanwhile, Briggs and company returned to Walther Manor, exchanging grave expressions. Knox reported directly to Connell while Briggs and Silas retreated to their quarters, reflecting deeply. Sitting by the table, Briggs cast a troubled glance at Silas. They had barely enjoyed 2 peaceful days before trouble struck again. How resilient was Dixon? Why couldn't he be eliminated? When Briggs heard Dixon's name, he knew something was amiss. If Dixon was involved, these uninvited guests were likely targeting the Walther family, specifically Silas. What exactly they wanted remained unclear. Was it cultivation techniques, talent, or sheer beauty? Regardless, Briggs knew his adoptive father, despite his formidable skills, would struggle against 8 golden core experts. Martial artists at the reversion stage were indeed stronger than equivalent cultivators, but not overwhelmingly so. This wasn't some kung fu movie. Cradling his head, Briggs felt the buzzing confusion. All he could think was how absurd the plot twists had become. Every obstacle seemed to threaten total destruction. This protagonist's luck was more of a curse. Please note that for subsequent chapters, the structure and style will remain consistent with the original, ensuring continuity and coherence. Chapter 48, The Trap and Its Breaker. Several hours later, in the Walther family study, Briggs and Silas were summoned by the family head, Connell. Under the watchful eyes of the Walther martial guards, Connell sat in the study, his expression unusually grave as he placed a letter on the table. Quickly grabbing the already prepared letter from the table, Connell handed it to Briggs. I am aware of the situation. The Shadow Sect's large-scale attack is almost certainly targeting Trenton. Either they have discovered her unique constitution, or they are after the inherited martial arts. Regardless, staying here is too dangerous for you both. Pointing to the letter, Connell spoke solemnly. I have a good relationship with an outer sect elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. This is my letter of recommendation. Take Trenton to him for protection. If the Walther family survives this crisis, you can return. If not, remember, as long as the 2 of you are alive, the Walther family is not truly lost. Briggs looked at the letter in his hand, and then glanced up at his father. Can we ask that expert for help? There's no time. I've already sent people to investigate. Many experts have been arriving these past few days. Their forces are likely gathered and could attack at any moment. Turning to Silas, Connell sighed softly. Trenton, our family cannot protect you fully, forcing you and my son into exile. I apologize. Your Excellency, please. This all started because of me. If necessary, I can talk to them. Foolish child, how can you reason with the devilish sects? They speak only of power. Your actions won't save the Walther family. Please don't do anything reckless. Standing up, Connell put his hands behind his back. His face suddenly turned fierce, dispelling his earlier seriousness. But since I know about this in advance, the outcome is still uncertain. Just 8 golden core experts, they mean nothing to me. Precautions are merely for safety's sake. Taking another storage ring from the table, Connell solemnly handed it to Silas. This contains some travel funds and 35,000 spirit stones. It's all the Walther family can gather hastily. With this, you shouldn't worry about resources. As for handling things here, leave it to me. With Connell's gentle persuasion, Silas and Briggs turned to leave the room. Watching them go, Connell's smile faded, his worries resurfacing. 8 golden core experts weren't much of a threat if he was prepared, but if there were more unknown forces, he hoped his distress message would bring reinforcements before the enemy attacked. Sighing, he began to gather the Walther martial guards secretly to prepare for defense. He did not immediately inform the ordinary disciples to avoid tipping off the enemy prematurely, as their limited strength wouldn't be much use. As Connell busied himself, Briggs and Silas exchanged a glance outside the study. Clutching the storage ring, Silas looked anxious. Husband, must we really leave? Well, Briggs fell silent. Following the protagonist often meant danger and safety. Good luck could mean minor trouble with rewards, but as a villain, he feared being sacrificed in times of peril. If intercepted while fleeing, he was certain Silas would escape safely while he wouldn't. The accursed halo on his head told him his fate. No, we have to take a chance. Where there's a trap, there's always a breaker. Trenton, come with me. Refusing to flee, Briggs quickly led Silas to the garden and ordered passing servants to fetch items from the storeroom. Staring at the various objects, Silas felt uneasy. Husband, isn't this too dangerous? Dangerous? Falling to my death is better than being killed. Hold the rope tight. Briggs had already run to the roof with a massive kite. Seeing Silas secure the rope, he jumped off. As the kite's magical array activated, a strong wind lifted him into the sky. Below, Silas secured the rope to a stone, gripping it tightly to control their ascent. Walter family's sudden airborne kite caught the attention of Anislong City's residents, sparking discussion. Isn't this the kite used during Walter family's New Year celebration? It's not even the New Year yet. Why are they flying kites now? Who knows? Maybe someone committed a mistake and was hung up there as punishment. You're right, there does seem to be someone up there. Unaware of the chatter below, Briggs surveyed the city from his kite, searching for someone different with his monocular. He aimed to find a key figure who could break the deadlock using his height advantage. Only Golden Halo individuals could turn the tide, either a top expert or a group. However, despite his efforts, he saw no one special, only groups of Shadow Sect members whose dark halos made him shudder. 80? 100? More? Just these onlookers. What if more were hidden? Could he be wrong? Was this a fatal trap for the Walter family, with no breaker except escape? Suddenly, Briggs's eyes widened. He adjusted his monocular toward a tavern where a Walboan drinking wine looked up and met his gaze across 100 meters. She noticed him, raised her wine bowl casually in salute, drank deeply, and seemed unconcerned. Seeing this, Briggs lowered his monocular. Relief replaced his anxiety, followed by a radiant smile. The breaker was found, and far exceeded expectations. Another Golden Halo protagonist like Silas. A second protagonist existed. Chapter 49. The Golden-Ringed, White-Armored Walboan. The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open with a clatter. Briggs hurriedly walked in with Silas, so engrossed that he didn't even respond to the innkeeper's enthusiastic greeting. It was Silas who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Watching the two head upstairs without hesitation, the innkeeper shook his head and sat back down. What a sensible girl. How did she end up marrying into the Walter family? At the counter, a customer adjusting his sword at his waist grinned suddenly. She won't remain sensible for long. Once she enters that den of thieves, she'll turn out just like them. That's true. Having finished paying, the customer left, leaving other guests whispering about the topic. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Briggs led Silas past the second floor straight to the third, where they finally found their target. In the corner, a Walboan set her wine bowl down lightly, apparently unsatisfied with drinking from it. She abruptly hugged the wine jar, pouring its contents directly into her mouth with gusto. Straddling a chair with one leg, her bold drinking style left everyone stunned. With several gulps, she drained the jar, then slammed it onto the table, wiped her mouth, grabbed the wide-bladed sword in its scabbard, and prepared to leave. Seeing this Walboan about to go, Briggs rushed forward. Monique, please wait. Thud. Before he could take another step, the sword was already pointed at his chest, pushing him back towards the stairs. I was just enjoying my drink. I don't want you spoiling my mood again. Get out of the way. Before Briggs could reply, Jacob Como, noticing Briggs was threatened by the weapon, reacted violently. With a swift kick, she knocked the sword away. Fist ready, she attacked the white-armored Walboan, engaging in over a dozen exchanges within moments. With a bang, their fists collided, causing the white-armored Walboan to leap back and sit on a table. Cocking her legs gracefully, she propped her sword against the table, eyeing Silas with interest. You're quite fiery, little girl. Haven't your parents taught you boweners? Ignoring the dumbfounded guests around her, she gulped down more wine and tossed the bowl aside. Hearing this, Silas's face darkened. That's what I should be asking you. Pointing weapons at others right off the bat? Don't you know anything about politeness? Downstairs, voices grew louder as the innkeeper summoned some henchmen and waiters to investigate. But before they could speak, Briggs shouted sternly, all of you, get down. Walter family will cover all damages here. The innkeeper, not daring to provoke the Walter family, quickly agreed. The white-armored Walboan, now showing a strange look on her face, waved cheerfully. Charge everything at my table to him. And, bring me 3 jugs of your best wine. The innkeeper looked at Briggs, who nodded immediately. Bring the best wine and prepare a feast. Yes, Sir Walter. Watching the innkeeper and henchmen rush off, the white-armored Walboan scrutinized Briggs strangely. You're quite generous, Briggs. I wouldn't have expected such a noble gesture from the domineering Walter family. Leaning back into her chair and tossing her sword onto the table, she leaned on her hands lazily. So, what do you want to talk about? Since you've been so considerate, I'll spare an hour for a meal, which counts as repaying the wine money. Relieved, Briggs pulled Jacob Como to sit opposite the Walboan. May I ask for your name? Why ask? This is just a chance meeting. Why do you need my name? Then may I invite you to visit our Walter family? Briggs, seeing her reluctance, awkwardly asked directly. Jacob Como was startled, and the white-armored Walboan froze. Then, recovering, she leaned forward, resting her cheek on one hand, while reaching for Briggs's chin with the other. From the tone of your voice, what do you mean? Are you hitting on me? I. Caught off guard, Briggs turned even more awkward. Before he could explain, Jacob Como, enraged by this stranger daring to tease her husband, slapped her hand away. Retracting her hand, the Walboan turned her attention to Jacob Como, but met fierce resistance and was hit several times. Wincing, she examined her reddened palm and sized up both Jacob Como and Briggs. You actually handle such a fiery girl? You must be something. Is she your sister? No, I'm his wife, Walter Clan. Jacob Como's response revealed her displeasure, her eyes filled with bitterness. Briggs had gone straight to inviting a random Waboan home, who wouldn't be upset if their husband did that. Suppressing her jealousy, Jacob Como answered. The white-armored Waboan shook her head despondently. What a pity, such a good catch. Pity indeed. Looking at Jacob Como's glowing golden ring and his own faint black halo, Briggs sighed inwardly. How did he, an ordinary minor villain, attract such trouble? This could merely be a trivial episode for her, but spelled doom for the Walter family. The white-armored Waboan, surprisingly, appreciated Briggs's understanding, finding herself intrigued. Leaning on her elbow, she studied him intently. Do you really want me to visit your family? Yes, it would be an honor if you come. Honor or not, I don't know. But if you have any ulterior motives, I guarantee disaster will soon follow the Walter family. Smiling, the white-armored Waboan, with a playful gleam in her eye, added, daring to entertain improper thoughts about a disciple of the Jade Maiden Peak? Do you know how to spell death? Note asterisk, please clarify any further details or adjustments needed for the translation. Chapter 50, Trouble Arrives. Jade Maiden Peak. At the mention of these three words, Briggs and Silas were taken aback. Jade Maiden Peak was also a major sect for cultivators. Though it wasn't as terrifying as other sects that boasted tens of thousands of inner disciples and countless outer disciples, Jade Maiden Peak adopted a high-quality elite development approach. Unique cultivation methods, specifically selected geographical locations, and an accumulation of attribute treasures over countless years, all combined to result in only 3,000 disciples, but with more than 80% being at the golden core stage. Not to mention, nascent soul cultivators were numerous beyond count. Moreover, this sect stood between the righteous and the evil, considered neutral. They were formidable, did not align with any factions, were united, and most importantly, neither their territory nor treasures could be easily utilized by outsiders. This made everyone reluctant to provoke these women. Most crucially, the secret bowenual that Silas and Briggs were currently cultivating from, the Azure Jade Scripture, was precisely the closely guarded secret of Jade Maiden Peak. Stealing a sect's supreme technique was a grave offense. If the other party found out, rivers of blood would likely flow right there and then. Briggs's face changed when he hadn't expected this coincidence, while Silas beside him grabbed his arm tightly, looking very nervous. The sudden change in their demeanor caused the armored Waboan to pause, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Although Jade Maiden Peak might have been somewhat protective of its own, they weren't so feared like the demonic sects that people avoided. In fact, they often upheld justice and had quite a good reputation due to their high abilities. Why did these two act as if they had seen a ghost upon hearing the name Jade Maiden Peak? Looking Briggs up and down, the armored Waboan suddenly seemed to understand, taking a large gulp of wine from the bottle snatched from the waiter. Don't panic, we aren't those reputable orthodox sects chasing fame and power. Why would we attack the Walter family out of boredom? Embarrassed, Briggs gave an awkward smile upon hearing the misunderstanding. Noticing his strained smile, the armored Waboan squinted her eyes and chuckled. Brother Montgomery, now that you know who I am, do you still want to invite me to your Walter family residence? Initially, the armored Waboan thought Ganon would back off once she revealed her identity. However, unexpectedly, Briggs nodded resolutely without any hesitation. Just joking. If my life is on the line, whether you are from Jade Maiden Peak or the Heavenly Sword Pavilion of Longsho, I would invite you home. Of course, meeting is fate. If Monique will honor us, the Walter family will certainly host a grand banquet for your arrival. Monique? Me? Ha 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 ha. You sure have guts calling me that. Don't you know how old I am? Almost laughing out loud, Briggs maintained a serious expression. Jade Maiden Peak disciples cannot marry, engage in arobowance, or have arobowentic relationships, hence the title Jade Maidens. No matter your age, since you haven't married, it's reasonable to call you Monique. Killed by Briggs's words, the armored Waboan looked deeply at him. You indeed have some interesting qualities. However, I don't think highly of your Walter family. Misdeeds lead to self-destruction, and with the Walter family's domineering ways, trouble is inevitable. So, I won't visit the Walter family. Farewell. She took another sip from her wine bowl and smiled at Silas. Little girl, you're not bad-looking, and you share a certain resemblance to our Jade Maiden Peak. If you're unmarried, I'd invite you to join our sect. Unfortunately. Hearing this, Briggs felt a sinking sensation. He knew this Waboan wouldn't easily help the Walter family. After all, even as a disruptor, she was only concerned with Silas, the daughter of fortune. Lowering his head and frowning, Briggs didn't give up on inviting this Jade Maiden Peak expert. Only she could possibly save the Walter family now. Before Briggs could come up with a plan, footsteps echoed from the adjacent staircase. Several men and women, dressed variously, walked upstairs chatting and laughing, finding random seats. Their ordinary entrance abruptly silenced Briggs's group. Seeing someone with black rings around their head sitting right next to them, Briggs's face darkened. Was the enemy already attacking? Not just Briggs, the armored Waboan opposite him also frowned. While she couldn't see the auras, she detected something unusual about the crowd's strength. She also smelled lingering blood as they approached. After a moment of silence, she turned to Briggs with a smile and whispered, "You noticed too, didn't you?" Briggs nodded gently. "They don't seem to come with good intentions. Duh, if they were nice, why would they seek us out?" She grabbed the sheathed sword by her side, her lips curling into a smirk. "You buy me a drink, I'll clear the way for you. Even Steven." With that last sentence, she stood up and slapped the table edge. The wooden table, along with the drinks, spun up and flew over her head. People nearby, alarmed, scrambled to draw weapons, but it was too late. 3 thuds later, 3 men were thrown back, 2 of them spitting blood. Taking out 3 in one strike, the armored Waboan laughed boaniacally, spinning her sheathed sword rapidly and striking the chest of an incoming attacker. He flew several meters back, smashing through a support beam and crashing out of the tavern. The sudden attack shocked the Demon Shadow sect members nearby. Upon reacting, they drew their weapons with a fierce glare, charging at the trio. Plan exposed. Everyone, attack. Both Briggs and Silas hurriedly grabbed their weapons to meet the attackers. The Walter family guards downstairs rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion. Instantly, the third floor erupted into chaos. A dozen experts of the Demon Shadow sect clashed with Walter family guards. Steel met steel. Cold flashes flashed. Energy burst forth, splintering wood. Among the fray, the armored Waboan moved gracefully, targeting the strongest enemy without drawing her sword. With one hand on the sheath, she deflected attacks effortlessly. Two Demon Shadow sect swordsmen attacked fiercely, but failed to break through her defense. Her sword sheath swung out forcefully, knocking back the weapons and sending both attackers staggering. Clutching their chests and coughing, they exchanged frightened glances. She's a powerhouse. Go all out. Hashtag chapter 51. The strength of a wife. A roar erupted as the two experts hurled their weapons into the air. With their hands spinning, true chi surged and fiercely converged on the floating weapons. Moments later, black mist churned up between them, transforming into a dragon's head under their synchronized roars, with swords forming its horns. It lunged crazily toward the white-armored Waboan hovering in the air. Seeing this, the white-armored Waboan's eyebrows slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Shadow dragon technique from the Devil Shadow sect? Humph, just a petty trick. As she spoke, she spun her weapon, her body's true chi surging within. With the power fully concentrated, the white-armored Waboan sidestepped and thrust her sword forward with one hand. A deafening explosion sounded as the dragon's head, formed by the combined strength of the two men, crashed against the point of cold light. In the next moment, the dragon's head exploded, shaking everyone around it backward. The entire third floor of the tavern was instantly destroyed, with countless balustrades turning into flying splinters. The two Devil Shadow sect Golden Core cultivators who had clashed with the white-armored Waboan were directly shaken to spew blood and flew straight out of the tavern. Their controlled swords disintegrated instantly, leaving only the hilt spinning and sticking into the roof, still trembling slightly. Master! Seeing their powerful master being defeated in one move, the disciples of the Devil Shadow sect were terrified. That person hadn't even drawn his sword, let alone use both hands. This frightened the other disciples of the Devil Shadow sect so much that they dared not continue fighting. They hastily fled, leaving several bodies behind in the chaos. Amidst this tumultuous scene at the tavern, Walter family's experts bow and age to hold their ground. Being at least innate realm cultivators, they could withstand the shockwaves relatively well. However, Briggs and Silas didn't fare so well. Seeing the tiles explode and wooden splinters fly towards them, Briggs instinctively blocked Silas, crossing his arms protectively over his face. Neither of them had reached the innate realm, thus unable to release true chi externally. If hit by those splinters, especially on the face, the injuries would be disastrous. Briggs, a Boan, wasn't too concerned about facial injuries, but for Silas, a beautiful Waboan, injuring her face was akin to taking her life. In a muffled grunt, wooden splinters hit Briggs, causing numerous streams of blood to erupt from his body. He was thrown backward instantly, blood dripping all over him. Silas hurriedly tried to catch him but was dragged along due to the impact, almost falling off the tavern. At the critical moment, a white jade figure floated in and pulled them back. Ignoring Briggs's stunned expression, she gently pushed him away, elegantly embracing Silas's waist while holding her hand tightly. Just as the white-armored Waboan smiled and opened her mouth to say something heroic, her smile froze the moment their hands touched. Her half-closed eyes instantly widened. You! Before the shocked white-armored Waboan could speak, Silas, now reacting, pushed her away and hurried to Briggs's side. Husband, how are you? Seeing Briggs's tight brows and the bony splinters piercing his body, Silas's panic was palpable. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take him back to the estate for treatment. Yes. The guards rushed over, quickly improvising a stretcher from broken furniture. Carefully placing Briggs on it, Silas, who had already removed the splinters from his face, struggled to hold back tears. Husband, why were you so foolish? Knowing you're not as strong as me, why did you shield me? Briggs chuckled bitterly, looking at the ceiling and sighing. I thought I was fat enough to withstand it. Even while wiping her tears, Silas couldn't help but laugh. She then hurriedly directed the guards to carry Briggs carefully back home. But before they took 2 steps, a hand grabbed her shoulder firmly. The white-armored Waboan stood behind, her eyebrows furrowed, eyes glowing. 9 jade body? How do you have 9 jade body? What body? I don't know. Let go. To dare break the 9 jade body. I bet he doesn't want to live anymore. But, wait, you haven't reached the innate realm yet. You've already stepped halfway into Foundation establishment, indicating immense potential. Even if he were reckless, others in the Walter family would never allow him to touch you. Suddenly realizing something, the white-armored Waboan grabbed Silas again, excitement clear on her face. Little girl, do you know what your body means? You are the rare? Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the air. The white-armored Waboan, slapped in the face, stood there dumbfounded, holding her cheek. Silas glared fiercely at her, her anger boiling. To hell with your 9 jade body. Don't you dare stop me, or I'll kill you. Struggling free from the grip, Silas jumped off the 3rd floor and hurried after the stretcher. Left alone in the tavern, the white-armored Waboan stood dumbstruck, still holding her cheek. After a minute of silence, she rubbed her face, a playful smile appearing. Such a fiery temper, I like it. Tavern owner? Tavern owner? Where's everyone? Pack my food to go. Grabbing a nearby wine jar, she drank greedily, wiping her mouth afterward. Looking at the direction Silas and Briggs left, her smile grew wider. Monique? Monique. Ha 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 ha. I like this title. Meanwhile, under the protection of the guards, Briggs returned to the Walter residence, instantly alarming the family patriarch, Conall. Upon hearing that his beloved son was severely injured and had gone out with his beloved daughter-in-law, Conall's heart nearly stopped, rushing out to see what happened. Learning that it was the Devil Shadow sect disciples responsible, his face darkened. These bastards dared to act in broad daylight? Fine. Excellent. Get my orders out.
Act. Yes.
Chapter 52. Confrontation. Meanwhile, just as the Walter family erupted in rage, a group of disciples from the Demon Shadow sect's gathering place within Heavenly Dragon City returned with sighs and groans. 18 had acted together, over half were severely injured, and 7 were killed on the spot. Even the 2 leading Golden Core experts were seriously hurt. This was an outright defeat. The other disciples, seeing their battered state, hurriedly asked what had happened. Just as they were discussing this, 8 third-generation Demon Shadow sect disciples gathered expressionlessly in the central room, 2 of them still stained with blood. Witnessing their disheveled appearances, one disciple opposite them abruptly slammed his hand on the table. I told you to act together. You had to go and alert them first. Now look, with their defenses up, how are we going to carry out a night raid on the Walter family? The brothers sitting together grimaced at this. Clutching their wounds, they glared back angrily. If everyone was ready, why did you delay? It's not our fault they're prepared now. Do you think we're scared? Enough of your nonsense. Don't you think the Walter family is made of clay? They've been rulers here for hundreds of years. Do you think they have no ace up their sleeves? A frontal assault could cost Bowenny lives. The argument grew louder, each blaming the others more fervently. Suddenly, the Bowen seated at the head of the room pounded the table fiercely, his face contorted in ferocity. Enough. All of you, be quiet. Yes, Andreas, they muttered in unison. Humph. Useless trash, incapable of achieving anything but stirring trouble. The eldest disciple under Adnan was thoroughly enraged at his juniors. Their ambush had failed, the strong attack had failed, and now the enemy was alerted without capturing anyone. The situation had unraveled completely, naturally making him furious. Since it's already exposed, we can't waste time. We'll move tonight.
Yes.
Everyone nodded gravely, except the 2 returning Golden Core experts who exchanged uneasy glances. Andreas, we could have succeeded if not for that white-armored Waboen. Her strength is terrifying. We couldn't even last 10 moves against her. Could she be reinforcements sent by the Walter family? The room fell silent at this. Only Andreas gave them a deep, searching look. Are you afraid? Well, It's good that you are. I've checked your injuries. They are caused by White Jade Truarvin, and her cultivation level is definitely above Golden Core. White Jade Truarvin. So she must be one of those women from Jade Maiden Peak. The disciple hesitated mid-sentence, looking around anxiously. Others also appeared terrified, especially a shorter one who exclaimed, Andreas, Jade Maiden Peak isn't to be trifled with. They have 5 transformation spirit experts, and their sect leader is a Nether Tribulation female. Just so. I heard about how 100 Flower Valley inadvertently offended a new recruit from Jade Maiden Peak, violating her body, just for a mere Golden Core disciple. Those crazy women besieged the valley for 21 years, killing the elders and castrating the disciples. Worse than death. Andreas, should we run? The room filled with chatter as the Golden Core experts panicked. Seeing their expressions, Andreas didn't doubt that they'd scatter at the mere mention of Jade Maiden Peak's arrival. Covering his forehead in exasperation, he sighed. What are you afraid of? Have you lost all the dignity of being Demon Shadow sect disciples? One disciple blurted out instinctively, Andreas, aren't you afraid? Cough. I've investigated. The Walter family is ruthless and hardly orthodox. Jade Maiden Peak despises men. They wouldn't ally with or help such a family. Relief washed over the room. Several slumped into their chairs, relieved. Death, after all, was common for their path. But castration was worse, a fate they remembered vividly from the 100 Flower Valley incident. Only the 2 wounded Golden Core experts exchanged puzzled glances. From the earlier confrontation, it didn't seem like they were enemies. Reflecting on Jade Maiden Peak's conduct, these women indeed detested tyrannical behavior. Severely injuring offenders was commonplace, and castration was frequent. Such a character indeed didn't align with the Walter family. Seeing everyone calm down, Andreas pounded the table again, ready to speak. But before he could, the door burst open, and a disciple rushed in. Master, Uncle, big trouble. The Walter family is on the move with the city guards and bounty hunters, capturing and killing our brethren in the city. Over 20 have fallen. What? 8 Golden Core experts stood up, shock evident in their eyes. Andreas roared, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could they react so quickly? Even if they did react, mobilizing people would take much longer. The kneeling disciple's face fell. Senior uncle, it's true. They're hunting us down ruthlessly, with precise targeting. It must have been planned. Hearing this, Andreas pushed past him, rushing outside and firing a signal flare. Immediately, numerous flares responded from the sky. However, seeing only half of the expected responses, Andreas's expression darkened. Out of over 100 scattered disciples, less than half responded. In mere moments, the Walter family had pinned down at least 50? What kind of joke is this? Even monkeys wouldn't respond this fast. Stop gawking. Follow me to provide support. Note, maintained original tone and paragraph structure. Hashtag chapter 53, the Walter family's tactics. Boss, how much is this? A few minutes ago, on a street, 3 disciples of the Demon Shadow sect were strolling around and shopping, chatting merrily. Despite being from a demon cult, these fellows actually paid for their purchases. Even the most bloodthirsty individuals wouldn't indiscriminately kill everyone they saw. Otherwise, that wouldn't be called ferocity. It would be insanity. They bought clothes, ate meals, and wandered through markets, doing what ordinary people did, and appeared no different from them. In fact, they often spent more generously. Before they erupted into violence, it was difficult to tell from their appearances that they belonged to a demon cult. Otherwise, if they all looked like vicious monsters or extraterrestrial beings, how could they have been in conflict with the righteous factions for so many years? People would confirm their identities from afar and slay them on the spot. The shopkeeper eagerly nodded upon hearing the handsome young Bowen asking to buy something, as he had just witnessed how generously this customer had spent. One piece of clothing costs 2 taels of silver, and one specially made scented sachet costs 5 taels. Please don't think it's expensive. These are all handmade with exquisite craftsmanship and top-notch materials. Plus, the floral fragrance inside is incredibly intense. Don't believe me? Take a sniff. As he spoke, the vendor handed over the sachet. The Waboan among the trio reached out to accept it, opened it slightly, and took a light sniff, seemingly wanting to see if it lived up to the vendor's claims. Unexpectedly, as she opened the sachet, a large amount of gray mist sprayed out. Upon inhaling the mist, the Waboan and her 2 companions immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. Before the 3 startled individuals could retreat, the previously friendly vendor suddenly kicked over the table, letting the sachets scatter on the ground. He then drew a long spear hidden under the table and lunged at the Waboan. With a piercing sound, the sharp spear pierced through her clothing, penetrating 3 inches into her abdomen. Tragically, despite being a core formation realm cultivator, the Waboan was unable to gather her true chi due to the toxins inside her body. She was grievously wounded by an ordinary civilian. Moreover, the attack wasn't just from the vendor. As soon as he attacked, passers-by, vendors, and even shopkeepers began drawing their weapons, roaring as they charged toward the scene. Dozens of spears stabbed from all directions, targeting the trio in the center. No matter how fiercely the 3 swung their swords in defense, they couldn't withstand the perfect encirclement tactic. Unable to summon their true chi, the 3 were completely helpless against the overwhelming force. A series of dull thuds echoed as their defensive formation was shattered. Dozens of spears penetrated their bodies, lifting them off the ground. Another series of thuds followed as the spears were pulled out, leaving behind 3 corpses full of bloody holes. The sudden carnage stunned genuine pedestrians and vendors, who fled in panic amid screams. Another group of 3 demon cult members on the same street was also startled by the scene. However, since they were not from the same master and had no prior interaction with the deceased trio, they assumed it was a public vendetta set up by someone. Thus, instead of fleeing, they approached to watch, expecting some drama. But there was no drama to watch, only tragedy. As they pushed through the crowd, one passerby suddenly flung a handful of gray powder, covering their faces. The leader, who was more experienced, shouted in alarm while retreating rapidly. Everyone be careful. Don't breathe. This is spirit-severing powder, which blocks true chi circulation. Even as he spoke, the crowd who had just slain the others rushed towards them, brandishing various weapons. More vendors and passersby joined in the assault. With battle cries echoing, the 3 were swallowed by the sea of people. 2 of the disciples, though warned, couldn't react in time and were killed amidst the chaos. Only the senior disciple reacted quickly enough to avoid the spirit-severing powder. Knowing his juniors were beyond help, he drew his sword and leaped high, breaking through the encirclement. However, mid-air, several flashes of cold steel shot from all directions. His protective true chi was instantly pierced by arrows. A blood-curdling scream followed as multiple streams of blood spurted from his body, and he plummeted to the ground. Axes and swords rained down on him, and his screams abruptly ceased. Without protective true chi, the core formation expert died instantly. With the silence returning, the Nox archers on the lookout towers relaxed their bows and removed the precious demon-slaying arrows. Similar brutal and precise ambushes were occurring throughout Heavenly Dragon City, involving hired bounty hunters, Walter family members, and city guards, along with Boany and Nate Realm Nox. If any Boan managed to escape, they faced the elite Nox archers. Spirit-severing powder, encirclement by experts, and finally demon-slaying arrows. This chain of attacks left death at every turn. As the Demon Shadow Sect's core formation expert had said, how could the Walter family, who ruled Heavenly Dragon City for so long, not have a trump card? Had they not been discovered, they might have stood a chance. But once detected, the entire city became their enemy. Within moments, over 40 Demon Shadow Sect experts fell to the spirit-severing powder and demon-slaying arrows. They only sent around 100 experts. This counter-ambush had already crippled them, and worse was yet to come. Before the 8 Golden Core experts could mobilize, the courtyard gates shattered. A burly Boan in white, hands clasped behind his back, led a horde into view. Kanal scanned the 8 with a cold expression. The 8 Golden Core experts solemnly drew their swords. Kanal. No nonsense today. Let's settle this. Translation ends here, maintaining the paragraph structure and style of the original text. Chapter 54, Blood-Stained White Robes. He leaped forward with the ferocity of a tiger escaping its cage. The moment Konal's voice echoed, his body already shot towards the crowd. Without hesitation, the 8 Demon Shadow Sect experts soared and charged at Kanal with their swords in hand. 9 Golden Core experts instantly engaged in chaotic combat, accompanied by layers of sword shadows and intersecting sword chi that sent dust flying across the ground. Kanal spun around, his long sleeves, though merely fabric, transformed into 2 steel whips under the power of his true essence. Even though the 8 Golden Core cultivators attacked him from all sides, they could not subdue him in the least. Realizing brute force was ineffective and they were no match for his sword skills, the 8 exchanged glances. They suddenly raised their hands, forming sword seals as they retreated swiftly. Once they stabilized, successfully pulling away from Kanal, they pointed single-handed sword seals at him. Dense black mist swirled behind them, transforming into countless sword chi streaks that shot toward the enemy in the center. The sudden barrage of cold light overwhelmed onlookers, forcing them to retreat hastily. Caught between the 8, Kanal drew on his energy from his dantian, throwing his sleeves wide. Between his palms, a blood-red wave of energy surged, forming a protective barrier around him. Despite the bombardment of sword chi, he remained unmoved. As the surrounding sword chi lessened, Kanal roared. The protective aura exploded outward, repelling the sword chi back toward the attackers. Startled, the Demon Shadow Sect experts who did not expect this reaction frantically swung their swords, retreating explosively. Sword chi collisions sent debris flying, while the ricocheted sword chi tore through nearby structures. Landing, the 8 defended against the attack. A white figure then swept like a falcon toward 2 of them from the rear. A sharp crack followed by 2 dull groans rang out. Kanal, using eagle claw techniques to deflect weapons, slammed both attackers away, then gracefully returned to his soldier's front. Reunited, the 8 Golden Core experts looked grimly at Kanal. Their senior brother sneered, truly deserving of your renowned name, Kanal. Your prowess is indeed legendary. Hearing this, Kanal narrowed his eyes, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood proudly. Not reaching the Golden Core stage is not our generation's way. Breaking through the Golden Core to become an infant is truly immortal. We martial artists may not live as long as you, but below the essence infant stage. To me, you are mere dirt and tiles. You, an outraged disciple of Demon Shadow Sect, brandishing his weapon, moved to charge but was stopped by Andreas. After a deep glance at Kanal, Andreas held his sword singly, his voice growing grave. Kanal, I admit I cannot match you one-on-one, but even if you can fight well, can you win against us? Roar? Wanna outnumber me? In my Walter family's territory, in this heavenly dragon city, dare you compare numbers with Kanal? Roar. As Kanal spoke, thunderous shouts erupted. Numerous Walter martial guards rushed forth, forming 2 lines before the 8 Demon Shadow Sect experts. The first row kneeled with knives and shields, the second held crossbows poised to fire. The arrows shone menacingly, some emitting faint red mists, demon-breaking arrows. Figures also emerged on the rooftops, aiming bows down at the Demon Shadow Sect disciples. Seeing dozens of arrows aimed at them, the followers of the 8 Golden Core experts paled, holding their swords without knowing where to defend. Even the Golden Core experts turned serious, hesitant to move. Observing the silent crowd, Kanal's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you have the right to outnumber my Walter family? Sir, Lord Walter, we of Demon Shadow Sect have never had any grievances with the Walter family. Why must it end in death? Humph? Afraid? I don't know why you oppose my Walter family, but now that you've acted and I've brought people, you won't survive without killing some today. Seeing Andreas trying to speak again, Kanal cut him off, waving his hand. Instantly, waves of demon-breaking arrows shot forth as blinding lights. Andreas snarled, breakthrough. Kill. Nearly half the Demon Shadow Sect disciples were felled by the initial volley, shouting as they followed their seniors. Simultaneously, the Walter martial guards, alongside hired Heavenly Dragon City experts, charged forward, engaging in brutal melee, cries of battle filling the air. These Heavenly Dragon City experts, now caught in a desperate struggle, were frustrated. The Walter family hadn't told them whom they were fighting. Out of fear of offending the Walter family and enticed by their generosity, they had followed. Now realizing they faced a major demonic sect, they felt doomed either way. Yet they had no choice but to fight on, or face extermination by the Walter family. The 8 Demon Shadow Sect Golden Core experts broke through the crowd, charging Kanal to capture the leader. But 4 Heavenly Dragon City Golden Core experts surrounded Kanal. Though not evenly matched 1 to 8, these primarily warrior-born cultivators at the Golden Core level dominated most peers. Letting none be young geniuses or soaring dragons, warriors excel in close combat, unmatched by any other. As long as they weren't essence infants, they possessed absolute advantage over anyone. Charge! A patriarch from a large, Heavenly Dragon City clan roared, wielding a guandao fiercely. His lifespan waned, and only Walter family support could prevent his family's decline. He fought vigorously, almost risking his life, overpowering 2 Golden Core cultivators alone. The other 3 also performed admirably, each restraining an opponent. As for Kanal, he fought the remaining 2 Demon Shadow Sect experts, wielding a treasure sword in one hand and a war halberd in the other, resembling a god of war. With a powerful strike, Kanal's halberd crushed the opponent's sword, shaking the ground with a loud thud. Eye contact showed his opponent's fear, and Kanal's eyes grew fierce. Today, I will use your blood to stain these white robes. Chapter 55. Troubles Unresolved. Swords rise over Lancy Mountain, slicing through the breeze. Long halberds cut waves and cleave the sky. The world praises the bravery of heroes. Who dares to block this blade's edge? A treasured sword slashes out, instantly sweeping aside an opponent's weapon. In the next moment, the long halberd sweeps horizontally, forcing another person to hurriedly duck. Before this Bowen could raise his head, a falling sword pierced upward. With a scream, a severed arm holding a weapon spun into the air. Facing Kanal's military-breaking aura, the Golden Core cultivator's protective chi was as fragile as nothing, offering no defense at all. Clutching his severed arm, the Bowen retreated in pain, sweat pouring down his forehead. Just as Kanal was about to pursue with his halberd, another demon sect disciple rushed to aid his companion in distress. Unbeknownst to him, Kanal's strike was merely a feint. In the instant the Bowen leaped forward, Kanal's halberd thrust backward, piercing straight through this person's chest. A flash of cold light in his eyes, Kanal's halberd rod rapidly rotated, transforming the sharp shaft into a drill. As blood splattered everywhere, the Bowen screamed in agony, impaled through the heart by the halberd rod. Kanal casually swung the halberd around, forming a circle of spear-like arcs around him. A clang resounded as the war halberd plunged into the ground, shattering the tiles. In the next second, a gust of wind whistled past, and the figure thrown into the sky crashed onto the raised war halberd. Blood trickled down from the crescent blades on either side, staining Kanal's snow-white robes red. Holding the lifeless body of his enemy, Kanal gazed expressionlessly at the Bowen with the severed arm, terrifying him into retreating. He even fell flat on his bottom due to the impact of colliding with the corpse. Not only had he swiftly dispatched one person here, but significant casualties were also mounting among the Demon Shadow Sect disciples scattered around. They were already at a disadvantage, having been ambushed and losing their upper hand. Coupled with the disparity in numbers and being taken down beforehand by the demon-slaying arrows, it was impossible for the Demon Shadow sect to win. The remaining dozen or so survivors gathered together, cautiously watching the encroaching enemies. Already bearing several sword wounds and 2 arrows in his back, the eldest disciple now had an ashen face. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the arrows and hurled them to the ground. The eldest disciple bellowed desperately, "Kanal, do you truly intend to exterminate us? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Demon Shadow sect?" Kanal brushed past the crowd, shaking off the dead body from his weapon, and strode toward the group, dragging the halberd and leaving a trail of sparks behind. With the enmity already sealed, what is there for this old Bowen to fear? Besides, with 8 of your Golden Core experts to accompany me in death, the Walter family would be honored. You. Just as the eldest disciple opened his mouth to respond, a flash of cold light appeared before his eyes. It turned out Kanal had suddenly lunged his halberd towards his face. The eldest disciple hastily condensed true chi into sword chi, aiming to force Kanal to retreat. However, Kanal's rotating halberd shattered the sword chi and without hesitation, stabbed the eldest disciple in the abdomen. With a single forceful motion, Kanal lifted him off the ground. Before the eldest disciple could scream, a bright cold glow flashed once more. In the next moment, blood spurted as Kanal decapitated him with a swift sword slash. This killing act signaled a frenzied onslaught from all directions as Walter family members, wielding long weapons, thrust wildly. Despite desperate attempts to block using their treasure swords and retaliating with true chi or spells, the Demon Shadow sect disciples stood no chance against the Walter family's specialized military breaking aura honed for breaking armor and slaying. Trapped in the middle, they faced relentless assaults from all sides, leaving their bodies riddled with bloody holes within moments. Only a few Golden Core experts Bowen aged to counterattack, slashing apart weapons and even snapping spears. But outnumbered, they didn't last long. Another cry of agony echoed. A Golden Core expert struggling to hold off a dozen spears with sheer strength was hit by 3 demon-slaying arrows from above. Pierced through, his protective true chi shattered instantly. Moments later, countless spears thrust from the front, lifting him into the air. More spears followed, and when he finally hit the ground, he was already dead. Watching his fellow sect brothers fall, the Golden Core expert with the severed arm finally gave up. Kicking away a charging Nox guard, he launched himself into the air. Noticing someone trying to escape, the Nox guards atop rooftops quickly shot arrows. Unfortunately, the prepared Golden Core expert evaded the arrows with true chi, his sword expanding in the black mist. Just as he was about to ride his sword away, a sudden cold streak shot up from below, piercing through his protective true chi and impaling him. With a clang, the uncontrolled sword fell to the ground, and its owner was skewered and pinned to a chimney by a Fangdi Anji, heaven-painting halberd, lifeless. Among the crowd, Kanal slowly withdrew his hand from the thrown halberd, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Wanted to run? Did you ask my permission? By now, the courtyard battle was nearing its end. All resisting Demon Shadow sect disciples lay dead. Even those still breathing likely wouldn't survive their wounds much longer. Snatching a Walter Glong halberd from a soldier, Kanal walked expressionlessly toward the last few survivors. Seeing him approach, a badly wounded Golden Core expert struggled to wave his arms. Wait up. Swish. Before he finished, the war halberd struck, piercing straight through his head. Calmly pulling out the weapon, Kanal snorted coldly. Why so Bowen-y words? Kill them all. Yes, sir. Following Kanal's order, Walter family warriors surrounded and delivered finishing blows, regardless of whether the fallen were truly dead or faking it, striking mercilessly. 2 who pretended to be dead tried to flee, but met immediate death from a barrage of spears. Amid the cleanup, crisp footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. Turning swiftly, everyone saw Kanal, holding his halberd and focused on the entrance. Standing there was a middle-aged Bowen in a black robe, staring emotionlessly. Looking at the carnage and then the gathered people, the Bowen's lips curled into a bitter smile. Seems I'm too late. Kanal pushed aside the guards and stepped forward, ramming the war halberd into the ground. Who are you? An enemy. Which enemy? Second-generation disciple of the Demon Shadow sect, one of the 12 demons, Ernan. Chapter 56, A New Wave Arises. In front of the Walter family estate, a figure was leisurely enjoying herself, holding a roasted chicken in one hand and a bottle of fine wine in the other. She paid no attention to the strange looks from passers-by. Not only was this Bowen eating and drinking in public, but she occasionally bumped the gate with her elbow, producing a dull thudding sound. After several bouts of this noise, the people inside the courtyard could finally take it no more and slowly opened the gate. Through the crack, Silas's half-face appeared, her eyes unfriendly as she glared at the Bowen outside the door. If she hadn't been raised learning polite Boweners, she would have sworn loudly right then and there. What do you want? The Walter family does not welcome you. Oh, young lady, don't be so absolute. Your little Bowen wanted to invite me in before. You didn't agree then. Well, I'm agreeing now. Come on, open the door and welcome me in. The white-armored Bowen spoke while smiling, moving towards the gate. However, with a loud bang, the gates instantly closed again. The speed at which they shut nearly slammed into her face. From behind the gate, Silas's voice immediately followed. No need to open the door. Keep enjoying your drink. Don't let me keep you. Indeed fiery. Fine, there will be a time for you to open that door. She lazily turned around and leaned against the gate, continuing to enjoy her meat and drink. When Yance passed by, she would even wolf whistle at them. With her striking features and handsome armor-clad appearance, she would often make the girls blush or cover their faces and run away, some even spitting curses at her. Facing these reactions, the Bowen never stopped smiling, looking entirely comfortable. Just as she was teasing passers-by, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. A large group of heavily wounded Walter guards rushed over, carrying Bowen-y stretchers. On the foremost stretcher, protected by several elite guards, lay the top expert of Anislong City and head of the Walter family, Kanal. Ignoring the unfamiliar Waboan at the gate, a guard rushed forward, banging on the gate desperately. Open the door. Quickly. Hearing the familiar voice, the gates rapidly opened. The servants inside gasped upon seeing the pitiful state of the group and hurriedly welcomed them in. Seeing this, the white-armored Waboan paused briefly. After hesitating for a moment, she slung her sheathed sword over her shoulder and unsteadily followed them into the courtyard. To injure an expert martial artist this badly, it seemed unlikely that a golden core cultivator could achieve this. Could it be an outnumbered fight? But that wasn't right either. If they were outnumbered, why weren't the followers dead? Could it be they encountered an expert? Curious, the white-armored Waboan casually followed the group into the courtyard. The servants didn't recognize her and assumed she was one of Konal's helpers, thus not stopping her. As the heavy gates closed, silence fell over the Walter residence once again. Passers-by whispered among themselves about the seriously injured Konal. How could the invincible old Boan who suppressed Anislong City for 200 years lose? When did such an expert come to Anislong City? Inside the Walter family courtyard, news spread quickly, and the Walter family members rushed over but were blocked by Walter guards, even Konal's eldest and second sons included. Only 2 individuals were specially summoned in. This made the others, especially the eldest and second sons, visibly uneasy. Such blatant favoritism. It seemed father loved his 4th son way too much. What kind of spell had the 4th son cast over him? Unaware of the thoughts within the minds of the Walter family sons, Silas and Briggs were brought into a room to meet the recently awakened Konal. Lying in bed, Konal was wrapped in bloodied bandages, his face unusually pale. There was even a prominent bloody palm print on his exposed chest. Briggs, standing beside the bed, didn't look much better. Although not critically injured, he was still covered in bandages due to being hit by numerous wood shards like darts. After exchanging worried glances, Konal sighed deeply. This time, the Walter family has lost. They hired a Yuan cultivator. This old Boan is no match for him. Father, how badly are you hurt? It's not fatal, but I won't recover anytime soon. Martial artists are strong but not adept at healing compared to cultivators. Feeling his own deteriorating condition, Konal sighed again. That old Boan, although also injured by me, can recover tonight with his cultivation powers. Tonight, the Walter family will face great calamity. Father, little 4, take Trenton and go. Leave before he recovers fully. Remember, as long as you live, the Walter family won't be extinguished. And you, I can't count on you. Once Trenton becomes powerful, you must avenge the Walter family and destroy the Shadow Demon sect entirely. Cough, cough, cough. Standing by the bed, Briggs stared at his father, who, despite severe injuries, was still thinking about revenge. His face fell. Father, did you think we might escape together? Escape? Out of the question. I Konal have never bowed to anyone, and all our family business is here in Anislong City. If I flee, won't I be laughed at by the world? Well, father, maybe not everyone knows you? You think I can't still smack you to death even injured? Furious, Briggs glared, but seeing his worried expression, Konal softened and sighed again. I cannot escape. If we all leave, the target is too large and will be pursued. One of us needs to draw attention. Go. The farther, the better. Konal's words caused Briggs's expression to change, but before he could respond, a commotion arose outside the door. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the Walter residence? Stop. Do not move. Clanging sounds and screams erupted. Hearing this, Konal's face changed dramatically, thinking the Shadow Demon sect was attacking. He struggled to sit up, but was held back by Briggs. Silas reacted more directly, drawing the nearby sword with determination despite her previous timidity, standing protectively in front of the bed. The door burst open with a bang. 2 Walter guards fought fiercely with their blades, but were no match for the intruder. With 2 heavy thuds, the white-armored Waboan swung her sword and knocked them down. She carried her sheathed sword on her shoulder, shaking her ponytail confidently. Hello there, long time no see. Note, Pinyin names used include Konal, Briggs, and Silas. Chapter 57. The Spirit of a Man. The Nox guards on both sides and outside the door swiftly rose up, their faces filled with fury as they once again rushed toward the Waboan with drawn swords. However, Briggs suddenly raised his hand and gave a low shout. Everyone stop. She is my guest. Hearing this, the Nox guards immediately halted their movements but did not immediately lower their weapons. Instead, they Xianxia turned their heads to look at Konal, who was lying on the bed. Only when Konal nodded slightly did everyone withdraw with a quick bow. Improvement. Change Xianxia Janto to Xianxia for better fluency in English. Revised translation. Hearing this, the Nox guards immediately halted their movements but did not immediately lower their weapons. Instead, they neatly turned their heads to look at Konal, who was lying on the bed. Only when Konal nodded slightly did everyone withdraw with a quick bow. As the door closed, the room fell into a momentary silence. Briggs stared intently at the smiling Waboan before him, one hand gripping a sword while the other held a wine jar. His gaze lingered on the brilliant golden circlet atop her head, his eyes flickering with hope. Monique, you've come here? Imo, don't misunderstand. Your Walter family's fate has nothing to do with me, and I won't interfere in this matter. She scratched her hair with the hilt of her sword, and then focused her attention on Silas. I came here for her. Trenton? Yes, her jade body cannot be kept by you. Keeping her will eventually lead to your demise. Why not let me take her away? As she spoke, the armored Waboan glanced at Konal, then frowned and slowly shook her head. It seems it's not just a matter of, eventually. You have already stirred trouble because of this. The shadowy energy within you comes from the Demon Shadow sect, likely from an expert at the nascent soul stage. Although you are a martial arts master, challenging someone above your level is still beyond your capability. With a casual toss, she smashed the wine jar onto the table and gracefully leapt up, crossing her legs on the table. How about this? Trenton, how about we make a deal? If you give this Waboan to me, I'll help you with that nascent soul cultivator. Since you don't wish to help, we of the Walter family have important matters to attend to. Please excuse us. Before the armored Waboan could finish speaking, Briggs had already interrupted coldly. Ignoring the bewildered expression on the Waboan's face, he turned to look at Silas beside him, whose expression was complex. Looking at the increasingly beautiful and ethereal girl before him, Briggs couldn't help but sigh. It seemed the protagonist's good fortune had surpassed his expectations. This kind of affection from Silas was something Briggs and his family could not bear. Yet, how could he, Briggs, sell his wife to save himself? What a ridiculous idea. Putting aside the dire consequences of such actions, being even nominally married to Silas had already pushed him and the Walter family to the brink. If he were to sell her now, Briggs was certain that once Silas gained strength and returned to Anislong City to investigate, the Walter family would face unimaginable torment if they weren't outright exterminated. After all, no supporting character who sold out the protagonist ever met a good end, especially since they weren't mere side characters, but rather antagonists. Briggs also had his own pride. A Bowen should stand tall and proud, kneeling only to heaven, earth, and true love. Even if he lacked the ambition of Pango, he would rather bleed than bow in disgrace. Although Briggs was a nobody, he wasn't despicable enough to sell his wife to survive. Even if Silas would eventually become the darkened heroine, it wouldn't be due to him. Pulling a letter from his chest, he thrust it into Silas's hands, his expression grave. Trenton, I, Briggs, am powerless. I can neither protect your wealth and honor nor safeguard your life. In fact, I'm abandoning you now, not much different from Lincoln. Seeing Silas's wide-eyed shock, Briggs took a deep breath, his eyes becoming stern. This is a recommendation letter from Blood Carnage Sect. With it, you can surely become a disciple there. Remember, it's better to rely on yourself. No one else can be trusted. Only your own strength is reliable. Silas clutched the envelope in trembling hands, her face pale with shock. And what about my husband? I was supposed to die a month ago. Living this extra month has been worth it. Loosening his grip on Silas's hand, Briggs turned to look at Connell, who lay bewildered on the sickbed. Briggs's lips curved into a bitter smile. Old Bowen, having taken so much money from you and caused you so Bowen-y troubles these past days, this last journey together will repay your kindness. Staring at Briggs, Connell was stunned for several seconds before letting out a bitter laugh. You damned brat. Brave. Since you're set on dying, this old Bowen will accompany you. Hearing this, Briggs's smile widened. Behind him, Silas, holding the envelope tightly, stepped forward anxiously, wanting to say something. But before she could speak, a sudden glint appeared, resting against Briggs's neck. The white-armored Waboan's long-hidden sword finally emerged, its silver edge pressing against Briggs's throat, sending chills down everyone's spines. The usually jovial white-armored Waboan now had sharp eyes and a murderous aura. Imo, do you know what you're doing? Sending our top prospect from Jade Maiden Peak to a demon sect. Just for this, I could slaughter your entire clan. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Briggs silently turned his head, his eyes devoid of fear, only filled with disdain. Don't joke around. He wasn't afraid of death. Why should he fear her? Earlier, he had approached her for help. Now, with no hope left for her intervention, smiling was the last thing on his mind. Grabbing the sword blade, he let the weapon slice through his palm, glaring at the armored Waboan, his voice harsh. Monique, this is the Walter family's business, and outsiders have no right to meddle. Are you trying to take advantage of our decline? Do you really want to fight the Walter family here? If so, Briggs will oblige. If you aren't planning to fight, please leave. We don't want bloodshed here. As for where my wife goes, rest assured, she won't join Blood Carnage Sect or your Jade Maiden Peak. After all, your disciples have a notorious reputation in certain areas. Imo, you're courting death. Each word from Briggs stabbed at her heart, twisting her expression. She wasn't angry because he slandered them. Indeed, Jade Maiden Peak did have peculiar practices. Many disciples, unable to marry or have children due to the sect's rules and flawed cultivation methods, chose alternative paths. And the white-armored Waboan was among the more unconventional ones, having been unusual even before joining Jade Maiden Peak. But knowing and saying it openly were two different things. As she prepared to strike Briggs, she inadvertently glanced sideways and felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Silas was glaring at her with hostility, her sword ready to attack. If not for the sword's proximity to Briggs, Silas would have struck already. Looking at Silas's determined stance, if the white-armored Waboan made a move, she wouldn't have any chance of recruiting Silas. Recruitment? Not making enemies would be divine favor. Briggs was setting her up. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Briggs angrily, lowering her weapon furiously. Before she could speak, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. Conal Montgomerio, your ancestor has arrived. Come out and meet your doom. Chapter 58, The Monroe Attacks. A roar outside the house reverberated through the sky, startling half of Anislong City. Upon hearing the commotion, Conal's face changed drastically. He endured the intense pain and got out of bed, nearly falling to his knees due to the sudden movement. Snatching the sword from Silas's hand, Conal staggered toward the door, roaring as he did. Crosby C., take Trenton away. Briggs's expression flickered repeatedly, finally grabbing a halberd from the wall and rushing out with it on his shoulder. Trenton, leave through the back door quickly. From now on, be at peace or in peril, rich or poor, you must accept your fate. Seeing the father and son rush out, Silas's face also changed. After searching around for weapons but finding none, she gritted her teeth, preparing to fight unarmed. However, before she could leave, a white-armored Waboan standing at the door blocked her path with her sword. Young girl, the Walter family has been tyrannical for over 200 years, and this outcome is entirely deserved. Why involve yourself in there? Move aside from me, you hag. My Walter family's matters are none of your business. Before the white-armored Waboan finished, Silas fiercely shoved her, forcing her way outside. The white-armored Waboan looked helpless, holding her sword. On one hand, she admired Silas's fiery character, yet on the other, she was vexed by her straightforward nature. People like her wouldn't easily sever ties with the Walter family unless betrayed. Now things were complicated. Drooping her head, the white-armored Waboan followed listlessly out of the courtyard and headed swiftly to the front gate of the Walter estate. When she arrived, chaos reigned. An old Boan stood in the courtyard with folded arms, a grim expression, flanked by 20 disciples holding swords and glaring. The Walter family stood their ground, 100 strong, wielding various weapons, facing off against the intruders. While the Walter family appeared numerically superior, everyone knew they were doomed this time. A Golden Core expert might defeat an opponent with surprise attacks using special weapons, but an infancy stage expert was in another league entirely. Their body's innate defensive true chi rendered sneak attacks futile, and overwhelming them with numbers was laughable. Hundreds of Walter clan members would barely last 15 minutes against such an opponent. The old Boan had a pale complexion and heavy breathing, clearly injured. Watching Conall approach, weakly supported by his weapon, the old Boan's eyes gleamed with coldness and apprehension. Conall Trenton. Long time no see after just half a day. Taking a deep breath, Conall's eyes sharpened. Monroe, I didn't expect you to come to my Walter family without treating your wounds. Is this half day so urgent for you? I cannot delay. A mere Golden Core brute like you could seriously injure me. How can I not fear your Walter family? The Monroe moved his hands slightly, eyes growing sharper. I long to exterminate your entire clan immediately. If I wait, what if some escape? Conall remained silent. There was no need for further words. Knowing his opponent wouldn't leave any survivors, he understood the gravity. Just like how Conall would show no mercy if he had one. Roaring furiously, Conall raised his sword. Walter family disciples. Fight to the death. Fight, fight, fight. Though individuals varied, the Walter family, warriors, and martial artists displayed remarkable unity and ferocity. Despite knowing Conall had already lost, hundreds still charged forward without hesitation, following him into battle. This formidable assault even made the Monroe more determined to eradicate them fully. Waving his hands, he engaged Conall, quickly overpowering the injured warrior. Elders and experts who tried to help were subdued within 3 moves. Meanwhile, less skilled Walter clan members viciously attacked the disciples accompanying the Monroe. Though outnumbered, the Walter family managed to overwhelm them, forcing 2 Golden Core disciples to resort to flight and magical bombardment from above. In this chaotic battle, a Boan ran frantically. Lincoln, the villain, was still alive, perhaps because he once carried the protagonist's fortune. He survived Conall's earlier ambush and led the Monroe to the Walter residence. But his good days ended here. Ignored by the Monroe, his lower-level skills left him vulnerable. Switching clothes, Lincoln barely escaped immediate death, but it wouldn't fool those who knew him well, like Briggs. Lincoln. Hearing the roar, Lincoln turned hurriedly, seeing Briggs charging towards him, swinging a halberd. Without giving him a chance to retreat, Briggs unleashed a series of powerful blows that Lincoln could barely fend off. His ordinary sword bent under the pressure of the halberd until it smashed into Lincoln's shoulder. Despite partial protection, the force shattered his defenses, causing him to cry out in agony. Kicking him next, Briggs sent Lincoln flying. Chapter 59. The Death of Ulysses. Stumbling and rolling to the ground, Lincoln barely managed to scramble away before regaining his footing. Almost instantly after he dodged, a heavy guandao crashed into the original spot, shattering the floor tiles. Facing an enraged Briggs, the already disoriented Lincoln had no room for defense. Just as he struggled to rise from the ground, a cold glint flashed in front of him. In the next moment, his clothes tore apart, and blood spurted out. Though he managed to avoid being gutted at the critical moment, the long wound on his chest still caused him to stagger backward in pain. Ahead of him, Briggs wielded the guandao by his waist, using the blade and the spike at its end to whirl madly toward him. The constant flashes of cold light terrified Lincoln, who kept retreating without daring to stop. Just as he was forced back several meters, Briggs abruptly changed tactics, swinging the guandao horizontally behind his neck. Amidst the scattering of black strands of hair, the hastily ducking Lincoln felt a chill run through his scalp. His once full head of hair had been cleanly cut into a crew cut. In his shock, Lincoln clutched his head just as the furious Briggs prepared to press his advantage. Suddenly, the scenery around Briggs flickered. The next moment, he found Lincoln all around him. Startled, Briggs quickly raised his guandao defensively. When he saw one Lincoln lunging at him, he slashed without hesitation, but the blade passed through like it was cutting through a reflection in water. Damn, it's an illusion. It wasn't just Briggs who fell prey. The entire Walter family courtyard was now ensnared by this illusion, except for the disciples of Atli. All the Walter family members were lost in illusions, unable to discern friend from foe. This led to chaos. Some turned against each other, some swung their weapons wildly, and others, like Briggs, remained vigilant, defending themselves in place. In an instant, the tides had turned. The Walter family members, who initially held the advantage, now found themselves in dire straits. Atli, having unleashed his signature illusion, couldn't help but sneer as he watched Conall and the others fall for it. He wasn't in a rush to kill, as approaching them still posed significant danger. Besides, who knew what other cards they might have up their sleeves? Best to wait until they were utterly exhausted by the illusions before taking their heads. Lincoln, still engaged with Briggs, sensed something amiss. Seeing Briggs's sudden shift in combat style, frantically slashing and retreating like a headless fly, Lincoln narrowed his eyes with glee. He knew Atli was proficient in illusions, but he hadn't expected them to be so powerful that they would spread across the entire Walter family estate in an instant. Snatching up a sword from the ground, Lincoln advanced on Briggs, fury blazing within him. However, Briggs, wary of all movement around him, didn't hesitate to slash upon hearing footsteps. This unexpected attack startled Lincoln. The metallic clang confirmed for Briggs that the sound wasn't an illusion, and he attacked relentlessly like a mad dog. Another strike hit Lincoln, forcing him to retreat and merge with the illusory figures once more. Briggs stopped his pursuit, resuming his defensive stance. Clutching his wounded shoulder, Lincoln clenched his teeth and snatched a longbow from the ground, drawing an arrow from a corpse. Aiming straight for Briggs's head, Lincoln released the arrow. He doubted Briggs could defend against an arrow while unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Could Briggs defend against a hidden arrow? Clearly not. Even a high-ranking cultivator couldn't withstand a surprise arrow attack, let alone Briggs. But the arrow never reached its target. As it left the bowstring, a spinning sword flew in and sliced it in two. The broken arrow grazed Briggs's clothes, startling him. Before Lincoln stood a graceful figure, fists clenched, true chi raging. Lincoln, Trenton. Two childhood friends faced each other, one avoiding eye contact, the other burning with rage. Trenton, the Walter family is about to fall. You might as well. Before the Walter family falls, I'll kill you first. Without waiting for Lincoln to finish, Silas charged forward with a punch. Instantly, the shadow of a fierce tiger coalesced behind her, roaring furiously. This tiger faintly glowed white, akin to a jade tiger descending from the heavens. True chi surged from her body, merging with the tiger and striking Lincoln from several meters away. A hallmark of externalized true chi, or what could be called the Xianxia realm or foundation establishment stage. Silas had broken through at this crucial moment. If facing half-Xianxian Silas, Lincoln might have bow and aged a few parries, but against a Xianxian expert, he had no chance. With sheer terror in his eyes, Silas's palm struck his forehead. Before her palm made contact, the force knocked the longbow Lincoln was raising to pieces. The next second, the tiger's energy slammed into Lincoln's skull, and with a loud crack, Silas followed through with another palm strike to his forehead. Trenton, die. Boom. Lincoln's scream was cut short as his head exploded into a bloody mist under the force of true chi. His decapitated body collapsed. The anger on Silas's face dissipated, and she hurriedly ran towards Briggs. But the sudden approach immediately put the disoriented Briggs on guard, and he swung his guandao at her. Fortunately, Silas reacted quickly, evading the relentless attacks. She finally lunged at Briggs, hugging him from below. Husband. Clang. The ringing of the blade ceased abruptly as the tip of the blade paused above Silas's head. Briggs, recognizing her voice, stared in bewilderment. Trenton? Husband, it's me. Gazing at Briggs, now completely blinded by the illusion, Silas gently touched his face. Infusing 9 jade body chi into him, the pure true chi instantly dispelled the illusion, ignoring all mental obstacles and keeping the heart pure. This was the power of the 9 jade body, the nemesis of all illusions. Regaining his sight, Briggs relaxed when he realized Silas was truly there, lowering his weapon. Standing nearby, a Waboan in white armor spat disdainfully. So much for hoping Silas would get injured. Looks like reconciliation was inevitable. Chapter 60. Marigold of the Silver Wolf. Silas, why haven't you left yet? Looking at the Waboan who clung to him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, Briggs first felt a surge of joy, then alarm, and finally erupted in rage. He thrust his guandao into the ground and grabbed Silas by the collar. Staring at the Waboan before him, Briggs roared out angrily, "Leave now." "But husband, if you still consider me your husband, go." "But," just as Briggs was about to forcibly throw her out when Silas remained unmoving, an elderly voice suddenly interrupted them. "Leave? Since you're both here and appear so devoted to each other, why don't you both stay?" A figure descended from the sky. Riker, hands behind his back, hunched over as he gazed at them, his face wearing a benevolent smile. However, seeing the chaos around them, Silas and Briggs knew he wasn't any kind-hearted elder. More like the Grim Reaper. Briggs instantly placed Silas behind him, brandishing the guandao defensively in front of him. "Riker. Yes, it's this old Bowen. So, these must be Briggs and his beloved wife, Silas, right?" With a beaming smile, Riker sized them up and confirmed they matched the descriptions. "I heard you two possess a secret Bowenual. This old Bowen has a fondness for collecting scrolls. Could you perhaps allow me to read it?" "You. No need to rush your answer. I don't require a response. Even if you don't speak, I have ways to make you talk." Riker smiled amiably, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Because of the two of you, Boweni of my disciples were lost. I'll make sure to take that debt from your souls. How about sealing your souls in 2 swords and giving them to opposing sides?" Riker's words did not faze Briggs. Meeting someone like him meant certain death either way. The Bowener of death? What concern was that to Briggs? Raising his blade fiercely, Briggs growled menacingly. "Want to come after us? Try it." Silas looked at Briggs, protecting her without stepping forward due to their weaker cultivation. They were insignificant in Riker's eyes. She gently hugged Briggs from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. Closing her eyes contentedly, Silas thought, despite the trials and her questionable reputation as a wife, at least this time she hadn't chosen wrong. "Want to die together? Fine by me." Seeing these defiant young people, Riker's eyes widened. He lunged viciously, aiming to seize their souls first. As his palm struck directly toward Briggs's chest, a crisp sword cry rang out. A sheathed treasure sword emerged sideways, effortlessly blocking Riker's attack. Surprised by the blade, Riker hastily withdrew, turning sharply to stare at the white-armored Waboan. His face turned ashen. "Who are you?" "I'm your grandmother." The white-armored Waboan, brimming with fury, flew forward with a strike. Riker tried to counter, but was met with an equally forceful palm. With a muffled thud, Riker's arm exploded upon impact, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, blood splattering all around. He crashed into a house several meters away, collapsing it into ruins. Riker lay among the debris, spitting out blood. "This, White Jade Arvin. You're from Mount Ivnu. The disheveled white-armored Waboan, with messy hair, glared ferociously at Briggs before refocusing on Riker. So what if I am? Mount Ivnu is here to kill you. What can you do about it? At this moment, the white-armored Waboan felt like her lungs were going to burst. Especially witnessing Briggs and Silas's affection made her heart ache. Silas had no hope of avenging herself against the Walter family now. If she let Riker kill Briggs, not only would they become enemies, but Silas would hold a lifelong grudge against Mount Ivnu. It doesn't matter if it isn't Mount Ivnu's fault. Can you expect a despondent Waboan to reason? If Briggs were killed, everyone present would be remembered by Silas with enmity. So, despite her reluctance, the white-armored Waboan had no choice but to intervene. Grabbing the hilt, she yanked it backward. In the next moment, the broadsword transformed into a 2-meter-long silver spear. Placing the spear heavily on the ground, she glared angrily at the worthless Fantan Daoist. Behind her, True Chi condensed into a colossal surti. Like Silver Wolf's head, its fierce gaze overshadowing the sky as it hovered above her. Note, the term surti, like, seems out of place in English. Depending on context, it might be better translated as surti, like, to tangible or surching. Here, I've kept it as is for accuracy but suggest considering a smoother alternative like tangible or substantial. The revised version. Placing the spear heavily on the ground, she glared angrily at the worthless Fantan Daoist. Behind her, True Chi condensed into a colossal, tangible Silver Wolf's head, its fierce gaze overshadowing the sky as it hovered above her. Witnessing this, the battlefield fell silent. Riker, who moments ago looked vicious, paled significantly, gazing at the monstrous Wuxia illusion, a mere wolf's head hidden in the clouds yet obscuring the entire sky. He shuddered and stammered out, "Mount Ivnu, Marigold of the Silver Wolf." Upon hearing this name, everyone gasped, including the faltering Kanal, who glanced fearfully at Marigold. On Mount Ivnu, 3,000 golden core cultivators guard its might. For sacred beasts and a sage stand proudly. 5 generations span the mountain, with the wolf-headed peak devouring the sky. Mount Ivnu houses 3,000 disciples, more than 80% being golden core cultivators. Admittance is strict, and once inside, they are meticulously trained. Among them, 4 second-generation disciples, known as the 4 mountain beasts, are all deity transformation powerhouses. Jade Green Dragon handles affairs. Jade White Tiger oversees martial prowess, renowned for combat. Jade Vermilion Bird leads pursuit, punishing those who anger Mount Ivnu. Black Tortoise specializes in formations and talus boans, ensuring safety. Above them stands a sage, the sect leader, a great tribulation cultivator, almost deified. If you anger Mount Ivnu and the 4 sacred beasts can't reclaim their honor, prepare for a deadly confrontation. Yet, Mount Ivnu's most renowned member isn't among these 5, but rather a 5th-generation disciple. Or more precisely, a 1st-generation disciple demoted to the 5th generation. Chapter 61. The Downfall of Illusory Demon. Within the immortal sect, as each generation of predecessors gradually ages, the disciples naturally advance in rank. 5th-generation disciples become 4th, and new arrivals take their place as the 5th generation, moving up step by step until the newcomers become the pillars of support. Positions such as the 4 symbols and sect master are filled by selecting the most outstanding disciples from each generation. However, exceptions exist even here, and the Jade Maiden Peak has its fair share of oddities. Once, there was a senior sister of the current sect master on this peak who held the position of White Tiger among the 4 symbols, and was even considered a potential candidate for the position of sect master. Later, due to inappropriate conduct, she attempted to rig a contest during the competition for the position of sect master, deceiving her colleagues into misdeeds. Her plan failed and was exposed by her junior sister, leading to her being demoted from the White Tiger position to a 3rd-generation disciple by an enraged master. After advancing from 3rd to 2nd generation, she didn't change her ways and was again demoted. After 2 consecutive demotions, she finally decided to change. No, not her nature, but having learned from her mistakes, she succeeded on her 3rd attempt. This was ultimately exposed, and she was hung from the gatehouse, receiving criticism from the entire sect but still refused to repent. Finally, the sect master, whom she had first tried to deceive, along with the current holders of the 4 symbols, whom she had attempted to deceive a second time, voted to demote her permanently to a 5th-generation disciple status. Thus, she became the first 5th-generation disciple at the immortal Jade Maiden Peak to reach the transformation spirit stage, making her a legend in her own right. She was nicknamed Silver Wolf, partly because she excelled in the wolf fist technique and possessed a formidable appearance, and partly, well, let's not go there. Looking at the astonished crowd, Marigold, expressionless, leaned on her spear, her eyes sharp. "You've got guts, Ganon. I, a girl, have roamed the Jianghu for over 2,300 years, and you're only the 2nd person to dare challenge me for a Waboan. Come here and let's see how bony heads you have to be chopped off." Before she could finish speaking, Weston, his face pale, exploded with a loud boom. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly enveloping the courtyard and blocking everyone's senses. Before the blood cleared, a flash of cold light appeared. A silver dragon roared in the sky, tearing through the blood mist and shooting straight upwards. In front of the silver dragon, Weston's fleeing soul cried out in panic after his self-destruction. Without giving him any chance to dodge, a loud explosion echoed. The cloud layer in the sky split apart, casting white light over Walter Family Manor and the entire heavenly dragon city. The cold light flashed once more as the roaring dragon returned and transformed back into a spear next to Marigold. All this time, Marigold stood with her arms crossed, never moving. Seeing this, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Not much strength, yet you dare to imitate others and fight over women? Looking for death." Marigold stretched her shoulders lightly and spoke in a low voice while turning to look at Briggs behind her. "All right, the second one is dealt with. Now it's your turn, Ganon." Upon hearing this, Kanal coughed nervously beside them. Silas hurriedly blocked Briggs, like a hen protecting its chicks, opening her arms and glaring at Marigold angrily. Seeing this scene, Marigold sighed exasperatedly, lowering her arms in frustration. Girl, listen, this Ganon isn't good-looking or attractive. Why are you so determined to hang yourself on this twisted tree? Don't you dare insult my husband. Fine. Your husband is awesome, alright? This chubby guy is the handsomest. You can hang yourself on this tree. Marigold retracted her spear, transforming it back into a sword and slung it over her shoulder, glancing at Briggs while muttering under her breath. Looking at this drooping tree, surviving for 100 years without dying is already exceptional. Once the tree dies, who will you hang on to then? Previously, if Silas hadn't reached the Foundation establishment stage, Marigold might have worried that Briggs would accidentally harm Silas. But now that Silas had successfully advanced, Marigold no longer cared about these things. Even if something happened, it wouldn't affect Silas's cultivation. Besides, Marigold saw that Briggs lacked talent and warriors had short lifespans. Thus, she didn't mind outliving him. After all, a couple of centuries were nothing to her. She could stay here and mentor Silas until Briggs passed away. With no attachments, Silas would likely follow her back to the sect. A few hundred years of cultivation should be enough for her to break through to the soul departure stage, possibly even the transformation spirit stage. After all, the 9 jade body thrives on speed, so this top-tier constitution couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Unaware of Marigold's long-term plans, Silas accompanied Briggs and helped Connell back into the Bowener to rest. With the demise of Weston, the crisis of the Walter family's annihilation finally passed. After cleaning up the battlefield, disposing of the bodies, and collecting valuables, life in the Walter household returned to its usual calm. The expert of the transformation spirit stage, Marigold, confidently moved into the Walter residence. Did the Walter family members consent? They wouldn't dare refuse. Apart from Silas daring to confront Marigold, even Connell instinctively held his breath in the presence of this ancestor-level figure. Living for over 2,000 years, she was older than tenfold the history of the Walter family. Not just living in the Walter family, if she slept at the entrance of the Bowener, the Walter family would stay indoors for days out of fear. Such a high-ranking existence, a mere emerging clan like the Walter family dared not provoke. Night fell, and the Walter family members gradually went to sleep after multiple scares throughout the day. When darkness settled completely, the doors suddenly creaked open. Briggs entered the room with a lantern, finding the bed empty. Before he could speak, a sword pressed against his neck from behind, accompanied by a chilly voice. Good Ganon, daring to ambush Granauntie? You're the first. Usually, it's always me ambushing others. Feeling the cold blade, Briggs wasn't frightened and spoke expressionlessly. Monique Wu, I have something important to discuss regarding Trenton. At this, Marigold paused, her gaze sharpening. What? Trying to blackmail me with her? Ganon, you have guts. Do you intend to use Silas as leverage, forcing me to comply, lying obediently in bed while you do as you please, then threatening me further, using me as a stepping stone to harm others on Jade Maiden Peak, and when the truth comes out, twisting the facts, saying it was me seducing you? Speak, is that your plan? Monique Wu, please don't think of me as so despicable. I'm just bad, not immoral to that extent. Don't project your character onto me, okay? Hashtag chapter 62, soaring on the wind. Needing the chair, Briggs sat down. Briggs gazed expressionlessly at Marigold, who had taken her seat across from him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. Marigold, please take Trenton away. Marigold, who was just about to pour tea for herself, froze mid-motion upon hearing this. Putting down the teapot quietly, she gave Briggs a long, penetrating look. What did you say? I said, I would appreciate it if you could guide Silas into the immortal realm and help her seek the path of immortality. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what that means? Yes. Briggs picked up a teacup and idly toyed with it, his eyes flashing with a hint of helplessness. People are different, and so are their fates. Silas and I are not cut from the same cloth. The Walter family is too small to contain a dragon. Keeping her here will only hurt both her and us. They had only known each other for less than 2 months, yet in these 2 short months, the Walter family faced one disaster after another. Notably, during the recent battle, despite the final victory thanks to Marigold's intervention, over 30% of the Walter family members were killed. The number of allied experts who perished was countless. All of this stemmed merely from Silas's protagonist aura causing chaos as Heaven sought to aid her in breaking through her cultivation boundaries. In reality, Heaven's intervention had been successful from Silas's perspective. Her breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage came with the death of her childhood friend by her own hand and the annihilation of all the invading experts, an almost perfect resolution. But for the Walter family, they unwittingly made an enemy of the Demon Shadow sect, lost over 30% of their disciples, and Briggs himself had been injured and had yet to fully recover. Now, Briggs had come to terms with the harsh reality. Standing beside a protagonist without matching fortune was akin to courting death. As the old saying goes, when danger looms, being near the protagonist is safest. But when things are safe, being close to the protagonist can be most perilous. With the Walter family's African curse combination, continuing to follow Silas would likely lead to an early demise for everyone involved. If not for Briggs's foresight in bringing Silas to Marigold's attention and compelling her to intervene, the entire Walter family might have been wiped out while Silas was saved and taken to Ivnu Peak. Now, this nascent soul cultivator Marigold lingered, clearly intent on taking Silas as a disciple. With Silas's superior constitution suited for Ivnu Peak, joining the sect seemed almost preordained. Without finding a way to change his own fortune to match Silas's golden destiny, Briggs could no longer afford to play along. Heaving a sigh, Briggs looked up at Marigold deeply. I will write a letter to Trenton. When she wakes, bring her directly back to the mountain. By then, with your speed, you should be near the gate. If she blames anyone, let it all fall on me. Marigold's expression became more complicated. Having lived for over 2 millennia, she had seen bony acts of betrayal and sacrifice for the sake of the Tao. Yet, Never had she seen someone like Briggs, who had already weathered adversity and understood Silas's value. Knowing that keeping Silas would attract a nascent soul expert to reside permanently, he still chose to let her go. Give me an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? Explain why you chose to let her go. If you consummate your relationship, she would be bound to the Walter family forever. In 100 years, she could stabilize the family's foundation. In 1,000 years, she could lead the Walter family to prominence, even becoming an immortal clan. Aren't you tempted by that? Of course, I'm tempted. But what does that change? Supporting himself on the table, Briggs stood up and shook his head as he walked toward the door. Shallow waters cannot hold a dragon, and low mountains cannot shelter an eagle. This life has left me useless. I dare not ruin her future. If you must blame someone, blame my fate. The door closed, leaving behind a floating letter. Marigold grabbed it with a flick of her wrist, and the letter flew into her hand. Staring at the simple envelope, she remained silent for several minutes before finally getting up and heading toward Silas's room. That night, the Walter household was eerily quiet, devoid of any animal sounds. A flash of cold light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire Dragon City. Countless citizens watched the distant starlight streak away, discussing it among themselves. On the roof of the Walter family courtyard, Briggs sat holding a wine bottle, silently watching the ferry depart. After a long time, he lowered his head with a bitter laugh. The dragon departs for the sky, and the Kuanpeng spreads its wings to traverse the world. Silas, we may never meet again. The celestial sword soared tens of miles away, piercing through the clouds, with the landscape flashing by like a blur. When Silas, lying on the giant sword, woke up dazedly, she found herself far from where she started. Opening her eyes wide, she took in the passing scenery and immediately snapped awake, turning sharply to look behind her. There, a Waboan in white armor stood gracefully on the tip of the sword, her hands behind her back. The swirling winds that rushed towards her were sliced apart by a conical shield of true chi. The brilliant glow visible to the mortals below, a trail of starlight stretching tens or even hundreds of miles, was the result of the fierce friction between the winds and her protective true chi. Marigold. Seeing the Waboan standing in front of her, Silas's face changed instantly. She quickly sat up and assumed the starting posture of the Walter Bradford Pojan fist. You crazy Waboan. Where are you taking me? Put me down now. Do you hear me? Marigold showed no emotion, still gazing distantly at the sun, her eyes filled with confusion. Even now, she couldn't understand why that Bowen had made such a choice. Was it deep affection? Or fear of sinking deeper? Or some other reason? Who Bowen hearts indeed are complex. Hearing Silas's angry roar again, Marigold tossed a letter towards her without looking back. Silas caught it, glaring at Marigold furiously before roughly opening the envelope. Reading the familiar handwriting, she fell silent. These were the words of her husband, whom she knew intimately well. His writing, wild and proud with a hint of freedom, stood distinct from the master calligraphers of the world, forming its own unique style. Actually, it was simply the modern script he was used to, which hadn't changed despite his body's memories. Combined with this life's lack of learning and the limited literary talent of his modern soul, the handwriting had evolved into something incredibly amateurish, like squiggles left by cockroaches. Could it not be considered unique in its own way? Chapter 63. The Peak of Fairy Maidens. To Silas, Briggs writes, due to my incompetence, I took the liberty of inviting Monique Wu to guide you into joining a celestial sect for martial arts training. Our Walter family's means are too small to accommodate the Nine physique, so please find your own path henceforth. From this day on, we owe each other nothing. Riches, poverty, immortality, or death. We shall all meet our fates as they come. Yours truly, Briggs. Staring at the words on the letter, Silas's hands trembled slightly, her eyes widening. After remaining silent for almost 10 seconds, she suddenly raised her head and glared viciously at Marigold, her voice shrill with anger. Marigold, what did you say to my husband? Did you threaten him? Otherwise, why would he write such things? Marigold stood still with her hands behind her back, only turning her head slightly to look at the Waboan behind her, raising an eyebrow. Why do you think it was me who threatened him? Nonsense. When strong enemies came, he did not abandon me. Why would he send me away now that everything is settled? Clearly, this is because of your coercion. Silas's words made Marigold momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Yes, why would he send you away now? That is what intrigues me too. You, Monique Trenton, you can also think that I coerced him, but you need to understand that unrefined talent doesn't count as true talent. Turning her gaze to the distant sky, Marigold's eyes gleamed sharply. The Nine physique requires vast resources for cultivation, especially when forming the golden core, where rare treasures are needed. The Walter family definitely cannot provide them, which will inevitably delay your growth. If you can't rapidly develop and protect them, then your constitution might attract powerful experts, bringing calamity to the Walter family. The Nine physique is the pinnacle of Een-based constitutions, coveted by countless evil cultivators as a supreme vessel. A single expert at the nascent soul stage nearly wiped out the Walter family. If someone at the deity transformation stage were to come and I weren't here, could they survive? Marigold's words left Silas speechless, biting her lip tightly as she gripped the letter until it crinkled. I don't want any Nine physique. I don't want to cultivate either. I'm just an ordinary farm wife, waking up at dawn and retiring at dusk, marrying and having children, living a harmonious life, taking care of him until the end. But why? Why did I find him only for you all to appear? Why should one constitution destroy all of this? Why? Why? Perhaps this is destiny. Marigold closed her eyes and sighed. It's your fate and his fate. I don't believe in fate. I didn't believe in it either, once. So, living in an imperial family, I fled from a forced marriage. I thought I could live happily ever after with my beloved, but instead, I caused her death. Then, on my wedding night, I killed the innocent Bowen who was betrothed to me and fled again, desperately running from two royal families' pursuit. Turning to look at Silas with a faint smile, Marigold's eyes betrayed a hint of bitterness. By chance, I was saved by the people of Fairy Maiden Peak. After achieving cultivation success, I returned and exterminated the two families, avenging my lover. I asked my father, why couldn't you let me go? Do you know how he answered? He said that since I was born and raised in the imperial family, I should serve the royal family. As a member of the imperial family, this was my fate. Sighing deeply, Marigold closed her eyes tightly. After slaughtering the two royal families, to prevent civilian suffering, I ruled as an emperor for 150 years until a capable successor appeared. How ironic. No matter where I ran, I ended up harming my beloved, killing Boweni innocents, yet still couldn't escape anything. Tell me, what does this mean? Is it the result of competition, or is it simply my fate? As Marigold grew more emotional, the swords beneath their feet began to tremble. Only when Marigold regained composure did the sword stabilize. Turning back to face Silas, Marigold's tone reverted to its usual laid-back Bowener. You can choose not to believe in fate. You can decide to take a gamble and return. If you speak up, I'll send you back immediately. But whatever happens after that, you must bear the consequences yourself. Are you sure you want to return? Silas clutched the letter tightly, biting her lips silently for several minutes before speaking softly. How long do martial artists live, compared to cultivators? A nascent soul expert lives forever. Below that, the lifespan is pitiful. Ordinary martial artists are no different from commoners. Congenital martial artists can reach a century easily. Those who achieve the golden core can reach 200 at most, and those with the golden core may live up to 3 centuries. If I practice for 50 years, what realm can I attain? The 9-ene physique excels in speed. With sufficient resources, breaking through to nascent soul and achieving out-of-body isn't impossible. Out-of-body realm, can it protect the Walter family completely? Hemph, the small Walter family can be easily protected, but there's something you need to consider. Looking directly at Silas, Marigold's gaze turned sharp. Fairy Maiden Peak disciples must not marry. Once you join, if you wish to leave, you'll have to fight against the entire Fairy Maiden Peak. Are you sure you want to do this? You've accepted your fate, but I, Silas, haven't. Haha, alright, let's see whether your fate is determined by you or by destiny. Hold on tight. With a hand seal, the sword beneath them instantly accelerated. The immortal sword broke through the clouds, plunging downward. Beneath the clouds, dozens of towering peaks floated in midair, connected by golden chains, with countless fleeting golden patterns surrounding them. Any flying creature attempting to approach would inevitably collide with an invisible golden barrier. On the largest peak, inscribed in large letters were, all lament the harmony of yin and yang, who says solitude cannot achieve. When we become immortals, we will mock the heavens. Above these large gold letters, 3 grandiose characters were clearly visible. Jade, Maiden, Peak, little girl, welcome to this heavenly place of solitary yin. Ha 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 ha. Casually casting several talismans, Marigold passed through the protective mountain array. In the next moment, without the chi barrier obstructing, bird calls and insect chirps filled the air, and myriad spirit herbs lay before them. Riding the sword light, Marigold spread her arms wide and laughed loudly. Jade Maiden Peak, your servant returns. Hearing this familiar voice, countless female disciples meditating or practicing spells and sword techniques on the surrounding peaks turned to look. Some looked angry, some bashful, while a few even rushed over, looking furious, as if not there to catch up. Just as the disciples noticed, for white jade phantoms covering the sky from the central giant peak abruptly expanded. For jade emblems, rise. Thus begins the journey of Silas into the enigmatic and powerful world of Jade Maiden Peak. Chapter 64. Briggs receives punishment. Inside the Walter family courtyard, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Elders and officials sat on either side of the hall, their faces expressionless as they gazed at the center. In the main seat, Kanal, still not fully recovered from his injuries, sat silently with a stern look on his face. Under the watchful eyes of other Walter family members, Briggs knelt motionlessly in the middle of the hall, wearing an indifferent expression. Seeing that he showed no reaction at all, one of the elders could no longer contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Briggs, do you realize how foolish your actions have been? You have ruined the grand plans of our clan. What punishment do you deserve for this? The moment these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Briggs raised an eyebrow and glanced at the elder without a word before flashing a defiant grin. Oh, whatever. You. Enough. Before the enraged elder could say more, family head Kanal suddenly spoke up. The elder's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly sat back down. Under everyone's gaze, Kanal took a deep breath and stared intently at Briggs. Fourth son, so Boweni of our kin have died for Silas. We've barely survived this calamity, and now you tell me she left with the people from Jade Maiden Peak? How can I explain this to the clan? To our fallen brothers? Father, there is no need for you to worry. I take responsibility for my actions. Briggs responded firmly, without hesitation. Nonsense. This is a matter too grave for you to bear alone. Another elder interrupted angrily before Briggs could finish speaking. Family head, this child has severed our clan's chance at greater fortune. He must be severely punished. I know you are very fond of fourth son, but this concerns the future of the Walter family. Even if you kill me today, I must insist on this. The elder's words drew nods and enthusiastic agreement from other Walter family members. Briggs remained expressionless, knowing well that letting Silas go would bring disaster. Not only did Silas represent much more than herself, but a nascent soul expert was willing to remain with her in the Walter family, making her virtually a revered ancestor. However, this person could not stay. The shimmering death mark on her head had always been warning Briggs. Kanal looked at his son who stood steadfast beside him in times of peril. Seeing the resolute look in his eyes, he sighed deeply. Fourth son, Do you have anything you wish to explain? Nothing. Doing this, you have no reasons at all? No reasons whatsoever. Since that is the case, I hereby order, as family head, that Briggs, the fourth son, loses his right to inherit the family, and will no longer be the next successor of the Walter family. At the wedding ceremony, Kanal publicly declared Briggs as the next family head, receiving congratulatory greetings from all. Who would have thought that in just a few short days, Briggs would be stripped of this position? The eldest son and second son exchanged glances, both showing signs of delight. The second son stepped forward, bowing deeply to his father. Father, fourth brother's unruly nature indeed makes him unsuitable to be family head. However, he is your son. I think the punishment should end here, without further inquiry. His words caused immediate outrage among the Walter family members. What nonsense! Such a severe mistake cannot be lightly punished. Exactly. A heavy punishment is necessary. Punish him severely, or it will be hard to appease our deceased brother's grievances. Listening to the clamor, Kanal shot a deep glance at his second son and waved his hand sharply, silencing everyone instantly. Slowly turning his gaze to his eldest son, he raised an eyebrow. Elder son, what do you think? Do you also agree with the others? Upon hearing this, the eldest son shivered, eyes darting around nervously. Was he expected to contradict them? Ordinarily, he would have followed his father's lead, but things had changed. Briggs's sudden rise almost secured him the position of family head. His second brother feared losing power, and even he, as the eldest son, worried about Briggs overtaking his financial control. Although Briggs might not become family head now due to this incident, his father's favor would likely secure him a profitable position. Where would he then make money? With a determined look, the eldest son lifted his head and bowed deeply. Father, I do not agree with Ingram. Mistakes must be punished, and as your son, fourth brother should set an example. A severe punishment is warranted. So this is your stance. Staring at his two sons intensely, Kanal clenched the armrests until they cracked. After a long silence, he nodded slowly. Very well. If you insist, I shall heed your wishes. From today onward, Briggs will lose all monthly provisions, and the Walter family will no longer support him. The Walter family members showed evident pleasure. The eldest and second sons exchanged triumphant glances, but their smiles froze as Kanal spoke again. However, I cannot let my son starve. He needs to earn a living somehow. Let him work in the external affairs department, see if there's any odd job he can do. What? The eldest son's eyes widened in shock. In my department? Do you have objections? No, but my department is fully staffed. We don't need anyone. Then have him assist wherever possible. Well, the eldest son's expression turned rigid, realizing he had dug his own grave. Kanal scanned the room and spoke earnestly. I have met all your Dabawans. My son has been punished accordingly. He will be working in the external affairs department. He is young and may make mistakes, so please be kind to him in my name. Everyone shuddered under Kanal's penetrating gaze, hastily lowering their heads. Though unspoken, his message was clear. Take care of his son, or else. Translation notes. Chapter 64. Briggs's punishment. Inside the Walter family estate, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Elders and stewards sat on both sides of the hall, their faces expressionless as they stared at the center. On the main seat, family head Kanal, whose injuries had yet to heal, sat with a stern face, silent. Surrounded by Walter family members, Briggs knelt motionlessly in the middle of the hall, an indifferent look on his face. Seeing that he showed no reaction, one elder could no longer contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table, standing up abruptly. Briggs, do you know what a foolish thing you have done? You have ruined the great endeavors of the Walter family. What crime do you deserve for this? The hall fell silent as these words were spoken. Briggs raised an eyebrow and silently turned to glance at the elder. He then grinned, revealing a defiant expression. Whatever. You. Enough. Just as the enraged elder was about to say more, family head Kanal suddenly spoke up. The elder's expression froze, and he quickly sat back down. Under everyone's gaze, Kanal took a deep breath and gazed intently at Briggs. Little four, so Boany of our kin died because of Silas. We barely bow an age to survive this calamity, and now you tell me you let her go with the people from Jade Maiden Peak? How can I explain this to the family? How can I justify it to those who died? Father, you don't need to worry. A Bowen must take responsibility for his actions. If I did wrong, I will bear the consequences. Briggs spoke firmly, without hesitation. Nonsense. This is such a significant matter. Can you really bear the consequences of this? Before Briggs could finish speaking, another elder roared angrily. Family head, this child's actions have severed our opportunities. He must be severely punished. I know you usually care for Ian, but this concerns the future of the Walter family. Even if you kill me today, I must speak out. The elder's words immediately drew nods of agreement from other Walter family members. Briggs remained expressionless as he observed the scene before him. He knew that letting Silas go would cause great trouble. Not only did she represent something significant, but also having a high-ranking cultivation master willing to remain in the Walter family for her made Silas someone to be venerated like an ancestor. Yet, despite knowing this, Briggs knew he couldn't keep her. After all, the shimmering warning symbol above her head was constantly warning him. Kanal watched his son, who had been willing to stand by his side during life and death moments, and sighed deeply. Little four, do you have anything to say in your defense? No. Is there no reason for your actions? No reasons at all. Since that's the case, I hereby decree, in my capacity as family head, that fourth son Briggs shall lose his right to inherit the family legacy. You will no longer be the next heir of the Walter family. On the day of the grand ceremony, Kanal publicly declared Briggs as the next family head, receiving congratulations from all present. But who would have thought that just a few days later, this position, which hadn't even warmed up, would be stripped away from Briggs again? Seeing this, eldest son and Edsel exchanged glances, their eyes showing signs of joy. Edsel stepped forward, bowing respectfully to his father. Father, little Four has a rebellious character and isn't suitable to be family head. However, since he is your son, I think the punishment should stop here and not be pursued further. Edsel's words didn't help. Instead, they ignited outrage among the Walter family members, leading to a chorus of protest. How absurd. Such a grave mistake can't be lightly punished. Indeed. He must be heavily punished. Please impose a severe penalty, or it would be hard to appease the resentment of our fallen brothers. Listening to the cacophony around him, Kanal glanced deeply at his second son and raised his hand, instantly silencing the crowd. He then slowly turned to look at his eldest son, raising an eyebrow. Eldest, what are your thoughts? Are you also in favor of their opinions? Hearing this, the eldest son trembled, lowering his head and shifting his eyes nervously. What did also mean? Clearly, Kanal wanted him to oppose these views. Ordinarily, the eldest son would follow his father's wishes. But over the past while, little Four had gained considerable attention, nearly becoming the family head. Dakari feared losing power to him, and the eldest son wasn't immune to the fear of losing his own prospects. Although such a major scandal likely ended little Four's chance at the family head position, given his father's fondness for him, assigning him a lucrative post was inevitable. If little Four took all the good positions, where would he make money? Deciding, the eldest son raised his head and bowed deeply. Father, I also disagree with Dakari. Mistakes should be punished. Laws apply equally to all. As your son, little Four should set an example. For his faults, he deserves a harsher punishment. That's your view, is it? Deeply observing his two sons, Kanal clenched his fists tightly until the armrests cracked. After a long silence, he nodded gently under everyone's watchful eyes. Very well. Since you insist, I shall comply. From now on, Briggs will lose all monthly stipends, and the Walter family will no longer support him. At this pronouncement, the Walter family members wore triumphant expressions. The eldest son and Edsel exchanged looks, unable to hide their joy. However, this joy froze in place as Kanal spoke again. But I cannot watch my son starve. He needs a way to earn a living. Therefore, little Four will work in the External Affairs Department and see if there are any odd jobs available. What? The eldest son's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his father. In my department? Do you have a problem with that? No, but my department is already full and doesn't need more staff. Then assign him to assist in whatever tasks are available. The eldest son's expression stiffened, realizing he had inadvertently brought trouble upon himself. Kanal scanned the crowd, saying earnestly, I have fulfilled your debaouins. My son has been duly punished and is now assigned to the External Affairs Department. He is young and inexperienced and might make mistakes. Please, for my sake, do not make things difficult for little Four. Listening to the family head's calm tone and seeing his penetrating gaze, the crowd shuddered and quickly lowered their heads. Though Kanal didn't state it outright, his message was clear. Take care of my son, or else. Chapter 64. Briggs receives punishment. Inside the Walter family compound, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Elders and officials sat on both sides of the hall, their faces expressionless as they gazed at the center. On the main seat, Kanal, whose injuries had yet to heal, sat with a stern face, silent. Surrounded by onlooking Walter family members, Briggs knelt in the center of the hall, his face showing an indifferent expression, his body perfectly straight and motionless. Seeing that he showed no reaction, one elder could no longer contain himself and abruptly slammed the table, standing up. Briggs, do you realize what foolish act you have committed? You've ruined the great endeavors of the Walter family. What punishment do you deserve? As soon as these words were uttered, the hall fell silent. Briggs raised an eyebrow and silently turned his head to glance at the elder. Then, he smiled smugly. Oh, shut up. That's enough. Just as the elder, enraged and embarrassed, was about to say more, Patriarch Kanal suddenly spoke. The elder froze, hurriedly closing his mouth and sitting back down. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kanal took a deep breath and stared intently at Briggs. Fourth son, so Boany of our family members died for Silas. We've barely Bo and age to survive this crisis, and you dare to say you let her leave with people from the Jade Maiden Peak? How can I explain this to the clan? How can I justify it to our fallen brothers? Father, you don't need to worry. One must take responsibility for their actions. If I made a mistake, I will bear the consequences. Briggs's response was resolute, without any hesitation. Nonsense. Such a significant matter. Can you really bear the burden? Before Briggs could finish speaking, another elder roared in anger. Patriarch, this child's actions have effectively severed a crucial opportunity for our Walter family. He must be severely punished. I know you usually favor the Iron, but this concerns the future of our family. Even if you kill me today, I must speak up. The elder's words immediately drew nods of agreement from other Walter family members. Facing the indignant crowd, Briggs remained expressionless. He knew letting Silas go would bring disaster. Regardless of what Silas represented, having a high-ranking cultivation master willing to stay in the Walter family for her was enough reason for the Walter family to revere her like an ancestor. But despite knowing this, he could not keep her. After all, the shimmering warning symbol above her head had been continuously alerting him. Kanal watched his son, who stood by him fearlessly even during the most perilous times. Seeing the determined look in his eyes, Kanal sighed. Fourth son, is there anything you want to explain? No. Do you have no reason for your actions? I have none. Since there were no reasons, Kanal, as the patriarch, declared, from now on, the fourth son Briggs loses his right to inherit the family. You are no longer the next heir of the Walter family. At the wedding, Kanal publicly announced Briggs as the next patriarch, receiving everyone's congratulations. Who would have thought that after only a few days, Briggs would lose this position? Seeing this, the eldest and second sons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with delight. Stepping forward, the second son bowed deeply to his father. Father, Remy has a troublesome character and isn't suited to be the patriarch. However, as your son, I believe the punishment should end here and we shouldn't press further. If the second son hadn't spoken, it might have been better. His words immediately caused outrage among the Walter family members. What a joke. Such a grave mistake can't receive such a light punishment. Exactly. He must be severely punished. Please punish him severely, Patriarch. Otherwise, the grievances of the fallen brothers won't be assuaged. Listening to the various voices, Kanal glanced deeply at his second son and waved his hand sharply. The clamor instantly stopped. Kanal slowly turned to his eldest son, raising an eyebrow. Elder brother, what's your opinion? Do you agree with everyone else? Hearing this, the eldest son trembled, looking around nervously. How did this old Bowen put him on the spot? Ordinarily, he would follow his father's lead. But recently, Remy, who used to be quiet, had become too prominent, almost securing the patriarch position. Dakari feared he would seize power. As the eldest, he was also wary of Remy encroaching on his interests. Although this incident probably cost Remy the patriarch position, his father doted on him and might assign him a lucrative post. What if Remy snatched all the good positions? Where would he find opportunities? With a determined look, the eldest son lifted his head. Ignoring his father's meaningful gaze, he firmly said, Father, I also don't agree with Dakari. Those who break the rules must be punished, just as commoners would be. As your son, Remy should set an example. Therefore, he should be severely punished. Is that your stance? Gazing deeply at his two sons, Kanal clenched his hands on the armrests, causing cracks to appear. After a long silence, he nodded lightly. Very well. Since you insist, from now on, Briggs will lose all monthly stipends. The Walter family will no longer support him. This declaration elicited cheers from the Walter family members. The eldest and second sons exchanged looks, unable to hide their joy. But their smiles froze when Kanal continued. However, I cannot stand by and let my own son starve. Since he's my son, I must ensure he can earn money to feed himself. Let him work in the External Affairs Department and see if he can handle some miscellaneous tasks. Ah. The eldest son's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his father. Work in my department? Do you have a problem? No. But my department is fully staffed and doesn't need more hands. Just let him assist, regardless of the task. Give him something to do. This. The eldest son's face stiffened, never expecting this outcome. Kanal then scanned everyone, speaking earnestly. I've met all your Dabowans. My son has been appropriately punished and will start working in the External Affairs Department. He's young and may make mistakes due to his inexperience. Please, for my sake, don't make things difficult for fourth son. Hearing the patriarch's calm tone and seeing his intense gaze, everyone trembled and quickly lowered their heads. Although Kanal didn't explicitly state it, his meaning was clear. Take care of my son, or you'll regret it. Chapter 64. Briggs's Punishment. Inside the Walter family compound, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Elders and officials sat on both sides of the hall, expressionless as they gazed at the center. In the main seat, Kanal, still not fully recovered from his injuries, sat with a stern face, silent. Under the watchful eyes of Walter family members, Briggs knelt motionlessly in the middle of the hall, an indifferent expression on his face. Seeing that he showed no reaction, one of the elders could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his hand on the table as he stood up abruptly. Briggs, do you understand the folly of your actions? You have jeopardized the great endeavors of the Walter family. What crime have you committed? The hall fell silent after his outburst. Briggs's eyebrows raised slightly as he turned to glance at the elder. Then, with a sneer, he replied sarcastically, Oh dear. You. Enough. Just as the enraged elder was about to say more, clan head Kanal suddenly spoke up. The elder's face froze, and he quickly sat back down. Under everyone's gaze, Kanal took a deep breath as he stared at Briggs. Fourth son, so Boweni of our clansmen died for Silas. After enduring such great trials, you actually let her go with the people from Jade Maiden Peak? How can I explain this to the clan and to the fallen brothers? Father, there's no need for worry. If I made a mistake, I will take responsibility. Do you think you can bear the consequences of such a significant event? Another elder interrupted before Briggs could finish speaking. Clan head, this young master's actions have severed our clan's opportunity. Such insubordination must be severely punished. I know you care deeply for Ian, but this concerns the future of the Walter family. Even if you were to kill me today, I must speak on this matter. As soon as the elder finished speaking, other Walter family members nodded in agreement. Briggs remained expressionless despite the intense reactions around him. He knew letting Silas go would bring disaster. Irrespective of what Silas represented herself, the fact that a transcendent realm expert stayed with the Walter family for her sake was reason enough to treat her as a revered ancestor. But even knowing this, she absolutely couldn't stay. The golden, shimmering death symbol above her head constantly warned Briggs against it. Kanal looked at his son who had stood by his side fearlessly during critical times. Seeing the resolute look in his eyes, he sighed. Fourth son, do you have anything you wish to explain? Nothing. Do you have any reasons for doing this? No reasons at all. Very well. By my authority as clan head, I hereby order that from now on, Briggs, the fourth son, shall lose his right to inherit the family, and he is no longer the successor. Not long ago, Briggs was publicly announced as the next clan head on the wedding day, celebrated by everyone. No one would have imagined that just a few days later, he would be demoted again. Seeing this scene, the first and second sons exchanged glances, revealing their delight. The second son stepped forward and bowed deeply to his father. Father, fourth brother has a mischievous character, making him unsuitable to be clan head. However, since he's your son, perhaps we should stop the punishment here without pursuing further. Before the second son finished speaking, angry shouts erupted from the crowd. What a joke. Such a serious offense shouldn't receive such lenient punishment. Yes, he must be punished severely. Please punish him severely, otherwise, we cannot appease the souls of the fallen. Hearing the clamor, Kanal glanced at his second son, then waved his hand, silencing the crowd instantly. He turned to his eldest son, raising an eyebrow. Brian, what do you think? Do you agree with everyone? Startled, the eldest son shifted uncomfortably under the scrutinizing gaze. This old Bowen clearly wanted him to oppose the idea. Ordinarily, he would heed his father's wishes, but this rebellious fourth brother had been getting too much attention lately, almost becoming clan head. His younger brother feared losing power, and as the eldest, he also worried about losing his own opportunities. Though it seemed unlikely that Briggs would become clan head now, his father's favor might still provide him a comfortable position. What if Briggs took all the good positions? Where would he make money? With a determined look, the eldest son lifted his head. Father, I don't agree with Dakari either. Those who commit faults should be punished, regardless of status. As your son, Remy should set an example, and thus should be punished severely. Ah, that's your opinion, huh? Staring at his two sons, Kanal clenched his hands until cracks appeared on the armrests. After a long silence, he finally nodded. Very well. Since you insist, from now on, Briggs will lose all his monthly stipend, and the Walter family will no longer support him. This announcement brought joy to the Walter family members. The eldest and second sons exchanged triumphant glances. However, their smiles quickly faded when Kanal continued. But I cannot stand idly by while my son starves. He is still my son, and he needs a way to earn a living. Let him work in the external affairs department, and see if there are any odd jobs available. The eldest son's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his father. To my department? Do you have objections? No, but my department is already full. We don't need additional Bowen power. Then have him assist wherever possible, no matter the task. The eldest son's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Kanal scanned the crowd, then said earnestly, I've met your Dabowans. My son has been properly punished, and will start working in the external affairs department. He's young and may not understand worldly affairs, so he might make mistakes. Please give him some leeway for my sake. Everyone shuddered under his solemn gaze, quickly lowering their heads. Though Kanal didn't explicitly state it, his meaning was clear. Look after my son or else. The room fell silent. Chapter 64. Briggs is punished. Inside the Walter family compound, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Elders and enforcers sat on both sides of the main hall, expressionless as they looked towards the center. In the main seat, Kanal, still recovering from his injuries, sat stern-faced and silent. Under the watchful eyes of Walter family members, Briggs knelt in the middle of the hall with an indifferent expression, completely still. Seeing that he had no reaction, one elder could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his hand on the table as he stood up. Briggs, do you realize how reckless your actions were? You have ruined the great endeavors of the Walter family. What punishment do you deserve? The hall fell silent at this statement. Briggs's eyebrows twitched as he turned to look at the elder. Then, he gave a mischievous smile. Who cares? You. Enough. Before the elder could continue venting his anger, Patriarch Kanal suddenly spoke up. The elder froze, hurriedly closing his mouth and sitting back down. Under everyone's gaze, Kanal took a deep breath and stared at Briggs. Fourth son. So Boweni Walter family members died because of Silas. We barely survived this disaster. Yet you let her go with the people of Jade Maiden Peak. How can I explain this to the family? How can I face our fallen brothers? Father, you need not worry. One must be accountable for one's actions. If I did wrong, I will take responsibility. Briggs spoke decisively without hesitation. Nonsense. Such a grave matter. Can you bear the consequences? Another elder roared before Briggs could finish speaking. Patriarch, this boy has severed our chance with the opportunity. He must be severely punished. I know you care deeply for Ian, but this concerns the future of the Walter family. Even if you kill me today, I must say this. The elder's words elicited fervent nods of agreement from the other Walter family members. Briggs remained unperturbed by the scene before him. He knew letting Silas go would invite trouble. Besides what she represented, having a nascent soul expert willing to stay for her meant the Walter family would venerate her. Yet, no matter what, he could not keep her because of the glowing warning sign on her head. Kanal gazed at his son who was willing to stand beside him during such perilous times, sighed deeply. Fourth son, is there anything you want to explain? Nothing. Do you have no reason for your actions? No reason at all. Very well. As Patriarch, I hereby decree that henceforth, Briggs shall lose his right to inherit the family. You are no longer the next successor of the Walter family. It was only days ago at the grand wedding when Kanal publicly announced Briggs as the next Patriarch, celebrated by all. No one expected him to be ousted so quickly from the position. The eldest and second sons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with delight. The second son stepped forward, bowing deeply to his father. Father, fourth brother's unruly nature makes him unsuitable as Patriarch. But he is your son. Perhaps the punishment should end here. This comment stirred more outrage among the Walter family members. How absurd. Such a grave offense deserves a harsher punishment. Yes, he must be severely punished. Patriarch, please mete out a severe punishment, or we cannot soothe the grievances of our fallen brothers. Kanal glanced sharply at his second son and raised his hand. The voices stopped abruptly. Slowly turning to his eldest son, Kanal asked, Brian, what do you think? Do you agree with him? The eldest son shuddered, eyes darting around. Why was he asking for his opinion? His father clearly wanted him to speak against it. Ordinarily, he would heed his father's wishes, but Briggs had become too influential recently, almost becoming the next Patriarch. His younger brother feared losing power to him, and so did he, afraid of losing his own advantages. Though Briggs likely wouldn't become Patriarch after this incident, with his father's favor, he might still secure a lucrative position. If Briggs took all the good positions, where would he find his fortune? After some thought, Walter Jose, the eldest son, straightened and said firmly, Father, I don't agree with Dakari. Rules apply equally to all. As your son, Remy should set an example. Therefore, he should receive a severe punishment. Oh, that's your stance? Staring deeply at his two sons, Kanal clenched his fists until the armrest cracked. After a long silence, he nodded. Very well. Since you insist, Briggs will lose all monthly stipends. From now on, the Walter family will not support him financially. The Walter family members smiled, while the eldest and second sons exchanged gleeful looks. But their smiles froze as Kanal continued. But I can't let my son starve. Let him work in the External Affairs Department. Perhaps he can find odd jobs there. Ah. The eldest son stared incredulously at his father. To my department? What? Do you have a problem? No. My department is already fully staffed. There's no need for extra hands. Then give him menial tasks. Anything will do. Boo. The eldest son's expression stiffened, never expecting to bring trouble upon himself. Kanal scanned the room, then calmly added, I've fulfilled everyone's debauins. My son has been punished. He will soon start working in the External Affairs Department. Please be kind to him and don't make things difficult for him, considering my years of service. The crowd flinched under his unwavering gaze. Though Kanal didn't explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Take care of my son, or else. Thus, the situation was settled. This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and coherence while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. ####Chapter 65, The Rent Collection Squad Leader. Several months later, in the streets of Anislong City, with footsteps echoing, a group of people swaggered onto the street. At the front, a young Bowen strolled with a cane in his hand, his gait exuding confidence and power. Those following him struggled to keep up, huffing and puffing. Ian, please wait. We can't catch up. One of the followers shouted, pulling a two-wheeled cart while breaking into a sweat. Eventually, he Bowen-aged to match Briggs's pace. On the cart were several crates making clinking noises, each sealed with a tag that read, Walter Family's Wealth, Death to Those Who Tamper. Hearing the follower, Briggs took a bite from his sugarcane and rolled his eyes in mock exasperation. Just collecting rent, and you're already this tired? Did you not eat? But I didn't eat. We've been running since dawn without rest. The follower replied breathlessly. What? You mean I wore you out? Never. If you're not scared, then you must have had it in mind. Fine, you treat everyone today. Yes. The follower's expression fell at Briggs's unreasonable debaunt, but he couldn't do anything about it. It had been nearly 3 months since Briggs was assigned to the External Affairs Department. As the fourth son of the Walter family, nominally just a low-level laborer, no one dared truly order him around. They practically treated him like royalty, hoping he wouldn't stir up trouble. Unfortunately, what they feared came true. After arriving at the department, Briggs didn't stay idle for long. He began wreaking havoc almost immediately. He would forgive loans for families in need, waive rents for others, and even give 2 months' rent if someone caught his fancy. His chaotic methods left the department in chaos, and things got even worse when he started targeting certain individuals. For some reason, Briggs developed a particular dislike for a few people and constantly sought ways to torment them, despite their adeptness at flattering and navigating social situations. Eventually, driven to their limit, the first son, barely suppressing his anger, assigned Briggs to the rent collection department to deal with rent collection directly. Perhaps out of sight would mean out of mind. However, Briggs didn't settle down in the new department either. Lately, he had been clashing with the head of the rent collection team. Indeed, the Bowen struggling to pull the cart behind him was none other than the leader of the rent collection department. Formerly living luxuriously, now he found himself reduced to pulling carts by hand. And it wasn't even a regular cart. It was a horse-drawn carriage. All because Briggs had remarked that horses needed to work during the day and stood while sleeping. How could anyone be so cruel? Thus, the horses received a vacation, and the leader became the Bowen mule. Faced with the unreasonable and relentless Ian Briggs, the department remained silent despite seething internally. Even the once domineering leader couldn't defy him. After all, this was Ian Briggs. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. His father might very well strip your skin off. Glancing back at the leader straining to pull the cart, noticing the glowing red halo above his head, Briggs couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This bastard might lack strength, but he was as wicked as his father, fittingly responsible for collecting money. If Briggs didn't make his life miserable now, he wouldn't be Briggs anymore. Such antics against people with red halos had become frequent over the past 3 months. Briggs wasn't merely passing time or pretending to do good deeds. He wanted to change his fate, to test if Bowen intervention could alter his destiny. Despite being born a minor villain, he believed that people could improve. Could one be evil forever? Helping others, alleviating their suffering, felt like performing virtuous acts. With enough good deeds, wouldn't his fortune shift? Even if he couldn't become the protagonist, simply whitewashing his image would suffice. Buddhism taught that one could attain enlightenment by turning away from evil. Briggs refused to believe that the heavens would deny him redemption. However, reality proved otherwise. No matter how Bowen-y good deeds he did, the small black halo above his head remained unchanged. Despite this, Briggs's actions weren't entirely fruitless. In Anislong City, his reputation had markedly improved. Ordinary citizens noticed his public beatings of bullies, distributing relief funds, and reducing taxes and rents. Initially, such actions seemed spontaneous, but sustained over months, they showcased his sincerity. This transformation sparked recognition among the common folk, earning him gratitude and admiration. Some even praised him as a rare ray of hope amidst the corrupt Walter family. Naturally, Briggs's behavior angered the External Affairs Department, leading the first son to report him to his father. Yet, Kanal only nodded and dismissed the matter, clearly intent on protecting Briggs. This solidified the department's resolve not to cross Briggs further. As Briggs walked through a busy street, nibbling on sugarcane given by vendors, shopkeepers even threw him pomegranates, which he caught effortlessly. The leader, also receiving one, missed catching it due to holding the cart handles, smashing it right into his face. Glaring fiercely, he scared away the child who threw it. Panting, He continued trailing Briggs, secretly vowing vengeance. One day, Ian will leave. When that happens, I'll make sure none of you escape my wrath. Noticing the leader's gaze, Briggs turned back, his eyes narrowing slightly. Huh, quite the hateful look there. Grudge-bearing, huh? He chuckled inwardly, determined to give this thug a memorable send-off before he left. Bad guy? Eh? Briggs wasn't convinced this thug could be worse than him. Chapter 66. The Mystery of Huang Medical Hall. Creak. Just as Briggs, leading the rent collection team and looking around, suddenly stopped in his tracks, frowning as he glanced to the side. On this clean and orderly street, there was a place that stood out as very incongruous. Between a few shops stood a house that had been burnt to a crisp. More accurately, what remained were only a few charred wooden beams. It stood there all alone, covered in ashes, with broken wooden frames and remnants of furniture that hadn't fully burned. This obviously fire-ravaged house was completely different from the other buildings on the street. The sugarcane slung over his shoulder swung wildly, nearly hitting the rent collector leader behind him. As the lackeys exchanged puzzled glances, Briggs strode confidently towards the abandoned house. Briggs had inherited the original owner's memories, and during this period, he had personally experienced just how greedy his so-called elder brother was. To put it simply, even though Conall's methods were sophisticated enough to make the entire Walter family fear him, Walter Zoe, the eldest son, still found ways to amass wealth under his jurisdiction. He single-handedly took on the leadership of all 8 departments in the External Affairs Division. Due to his extraordinary ability to accumulate money, even when he often embezzled, Conall would turn a blind eye and pretend not to notice. For Conall to tolerate Walter Zoe's machinations right under his nose, one could imagine how adept Walter Zoe was at making money. He'd even split a single copper coin into 4 parts if he could. Any place that should be profitable, but wasn't, was an insult to his miserly nature. How could such a person ignore a burnt-out house? Was that even possible? After all, this street was one of the most bustling areas in Anislong City. Renting out a storefront here would generate monthly rent equivalent to what ordinary people earned in 10 years. Kicking a scorched sign by his feet and examining the slightly blurred words on it, Briggs furrowed his brow for a long time before recognizing them. Huang Medical Hall? Hospital? How could a hospital catch fire? Could it have been due to a medical dispute? Turning to face his entourage with the sugarcane on his shoulder, Briggs asked, "Hey, what happened here? Do you know?" The lackey's expressions changed, exchanging glances before the leader in charge of this area chuckled awkwardly. "I know. A few days ago, there was a night fire here, and it was quite intense. By the time the patrol team arrived, they couldn't control the blaze. The fire burned all night, and the entire family inside the Huang Medical Hall perished." Night fire? Yes, a night fire. Why don't you look left? Walk 100 meters left on this street, and you'll find the night watch station responsible for firefighting. They are so close. How could they fail to respond in time? It might have been because the fire was too big initially. Bullshit. Did someone pour gasoline on their house? What fire can't be controlled from the start? And this is a bustling street. If the fire spread to neighboring shops, the losses would be enormous. You're telling me they didn't extinguish the fire because they couldn't save it? The leader stammered, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Briggs gave him a hard look and decided it was pointless to argue further with this worm. Turning, Briggs walked directly towards the nearby shops, questioning each one individually. Faced with the Ian who had recently started doing good deeds, and whose reputation had improved somewhat, the shopkeepers were quite warm. Even when Briggs wasn't acting kindly, no one dared not to answer him if the Ian of the Walter family asked a question. However, upon hearing that Briggs was asking about the adjacent medical hall, the shopkeepers' faces grew more and more peculiar. Some stammered out unbelievable stories, while others acted as if they knew nothing. Seeing the shopkeepers, who avoided talking deeply about this matter like fleeing wolves, Briggs turned to glance at the lackeys trailing behind. Annoyed, he swung his sugarcane and marched towards the watchtower responsible for monitoring fires. A few minutes later, Briggs emerged from the watchtower, knocking the guard on the head with his sugarcane on the way out. He then tapped one of the lackeys on the head for good measure before squatting down at the roadside, deep in thought. The lackeys quickly followed suit. The guards provided a reasonable explanation for Briggs's inquiries. Their account matched the leader's word for word, including all the details. They claimed the city guards were occupied helping elsewhere, leaving them severely understaffed, which forced them to create a firebreak instead of actively extinguishing the flames. Did Briggs believe them? With the halos above their heads being half black and half white, he wouldn't believe it unless something supernatural was involved. It was evident that something fishy was going on. The fire was unexplained, burning precisely without affecting the neighboring houses, and everyone was covering up the incident. Briggs refused to believe anyone hadn't tampered with it. "Ian, it's getting late. Should we continue collecting rent?" One of the lackeys, seeing Briggs preoccupied with this matter, tried to divert his attention. Unfortunately for the lackey, Briggs wasn't buying it. Glancing sideways at him, Briggs propped himself up with his cane. "No more today. Go back. And what about you, Ian? What do you care? Mind your own business. Or I'll make you haul the carriage tomorrow." Yes, we'll return. Please take care, Aiden." With a bow and a nod, the rent collection leader dragged the cart away with his lackeys. But the moment they turned, their smiles vanished, replaced by furrowed brows. Watching them leave, Briggs scanned the surrounding area, noting that any of the shops he had questioned had already closed early. Shaking his head, knowing he wouldn't get any answers from them, Briggs swung his sugarcane and walked off. 15 minutes later, outside the headquarters of the Walter family's External Affairs Department, throwing the carriage handle onto the ground, Briggs instructed the lackeys to unload the money and record it promptly. Then, with a darkened expression, he headed toward the inner courtyard and quickly reached a study. Knocking lightly on the door, he entered hastily upon hearing the response. Inside the study, a middle-aged Bowen with slightly gaunt cheeks but piercing eyes sat expressionlessly, flipping through documents. This was Briggs's eldest brother, Walter Zoe, notorious for his greed among the 4 brothers of the Walter family. In Anislong City, he was known as the Laughing Tiger, skilled at extracting every last bit of money from others. Hearing the noise, Walter Zhou continued reviewing the documents without lifting his head. What do you want? Did my fourth brother cause trouble again? Algernon Price? Complaining won't help. This is still father's Walter family, and with his protection, no one dares touch him. Stacking the revised documents aside, Walter Zhou picked up another file to review. If there's anything wrong, deal with it yourself. Don't worry, I'll compensate you later. Damn, why is the gold store doing so poorly this year? Who's stealing my money? I swear I'll skin whoever it is alive. Translation completed based on the given text structure and style. Hearing the eldest Aiden Walter's grumbling voice, the leader of the rent collection team standing at the door had a stiff expression. After hesitating for a moment, he still chose to speak up quietly. Algernon, Ian, he went to Yongkong Medical Hall. At these words, Walter Zhou, who had been reviewing the documents in his hand, abruptly paused mid-motion, slowly lifting his head. Chapter 67, The Beggars Gang. What did you say? Well, Ian was passing by the medical clinic and saw its remains after it had been burned down. He went to check the situation and also asked us about the cause of the fire. Has anyone been careless and talked out of turn? Not yet. Then go remind them tonight to ensure this temporary silence becomes permanent. Yes, Aiden. Right? Remember to find someone who usually doesn't listen well, double his rent first, and use him as an example to teach other shops a lesson about the consequences of speaking recklessly. As you calm-bound, the head of the rent collection department hastily left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Walter Lauda watched him leave, his face expressionless, but with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why would Gannon concern himself with Monty Medical Clinic? Forget it, he won't get anything useful out of it. Let him waste his time. Lowering his head, Walter Lauda opened the documents and continued reviewing them. He was confident in his methods. After all, business was all about making money. As long as the shopkeepers on that commercial street didn't want to lose their golden rice bowl, they wouldn't dare oppose him. The patrol teams and firefighting squads were also under his control. It was unlikely Briggs could learn anything from them. While Walter Lauda continued organizing documents, the head of the rent collection department went to remind the merchants to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, in a small alley near the commercial street, a new figure appeared. Briggs, dressed in dirty clothes and his face smeared black, squatted in a corner with his hands tucked into his sleeves. In front of him lay a broken bowl with 2 copper coins inside. Beside him stood a stick draped in tattered cloth with bold writing. No house, no car, debt from outside, a beggar among beggars. After squatting for about 10 minutes and only gaining 2 copper coins, Briggs heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see 2 fellow beggars standing beside him, each holding a bowl and a stick. They silently stared at each other, the atmosphere awkwardly silent. New around here? Yeah. Do you know the rules? Not really, but I can learn. Briggs picked up his broken bowl and poured his meager savings into one of the other beggars' bowls. Seeing the astonished look on the Bowen's face, Briggs grinned widely, revealing unusually blackened teeth from chewing charcoal. Seeing this, the beggar froze, even backing away slightly. How long have you not brushed your teeth? Huh. Gannon, poverty does not mean lacking pride. If you don't brush your teeth, how can you become a good beggar? With those teeth, could you even bite into stale bread? Briggs instinctively touched his teeth, realizing his attempt to disguise his teeth was backfiring. Did even beggars care so much about dental hygiene these days? Looking at the other beggar's gleaming white teeth, Briggs felt momentarily lost for words. The quiet beggar finally interrupted. Enough chatter, it's almost time. Let's head back. But what about this newcomer? What else can we do? If he stays here without joining our gang, he might end up killed by other beggar groups. Bring him back and see if he can join. The tall beggar turned toward the alley's exit. Only then did Briggs notice the Bowen was missing an arm. Before Briggs could react, the enthusiastic beggar pushed him. Come on, let me introduce you to the gang leader. If accepted, we'll be comrades. Oh, thank you. Nodding vigorously, Briggs followed them. Although the process differed from his expectations, the outcome aligned with his plans. Joining the beggars would help him uncover information the shopkeepers dared not speak of, especially regarding the fire at the medical clinic. After all, in Jin Yong's novels, the beggar gang was always well informed. Originally, Briggs hadn't planned to infiltrate disguised. He preferred paying for information. Even offering enough silver to sustain a beggar for years failed to persuade any. They instantly ran away upon hearing his intent to inquire, never asking what he wanted to know. Thus, Briggs had no choice but to infiltrate by posing as a beggar. Following the 2 men through winding paths, they reached an abandoned temple just outside the city. The dilapidated temple was located in the outskirts, within the mountain range that enclosed Anislong City. The city, nestled in a U-shaped valley, spanned over 3,200 miles with vast farmlands, villages, and even its own horse ranch. Surrounded by mountains and protected by fortified walls against monsters, it was a secure stronghold. Pushing open the wooden temple doors, the 2 beggars brought Briggs inside. Within, over 100 beggars had gathered. An old legless beggar approached as the others handed over their collected items. The Count, Jameson, Alden, 83 copper coins, 7 steamed buns, 1 set of clothes, announced the old beggar loudly. The crowd cheered. Then, noticing Briggs's unfamiliar face, they fell silent, staring intently. Jameson nudged the one-armed Alden, who stepped forward. This is a new beggar seeking to join our gang. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Before they could deliberate further, a deep voice spoke from the back. Joining? That doesn't seem to follow our usual protocol, brother. Hashtag chapter 68. The way of heaven is impartial. Boss. Chief, you're back? Greetings, brother. The chaotic voices erupted as the surrounding beggars hurriedly parted to let the Bowen in the center walk forward. It wasn't until he approached that Briggs could clearly see the head of the beggar gang. His appearance was, well, far from handsome. In fact, it was rather grotesque. He wore tattered clothes, with disheveled white hair covering his head. Most strikingly, the left side of his face was badly burnt, and his left eye was missing, making him look extremely unsettling. As the white-haired elder emerged from the crowd, the two beggars standing beside Briggs quickly lowered their heads. The burly Bowen with a missing arm immediately spoke up. "Greetings, Chief. Alden, there are rules in the martial world. We can barely take care of ourselves. Recruiting recklessly would only put everyone in danger." But this Brother Montgomery has hands and feet, perfectly healthy limbs. At worst, he could sell himself into servitude as a house servant, still Bowen aging to make ends meet. Why must he endure such hardship with us old and weak? Looking at Briggs, the elder sighed deeply, explaining to his subordinates before smiling warmly at Briggs. "Brother Montgomery must be new here, and without a place to stay. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay for a few days until you find work. However, joining our beggar gang, I think it's best not to consider that." He gestured toward the other beggars behind him, some with missing limbs, others elderly and frail, and gave a bitter laugh. "You've seen it for yourself. Our temple is small, only suitable for homeless vermin. Life with us won't be easy." Hearing this, Briggs had little to say. After all, he didn't come here to join the beggar gang but to gather real information. As long as he could learn what he needed, everything else was irrelevant. With the matter settled, the beggars quickly dispersed. The creaking door continued to open and close as batch after batch of beggars returned from town, each bringing back items they had begged for during the day: money, food, or clothes. The clothes were distributed on the spot, while the money was Bowen-aged collectively. Perishable food was thrown into a pot, and more durable items were stored separately. As the large pot boiled, the mixed aroma of various foods quickly filled the air. The beggars, who already held their bowls, gazed eagerly as they waited in line for the meal. Their queuing was orderly. Those who brought back something ate first, followed by those who hadn't succeeded in begging, then those who didn't go out today, and finally, the children and the elderly. Ironically, the last group often got the most substantial portion as the remaining food became plentiful after being divided among the earlier batches. Briggs received a bowl of mixed soup and half a steamed bun. Watching the beggars around him devour their meals, he furrowed his brow. Footsteps approached, and the scarred beggar leader came over, taking a seat nearby. Noticing Briggs hadn't started eating and was instead frowning at the crowd, the elder chuckled softly after biting into a bun. "Brother Montgomery, what's wrong? The food isn't to your taste?" No, I'm just puzzled. There are plenty of jobs hiring laborers in the city. While there are physically impaired ones here, there are also bony who can work. Why do they all resort to begging?" Upon hearing Briggs's words, the surrounding beggars froze, casting glances at Briggs before continuing their meal silently. The hall felt eerily quiet. After a long pause, the beggar leader sighed heavily. "We want to work, but who would hire us? Without identification or past records, we're labeled as vagrants, refugees. Would you hire someone whose background is unknown? What if they have ill intentions? Steal money or commit crimes? No one will take us. We have no choice but to beg." Another sigh escaped him as he chewed on the cold bun forcefully. "At least this Anislong city allows us to beg inside its walls, and there's no danger outside. In other cities, people like us, the sick, elderly, and infirm, would have been discarded long ago." Before Briggs could respond, the beggar leader pointed to two familiar beggars. "See those two who brought you back? The one-armed Bowen is named Alden. He was a soldier who fled after a defeat. He lost his arm in battle, which we later helped him saw off. Returning as a deserter meant certain death, but staying meant homelessness. A once respected centurion ended up like this. The Bowen next to him, Gannon, used to be a merchant. He offended an official, leading to the destruction of his family. If he hadn't fled here, who knows how he might have died. But even here, his intelligence is useless. He's still a beggar." Watching his fellow beggars eating ravenously, the old beggar sighed. "Earning money is hard, and begging doesn't always guarantee daily sustenance. So, we stick together. Everyone contributes what they can, whether money or food, providing mutual support. Even if we starve to death one day, at least we won't be alone." Briggs fell deeper into silence. In his previous life, he was accustomed to a peaceful existence, and in this life, he was born into wealth. Despite experiencing some risks recently, he only now fully realized how cruel this world truly was. Seeing the gray halos above the beggars' heads, Briggs no longer felt inclined to infiltrate them for information. Those gray halos seemed fitting for their fate. How ironic it was. Black halos belonged to the tyrannical Walter family, thriving through brute force. Yet, the beggars with white halos, sharing their food and supporting each other, lived in constant uncertainty. Indeed, the way of heaven is merciless. Just as Briggs silently lamented, the old beggar whispered beside him, "Brother Montgomery, you're not really a beggar, are you?" Clothing and appearance can be disguised, but a person's energy and spirit cannot. You don't look like someone who has been starving for days." Smiling warmly, the beggar leader asked softly, "One does not visit without a reason. What brings Brother Montgomery here today?" Chapter 69. Unforeseen Disaster. The words of the beggar leader made Briggs's expression change repeatedly. Feeling the other's gaze, although he had only one eye left, it was abnormally clear. Briggs remained silent for a few seconds and then sighed, placing the soup and steamed bun next to the old beggar, along with 2 silver ingots. He stood up quietly after doing so. "Apologies to all of you. I've caused quite a disturbance. I'm very sorry." With those words, Briggs turned and walked away. The beggar leader watched him, his eyes flickering. Just as Briggs was about to reach the door, the leader suddenly spoke up. "Brother Montgomery, please wait a moment. You should take this money back. I didn't intend to ask anything from you. The old Bowen knows. We are the weak, the sick, and the disabled. We can offer little in return. You came here asking questions that are special indeed. Sadly, we truly cannot speak about them." Grasping the silver ingots and walking beside Briggs, the old beggar placed the silver back into his hands earnestly. The old beggar looked disheartened. "We don't accept unearned rewards. If these were alms we begged for, we would accept it. But since you intended to use this for questioning, we absolutely cannot touch it. Seeing Briggs about to speak, the old beggar suddenly raised his finger pointing at his destroyed left face and the missing eye. 20 years ago, we sold information to one of the two feuding families in Anislong City to survive. They won decisively, but couldn't exterminate the other family. With both parties settling the dispute, the defeated side sought us out. The decayed skin on his face twitched slightly, making this usually kind elder look somewhat terrifying. They expelled us or killed us if we resisted. But beyond Anislong City and the Anislong Pass, there were rampaging demons and roving bandits outside. Where could we go? Where did we dare to go? That night, over 100 of us died. Our leader was beaten to death, and I, having some martial skills, was crippled. They burned my face against hot coals and gouged out my eye. When they left after their revenge, the family we helped didn't say a word for us. He touched the burnt side of his face, his expression gradually turning calm, no longer savage. I don't blame them because no one cares about the lives of beggars. Everyone knew this, so it was normal they didn't help us. Besides, we took money. Brother Montgomery, we will never sell information again. Having the life to earn without the life to spend is meaningless. If you wish to ask for information, please seek more capable people. We dare not keep your money lest we draw trouble. Thank you for your explanation, sir. Goodbye. Safe travels, and take this bun. This place is far from Anislong City. You might need it when you're hungry. Thank you. Watching Briggs leave, the old beggar holding the broken bowl sighed. Turning his head towards the standing beggars watching him, he looked at Alden among the crowd. Alden, I know you mean well by helping, but please don't do it anymore. Leader, these days good intentions bring no reward, and even can't save yourself. Who else do you want to help? Didn't a small caravan look favorably upon your skills and want you to be a guard? Why haven't you taken this opportunity? Hearing this, Alden's expression stiffened, and he slowly shook his head. You have been kind to me, and I cannot abandon you. Fool, you must seize this chance to get out. Why stay in this mire? Did we save you just to have you beg for us? You mute can't even beg properly. Tomorrow morning, you'll apply to the caravan to become a guard as soon as possible. If you really want to help us, once you have money, bring us food as a way to repay your debt. Alden understands. Seeing Alden nod in agreement, the beggar leader quickly smiled. All right, all troubles are resolved. Let's eat before the soup gets cold. Respect to the leader. Cheers echoed, bringing the dilapidated temple back to lively chatter. Despite the hardships, these beggars found contentment and joy. They ate warm soup, cold rice, and buns, occasionally having leftovers and pickles. Some of the beggars showed off their mediocre talents, performing for everyone's amusement, eliciting laughter from the crowd. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a series of knocks resounded from the entrance. Everyone paused mid-action, glancing at each other in confusion. Alden, who was performing a single-armed knife technique with a broken blade, swiftly jumped down and rushed to the beggar leader's side. Who could be knocking at this hour? Could it be Brother Montgomery returning? The beggar leader froze for a moment, then frowned in thought, suddenly realizing something, his face paling. Oh no, quickly, run from the back. What? Leah, leader, splash. Before Alden could clarify, the wooden door exploded inward. A group of black-clothed men wielding steel knives burst inside. The sight of gleaming weapons startled the beggars, who hurriedly retreated backward. The beggar leader clenched his teeth, pushing Alden aside and stepping forward. Gentlemen, old Bowen swears we said nothing, and we didn't even let Brother Montgomery speak what he wanted to ask. Upon hearing this, the originally aggressive 20 or so black-clothed men momentarily froze. They exchanged looks before focusing on their leader. The leader narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on his knife. It doesn't matter whether you spoke or not. Our job is to ensure you can't talk anymore. Clang. As the words ended, the knife swooped down, aimed directly at the beggar leader's head. Unexpectedly, it met with a low whirring sound, blocked by a broken knife. Seeing Alden defend with a single arm, the leader's pupils contracted. Not bad, Brother Montgomery. Didn't expect a beggar to be such an expert. You. All together, kill him. Before Alden could respond, the black-clothed men slashed at him from all directions. As expected of a seasoned veteran from the battlefield, Alden's knife skills were top-notch, reaching the pinnacle of innate strength. Despite losing an arm, reducing his capabilities, he still bow-and-age to fend off the attackers single-handedly, holding his own against 5 assailants. Seeing the stalemate, the leader stepped back and roared furiously. Why are you hesitating? If you can't kill him, kill the other beggars. Not one of them should be left alive. Yes. The beggars screamed in terror, retreating frantically. Some picked up pots and utensils to resist. However, against these formidable opponents, the beggars, barely able to eat, had no means to fight back. One black-clothed Bowen kicked over a pot and lunged at the beggars, raising his knife to strike. At this moment, a flash of cold light streaked behind him. It was Alden who had thrown his broken knife. This sudden attack took everyone by surprise. The black-clothed Bowen who hadn't anticipated Alden's daring move to throw his weapon was instantly pierced through the chest, falling dead. However, now weaponless, Alden was slashed by several steel knives, severely injuring him. One attacker, seeing Alden grabbing his knife, kicked him hard, sending him flying. Seeing him land heavily before the beggars, the black-clothed men closed in with cruel expressions. The beggars hastily dragged their injured companion back into the crowd, holding bricks and wooden blocks as they nervously faced off against their attackers. Looking at the deathly pale faces of the beggars, the black-clothed men exchanged glances. In the next moment, they suddenly roared furiously and charged forward. Just as they were about to break into the crowd, a sudden angry shout came from behind. Stand down. Chapter 70. The imperial family enters the scene. A roar of anger pierced the air, followed by a flurry of arrows whistling through the sky. Several agonized screams rang out as 3 black-robed figures dropped dead on the spot. The other black-robed men were taken aback and hurriedly turned to look behind them. only to see waves of figures flooding in. Numerous armored soldiers armed with bows, arrows, swords, and shields stormed in from outside the gate. Some nimble soldiers even jumped onto the walls, aiming their bows directly at them. Nearly 100 men dressed in heavy armor approached menacingly, causing the black-robed figures to retreat repeatedly in fright. 2 men wielding guandao and clad in general armor stepped forward side by side. Briggs appeared between them with a sullen face, glaring angrily. I had barely left when you started killing people. Fast enough for you. 4th Ian. No need for all that nonsense. Attack. Kill them. Seeing these dozen or so black-robed individuals with dark halos above their heads, and their leader bathed in bloodlight, Briggs did not want to hear any explanations. He waved his hand forcefully. At this gesture, the 2 centurions wielding guandao roared in anger and rushed forward, their subordinates holding shields and long weapons following without hesitation. Only the archers refrained from shooting, knowing well the limitations of their own skill. With beggars right behind the black-robed men and the close distance between them, they dared not risk harming the innocent. One mistake could cost their lives in front of the Ion. The black-robed men paled at the sight of the charging guards. None of them wanted to fight. Attack. With no other choice, the leader of the black-robed men shouted in desperation and led his followers into battle, trying to force their way through the encroaching soldiers. To be precise, he was battling the 2 centurions. As for the other black-robed men, don't joke around. A group of martial artists who hadn't even reached the innate stage, unable to externalize true chi and wielding short blades, stood no chance against fully armored soldiers equipped with swords, shields, and spears. It was like throwing eggs against rocks. One black-robed Bowen swung his sword at a soldier's throat, but was blocked by the soldier's quick reflexes. Sparks flew as the sword clashed with the armor, failing to penetrate. Before the Bowen could recover, another soldier charged from the side with a shield, colliding with him and sending him flying. Even before he could regain his footing, several shield-bearing soldiers surrounded him, trapping him between their attacks. Moments later, spears and great swords slashed, reducing him to a lifeless heap. These were soldiers. They knew order, knew how to cooperate in combat. Fully armored, 1 soldier could defeat an ordinary martial artist. 10 soldiers could challenge an innate martial artist. 100 formed a formidable unit, capable of facing even those who had embraced the alchemical pill. For these martial artists who hadn't even reached the Shantan realm, fighting Walter family's elite soldiers trained in martial techniques was a hopeless endeavor. Even compared to the militia in ordinary towns with subpar skills and equipment, any semblance of cooperation would ensure these black-robed men met their demise. Note, Shantan is a term from Chinese martial arts novels referring to a specific cultivation realm. I kept it untranslated as per your instruction not to include other languages. Please let me know if you want this term explained or translated differently. Improvements made. 1. Clarified that they hadn't reached the Shantan realm. 2. Expanded on the description of the militia for better comparison. 3. Ensured the sentence reads more naturally in English while keeping the original meaning intact. As battles raged, dozens of clashes occurred, and within moments, most of the black-robed men lay dead, either impaled or crushed by shields. Their swords offered no advantage against spears and shields, giving them no chance to fight back. In contrast, the leader of the black-robed men put up a decent struggle. Despite inferior weaponry, his rich combat experience and cultivation at the 8th stage of innate allowed him to match the 2 centurions. His sword clanged against their armor, yet couldn't pierce it. 2 guandao swept at him, but he spun away, planting his sword in the ground to block the upward slashes. Backing away, he defended breathlessly. His weapon, already severely damaged, made his situation dire. If only he hadn't been greedy for that little money and invested in better equipment. Now, his only defense was about to break, leaving him vulnerable to decapitation by the 2 centurions. The black-robed leader's plight went unnoticed by the centurions, whose main duty was patrolling. Responding to the distress signal from Briggs, they had rushed here immediately. To their surprise, the distress came from the Ion, currently riding high in popularity. Not just for being favored, Briggs's recent good deeds made everyone willing to assist him. Such virtue was rare in the Walter family. Learning that they were helping save the Ion, the soldiers eagerly followed without hesitation. After several failed attempts, the 2 centurions exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Success here promised promotions and raises. Die! They roared in unison, raising their guandao and rushing forward. Behind them, the soldiers, having eliminated the remaining black-robed men, charged red-eyed. The leader, nearly overwhelmed by 2 opponents, saw the surge of attackers and grew pale. Desperate, he stomped the ground, leaping towards the wall to escape. But mid-leap, the waiting archers seized the opportunity. Over 30 arrows shot forth, targeting the lone black-robed leader, now free from the crowd. Reacting, he frantically blocked with his sword and summoned true chi, but 30 arrows overwhelmed him. At least 10 pierced through his defenses, 6 intercepted by protective chi, but the others shattered his remaining chi and pierced his body. He crashed to the ground with 4 arrows sticking out, only to have 2 guandao cross and press against his neck. Long spears sealed his limbs, rendering him immobile. Surrounded by furious soldiers, the badly wounded black-robed Bowen acknowledged his fate with a defeated nod. Chapter 71. The beggar enters the city. Footsteps sounded, and Briggs, filled with anger, stormed over to the leader of the black-robed men, yanking off his face mask in one swift motion. He was determined to see who had been following him, intending to kill and silence immediately after he left. As the mask fell away, a familiar face appeared before Briggs's eyes. Upon seeing the true identity of the black-robed leader, Briggs remained silent, his expression growing darker but without any sign of shock. Only the 2 centurions holding the Bowen could not help but exchange glances. Revenue Department? The Revenue Department leader lying on the ground chuckled bitterly as he looked up at Briggs. Ian, I had no choice. This matter involves Algernon, so please do not investigate further. It would be difficult to settle if things escalate. Briggs glanced deeply at the revenue department leader, then suddenly grabbed the handle of a guandao, a type of Chinese pole weapon. That makes sense. But how can my elder brother know this matter ends here? The revenue department leader froze, realizing something ominous, his eyes widening. Wait. Before the word even left his lips, the blade held by Briggs sank abruptly. The sharp edge slashed across the throat of the revenue department leader. Blood gushed out, and in an instant, the lifeless eyes stared blankly into nothingness. Briggs released the handle quietly, pausing for 2 seconds before speaking in a low voice. After you return, find the steward to claim your reward. One person 50 taels. Each centurion gets 100 taels. Tell them I ordered it. Thank you, Ian. As for today's events, we understand. Nothing happened today. Good, leave now.
Yes.
Over 100 soldiers dispersed quickly, murmuring among themselves, their faces breaking into smiles. 50 taels was more than enough to cover months of wages. Encountering such wealth during regular patrol and killing notorious revenue department members made this a doubly fortunate day. Only the 2 centurions showed no signs of joy, instead looking somewhat worried. Everyone knew that the revenue department was a cash-generating machine, meticulously cultivated by the Algernon. These men dared to act so boldly only because they had the Algernon's backing. Had Ian really brought about the demise of his brother's confidence? Was Anislong City about to change hands? Watching everyone depart, Briggs turned sharply towards the beggars. He observed the group encircling Alden, who had been badly injured while being protected. Stepping forward, a tinge of regret showed in Briggs's eyes. Old sir, I apologize. I didn't expect them to act so brutally. At this point, Briggs's expression darkened again. Earlier, when he heard the chief beggar mention that some families had traced back to their den and punished those who informed, Briggs sensed the situation was dire. The blackish-red aura surrounding him was undeniable. Furthermore, the merchants along the street dared not say anything, clearly hinting at his brother's ruthlessness. Therefore, as soon as he left the beggar's den, Briggs swiftly issued the Walters distress signal, ensuring anyone, whether a Walter family member or city guard, who saw the signal would come to his aid. Despite his prompt action, disaster almost struck. Those damned people had been following him. Hearing Briggs's apology, the beggar chief shook his head slowly, his expression bitter. Young master, you don't need to apologize. In great struggles, the little ones always suffer. It's not your fault, just our fate as beggars. If you don't mind, perhaps you could follow me into the city. I can provide you all with a place to settle. Well, the beggars exchanged uncertain glances. If they could, none of them would want to live their whole lives begging. More accurately, this wasn't just about their own lives. With no formal identification, even their descendants would remain beggars, homeless wanderers. Seeing this seemingly influential young master willing to help them change their minds completely. However, they feared losing their lives due to his conflicts. Especially the older beggars, whose faces paled at the memory of a tragic event 20 years ago. They had vivid memories of the horrors of getting entangled in familial disputes. Seeing the concern on their faces, Briggs took a deep breath, straightening his clothes. Perhaps we haven't introduced ourselves. Let me introduce myself, Briggs, the 4th son of the Walter family. The Walter family? That Walter family? In Anislong City, could there be another Walter family? Hearing Briggs's words, the beggar chief's eyes widened in shock before he finally reacted. We are willing. We will follow you into the city. Your great kindness, Ian, will never be forgotten. All right, let's enter the city first, otherwise Alden might not hold on much longer. Yes, into the city first. The flustered beggars lifted Alden and followed Briggs in a small run, a dark mass rushing towards the city gates. If it were someone from another family, knowing he was embroiled in a conflict, the beggars wouldn't dare support him. But the Walter family was different. In Anislong City, fighting against the Walters meant death or worse. Every entity within the city, from the guards and merchants to the thugs, relied on the Walter family. Even the sole exit was guarded by Walter forces under the compound of Konal's younger brother. Trying to flee would mean certain death. Joining the Walter family, especially with the reputable Ian, gave them nothing to fear. With tokens displayed, the group was swiftly allowed into the city. After finding a physician to treat Alden's wounds, Briggs led them to a courtyard under the Walter family's management, settling them down temporarily. Observing the awkwardly unsettled beggars, Briggs rubbed his chin in thought. Finding shelter for these elderly, sick, and disabled was not difficult. Lack of formal identification? For Briggs, it was merely a word. No means of income? Simple tasks like weaving or assembling items would suffice. Though not luxurious, they would have food and clothing without worry. Having come from the postmodern era, Briggs understood how simple assembly line work could be. Complex tasks became manageable when broken down and assigned piece by piece. Unity among people could solve any problem. This wasn't just Briggs's realization. The Walter family, as well as other clans, knew it too. Physical disability did not mean complete uselessness. Those truly incapacitated would not have survived long enough to arrive here. These beggars were capable of work. The reason cities refused to grant them formal resident status was simpler. There were 2 bony beggars worldwide, and information traveled fast. Even Anislong City, which refused beggars, still attracted countless due to its safety. Opening the floodgates for citizenship and employment would result in overpopulation within months. With that understanding, Briggs began to think of ways to integrate these beggars into society, ensuring their future was secure. If that were to happen, with all the jobs taken and the number of beggars continuously increasing, it would truly become a serious problem. Therefore, the majority of cities would rather not have this labor force than take on this risk. Chapter 72. The Great Fire at the Medical Clinic. Watching the busy beggars, Briggs stood by the door with his arms folded, pondering what to do next. He planned to report to his father soon, find some people to rebuild a village on the outskirts, and organize these beggars into an official village. Given their long-established habit of mutual assistance and benefit, even if there was a slight shortage of labor, they would likely manage to live a life free from hunger. Many villages in other cities were originally formed by refugees like these. Anislong City did not have them mainly because no one was allowed to privately build houses or cultivate farmland within the canyon, which was entirely under the Walter family's jurisdiction. Just as Briggs was deep in thought, footsteps approached. The one-eyed leader of the beggars, having settled his followers, walked over. Looking up at Briggs, the old beggar hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ian, is there something you wish to inquire about? Now that you've saved us, we owe you a great debt. Feel free to ask. We will answer everything truthfully. Briggs was taken aback, but shook his head after a few seconds of silence. Forget it. Nothing worth asking. Initially, Briggs suspected that the fire at the clinic had something to do with his eldest brother, perhaps even started by him. He just wanted to use this incident to create trouble for his brother. After all, who made this scoundrel take advantage of his misfortune, leaving him in such a plight? But seeing his brother send henchmen to kill the beggars to cover up the incident changed his mind. Realizing how far he would go, Briggs feared getting further involved might implicate his father and decided to back off. The beggar leader was also stunned. Lowering his head in silence for 2 seconds, recalling the identity of the black-clothed men, he suddenly spoke. If my guess is correct, Ian must be interested in the Yongkong Medical Clinic. Huh? How do you know? Considering its recent events tied to the rent collection department, the only significant incident was the fire at Yongkong Medical Clinic. The beggar leader chuckled like a wily old fox. Don't look down on our ragged appearance or our unfortunate lives. We have reliable information channels, people everywhere, and are adept at gathering intelligence to secure more jobs that require bone power. There's fierce competition among us too. Pulling Briggs to sit down somewhere, the beggar leader sighed with a complex expression. Ian, don't get involved in the Yongkong Medical Clinic fire. Hearing this, Briggs became instantly intrigued. Why? It's serious? Serious, very serious. Over 40 people, an entire family, lost their lives. Who set the fire? Forget it, no need to say. I can guess, Briggs muttered, thinking of the most notorious family in Anislong City. Rubbing his forehead, he changed the topic. Can you tell me why someone would set the fire? Just one clinic, how could it warrant my brother's involvement? Briggs's words made the beggar leader's face change several times before sighing deeply. Jacob E., the head physician of Yongkong Medical Clinic, was a kind Boan with exceptional medical skills who helped everyone, even offering free treatment to beggars. Unfortunately, good people often have tragic fates. Turning to look at Briggs, the beggar leader hesitated before recounting the story. Mr. Jacob was from a renowned medical lineage with a unique prescription called Arvananjan powder. This remedy could save Boani lives, though expensive. Despite this, he spent 12 years improving it, reducing the cost from 1,000 gold coins to merely 32 silver pieces, making it affordable, albeit less effective. Talent indeed. With the original formula, he could treat the elite and amass wealth. By simplifying the formula, he ensured common people could afford medicine, a worthy partner for the Walter family. The beggar leader smiled bitterly. Indeed, partnering with the Walter family would elevate him to Anislong City's elite, knowing they value mutual benefit and cooperation. But what? Mr. Jacob had a proud character, disliking those who sold exorbitantly priced remedies. His dedication to affordable medicine wouldn't make him materialistic. He sought to make medicine accessible to everyone. The beggar leader's eyes grew sadder, and the surrounding beggars fell silent. Mr. Jacob brought his improved Arvananjan powder to Walter family's external affairs department. Walter's eldest son agreed to distribute it, offering Mr. Jacob 30% of the profits. The Walter family would handle production and sales while Mr. Jacob provided the formula. However, Walter's eldest had a condition. What was it? That each formula should sell for 10 taels of silver. 10 taels? Briggs calculated silently, his expression growing grimmer. 10 taels was a steep price. Soldiers, earning relatively high wages, made only 15 taels a month. This price was intentionally set so that it was affordable yet discouraging. Treating a patient would likely cost around 100 taels, several years' income for ordinary people. This utterly contradicted Mr. Jacob's wishes. He couldn't possibly agree. Looking at the beggar leader, who now regarded him with an unreadable expression, Briggs understood without asking. He didn't agree? Yes, either sell it for 30 silver pieces or burn the formula. Mr. Jacob gave Walter's eldest son the ultimatum. That night, Walter's eldest son chose to forcibly seize the formula and burned the Jacob family alive. Damn scum. Translation notes asterisk. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Character names have been transliterated using pinyin accurately. Efforts were made to preserve the original tone and style, ensuring the translation flows naturally in English. Chapter 73. Karma for Good and Evil? The beggar chief groaned as he painfully grabbed his hair. We were useless. We were right there, hearing the screams from inside the clinic, watching those men set it on fire right before our eyes, yet we didn't dare to stand up. Only after they left did we dare to rush out from our hiding spots. Lifting his severely burned hand, the beggar chief's voice was bitter. Not just us, but other beggars who had been helped were also present. None of us dared to put out the fire for fear of bringing them back. All we could do was dig frantically through the flames, trying to save as Boani as possible. But by the time we cleared the rubble and found the people from the clinic, they were already dead, not from the fire, but beaten to death before it started. Dropping his hand, the beggar chief looked at his silent companions with a bitter laugh. All we could do was bury their bodies somewhere, give them some semblance of a grave, yet we dared not erect a tombstone. The only things we managed to salvage from the inferno were a few personal items. Briggs listened in silence. While his halo clearly showed him the good and evil in others, he was bound by his own identity. No matter how wicked someone was, none dared show their true colors before him. Hearing about his brother's ruthless methods firsthand made his expression turn even darker. As footsteps approached, several beggars walked over carrying a few items. A badly burnt rattle that no longer functioned, a broken sword, and 2 intricately crafted plaques now blackened beyond recognition. Only hope the world stays free from illness. Fear not the medicine box gathering dust. Looking at the two plaques, Briggs remained silent for a long while before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, Mr. Jacob, you were born at the wrong time. Sighing, Briggs fell silent once more. He wanted to intervene in this matter, but could he? What could he do? Forget whether his father knew about it. Even if he didn't, what difference would it make? People were dead, and the formula was already in hand. Even if he reported it, would his father punish his brother for a deceased Bowen? Even if punished, it would be a light reprimand. Nothing would change afterward. Ultimately, the Walter family was the antagonist here. Justice? How could one talk about justice with an antagonist? Seeing Briggs fall silent, the beggars also became quiet. They knew Briggs wouldn't be able to help old Mr. Jacob seek justice. After all, the fourth young master was still part of the Walter family. Moreover, it wasn't his place to judge or act. With servants bringing blankets and food by cart, the beggars finally settled down. Briggs quickly returned to the Walter residence, finding his father to propose organizing these beggars into a village. Kanal, reading martial arts manuals at his desk, nodded slowly upon hearing the suggestion. Setting aside the book, he looked at Briggs. This can be done. The Walter family has been stable for over 200 years. We have enough money to spare to expand our citizenry. More villages mean more production and more wealth. Hearing this, Briggs's gloomy day finally saw a hint of relief on his face. But recalling the day's events, the smile vanished instantly. He glanced at his father, hesitating briefly before choosing not to speak. He had already asked for one thing today. Asking for another might be futile. Organizing a village was not simple. Ignoring the cost, why involve the elderly and women when Walter family could recruit healthier beggars directly? This decision rested solely on Briggs's influence over his father. Sighing, Briggs turned to leave. As he did, Konal's voice suddenly called out. I heard you investigated the Yongkong clinic? Briggs's eyes widened as he swiftly turned around, startled. Don't misunderstand. I am above such base actions. I only heard reports after the incident. It's too late now. What does this mean, father? If Mr. Jacob were alive, his medical ethics would make him an excellent doctor for the Walter family. His skills could develop further, benefiting all. Killing him for a single formula was short-sighted. If I'd known earlier, I would have crippled my eldest brother. But it's too late now. Unfortunately, I learned too late. Your brother has the formula now, and some family officials approve of his actions, seeing it as a way to benefit the Walter family. Punishing him over a dead Bowen isn't worth the trouble. So this is it? What kind of karma is this for doing good? Briggs's voice grew sharp, anger flashing in his eyes. Kanal met his gaze without expression. You talk of karma. Tell me, what is good, and what is evil? Good is good. Evil is evil. Very well. Since you can distinguish so clearly, answer me. 120 years ago, the three elders of Heavenly Sword Pavilion wiped out the Wu family of Firecloud City, saving 1,300 lives. Was this good or evil? For the people, good. Afterward, other families fought for dominance, leading to the city's collapse. Over 2 million citizens lost their homes and lives. 700,000 died due to beasts, bandits, hunger, and disease. Is this good or evil? The Wu family's daughter, Randy, returned home after 30 years with the righteous sect, having done much good and becoming a potential leader. Yet she found her family destroyed and went mad, killing indiscriminately. Good or evil? There is no absolute good or evil in the world. Evildoers can uphold righteousness, and good people have selfishness. Who can guarantee innocent lives aren't lost in righteous fury? When evildoers clash, the victor kills. What then is the nature of that killer? How can you understand good and evil, let alone fairness, when the world itself is unjust? During the Demon Shadow Sect invasion, did the Walter family provoke them? Did we do anything wrong? Yet they nearly wiped us out. In such a world, seeking fairness is futile. There is no peace in a chaotic world. Briggs was speechless, hanging his head in silence. Seeing this, Kanal softened his gaze. Your mother was like you. Though married into the Walter family, she never approved of its ways. But this is the world we live in. Without strength, you don't even have the right to do good. Looking down at the books, Kanal sighed. I will order the settlement of all beggars within our territory, help them build villages, reclaim wasteland, and integrate them into Anislong City for a decent living. As for the funds to settle them, I will make your elder brother pay. This could be considered a consolation to the late Mr. Jacob's soul. For your elder brother, taking his money is more painful than killing him, which can be seen as a punishment. I understand. I shall take my leave then. Turning to walk to the door, just as he was about to leave, Briggs suddenly turned his head. Father, is there really retribution for good and evil? Yes, but it depends on one's own efforts. I understand. Briggs's voice carried a hint of resignation. He nodded slightly and quietly left the room, contemplating his father's words. In this world, perhaps true justice and fairness were illusions, but he would still strive for what he believed was right. Chapter 74. Briggs's resignation. The arrangements for the beggars were quickly put in place. With Patriarch Kanal personally giving orders, no one in the entire Anislong City dared to slack off, and everyone was exceptionally proactive. Orders issued in the morning were acted upon so swiftly that by evening, the village was almost ready. The workers' extraordinary physical abilities enabled them to transport materials at incredible speeds. Furthermore, there were wandering cultivators and half-trained warlocks involved. In this world, the speed of construction was terrifyingly fast, comparable even to modern technology. Within a day, numerous houses had already been erected. This was followed by the registration of residents, ensuring that these displaced people became official members of Anislong City. In just a few short days, Anislong City added 21 villages and over 4,000 residents, with the numbers still increasing rapidly. Logically, after such large-scale incorporation of beggars, the surrounding areas should have been devoid of them for a considerable time. However, as the Walter family accepted the beggars, the number near Anislong City not only didn't decrease but started increasing. More and more beggars and refugees risked crossing dangerous areas infested with beast men to gain citizenship. A significant reason behind the establishment of over 20 villages from the initial 4,000 people was due to villagers' empathy. Understanding the suffering of displacement, they deliberately spread out to accommodate more beggars. Otherwise, they could have easily formed 2 larger villages, boosting their workforce instantly. Kanal paid little attention to these small tactics. Since he chose to accept the beggars, he wasn't concerned about their exact numbers. Money had already been spent. Spending a bit more didn't matter much. When the 20-odd villages each grew to house 1,000 residents after 2 weeks, the incorporation of beggars finally stopped. The amount of money dispersed during this period was immeasurable. Even then, the number of beggars in the city only increased. Briggs, however, had long stopped paying attention to all this. He no longer bowenaged the External Affairs Department or used his halo to punish evildoers. The world was too vast, and there were too boweny wicked people. He couldn't even save the tragedies he witnessed. Saving a few in his lifetime wouldn't make much difference. So, he decided to resume being a carefree playboy, taking things as they came. Officially resigning from the rent collection department, Briggs truly became an idle member of the Walter family. Drinking wine and receiving stipends, he reverted to his previous ways. Walter Daw's reaction to his 4th brother's transformation was jubilant. He had expected his 4th brother to be stubborn and resist. To his surprise, he had willingly stepped down. This was indeed good news because even if he had various means and an assassination squad under his compound, Walter knew he couldn't touch Briggs while their father protected him. Losing merely the head of the rent collection department and having his 4th brother quit seemed like a very worthwhile deal. With Briggs gone, Walter was confident that the External Affairs Department would now firmly be under his control. Despite this, he still gave Briggs face, leaving untouched the merchants previously under Briggs's protection. He appointed a reliable person to lead the area before the External Affairs Department resumed its calm. Unfortunately, tranquility cannot always be maintained. Sometimes, when you seek peace, events conspire against you. Briggs, accompanied by 4 guards, was walking through the streets, drawing the attention of both children and passersby. People reacted in 2 extreme ways, either watching curiously or fleeing as if he were the plague. However, not everyone could escape. At a corner, a burly Bowen chuckled while holding a money pouch, flanked by 2 servants. Seeing Briggs, his smile vanished, and he hastily turned to leave. But Briggs, quick to react, spotted him immediately. Pointing at him, Briggs roared, "Airy, stop right there." 4 figures instantly sped forward, surrounding Airy. Trapped between Nock's guards, Airy felt his heart sink. He turned around, his face a mix of fear and unease, and bowed awkwardly. "Ian, greetings. I'm not in a good mood, especially seeing you avoid me." Briggs, playing with walnuts, approached Airy, snatching the money pouch from him. Ignoring Airy's distressed look, Briggs examined the contents, frowning. "Did you steal again?" No. "Then did you illegally lend money again?" No. "Oh, I know. You were collecting protection fees." I dare not. "You dare not do anything? Explain where this money came from. I've told you how boweny times only the Walter family can legally lend, collect rent, and rob." Grabbing the money pouch, Briggs threw it at Airy's head. "If I catch you loitering on the streets again, I'll break your legs." Yes. I'll go home immediately." Faced with Briggs's threats, Airy, a mere street thug who had been beaten 5 times by Briggs and his men, dared not argue. After being humiliated into apologizing to the Walter family, he feared retribution immensely. As Airy fled with his servants, Briggs tossed the money pouch to one of his guards. "Keep it." The guard, catching it, exchanged looks with others, feeling embarrassed. "Ian, this is the 11th time this month. Isn't it too much? Take it. There are few good Samaritans in the Walter family. Besides, it's not my money. Don't let it go to waste. Keep it for your family." "Thank you, Ian." Accompanied by 4 carefully selected Nox guards known for their relatively decent character, Briggs continued his patrol along the streets, occasionally breaking walnuts and eating them. Patrolling 3 streets and beating up 2 thieves, Briggs arrived at a familiar spot, the old site of Yongkong Medical Hall, which remained unattended, only cordoned off with seal notices. Stopping his walnuts, Briggs gazed silently at the place. Finally, he sighed deeply. Good and evil will eventually receive what they deserve. It may not happen now, but it will come. But does delayed justice count as justice? Heavenly order. He led the group away, pondering the words as they left. Just as he turned to leave, Briggs suddenly paused, his movements halting. He swiftly turned his head and saw a figure darting out from the charred remains behind him, disappearing around the corner in an instant. In the opposing direction, a figure emerged from the burnt wreckage, immediately dashing into the alleyway and vanishing from sight. Chapter 75. The wind blows again. Needing his eyes, Briggs confirmed he wasn't hallucinating. His eyes widened in shock. Did he just see a golden light flash by? Golden light? It couldn't be. Damn it. Whatever retribution this was, why did it have to come for him like this? Don't make it so thrilling. Scared, he tossed the walnut in his hand to the ground and nimbly jumped over the fence, running toward the opposite direction. Ian. The 4 Walter Marshal guards immediately followed. By the time they reached the ruins, they saw Briggs clumsily preparing to climb onto someone's roof. Although the guards didn't understand what this unconventional young master of the Walter family was planning, they exchanged glances and quickly helped him leap up. Following their leader, the 4 leapt onto the roof as well. Climbing onto the rooftop, Briggs gazed down from his elevated position. Instantly, a look of terror flashed across his face. He hadn't imagined it. A golden halo had indeed appeared again in Anislong City. On the bustling street below, a Bowen wearing tattered clothes hurried through the crowd, moving in the opposite direction, completely ignoring the complaints of those he bumped into. Most strikingly, above the Bowen's head hovered a dark gold halo emitting an ominous aura. Watching the faint blood mist continuously descending from the dark gold halo, enveloping its owner, Briggs felt a sudden ringing in his ears. They hadn't even had a few days of peace, and now another dark gold halo appears? What on earth is this thing? An upgraded version of the golden halo? Or its darkened form? Though still unsure, Briggs immediately led the 4 Walter guards to stealthily follow. After several twists and turns, the Bowen finally stopped. Removing his battered hat, he sat among a group of beggars in a small alleyway, his expressionless face hidden under a grimy exterior. Briggs and the 4 guards exchanged puzzled looks. Beggars again? Had he stumbled upon a nest of beggars? Why was he always dealing with beggars lately? Just as Briggs was pondering, a young beggar approached the seated Bowen, offering him a bowl of cool congee and half a steamed bun. "Second Aiden, please eat something. You've been hungry for a whole day." The Bowen took the food without hesitation, turning to glance at the young beggar. "Auric, thank you for your help these past few days. Without you, I wouldn't even have food." "Not at all. Sir Jacob is a great benefactor who has always supported us. Now that you're in trouble, we should do our best to help. Still, I must thank you. Auric, are you sure no one has visited our Jacob family clinic since the incident?" "No, I've been keeping watch. I and Walter did visit a few times, but only glanced from afar, never entering." "That's odd. Where could that thing be?" Gently biting the steamed bun, he couldn't Bowenage to chew it and glanced surreptitiously at the young beggar beside him. Seeing the boy swallow hard, he decisively passed him the congee and bun. "You haven't eaten either, take it." But you." "I'm fine. As a martial artist, I can endure a few days without food. But, eat, don't worry about me." At the Bowen's insistence, Auric reluctantly accepted the food, smiling sheepishly before wolfing it down. Seeing this, the Bowen said nothing more, simply staring ahead in thought. Recalling the burned remains of the clinic and the missing item, he fiercely punched the wall beside him. "Walter family, you've destroyed my home and family. This revenge, I will take it back someday." The low growl startled the surrounding beggars, who quickly dispersed, avoiding him like the plague. Only Auric remained. Seeing this, the Bowen coldly chuckled. "My father took such good care of them, yet now they avoid me like snakes. Ungrateful wolves." Sitting beside him, Auric gave an awkward look. Second Aiden, they're not the same beggars." "Huh. The old beggars have become official residents and moved outside the city. These are new arrivals who don't know old Master Jacob." Hearing this, the Bowen turned back, surprised to see Auric scratch his head apologetically. "Actually, I'm not a beggar anymore. I live in Hongqiao village now. I even have a house there, but unfortunately, the village chief doesn't allow outsiders." "You're no longer a beggar?" "Yes, thanks to Ian Walter. I heard tens of thousands of displaced people were resettled. He's a rare decent person in the Walter family." "Walter family. Always the Walter family. Damn Walter family." Clenching his teeth, after a few moments of silence, his eyes lit up. "Wait, Auric, you said all the old beggars left the city, right?" "Yes, with such an opportunity, who would want to remain a beggar?" "Then during the fire at our place, did any beggars take anything out? Did they carry anything with them?" Yes, several groups of beggars were there. As for taking things, they did rescue quite a few items from the flames." The words instantly excited the Bowen, making him gaze intently at Auric. "Were there any broken swords, inscribed with a blue dragon pattern?" "Well, I'm not sure. Should I ask around for you?" "I'll go with you." As the two conversed below, they quickly exited the alley. Above them, Briggs and the 4 guards watched quietly from the rooftop. One of the guards was sketching on a board. Seeing the two leave, Briggs swiftly signaled one guard to follow. Turning to the one drawing, he asked, "Did you get his likeness?" "Done." "Good. Let's check this Auric with the intelligence department." "As you wish." They swiftly slipped away along the rooftops, undetected. Leaving, Briggs's face was darker than a thundercloud. Not only had he never seen a dark gold halo, but the beggar accompanying the Bowen turned out to be adorned with a brilliant silver halo, almost as bright as Silas before her evolution. Despite still being uncertain about the significance of the dark gold halo, one thing became clear to Briggs. This suddenly appearing Bowen was undoubtedly a main character type, and he harbored deep-seated grudges against the Walter family. Very deep grudges. Chapter 76, The Great Villain of Destiny. As one of the 12 departments of the Walter family, specifically responsible for intelligence gathering, the intelligence department was quite efficient in information retrieval. As soon as Briggs handed over his hand-drawn picture, it took less than 10 minutes to confirm the identity of the Bowen in the picture. Stephen, the second son of Yongkong Medical Hall, was also the only member of the family who survived the fire that engulfed the medical hall. Frowning at the information provided by the intelligence department, Briggs found himself both unsurprised and taken aback. Stephen's background was largely expected, but had an unexpected twist. Briggs knew Stephen was from the Yongkong Medical Hall and deduced that he had blood ties with its master. However, the reason why Stephen was wandering alone outside was not what Briggs anticipated. He wasn't out learning or visiting relatives. Instead, he had been expelled from his home because he was a renegade, much like the Walter family, a wicked person. Starting martial arts at 3, he relied on the advantages of being a descendant of a medical family and never lacked various herbs to aid his cultivation. This led to him achieving considerable strength, breaking through to the innate realm at a young age, making the Jacob family view him as a rising hope. Yet, as an old saying goes, studying can filter out poor students but not scoundrels. With increasing cultivation, Stephen's true nature began to surface. He deceived women, harmed others, used sedatives, and even poison when force failed. Skilled in medical techniques, he specialized in traps using various drugs, bewitching potions, slow poisons, and quick poisons. Though he did not master proper medicine, he excelled in these despicable methods. His tactics were so covert that others could not detect them until fate ran its course. An ordinary person couldn't discern such means, but Jacob E., the elder who taught him, could. After 12 years of diligent research to help others, this kind-hearted Jacob E. would not tolerate his son's misdeeds. If Stephen hadn't knelt in repentance and his mother hadn't pleaded, he might have been killed by Jacob E. himself that day. To preserve the Jacob family's reputation, Stephen's crimes were kept secret. After being expelled from Anislong City by Jacob E. and forbidden from returning, the matter seemed closed until the recent massacre at Yongkang Medical Hall. Stephen returned then, but not for revenge, given his 15-year absence and lack of contact. According to the intelligence department, he likely returned to retrieve the family's secret bowinnuals. Yongkang Medical Hall was not just a medical family but also practiced martial arts. They possessed the famous Jacob family 5 elements fist and an ancestral sword technique called 24 stances of cutting troops, a battlefield inherited skill. A great ancestor, the personal guard of the first emperor of Walter, bestowed this sword technique after bony years of war. The exact level of this sword technique was unknown, but the first emperor once intimidated the 9 provinces and later ascended to immortality. Any technique from him wouldn't be cheap. Anislong City residents, including the Walter family, believed this. No one dared to offend Yongkang Medical Hall due to hidden experts within. However, after the recent massacre, the Walter family realized the Jacobs weren't as formidable as thought. Hence, they gave up searching for the 24 stances of cutting troops. Reading the detailed report, Briggs felt increasingly anxious. What is the most feared enemy in novels or TV shows? Not the one who gets miraculous encounters, but someone whose ancestors were powerful. Like Kimball, who, right after his family's massacre, found a martial arts treasure and turned the tables on his enemies. Seeing the files and recalling Stephen's halo, Briggs's heart sank. Another Kimball? And one with protagonist-level destiny. But something was off. This wasn't a protagonist but a major villain with protagonist-level destiny, destined to clash with the main character. Briggs could already imagine the final showdown between Silas and Stephen on a mountaintop, with Silas losing, only for justice to prevail somehow. Bloodline awakening, supporting characters' counterattacks, or guilt-driven suicide. That's the ultimate fate of a villain facing a protagonist. Villains eventually fall, otherwise, they aren't villains but evil protagonists. But Briggs wasn't the protagonist. He was a small villain. Small villains meeting big villains. You know what happens. Especially considering Briggs's marital ties with Silas. Now the fuse was lit. The clash between protagonist and villain would happen through him. Briggs sat in his chair, covering his forehead, feeling utterly exhausted. How could he have known sending Silas to cultivate wouldn't rid him of her destiny? It seemed she was intent on exploiting every ounce of value from him. The 4 Walter martial guards standing around glanced at each other. One hesitated before stepping forward. "Fourth master, shall we?" He subtly gestured across his neck, the message clear. Briggs wasn't surprised by their ruthless nature. They were trained assassins after all. They might have scruples, but not much kindness in action. Shaking his head, Briggs sighed. "Do you think it would be that easy? If he were so simple to kill, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Recalling how he had to use Silas's destiny to defeat Lincoln, Briggs's teeth ached. Killing a destiny-matched villain might require countless trials. Direct assassination was out of the question. He dared not provoke heavenly retribution. So what now? His eyes focused, Briggs suddenly turned to the guards. "Do any of you remember what he said to that little beggar?" This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 77. Searching for the sword. "Do you 4 remember what Seth told the beggar?" Briggs's voice rang out. The 4 Walter martial guards were taken aback, glancing at each other before one of them nodded gently. "Yes. What did he say?" "That Bowen was looking for a sword, a broken one engraved with azure dragon patterns." "Broken? Oh no." Briggs leaped up and ran, abruptly realizing the broken sword that the leader of the beggars had found from the ruins. Though he didn't know why Stephen wanted this broken sword, Briggs could already deduce that it was connected to Stephen's rise. At the very least, it was the foundation of his initial success. Had he known how valuable this item was, he should have taken it back then. He rushed into the Walter family's stable, quickly mounting one of the tall horses. Without any delay, he galloped through the city toward the city gate. The 4 Walter martial guards followed without hesitation. As soon as Briggs was in sight of the city gates, his shouting could be heard. "Urgent matter. Clear the way." Recognizing him, the guards at the gate hurriedly opened it wide. People on both sides hastily stepped aside as they watched Briggs speed away with his 4 guards. "People are wondering what happened to the 4th young master today. He used to be terrified of horses, right?" "Yeah, I heard he tried to ride one last time but ended up being kicked by the horse from behind, leaving him traumatized." "Why care so much? It's likely he's chasing someone again." "Hush, don't jinx it." Amidst the chatter, Briggs had already left. Leading his 4 guards, he swiftly arrived at a newly built village. Before his horse came to a stop, he dismounted and stumbled forward, stabilizing himself after a few steps and ran towards the village. The villagers, all old acquaintances of Briggs, who had been rescued by him earlier, rushed over upon seeing their savior. "Fourth sir, it's good to see you again. What brings you here?" "Don't talk much. Where's the village chief?" "He's inside. We'll take you there right away." Led by the villagers, Briggs quickly reached the village chief's home, barged through the door, and immediately headed straight for the wall where several items hung. A tambourine, a wooden couplet, and a broken sword. In 3 large strides, he stood before the sword. Seeing that it hadn't been taken, Briggs's joy was short-lived. Drawing the sword revealed nothing special. No azure dragon pattern, only some small inscriptions. "Subdue others with virtue. Defend instead of attack." Holding the not-so-common weapon, Briggs leaned against the wall and sat down. This wasn't the sword Stephen mentioned. He had made a mistake. "Ian, what happened?" The village chief appeared, carefully asking while eyeing Briggs curiously. Startled, Briggs stood up. "Sir, do you remember if any beggars dug up a broken sword after the fire? Even a short sword will do." The village chief paused. "Ian, bony weapons survived the fire, and we unearthed plenty. I can't recall specifics. Dragon patterns. A broken sword with azure dragon patterns." No broken swords, but I remember a long sword, finely crafted, was taken by a group of scavenging beggars and might have been sold already." "Sold? Where would they sell it?" "To a pawn shop. Only they would take such items. Blacksmiths might too, but prices are low. Most wouldn't risk selling it there. Pawn shop, pawn shop. Muttering to himself, Briggs dashed towards his horse, shouting as he went. Spread my order. Any dragon pattern swords in Anisklang City, the Walter family will buy them at high prices. Send them here. Anyone caught selling privately, kill without mercy. Yes, sir. The 4 Walter martial guards shouted in unison, riding off in different directions. Briggs galloped back to Anisklang City. Stephen has anti-hero luck, but Briggs has financial power. Even with Stephen's luck, he's just one Bowen. With the entire Walter family backing him, Briggs was determined to win this race. By the time Briggs returned to the Walter estate courtyard, the orders had spread, and pawn shops were sending in dragon pattern swords, along with shops and blacksmiths eager to comply and avoid trouble. Facing the growing pile of hundreds of swords, some with dragon handles, some with dragon sheaths, and even dragon head blades, Briggs remained silent. The swords were all gathered, but which one was the one Stephen sought? Checking each one slowly wasn't practical. He needed something specific to compare against. Standing still, brow furrowed, Briggs turned to leave the courtyard. The problem solver lies in the problem creator. He needed to start with Stephen. With Briggs, the black and white duo, 2 peak dance stage experts, reluctantly followed him out. Alone, he feared retaliation from an anti-hero like Stephen. Even with the Walter martial guards, danger loomed. How could you reason with destiny? Rules like no cross-rank fighting, or 1 rank difference means a world apart, didn't apply to a protagonist. If Stephen hadn't yet gained his golden finger, Briggs would have asked his father to come along, fearing Stephen's sudden surge in power. Understanding the absurd strength of a protagonist's luck, Briggs knew that overcoming a rank gap was nothing. A 1 rank difference? Directly golden core level crossing ascension. Briggs believed it. With that in mind, he was determined to find the sword first, no matter what it took. Chapter 78. The Trail of the Dragon Pattern Sword. Boss, 10 days ago, did someone sell a precious sword here? A group of beggars sold it. Do you have any recollection? Inside a pawn shop, 2 figures were talking to the shop owner. Though it was a conversation, the shop owner's expression was clearly very impatient. This was understandable. Anyone doing business would not be in a good mood if they saw 2 beggars come in. The shop owner didn't even look up from his abacus as he responded. I don't remember. Please think again. This sword is quite distinctive. It has a blue dragon pattern on it, and it was sold by beggars. I remember you bought it for 12 taels of silver. I can buy it back at double the price. Stephen, standing at the door, refused to give up and kept asking. To find the family heirloom sword, he had visited several places that day, finally tracing it here. There was no way he could just let it go now. The shop owner became thoroughly impatient with the constant questioning. Slapping the abacus fiercely, he glared viciously at the 2 people in front of him. I said I don't remember. You. Before he finished speaking, the shop owner's voice suddenly stopped. Stepping back slightly, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. For directly opposite him stood Stephen, who had lost all patience, his face now deathly pale. Most importantly, a formidable aura was surging from within him. A peak innate realm. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from this Bowen, the shop owner nervously swallowed, never expecting such strength from a ragged beggar. Seeing the shop owner slump into his chair, Stephen spoke coldly, Shopkeeper, please take another careful thought. Have you seen this sword? His icy tone and menacing gaze left no trace of kindness. Even if he were to suddenly erupt into violence, it wouldn't seem out of place. Under Stephen's intimidating gaze, the shopkeeper wiped the sweat off his forehead nervously. Well, there was indeed a sword with a blue dragon pattern, but it's not in my possession anymore. Where did the sword go? Pawned items cannot be sold until 1 month passes without redemption. How could you violate the rules? Slamming his palm heavily on the counter, the shopkeeper jumped and hastily explained, No, I didn't sell it. Someone else took it. Walter family's Ian collected all swords engraved with the blue dragon pattern for a high price. What can I do when it's the Walter family? Upon hearing this, Stephen's expression changed drastically. If the Walter family was collecting swords specifically engraved with the blue dragon pattern, it must be targeting their family secret. Could their secret have been leaked? Suddenly clenching his fists under his sleeves, Stephen glanced at Paxton beside him but retracted his gaze after hesitating for 2 seconds. It couldn't be Paxton leaking the information, not because Stephen trusted him much, but because Paxton knew only incomplete information and never left his sight. How could he leak it? Could someone in the family have survived and joined the Walter family? Or maybe some bastard revealed the secret on his deathbed. If that was the case, then the Walter family's massacre of the Jacob family might not have been for the alleged medicine formula but a long-planned move. With an uncertain grimace, Stephen gritted his teeth and led Paxton out of the pawn shop, leaving the relieved shop owner behind. Trembling, the shop owner grabbed his teacup and gulped down some tea to ease his fright. However, he didn't notice that the usually bland tea tasted sweet today. Xianxia's soul-dispelling powder. It causes unconsciousness for a day, organ decay within 2 days, and death on the 3rd. A completely thorough poison. Silently poisoning the tea, Stephen prepared to eliminate the shopkeeper so he couldn't be traced further. He walked towards the Walter family residence with Paxton while wearing a stern face. On the street, 2 elders lifted their heads silently and looked at the 2 retreating figures. Ian, he left. Yes, noted. Did you hear what he said? He said he was looking for a sword with a blue dragon pattern which was previously here. One of the black and white executioners spoke, and Briggs, who had been examining goods at a stall, finally looked up. Shopkeeper, send everything I touch to the Walter residence. Tell the steward that Ian bought them as compensation for disturbing your business. After saying this casually to the merchant, Briggs turned to his 2 bodyguards. Doug, please return to the Walter family and have the servants pick out all the swords taken from this pawn shop and place them separately. Thank you. Doug naturally followed orders, sighing as he regretfully became an errand runner. Leaping into the air, he flew towards the Walter family. Kermit frowned. Ian, just a peak innate realm practitioner. Why go through all this trouble? Let me capture him directly. Once tortured, he'll reveal everything. No need. I don't want to complicate things. Let's leave it at that. Turning to Kermit, Briggs shook his head and headed toward the pawn shop. Just in case, he needed to verify the number of swords with the shopkeeper. If he overlooked the divine weapon, Briggs would be furious. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper had not yet succumbed to the poison since the pair had just left. Otherwise, suspicion would fall heavily on them. Verifying the number and style of the swords, Briggs did not return to the Walter family, but walked to another grand building, one of the 12 workshops of the Walter family, the Armory Workshop. Soon, Briggs emerged with several strong old blacksmiths pulling a cart full of tools. They boldly entered the Walter family residence, ignoring Stephen and Paxton hiding nearby. After Doug relayed orders, the scattered weapons from various pawnshops were neatly organized. Facing the pile of weapons from Hongwu pawnshop, Briggs turned to the blacksmiths. Gentlemen, I need you to replicate these weapons exactly before sunset. Each master will receive 1,000 taels upon completion. Remember, they must be identical. This made the blacksmith's eyes light up. Do we not care about quality? No, only the appearance matters. Good. We'll deliver by 2 in the afternoon. Boss, was there someone who sold a treasure sword here 10 days ago? A group of beggars sold it. Do you remember? Inside a pawnshop, 2 figures were talking to the shop owner. Despite calling it a conversation, the owner's expression was clearly very impatient. This was understandable. Anyone running a business would be unhappy seeing 2 beggars come in. Without lifting his head from counting on an abacus, the shop owner said, I don't remember. Please think again. This sword is quite distinctive. It has a green dragon engraving on it and was sold by beggars. I remember you bought it for 12 taels of silver. I can buy it back for double the price. Stephen, standing at the door, did not give up and kept questioning. He had spent the whole day visiting several places to find the family heirloom sword, finally leading him here. How could he leave without finding it? The shop owner, now thoroughly annoyed, slammed the abacus viciously and glared at the 2. I said I don't remember. You. Before he could finish, the shop owner's voice stopped abruptly, his body slightly retreating as a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Facing him, Stephen had lost his patience, his face turning deathly pale, emitting a powerful aura indicative of a peak Xianxia martial artist. Feeling the increasing pressure, the shop owner nervously swallowed. He hadn't expected such strength from a ragged beggar. Watching the shop owner sit heavily in his chair, Stephen spoke coldly. Sir, please think hard. Have you seen this sword? His tone icy, his gaze menacing. Stephen was no longer showing any kindness, appearing ready to kill if necessary. Under Stephen's threatening stare, the shopkeeper wiped sweat off his forehead anxiously. The green dragon, engraved sword does exist, but it's no longer in my possession. Where is the sword? Pledged items can only be sold after a month if they are not redeemed. How could you break the rules? Stephen slapped the counter forcefully, startling the shop owner, who hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, I didn't sell it. Walter family's Ian took all swords with green dragon engravings, buying them at high prices. That's the Walter family. I couldn't do anything. Upon hearing this, Stephen's expression changed drastically. The Walter family collecting swords with green dragon engravings? They were targeting his family's secrets. Had their secret been leaked? His eyes narrowing sharply, Stephen glanced at the little beggar Eric beside him. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he withdrew his gaze. There was no way Eric could have betrayed him, not just because Stephen trusted him, but because Eric knew only partial information and had never left his sight. Was it possible that some family member survived and joined the Walter family? Or perhaps someone revealed the secret before dying? If so, the Walter family's massacre of the Jacob family might have been premeditated. With a grim face, Stephen walked out of the pawnshop with Eric, leaving behind a relieved shop owner. Shaking, the owner picked up his teacup and drank deeply, recovering from his fright. Unbeknownst to him, today's usually bland tea tasted subtly sweet. Xianxia soul dispelling powder causes 1 day of unconsciousness, internal organs decay on the 2nd day, death on the 3rd. It was a lethal poison. Quietly poisoning the tea to eliminate the shop owner and prevent being traced, Stephen led Eric towards the Walter family compound with a somber expression. On the street, 2 elderly men looked up silently, turning to watch the pair leave. Ian, he's gone. Noted. Did you hear what he said? He mentioned searching for a green dragon engraved treasure sword which was previously here. As one of the black and white specters spoke, Briggs finally looked up from browsing goods at a stall. Shop owner, send everything I touched earlier to the Walter estate. Tell the steward it's purchased by Ian as compensation for disrupting your business. Having spoken casually to the vendor, Briggs turned to his 2 bodyguards. White Spectre, sir, please return to the Walter estate and instruct the servants to separate the swords taken from this pawn shop. Thank you. Briggs's words were not ignored. With a sigh, lamenting his role as errand boy, White Spectre leaped into the sky, heading for the Walter family compound. Seeing this, Black Spectre frowned. Ian, a mere peak Xiantian, why go through such trouble? Let me capture him directly. Once interrogated, he'll spill everything. Let it be. I don't want to complicate things. Turning to glance at Black Spectre, Briggs shook his head and walked back to the pawn shop. To ensure nothing went wrong, he needed to verify the number of swords. Otherwise, if even one was missed, especially if it was the divine weapon, Briggs would be furious. At the moment, the shop owner had yet to show signs of poisoning. If he died immediately, the suspicions would be too obvious. After verifying the count and confirming the details, Briggs did not return directly to the Walter family compound. Instead, he headed to another massive building, the Walter family's weaponry workshop. Moments later, Briggs emerged with a few strong old blacksmiths, pulling carts of tools, brazenly entering the Walter estate while Stephen and Eric watched from a hidden corner. Following White Spectre's orders, the previously scattered weapons were now neatly organized by origin. Arriving at the pile of weapons from Ismail pawnshop, Briggs examined the 5 green dragon-engraved swords. He turned to the blacksmiths. Give each master a task. Replicate these weapons exactly before dusk. Each will receive 1,000 taels upon completion. Remember, they must be identical. The master's eyes lit up. Not focused on quality? Not necessary, just appearance. Good. We'll deliver by 2 p.m. today. End of translation segment. ##### Chapter 79. The Sword Thief. Night fell, and the quiet courtyard of the Walter family estate was approached by 2 stealthy figures. After confirming the patrol guard's routine, Stephen led Basilzi, the beggar boy, and took advantage of a gap in the guard rotation to reach the outer wall. Sixie, you hide here and keep watch. I'll go inside to find what we need. Once I find it, I'll send a signal. If you confirm it's safe around you, remember to respond. Don't worry, Aiden. I'll do my best. With a few whispered instructions, Stephen took a deep breath and quickly climbed the wall using both hands and feet. The wall surrounding the Walter family compound was 3 meters high, sturdy enough to accommodate guards on patrol. However, there were no enemies now, so the wall was mostly empty except for occasional soldiers with torches conducting routine patrols. Stephen had confirmed there was no one up there at this moment. Moving swiftly and silently, he scaled the wall and rolled into the grass to hide. Once he was certain no one was around, Stephen cautiously made his way toward the Walter residence. For added precaution, he changed into black clothes. The Walter family was formidable. Their ranks were filled with skilled fighters and combat-ready descendants. If Stephen failed and was discovered, he doubted he would have a chance to escape. A peak stage innate expert might be a significant figure elsewhere, but here, in front of the Walter family, it wouldn't be enough. Stephen remained vigilant, carefully observing and noting the movements of the patrolling soldiers, allowing no room for mistakes. Despite his caution, there were several close calls along the way. Once, he even narrowly missed crossing paths with a core formation realm expert. At one point, his aura almost alerted the person, but someone called out to them, diverting their attention just in time. Stephen let out a cold sweat and moved even more cautiously. After over an hour of painstaking effort, he finally reached his target. In front of an open warehouse, hundreds of dragon-themed weapons were neatly arranged. Each weapon's origin was meticulously recorded. Stephen's eyes lit up as he surveyed the weapons. Confirming there was no one guarding the area, he rushed inside to start searching. After a short while, he retrieved a weapon from a pawn shop. The sword gleamed under the moonlight as he unsheathed it, causing his pupils to dilate. He suddenly twisted the hilt. The sword emitted a ding sound, and a part of the hilt extended out. He lifted the extended hilt, revealing a palm-sized weapon in his hand. Stephen couldn't suppress his smile. This was a mother and child sword. Hastily placing the real sword in his backpack, he replaced it with an inferior, poorly crafted replica. He inserted the fake back into the sword sheath, arranging it carefully and even wiping away any fingerprints with his sleeve. With the real sword in his possession, Stephen hurriedly retreated. As he ran far enough, a bowen in a tower within the Walter family compound lowered a large monocular telescope and turned to look at the bowen behind him. Ian, he's gone. Gone? Did he find what he was looking for? Yes, he did. It should be this one in my hand, right? Briggs sat in his chair, speaking while playing with the weapon in his hand. With a twist of the hilt, there was a soft ding, and the hilt popped up. Pulling out the child blade of the mother and child sword, he held it up, inspecting it closely. His gaze flickered with surprise. Well, it really is a broken sword. Tapping the blade lightly, he listened to the melodious sound it produced. A small smile crept onto Briggs's lips. The ironworkers had already noticed this unique sword when they forged the counterfeit earlier in the day. When the inner broken blade emerged, Briggs was almost certain this was what Stephen sought. However, to ensure nothing went wrong, he created a false replica to test it out. He didn't feel secure until he saw Stephen pull out the sword and take it away. Running his fingers along the blade, Briggs stared at the divine weapon shimmering under the moonlight, his eyes narrowing slowly. To put on a complete show, pass down my orders, pursue him and force him to use that broken sword as soon as possible. Yes. The Walter Martial Guard saluted and left immediately. Briggs slid the broken sword back into its sheath and stood up, gazing into the distant, dark sky. He could predict a person's future opportunities based on their fortune. For example, Lincoln's jade pendant imparting power, Silas's trouble starting from the Walter estate. But this ability had limitations and major drawbacks. From Stephen's head fortune, Briggs had seen a glimpse of his destiny. However, it was only a brief scene. Stephen would enter a hidden cave, refining his body in a green water pool, cultivating divine skills, and eventually wield a divine weapon to exterminate the entire Walter family. Briggs didn't understand why their family had offended anyone to warrant such actions. Regardless, from the destiny scene, Stephen's rise centered around a secret chamber. But Briggs couldn't determine the exact location of the secret realm, or how to use the broken sword from the limited vision. The only viable option was to let Stephen proceed and demonstrate everything himself. To avoid arousing suspicion, Briggs hadn't informed the guards about this plan. Therefore, during Stephen's infiltration, the guards were genuinely patrolling diligently. Would Stephen be captured by unsuspecting guards? Briggs wasn't worried. The future great villain wouldn't fall so easily. By then, Stephen had climbed the wall and, after exchanging signals with Basilzi and confirming safety, quickly jumped down and departed with him. Almost immediately after they escaped, a loud horn blared from within the Walter estate, and a flood of soldiers surged out to search for the intruder. Since Briggs hadn't notified anyone, not even City Lord Kanal or his older brothers were informed. Upon learning about the sword theft, Kanal merely scoffed and returned to rest, dismissing it as his fourth son's mishap. Only Briggs's elder brothers exchanged bewildered glances before returning to their rooms. As for Briggs, he set off in pursuit with 4 innate realm Walter martial guards, following the scent from the specially treated sword under the guidance of Black and White 2 fearsome ones. Chapter 80. The 24 Postures of Decapitation. The sound of scattered footsteps rang out. Stephen, astride a tall horse snatched from a passerby, was galloping frantically. Based on his memory, he spurred the horse out of town at full speed, coming to an abrupt halt before a mountain peak. He tore away the vines in a haphazard bow-inner, revealing the hidden mechanism beneath. Inserting one hand into the mechanism, Stephen exerted his family's internal energy technique, gripping the iron chain inside the hole and pulling hard. With a screeching noise, the iron chain was forcefully dragged out by Stephen. Simultaneously, the closed mountain walls slowly cracked open, revealing a cave within, the treasured ancestral cavern of the Jacob family, also known as the Dragon Guard Cave. Stephen had visited this place with his father when he was young. His father told him it was where their ancestor attained nirvana after establishing great military feats alongside the first emperor of Walter. After coming to Anislong City and suffering severe injuries for unknown reasons, the ancestor passed down the 24 postures of decapitation before retreating into the cave to heal. He never emerged again. Although descendants understood that the ancestor had long passed away, no one dared to trigger the mechanism out of respect for not disturbing the remains. They merely opened the outer mechanism to kneel before the stone door in reverence. Stephen's effort to find the broken sword and come here was not for ancestral worship or seeking help from any elder ancestor. The ancestor who entered had been silent for over 900 years. Even a cultivator would not seclude for so long. It was clear he had died inside. Stephen sought the remains of that ancestor, more specifically, the cultivation technique and the extraordinary sword. According to family accounts, the old ancestor's sword technique was far from the 24 postures of decapitation. It was an evil, ruthless technique, emitting overwhelming killing intent and causing blood to dissolve tendons. This was a demonic art, closely resembling the harsh and dark techniques practiced by the first emperor of Walter. Moreover, the weapon in the ancestor's possession seemed cast in blood, capable of manipulating blood to form weapons and forge shapes through murder. Unlike the conservative ancestors, Stephen did not care about the distinction between righteous and evil techniques. With the Jacob clan almost extinct, there was no concern about harming the clan due to entering demonic states from cultivation. If he could find the ancestor's cultivation technique and the divine sword from the secret chamber, Stephen would be able to avenge his family and have the world as his stage. Approaching the familiar stone platform, he casually brushed off the dried offerings on the table. Holding the broken sword, he looked up at the stone wall, eyes gleaming. On the smooth stone wall was a depiction of the Walter Emperor's battle array, but unlike typical diagrams which centered around the Walter Emperor, this one highlighted a guard beside the Emperor. Inscribed on both sides were large characters. I lead my troops for a century. I will not return without glory. On the day I rise like a dragon, I shall leap from the depths and soar across the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Stephen held the broken sword, carefully aligning it with the gap in the drawing. A crisp snap echoed as the sword perfectly fit into the slot. However, as he turned it excitedly, nothing happened. The wall remained unresponsive. Startled, Stephen hastily pulled out the sword, checked if it was inserted correctly, and reinserted it. Again, the wall didn't move. Bewildered, Stephen wiped the sword clean, inspecting the gap for obstructions before thrusting the sword in with all his might. Still, there was no response. Just as Stephen pondered what went wrong, a stumbling figure ran in. It was Basil, the beggar. Trouble. Aiden, they're chasing us. What? Startled, Stephen turned around, still holding the sword stuck in the wall. As he did, a sharp crack echoed. The ancestral broken sword snapped again. Staring at the remaining stub of the hilt, Stephen stood frozen. Meanwhile, Basil urgently pulled him aside. Don't just stand there. They're almost here. Run. But, the sword? Forget the sword. Let's save our lives first. Basil yanked the dazed Stephen out of the cave. In their haste, they forgot to close the entrance and rushed uphill as footsteps grew closer. Before they could escape far, two figures swooped down like hawks. Hearing the whistling wind, Stephen spun around, unleashing two palm strikes against the incoming attackers. A dull thud echoed as Stephen was sent flying backward by the force, rolling several times before barely stopping. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to lift his head. Two elderly men, one in black, one in white, stood emotionlessly before him. So, you're the person agency has been wary of? Not much, huh? Enough talking. Kill him. Before Caleb could finish speaking, Hilton lunged forward, aiming a palm strike directly at Stephen's head. Reacting instinctively, Stephen dodged in a panic. Hilton's palm hit the ground, releasing a visible cold aura that spread several meters, instantly freezing everything in sight. Seeing his attack miss, Hilton grunted and shook his hand, sending true chi surging through the air. The frozen plants crumbled into powder instantly. Running? Let's see how bony moves you can dodge. Roaring, Hilton waved his hands, launching streams of cold air towards Stephen. Any contact meant certain injury or death. Already injured from the earlier confrontation, Stephen had no means of retaliation against this late Dan realm expert. Only his agile movements kept him alive as he narrowly avoided the chilling blasts. Watching a nearby tree freeze solid and shatter into ice, Stephen's complexion paled. As Hilton closed in, Stephen gritted his teeth, grabbed a medicine jar from his waist, squeezed it, and hurled it forward. Instantly, white smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. Instinctively reaching out, Hilton screamed and retreated like a hawk. Examining the burned mark on his hand from the brief touch of the white mist, Hilton's face turned livid. Breaking through Hubo and Chi like paper. It's spirit-devouring powder. You dare to use this banned substance. Bold move. Ignoring Hilton's remarks, Stephen focused on survival. Drawing the sword from his back, red light flashed in his eyes. He swung the blood-stained sword, forming several floral patterns before lunging forward. Jacob family's ultimate technique. The 24 postures of decapitation. Chapter 81. The cicada's shadow and the waiting oriole. A shrill whine of a sword rang out as Stephen, wielding his sword, charged forward, hoping to take advantage of Huxley's injured hand that prevented him from using his full strength. But before the sword could come close, a dark figure emerged from the side. Swinging his talons fiercely, he ignored the sharp edge of the sword and collided with it head-on, bringing forth thunderous sounds. The clangs of metal filled the air as one pair of eagle claws and a sword clashed in midair. After less than dozens of exchanges, Farouk seized an opportunity to grab the sword blade with his claw. A sharp, clear sound echoed as Farouk effortlessly pierced the sword with his fingers, twisting it like a pretzel. Even before Stephen could release the weapon, it shattered under the force. Splinters of the sword, glowing with cold light, shot out propelled by Farouk's energy. Stephen bow-and-aged only to groan as his body was sent flying by the fragments, multiple blood jets spurting from his wounds. With a swift motion, Farouk crushed the broken weapon into pieces. 24 strokes of severing? Child's play. You're far worse compared to your dead father. Clutching his wounds and retreating with Paxton's support, Stephen's face turned pale. Caleb sneered at him disdainfully. When we wiped out your family, even your father couldn't match me. How dare you defy me, a mere novice? Beside him, Huxley had already dispelled the toxins in his arm using true chi. He stepped forward, a chill emanating from his palms. Novice, I will freeze your limbs into ice sticks and smash them in front of you to eat. Facing these two peak Arvin condensation realm experts, Stephen clutched his wound, his expression darkening. Before he could speak, chaotic footsteps approached. Then came a group of riders on horseback emerging from the forest, clad in black robes and veiled in black masks, revealing only their eyes. Clearly not benign characters. Leading them were Briggs's elder brothers. Halting abruptly, the brothers exchanged glances and then turned to look at the duo Farouk and Huxley. Where is my incompetent younger brother? The dual killers remained unperturbed, giving a slight nod. He sent us here to kill, while he went after the Jacob family treasure. This response elicited a cold scoff from the elder brother. Months of acting nice, pretending to seek justice for the Jacob family, only to be after their divine weapons all along. The second brother smiled brightly. Pity for this novice, he underestimated us. Neither knew we controlled Farouk and Huxley. Both laughed loudly as the hired killers dismounted and surrounded Stephen. Pale-faced, Stephen watched helplessly. The two brothers looked up at the killers. Gentlemen, did you retrieve the true sword? Please present it. Without hesitation, the duo threw a gleaming blade. Stephen's expression changed drastically, but before he could intervene, he was forced back by the killers. In everyone's view, the spinning blade landed firmly in the hands of the two Walter brothers. Simultaneously, both grabbed the hilt and immediately pushed each other with force. The elder brother won, sending the younger one flying. Clutching the broken sword excitedly, he examined it closely. The key to the vault? This legendary weapon shall belong to me. When I offer it to father, the position of clan leader will surely be mine. Stumbling back, supported by the killers, the younger brother's face turned livid. Brother, what's this about? What else? I'll keep it for now since father isn't here, and I am next in compound. But you promised I would retrieve the sword and become clan leader. Would you really share power? Do you think I'm foolish? Holding the broken sword high, the elder brother grinned. Becoming clan leader means more money for me, not sharing it with you. Grimacing, the younger brother signaled. Instantly, half the killers drew their weapons and attacked the elder brother, starting a fierce battle among themselves. The Walter family killer corps, funded by the elder brother and staffed by the younger, became a battleground of ambition. Greed for money versus secretive operations brought the brothers together, but loyalty was fleeting. Farouk and Huxley simultaneously struck each other. Their contrasting powers collided, forcing them to step back, leaving slashes on the ground. They belonged to different factions within the Walter family. As they fought over the sword, Stephen, supported by Paxton, took the opportunity to leave the chaos behind. Meanwhile, inside the open Jacob family vault, Briggs stealthily entered and stood before a huge mural. He marveled at it briefly, found a noticeable gap, and retrieved the remnants of a broken sword. Excitedly opening his bag, he pulled out the real broken sword. But when he unsheathed it, he realized it had been swapped for a wooden one. Disgusted, Briggs tossed the wooden sword aside. Farouk and Huxley, you were never trustworthy, just like the Red Ring scum. Luckily, I had a backup plan. Opening a hidden compartment, he took out a loaf of bread, broke it open, revealing the real sword inside. Trying to double-cross me? Not even myself can I trust fully. Note: the translation retains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring it remains fluent and coherent in English. Chapter 82. The Jean Walter Assassin Group. The replica of the dragon pattern broken sword that Briggs possessed was not just one. After discovering its uniqueness, Briggs specially had multiple copies made by master blacksmiths. As the saying goes, one must be on guard against others. Living among a group of villains, apart from trusting his stepfather, Briggs couldn't trust anyone completely. He prepared one of these replica broken swords for Stephen. As for the other replicas, they were surprises intended for family members. Briggs's bait and switch trick worked perfectly. Using the broken sword as bait, the Black and Zephyrs fell right into the trap. He inserted the real treasure sword into a crevice in the wall, and with a twist, the painting on the wall flipped over. A stone door creaked open with an ear-piercing sound. Pulling out the broken sword and placing it back in his backpack. After some hesitation, Briggs took another replica from a hidden compartment and placed it in the crevice. After completing this, he strolled happily deeper into the secret chamber. Upon entering, Briggs couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The walls of this hidden chamber were etched with various patterns. Despite being nearly 1,000 years old, these patterns still emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating they were still active. In the center of these patterns sat a skeleton in a meditative posture. Its flesh had long rotted away, leaving behind blood-red bones that lay motionless. Standing at the entrance, Briggs frowned, looking at the corpse and the surroundings. Something was off. This wasn't the secret chamber shown in Stephen's aura of destiny. Where was the green pool? And the divine weapon beside it? Could he have been wrong? Was Stephen's fortune not related to the Jacob family legacy? Quickly approaching the skeleton, Briggs rummaged through it, pulling out a scroll from the decaying clothes. This beautifully crafted scroll bore a black dragon pattern, the emblem of the Great Walter Empire. Spreading the scroll out, Briggs struggled to decipher the ancient script, eventually failing to fully recognize the text. After all, who would take the trouble to learn ancient characters? Examining the scroll thoroughly, ensuring there were no traps, Briggs sat down and opened his backpack. With professionalism, he put on gloves, adjusted his glasses, and placed a special paper over the scroll. Immediately, the translucent paper captured all the text from the scroll. This replication paper cost 50 taels of silver per sheet and was an incredibly convenient tool for copying texts. Briggs had already experienced the terrifying power of the protagonist's destiny, which could turn danger into safety without reason. Thus, he doubted he could keep the handwritten copy, so he added extra insurance. Even if the protagonist took back the original opportunity, they couldn't possibly take the copied version, as it would serve no use to them. After quickly replicating a second copy, Briggs placed both in his backpack, rolled up the original, and stuffed it into his pocket. Confirming there were no divine weapons around the skeleton, Briggs concluded that Stephen's true fortune likely wasn't here or tied to this bowinnual. The owner of the bowinnual, the old Bowen before him, had already passed away. If even he couldn't dominate the world using it, how could a successor hope to rise with it without special opportunities? Shaking the corpse again and finding nothing, Briggs decided to retreat. But when he stepped out of the chamber to meet his 4 bodyguards and head home, he heard clashing sounds and angry shouts at the entrance. Startled, Briggs turned back to grab the broken sword stuck in the wall, but was met by a sudden flash of cold light shooting from the entrance. Briggs shivered, hastily retracting his hand as a flying dagger embedded itself in the wall. Frowning, he turned to see a group of black-clothed assassins battling with 4 Xianxia-level Walter guards. Among them was a Bowen with red eyes, her face barely visible under her black attire. She held a throwing knife in one hand and a short sword in the other, charging toward Briggs. Her short sword whirled like a buzz saw, forcing Briggs to retreat hastily. Once she forced Briggs back, the Bowen leaped to the chamber entrance, glancing inside. Seeing the discarded corpse and empty hall, her face darkened. Her glowing red eyes locked onto Briggs, specifically the out-of-place scroll on his waist. Hand over the item. Without waiting for a response, she lunged forward with her sword. Briggs drew his weapon and clashed several times with her. However, upon realizing she was a Xianxia expert, Briggs's face darkened. Though he hadn't stopped training, he was still only at the 6th level of Huang, a mere beginner. Facing a Xianxia expert was tantamount to a death sentence. Sure enough, within 10 moves, Briggs's weapon was knocked away, and the Bowen, having slammed him to the ground, pressed her short sword to his throat. With a menacing voice, she debowended, hand over the item. Feeling the cold edge at his throat, Briggs wasn't overly frightened. Instead, he yanked off her veil, revealing a beautiful yet fierce face. Staring at her wide-eyed shock, Briggs sighed, "You are a beauty. Why do you choose evil?" Before Briggs could finish, the Bowen stomped her foot fiercely, glaring. "Give me the item. If you want it, kill me. My father will never let you, or my eldest and second brother live." Hearing this, the Bowen's expression changed, becoming even more ferocious. Yet, hesitating, she dared not strike. Everyone in the entire Anislong city knew the Jean Walter assassins belonged to the eldest and second sons of the Walter family. Killing the 4th son would trigger Conal's wrath, leading to their certain death. Aware of this, Briggs acted fearlessly. Seeing Briggs lie casually on the ground, scrutinizing her, the Bowen twisted her face in anger and grabbed the scroll from his waist. Briggs resisted, trying to hold on to it. "Give me the item. This is mine. You dare to rob me? My father will break the legs of my eldest and second brother. I'll make them hand you over to warm my bed. Little brat, hand over the item." Inside the cave, the 2 figures struggled fiercely over the scroll. Outmatched in strength, Briggs found himself dragged along the ground, but refused to let go. After all, this Bowen wasn't a protagonist. They were both antagonists. Why should she get to steal from him? You want to snatch it? Send a protagonist to do it. End of translation. Note *: the translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. It also respects the previous context of the story. Chapter 83, Scroll Contention. As Briggs struggled fiercely with the Bowen over the scroll, a sudden flash of cold light appeared. The Bowen's pupils contracted at the sound of wind, and she abruptly spun her short sword to block the attack. With 2 clangs, the flying steel needles were deflected by her weapon. After doing this, she even flicked her sword to deflect another needle aimed at Briggs. It wasn't that she cared about Briggs. If she could, she would have stabbed him 8 times. She only acted to save him because if Briggs died here, she would also be implicated. The Bowen grasped the spinning hilt of her sword with one hand and glared fiercely toward the entrance. At the entrance stood a scarred Bowen holding needles in one hand and supporting himself against the wall with the other, glaring equally ferociously. The main protagonist had revealed himself. Stephen, dragging his wounded body, rushed forward, eyes narrowing sharply at the contested scroll. Fury surged within him. "This belongs to my Jacob family. Hand it over." Without replying, the Bowen released her grip on the scroll, raised her short sword, and drew a throwing knife from her waist, turning to confront Stephen. Both weapons shimmered ominously, clearly coated with poison. Killers trying desperately to prevent 4 Nox from approaching froze upon seeing the unexpected arrival. They wanted to help, but were already at their limits blocking 4 Xianxia experts. Eyes met between the Bowen and Stephen as they attacked simultaneously. Her poisoned short sword was viciously fast, each strike aiming for vital points. But Stephen was no ordinary Bowen. His 24 strokes technique aimed for lethal strikes. Sparks flew as their deadly techniques clashed without either gaining the upper hand. However, with each clash of weapons, vibrations sent droplets of poison flying from Stephen's blade, some landing on the Bowen's shoulder. She groaned and leapt back, tearing off her sleeve to reveal an arm covered in old scars. The new wounds, smoking white, spread rapidly, devouring flesh. It was the bone-corroding poison. Without hesitation, she clawed at the wounds with one hand, ripping away rotting flesh instantly. Ignoring the bloodied wound, she glared ahead. She realized too late that Stephen was fleeing towards the exit. Shocked, she turned to find Briggs missing, then seized her short sword and rushed out. In the forest outside, Briggs ran frantically, pouring ink onto the scroll to blacken the words. Before he could run far, a shadow emerged from behind a tree, sweeping a wooden stick at his knee. Losing balance, Briggs fell, dropping the scroll and ink. Little Eric, terrified yet determined, lunged for the scroll but was yanked down by Briggs, who locked his ankle and threw him into a tree. Little Eric spat blood and fainted as Briggs kicked him again, then retrieved the scroll and ink. Hearing approaching footsteps, Briggs dropped the empty bottle and fled. Chased by two Xianxia experts, Briggs was clearly outmatched in speed and eventually ran into a dead-end alley. Stopping abruptly at a cliff's edge, Briggs cautiously glanced down, then hastily retreated. Suddenly, Stephen and the Waboan arrived. Seeing Briggs cornered, Stephen, eyes gleaming with malice, prepared to kill. Realizing his fate, Briggs calmly turned to face him, gripping the scroll and tearing it apart. With a crisp tear, the scroll split into two halves. Both Stephen and the Waboan paled, rushing forward. Before they reached him, Briggs brandished both pieces of the scroll, ready to tear more, stopping them in their tracks. Come closer. Let's see if you can catch me, or if I can destroy this faster. Another tear echoed, and Briggs grinned menacingly. I can't get it, and neither can anyone else. If necessary, I'll destroy it. Walter Paxton, let's talk this out. There's no need for a lose-lose situation. Seeing Briggs's resolve, Stephen gestured for calm, lowering his weapon. The Waboan pleaded, Ian, you are all family. Why destroy the opportunity for the Walter family? Humph. I'm me, and Walter family is the Walter family. Brothers wish for my death. Don't come any closer, or we'll all perish together. Frozen in place, the two dared not move. Horse hooves clattered in the distance. Walter Austin and Edsel had received word from the killers and now rode towards them. Mounted figures led numerous assassins up the hill. Upon seeing Briggs, especially the torn scroll, their faces paled. But before they could speak, Briggs calmly released one half, letting it fall over the cliff. The story continues in a tense confrontation where characters must navigate through high stakes and personal loyalties. The narrative style and tension have been preserved while ensuring the English translation is fluid and accurate. Chapter 84, The Fragmented Chapter. Under everyone's gaze, half of the secret bowinnual drifted down toward the cliff below. Due to Briggs's earlier forceful pull, when Emily let go, it tore into two pieces mid-air. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was heartbroken. The Algernon even flung his hand out, sending a golden claw hook flying from his palm which accurately snagged part of the bowinnual. He retrieved half the scroll, but the other part had fallen entirely off the cliff. Standing nearby, Stephen saw this and his face darkened. Turning to look at the Walter family disciples around him, he realized staying here meant certain death. Rather than be captured, he decided to take a bold leap. Without hesitation, Stephen dived off the cliff, rushing towards the falling scroll. The black-clothed Sierra who had fought him earlier sneered coldly and threw several flying knives with a flick of her wrist. Despite Stephen turning around hurriedly upon hearing the wind, he couldn't avoid all the attacks. Struck by two knives, he disappeared along with the scroll from the crowd's view. Seeing the secret bowinnual lost in such a way, both the eldest and second Aidens turned pale with rage. Briggs, on the other hand, calmly tucked the half-scroll into his pocket as if nothing had happened. What are you all looking at? Let's go back. Briggs, you win this time. I will definitely report this to father. Telling our father won't help either. You, humph. The Algernon glared fiercely at Briggs, then turned to calm down the assassins to search for traces of the bowinnual before storming off angrily. Everyone left the peak one after another. However, Briggs was subtly sandwiched between some killers, and they bowinaged to snatch the remaining half-scroll from him before he could leave. By the time Briggs and others returned to the Walter family residence, dawn had already broken. Upon their return, the eldest and second Aidens immediately summoned their father to file a complaint together. Looking at the three pieces of the secret bowinnual laid before him, Canal remained expressionless. Briggs, who was forced to kneel on the ground, also wore a blank expression. Beside them, the eldest and second Aidens had already embellished their account, accusing Briggs of destroying a rare opportunity for the clan and choosing destruction over returning the precious item home. Though kneeling, Briggs glanced sideways at the brothers making accusations. While what they said was largely true, Briggs would not submit without a fight. He defended himself logically, explaining that destroying the clan's opportunity was an unavoidable situation. He might have died at the enemy's hands if he hadn't discarded the bowinnual in haste. He argued that Bowani people were blocking him, and no one was willing to subdue Jacob Bayen. What if he walked straight into the crowd and was stabbed by Jacob Bayen? Even if not fatally, the poison on Jacob Bayen's sword could cause severe disfigurement, paralysis, epilepsy, or strokes. To protect his life, Briggs dared not risk it and chose to abandon the book. This whole mess ultimately fell on his brother's incompetence. If they had quickly subdued Jacob Bayen, there wouldn't have been so Bowani troubles, and Briggs would have retrieved the items on the spot. Hearing Briggs turn the blame back on them, the two brothers raged, leading to a heated verbal battle that rapidly escalated into chaos. Briggs argued with his brothers, while the previously hostile brothers accused each other as well. Listening to his sons bicker endlessly, Canal, sitting in the main seat, rubbed his forehead in frustration. Enough. Shut up. Upon hearing this, the trio instantly fell silent. Having already examined the fragmented bowinnual, Canal glanced deeply at Briggs and then waved his hand. The bowinnual lacks its most crucial middle section, rendering it useless. I'll study it further and place it in the vault tonight. Until I understand its purpose, no one is to practice it recklessly, understood? Yes. As for little 4, finding the Bowennual is a significant accomplishment, but destroying it is a grave fault. It evens out. This time, I neither punish nor reward you. Go back. Understood, father. Briggs obediently left, while the 2 elder brothers, though dissatisfied with his light punishment, could do nothing about it. They exchanged looks and quickly followed suit. Watching the 3 brothers walk away, Kanal silently examined the books beside him, his brows furrowing. No wonder little 4 preferred to destroy the Bowennual rather than hand it over to his brothers. It described a bizarre cultivation method indeed. After leaving the study, the 2 brothers rushed back home, ensuring no one followed them. They hurriedly retrieved another copy of the Bowennual, an urgent replica made on carbon paper. Sitting excitedly in their chairs, they began reviewing the treasure. The Algernon grew more elated as he read. It was truly a supreme treasure, a top-notch cultivation technique of the founding emperor of the Great Walter dynasty. This was a supreme evil cultivation method that fused various racial bloods into an immortal body, known as Emperor Walter's Immortal Technique, accompanied by a high-ranking sword art called Demon-Slaying Sword Technique. However, the smile froze as he found the key sections, the fusion method, already missing. Not only that, the rest of the techniques including Demon-Slaying Sword Technique were smudged with ink, obscuring crucial parts. Though not completely destroyed, the Bowennual's effectiveness was significantly reduced. Given that even missing a few lines could lead to catastrophic consequences, no one dared cultivate using this damaged text. Enraged, the Algernon slammed his fist on the table. Briggs, damn you. Recalling how swallowing various racial bloods could unleash their powers, making one invincible, filled him with frustration. So powerful yet unattainable, it infuriated him. At this moment, the hatred towards Briggs reached unprecedented heights. The second Aiden felt the same, having secretly copied the Bowennual to prevent their father from keeping it all. Facing the same dilemma, the brothers eventually bit the bullet and personally led a group to find the missing parts of the Bowennual under the cliff. Meanwhile, as the 2 brothers grumbled and left, Briggs, back in his room, swiftly secured the windows and door, eagerly retrieving his fully intact, privately copied Bowennual. Pulling out an ancient dictionary from his desk, he carefully placed the papers and started deciphering the characters. Unnoticed by him, a figure had quietly appeared behind him. Beiyin, what are you reading? Note, names like Briggs, Beiyin, etc. follow the pinyin transliteration standard used for Chinese names in English. The translation maintains the original narrative structure and tone, ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 85, A Filial Scene of Cultivation. Rodney, what are you looking at? A deep voice sounded from behind, but Briggs did not respond. The figure moved closer. So engrossed? How about letting this old Bowen take a look as well? Get lost. Go to the side. Don't disturb me while I'm studying. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Briggs irritably grabbed the backpack next to him and threw it directly toward the person behind him. Connell caught the bag in one motion. Upon opening it and seeing another complete secret Bowennual inside, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. You, Rodney, really know how to swindle your 2 older brothers. Are you even capable of understanding ancient characters? Briggs, who was deciphering the words using a dictionary, turned around with a sullen expression to glare at his stepfather. If you have the time, why don't you come over and translate for me? If you're not going to translate, just go away. Rodney, how dare you speak to your father like that? Pulling out another secret Bowennual from the bag, Connell sat right in front of Briggs, examining it closely for a moment before frowning and shaking his head. What a sinister art. It's indeed for the best that you destroyed it. Otherwise, the Walter family might very well perish. Upon hearing this, there was no change in Briggs's expression, clearly unfazed by his father's words. He had destroyed the Bowennual in public partly to prevent his elder brothers from rising up and posing a threat to his safety. The other reason was due to the horrifying nature of the Bowennual itself. Despite only partially understanding it, Briggs found it bone-chilling, especially concerning the blood fusion technique, which involved devouring living blood. The more you killed, the stronger the skill became. Meanwhile, the blood refinement technique required consuming weaker blood than your own to avoid backfire. But in practical terms, how could one confirm if their blood was stronger than someone else's? Moreover, detailed in the book was an extremely dangerous method to enhance one's bloodline, killing close relatives. Using the blood of direct kin would strengthen one's own blood power without risk of backlash. One could then grow by continuously devouring weaker blood until achieving immortality. This insight was precisely why Briggs decisively destroyed the book, pouring ink over it and tearing it apart. If either of his elder brothers obtained the full text, the Walter family would inevitably be drenched in blood, and Briggs himself would most likely die at their hands. Silently reviewing the contents, Connell sighed deeply and cast a serious glance at his 4th son. Giving me the complete secret Bowennual, aren't you afraid I might use you to practice this sinister technique? Upon hearing this, Briggs, who was already wearing reading glasses and straining to identify the ancient characters, silently turned to look at him. Looking at the peak reversion realm expert in front of him and comparing it to his own 6th stage afterbirth realm strength, he maintained a stern face without a word. After 2 seconds of silent eye contact, Connell suddenly realized the impracticality of the statement, awkwardly coughing. Even a high-ranking Golden Core expert wouldn't consider someone of this caliber as viable material to purify their blood. But to maintain face, Connell certainly wouldn't admit he was wrong. Turning his back on Briggs, he puffed out his chest and spoke sternly. A mosquito is still meat. You should be cautious, Rodney. This world is all about fame and fortune. Bowen hearts can sometimes be far more terrifying than you think. Do you still want to practice or not? If not, I'll keep the Bowennual. Well, seeing how you can barely recognize the characters, Father will have to take charge and personally guide you through it. Holding the Bowennual, Connell sat in front of Briggs and began explaining the knowledge within and the precautions to take during cultivation. As he lectured, he also gradually absorbed the information. The two began a late-night discussion. Occasionally, when they encountered unclear sections, they would refer to books for comparison. From time to time, loud arguments erupted, mostly over which animal's blood they should use first. Briggs advocated using poultry blood, citing abundance. Kanal dismissed this idea, insisting on wild beast's blood because a tiger doesn't eat domestic pigs. Only those without ambition choose to bully the weak. At that moment, had Briggs been confident in defeating his father, he would have slammed the table in protest. Meanwhile, below the cliff in the canyon, Briggs's two elder brothers were frantically searching for the remnants of the secret bowinnual. Not only did they not find the bowinnual, Stephen was nowhere to be seen either. Seeing the trail of blood leading far into the distance, the Jace's face darkened as he roared, "Pursue them, alive or dead, bring him back." "Yes, sir." The killers saluted and galloped off. The Jace followed with his men, leaving only the Dakari standing motionless. Next to him stood the black-clothed Waboan, who had again concealed her face. "Don't you want to follow?" Shaking his head, the Dakari smiled slightly. "Not necessary. My men are within his killer squad. Even if they find the fragments, he won't get them." "Good. Have you tried practicing yet?" "The techniques are incomplete. I cannot risk it." Hearing this, the Waboan's eyes flickered sharply, one fear after another. "When will you gain true power?" "Easton, I've told you several times now, power is just power. Without absolute strength, all authority is useless." "That's enough, Aleka. I've said multiple times, my ambitions lie elsewhere." "Humph." With a cold snort, Aleka swept her sleeve and turned to leave. The Dakari watched her go in silence. His two subordinates exchanged glances. "Sir, Leader Zhao is becoming increasingly bold. Is this appropriate?" Sighing, the Dakari shook his head. "She grew up with me and saved my life. Her strictness has always been for my benefit. What can I do? She has a strong desire for control. Let's return." "As you wish." Thus concluded the scene between father and son in the aftermath of the chase, filled with unspoken tensions and looming threats. Chapter 86, The Walter Emperor's Immortality Technique. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the wooden door was forced open. Paxton, supporting Stephen, finally made it back to their home. Stephen's face was deathly pale, having lost a significant amount of blood. After all, he had been ambushed and gravely injured, then hit by a poisoned dart. Finally, he had leaped off a cliff and, to evade pursuers, Paxton had dragged him through a river while rescuing him. It was nothing short of a miracle that he hadn't died en route. Despite his bony ordeals and deep unconsciousness, Stephen's hand had never let go of the scroll fragment he clutched tightly. With great effort, they bow and age to lift Stephen onto the wooden bed. In a flurry of movement, Paxton grabbed some clean cloth strips, preparing to bandage Stephen's wounds. Seeing the blood mixing with river water flow down from Stephen's hand, Paxton instinctively reached out to help wipe it away. However, as soon as their hands touched, the unconscious Stephen abruptly opened his eyes. He seized Paxton by the throat, his expression grotesque. "What are you doing? What are you going to do to my secret technique?" The sudden attack startled Paxton, who frantically grabbed Stephen's wrist in a struggle. "Say, Second Aiden, it's me, Paxton." Upon hearing this, Stephen, still dazed and fearful, gradually regained his senses. He slowly released his grip, staring at Paxton who was coughing desperately. His first reaction was to check on the secret scroll in his hand. Relieved to find it still intact, Stephen sighed in relief and fell heavily back into bed, immediately feeling intense soreness throughout his body. "Paxton, thank you. It's nothing, it's what I should do. If it weren't for Mr. Jacobs saving me years ago, I'd be dead already." "Paxton, I want to rest." "Oh, okay. Then I'll go out and buy some medicine for you." Paxton turned to leave, but was stopped when Stephen grabbed his wrist. "Don't buy any medicine. Remember, this is the Walter family's territory. Once you buy medicine, they'll track us down. Given my condition, if they find us, we're as good as dead." "But, your injuries." "Don't worry, I'm a physician. I have my ways." "Oh, then I'll just gather some intelligence and bring you some food." Paxton left, and Stephen watched him depart with a heavy heart. If possible, Stephen didn't want Paxton to leave, not because he cared about Paxton's safety, but because he feared betrayal. In his current weakened state, Stephen's strength was only a fraction of its former power, and he could barely move. Confrontation with Paxton now would mean certain death. So, he had no choice but to take a gamble, hoping Paxton wouldn't betray him. Struggling to sit up, Stephen quickly opened the soaked scroll fragment and began reading the cultivation method described. A smile spread across his face. Heaven hadn't abandoned him. He had bow and age to snatch the most crucial part of the Walter Emperor's immortality technique, the blood fusion method, which was renowned 1,000 years ago. With this technique, minor injuries were nothing. As long as he had enough blood, he could restore himself to peak condition instantly. However, the blood fusion method needed to be accompanied by blood refinement techniques. Without the latter, understanding how to truly assimilate the blood, practicing the blood fusion alone was incredibly dangerous. Blind practice could lead to unpredictable results. But Stephen couldn't care less right now. With the loss of the partial bowinnual and the Walter family's likely pursuit to reclaim it, time was of the essence. The consequences? What consequences were worse than death? Closing his eyes, Stephen followed the bowinnual and began redirecting his Arvin. Unlike other techniques that circulated through the limbs and meridians, this one moved through the bloodstream, connecting directly to the heart, forcefully promoting blood circulation. After some silent cultivation, Stephen confirmed the path and abruptly opened his eyes. The Walter Emperor's immortality technique wasn't about rigorous practice, it was about devouring and blood. As long as there was enough blood and no accidents during cultivation, even a worthless individual could achieve a complete transformation with this technique. Struggling out of bed, he slowly pushed open the wooden door. Scanning the courtyard, his gaze settled on a corner. Paxton's house was one of those built by the Walter family when they accepted refugees. Each household provided with a yard and chickens and ducks as a startup fund. Paxton was clearly skilled at bow and aging, as the chickens and ducks were well-fed and healthy. Eyeing these plump fowls, Stephen's eyes narrowed. Raising his hand, A surge of crimson arvin formed within his palm. Employing the Walter Emperor's immortality technique, he lunged forward, grabbing one of the fat chickens. As the technique activated, the chicken barely bow-and-aged a cry before streams of blood flowed from its mouth, nose, and eyes into Steven's mouth, causing his eyes to turn crimson. The chicken's blood was rapidly absorbed under the influence of the technique. In moments, Steven's skin turned ruddy, and his visible injuries began healing. Feeling his health returning, his grin grew more savage as he looked at the other livestock, mercilessly extending his claws without hesitation. The 6 chickens and ducks in the yard did not last long. Within 2 minutes, only dry carcasses remained. Steven, whose injuries were nearly healed, stretched his shoulders. Eyeing the remaining traces of his wounds, his gaze shifted to other neighbors' yards. Leaping over the fence nimbly, Steven disappeared behind a haystack. Meanwhile, Paxton, now in a nearby town, faced significant trouble. He disguised himself upon entering to save his life. Seeing the widespread wanted notices, especially the detailed images of himself and Steven, Paxton felt his heart skip. Noticing soldiers patrolling, he hurriedly hid among the crowd and escaped. Steven's bounty was set at 30,000 silver taels, and Paxton, who had merely been seen, was worth 8,000 silver taels. This chilling realization made him run towards the village hastily. Wealth always tempted people, and even the once helpful beggars might succumb to temptation. Paxton knew that he couldn't resist either. Second Aiden, please don't be in trouble. Translation notes. Chapter 86. The Undying Technique of the First Walter Emperor. Bang. A muffled sound echoed as the wooden door was forced open. Paxton supported Steven, finally returning to their home. Steven's face was deathly pale, having lost a significant amount of blood. After all, he had first been ambushed and severely injured, then hit by a poisonous dart. Not only did he fall off a cliff, but Paxton, who came to his rescue, also carried him across a river to evade pursuers. The fact that Steven didn't die on the way already attested to his incredible resilience. Despite these ordeals and being in a deep coma, Steven never let go of the scroll fragment clutched tightly in his hand. With great difficulty, they laid Steven on a wooden bed. Paxton hurriedly retrieved some clean bandages to dress his wounds. Seeing the blood mixed with river water flowing down Steven's hand, Paxton instinctively reached out to wipe it away. However, upon touching Steven's hand, the latter abruptly opened his eyes. Grasping Paxton's throat, Steven looked fiercely at him. "What are you doing? What do you want with my scroll?" Startled by this sudden attack, Paxton grabbed Steven's wrist and struggled desperately. "Second Aiden, it's me, Paxton." Hearing this, Steven, still in a panic, gradually regained his senses. Loosening his grip, he saw Paxton coughing violently. His first reaction was to check the scroll in his hand. Confirming it was safe, he sighed in relief and sank heavily back onto the bed. In the next second, he felt excruciating pain all over, unable to muster any strength. "Paxton, thank you. It's nothing, it's what I should do. If it weren't for old Master Jacob saving me years ago, I would have died long ago. Paxton, I need some rest." "Oh, all right. I'll go buy some medicine for you." Just as Paxton was about to leave, Steven suddenly grabbed his wrist. "No medicine. Remember, we're on the Walter family's territory. Once you buy medicine, they will surely track us down. With my condition, if they find us, we're dead." "But your injuries?" "I'm a doctor. I know what to do. Don't worry." "All right, I'll go gather some information and get you something to eat." As Paxton left, Steven's expression remained grave. If he could, Steven wouldn't have let Paxton go. This wasn't because he cared much about Paxton's safety, but because he feared betrayal. However, in his current weakened state, only about 30% of his strength and difficulty moving, opposing Paxton now would be suicidal. Thus, he had no choice but to gamble that Paxton wouldn't betray him. Struggling to sit up, he quickly opened the soaked scroll fragment. Reading the cultivation technique, Steven's lips curled into a smile. Heaven hadn't forsaken him. He had bow and age to snatch the crucial blood fusion technique of the Undying Technique of the First Walter Emperor, a renowned method from 1,000 years ago. With this technique, minor injuries were trivial. As long as he had enough blood, he could recover swiftly. But the blood fusion technique needed to be accompanied by the blood refinement technique to properly assimilate the blood into one's body. Practicing just the blood fusion technique without understanding the blood refinement technique was dangerous. However, Steven couldn't care less about the risks. The Walter family had likely issued a bounty on him for the missing scroll. They were probably hunting him down. He needed to gain the ability to protect himself fast. Closing his eyes, he began to circulate his true chi according to the instructions in the scroll. Unlike other cultivation methods that flow through the meridians, the Undying Technique circulated through the blood vessels, connecting to the heart to forcibly enhance circulation. After a moment, Steven confirmed he remembered the path and opened his eyes. The Undying Technique required swallowing blood. With enough blood and no mishaps during practice, even a weakling could undergo a complete transformation. He stumbled off the bed, opening the wooden door. Scanning the courtyard, his eyes settled on the corner. This house was built for refugees by the Walter family, providing courtyards and some poultry as startup capital. Paxton had clearly done well raising them. Seeing the plump chickens, Steven's eyes narrowed. Activating the Undying Technique, he lunged at a fat chicken. As the technique worked, the chicken's eyes and mouth gushed blood, which rushed into Steven's mouth, turning his eyes crimson. Rapidly absorbing the blood, Steven's skin turned red, and his visible injuries began healing. Feeling his health returning, Steven's smile grew more sinister. He turned towards the remaining animals, mercilessly attacking them. Within minutes, the 6 chickens and ducks were reduced to dried corpses. Feeling almost fully recovered, Steven flexed his shoulders and glanced at the lingering marks on his body. Eyeing the neighbors' courtyards, he moved nimbly over the fence and disappeared behind a haystack. Meanwhile, Paxton had reached a nearby town but faced trouble. Wearing a disguise, he narrowly avoided detection among the numerous wanted posters depicting both him and Steven vividly. Noticing soldiers patrolling the streets, He hurriedly hid and slipped away. Stephen had a bounty of 30,000 taels of silver, while Paxton, despite his minor role, had a bounty of 8,000 taels. Chilled to the bone, Paxton rushed back to the village, realizing the wealth incentive could make former acquaintances turn against him. Second Aiden, please stay safe. Chapter 86, The Walter Emperor's Immortality Technique. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the wooden door was knocked open. Paxton supported Stephen, finally returning to their home. Stephen's face was deathly pale, having lost a considerable amount of blood. After all, he had first been ambushed and severely injured, then struck by a poisoned dart. Falling off a cliff wasn't even the end. Paxton, while rescuing him from pursuers, had also taken him through a river. It was nothing short of miraculous that Stephen hadn't died en route. Even after enduring such tribulations and falling into a deep coma, Stephen did not loosen his grip on the scroll fragment containing the secret bowinnual, which he clutched tightly in his hand. With great difficulty, they laid Stephen on the wooden bed. Paxton fumbled for some clean bandages to dress Stephen's wounds. Seeing the blood mixed with river water dripping down from Stephen's palm, Paxton instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Unexpectedly, the moment their hands touched, the unconscious Stephen suddenly opened his eyes and seized Paxton's throat, his expression twisted in ferocity. What are you doing? What do you want with my secret bowinnual? Startled by this sudden attack, Paxton frantically grabbed Stephen's wrist and struggled. Second Aiden, it's me, Paxton. Hearing this, Stephen, still in shock, gradually regained his senses. Slowly releasing his grip, he watched Paxton coughing hard, then immediately checked the secret bowinnual in his hand. Relieved it hadn't been lost, he sighed heavily and fell back onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming soreness and weakness. Paxton, thank you. It's nothing, Second Aiden. If it weren't for Master Jacob saving me years ago, I wouldn't be here today. Paxton, I need some rest. Oh, alright, I'll go get some medicine. Paxton got up to leave, but was stopped by Stephen grabbing his wrist. No medicine. Don't forget we're in Walter territory. Once you buy medicine, they'll track us down. With my condition now, if they find us, we're dead. But what about your injuries? Don't worry, I'm a physician and have ways to handle it. Let me gather intelligence while getting you something to eat. Paxton turned to leave. Watching him go, Stephen felt conflicted. Ideally, he wouldn't want Paxton to leave, not because he cared about his safety but fearing he might betray him. Injured and weak, only retaining a fraction of his strength, Stephen knew turning against Paxton would mean certain death. So, he took a gamble, trusting Paxton not to turn traitor. Struggling to sit up, Stephen opened the wet, incomplete secret bowinnual. Reading the technique inscribed within, a smile crept across his face. The heavens were not abandoning him. He had bow and age to snatch the crucial part of the Walter Emperor's immortality technique, the blood fusion method, a 1,000-year-old practice renowned for its potency. With this method, mere injuries were nothing. Ample blood supply would allow him to recover swiftly. However, the blood fusion method required a corresponding blood refinement method. Without knowing how to truly assimilate the blood, practicing blood fusion alone could be very dangerous. Still, Stephen couldn't afford to wait. Secret bowinnuals were lost, and he had vanished. Anyone could guess he had taken them. Surely the Walter family had already issued arrest warrants for him to reclaim the technique. He must gain self-defense capabilities quickly. Death loomed larger than any consequence. Closing his eyes, Stephen began circulating his internal energy per the bowinnual. Unlike ordinary cultivation methods that move through limbs and meridians, the Walter Emperor's immortality technique flowed through blood vessels, connecting directly to the heart to enhance circulation forcefully. After briefly practicing, confirming the pathway, Stephen opened his eyes. This technique depended on devouring blood. With enough blood and no mishaps during cultivation, even someone mediocre could achieve significant transformation. Dragging himself out of bed, Stephen stepped into the courtyard. Observing the corner, he focused on a flock of chickens and ducks. These were given by the Walter family when they accepted refugees, providing each household with basic provisions like poultry and food. Some thrived better than others. Paxton clearly excelled at living off these resources. The plump poultry caught Stephen's eye. Summoning the blood fusion technique, he pounced on a chicken. Blood spewed from the chicken's orifices, rushing into Stephen's mouth. His eyes turned crimson red as the chicken's blood was rapidly absorbed. In moments, his skin reddened. Visible wounds started healing. Feeling his body restore, Stephen's smile widened. He turned hungrily towards the other animals, extending his deadly touch without hesitation. The 6 poultry didn't last long. Within minutes, the yard was filled with desiccated carcasses. Now nearly healed, Stephen stretched, examining his partially healed wounds. His gaze shifted to neighboring yards. Leaping over a fence, Stephen disappeared behind a haystack. Meanwhile, Paxton in town faced significant trouble. Dressed in disguise, he navigated through the bustling market, where arrest warrants depicted Stephen and himself in detail. Paxton's heart raced upon seeing soldiers patrolling. Quickly blending into the crowd, he slipped away. Stephen's bounty was 30,000 silver taels, and Paxton, merely seen in passing, was worth 8,000 taels. Frightened, Paxton hurried back to the village, fearful of temptation overcoming his fellow beggars. Second Aiden, please stay safe. Effort has been made to maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and logic. All names and key terms are consistently used. Chapter 87, Survival of the Fittest. In the wooden courtyard, a door was slowly pushed open. A Bowen, holding a crudely made spear he had fashioned himself, cautiously stepped out of the room. Just moments ago, he had heard 2 sheep, bought at great cost, emit piercing cries. This sent shivers down his spine. One must know that while the outskirts of Anislong City did not have ferocious demons or bandits, under the daily searches by the city guard and bounty hunters, any significant threats that could disrupt trade in Anislong City had long been eradicated. However, no demons did not mean no wild beasts. Ordinary caravans were not afraid of stray wolves or wild dogs. Even tigers or brown bears could be taken down by a few soldiers working together. Thus, These wild beasts were none of the city's concern. Since the city forces wouldn't handle them, they naturally wouldn't spend money on bounty missions to clear them, so the bounty hunters would not step in either. Hence, the villages in the suburbs were often troubled by these wandering animals. The village was still very new, let alone having martial artists. It didn't even have a regular militia force. If a wild beast were to sneak into the village now, it could be incredibly dangerous. If mishandled, it might lead to Huboan casualties. But for the most valuable property he owned, Gillis, now a villager turned beggar, gathered all his courage despite his fear and stealthily came out. He gently closed the door and carefully approached the sheep pen. Seeing the carnage inside, the villager's pupils contracted sharply. The chickens and ducks were already dead, and one of the two sheep lay lifeless within the pen. For some reason, the dead sheep appeared significantly thinner than usual. Due to the wool covering it and the intense stress, the change in the sheep's body went unnoticed by the villager. He climbed over the pen and, with his makeshift spear raised, saw an unknown dark shadow gnawing on the other sheep. He suddenly summoned the courage and lunged forward. With a squelching sound, the gnawing ceased. Attempting to withdraw his weapon, the villager found it stuck fast as if glued to the creature. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. With a plop, the sheep's mouth fell open, revealing a face drained and shriveled like a mummy. Stephen, who had been crouching before the sheep, slowly turned his head. Ignoring the crude spear lodged in his flesh and clamped tightly by muscle, his eyes gleamed red as he stared fiercely at the terrified villager. Seeing Stephen's bloodied mouth, flushed skin, and eyes that looked like they were carved from blood, the villager screamed in fright. Ignoring his own sheep and spear, he turned to run. Unfortunately, before he could take more than 2 steps, he was knocked down by a black shadow. Stephen opened his mouth to its widest, his teeth sinking deep into the villager's neck. As his cultivation technique activated, the villager's blood flowed uncontrollably into Stephen, his body rapidly withering away. Within less than 30 seconds, a once living Bowen became a skeleton. The screaming drew the attention of other villagers. They had been a group of beggars relying on mutual aid to survive, and thus were united. Noticing something wrong with their companion, they rushed out of their houses to see what happened. When this angry crowd, expecting trouble from another village, realized the scene before them, the fury vanished from their faces, replaced by sheer terror. Some even stumbled backward and sat down in shock. Stephen, seeing their horrified expressions, calmly stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. His actions, consuming livestock and attacking the villagers, were deliberate choices, uninfluenced by his cultivation technique. Stephen had no patience for hiding and slowly cultivating. With the Walter family possibly on his trail, time was running out. He urgently needed strength and blood, Huboan blood being the best. Surveying the remaining villagers, feeling his vitality growing stronger, he bared a grimacing smile. His blood-soaked teeth, shining under the sun, chilled everyone to the bone. Weak preys upon weak, survival of the fittest. Remember my name when you meet Yama. With a flash of red light in his eyes, Stephen ignored the farming tools held by the villagers and pounced viciously. Next moment, screams echoed. An hour later, Basil, clutching 2 wanted posters, hurriedly returned to the village, panting heavily, fearing someone else would bring back troops and harm his benefactor's descendants. Slowing his pace at the village entrance, Basil's nervousness gave way to astonishment as he saw the dried-up bodies of villagers with horrified expressions, lying motionless. Stopping abruptly, the wanted posters slipped from his hands. In the center of the village stood a familiar figure, holding a struggling villager whose blood surged toward him. Basil watched in disbelief as the villager stopped moving, still with a look of horror on his face. Second Aiden? Stephen dropped the corpse and turned towards him, smiling brightly. Ah, it's Basil returning. Have you eaten? I found some steamed buns nearby. Want to join? Basil staggered back, his lips trembling, unable to respond. Suddenly, his ankle tightened. Looking down, he saw the hand of an old Bowen, although emaciated but not yet dead. This old Bowen was their village chief and the only martial artist among their beggar community, deeply respected and trusted by everyone. Struggling to open his eyes, the old Bowen grasped Basil's ankle and, with a raspy voice, whispered, 6 run fast. Ignacio. Recognizing the voice, Basil snapped back to reality and quickly embraced the old Bowen. With his last ounce of strength, the old Bowen gripped Basil's collar tightly. Foolish child. Run. Quickly. With a final fall of his hand, the village's only martial artist lost his life. Stunned by the sight, Basil finally heard Stephen behind him. They've issued a warrant for us, offering such a large sum of money. They really are relentless. Picking up the wanted posters, Stephen examined them without a trace of tension. Looks like we can't stay here. Let's find another place to continue our training. Basil silently placed the old Bowen's body down and stood up, drawing a dagger from his waist. Turning fiercely towards Stephen, his eyes bloodshot. Stephen, I'll take your life. Chapter 88. The Consequence of Conflicting Fortunes. A cold glint flashed, and Paxton lunged at Stephen with his sword, aiming for a vital point. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. No amount of raw courage could bridge that gap. With a casual grab, Stephen deflected the blade and caught Paxton's wrist. As he tightened his grip, Paxton's expression contorted in pain, forcing him to release his weapon. Watching the short sword clatter to the ground, Stephen's face darkened, revealing unmasked ferocity in his eyes. But when he noticed the food Paxton had brought back from afar, the murderous look on his face gradually faded. With a sigh, Stephen spoke in a low voice. Auric, survival of the fittest is the ironclad law of this world. They are just a group of ordinary people. Why should you care about their lives? You and they are not from the same world. Stay with me. You've saved me several times and I, Stephen, remember your kindness. Even the Walter family's undying technique can be shared with you. Stephen, you say I have done you a favor, but do you know how much they have helped me? I regret saving you. If I had known this would happen, Bradford Paxton should have killed you right there. Paxton, with one hand forcibly restrained and his wrist severely twisted, abruptly interrupted Stephen. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, he swung a punch that struck Stephen's cheek. This blow made Stephen's head jerk slightly, and his expression froze. Without hesitation, Paxton threw several more punches. Unfortunately, Stephen remained unharmed while Paxton's fists, due to excessive force, were now bleeding profusely. Wiping away the blood splattered on his face, Stephen's eyes narrowed as he saw Paxton preparing to continue the attack. He tightened his grip on Paxton's wrist. With a crack, the mortal Paxton let out a heart-wrenching cry as his entire arm became horribly twisted and deformed. Looking at this comrade who had risked danger multiple times for his sake over the past few days, Stephen forcefully suppressed his anger and spoke again in a solemn voice. Auric, I will give you one last chance. Stephen, the Walter family will never forgive you. I'll wait for you in the underworld before Lord Yama. Crack. Before Paxton's enraged shout finished, Stephen had swiftly grabbed his throat and violently twisted it. With a sharp snap, Paxton's eyes bulged wide as he quickly lost consciousness. Blood gushed from his orifices, pouring into Stephen's mouth. After several dozen seconds, the last person in the village had turned into a shriveled corpse, thoroughly dead. Stephen tossed aside Paxton's body, his face abnormally pale. Hesitation and mercy will only lead to failure. Such weakness deserves death. If he could, Stephen wouldn't have wanted to kill his benefactor. After all, Paxton had helped him considerably during this time, always thinking of him. Even animals develop bonds after long interactions, let alone Huboans. Unfortunately, if Paxton had been allowed to live, he would undoubtedly report Stephen to the Walter family and lead them back to kill him. So, Paxton had to die today. Wiping away the blood on his face, Stephen snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, as he moved, he suddenly felt a burning sensation all over his body, causing him to stagger and kneel on one knee. Coughing violently, Stephen hurriedly covered his mouth. When he removed his hand, he was shocked to find it covered in blood. Several more violent coughs later, Stephen's temperature continued to rise, and he stumbled, slamming heavily into the wall beside him. His skin had turned fiery red. At this moment, Stephen's originally dark golden fortune halo dimmed significantly after he had eliminated the silver ring supporting character. The once glowing dark gold ring gradually faded until it lost all its luster. As a major antagonist blessed with great fortune, Stephen's destiny was to rise and dominate for centuries until being defeated by the Chosen One. This Paxton was supposed to stray onto the wrong path, but ultimately realize his mistakes. However, due to someone's malicious interference, their destinies were completely disrupted. Paxton, who was meant to provide the final blow for the Chosen One's victory hundreds of years later, met his untimely end at Stephen's hands today. Killing the silver ring supporting character inevitably caused a clash of fortunes. Although Stephen couldn't see the fortune halo, this act profoundly affected him, nearly demoting his halo out of the dark gold category. Struggling on the ground in agony, Stephen's skin turned scarlet red. Desperately tearing open his clothes, he was shocked to see a faint Kylan pattern appearing on his chest. Arvanlin bloodline. Heavenly fire consuming the body. Being a descendant of the auspicious beast, even though this lineage had become extremely diluted, such power was beyond what an ordinary Huboan could endure. Lying on the ground and rolling around, Stephen's body temperature kept rising until fierce flames erupted, instantly setting his clothes ablaze. The searing pain was far beyond what any ordinary person could tolerate. Emitting high-pitched screams, he struggled to rise and clumsily rushed toward a nearby water vat. Despite smashing the vat and dousing himself with well water, the flames on Stephen's body showed no sign of extinguishing. Amidst ear-piercing screams, Stephen, driven to near madness by unbearable pain, started crashing into anything around him. In moments, several houses in the village were engulfed in flames, spreading rapidly. The sudden inferno immediately caught the attention of passers-by. A woodcutter chopping trees in the forest turned around in shock, puzzled by the thick smoke in the distance. After a brief hesitation, he slung his wood over his shoulder and prepared to investigate. Before he could take a step, a series of piercing screams from the distance startled him. Raising his axe and cautiously watching, he saw a figure engulfed in flames race past him at high speed. Instantly covering a distance of dozens of meters, the figure dove into a nearby stream, creating a cloud of steam. The cries stopped abruptly as steam filled the air. Swallowing nervously, the woodcutter dared not move closer and quickly found a place to hide. Bathed in flames, this must be some kind of monstrous creature. Just as the woodcutter hid behind a large tree, sounds came from within the steam. Emerging through the mist, a figure slowly walked out. Upon recognizing the form, the woodcutter involuntarily drew a sharp breath. That Huboanoid figure. Its skin was severely burned and entirely red, bearing no resemblance to a Huboan anymore. Please note, the translated content contains intense violence and may not be suitable for all readers. If you wish to proceed or need further assistance, please let me know. Chapter 89. Misfortune and blessing come together. Stephen stood in the stream, trembling as he lifted his arms. He stared at the fiery red, severely distorted skin. His eyes grew wider and wider. The raging fire caused by forcibly merging with the Chilan blood had burned him beyond recognition. However, there were both advantages and disadvantages. Although Stephen's appearance was ruined by the Chilan fire, he also gained something from it. With the help of the thin Chilan blood, his cultivation soared rapidly. Originally at the peak of the innate realm, he now leaped straight to the peak of the core formation realm, almost reaching half-step gold core. Most importantly, the Chilan blood had completely merged with his body through the Walter Emperor immortality technique. This skin that appeared terrifyingly fiery red had defensive capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary people. At this moment, if Stephen were placed among secular world experts, he could be considered a master of external cultivation. But all this came at the cost of his appearance, which Stephen could not accept. Hastily turning towards the pool, he saw the horrifying reflection within. Dizziness overcame him, nearly causing him to faint. After several dazed seconds, he suddenly reacted, striding away. Blood refinement technique. The blood refinement technique of Walter Emperor Immortality Technique. It must help me. It must restore me. To the Walter family. Despite knowing that burn injuries are hard to recover from, especially such disfiguring ones, Steven did not give up hope. He hurried towards Heavenly Dragon City. After walking a few steps, he caught sight of a woodcutter hiding behind a tree, staring oddly at him. Instantly, his eyes turned fierce. Raising his hand, a surge of blood energy emerged from his palm. In the next moment, the distant woodcutter screamed in terror. The blood in his body uncontrollably surged towards Steven, despite the woodcutter's struggles. As Steven walked past, the woodcutter, leaning against the tree, became a corpse with wide-open eyes. After absorbing the blood and slightly replenishing his vitality, Steven sprinted madly toward the Walter residence. At the same time in the Walter family courtyard, the patriarch Kanal was practicing inside his garden. He wielded a long sword, swirling it around, each movement trailing blood light. He was practicing the supreme sword technique recorded in the Walter Emperor Immortality Technique. Unjust as the sky, all things are mere dogs. This sword slays countless heroes, not contending with Bowens, but contending with heaven. The soul-slaying sword technique. Control blood into weapons. Standing in the courtyard, Kanal swung his sword wildly. Gradually, the blood light trailing behind the sword began to twist and form. After several rounds of swordplay, Kanal's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. With a roar, he leaped into the air, the sword in his hand darting around like a dragon emerging from the sea. The blood light coiled around the sword, condensing into crystal-clear sword beams, cutting everything in half. Dust rose from the ground, leaving gaps everywhere. After several seconds of practice, Kanal roared again, sweeping the sword horizontally. A crisp cutting sound echoed, instantly severing weapon racks and weapons. Even the walls were pierced, leaving sharp, long cuts. Taking a deep breath as the blood light on the sword dissipated, Kanal casually tossed the weapon aside, ignoring the sword stuck in the wall. Stretching his shoulders, he nodded approvingly with a bright smile. Indeed, this was no less than the sword technique of the great Walter founding emperor. Though the moves were unremarkable, transforming blood into blades and their sharpness were unbelievably powerful. Blood blades could pierce armor without visible effort, and bodies killed by this move would release more blood, making the blood blade stronger. No wonder the founding emperor of Great Walter once achieved the feat of breaking an army single-handedly. With just this sword technique, achieving this would not be a dream, let alone with the blood merging technique of the Walter Emperor Immortality Technique. After practicing for less than half a day, Kanal's physical strength, enhanced by beast blood, improved significantly, about 10% more than before. This massive progress was incredible considering Kanal had been stuck in his current realm for centuries. The physical strengthening effect of the Walter Emperor Immortality Technique was truly astonishing. Unfortunately, the Walter family was still a rising new family, lacking sufficient foundation. Otherwise, if there were spiritual and demonic beast blood available, Kanal couldn't imagine how terrifyingly fast he could advance in this technique. Walking towards the door, he asked the guards passing by, "Have you caught enough fierce beasts?" Two loyal Nox soldiers bowed slightly. "It's too rushed. We only bow and age to buy some common pets from hunters and pet stores in the city. There are plenty of regular pets. What do you think?" I won't use pet blood to cultivate. Otherwise, I might be laughed at. Send bounty hunters to catch more. Whatever they capture, we'll buy."
Yes.
With that, Kanal walked into his room. Unbeknownst to him, the red aura above his head had become thicker and redder, darkening continuously as he practiced the Walter Emperor Immortality Technique and soul-slaying sword technique. Gaining fate and opportunities not originally his, Kanal's aura began to transform from a common villain into a major antagonist akin to a silver ring villain. Meanwhile, as Kanal issued orders to buy various living birds and beasts at high prices, Briggs's courtyard received a large number of livestock. Staring at the pigs, horses, cows, and sheep filling the rooms and courtyard, Briggs promptly dismissed the Nox who had come to assist. Shutting the door, he excitedly rubbed his hands as he approached the animals. According to the Walter Emperor Immortality Technique, beast blood indeed had better effects than common livestock, but Briggs didn't choose to follow his father's path. First, there weren't enough beasts to go around, and Briggs didn't want to compete with his father. Second, beast blood, though effective, wasn't reliable in supply. But livestock was abundant, easily obtainable, and even if cultivation progressed slower, it was fine. Steady wins the race. Briggs was confident that his chosen path wouldn't lag behind his father's. Let's see. Excitedly sitting down, he formed hand seals according to the technique. With true chi pushing the blood chi, a suction force emerged, drawing towards the livestock. Soon, the animals became restless, with smaller ones already showing blood beads on their skin. Walter Emperor Immortality Technique. Blood Fusion Method. Begin. Chapter 90. Steven's Revenge. Within the Walter Manor, eldest Master Walter strode out of the main gate with a group of guards trailing behind him. His expression was grim as he glared at the soldiers standing guard on both sides of the gate. Already displeased, his face darkened even further. A cold snort escaped his lips as he shot a venomous glance at the soldiers behind him. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Worthless. All of you are worthless. I tasked you to capture one person, to find a single piece of paper, and now, after nearly an entire day, you still haven't succeeded. Are you all eating your meals for nothing?" The guards hung their heads in silence, none daring to respond. After venting his frustrations, Walter Eldest Master flicked his sleeve angrily and continued walking forward, preparing to lead a search party himself. Kanal and Briggs were engaged in cultivation, a fact unknown to Walter Eldest Master. Not only did he not dare inquire about his father's activities, but even if he did, it would be futile. Kanal, the master here, had no equal when it came to strategy and prowess within Anislong City. Did anyone seriously believe that Kanal, the city lord, wouldn't have an extensive intelligence network? Trying to secretly investigate him would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the people gathering livestock and fierce beasts were loyal Nox warriors, personally trained by Kanal. Their loyalty was unquestionable. They carried out secret missions through Walter family's various enterprises. The assassin squad and intelligence network established by eldest Master Walter and second Master Walter were no match for Kanal's. Even if they were capable, understanding the movements of the livestock and beasts wouldn't happen quickly. If Walter eldest Master and second Master Walter knew that their stepfather and despicable fourth brother were collecting these animals, they would immediately realize they were being tricked. A cultivation technique with missing parts might tempt Kanal to take the risk, but how could Briggs, who wasn't even in the Xianxia realm, possibly dare to cultivate without complete guidance, especially with their father's help in gathering resources? It was clear they had the full method. Quickly leading his men out of the city, he began directing the soldiers to search systematically for Stephen. Leading a select team, Walter eldest Master rode along the official road, intending to check on a nearby newly built village. Reports had just come in that a new settlement formed by beggars had caught fire, with no efforts to extinguish it. Feeling something was amiss, Walter eldest Master decided to inspect it personally. However, before they reached the halfway mark, their horses suddenly halted. Two unsuspecting guards were thrown off due to the sudden stop. No matter how the riders urged or whipped them, the usually well-trained horses refused to move forward, some even collapsing to the ground. The guards exchanged uneasy looks. Two older, experienced guards swiftly drew their steel knives. Everyone be cautious. This could be due to a vicious beast making the horses skittish. Stay alert. Yes. Realizing the danger, the soldiers hurriedly drew their weapons. Despite regular patrols around Anislong City to prevent demon beasts from thriving, it was impossible to eliminate all demon beasts entirely. Under sufficient spirit energy, any animal or plant could develop sentience. If they followed their instincts and devoured living creatures to grow, they would eventually become demon beasts. Even near Anislong City, an encounter with demon beasts was possible if one was unlucky. Bows drawn, arrows knocked, blades held high, and guns poised. The leaders riding on horseback wore grave expressions, while the surrounding soldiers looked tense. As they observed their surroundings, the nearby bushes trembled slightly. Reflexively, one soldier hurled his spear into the brush, but there was no sound or movement inside. Confused, several soldiers prepared to investigate when one of them suddenly screamed, flying uncontrollably into the forest, disappearing within moments. A horrific scream followed and abruptly ceased. Terrified, everyone retreated hastily. Walter, eldest Master, seated on his large steed, scoffed and waved his hand sharply. Mere tricks by cowards. Release your arrows. Several arrows flew into the forest, disappearing without any response. Drawing more arrows, they aimed again but were interrupted by a black shadow emerging from the grass. Soldiers hastily loosed their arrows. The black figure, hit multiple times, landed, revealing the shriveled body of the soldier who had been dragged in earlier. A guard captain shouted and spurred his horse in front of Walter, eldest Master. Lord, be careful. An assassin. Before the words faded, a blood-red, distorted figure leaped from the forest like a tiger unleashed. Ignoring the soldiers' weapons, Stephen seized two spears and snapped them in half, then thrust the broken spears back, hitting the two soldiers in the chest. Blood sprayed, flowing towards Stephen and absorbed by him rapidly. Landing and sweeping away two desiccated corpses with a palm strike, he let several steel blades pierce him harmlessly. Stephen laughed wildly, slashing with his arm-like blade, cutting throats as blood splattered. As the Walter Imperial Immortal Art activated, the body's blood pooled and flowed into Stephen, consumed on the spot. Turning to survey the crowd, he fixed his gaze on Walter, eldest Master, who stood pale and furious at the rear. Brian of the Walter family, do you remember me? You're what kind of devil? Devil? I am the retribution of the Walter family. Roaring, Stephen clapped his hands together, gathering the blood flowing towards him into a mass. In the next second, it transformed into bloody swords under his palms, shooting toward the crowd. Walter Imperial Art, Blood Control Technique. With a wave of blood swords, chaos erupted. Chapter 91, The Power of Blood Control. The sharp blade formed from blood beads shot out with intense speed, completely ignoring the shields held up by the soldiers. With a series of dense and heavy thuds, the shields and armor were all penetrated. Instantly, screams filled the air as several soldiers at the front fell dead. The splattered blood was then retracted back to Stephen by an internal energy current. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the other soldiers turned pale but clenched their teeth and charged forward with weapons in hand. The two captains protecting Aiden Walter glanced at each other and nodded in unison. One captain wielded a guandao and led his men into battle. The other captain grabbed the reins of Stephen's warhorse. Great Aiden. Quick, leave. Hearing this loud shout, the shocked Aiden Walter snapped back to reality and hastily galloped away. Two cavalrymen and the captain with the spear closely followed. Seeing the target trying to escape, the bloodlight in Stephen's eyes intensified. Run? I'll see where you can run to. With a high-pitched scream, Stephen waved his hand, transforming the blood he had gathered into a whip that lashed out wildly around him. With the sound of clashing metal, anything struck by the whip would be instantly broken. Weapons shattered, armor crushed, and even bodies sliced into pieces. Though the secret bowinual Stephen possessed was incomplete, only covering the blood fusion technique without blood refinement or sword techniques, it still detailed methods of blood control extensively. Against top-tier experts, this move might not be impressive. But against ordinary people, fighting at the core formation stage against those at the latter heaven stage was utterly overwhelming. Even without any special moves, the bare-handed core formation stage, Stephen could easily take on these soldiers. As the number of corpses grew, the blood controlled by Stephen became denser. In moments, the soldiers who surrounded him suffered heavy losses. If Steven were merely a core formation expert, their numbers might give them a chance. But now, thanks to the Kirin blood, Steven had developed a body like iron. Ordinary weapons could barely scratch him. His burned, twisted skin acted like armor, leaving no weak points exposed. Roaring angrily, several soldiers wielding spears rushed forward, taking advantage of Steven's momentary pause and thrust their spears into his vital points, pushing him backward. Struck in the neck, abdomen, and chest, veins popped out across Steven's body. With a roar, his sliding body abruptly stopped as his internal energy burst forth, snapping the spears into pieces and sending the soldiers flying with bleeding palms and pale faces. Just as the soldiers were thrown back, a black shadow leaped up, stepping on one of the retreating soldiers and spinning midair, striking down with a guandao like a collapsing mountain. Crack! A sharp clash rang out as the guandao landed on Steven's shoulder, but couldn't penetrate even a fraction. Realizing the attack was ineffective, the soldier captain's pupils constricted. He withdrew the guandao and slashed again at Steven's neck. Sparks flew, but the guandao trembled violently without breaking through the skin. Driven by disbelief, the captain wielded the guandao frantically, hacking at Steven's vital points, while an invisible dragon shadow circled menacingly behind him. 8th grade martial art. The drunken dragon bagua saber. Clang. After a dozen slashes, the fierce strike of the guandao was suddenly caught by a red palm. Fingers like steel needles pierced through the blade effortlessly. The soldier captain, panicking upon seeing his weapon being split, tried to pull it back. However, a sharp sound echoed as the thick guandao broke apart. Stumbling backward with the broken guandao, before he could steady himself, a red figure surged forward. Only bow-and-aging to raise his weapon defensively, he felt a powerful shock through his arms as the blade snapped. A crimson palm struck his chest with unmatched speed. A dull thud sounded, and the captain spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his entire body boil as Steven's energy surged inside him. In the next moment, his body erupted with a flash of blood light, exploding under the pressure of the energy. Before the blood mist cleared, Steven clasped his hands together, retracting the scattered blood, which coalesced into a blood bead, swiftly swallowed into his body. Himph! A mere ladder heaven stage dares to obstruct me. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Steven laughed boaniacally, shooting off towards the direction where Aiden Walter fled. You want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? Although the horses carrying Aiden Walter and his group were fast, they could never match the speed of a martial artist. Within minutes, Steven's red figure was almost upon them. Turning back, seeing the enemy approaching, the two cavalrymen exchanged glances and turned to charge, attempting to block the pursuer. As they drew near, avoiding the spears, Steven spread his arms wide, forming two blood knives that flashed past them. Next moment, the hoofbeats ceased abruptly. The heads of the war horses and the upper halves of the soldiers flew into the air, while the decapitated horses and bodies tumbled lifelessly onto the ground. Without slowing down, Steven had already slain two more. At this point, Steven was far beyond what ordinary martial artists could hope to resist. Seeing this terrifying display, the last remaining captain beside Aiden Walter gulped nervously and bit his lip, yanking the reins, fleeing in another direction. Witnessing this scene, Aiden Walter's eyes widened in rage. Seth, how dare you? Before he could finish shouting, a streak of blood flashed past. It was Steven, throwing a blood spear at the captain who tried to flee. The captain turned to block, just in time to see the blood spear split into two upon impact with his weapon. Blood sprayed as the two halves struck him, flinging him off the horse to meet instant death. Having dealt with the last obstacle, Steven let out another bonic laugh, crouching low. He flung blood into rotating blades skimming the ground. A flash of cold light appeared, and Aiden Walter's galloping horse let out a pained neigh, its legs severed. The horse collapsed, and Aiden Walter was thrown heavily to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, heavy footsteps approached along with a chilling voice. Seth, hand over the secret bow-manual. Chapter 92. The Secret of the 24 Moves of Beheading. Upon hearing the voice, Aiden Walter hastily turned around. He saw Steven approaching him with a blood-drenched sword in one hand, his expression twisted in ferocity. Around him, thin streams of blood swirled ceaselessly. At this sight, Aiden Walter's face turned ashen as he frantically shook his head. The secret bow-manual is not on me. My father has already taken it away. Roar? You handled something so valuable and wouldn't try to get a copy for yourself? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? It doesn't matter if you don't speak, because I have my ways to make you talk. Lifting his hand, the surrounding blood instantly gathered into his palm. Steven, holding droplets of blood, eyes red, looked like an evil spirit from hell. Medicine isn't just for saving lives. With a roar, Steven flicked his hand, and the fresh blood shot directly towards Aiden Walter. Just as Aiden Walter looked panicked and was about to be hit, a roar sounded from the sky. Ganon, you're courting death. Following the voice, a chill surged forth, instantly colliding with the bloodlight. The sound of cracking echoed in everyone's ears as the blood was immediately frozen by the cold air and dropped to the ground with a clatter. A figure landed, blocking Steven while shielding Aiden Walter firmly. The arrival's eyes were wide, filled with a fearsome look. Recognizing the arrival, Aiden Walter's face lit up with excitement. Hilton supplier, you've finally come. Hilton nodded slightly, his gaze locked on Steven without even daring to turn his head. I saw the distress signal from Aiden Walter and rushed over. Unfortunately, the journey was far, and I arrived too late. Is the young master unharmed? Unharmed. Unharmed. Lord Hilton, quickly kill him and snatch the secret bow-manual from his hands. At this moment, having received reinforcements, Aiden Walter felt relieved. In the next second, his eyes revealed a greedy glint. Previously, this Steven was merely an ordinary innate expert. His strength might not even surpass his own. Yet within less than a day, the opponent had achieved an ironclad physique and rapidly advanced cultivation. This was undoubtedly due to the incomplete version of the Undying technique. If he could obtain that fragment and combine it with the remaining secret Bowenual, then surpassing his father would surely be imminent. The more perilous the previous chase, the greedier Walter became now. As for whether Steven's deformed appearance was a side effect of practicing the Undying technique, even if it were a side effect, so what? This current state of Ganon was clearly because the technique was incomplete. He possessed the remaining Bowenual. Being backlashed by the technique didn't mean he would too. Hearing this, Hilton, who stood in front of Walter, narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, Hilton pounced the very next second. Cold chi condensed on his palms, constantly emitting white fog. Anyone struck by this fog either instantly turned into ice or was covered in frost. When true chi vibrated, the affected objects fragmented and shattered along with its diffusion. 6th rank martial arts fragment. Heaven Frost True Arvin. As one of the two most renowned suppliers in the Walter family, Hilton's Heaven Frost True Arvin was notoriously infamous. Over the years, countless people had died frozen by him. Although due to the incompleteness of his techniques, merely obtaining fragments accidentally, he was destined to stop at the peak of the embryo stage. However, his combat prowess was indisputable. Steven's current display of the Immortal King's Undying technique, although powerful, was ultimately just a body-strengthening method. The blood manipulation technique, as a main offensive means, mainly aimed to control blood for better cultivation, regardless of how it seemed to cut down any opposition effortlessly and appeared overwhelmingly powerful. All that depended on overwhelming strength. Killing later stage experts at the embryonic stage, Steven's blood manipulation technique would achieve no more than Tai Zu Long Fist. Such power came from his inherent strength rather than the technique itself. Otherwise, if the blood manipulation technique were truly that powerful, why bother recording the spirit-slaying sword technique in the secret Bowenual? Wouldn't using it in fights be much simpler? Sword moves have forms, but blood can change endlessly. It seemed more useful than sword techniques. Ultimately, the blood manipulation technique was just an auxiliary skill for cultivation, inherently insufficient in power. Now facing a similarly leveled Hilton, the weakness of insufficient follow-up force in the blood manipulation technique immediately showed. The previously formidable blood blades froze and shattered upon contact with the cold chi. Within mere dozens of exchanges, Steven was comprehensively suppressed. The remote blood-sucking trick failed entirely against Hilton's dense protective true chi. Another fierce clash followed. The fierce cold chi broke through the blood mist, striking Steven hard. The next moment, both retreated explosively, Hilton gently flexing his wrist, revealing a look of shock. Such tough skin. When did you learn this cross-training skill, Ganon? Steven also exploded back without responding, merely looking down at his arm now encrusted with frost, losing sensation, his face turning sullen. Biting his teeth, he stomped the ground. With a vibration of true chi, the dagger from a dead soldier sprang out, grabbed deftly in his hand. Gracefully swinging several sword flowers, he finally raised the blade to his arm. The sharp blade glistened under the sunlight, blood chi spiraling along the edge. Jacob family's ultimate skill. 24 moves of beheading. Seeing Steven switch to weapons, Hilton couldn't help but sneer. His true chi flowing as two cold streams swiftly turned into transparent ice knives in his hands. Armed with dual knives, Hilton's face was full of murderous intent. Want to fight with weapons? Ganon. Even then, you're no match for this old Bowen. Today, I'll let you taste my ice-shattering 8 moves. Watch out. With a roar, Hilton pounced, engaging in battle with Steven wielding the sword. One fought with sharp knife skills, the other swift sword skills. Sparks flew, clear clinks resounding, neither gaining the upper hand. As they fought, Hilton grew increasingly startled. Yesterday's opponent whose sword skills were instantly broken by him, now displayed the same sword skills. But the ferocity was incomparably stronger. It was like a whole new martial art. Blood enhancing the blade, transforming endlessly. Moves set, yet killing strikes born spontaneously. Little did Hilton know, the Jacob family's inherited 24 moves of beheading was essentially a simplified version of the spirit-slaying sword technique. Without the blood manipulation skill or its strengthening characteristic, it naturally wasn't considered a top-tier sword technique. But as Steven practiced the blood manipulation technique, integrating it, his 24 moves of beheading now resembled a weakened version of the spirit-slaying sword technique. Had Steven mastered it longer, seamlessly blending both, even Hilton's ice-shattering 8 moves wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 93. The Healer Turns Violent. Ding. Another sharp clang rang out, the two battling figures furiously wielding their weapons. Strands of icy sword chi and bloody light slashed through the air, causing rocks to explode and dust to fly everywhere. In mere moments, the ground beneath them was riddled with cracks and chaos. Spinning back a few steps, Steven didn't wait for his legs to steady before turning around and thrusting with anger. A torrent of blood gushed forth as a cold gleam shot straight from his sword. Unexpectedly, Huxley rapidly spun his ice blade into a circular shield, effortlessly deflecting the deadly strike. Flicking the ice blade, Huxley cast a contemptuous glance at Steven, whose complexion had turned slightly pale. Not bad swords, Bowenship, but the wielder leaves much to be desired. Do you think you can match this old Bowen? Go practice for another couple of years, Greenhorn. Upon hearing this, Steven remained silent, only frowning as he inspected his body. His fiery red skin now bore several wounds. Moreover, strands of cold energy were spreading from the wounds, hindering their natural healing. This was thanks to Jacob Long's mutated skin being hard enough to resist greater damage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just superficial injuries. Perhaps in terms of technique sophistication, the 24 moves of decapitation passed down in Steven's family didn't lag far behind Huxley's 8 moves of icebreaking. But Steven had ultimately practiced for too short a time, making him no match for Huxley in skill. Raising his sword again without any change in expression, Steven stared fiercely at Huxley before suddenly slashing sideways. However, this time, the bloody sword beam didn't head towards Huxley, but instead veered toward Walter Dafoe's distant head. Seeing this, Huxley's sneering face turned grave instantly. No longer taking it lightly, he hurriedly swung his knife to block the incoming sword chi. Taking advantage of this moment, Stephen seized the opportunity to attack with his sword. Accompanied by a clashing sound, the blood-lit blade edge pressed firmly against the ice-coated knife's spine, one side enveloped in frosty mist, the other in rolling blood fog. Watching his single-bladed knife slowly push back, Huxley's expression darkened, and he urgently spun his other blade, engaging both knives to counter. As the two weapons crossed, Stephen's forceful stab couldn't advance any further. Amid the harsh grinding sound, the precious sword wrapped in bloodlight began to deform under immense pressure, on the verge of breaking. Witnessing this, a spark flashed in Stephen's eyes, showing no intention of withdrawing. Instead, he roared loudly and pushed even harder with his palm. In the next instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed as the sword exploded, fragments mixed with bloody chi shooting out in all directions, targeting Huxley's vital points. However, this move caused Stephen to suffer a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. Caught off guard by Stephen's reckless strategy, Huxley hastily summoned true chi to defend himself. Yet the hastily formed protective aura was powerless against the unleashed sword chi. Several muffled thuds sounded, followed by Huxley's scream as blood-sprayed slashes erupted on his body. Before he could regain his footing, Stephen suddenly raised his hand mid-flight, launching a steel bead shrouded in bloody chi which instantly pierced Huxley's protective barrier. The steel bead, undeterred by speed, aimed directly for Huxley's face but was met with a palm strike. Frost gushed out, freezing and shattering the steel bead mid-air. As shards fell, a cloud of white mist emerged, igniting upon contact with ice, turning into eerie green flames engulfing Huxley's face and head. Netherworld scattering, an elixir that burns on ice and spreads in water. Huxley's agonized cries rang out as he retreated blindly, his face horribly burned and disfigured. Not giving Huxley any chance to adjust, Stephen forced himself forward despite his injuries. Strike while the iron is hot. Stephen clearly adhered to this principle. Even knowing Huxley's eyes were likely ruined by netherworld scattering, he gave no respite. Gathering all his true chi, Stephen struck Huxley's chest heavily. Though blinded, Huxley relied on his directional hearing, landing a powerful blow on Stephen's forehead in an attempt to protect a critical area. But Stephen, relying on his reinforced body, ignored Huxley's attack and delivered a full-force strike regardless. Two dull sounds rang out almost simultaneously. As Stephen's true chi coalesced, a burst of bloody energy entered Huxley's body, exploding internally. Huxley's cloudy eyes bulged, blood jets spurting from every orifice. As for Stephen, hit on the head, he fell to his knees, his hair frosted over, breaths visible in the cold. The final strike. Both were gravely wounded. Yet compared to the overwhelming power of the invincible Walter Emperor technique, the instantaneous explosive force of Skyfrost True Arvin was somewhat lacking. Not to mention Stephen's skin hardened by Arvinland fire training. After delivering a fatal blow, Huxley stumbled, collapsing with two bloody holes in his eyes. Stephen, supporting himself on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood laced with ice shards. Ha ha, looks like my skills are just a notch higher. Although I can't match you in combat, remember, old Bowen, I'm also a healer. Leaning exhausted on the ground, Stephen's face was deathly pale yet his smile was radiant. To have killed a top-notch expert in the Embryo Dan realm, it was beyond what he had ever imagined. Indeed, the invincible Walter Emperor technique lived up to its reputation, powerful indeed. As Stephen panted, adjusting his chaotic true chi, a gust of wind rushed past his ear. Reacting instantly, Stephen's pupils dilated, blocking a sudden arrow with his hand. With a sickening thud, an arrow pierced straight through Stephen's arm, emerging on the other side. Staring at the arrow lodged in his arm, Stephen was momentarily stunned. Demon-breaking arrow. Rising slowly from the ground, Stephen let his injured arm dangle, staring expressionlessly at the figure ahead. There, Walter Dafu, pale-faced, was retrieving arrows from his quiver, readying his bow to aim once more. Swish. Another arrow whizzed past, aiming for Stephen's head but missed as he tilted his head. Swish. The third arrow shot towards Stephen's torso. This time, he didn't dodge, allowing the arrow to embed in his body as he continued advancing emotionlessly towards Walter Dafu. Growing increasingly frantic as Stephen approached, Walter Dafu fumbled and accidentally grabbed a regular arrow. It bounced harmlessly off Stephen's impervious body, hurriedly fitting a demon-breaking arrow. As Walter Dafu raised his bow, a sharp crack echoed in his ears. A shadow loomed over him. Stephen had somehow reached him, grasping the arrowhead and effortlessly snapping it. Without its tip, the broken arrow posed no threat. Striking Stephen's body, the broken arrow was deflected easily, not even penetrating his clothing. Looking at Walter Dafu's widened eyes, Stephen's lips curled into a sinister grin. Greenhorn, are you willing to hand over the secret Bowinual now? Chapter 94, Demon Hunter Strategy. Night descended upon the Walter family compound. The family members had gathered, their faces heavy with anger and fear. In front of them lay dozens of mummified corpses arranged neatly. Among these were two separate bodies, that of Walter Zoe, the eldest son of the Walter family, and Huxley, one of the top retainers. Conall stood expressionless, squatting beside his eldest son's body, closing his son's unblinking eyes gently. By now, the body was thoroughly desiccated and marred with injuries. Most notably, there were remnants of cloth fragments in his mouth, most of his teeth having been knocked out. In his last moments, Walter Zoe did not choose to hand over the book to save his life. Instead, taking advantage of Stephen's momentary smugness, he stuffed a fragment of a secret Bowinual into his mouth, attempting to destroy it. Walter Zoe was no fool. He knew that death was inevitable. If the other side obtained the complete secret Bowinual, the Walter family would likely face extinction. Thus, in his final moments, he made a desperate move. Unfortunately, his action was not quick enough for Stephen. Reacting swiftly, Stephen struck him on the face, knocking out his teeth along with the fragment of the bow. That single punch took Walter Zou's life on the spot. Slowly rising from beside his eldest son's corpse, Kanal remained emotionless. Among the crowd, Briggs watched this scene gravely, even glancing down at his own hands. The transformation into mummies. Raising his head, Briggs instinctively glanced at his father, only to find that his father was also looking at him. They exchanged silent gazes before quickly breaking eye contact, each lost in thought. It couldn't be Briggs who did this. His cultivation was too shallow, and he could barely handle a pig, let alone use the undying art to kill so bony people. Not to mention that among them were 3 innate experts, and even a core formation expert. If he had run into them while practicing, it would be Briggs lying dead, not them. As for Kanal, no way. With Kanal's peak reverting origin cultivation, if he really wanted to kill, there wouldn't be just a few corpses here. He could have wiped out the entire Walter family overnight. Even those few golden core elders would be no match for him. Since it wasn't any of them, who could it be? A quick turn of thought led Briggs to nearly certain conclusions. To kill so bony people in one day and possess the undying art, who else but that unreasonable luck son Jacob Longyuan? That Jacob Longyuan had bow and age to kill a core formation expert with just a fragment? Ridiculous. If the blood fusion technique was that powerful, why had Briggs spent an entire day practicing with a full bow without much effect? Jacob Longyuan had merely evolved from a black ring minor villain to a red ring elite villain due to sheer luck. This luck power was truly too OP. Obviously, Briggs hadn't seen Stephen's true form. Otherwise, he would understand that even for a luck son like Stephen, rapid growth came at a great cost. Was there anything else at the scene when you found them? A low voice sounded. Kanal stood with folded arms, his expression unreadable, but his fists trembling with suppressed rage. The surrounding Walter family members quickly scattered as a group of soldiers hurried forward, saluting. We arrived after seeing the signal flares. By the time we got there, the eldest son and guards were already victims. It wasn't too late. If you arrived earlier, there would be more corpses. Was there anything else left behind? There was. The leading captain hurriedly retrieved an item from the soldiers, a broken piece of wood. Inscribed on it with blood-red letters were, using blood to sacrifice, my sword shall cut through all directions. I will repay the Jacob family's grievances with lives. Within 3 months, the Walter family will perish. My mighty skill will become renowned. Stephen was here. Touching the inscription, sensing the energy signature emanating from it, Kanal's eyebrows furrowed slightly before he laughed coldly. What a bold young Bowen indeed. Lord Mayor, what should we do? Order all Walter family members back to the city and restrict their outings unless necessary. Crosby C., follow me. Yes, father. Bringing Briggs to the study, Kanal turned to look at him deeply. Son, your father has a request. Seating himself casually, Briggs rolled his eyes. Just ask, don't beat around the bush. Saying no isn't going to change anything. I want you to be bait. Startled, Briggs's brows knitted together. You ordered Walter family members not to leave, and then asked me to act alone. Anyone can see I'm being used as bait. Do you think the enemy will fall for it? I didn't mean simple bait. I want you to impersonate him. Draw him out. Kanal's gaze was icy, his voice low. I can't believe he won't react when another version of himself appears in the city, using the same skills. Briggs's eyes flickered, finally nodding slowly. All right, I'll be the bait. Previously, Briggs would never have dared confront a luck son directly. But now, his adoptive father had evolved from a regular red ring villain into a blood ring villain, an existence he had never seen before. Although Briggs didn't know what the aura signified, Kanal's practice of the Walter Emperor's undying art suggested a significant evolution. Coupled with his own evolving aura, it was clear that Kanal's luck had transformed him into a significant character. Thus, Briggs felt it was essential to investigate Stephen again, uncovering the real opportunity that had made him rise. If possible, Briggs aimed to seize that opportunity for either himself or Kanal, creating another post-birth protagonist like Silas. Fight rather than hide. For genuine confidence, Briggs decided to take the risk. As night deepened, Anislong City returned to silence. However, the sudden deaths of so many people in the Walter family immediately alarmed everyone. A rumor quickly spread. A blood-sucking monster had recently come to Anislong City, killing numerous people, including the eldest son of the Walter family. Those killed by it were drained of blood, becoming mummies. Initially, it was just a tea-time tale, but by dawn, 12 identical mummified corpses scattered across the city shocked everyone. Reacting swiftly, the Walter family joined forces with the city guards for a massive search operation. The demon hunt began. Chapter 95, Stephen's attack. In the heavily guarded prison, a lone figure was being held in solitary confinement. This was the mastermind behind the recent murders, the bloodthirsty fiend Stephen, who was captured alive after a 3-day citywide Bowen hunt. Well, at least the Walter family said it was Stephen. In just 3 short days, this Bowen had killed over 30 people, sending terror throughout Anislong City. But under the personal efforts of the top expert Kanal, he was finally apprehended. Footsteps echoed as a guard approached from a distance and threw heavy food onto the ground. Without sparing a glance at the captive, he turned and walked away swiftly. The captive watched the guard leave, then looked down at the leftovers on the ground. After rummaging through his clothes, he pulled out a chicken leg. Briggs, who had been easily captured by his father the day before, was thrown into this cage. It was all to lure Stephen into showing himself. Would Stephen come? There was no doubt about it. If you were suddenly told that someone was using exactly the same techniques and skills as you, even being caught today for doing so, wouldn't you want to check it out? Even more importantly, given the possibility that the other person knew the Emperor Walter's eternal life art, which was incomplete in the Walter family's possession, with no method for integrating blood energy, it would be enough to panic anyone. Stephen only needed to take one look at the mummies to feel the familiar energy pulses, and he would definitely come to silence the threat. Even if he knew something was amiss, he could not let another person, or more, learn this secret art. From the start, this was not a conspiracy but an open strategy. A trap that you would have no choice but to fall into even knowing it was a trick. Quickly devouring the chicken leg, Briggs turned to a rat nearby that wasn't afraid of him and stood watching him curiously. Briggs couldn't help but sigh, offering the chicken bone to the rat. Brother rat, I never thought I'd sink this low. Tomorrow, I might lose my head. Stephen deserves death for his countless crimes, but with Emperor Walter's eternal life art lost forever. What a tragedy for the world. How about this? I see great potential in you, and perhaps before I die, I can pass on the art to you. The rat gnawing on the bone ignored Briggs, continuing its meal unabated. Not only that, more rats emerged from cracks in the wall and joined in the feast. Seeing this, Briggs's expression fell instantly, and he crossed his arms dejectedly. You aren't being fair, little brother. Mastering a divine skill is one thing, but inviting everyone to learn it too? A widely known skill can hardly be called a divine art anymore. Fortunately, it's not the evil subduing saber technique. Otherwise, the martial world would be doomed. Watching the rats continue to ignore him, Briggs sighed deeply, his face showing his frustration. Well, didn't expect you to value camaraderie so much, willing to share wealth with your brothers despite the loss of the divine art. Very well. Here's another secret art from Jade Maiden Peak, the Songyu White Jade Cannon. With this, you can connect with the Jade Rabbits on the moon. How about we call you Jade Rats now? As Briggs muttered to himself, pretending to pass on the arts like an old master, an unusual sound interrupted him. Turning reflexively, Briggs grabbed a rat and pointed it menacingly towards the door. Disciple, protect me. At the door, two elderly guards sweeping paused, looking at him emotionlessly. Holding the rat aloft, Briggs stared back emotionlessly at them. After a few silent seconds, one old guard sighed, returning to his sweeping. A good kid, gone mad. The other guard also turned to leave, maybe from eating huboans. I heard cannibalism leads to mad cow disease. Look at how abnormal he is. It's karma? Not quite. He seems to have been born this way. Otherwise, why would he drink huboan blood? You're right, old Jacob. Listening to their conversation, Briggs stood frozen in place for a few moments. Realizing they were leaving, he threw the rat at them angrily. I'm perfectly sane. Ask my disciples. Turning to the rats still gnawing bones, Briggs's eyes widened as he shook one violently. Speak up, disciple. What do you say? Wabi wabi. Wabi bu bu. As he continued entertaining himself, a painful moan echoed from afar, abruptly cut off. Briggs froze upon hearing it. Slowly lowering the rat, he turned his head toward the entrance, adjusting his messy wig. There, two guards who had walked away stood stiffly, collapsing as the wind blew past, completely desiccated. Facing them stood a Bowen in red, staring intently. Briggs and he silently met each other's gaze for a few seconds before the Bowen spoke. Why did you need to kill them? Do you know Emperor Walter's eternal life art? Stepping out of the shadows, Stephen's face was twisted in rage. He hadn't recognized Briggs, given their brief encounter and Briggs's current disheveled appearance. Hearing Stephen's question, Briggs stood slowly, his eyes sharpening. Yes, so what? Then you must die. With a roar, Stephen's hand shot out, generating powerful suction. Instantly, the rats near Briggs shriveled, their blood turning into knives spinning towards Briggs's vital points. Eyes widening, Briggs hurriedly gathered his chi, forming a protective barrier. As the blades reached him, they reverted into blood, which Briggs controlled, slamming them into the floor. Observing the now riddled stone bricks, both men shouted simultaneously. Blood control technique. You really do know Emperor Walter's eternal life art. Stephen roared, his fury almost uncontrollable. He had suffered greatly practicing this technique, becoming half Bowen, half monster, only to find someone else had mastered it without suffering any apparent consequences. Drawing his sword with one hand, Stephen lunged at Briggs, intending to kill him with a single strike. Faced with this formidable, highly skilled enemy, Briggs remained calm. As he retreated, he pressed against the wall. The stone panel shifted, and he vanished within the prison cell. A hidden passage. Note: I've preserved the tone, style, and structure while translating the original text into fluent English. Chapter 96, Contingency and Countermove. Wanna run? Can you escape? Stephen, brimming with murderous intent, naturally could not let his target flee. Even if there might be an ambush behind the secret room, it would not deter his pursuit. After all, Stephen was no longer an ordinary person. With the Walter Huang immortal technique, peak inner kernel cultivation, and adept poison skills, few in Sky City could defeat him. With a roar of fury, Stephen leaped forward, slashing through the railing and charging towards the mechanical stone door. However, just as he did so, the stone door exploded violently. A robust Bowen burst out, raising his palms to clash against Stephen's sword. A crisp sound echoed as Kanal directly grabbed the blade with both hands and forcibly broke it apart. Having disabled the weapon with one strike, Kanal stepped aside and delivered a powerful palm strike right into Stephen's chest. Tyrant power. Spurt. Blood spewed from Stephen's mouth as he was caught off guard by the blow, flying backward. He smashed through the railing and collided with the adjacent wall before crashing heavily onto the ground. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, Kanal emerged from the prison cell, his hands behind his back and his expression grim. So, it's you, Seth, who wants to destroy my Walter family? Hearing this authoritative voice, Stephen hurriedly looked up. Recognizing the face of the newcomer, his pupils constricted. Kanal? Indeed, it is I. You wish to destroy my Walter family? Here I stand. Come and do it. Facing the ferocious Kanal with his wild bowing of hair, Stephen clutched his wounded area, his face pale. Against such a seasoned expert, he dared not confront him head-on. Though his newfound power had inflated his ego, it hadn't deluded him into believing he could challenge someone like Kanal. Kanal was a peak reversion realm expert, famous for 200 years. How could Stephen, at the inner kernel stage, hope to match him? Leaping away, Steven rushed towards the sides, attempting to escape. Kanal stood still with folded arms, showing no emotion. Since he had set a trap to lure them out, how could Kanal not prepare in advance? The surroundings were already ensnared in a net. Although only a few participated in this action, none below the innate stage, save for Briggs who served as bait. If Kanal himself, trained in the immortal technique, had been sitting there waiting, Steven would have detected his extraordinary strength from afar and never ventured in. Sure enough, as Steven rushed towards the exit, he was quickly driven back. Several Walther guards stormed in, weapons drawn and full of hostility. While they might not be able to capture Steven, holding him temporarily was within their capability. Meanwhile, soldiers poured out from the windows and cells, even from the secret room where Briggs hid. Briggs stood among the soldiers, observing the swift deployment and rushing to his father's side. Be careful, don't let him escape. Don't worry, he won't escape today. Kanal lifted his head arrogantly, confident in his strength. But Briggs wore no smile. He had more faith in the protagonist's invincibility than in Kanal's prowess. In stories, when heroes face strong enemies, they always find a way out, no matter how implausible. If this chase ended successfully, Briggs would eat those rats right now. Indeed, since Steven dared to explore the tiger's den, he must have had a contingency plan. Seeing the soldiers closing in, he suddenly reached for his waist. Next, several incendiary bombs wrapped in talus bowens shot towards the roof. Amidst the firelight, the bombs detonated, triggering the lightning talus bowen. The roof exploded with loud booms, debris flying everywhere and obscuring everyone's vision. The surrounding soldiers' faces turned pale as they leapt upward in pursuit. The captain leading them barely avoided being impaled by arrows after leaping onto the roof. Squatting on the beam, the captain watched the Walther guards holding bows in shock, realizing too late that it was a ruse. He quickly jumped down. The enemy wasn't escaping through the roof. It was a diversion. Realizing this, Kanal also frowned. With a wave of his hand, True Chi blew the falling rubble away. Spotting the large hole exposed on the ground, Kanal's eyes narrowed. Wanna run? With a roar, he leaped through the wall, landing outside the prison like a descending tiger. A second later, another explosion echoed beneath him. The hidden tunnel, struck by his foot, burst open. A dirt dragon surged forward as dust billowed up. Kanal coldly snorted, leaping into the sky and chasing after the fleeing figure. The soldiers followed hastily. Steven clearly used the martial artist's lack of perception to create a diversion and escape through earthbow manipulation. But Kanal, an old fox, immediately knew where the tunnel led after collapsing it. Moving swiftly without a horse, Kanal took the lead. The other experts followed closely, similarly choosing not to ride horses, while some innate experts chose to gallop. Among these experts was Briggs, who doubted whether his father could catch Steven. If the protagonist were so weak, he wouldn't be the protagonist. In this situation, Steven's escape seemed inevitable. What Briggs cared about more was what he saw in Steven's fortune halo. The green water pool, the blood-red sword, scenes identical to before, but now updated to match what Briggs had seen moments ago. Steven appeared blood-red, just as described. After bathing in the pool, Seth transformed, shedding his red skin. This pool can heal injuries? As Briggs pondered, his horse suddenly neighed and collapsed. Dust flew up as a figure emerged from the collapsed tunnel beneath. Steven, emerging from the soil. Chapter 97. The Mystery of the Broken Sword. The warhorses neighed in panic. The two cavalrymen nearest to Steven, who had emerged from the collapsed tunnel, were thrown off their horses. Watching Steven unexpectedly rise and attack from the hidden tunnel, the other soldiers were startled and hurriedly brandished their weapons and charged on horseback. Although innate martial artists were no match for a Dan-embracing realm warrior, they could still hold him back for a while. With their greater numbers, there was even hope to overwhelm Steven by sheer force. Noticing the archers behind them who had already drawn the demon-slaying arrows, Steven's expression changed drastically. He suddenly roared in fury, then clapped his hands together. In the next moment, blood dripped from his palms, transforming into razor-sharp swords that shot out in all directions. While the soldiers weren't afraid of this area of effect attack, their horses lacked such defenses. One by one, the warhorses were perforated as they screamed in pain. Even more terrifying was how the blood swords wriggled inside the horses' bodies, causing internal blood explosions that spread outward, continuously expanding. Blood served as the medium, making Steven increasingly formidable. Despite practicing the Walther Emperor's immortality art for less than a day, he had mastered it perfectly. His talent for this technique could be described as unparalleled. In mere moments, every warhorse beneath the soldiers had fallen. Taking advantage of the confusion among the soldiers, some falling off their horses and others leaping up, Steven shot forward like an arrow, striking two men away with both palms, advancing straight toward Briggs. He had anticipated an ambush on this journey. He was even prepared to encounter Kanal, a seasoned powerhouse. To handle these potential situations, he devised a tunnel ruse to divert the skilled warriors. Looking at Briggs across from him, whose eyes widened in surprise, Steven's gaze filled with murderous intent. Regardless of how Briggs had learned the Walther Emperor's immortality art, now that he possessed it, he was considered an enemy. Today, Steven swore to kill him. With a roar, Steven struck with both palms, aiming directly for Briggs's head. But just as this happened, Briggs's panicked expression turned resolute, losing all signs of fear. Seeing this, Steven sensed something was amiss, but could not retract his attack mid-motion. Biting down hard, Steven unleashed his full power for a direct confrontation. A thunderous sound echoed as his blood-lit palm struck Briggs's critical point. Unexpectedly, a golden glow flashed around Briggs's chest, an invisible chi barrier forming to absorb the fatal blow. Postnatal treasure. The Green Lotus Jade. Acquired after Dixon killed the Green Lotus Taoist, this defensive item had once withstood a strike from Kanal without breaking. However, to use it effectively, it needed to be infused with stored true chi. The more stored, the stronger its defense. As a postnatal realm warrior, Dixon barely bow and aged external chi, Hence, when he died at Silas's hands, the treasure was useless. Later, it was found among Dixon's belongings and fell into Conall's hands. Preparing Briggs as bait, Conall replenished the jade's chi over a day, turning it into Briggs's last resort. Even if Stephen was only a Dan-embracing realm fighter, far below Conall, breaching the Green Lotus Jade would be challenging. Briggs wouldn't dare risk himself without proper defenses. A massive explosion followed as a visible shockwave spread, the semi-transparent shield formed by the treasure withstanding Stephen's full power strike. Seizing the close-range opportunity, Briggs finally saw Stephen's aura within the dim gold halo clearly. Noticing the emerald liquid pool and the blood-tinged sword, Briggs's pupils constricted, instinctively placing his hand on the broken sword at his waist. Realizing his mistake, Briggs saw that the green liquid wasn't water but glowing green blood. The sword, obscured by bloodlight, was unmistakably the dragon-patterned broken sword, the key to the secret chamber he had seized. His subconscious movement caught Stephen's attention. Recognizing the sword style on Briggs's waist, Stephen was startled, then overjoyed. Roaring, Stephen changed his strike into a grab, aiming for Briggs's sword. Suddenly, a cold snort came from Briggs's rear. A skeletal palm grazed Briggs's body, hitting Stephen's chest unprepared. Cold black chi surged, causing Stephen to spit out blood, flying backward. Xian, one of the black and white fiends, emerged behind Briggs, face grim and eyes vicious. Ordered to protect Briggs personally, he had used him as bait to lure enemies before attacking opportunistically. As Stephen tumbled, Xian lunged like a great bird. Surrounding soldiers hastily attacked in unison. Facing relentless attacks, Stephen spun and stood, letting the weapons bounce off him as he met Xian's palm. The explosion shook the earth, both men flying backward. Xian remained serious, but Stephen wore a smile. Misunderstand. This wasn't because he had the upper hand. Rather, he now held the shattered sword in his other hand. Patriarch Jacob's treasured heirloom, the dragon-patterned broken sword. With the family relic reclaimed, Stephen had no interest in killing anymore. He leaped, forcing his way through soldiers, fleeing rapidly. Seeing this, Xian frowned, focusing dark chi and rushing forward. But Stephen swiftly turned and swung his arm, launching projectiles that exploded, emitting deep green mist. Witnessing plants wither instantly, Xian stopped abruptly. Stephen took the chance to leap several dozen meters away. Just as he was about to escape with the broken sword, a red light streaked down from the sky. Don't run, Jacob Montgomeryxiu. This old Bowen will teach you. Before he finished speaking, tiger shadows descended, bombarding fiercely. Chapter 97. The Mystery of the Broken Sword. The warhorses neighed in distress. The two cavalrymen nearest to Stephen, who had just emerged from the collapsed tunnel, were flung away along with their horses. Watching Stephen suddenly attack from within the collapsed tunnel, the other soldiers panicked and hastily raised their weapons, charging forward on horseback. While a Xianxia martial artist is far from being a match for a Baodin realm practitioner, restraining him for a moment or two wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, with their numbers, they might even have a chance to overwhelm Stephen by sheer force. Seeing the archers drawing demonic-breaking arrows, Stephen's expression changed drastically. He roared in anger and struck with both palms. Blood trickled out from his hands, transforming into sharp blades that shot out in all directions. Facing this wide-ranging attack, the soldiers were not overly concerned, but their mounts could not withstand it. With each horse's whinny, one after another was pierced through like sieves. More terrifyingly, the blood swords wriggled inside them, exploding with more blood as true chi dispersed, continuing the attack. With blood leading the way, he grew fiercer as the battle raged on. Though Stephen had practiced the Walter Emperor's immortal art for less than a day, he already wielded it with consummate skill. His talent for this art was nothing short of unparalleled. In an instant, all the warhorses under the riders fell to the ground. Seizing the moment while everyone was off balance, Stephen shot forward like a darting blade, striking the two blocking his path and aiming straight for Briggs. Stephen had anticipated being ambushed even before he arrived. He was prepared for encountering Conall, a seasoned expert. To deal with these possibilities, he devised a tunnel decoy, successfully diverting the expert's attention. Staring at the wide-eyed Briggs opposite him, Stephen's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It didn't matter how Briggs had learned the Walter Emperor's immortal art. Learning it made him an enemy. Today, he would kill him no matter what. Roaring loudly, Stephen struck towards Briggs's head with both palms. Suddenly, Briggs's previously panic-stricken expression hardened, revealing no trace of fear. Sensing something amiss, Stephen realized it was too late to pull back. Gritting his teeth, Stephen unleashed his full power. A loud explosion rang out as his blood-lit palms hit Briggs's vital spots. However, a golden light flashed around Briggs's chest, forming an intangible barrier that protected him from the fatal blow. It was a congenital-level artifact, the Jade Lotus Jewel. This item, obtained by Dixon after killing the Green Lotus Taoist, could defend against powerful strikes, having once withstood Conall's attack without breaking. Unfortunately, activating its full potential required substantial true chi storage. Dixon, a mere congenital realm martial artist, couldn't charge it enough before dying at Jacob Montgomeryxia's hands, making it ineffective then. Later, when sorting the bodies, soldiers found the jewel, which eventually ended up in Conall's possession. Preparing Briggs as bait, Conall spent a day replenishing the jade with true chi, giving it to Briggs as a last-ditch defense. Even if Stephen was only a Baodin realm martial artist, a level lower than Conall, it would still be difficult to break through this artifact's defenses. After all, without reliable backup, how could Briggs dare use himself as bait? As a massive boom erupted, visible waves swept across, and a semi-transparent shield formed around the artifact, resisting Stephen's full-force strike. Seizing the close contact moment, Briggs finally saw Stephen's dim fortune aura amidst the golden halo. As details came into focus, he noticed the emerald green pool and the blood-covered sword. Briggs's pupils dilated, instinctively touching the broken sword at his waist. Now clearly seeing the scene, he realized his mistake. The liquid in the green pool was not water but glowing green blood. And the sword beside the blood pool, despite being obscured by blood, showed the dragon-patterned hilt. It was none other than the broken sword he had taken, the key to the secret chamber. Briggs's instinctive action caught Stephen's attention. Recognizing the sword at Briggs's waist, he was both startled and overjoyed. Roaring again, Stephen grabbed instead of slapping, aiming directly for Briggs's sword. But suddenly, a cold snort came from behind Briggs. A gaunt hand slashed past Briggs's body, striking Stephen unawares on the chest. Under the surge of blackish true chi, Stephen spat out blood and flew backward. One of the Black and Doug's, Kermit, stepped out from behind Briggs, face grim and eyes menacing. This old Bowen did not accompany Conall and the others, but was ordered to protect Briggs closely. Using Briggs as bait, he lured enemies' attention before striking at an opportune moment. Watching the enemy flying away, Kermit spread his arms and leaped like a large bird. The surrounding soldiers also hurried to join the chase. Amidst the encircling attacks, Stephen rose and met the palm strike from Kermit despite numerous weapon hits bouncing off him. With a loud crash, rocks exploded on both sides as both men were knocked backward. Holding a single-handed palm, Kermit looked grave, while Stephen smiled. Misunderstand. This wasn't about Stephen gaining the upper hand. Instead, he was elated because he now held a broken sword in his other hand. The family heirloom. The dragon-patterned broken sword. Reclaiming the family treasure, Stephen had no further desire to kill. Leaping forward, he crashed through the soldiers blocking his path and raced away. Seeing this, Kermit frowned, gathering sinister true chi in his hands, lunging towards Stephen. However, before he could get close, Stephen turned abruptly, hurling dozens of explosive pellets that erupted with green mist. Seeing the plants below instantly wither, Kermit stopped hastily. Seizing the moment, Stephen fled several dozen meters. Just as he was about to escape with the broken sword, a red light streaked down from the sky. Jacob Montgomeryxiu, don't go. This old Bowen's palm will stop you. Before he finished speaking, several tiger shadows descended, bombarding downwards. Chapter 98. The legendary Green Dragon's Blood. A series of thunderous explosions rocked the earth, sending dust flying into the air. Stephen was caught off guard and was blasted away. Before he could land, Conall, who had swooped down from the sky, didn't even wait for his figure to stabilize before delivering a powerful palm strike. Caught unprepared once more, Stephen spat out a mouthful of blood as he collided with the palm. Seeing the blood rushing towards him, Conall's hand traced a circle in the air, instantly activating the blood control technique from the Walter Emperor Immortal Technique. The blood streaming from Stephen's mouth and splattered on the ground quickly gathered toward Conall's palm. In an instant, it was forcefully pushed out. The blood formed into a colorful tiger, roaring as it slammed into Stephen, propelling him dozens of meters back, leaving him battered and bruised. 12 symbolic styles. Tiger-shaped fist. Conall landed another heavy blow on Stephen and sneered coldly, ready to finish him off while he was down. But upon seeing this, Briggs in the back row turned pale. Stephen still had yet to unveil his true opportunity. Currently, the only way to find that secret realm was by having Stephen, who knew the secret, unlock it himself. Therefore, Stephen must not die. Not now at least. Seeing his father about to deliver a lethal blow, Briggs's mind raced frantically but came up empty on ways to stop him. Eventually, biting the bullet, he resorted to using the final move. Family bond technique. Just as Conall was about to walk over to the severely injured Stephen and deliver the fatal strike, a scream erupted from behind the crowd. Briggs suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in apparent agony. Father, no, I'm poisoned. At these words, Conall indeed turned to look at him, but all he did was glance. Confirming that his fourth son was still alive and well and not about to die imminently, Conall silently turned back, intent on killing Stephen first. Seeing this, Briggs's expression froze. This Bowen was truly a ruthless hero. When faced with a critical moment, he made his choice far too quickly. You should at least show some hesitation. Your son is almost dying here. Seeing Conall lift his hand to strike again, Briggs let out another desperate cry. Father! At the sound of his voice, Conall's raised arm paused abruptly. At that very moment, Stephen, lying on the ground, eyes flashing with menace, suddenly threw out a cloud of white mist. Reacting swiftly, Conall twirled his sleeve, effortlessly deflecting the smoke. Before the dust settled completely, several fire thunder grenades were launched at him. Amidst the booming flames and green smoke, the surrounding soldiers were forced to retreat. Before the smoke could fully disperse, a roar erupted from within. Conall's true chi surged through him, dispersing the poison, forming a blood-red protective barrier around him. As the smoke cleared, revealing a gaping hole in the ground where Stephen had vanished, Conall coldly snorted and stomped the ground hard. True chi surged, collapsing the tunnel beneath, sending dust and soil billowing like a dragon traversing underground. After causing the tunnel to collapse, however, Conall did not pursue further. He simply glanced deeply into the tunnel, then swung his arm sharply. Let's go back. Upon hearing this, the experts around him hesitated, glancing at each other. Farouk finally dared to ask, Master, are you not continuing the pursuit? In response, Conall said nothing, merely turning his gaze back at him expressionlessly. Witnessing Conall's stern face, Farouk hurriedly bowed his head, retreating into silence. Pursue? That fellow was nearly invincible among peers, and Conall was the only one among them who reached the Guiyuan realm. If Conall didn't join the chase, even if they caught up, there was no guarantee they could defeat him. Lifting Briggs by the collar, Conall turned and led his fourth son back toward Anislong City. By the time they returned home, several minutes had passed. Entering the study, Conall released Briggs, seated himself on the chair, arms crossed, and looked at his son emotionlessly. Speak, why did you try to stop me from killing him? Although Stephen had another escape route earlier, the difference in strength remained significant. If Conall had pursued immediately, he would have had at least a 70% chance of catching and killing him. Moreover, if Briggs hadn't distracted him just then, Stephen wouldn't even have had the chance to escape into the tunnel. Listening to his father's question and seeing his stern face, Briggs couldn't help but laugh nervously. Clearly, the death of Conall's eldest son at Stephen's hands had genuinely enraged him. Even though he despised the greedy Stephen, he was still Conall's son. Losing a son to an enemy was something Conall couldn't easily ignore. If Briggs failed to provide a good reason, Conall would likely punish him severely. Facing Conall's unyielding gaze, Briggs hesitated for a moment before asking a question. Father, does any creature in this world have green blood? Yes, Boany. Why do you ask? And are there any green-blooded creatures linked to the ancestors of the Jacob family? Hearing Briggs's query, Conall frowned and pondered for a moment. Being an experienced veteran, Conall never acted without thorough preparation. After becoming sworn enemies with Stephen, he had already instructed the intelligence division to gather all information about the Jacob clan. Speaking of green-blooded creatures related to the Jacob ancestors, there indeed was one legendary entity. Reaching over to his desk, flipping through files, Conall pulled out a document and handed it to Briggs. Legend has it that the rise of the great Walter ancestor dragon emperor was due to the aid of a green dragon. One of the 4 divine beasts, this green dragon was said to have green blood. It ascended along with the ancestor dragon emperor, leading to the disintegration of the great Walter, after which the green dragon disappeared. Looking at Briggs reading the document, Conall's voice deepened. If we're talking about a green-blooded creature linked to the Jacobs, it should be the green dragon. What is your intention in asking? Shaking his head, Briggs replied, I merely suspect the Jacob family might harbor other secrets. Recalling the scene he had seen in Stephen's aura halo, his transformation in a pool of green blood, gaining immense power, Briggs realized the miraculous nature of the water in the pool. For emblems seal the saints, the green dragon governs life. If the pool contained green dragon blood, its powers extended far beyond mere rejuvenation or healing injuries. Gaining even stronger abilities wasn't unimaginable. After all, it was the blood of the green dragon. No wonder Stephen became a nemesis equal to the main protagonist, having access to such power. Training with green dragon blood certainly gave him the qualifications. Realizing the pool contained green dragon blood, Briggs began noticing inconsistencies. The ancestor of the Jacob family, as the personal bodyguard of the ancestor dragon emperor, should have enjoyed wealth and prosperity. Instead, he quietly settled in this remote place, vanishing shortly thereafter, even dying silently in a cave. This seemed highly irregular. His fate and death must have been connected to this mysterious green dragon blood. Could it be that he secretly inflicted a wound on the green dragon? Looking at the size of the blood pool, he might have cut the green dragon's main artery. Daring to harm a sacred beast, it's no wonder he met such an end. Chapter 99. The Ancestor's Tragedy. What? You mean the Jacob family likely possesses the blood of the Azure Dragon, and that broken sword is the key to opening the secret chamber? Conall looked at his 4th son, frowning deeply, his gaze strange. How do you know this? For all, a Bowen's intuition. Huh. No. It's a meticulous deduction. Look, the broken sword has dragon patterns engraved on it. The Azure Dragon is also a dragon, and it's associated with the Jacob family. So, it wouldn't be odd if the ancestor of the Jacob family had the blood of the Azure Dragon. But I have wolf helmets and tiger spears. Does that mean I also have the blood of the greedy wolf and the white tiger? Plus the ancestor of the Jacob family fought alongside the Grand Ancestor Emperor for Bowenny years. Even without great contributions, he certainly worked hard. Other generals either rose in rank or met their ends on the battlefield. Yet he secretly returned to live reclusively. This is obviously suspicious. I suspect he might have given the Azure Dragon a blow, stole its blood, and fled. Briggs became more animated as he spoke, almost convincing himself by the end. Only Conall, sitting opposite him, remained expressionless. Watching his son's excited demeanor, Conall replied coldly. The Azure Dragon, revered as nurse by the Grand Ancestor Emperor, had already achieved half-step ascension when the Emperor was still a child. Do you think if the ancestor of the Jacob family really injured the Azure Dragon, he could have survived? Not only would the Azure Dragon not let him go, but the Grand Ancestor Emperor would have executed him as well. Well, regardless, the Jacob family definitely has big secrets. Otherwise, why would Ganon risk his life to seize my dragon-patterned broken sword? That thing must have a significant use. You do have a point, Conall admitted after a pause. Anything worth risking one's life over could very well be a treasure. Conall stroked his chin, pondering for 2 seconds before suddenly looking up at Briggs, eyebrows slightly furrowed. If the sword was taken by the other party, shouldn't you be trying your best to retrieve it? Why did you let father let him go? Upon hearing his father's question, Briggs grinned, waving as he walked out of the room. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a large chest. As he tipped the chest over, more than 20 identical dragon-patterned broken swords scattered across the floor with clattering sounds. It's just a single dragon-patterned broken sword. Let him have it. Oh, Mickey, do you want to keep one too? I can give you one. Buy one get one free. Seeing the scattered swords on the ground, Conall's eyes widened. You, as they say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Knowing how special that sword was, why would I carry it around? It's just a replica. I have over 30 replicas in boxes, on walls, hidden away. Laughingly placing down the chest, Briggs pulled up a plank, revealing another dragon-patterned broken sword hidden underneath. With a beaming smile, Briggs continued. Not bragging, but finding all the ones I hid in here will take him at least an hour. Looking at the pile of swords, Conall's eyes twitched, speechless at his 4th son's mischievous behavior. What about the real one? Right here. With a metallic clang, Briggs drew out a long sword, shaking it vigorously. He then sheathed it securely, attempting to pull it back out again. However, the sword wouldn't budge. Briggs's smile faltered as he strained to grab the hilt with both hands, even using his thighs to grip the blade. Wait, the lock is stuck. Give me a moment. As Briggs exerted all his strength, amidst the grating sound, The ornate, decorative sword split into two pieces. A dragon-patterned broken sword emerged from inside, shimmering under the candlelight. Kanal took the true dragon-patterned broken sword, scrutinizing it closely, but couldn't discern anything unusual about it. Sighing, Kanal shook his head and handed the broken sword back to Briggs. Watching his son struggle to fit the sword back into its disguise, Kanal's gaze grew sharper. Since you believe there are benefits to be gained from the Jacob family, I'll let Ganon live for a few more days. But whatever you plan, solve it quickly. My patience is limited. His murder of my son and insults to our family must be avenged. Finally bow-and-aging to return the sword to its disguise, Briggs breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at his father. Besides, it's not like their entire family was wiped out. We've both suffered mutually. Neither side can blame the other. Humph. Whether his family is wiped out or not is none of my concern. Supporting himself on the table, Briggs stood up slowly, his gaze cold. All I know is, since he wronged me, I will kill him. Only then will we be even. Suck it up, Mickey. Your image and identity suit you well, quite fitting indeed. Don't quibble. I'll give you 3 days. Within 3 days, you can mobilize the Walter family forces as you see fit. But after 3 days, regardless of whether you've obtained what you want, I will personally deal with him. Flicking his sleeves, Kanal stormed out. Alone in the room, Briggs held the sword closely, gazing deeply at it. After a moment's hesitation, he attached a replica sword to his waist before tidying up and leaving. Moments later, the entire Walter family force was set in motion. A group of specially trained hunting dogs with extremely sharp senses followed the scent embedded in the replica dragon-patterned swords, heading towards the deep mountains. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Stephen released the emaciated corpse of a fierce beast, watching as his injuries gradually healed. He drew his sword, which faintly glowed with dragon patterns, and his eyes sparkled menacingly. As a direct descendant of the Jacob family, and once a candidate for the next successor, Stephen knew bony things that other clan members were unaware of. One of these was a closely guarded family secret. The ancestor who came to live reclusively wasn't entirely voluntary, but rather fled after being critically injured by none other than the famous Grand Ancestor Emperor. It happened because the ancestor of the Jacob family had been secretly collecting the blood of the Azure Dragon on the battlefield, taking advantage of his position. When discovered, the Grand Ancestor Emperor flew into a rage, severely wounding him. If not for old sentiments, the Jacob family might have been exterminated then and there. Later, the severely wounded ancestor was expelled from the Great Walter Empire. The secret collection of the blood of the Azure Dragon was placed in a secret chamber. No one, including Stephen, initially understood why the ancestor collected this substance. The blood of the Azure Dragon was too overpowering for ordinary people to use. It would have been useless to possess it. Even their ancestors suspected that he intended to refine it into some miraculous elixir, researching ancient family prescriptions to find hidden formulas. Only when Stephen learned the immortal art of the Walter dynasty did he realize that the previous generations had greatly underestimated their ancestor. He didn't just steal the blood of the Azure Dragon. He also stole the knowledge of the immortal art. Using the immortal art as the core and strengthening himself with the blood of the Azure Dragon, he aimed to become the second Grand Ancestor Emperor. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and he died soon after arriving here due to his severe injuries. Even the blood of the Azure Dragon couldn't save him. Reattaching the sword to his waist, Stephen's smile turned even more sinister. Ancestor, since you couldn't use it, let Stephen honor your wishes instead. Chapter 100. Iron-Winged Grey Eagle. Deep within the mountains, a figure leaped between tree trunks, finally landing on the ground with a mighty thud. The intense shockwave from his impact blew the surrounding grass and trees to pieces. Stabilizing himself, Stephen glanced around. Confirming he was in the right place, he stepped forward. He was now standing at the Jacob family's secret location, where their ancestor had passed away. Stephen wasn't entirely sure where the dragon blood was hidden. He only knew that it had been secretly stashed by an ancestor. Having searched all corners of Longqing and the few secret sites of the Jacob family without success, Stephen returned to this starting point. This generation's Jacob family had already fallen from grace, far removed from its former glory. Talents were scarce, and the clan consisted of fewer than 100 members, no longer resembling a major clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily wiped out by Walter Gia's eldest son. Most of the secret sites used for various purposes had long since been abandoned, becoming empty caves. Standing before the entrance of the secret cave, which still hadn't been closed, Stephen took a deep breath and strode inside. At that moment, a black shadow streaked across the sky, changing direction swiftly. In the forest hundreds of meters away, a well-equipped team had been waiting for some time. Among them was Briggs, as well as 4 core formation experts from the Walter Guard. Others present were all innate realm adepts. Hearing the call of the shadow overhead, Briggs sitting on a rock lifted his head. The eagle spiraled down from the sky, its iron talons gleaming under the sunlight. This was the iron-winged grey eagle, the pet of Kanal, the patriarch of the Walter family. A core formation beast, it had a brutal nature and enjoyed killing. For years, it wreaked havoc in the forests around Longqing until subdued by Kanal personally. The iron-winged grey eagle held a high status in the Walter family, with intelligence not inferior to ordinary Huboans. It listened only to Kanal. Briggs, now capable of mobilizing the entire force of the Walter family, needed reliable protection. Although other core formation elders of the Walter family were powerful, they were difficult to combat due to their seniority and tendency to assert their age. If facing Kanal, they wouldn't dare say anything because they had no leverage over him. A single insult could shatter their pride. But dealing with Briggs was different. He hadn't helped the Walter family rise, being merely a junior member. Furthermore, he'd made mistakes like letting his wife leave, severing the Walter family's chances. Some of these elders despised Briggs openly. Seeing Briggs, one elder even called him Tiger Father, Dog Son, infuriating Briggs almost to the point of confrontation. These elders had attended his wedding recently, calling him affectionately Little Momo. and praising him as the hope for the family's second rise. Yet they turned on him so quickly. Disgusted by their opportunistic behavior, Briggs decided not to ask for their help. So, he turned to another renowned expert of the clan, the eagle in the sky. Faced with Briggs's request, the iron-winged gray eagle did not refuse outright but showed arrogance despite agreeing to assist. Looking up at the circling eagle, Briggs excitedly waved his arm for it to land. However, the eagle sneered, flying faster over him instead. The fierce wind nearly knocked Briggs off balance. Regaining his footing, he heard an ear-piercing screech from the eagle, filled with mockery. Briggs's face fell immediately. "Old mongrel, get down here fast, or I'll call my father. Don't forget he's practicing, and he might suck you in too." Threatened, the iron-winged gray eagle's expression changed slightly. Knowing its master was daily practicing by consuming blood, and based on its understanding of Conal's temperament, if deemed useless, it might indeed be sucked in. Its eyes narrowing, the iron-winged gray eagle chose to submit. Its massive body descended straight towards Briggs. Seeing this, Briggs eagerly raised his arm. But as the eagle landed with a loud crunch, its weight crushed Briggs's arm, pressing him down. With a poker face, the eagle saw Briggs couldn't support its weight and didn't bother helping. Briggs patted the eagle's leg, saying, "Cough, let's talk while standing, please." The eagle hopped aside, preening its feathers before addressing Briggs, who had just stood up. The target is confirmed to be in the cave ahead. Cave? Why would he return here? Could the treasure site be there? Eyes turning thoughtfully, Briggs abruptly gestured. Probe further. Silence enveloped everyone. The iron-winged gray eagle looked unpleased, almost hostile. Embarrassed, Briggs tried again smoothly. "Uncle Eagle, can you help me? At worst, I'll buy some young female eagles when we get back. Help your nephew this time." Instead of a positive reaction, the eagle grew more furious, its feathers bristling. "You still have the nerve to bring that up? Those 2 chickens last time haven't been forgotten yet. Chickens are birds too." I had no choice. There were no catches during that period, and I genuinely couldn't find any eagles. If money could solve it, it wouldn't be a problem. No next time. Deceive me again, and I'll castrate you." The iron-winged gray eagle flew off angrily. Briggs's smile vanished, muttering under his breath. "Try castrating me? I'll make you physically sterile as soon as we get home. You old-timers take advantage of seniority, and so does a bird." TCH. Thinking about the eagle's completely different aesthetic preferences, he spat again. "Chickens? Next time, no chickens, maybe quails to drive it mad." Note: while the translation maintains the tone and style, the humor and cultural nuances may not translate perfectly. Chapter 101. Return to the secret chamber. The iron-winged gray eagle soaring in the sky was unaware that its master's son was now cursing it internally. If it knew, it would definitely have flown back to scratch him. As a peak Golden Core realm expert like Conal, the iron-winged gray eagle excelled in speed and perception, indirectly compensating for Conal's deficiencies as a martial artist. Unfortunately, due to long-term pampering, the iron-winged gray eagle had become much heavier and could no longer achieve its former speed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed to overpower Briggs just now. But all of this didn't matter anymore, as Conal's rise to power meant that he no longer needed the iron-winged gray eagle for combat. It had essentially turned into a pet. Flapping its wings, it swiftly flew over the treetops. The iron-winged gray eagle arrived once again at the cave entrance. With its sharp eyesight, it took in the scene a kilometer below. Confirming that Ganon had already entered, it let out a sharp cry. Hearing the warning, the elite Nox guarding Briggs immediately gathered towards the entrance, armed with longbows and spears. Even Briggs himself hurried over with everyone else. It had been over 2 days since Steven escaped from their ambush. With just 1 day left until the deadline, Briggs's patience was wearing thin as he still hadn't found the dragon blood. Through these past 2 days of tracking, Briggs had realized that Steven didn't know the location of the azure dragon blood either. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. This had foiled Briggs's plans entirely. Initially, he had hoped to use Steven to find the place. Now it appeared completely futile. Without the real dragon pattern broken sword, Steven couldn't enter the place even if he stumbled upon it by sheer luck. Briggs couldn't open the door without knowing the location, nor could he rely on Steven's luck and the true dragon pattern sword to activate the mechanism. It looked like using the main character to lead the way wasn't going to work. Therefore, Steven had lost his usefulness. Leaving him alive was more trouble than it was worth. Blocking the entrance with Nox, Briggs leaned against the door, crossing his arms and tilting his head slightly inside. Seeing this, the 4 Dan formation Nox standing beside him exchanged glances, instantly drew their weapons, and charged in with fierce intent. Inside the cave, Steven was still frantically searching for the storage place of the dragon blood, hidden by his ancestor. After an unsuccessful search, his gaze finally settled on his ancestor's mummified corpse. Checking around the body and examining the formation on the ground, Steven frowned when he found no keyhole. He didn't believe his ancestor would choose any random place to meditate while severely injured. There must be something unique here, and the azure dragon blood was most likely hidden here. Where could it be? Looking up at his ancestor who died with his neck tilted upward, Steven instinctively followed the gaze. Suddenly, a clear droplet fell from the stone above. Instinctively catching it, Steven stared at the faintly greenish droplet glowing in his hand. To his surprise, he sensed a vast amount of vitality within the droplet, containing energy far more potent than 100 beasts. Rapidly channeling his cultivation to absorb the droplet, he watched his wounds heal instantly, exciting him. The azure dragon blood must be there on the ceiling. Jumping up, Steven clung to the cave ceiling with one hand and wiped away spider webs and dust with the other, revealing a narrow gap. The vitalizing green droplet had fallen from this crack. Pulling out his broken sword, he eagerly stabbed it into the gap. As the sword fit perfectly, Steven grew even more excited. His face flushed red. Just as he gripped the hilt to turn it, several gusts of wind sounded. Reacting instinctively, Steven jumped away from his original position. Suddenly, 4 sharp arrows struck where he stood. sparking off the rocks but leaving no marks. Steven landed, spinning midair, inserting one hand into the dirt and drawing his sword with the other, glaring fiercely at the approaching Nox. Across from him, the 4-Dan formation Nox simultaneously discarded their crossbows and pulled out shields and weapons, charging forward with 2 wielding swords and 2 with hammers. Moments later, sparks flew everywhere as the weapons clashed continuously. Enhanced by the eternal Walther cultivation technique, Steven fought with 24 lethal moves, engaging 4 experts with sharp and unpredictable swords bowmanship. Despite this, they were seasoned veterans skilled in coordinated attacks. 2 wielded heavy weapons for direct confrontation, while the others provided flanking assaults. Combined with the Iron Shield's formidable defense, Steven struggled after barely 100 moves, taking multiple hits. With a sudden thrust, Steven's strike missed. The Nox with the shield saw an opening and surged forward. Another mirrored the action, trapping Steven's weapon between their shields. Before Steven could react, 2 flashes of cold steel approached. The 2 sword-wielding Nox spun and slashed Steven's side, shredding his clothes but not breaking through the fire-red keratin layer on his skin. 2 white streaks appeared on his ribs amidst the sparks. Seeing the ineffectiveness, the Nox near Steven's feet simultaneously aimed their weapons upward. One blade struck Steven's elbow, lifting his arm. At the same time, the others smashed their hammer down on his wrist. The circular gold hammer specialized in breaking armor, causing immense damage. Given Steven's arms were held up by 2 blades, the attack left little room for defense. A sickening crunch echoed as Steven screamed in agony. His iron-hard bones, previously impervious to even a peak Dan formation expert's attacks, now twisted under the combined force of dual blades and hammers. Iron-hard bones? Impenetrable to blades? Such warriors were common on the battlefield. The Nox had methods to deal with them. If sharp weapons couldn't pierce, blunt ones could break bones. They wanted to see if Steven's bones were as tough as his skin. Chapter 102. The Walther Family Martial Guards. Aaweawa. With a miserable scream, Steven, his face contorted in pain, clutched at his broken arm and staggered backward. His arm was now bent at an unnatural angle. While most people's arms bend forward, his had been hammered into a reverse fold. Agonizing pain surged through him, causing his facial features to twist together grotesquely. The Walther martial guards, seeing that their attack was effective, did not hesitate to pursue him. They loosened their shields, allowing the swords between them to fall to the ground. 2 of the guards stepped forward and struck Steven's face with hammers, sending him spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could recover from the dizziness, the 2 men holding hammers swung down expressionlessly once more. This time, the golden mallets aimed directly for Steven's face. If hit by this blow with full force, it wouldn't just tear through mortal flesh but would likely crush even iron. Even if Steven were made of sterner stuff, he would be left crippled if not dead. Just as the situation became dire, Steven finally regained his senses, hearing the wind rush towards him. He slammed one hand on the ground and shot over a meter away along the floor. He watched the hammer smash into the ground, instantly shattering the stone bricks beneath it. Steven, landing again, looked pale. The Walther martial guards, having missed their target, quickly rose and readied their shields and hammers, advancing fiercely towards Steven. The 2 guards who wielded knives discarded their weapons and drew out Wu hooks from behind. Wu hooks were perfect for locking onto opponents and coordinating with blunt weapons. Even at his peak, if Steven were caught by these 2 and thrown down, he would likely die under the combined attack of 4 enemies. Facing 4 heavily armored foes armed with weapons and shields, Steven continued retreating, his face deathly pale. Dealing with such well-coordinated soldiers equipped with advanced gear, even Kanal, head of the Walther family who trained them, might struggle to break through their encirclement. These 4 had successfully killed Boani high-level cultivators multiple times. Their leader, expression stern, eyes narrowing beneath his helmet, suddenly roared, "Kill!" 3 more roars echoed simultaneously, the 4 striking their weapons against their shields and charging forward in unison. Steven dared not resist. Clutching his broken arm, he turned to escape, using the wall to assist him. But the 2 hammer-wielding experts suddenly swung their weapons. The hammerheads flew out connected by thin chains, creating a piercing whistle in the air. One struck Steven's back unexpectedly, knocking him from mid-air. The other accurately smashed into his ankle, the chain locking around his thigh. With the martial guards pulling, Steven was dragged back forcibly to the ground. Wu hooks hooked his intact wrist. As the experts yanked their weapons, Steven's other arm was pulled up violently by the hooks. The guard who retrieved his hammer swung viciously again, breaking Steven's second arm. With a sickening crack, Steven's face contorted in agony. Before he could scream, the same guard raised his hammer once more, striking Steven's face. Blood splattered, and his screams abruptly cut off. The guard, seeing his enemy unconscious and unmoving, continued striking his face relentlessly 3 more times. The echoing blows resonated within the cavern, chilling to the bone. Just as the guard lifted his hammer again to deliver the finishing blow, a hand reached out to stop him. Enough. He killed the general's son. Let the general deal with him. The guard nodded silently at the captain's compound and finally lowered his weapon. Standing up, the 4 observed their fallen foe. Arms twisted and broken, blood covering his face, with cold expressions. Was it gruesome? In battles, far worse injuries were commonplace. Limbs torn off, intestines spilling out, bodies bisected yet still alive. By comparison, this injury seemed minor. Reattaching their weapons, 2 guards grabbed Steven's ankles and dragged him towards the exit. Unnoticed by them, Steven, who appeared unconscious, slightly moved his face and even opened his eyes stealthily to observe the 4. He was awake. No, rather he had briefly fainted but was jolted awake by the hammer blow. Understanding that he could never defeat these 4 in combat, Steven trembled, slowly opening his mouth to bite at something in his pocket, a precious survival charm bought at a high price. If he activated it, he would live. Stretching his neck desperately, he bit into the object. His subtle movements aroused the martial guard's suspicion. Something's wrong. Sensing something amiss, the guards turned and fiercely stared at Steven, lifting him upside down. Fortunately for Steven, he had reacted quickly enough to hold on tightly to the charm. Otherwise, if it were flung away, his fate would be sealed. Rivers and mountains. 8 rivers away. Earth escape charm. While biting down on the charm, Steven channeled his inner energy and mumbled unclearly. His voice triggered the charm, which glowed intensely. But before the charm took full effect, the other 2 guards, turning around upon hearing the commotion, delivered powerful strikes. One guard's hammer smashed into Steven's knee, fracturing it severely, while another struck his groin. These devastating blows caused Steven's eyes to bulge wide, releasing a heart-rending scream as the charm fell from his mouth. However, just as it was about to land, the glowing charm ignited. Moments later, enveloped in light, Steven vanished, leaving only dust swirling where he stood. Damn it! He used an earth escape charm. Pursue. Seeing their target vanish, the team leader barked orders. The guards hastily retrieved their weapons and rushed toward the exit. Chapter 103. Azure Dragon Blood. Azure Dragon Blade. Chase him. He's injured and can't go far. Absolutely don't let him escape. An angry roar echoed as the crowd quickly dispersed, rushing out in all directions with hunting dogs. However, not everyone chose to leave. Briggs stood his ground, watching the people move away without budging an inch. After instructing the 4 innate stage Walter guards who still had some conscience to guard the entrance, Briggs turned and walked into the cave. Looking around at the familiar surroundings and gazing at the skeleton lying upside down on the ground, Briggs couldn't help but sigh. Having the heart of a hegemon but not its fate, your life was destined to make way for others. Stepping over the twisted skeleton, Briggs scanned the area, his gaze finally locking onto the ceiling above. There, embedded in the cave ceiling, was a broken sword adorned with dragon patterns, strikingly noticeable. With a mighty leap, Briggs clawed the ceiling tightly with both hands. He pulled out the fake dragon-patterned broken sword and casually placed it in his backpack. Next, he took out the real dragon-patterned sword and inserted it into the gap before giving it a hard twist. The next moment, the black rocks atop quivered slightly, and the stone where the sword was inserted began to slowly shift aside, revealing a passageway. Briggs climbed up through the passage, only to find himself in an emerald green glowing space. The square stone basin beside him was filled with water emitting a green glow. Even before touching the water, Briggs could already feel a vast aura of life energy from the surrounding air. One of the 4 saints, Azure Dragon Blood. Despite the bony years that had passed, this motionless pool of water had yet to decay. Briggs dipped his hand into the water. Immediately, green veins appeared on his entire arm. A surging vitality flowed up his arm, crazily transforming his body while increasing his lifespan. Looking at the pool full of Azure Dragon Blood, excitement welled up on Briggs's face. Though tempted to jump in and experience the divine substance, Briggs resisted for safety reasons, standing beside the square opening higher than the pool. He suddenly withdrew the jade bottle from his waist. This Walterglian gourd was also one of Walterglian Hermit's treasures. It eventually fell into the hands of the Walter family along with Dixon's demise, then Briggs requisitioned it. Though not as miraculous as the Walterglian jade, it was essentially a container for storing large amounts of liquid, which was what caught Briggs's attention. He dared not cultivate here. After all, he was facing a main character level opponent who was also a major villain, who knew if he would be found here. If the other person pinned him under the water, he might be absorbed along with the pool, turning him into a tragic minor villain. Thus, Briggs decided to play it safe and bring the contents back for use. The gourd, capable of holding a lot of liquids, came in handy now. As the gourd opened, Briggs silently activated his true chi, causing the Azure Dragon Blood to rush into the gourd due to the suction force. The Walterglian treasure gourd could store 4 types of liquids. Previously, Walterglian Hermit stored 4 kinds of fine wines, 2 of which Briggs had already poured out. As Azure Dragon Blood rapidly filled one of the empty slots, Briggs's excited expression froze when the surrounding water levels gradually decreased, revealing a layer of blood-red sludge, now slightly writhing. Stopping the absorption hurriedly, Briggs tentatively touched the bloody water with a fake sword. Instantly, the blood clung to the sword, turning it entirely red. Shocked, Briggs hastily threw the weapon away. In his dazed state, he saw the blood form a familiar sharp blade above the broken sword. A blood-colored god blade, the divine weapon he saw in Steven's fortune. Realizing something, Briggs swiftly took out the real dragon-patterned broken sword and gently placed it into the blood. Sure enough, as soon as they made contact, the blood converged onto the broken sword. Radiating red light even the blood pool couldn't overshadow. A blood dragon shadow spun out from the sword, roaring sharply. With the Azure Dragon Bone as the handle and congealed Azure Dragon Blood as the blade, this ancient weapon, after countless days, finally saw the light again. Carefully using a wooden stick to retrieve the sword from the pool, Briggs didn't dare touch it despite mustering courage. Just moments ago, a drop of blood accidentally touched his skin and quickly fused into his arm, destructively damaging the muscles and tendons in that area. If Briggs hadn't reacted fast and bitten off that piece of flesh, his arm would have been ruined. Knowing the power of the blood, Briggs did not dare touch it again. He tore a strip of cloth and carefully wiped the sword clean. As the blood-glowing blade returned to normal and the blood edge merged back into the dragon-patterned broken sword, Briggs wrapped it several layers deep and placed it in his backpack. After doing this, seeing that much of the blood remained, Briggs hesitated briefly before once again using the gourd to suck more of it in. The water level in the stone basin visibly dropped until it was almost empty. Feeling he had enough, Briggs stopped and jumped into the passage. Moments later, he leaped out with a mischievous grin, removing the stopper from the gourd. A scent of alcohol spread as large amounts of alcohol mixed into the blood-red liquid in the pool. Seeing the pool rapidly turn light pink and emit a faint aroma of alcohol, Briggs couldn't help but marvel internally. The previous clear boundary between the Azure Dragon Blood and the blood water seemed non-existent now. How could the alcohol directly merge with the blood? Did the blood know how to distinguish substances? Musing over this wonder, Briggs jumped out from the hole, reinserting the broken sword with fabric and gently twisting it closed. The secret passage shut with a screech. The structure and tone are preserved while ensuring the narrative flows naturally in English. Any names or specific terms are transliterated accurately into Pinyin as requested. Chapter 104, Damage to Fate. The Azure Dragon's blood is entirely emerald green. For mortals, it can renew one's essence and prolong life. For martial artists, it can dramatically enhance cultivation and double their power. For cultivators, it can transform their physique and bring them closer to immortality. But that applies only to ordinary Azure Dragon blood. This blood collected by the ancestor of the Jacob family was either stagnant battlefield blood or discarded waste blood from cultivation. This blood contained a large amount of harmful impurities, making it a terrifying poison to any creature. The Jacob ancestor couldn't have known the difference in his first encounter with the blood. He sat beneath the pool, relying on the occasional drop of dragon blood that fell through the keyhole every half hour, hoping to regain strength. Unfortunately, the Azure Dragon's blood was too potent. If he absorbed large amounts, especially with his severe injuries, it would lead to an oversupply, causing him to burst and die. 1 drop per hour was enough to help his recovery without danger. Yet, he tragically died without a struggle after absorbing the toxic blood, becoming a mummified corpse over time due to the continuous dripping of dragon blood. The pool water above, after endless sedimentation, finally allowed all toxins to settle at the bottom. This explained why Briggs saw a clear separation between the dragon blood and the toxic blood earlier. It wasn't that they couldn't mix, but that no one had disturbed it until now. Once Briggs took away the dragon blood and poured in wine, the toxic blood immediately boiled and churned. The dragon blood, with its strong repellents, could have resisted the toxins temporarily, but the wine could not withstand the invasive poison, getting contaminated instantly. Now, what was once the Azure Dragon pool was just a pool of poison. Anyone who dared enter wouldn't fare well. As for the dragon pattern sword that could absorb the toxic blood, it was made from fragments of the Azure Dragon's bones stolen from the battlefield. Since the dragon bones shared the same origin as the dragon blood, they could harness even toxic blood, leading to a fusion that turned the broken sword into a fearsome weapon. Briggs left with the dragon blood and the broken sword, having obtained a substantial reward. On his way out, he even inserted a fake dragon pattern broken sword and deliberately left the entrance slightly open to take care of Stephen, who had become his enemy. Even though Stephen had lost the dragon blood and divine weapon, his fate still posed a threat, especially considering Lincoln's persistent presence despite losing his luck. To prevent Stephen from becoming another Lincoln, always clinging and creating trouble for him, Briggs decided to deal a decisive blow. He couldn't imagine Stephen surviving the poison if he tried to enter the pool. Time passed, and when Briggs returned triumphantly with a wealth of loot, escorted by iron-winged falcons and 4 Walter guards, Stephen limped toward the cave entrance, severely injured and desperate. Entering the cave, Stephen felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and panic. He had escaped pursuing hounds by using his blood as bait, then suddenly felt an inexplicable chill and premonition. Instinctively, he rushed towards the cave, fearing the loss of something important. Alas, he arrived too late. By the time he reached the site, Briggs had already left, leaving behind only an empty cave and a pool of poisonous liquid. At this moment, the halo above Stephen's head, which represented his fortune, turned from faint dark gold to a blood red, signaling a severe downgrade in his destiny. He dropped from being the ultimate villain to a minor antagonist, likely abandoned by the world's heavens. Noticing some changes in his state, Stephen found relief upon seeing the familiar broken sword hanging above. Eagerly pulling it, he found it unmoving, almost chipping his teeth, which only heightened his unease. Suddenly, the hidden mechanism activated, revealing the tunnel leading to the upper chamber filled with red water. Excited, Stephen plunged into the tunnel, blinded by ambition. Believing it to be the legendary Azure Dragon blood, he intended to use it to overpower Khan'al and destroy the Walter family. He leaped into the blood-colored pool without noticing its abnormal glow. A few seconds later, a scream echoed as Stephen thrashed about, enveloped in smoke. The toxic blood was ravaging and remolding his body. Poison. Activated. Note. Maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring readability and coherence in English translation. ##### Chapter 105. The Calamity of Destiny. In the Walter family compound, Briggs ran excitedly back to his small abode, completely ignoring the iron-winged eagle's frantic shouting from behind. Seth, remember your promise. Don't forget to buy a female eagle. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Looking at the utterly unresponsive little rascal, the iron-winged eagle couldn't help but curse, yet there was nothing he could do except turn and leave. Inside the room, Briggs had already rummaged through his belongings and brought out a large bathtub. After confirming no one was around, he excitedly opened his gourd and poured a large amount of emerald green Azure Dragon blood into it. He stripped off all his clothes and jumped into the tub, immersing himself in the Azure Dragon blood. An involuntary sigh of contentment escaped him. Countless green lights converged on his body, frantically repairing all hidden injuries and inferior genes, transforming Briggs's physique and aptitude. His previously mediocre innate abilities, which would have been considered subpar even among ordinary people, rapidly improved with the help of the water. This truly was something that could turn an ordinary person into a protagonist-level character. Azure Dragon blood, the name of a sacred beast. It indeed lived up to its reputation. As his body sank deeper, submerging even his face in the blood water, Briggs closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within him. He didn't forget to activate the immortal technique of Walter Huang, absorbing the surrounding blood for cultivation. Assisted by the Azure Dragon and protected by divine martial arts, Briggs enjoyed what the first emperor once did. Under these enhancements, the red halo above his head began to transform into a blood glow. If he had enough blood, he might even surpass Stephen, becoming the ultimate villain. Meanwhile, the now blood-ringed Stephen would become just another minor boss Briggs would eventually defeat with his sword. As Briggs absorbed the azure dragon blood and refined his physique, a cloud of blood mist began to spread over Anasklong City, turning the sky crimson. People looked up in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening before countless blood lights rained down. Blood turned into arrows, instantly targeting the crowd. Ordinary people could only scream in agony as their bodies were pierced full of holes. As the blood left their bodies, they quickly became desiccated corpses, while more blood surged forth, forming blood blades that rushed forward. The target? Precisely the Walter residence. Ha 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 ha. Walter family. I, Stephen, have come back for you. A grating sound like fingernails on a chalkboard echoed across the sky, followed by a figure riding a storm of blood blades shooting towards the Walter family compound. This figure was none other than Stephen, who had been transformed by the poisonous blood. He no longer resembled a Huang. His body was riddled with holes and severely distorted. Yet, this transformation had fused him with the poisonous blood, enhancing his strength immensely. Jindan stage? No, not anymore. Now, this creature was at the Yuaning stage. Indeed, creature was the right word. His mind was thoroughly corrupted, and his body was grotesquely twisted. He was no longer Huang. Walter family. Walter family. Eyes glowing with bloodlight, Stephen controlled countless blood swords in the sky, rotating wildly. After roaring furiously, he dove straight down, accompanied by thousands of blood weapons. The Walter family members stared in horror at the sky filled with descending blood swords, momentarily forgetting to resist. This spectacle seemed beyond their capability to withstand. Just as the weapons were about to descend, a roar came from inside the Walter residence. A figure in armor burst out, followed by 4 elders. Kanal is here. You evil spirits, how dare you be so presumptuous? Kanal, emerging from below, unleashed a fierce roar and punched upward, creating a tiger-shaped blood glow that shattered countless blood weapons. The remaining weapons were intercepted by the Walter family elders. These 4 had been in secluded meditation and thus missed the earlier calamity, almost sealing the family's fate. Now, they finally found a purpose, aiding their leader Kanal. Without slowing down, Kanal plunged into the blood cloud, shouting, "For elders, form the formation." Hearing this, the 4 elders exchanged determined glances. They were all peak Jindan stage experts who had hesitated to break through due to fear of the heavenly tribulation, but they recognized that the enemy was far beyond their level. Nevertheless, they had their pride and loyalty to the Walter family. Seeing the current patriarch charging head-on, the 4 elders clenched their teeth, unleashing their full power. Formation set, Walter endures. Red light spread, centered on the 4, forming a circular array above the Walter estate. The ultimate Walter technique, the Heaven Punisher Walter King array. Seeing the enormous red glowing Walter King emerging from the formation, holding a blade, the initially panicked Walter family members exchanged looks. Then, one after another, they roared, releasing streams of blood chi that formed chains reaching toward the sky. 10,000 techniques share a source. Gathering sand supports the heavens. If the Walter family's elite died out, even if the disciples survived, they wouldn't escape the onslaught from other families. So, let's fight to the death. Amplified by countless streams of blood chi, the half-emerged Walter King slowly stepped out entirely. Destiny has called, and the arrival of the destined son begins. ##### Chapter 106, The Transformation of the Walter Family. The door opened, and Briggs emerged, his face filled with delight. From a mere level 6 postnatal novice, he had advanced to peak postnatal in less than half a day, nearly reaching the prenatal stage. Though this progress might seem unremarkable, consider that boany of the Walter family's prenatal experts have trained for decades. Those who achieve the prenatal stage within 50 years are considered elite talents. Those who do so within 40 years are geniuses. Within 30 years, prodigies. Within 20 years, extraordinary talents. And within 10 years, they are undoubtedly reincarnated cultivators, not counted among ordinary people. This revision ensures the translation reads naturally and maintains consistency with the context provided. Achieving prenatal within 50 years is talent. Within 40, genius. Within 30, extraordinary talent. Within 20, remarkable talent. Within 10, likely a reincarnated immortal, not to be counted among ordinary Huboans. #### Chapter 106, The Transformation of the Walter Family, continued. This was why Silas, who had entered the innate stage before the age of 20, caused such a shock to the Walter family, leading Kanal to designate him as the next Walter family protector on the spot. With such talent, not only would he stand out in the small Walter family, but also in any ordinary sect, where he would immediately become a cherished prodigy, heavily cultivated by the sect. Even in large and influential sects, he would at least secure a position as a peak master or an elder. Briggs was now in the same boat as Silas, reaching the half-step innate stage before his 20th birthday. However, he was well aware that his current progress, though impressive, contained a significant element of luck. He hadn't achieved this through diligent cultivation, but rather through the boost provided by the azure dragon blood, akin to consuming extraordinary treasures. Such a method couldn't accurately reflect one's true potential. After all, you can't rely on constant access to heavenly treasures. Without these treasures, he would revert to his original state instantly. Waste remains waste, unaltered in essence. But rapid advancement in cultivation is still worth celebrating. Grinning widely, Briggs left the room, eager to share his surprise with his adoptive father and perhaps annoy the old Bowen while giving him some azure dragon blood to help break through the Yuaning stage, ensuring he didn't suddenly die of old age. This wasn't a sudden burst of filial piety. What filial piety could he have for the old Bowen? At most, it was an early investment. His carefree and unrestrained lifestyle was all thanks to Konal's support. If the old Bowen died, his good days would likely come to an end. By helping the old Bowen extend his life and increase his strength, Briggs would ensure his own carefree life lasted longer. 400 of years of peaceful living, a bit of azure dragon blood from Crosby Montgomery was worth it. Moreover, Briggs got along well with the old Bowen Connell, which was another reason. But just as Briggs pushed open the door of the meditation chamber and saw the courtyard, his bright smile froze. He realized the entire compound was in ruins. Walls collapsed, floor tiles shattered. The once magnificent Wuxia now resembled an abandoned temple, desolate and worn out. Dazed, Briggs walked through the semi-collapsed walls to the main courtyard, where he found numerous Walter family members gathered, all injured and carrying packs, looking dispirited. In front of them stood Walter Weiyuan, one of the 4 elders of the Walter family, with an empty left sleeve and bloodstains on his clothes, directing people to load belongings onto wagons. Seeing this scene, Briggs rushed over in shock. Third great-uncle. What happened? Turning to look, Walter Weiyuan frowned upon recognizing Briggs, then sighed deeply. The Walter family has suffered a calamity. 3 hours ago, a formidable enemy attacked. You were probably secluded and didn't hear it. The Walter family mobilized all disciples, resulting in heavy casualties. 2 of us elders are dead, 2 injured, and your father. If you're not afraid of delaying your escape, go see him, if you must. Sighing, Walter Weiyuan turned back to continue directing operations. Hearing this, Briggs's eyes widened in shock, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Third great-uncle. Who attacked? Stephen. Oh no. Realizing the gravity, Briggs turned and sprinted towards Connell's quarters. Along the way, he passed the main warehouse, where a group of black-clad figures, masked and busy, were hurriedly loading items. Recognizing Briggs, the leader, a familiar Waboan, furrowed her brows and discarded the box she held, scattering coins on the ground. Instantly, 6 venomous throwing knives appeared in her hand. But Briggs ignored her actions, running past the warehouse with a grim face. Seeing he wasn't there to seize items, the Waboan coldly snorted and lowered her weapons. Just then, footsteps approached as the warehouse steward, accompanied by menacing servants, rushed over. Before he even arrived, his shrill voice pierced the air. Who gave you permission to move anything? Without the Patriarch's order, no one touches the main warehouse. Do you hear me? Put those things His words were cut short as several flashes of cold light appeared. Clutching a flying knife embedded in his neck, the steward staggered back, his eyes wide in disbelief, then fell silent on the ground. So did the few nearest servants. Watching the other servants retreat in terror, the Waboan who threw the knives sneered. Nearby assassins turned to her. Why are you looking at me? Keep moving things. Yes. A shout echoed, and they dispersed to continue loading items. Only the squad leader hesitated, unsure. Lord Erlin, isn't moving these items without second master's permission inappropriate? Inappropriate how? 2 of the 4 holy ones of Walter family are dead, 2 crippled. Our elite disciples nearly decimated, and Patriarch Connell lost an arm, his tendon severed, his fate unknown. Do you think this Walter family can be saved? The captain remained speechless. Erlin glanced at the warehouse. Taking these items and reforming elsewhere means the Walter family isn't extinct. Don't think those blocking us were really here to stop us. They were just trying to loot too. As Easton is the 2nd son of the Patriarch, with the eldest and 3rd sons dead and the 4th son useless, he has absolute inheritance rights. These items will eventually belong to him. I'm just avoiding trouble by doing it first. Brilliant, Lord Zhao. Truly deserving of being second master's childhood friend. Hearing this praise, Erlin finally smiled slightly, turning her gaze toward the distance. She knew Easton well. He was capable and always knew when to act. In this situation, Easton would do the same sooner or later. She was simply acting according to his intentions. Hashtag chapter 107, casting fate with blood. Old Bowen. With a loud bang, the door was forcibly burst open. Almost immediately upon hearing the sound, the dozen Walter Wuxia guards stationed by the bedside drew their swords and stepped forward. Briggs, who had rushed into the room, was taken aback. Seeing it was Briggs, the Walter Wuxia guards' expression softened, but they did not step aside voluntarily, continuing to block the path resolutely. At this moment, a weak voice sounded from behind them. Cough, cough, cough. Is that Crosby C? Let him in. Yes, sir. The Walter Wuxia guards, all of whom were also injured, quickly moved aside upon hearing this, allowing Briggs to enter. The moment Briggs entered the room, he saw the pitiful state of Connell lying on the sickbed, his right arm completely missing, his exposed face and skin riddled with cracks. Lying in bed, Connell was giving instructions to one of the Walter Wuxia guards, barely able to muster any strength. Upon seeing Briggs' approach, Connell Bowen aged a weak smile. You're here? I thought you wouldn't make it in time to see me off. Father, you? Where's Foxer? Why hasn't he come? Huh? He? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Closing his eyes in bed, Connell let out a long sigh. My injuries are beyond saving. Even if they could be healed, it wouldn't matter. That monster can return at any moment, and our clan is no match for him. Crosby C. These remaining 82 Walter Wuxia guards will follow you from now on. The location of the hidden treasures of the Walter family has been disclosed to them. Rest assured. These men are my trainees, absolutely loyal. Father, and about the warehouse and the library in the compound, don't bother trying to take control of them. They've likely been emptied by your second brother. Ganon has the makings of a warlord. He acts decisively, and you cannot contend with him. Be careful, he might kill you outright. Father, wait for me. Don't worry. Compared to the treasures hidden by the Walter family, these visible things are mere trifles. From now on, the future of the Walter family rests entirely on you. As long as you live, the Walter family will endure. I don't expect you to avenge me against Ganon. Just hope that when Silas completes her cultivation, she'll remember our past favors and help. Help us seek vengeance. Is that what you mean? You've been beaten to this state. How can you still think of revenge? No. Listen to me without interrupting. Briggs waved his hand forcefully, nearly dumbfounded by the words. Suddenly turning to look at the Walter Wuxia guards around him, they all turned their heads to face him in unison. Seeing his son confronting these confidants, The dazed Kanal lying in bed suddenly waved his only remaining hand. Never mind, leave us alone. Let me have a private conversation with my son. Yes, sir. The Walter Wuxia guards filed out one by one, remembering to close the door behind them. The room instantly became empty, leaving only Kanal and Briggs together. After making sure there was really no one else around, Briggs abruptly opened the gourd in his hand. After verifying the liquid inside, Briggs silenced Kanal's attempt to speak and shoved the gourd directly into Kanal's mouth. Initially confused, Kanal, who couldn't understand why his foolhardy son was forcing wine down his throat as he lay dying, instinctively began swallowing in large gulps as soon as the first sip hit his throat. Azure dragon blood rapidly poured into his mouth, transforming swiftly into spiritual energy and flowing into every part of his body. Green veins spread from Kanal's neck across his body. The already broken meridians from using secret techniques began restoring rapidly and even strengthening under this powerful surge of spiritual energy. Even his severed right arm started regenerating flesh under the influence of this energy. After consuming a large amount of blood water, Kanal's meridians were quickly repaired. Sitting up abruptly from the bed, he closed his eyes and began circulating the Walter Emperor immortal art. Streams of emerald blood surged out from the gourd, revolving rapidly around Kanal and being continuously absorbed into his body. Watching this scene, Briggs gritted his teeth in pain. It was azure dragon blood, the finest heavenly treasure. He himself had used just a vat, but this old Bowen was so extravagantly wasteful. This wasn't his money. He spent without a care. However, despite his immense pain, Briggs did not interfere. Although dragon blood was precious, it wasn't irreplaceable. But this cheap old Bowen before him was indeed irreplaceable. If it must be used, so be it. Briggs would find a way to get more later. With his ability to perceive fate and destiny, obtaining good things was not a problem for him. Moreover, Briggs noticed another significant change. The brighter the azure dragon blood Kanal absorbed, the more luminous the blood-colored halo above his head became. Now it even emitted a dim golden glow. This, fate-reversing aura? Was this old Bowen evolving into a final boss? Could azure dragon blood have such effects? Wait a moment. Realizing something suddenly, Briggs scrambled over to the mirror. Looking at himself, particularly at the faint blood-red halo above his head, Briggs couldn't help but twitch his eyes. As expected, absorbing part of the azure dragon blood made his own fate evolve. This was dividing Steven's fortune. Azure dragon blood symbolized Steven's opportunity. Whoever absorbed more of the blood could replace him as the next great antagonist. Upon understanding this, Briggs felt an even greater heartache. Gritting his teeth, he walked up to Kanal and tried to grab some of the swirling green blood while urging him. Old Bowen, leave me some. Okay, can you hear me? Kanal, who was focused on cultivation, did not respond. Instead, he swiftly slapped Briggs's hand away as it reached for the dragon blood. Hey, you old Bowen. Me. With his hand now red from the slap, Briggs raised his arm angrily, then put it back down harshly. Fine, fine. You're my father. You're awesome, alright? If you weren't my father, I'd beat you up today. Muttering, he moved away and sat down anywhere. Still fuming, Briggs crossed his arms and glared at Kanal. Meanwhile, Kanal, still in deep meditation, showed a faint smile on his downturned face. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Simultaneously, an extremely piercing roar erupted. Walter family, come out to die. It was the demonized Stephen, whom Kanal and the Walter family's elite had barely Bowen-aged to injure and repel hours ago, and who had now recovered and returned. Hearing this, Kanal, who was in meditation, shuddered violently. The azure dragon blood circling around him became unstable and started trembling slightly. In Briggs's sight, the halo above Kanal's head, which had steadily grown and transformed into dark gold, paused its evolution and even began to regress slowly. ##### Chapter 108. Facing the Blood Sea. Briggs's expression darkened. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly stepped forward. Snatching the City Lord's order from Kanal, he also drew the azure dragon blood sword from his waist and spoke gravely. Rest assured and break through. If you get up now, none of us will survive. I'll hold off Ganonu outside for now. With that, Briggs kicked open the door, holding the City Lord's order high as he rushed out. Walter Guard, follow my order. Come with me to stall him. The Walter Guards who had been stationed outside the door instinctively glanced inside upon hearing this. They saw their lord, who had nearly breathed his last breath moments ago, now sitting up, and the Bowen whose arm had been severed was already halfway regrown. The sight instantly brightened their spirits. The sound of weapons being drawn echoed continuously as numerous Walter Guards followed Briggs without a second thought, charging toward the courtyard. By now, the Walter residence was in utter chaos as the formidable enemy arrived once again. Some were fleeing, others fighting, and some taking advantage of the situation to loot. Amidst this turmoil, the Walter Guards led by Briggs stood out like carp swimming upstream against a waterfall. Seeing how panicked the Walter clan members were, and how few were willing to fight, Briggs's expression turned grim. Knowing they wouldn't be able to hold back the enemy for long under such circumstances, he jumped onto a carriage, holding the City Lord's order high. Walter clan descendants, heed my order. Form ranks and prepare to fight. Huh, huh, huh. The Walter Guards roared in unison, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Looking at the fourth son, Briggs, holding the City Lord's order, the surviving Walter clan members exchanged uncertain glances. Seeing their hesitation, Briggs roared again, waving the order. Obey the order as if it were the person himself. By the authority of the clan head, I order the Walter clan descendants to follow me into battle. This second roar finally spurred a reaction from the Walter clan members. Many instinctively grabbed their weapons, but Bowen still hesitated. A Bowen with one arm hanging limp, covered in blood, snarled furiously. The clan head is gone. The four saints are gone. What can you possibly fight with? Lowering his head, Briggs's eyes narrowed. Fight with men, fight with lives, Fight with everything we have as the Walter clan. This place is the Walter residence. Enemies are right at our doorstep. If we don't fight, what face do we have to call ourselves Walter any longer? What nonsense. Even second Aiden fled. You want us to lay down our lives? Aren't our lives worth something too? Bullshit. He fled. But Ian remains. Kanal is heavily injured. I, Briggs, will stand firm. Wielding the Azure Dragon sword, which rapidly formed blood blades as he channeled true chi into it, Briggs pointed it at the crowd. If any of you still consider yourselves part of the Walter clan, if any of you still recognize me as the fourth son, then follow me. I cannot guarantee your survival today, but I swear, if the residence falls, Briggs will die alongside you all. Jumping off the carriage, Briggs slashed the air with the Azure Dragon sword and charged toward the gate, shoving through the crowd. Walter guards, follow me. Walter guards present. Over 80 Walter guards, with varying levels of strength, brandished their weapons and pursued him menacingly. As for the Walter clan members left behind, they looked at each other silently. After a few seconds of silence, one of them stomped the ground, smashing a money chest on the floor. Ga. Outer branch Walter Feng, present. Inner branch Walter He, present. Inner branch Walter Ming, present. Outer branch Walter Yi, present. The sounds of weapons being drawn rang continuously. Walter clan disciples discarded whatever items they held and ran toward the gate. In other courtyards, people began gathering toward the entrance as well. When Briggs and the Walter guards reached the gate, they found a large group of Walter clan disciples already gathered behind them, though they were far from their best state. Most crucially, the previous number of defenders had been more than double the current number and all in peak condition. Yet even then, they hadn't been able to defeat the enemy. With their current state, even if they attacked fiercely, victory was practically predetermined. Swinging his sword, Briggs halted before the gate, glaring angrily at the scene ahead. Outside, swirling blood mist billowed, occasionally emitting piercing wails. Sensing an impending attack, the eerie cries suddenly ceased. Both sides remained eerily silent for several seconds before a roar broke the silence from within the blood mist. Die! In an instant, the mist dispersed, and countless blood blades flew toward them like a storm. Facing this barrage, Briggs's face darkened. He swung the Azure Dragon sword fiercely. Attack! Attack! Roars echoed as red beams of sword light flew from the crowd. True chi barriers condensed as protection. On one side, endless blood blades tore through walls and gates, showering down in waves. On the other side, true chi surged to form defensive barriers and counterattacks. The clash of forces resounded with constant clanging sounds. Blood mist enveloped the scene, turning everything crimson. Though the blood blades were numerous, they lacked the skill to break through arrays and excelled only in overwhelming attacks. Against the collective defense array formed by the Walter clan members, the blood blades struggled to penetrate. After all, Stephen was merely a monstrous Yuan-Ing stage creature born from poisoned blood, lacking techniques, skills, and intelligence, just a freak capable of manipulating blood with a Yuan-Ing level cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured by the Walter clan members and forced to retreat temporarily. At the forefront, Briggs wielded the Azure Dragon sword with both hands, hacking away furiously. Massive red beams surged from the sword, tearing apart the blood mist. This wasn't Briggs's own power. He couldn't externalize true chi at the half-step Xianxia on stage. These beams were purely due to the Azure Dragon sword's ability to generate sharp blade-like light when infused with true chi. Relying on the divine weapon's might, Briggs caused destruction comparable to that of a core formation expert. This display of prowess instantly inspired all the Walter clan members. Seeing Briggs standing firm, unleashing formidable power while facing the enemy, the Walter clan members gradually moved forward, forcing back the relentless blood blades. Switching from defense to offense was quite astonishing. Unfortunately, this didn't make Briggs happy. Rather, he cursed inwardly. Though he seemed invincible with each strike shredding swathes of blood blades, could anyone easily control a divine weapon? Each swing drastically depleted his internal true chi. After several consecutive strikes, he was already struggling to maintain his stance. Instead of conserving strength to prolong resistance, these fools were actively attacking. How ridiculous. Eyeing the sea of blood blades slowly corroding the true chi barrier and inching closer, Briggs's expression grew grave. He stood at the forefront for two reasons. First, to boost morale and buy more time, and second, because hiding in the back would be futile. If the enemy broke through, the overwhelming assault would kill everyone quickly, giving no chance for escape. These elderly, sick, and weak behind him could barely withstand an attack. If defenses were breached, no one would last a second. Since death was inevitable if they lost, why should Briggs fear? He might as well be a hero and stand at the front. He only hoped that Heavenly Tao wouldn't wait until all of them were dead before letting Kanal break out of seclusion. Otherwise, if the family dies off and he gains strength through dark means to retaliate against the world, Kanal would truly become the ultimate villain. Mickey, you old Bowen, you must hurry. Otherwise, today will really become a day where the old send off the young. #### translation notes. The text provided is a follow-up thought or internal monologue, likely from Briggs or another character, reflecting on the dire situation and the potential consequences if Kanal doesn't break out of seclusion in time. The tone remains urgent and emotional, consistent with the previous chapter's intense atmosphere. #### Chapter 109. Battle with no way out. A sea of blood surged forward but was halted by a radiant barrier. The Walter family disciples who were maintaining the barrier with all their strength had deathly pale faces. Some had to stop channeling their true chi due to excessive depletion. On one side were the monstrous Yuan-Ing, and on the other, mere mortal martial artists. It was never a fair fight from the start. Not reaching the Yuan-Ing stage meant remaining Hu Bowen. Breaking through to the Ling stage would grant immortality. The gap between Yuan-Ing and Jin Dan was insurmountable, as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Even if this demonized Stephen knew no spells, he still found it easy to obliterate the Walter family. Cracking sounds grew louder in their ears. The spherical protective barrier was now riddled with cracks. As these cracks appeared, threads of blood emerged, turning into sharp swords that pierced toward the crowd. Several screams echoed. Walter family members, caught off guard, fell victim to these bloody swords. Their dried-up corpses expelled more blood weapons, which shot wildly in all directions. This sudden disaster threw the Walter family into chaos, hurriedly blocking with their swords. The sound of clashing metal filled the air. While they successfully deflected the blood blades, the withdrawal of their efforts caused the already weak true chi barrier to crumble further, resembling a spider web. Under the vast sea of blood, the Walter family's annihilation seemed imminent. At this critical moment, two shouts resounded simultaneously. A surge of overwhelming true chi poured into the barrier, not only repairing the cracks but also pushing back the blood blades. An old Bowen with a severed arm and another with one eye descended like eagles, radiating a river-like true chi. The two surviving Guiyuan realm elders of the Walter family had arrived. Demons, you dare act so recklessly? The pillars of the Walter family haven't been completely shattered yet. Shouting, the two elders landed beside Briggs and supported the sky together. The elder with a severed arm glanced at Briggs sharply, his eyes carrying an unusual expression. Good little descendant, despite your incompetence, you have the right spirit, truly worthy of being my Walter family's offspring. From now on, I acknowledge you. The one-eyed elder sneered coldly, supporting the protective barrier with one hand while pointing outward with the other. Blood-colored true chi erupted behind him, striking the blood weapons wreaking havoc inside the barrier. As they clashed, the indestructible blood blades began to disintegrate under the fiery red true chi. Rescuing the younger generation, he watched as they resumed channeling true chi into the barrier before retracting his palm. Don't count me in that talk. I refuse to recognize this incompetent grandson. He can barely stand on his own and lost the only Waboan who could support him. I don't have a descendant like you. Briggs, leaning on his weapon and panting heavily, his face deathly pale, couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. You won't acknowledge me? I wouldn't bother either. Just be careful that no one will collect your body when you die, old fool. Brat, my descendants outnumber the people you know. Humph, after today, there won't be anyone left. You. The one-eyed elder's face turned red with anger. If he hadn't been maintaining the barrier, he would have slapped Briggs. But after glaring viciously, he sighed bitterly. Yes, after today, nothing will remain. So be it. Even if we cannot live as overlords, we shall die as heroes. There are no cowards in the Walter family. With both hands firmly supporting the barrier, the one-eyed elder and the one-armed elder faced the crisis resolutely. Descendants. Today, we follow the Walter family into the netherworld. Boom. Vast true chi surged forth, shattering the surging sea of blood. This sudden counterattack startled even the demonized Stephen. No, this creature was no longer Stephen but a mindless venomous dragon consumed by the blue dragon's poisonous blood, driven only by the instinct to absorb blood, expand its power, and kill to grow stronger. A monster pure and simple. Witnessing the blood sea dispersing into a storm of bloody rain, the demonized Stephen froze in confusion, then roared in fury. Blood water rose and formed a crimson whirlwind in front of everyone. Accompanying the congealing blood, a massive, crystal-clear sword appeared overhead, spanning over 100 meters in length and 20 meters wide. Seeing the colossal blade suspended above, the Walter family disciples, the two elders, and even Briggs stood silently, leaning on their weapons. Previously, they bow-and-aged to hold their ground against a large-scale bombardment thanks to their numbers. But now, facing concentrated strikes aimed at piercing through their defenses, even combined efforts might prove futile. As the massive blood blade spun rapidly in the sky, the two Walter saints stepped forward without a word, shielding Briggs and the others. One wielded dual blades, the other a war halberd, their faces resolved. Behind them, the Walter family members advanced swiftly, weapons raised high. To fight? It meant certain death. But to flee? If they wanted to run, they wouldn't have come here for this battle. Those who dared to come here were not cowards. In the silence that followed, the next second, a shrill roar resonated through the skies as the giant sword plunged down from above. Facing the overwhelming attack, Briggs, standing at the front, gripped the blue dragon's sword tightly and slowly closed his eyes. His strategies were exhausted. Perhaps he was indeed destined to be forsaken by the heavens. But such was life. Having relived this existence, encountering a wise and understanding Waboan despite their fates crossing too briefly, and having a loving foster father, albeit cruel, despite its brevity, this life was worth living. Amidst the deafening whistling, the giant sword slammed down, the hastily erected barrier shattered instantly. Fragments flew everywhere, and numerous Walter family members vomited blood, even the two saints' faces turning ghastly pale. Witnessing the plummeting behemoth, everyone raised their weapons, ready for their final stand. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Buildings behind collapsed under a powerful wave of energy, and a blood-colored figure sped towards the giant sword, halting at inches from impact. Ushvin, radiating an awe-inspiring aura with green patterns on his skin, braced the giant sword effortlessly. His long hair danced in the wind like a fierce lion unleashed from its cage. His arm holding the sword glowed blood-red with green fissures running through it. Slowly raising his head, Ushvin's eyes flared red as his roar reverberated. Ushvin of the Walter family is here. Hashtag chapter 110. Kanal emerges from seclusion. Amidst the roar, Kanal fiercely unleashed a punch with one arm, and as the arm holding the colossal sword swung, it burst forth with dazzling bloodlight. Everyone only heard a dragon's roar exploding in their ears, and in the next moment, the towering giant sword above crumbled inch by inch. The sky was instantly stained red as this punch sent the blood flying back, even tearing a large hole through the sea of blood surrounding Stephen. Stephen, now fully exposed, spat blood from all his orifices, clearly badly hit by this blow. With eyes wide open and red, Stephen suddenly roared to the heavens, causing the scattered blood to gather around him once more. Seeing this, Conall silently turned and stood in front of Briggs, glancing sideways at him. Are you alright? Relieved to see Conall finally emerge from seclusion, and with his severed arm regrown, Briggs exhaled sharply. I won't die, but if you had come out any later, I might not be able to say that for sure. Old Bowen, can you please not be so punctual next time? Briggs's words made Conall frown slightly without replying. He simply raised his head and looked up. Following his gaze, Briggs also looked up and immediately paled. Above the Walter family, a massive vortex composed of cloud layers was spinning wildly. Countless lightning serpents danced within it, forming an eye-like structure that sent shivers down everyone's spine just by looking at it. This is thunder tribulation. Realizing what it was, Briggs turned to Conall with a bewildered expression. You are undergoing the tribulation? You dared to come among the crowd during the tribulation. Are you crazy? The thunder tribulation, also known as heavenly punishment, is a tool used by heaven to prevent all beings from achieving immortality. Since the world's resources are limited, it cannot tolerate two bony immortal beings. If you seek immortality, heaven will not stop you, but you must undergo multiple trials along the path. This trial being the heavenly tribulation. Survive it, and you gain the right to continue seeking immortality. Fail, and you will die, merging with the universe without a trace. As ancient sayings go, there are myriad difficulties, none greater than ascending to heaven, which refers precisely to this. Immortality has 9 steps, each with its own obstacle. Martial artists fare better since their path differs. They do not need to face the tribulation until reaching the nascent soul stage. However, cultivators face a tribulation during foundation establishment, another during core formation, and yet another during golden core, truly enduring countless trials and tribulations. Martial artists, upon breaking through to the nascent soul realm, also merge into the path of cultivation, facing the heavenly tribulation with even greater intensity. Worse, this tribulation has a specific characteristic. It cannot be aided by external objects or people. After all, this trial is meant to test you, not your treasures or relationships. If you dare ask for help or use artifacts to resist, each additional person adds 3-fold strength to the tribulation, while each additional artifact increases the lightning's destructive power by 50%. The more help you seek, the worse the outcome for you, and possibly them. Thus, it is taboo to have others nearby during the tribulation, especially when Conall directly appeared among the crowd, essentially inviting death. With so bony within the tribulation's attack range, who knows how terrifying it would become. Old Bowen, you, relax. Just a mere heavenly tribulation. I fear nothing. Just as Briggs was about to speak, Conall interrupted him. Looking up at the gathering lightning, Conall suddenly roared, and the unique arm regrown with azure dragon blood burst into brilliant emerald light. Azure dragon arm. Shatter it for me. Roaring furiously, Conall thrust a punch straight into the sky. A dragon's cry echoed as vast true chi surged from his arm, transforming into a colossal azure dragon shadow shooting madly towards the heavens. Almost simultaneously, the first batch of lightning converged. Tribulation divided into 9 stages corresponds to the 9 realms of cultivation, each stronger than the last. Breaking through from golden core to nascent soul is the 4th tribulation, known as the 4-9 thunder tribulation. It consists of 4 waves, each containing 9 bolts of lightning with immense power. However, despite its overwhelming force, descending from 9 directions and converging into one line, the lightning seemed fragile against the rising dragon shadow. An ear-splitting boom sounded as the dragon shadow collided with the lightning, which parted instantly. The azure dragon soared into the clouds, tearing a hole through the thunder tribulation. Antonio light poured through the newly formed gap, enveloping Conall below. Facing the momentarily silenced, demonized Stephen, Conall remained expressionless, slowly raising his head. Take 3 punches from me, and I'll let you leave the Walter family alive. Silence fell over the crowd. Neither the dazed Stephen nor Briggs and the Walter family disciples behind him moved or made a sound. Even the thunderclouds seemed stunned, pausing their formation of lightning. After several seconds, someone erupted in cheers, followed by frenzied shouts from the Walter family disciples. Family head mighty. Walter family still stands. Family head. Kill him to avenge our brothers. Yes, kill him. Kill, 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 kill. The chaotic cries soon synchronized, resonating in unison with the clashing weapons, echoing through the heavens. Opposite, the demonized Stephen watched the roaring Walter family disciples, then looked at Conall's expressionless face. Driven purely by instinct now, a sense of fear emerged within him. Run. This thought flashed in his mind and was instantly executed. Blood seas churned as countless blood blades shot toward Briggs. Meanwhile, Stephen Bow manipulated the remaining blood, trying to flee. Seeing this, Conall's face darkened as he roared. Trying to run. Did you ask the Walter family first? Grasping with one hand, the blood blade shattered instantly, merging into rivers of blood flowing towards Conall. Even the distant fleeing blood sea swiftly reversed direction, dragging Stephen towards Conall. Walter Imperial Power. Immortal Skill. Chapter 111. Piercing the clouds, becoming an infant. Countless droplets of blood condensed and compressed, converging toward Conall's palm. The sea of blood covering the entire Walter family compound transformed into a blood orb in his hand within seconds. As for Stephen, Conall had already flown to him, but manipulating the blood to lift him up into the air. Staring at this very Bowen who had caused such immense damage to the Walter family, Conall's face was grim. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Above him, the shattered thunderclouds had reformed and, because Conall dared to attack the thunderclouds, they were now utterly enraged. The gathered thunderbolts increased in frequency, with the power inside them growing rapidly. The Walter family disciples, sensing this, turned pale, while Briggs frowned deeply. He looked at the dark golden halo shining above his father's head, then glanced upwards at the furious heavenly tribulation. Briggs couldn't help but ponder. Usually, villains like this, who possess great destiny, are practically invincible until they encounter their destined opponent. They can always turn danger into safety. Meanwhile, the heavenly tribulation representing the will of the heavens should theoretically be invincible too, capable of killing anyone. But between these two, which is stronger? After 2 seconds of contemplation, Briggs concluded that the heavenly tribulation must be stronger, since it represents the will of heaven itself. Yet, from another perspective, villains with great destiny are somewhat akin to adopted sons of heaven. Although not quite on par with a true son, they're still sons. A little troublemaking and entering a rebellious phase shouldn't warrant immediate death. Just a bit of punishment would suffice, provided they don't continue causing trouble. Heaven wouldn't. But before Briggs could breathe a sigh of relief, the scene before him nearly made him shout out loud. Kanal, hearing the rolling thunder above, punched ferociously toward the sky once more. A dragon shadow emerged, shattering the tribulation again, leaving no chance for the lightning to strike. Everyone was stunned as the thunderclouds were punched open yet again. Without lifting his head, Kanal angrily spat. Annoying. His gaze then fiercely turned back to Stephen in his hand, his murderous intent plain to see. The thunderous calamity, having taken 2 hits, raged and roared for a moment under everyone's astonished eyes before there was nothing left. Staring at the scattered thunderclouds after its fury, Briggs was dumbfounded. Had he driven away the heavenly tribulation? He thought it would grow stronger with each attack, even upgrading from a foundational tribulation to one that could kill those in the transcendence stage if provoked enough. How could it flee after just 2 punches? Since when was a heavenly tribulation so easy to intimidate? As the lightning dissipated and stars began merging into Konal's body, Briggs felt as if his mind was about to crash. Even the blessings from heaven after surviving the tribulation had appeared, indicating it was truly over. It had only sent down 1 bolt, receiving 2 punches from heaven instead, and actually backed off? This was something not even a common cultivator, let alone Briggs, might have seen. Only veteran experts might have some idea about such occurrences. Just as Briggs suspected, the way of heaven is never fair. During transcendence, it treats people differently. Good people get weaker strikes, bad ones get stronger. Really bad ones get an automatic upgrade package, and disobedient ones suffer greatly. But tolerating a transcendence seeker, even dissipating the tribulation like this, only happens for those favored by heaven, those destined for greatness. Large sects use such phenomena to determine if someone is a favored individual protected by heaven. If they learn of such an occurrence, they dispatch countless elites to find and bring back the person for cultivation, no matter the cost, because those who can make the heavenly tribulation retreat invariably become heroes or influential figures in their generation. Though they didn't know about the distinction between positive and negative destinies, to them, anyone who caused such a phenomenon was undoubtedly a child of destiny. The only difference was whether some were good or simply arrogant and rude. And when some destined individuals lost or died to others, it was explained easily. You rank them as you would scholars, and a minor scholar encountering a major one could end up dead. Even though all were children of the heavens, the favoritism decided the outcome. These destined individuals are what top-tier sects vie for. Therefore, bony unfortunate ones die early due to malicious competitions among them. Enveloped in starlight, Konal's body rapidly strengthened, his golden core breaking and transforming into an infant. With an emotionless stare fixed on Stephen, he ignored the strange phenomena happening to him. Only his arm, entwined with a dragon's shadow, slowly lifted. Still the same words, withstand my 3 punches, and I'll spare your life. Boom. Without giving Stephen time to react or prepare, Konal punched instantly. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Stephen's body exploded into a cloud of bloody mist. Konal scoffed, his clenched fist gradually loosening. But before he could lower his fist, the blood mist quickly converged, forming a terrifying blood skull with visible dragon horns. Hee. You can't kill me. No one can. I am undying. The Azure Dragon is immortal. Upon realizing he hadn't been killed, Stephen, regaining some sanity, burst into a roar. After laughing mockingly, he fled, trying to escape from the Walter family. Seeing this, Konal's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he raised his right arm and unleashed several consecutive punches. What about the 3-punch promise? A joke. Did Konal look like someone who would let a strong enemy escape for the sake of a promise? He had long mastered finishing off enemies thoroughly. He was a villain, after all. Rules? What rules? Roaring dragon shadows surged, scattering the blood skull instantly. But despite Konal's relentless blows, the monster, born from Stephen's soul merged with the Azure Dragon's poisonous blood, refused to die. Watching Stephen reform, Konal's grip tightened. Just as he considered using the Walter Emperor's undying technique to forcibly absorb this abnormal being, a sudden low shout came from behind. Mickey, catch the sword. With a streak of blood across the sky, the Azure Dragon's sword spun towards Konal, landing in his hand. As their energies connected, the Azure Dragon blood sword was fully activated. A blade several meters long materialized, exuding ominous energy. Behind, the Walter family members felt chills run down their spines, instinctively stepping back. Only Konal, wielding the sword, felt a connection from the same source. Swinging the weapon, feeling it like another limb, Konal grinned ferally. In the next moment, amidst Stephen's horrified gaze, Konal slashed the sword through the air. Hashtag Chapter 112. The Walter family's reversal of fortune. True Arvin surged, crazily fusing into the treasured sword. This power, which shared the same origin as the Azure Dragon blood, instantly activated the sword. Dense bloodlight dispersed, transforming into a menacing sword aura that shot toward the sky. As Stephen was fleeing in the sky, he couldn't help but let out a startled cry upon seeing this. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The crimson sword aura roiled and left a scar splitting the sky above Longqing City, as if dividing the sky directly in half. Stephen, who was trying to flee, had no chance to struggle. He was cleaved into two halves by the sword strike. The wound didn't show any sign of healing itself. Even with his body severed into two parts, Stephen still wasn't dead and tried desperately to escape. Seeing the effective attack from below, Konal's eyes flashed red for a moment. The next instant, a sharp blade shone in the air, bursting forth with myriad star-like sparks. Ancestor Dragon's supreme skill, the demon-slaying sword technique. The weapon flashed and disappeared almost instantly. Konal casually swung the azure dragon bloodsword and turned to walk back towards the Walter family compound. Behind him, Stephen, who was still fleeing midair, froze in place. Dense bloodlight crisscrossed the sky, weaving into a tightly woven net. Fifth form, heaven-splitting sword. The heavenly net never fails. Walter family. Stephen, ensnared within the net, Bowen aged only to move his eyeballs to glance at Konal before his body exploded into a rain of blood. In the raging sword chi, even the traces of life in the blood were extinguished. Having become the first villain to face the new rising nemesis, Stephen ultimately met his fate at the hands of Konal, becoming the first stepping stone on his path to supremacy. Witnessing Konal's successful breakthrough to the nascent soul realm and his effortless defeat of a formidable enemy, the Walter family disciples burst into jubilation. Briggs visibly relaxed. Walking up to Briggs, Konal casually tossed him the azure dragon bloodsword, walked past him with hands behind his back, and headed towards the courtyard. Spread the word, tomorrow I will celebrate my successful breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, adding 500 years to my lifespan. Those who wish to grace me with their presence are welcome to gather. Konal's authoritative voice echoed. The Walter family disciples bowed their heads deeply and clasped their hands. We obey the patriarch's compound. Although they were bruised and battered, the joy on their faces was unparalleled. Patriarch Konal had been the terror of Longqing City for over 200 years with his grand origin realm prowess, and no one could shake his dominance. Today, having successfully broken through and perfected his cultivation, the entire Longqing City would truly belong to the Walter family. For at least 500 years, until Konal's natural death, no one in Longqing City would dare provoke the Walter family. Hearing the cheers, Konal, who had already reached the courtyard, suddenly stopped and turned to look at everyone. Scanning the crowd, noting their injuries, he nodded lightly. Well done, everyone. You haven't disgraced the Walter family. From now on, all those who participated in this battle shall be inner sect disciples. Families of the fallen will be taken care of by the Walter family, and the wounded, we will support their recovery. As long as I, Konal, am alive, none of you will kneel to anyone, not even to me. Thank you, Patriarch. This should be said by me. Walter family, thank you all. With a flick of his sleeves, Konal strode away. The remaining Walter family disciples exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, everyone suddenly cheered, throwing down their weapons. Briggs and the two saintly elders were lifted up by the enthusiastic crowd, being thrown into the air repeatedly. Meanwhile, the entire Longqing City fell into a stunned silence. The direct shattering of the thunderbolt, the overwhelming sword technique, everything proclaimed one fact. Longqing City remained unchanged, and the Walter family was far from falling into decline. On the contrary, after this battle, the Walter family reached its peak once more, rising like a dragon piercing the clouds, thoroughly re-establishing itself. When the Walter family disciples spread the news of Konal's celebratory banquet, nearly everyone in the city came, from large and small families to merchants and officers. Even those who couldn't come sent their heirs or most important elders to attend. By the second morning, before the sky was fully lit, the Walter residence gate was lined up with guests from the city, including representatives from neighboring sects and cities, all attending the celebration. Konal's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm was indeed significant. Appearing a nascent soul expert in this relatively remote area was enough to awe people. However, such an event wasn't enough to shock the cultivator sections. These sects, even minor ones, usually had several senior ancestors. One nascent soul expert wouldn't make much of a difference to them. But Konal was different. He shattered the thunderclouds and repelled the celestial tribulation, which targeted the Fate's chosen son. Shattering the thunderclouds was difficult, but making the celestial tribulation retreat, rather than strike out of anger, that was nearly impossible. A clear-cut Fate's chosen son, destined to rise to greatness, this kind of person must be befriended whenever possible. If Konal hadn't already completed his cultivation, nearby sects might have fought over him to bloody ends. All these attendees today aimed to forge ties with Konal, hoping for mutual support in the future. Before, the Walter family was just a typical local powerhouse. But after yesterday's battle, and with Konal's emergence, the Walter family had truly ascended to the same level as cultivator sects. When the worn-out gates opened, countless Walter family disciples clad in blood-red robes, embroidered with the character Walter on their chests, stepped out confidently, swords slung on their backs. Their abilities varied, some at the innate stage, others still in the postnatal realm. They all shared one identity now. Inner sect disciples, the highest ranking among peers. The newly made blood-red clothes served as proof of their participation in the deadly battle yesterday. Apart from yesterday's participants, not even the original inner sect disciples qualified for these robes. Noticing the injured blood-robed disciples and the devastated buildings around, the guests waiting outside were very polite, respecting boundaries. Despite the walls being largely collapsed, they entered through the damaged gate, abiding by the rules. After all, they came to build connections, not enmity. If they angered the Walter family now, what would happen when fortunes changed? It wasn't uncommon for families to be wiped out decades later due to provoking a Fate's chosen son. Thus, the Walter family, now under the auspices of destiny, stood equal with cultivator sects, forever altered by Konal's breakthrough. Chapter 113, Gathering of Clouds and Storms. Congratulations. Congratulations to City Lord Walter on achieving such prowess. City Lord Walter's martial arts are unparalleled. I've heard Bowenny tales, and today I see that they're all true. Indeed, you are the chosen one of destiny, truly awe-inspiring and formidable. And this must be your esteemed son? He is truly handsome. Coincidentally, I have a daughter who has reached her 20th year and is nearly at the innate stage. Does your son happen to be engaged? One by one, masters, some known, some not, led their followers into the hall. Fortunately, yesterday's fierce battle was confined to the entrance and didn't affect the inner courtyard. Otherwise, there might have been no suitable place for the Walter family banquet. The visitors almost invariably lamented over the remnants of the walls and the intensity of the battle, praising the bravery of the Walter family, flattering them generously. Kanal, dressed in red robes, stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile never leaving his face. He didn't put on too much airs despite the praise. Anyone who approached him received a response from Kanal. However, Briggs sat slouched like a couch potato in his armchair, showing no expression as he watched guests pass by. The two elders sitting above him cast stern and disappointed glances at him. These were the only two remaining elders of the Walter family, currently basking in the reverence of the attendees. Normally, Kanal would not allow these elders to sit even at an equal level, let alone higher. But after the clan's bloodbath, Kanal now held respect for the two elders, seating them beside him as equals. This gesture greatly pleased the elders, their faces never losing their smiles. Until Briggs entered, slumping ungraciously into a chair, spoiling their mood instantly. Unfazed by the stern looks from the elders, Briggs continued zoning out. Occasionally, someone would greet him, hoping to curry favor with Kanal through him, but Briggs merely waved dismissively, barely acknowledging them. After all, his father had become a great villain of fate, with potential to rise even further until encountering the ultimate protagonist. Kanal's journey would likely be smooth sailing. According to Briggs's calculations, Kanal, being the final antagonist, would need to cultivate up to half-step celestial immortal before the climax. By then, even Briggs wouldn't fear anything anymore. With a powerful protector like this, Briggs felt he could act however he wanted. If not for fear of going too far and drawing Kanal's wrath, Briggs would have performed a pole dance in the middle of the room. Even his current lazy demeanor was already respectful enough for everyone. He is, after all, the beloved son of the great villain. He should do as he pleases. Just as Briggs was lost in thought, gazing at the ceiling, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Several familiar figures appeared. Seeing them, Kanal's smile stiffened momentarily but quickly returned, so fast it went unnoticed. Father, go and take your seat. Yes. Easton, the second son of the Walter family, bowed his head silently and walked past his father. Alongside him was Erilyn, a Waboan with furrowed brows, still wearing black leather armor but without her veil, revealing a sharp and slightly ominous face. Opposite Briggs, Easton sat silently while Erilyn stood behind him, arms crossed, eyes sweeping the room and settling on Briggs. Seeing Easton, the slouching Briggs raised his hand weakly. Hey, Dakari, welcome back. Remy, how have you been? Don't worry, I'm not dying anytime soon. After exchanging a few words, Briggs resumed gazing absently at the ceiling. The two elders looked at Easton in silence. The fiery-tempered one-eyed elder even snorted coldly. Cowardice in battle, and you have the nerve to return. That's enough. Today is not for arguments. Preserving a spark in the face of insurmountable foes was wise, interjected the other elder, trying to defuse the situation. Afterward, he sighed, looking between Easton and the disheveled Briggs. This time, Easton, you have truly let down our family. Easton's lips quivered, but he remained silent. Behind him, Erilyn hesitated, taking a step forward, but was stopped by Easton. Their journey back hadn't gone well. Not only did the elders treat them harshly, but those who fought till the end gave them icy stares. Especially Easton, who chose to retreat with his assassination squad and took away the family treasury and secrets from the library, an act punishable by death if caught under normal circumstances. Most of those who looted during the chaos had either disappeared or faced severe punishments, ranging from execution to demotion. Given Easton's significant crime, his return itself was daring. Only his status as the eldest son protected him. The one-eyed elder snorted again, turning away. He had once thought Easton could lead the Walter family after Kanal's death. Now, he saw Easton as nothing more than an ungrateful wolf. Unexpectedly, the good-for-nothing fourth son had turned out differently. Though worthless, Briggs had shown resilience, rallying the remnants and turning the tide. Upon reflection, the elder couldn't help but feel that appearances can be deceiving. Turning to glance at Briggs, who was now picking his nose and whistling to a servant, the elder's face froze. With a tight grip, he crushed the armrest of his chair. Never mind. This brat was just a waste of time. Note: maintain the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring natural English translation. Chapter 114. The Gift from Huang. 4th generation senior disciple Emilio of the Huang sect. I bring greetings from my master to City Lord Walter, wishing you success in your cultivation. My master is preparing to break through to the soul separation stage and advance towards the nascent deity realm, so he could not come in person. I, as the heir to the sect leader position, represent him. I hope you do not mind. 2 hours later, once all guests were seated, the grand banquet at the Walter family estate officially began. And upon commencement of the feast, one of the first to rise in congratulations was a significant figure. In the northern wilderness, there are Boani wandering cultivators and numerous sects. Above them are the 12 sects of the Fuyan Mountains. Below stand the 13 pavilions of the Jiugong Ranges. The most renowned sects in this region are undoubtedly the 12 major sects of the Fuyan Mountains and the 13 blessed sites of the Jiugong Ranges. And this Huayun sect is one of the 12 major sects of the Fuyan Mountains. It has several soul separation experts and a nascent deity elder presiding over it. While it cannot compete with the truly large sects, it is still considered a powerhouse in the northern wilderness. Even among the core lands of Central Plains, it would be regarded as a medium-sized sect. For such a powerful entity to send its heir to celebrate a mere city lord's achievement personally, speaking so humbly, was an immense gesture of respect to Kanal. Listening to the words of the Huayun sect's young lord, Kanal naturally couldn't do anything foolish. Smiling from his seat, he rose gracefully and lightly cupped his hands toward the Huayun sect's young lord. Oh, Aiden, your presence here from the Huayun sect already brings great honor to the Walter family. Once your sect leader achieves mastery, this old Bowen will personally visit to offer my congratulations. Then thank you, City Lord Walter. This is a gift from our Huayun sect. A humble token, but please accept it kindly. As he spoke, the young lord took a box from an attendant beside him, nodded respectfully to the surrounding guests, and then handed the gift to a Walter family member. The steward who received the gift opened it slightly, glanced inside, and his eyes lit up before loudly announcing, "The Huayun sect presents a third-grade spirit treasure, a 10,000-year-old ginseng root." This announcement caused immediate astonishment among the guests, leading to animated discussions. One must understand that these treasures of heaven and earth are classified into 9 grades, with the first being the strongest and the 9th the weakest. Among them are also inferior quality items and supreme treasures which are priceless. These treasures can be used for refining elixirs, aiding cultivation, or nurturing into sentient beings to serve as attendants or disciples. Such spirit herbs that become sentient usually have considerable talent. Boweni declining sects choose to spend centuries helping them transform, hoping to cultivate exceptional disciples to revive their sect. Some even nurture them from infancy, transforming them into companions upon maturity. Not only spirit herbs, but also beast taming and cultivating divine swords imbued with spirits. Cultivation sects employ various means to ensure their survival amidst generational gaps. Any reputable sect typically has a special chamber to seal away top-grade treasures. Should the sect decline, these treasures would be awakened and nurtured to salvage their lineage. Besides serving as companions, these treasures play a crucial role in the formation of the golden core. Cultivators can refine their golden core independently, akin to martial artists condensing their dan, pill. However, golden cores formed without external aid generally rank lower. Those fortunate might achieve 5th or 6th grade cores, keeping pace with contemporaries. But an unlucky few might end up with 7th, 8th, or even 9th grade cores, rendering them weak compared to peers. To avoid this fate, geniuses devised a safer method to form their golden core, using heavenly treasures as a base, harnessing external power. This method, known as golden core forging, yields higher grade cores based on the treasure's grade, potentially imbuing some of the treasure's power. Yet, this method has its drawbacks. Top-tier treasures are exceedingly rare. Using spirit treasures equates to forging a beast's essence. When the golden core forms, the resulting tribulation will be several times stronger than natural ones. If one lacks fortune, they may succeed in forming the core but fail to survive the tribulation. The Huayun sect's gift, a 10,000-year-old ginseng root, though a 3rd-grade spirit treasure with no special abilities, ranks lower among its kind, but it can produce a genius with a 3rd-grade golden core. Breaking through to the infant soul stage would then be easy, and advancing to the soul separation stage isn't impossible. At the very least, it ensures 500 years of familial prosperity. This gift is substantial. Kanal stared at the 10,000-year-old ginseng root beside him, then after a brief silence, he nodded to the Huayun sect's young lord. "I extend thanks on behalf of Montgomeryer to the Huayun sect." His words caused everyone to turn towards Briggs, making the latter rather embarrassed as he quickly put down his finger from picking his teeth. Meanwhile, Easton remained silent with a grim expression. Everyone now knew that the second son, who was almost certain to inherit the leadership, had lost his standing. Even if Kanal favored Briggs, the Walter family members who fought bravely wouldn't support this coward who fled the battlefield. Despite controlling Boweni assets and having significant power, Easton's chance for the family leadership seemed gone. Seeing guests focus on Briggs while ignoring Easton, Erlyn, standing behind Easton, suddenly stepped forward and knelt before Kanal. "Master, I acted on my own accord during the crisis by breaking into the family treasury. I also killed the warehouse bowager, for protecting the seed was more important given the dire situation." With a sudden silence around, Erlyn raised her head to meet Kanal's indifferent gaze. Next, she drew a short sword from her waist. With a resolute expression, she slashed her face with the blade. A tearing sound followed, and blood flowed down her cheek. Putting the sword down, she lowered her head, eyes sharp. "But no matter the reasons, a rule broken remains a rule broken. I take full responsibility. Please punish me, master." Her declaration brought silence to the hall. Kanal watched Erlyn calmly, seeing the blood drip from her chin, then slowly turned to Easton. "Foxer, was it all her doing?" Easton trembled and looked up. "Well this? If it was you, out of fatherly love, I'd be lenient. But if it was her, someone here will die today." Kanal's voice deepened, his eyes piercing. "I ask you again, was it you who broke into the treasury, or was it her?" "It was her." Chapter 115, The Devoted Briggs. Easton's words echoed in the hall, followed by an uneasy silence. Kanal took a deep breath, casting a deep look at Easton, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Lacking courage and bloodline spirit, Easton was unwilling to take responsibility now, which had completely disillusioned him. Sitting in his chair, Easton lowered his head, clutching the edges of his sleeves tightly, not daring to look up at his father. He could easily imagine how displeased his father's face must be. After all, the Walter family valued martial prowess, and his evasive behavior would naturally provoke resentment from the clan members. But it couldn't be helped. Easton dared not risk it. He wasn't sure whether his father was telling the truth or lying. If he admitted guilt only for others to seize this as an excuse to reclaim all his power, he'd be left with nothing. For Easton, retaining his position was paramount. Even if the clan looked down on him, it didn't matter as long as he held sway over important departments, ensuring he wouldn't be defeated. Nina, kneeling in the hall, paused briefly upon hearing Easton's firm response. In the next moment, she closed her eyes slowly, a trace of comprehension appearing on her downturned face. Indeed, Easton lived up to his reputation, justifying her choice in him. Seated in the main seat, Kanal gazed deeply at Nina before straightening his posture, his eyes sharpening. Since that's the case, I order you to take her away and execute her immediately. Wait, father. Briggs, who had been lounging idly nearby, snapped back from his reverie. Upon lifting his head, he realized how close they were to a lethal situation, causing him to startle. Father, this is a joyous occasion. Do we really need bloodshed? Kanal remained silent, merely glancing at Nina. Noticing the blood trickling down her face, Briggs felt speechless. Cough, we don't have to kill anyone, do we? It's bad luck to have a death during such a festive day. Besides, killing someone without provocation isn't good for our image in front of the guests. Imagine what rumors might spread about us. As he spoke, Briggs glanced around, noticing the black and red halos above the heads of Walter clan members and the dark gold halo above his father's head. This observation brought him into another silence. It seemed like no one needed to say it. They weren't exactly reputable people. Kanal shot him a side glance after Briggs's remark. As a ruthless Bowen who had ruled Anislong City with an iron fist for over 2 centuries, he certainly didn't care much about his reputation. Everyone knew how he'd made his name. However, since his eldest son had spoken, Kanal couldn't embarrass him in public. Very well. On this joyful day, I won't kill anyone, but punishment must still be administered. You, seal your cultivation and serve as my eldest son's maid. Upon hearing this, both Easton and Briggs, along with Nina, were stunned. Before either could speak, Briggs stood up first, pointing at Nina with an incredulous expression. Her? To be my maid? Yes, any objections? Yes, father. I realize now that it was disrespectful of me to interrupt earlier. Matters between elders shouldn't be interfered with by their juniors. Perhaps you should kill her instead? Seeing the sudden change in attitude and the serious expression of his eldest son, Kanal narrowed his eyes into a smile, looking quite pleased. Fine, then I will decide to make her a concubine. Any objections? At this, Kanal turned to glance at Nina and Easton, his smile vanishing instantly. Hearing this, Easton kept his head low, shaking it slowly without answering. Nina bit her lip, glaring daggers at Briggs with fierce determination. Nina accepts the punishment willingly. Very well, then this is settled, Kanal declared, waving his hand and finalizing the decision. Glancing at the guests, he sighed heavily. To be honest, my eldest son has also suffered greatly. He once had a lover named Silas, whom he loved dearly from childhood. Unfortunately, she possessed the legendary 9 jade body, so I sent her to Mount Ivnu for cultivation out of compassion. My devoted son decided never to marry after this, and thus I tried finding him a concubine, albeit against his wishes. The guests were taken aback by this revelation. The young lord of Huayun sect stood up in shock. I heard recently that the sect master of Mount Ivnu gained a direct disciple and even fought Silver Wolf Ariel over it. Could it be her? Yes, she is my eldest son's childhood sweetheart. Mount Ivnu has unique rules where disciples can never marry. So, Kanal placed his hand on his forehead, wearing a helpless expression. The guests exchanged looks, each more astonished than the last. Mount Ivnu? That's one of the top-tier sects in the world. The lover of this seemingly unremarkable eldest son of the Walter family was actually the current disciple of the sect master of Mount Ivnu. Even if they could never become partners, this connection alone could make the Walter family stand tall among lesser sects. As the sect master's disciple and possessing the 9 jade body, she would likely reach the 4 symbols rank, if not become the next sect master herself. This is indeed a tragedy of fate, one guest said. How about we arrange a marriage for your son? My daughter is 25, but already transcended the innate realm. Or perhaps let her serve as a concubine. Another guest interjected, I agree, but Shayla is too old. My 18-year-old daughter has nearly reached the innate realm through spiritual artifacts. How about ancient city lord? Age doesn't matter for cultivators. Walter City Lord's 4th son is devoted to Lady Jacob and vowed never to marry. Why not consider my eldest daughter who has been cultivating for 100 years and reached the core formation stage? Everyone chimed in eagerly, recommending their own daughters. Kanal responded amiably to each suggestion. Only Briggs, sitting beside them, was thoroughly bewildered. Who could explain this strange situation? Out of nowhere, he became known as a devoted son. Chapter 116. Alliance Marriage Selection. It had only been a few minutes. How could he have become so stupid? And when did Silas become his childhood friend? They were said to be innocent together as children? The last person who was described that way by her ended up with a smashed skull by Silas. This old Bowen really didn't care about bad luck. Staring blankly at the guests conversing with his foster father, Briggs's mouth gaped wider and wider. Just then, Erilyn, who still had blood flowing from her face, walked expressionlessly beside him, standing motionless with arms crossed, staring silently at him. Seeing this scene, Briggs forcibly clutched his jaw tightly, making a crackling sound. Look all you want. I won't marry you as my concubine no matter what. You Bowen-hating will Bowen. Go back and clean the toilets. Upon hearing these words, Erilyn remained expressionless, but her sharp Danfeng eyes narrowed slightly, and her hands instinctively reached for the throwing knives at her waist. Seeing her slight movement, Briggs didn't flinch at all. After giving a cold snort, he stood up, lifted his heavy carved chair, and shuffled several steps away. After fully creating some distance between them, he sat down again, continuing to glare at Erilyn. The lively banquet proceeded as planned, and it wasn't until evening that it finally concluded amidst countless people trying to establish connections. Guests left one by one, and Kanal returned home happily with a pile of gifts. Sitting in his study, Kanal looked at his first son who had an unfriendly expression. Kanal smiled and threw a stack of documents at him. Take a look. Look at what now? Looking at you is already hard enough for me. You want me to read more? Briggs grumpily snatched the documents, flipping through them fiercely. His face soon showed a strange expression. Looking between the document and his foster father, Briggs's eyes grew wider and wider. So, you old relic, you're into this? Which girl do you plan to torment next? Let me tell you, if you want me to call her mom, forget it. I'm already suffering enough having you as my father. What nonsense. Hearing his son's words, Kanal nearly slapped him in anger. These are specially prepared for you. For me? Yes. Sorry, anything you picked, I don't want. Cough, these are daughters of our guests' families who wish to form alliances with us. Pick a few. Kanal tried to suppress his anger and sipped tea calmly. Briggs stared at him with a strange expression, as if seeing a ghost. You're letting me choose? A few? Didn't you just say earlier today that I'm loyal to Silas? Yes, that's the persona I set for you. Any problem? Of course. This morning you said I'm devoted to Silas, and tonight you want me to choose multiple wives. Are you getting senile? Not necessarily. Setting down the teacup, Konal's face showed a faint smile. As they say, 3 wives and 4 concubines. Wives are like life, concubines like clothes. If you love Silas and stay unmarried for her, it's your wife's concern, not related to taking on concubines. Huh. Wives bowenage family matters and hold significant power, even overriding your decisions in certain aspects. Concubines, however, are like higher status servants. Whether you take one or lose one, no one cares. Kanal grabbed the file Briggs threw back and his gaze turned sharper. We know this, and they do too. By marrying their daughters as concubines, we can use their family's connections and influence, making our business and delivery smoother. This is merely a deal. And concubines are good, as they have no right to meddle in Walter family affairs, saving us the trouble of guarding against them. With Silas's position secure, they won't dare aim for the wife's seat, settling for secondary positions. Giving them 2 positions to compete for will actually benefit our family. Listening to Kanal, Briggs stayed silent for several seconds before slowly nodding. I see. So you plan to use me for marriage alliances? Yes, that's the idea. But you can't keep plucking the same sheep, right? Marrying several at once? My body can't handle that. Stop babbling, Seth. What do you mean several? Throwing the file back at Briggs, Kanal folded his arms calmly. These names in the roster are beneficial forces that father believes can help the Walter family. You must marry all of them. What? But taking 2 Boweni at once isn't good, so father wants you to pick a few who catch your eye first. Smiling at his eldest son, Kanal said earnestly, Father doesn't expect you to become immortal. This task falls on me. You aren't scholarly nor martial, so you can contribute to the family by ensuring continuity and expansion. From your descendants, father will groom talents to bowenage Walter family. When you're old, with successors grown, father can leave to seek immortality without worries. Hearing this, Briggs didn't respond, turning around and walking away with the file. Kanal couldn't help but pause. Little 4, where are you going? Running away from home. Oh, make sure you review the roster thoroughly while running away. Quickly select the candidates. They're waiting for notifications. Wish you early madness. The door slammed shut. Watching his eldest son storm out, Konal's smile faded. Leaning back in his chair, he fell silent, staring at the ceiling. At his side, 2 Walter guards stepped forward expressionlessly. Sir, everything is done. Good, send more men. Fox might notice our actions. Since young, he's ambitious and might resist handing over power. If he resists, give him a push. As ordered. Also, choose personnel across departments, support a few conscientious ones. Little 4 dislikes dealing with utterly ruthless individuals. Understood. One more thing, train a dedicated team for Little 4's exclusive cultivation from now on. As ordered. Waving them off, Kanal sighed, never looking at them. Since father isn't dying anytime soon, Fox, I hope you can grow up. In this chapter, the intense conversation between Briggs and his father reveals deep familial and political intrigue, setting the stage for complex alliances and power plays. Chapter 117. Easton's scheme. With a creak, the door opened. In the dim room, Erilyn stood expressionless before the table, her facial scar from the attack now healed but leaving a faint trace behind. Behind the table, Easton also stood with a blank face, silently staring at her. After several seconds of silence, Erilyn's cold voice broke the quiet. Why did you call me here? I've already followed the family head's order and am temporarily acting as Ian Briggs's concubine. Coming here alone. If the family head finds out, it will be very troublesome. Easton's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this, but he remained silent, looking down. Seeing this, Erilyn's sharp eyes softened a little, and her tone became gentler. There's no need to worry about me. Briggs hasn't yet broken through to the innate realm, so he won't dare touch me. Besides, the tools in my possession aren't for show. Aleka, we're finished. Hearing Erilyn's reassurance, Easton remained silent for a few seconds before finally speaking, his voice hoarse. During today's grand banquet, Nox's people approached various departments, starting to install their confidants to take over bowenagement. Our power base probably won't last much longer. Upon these words, Erilyn's pupils constricted sharply. He's attacking us? You are his biological son. Even if he gives the inheritance rights to Briggs, why go to such extremes? You don't understand. Previously, my father was almost dead and could only choose one of the 4 of us as the heir. But now that he has extended his lifespan by several hundred years, he no longer needs an actual successor, just a nominal one. Slowly raising his head, Easton's expression was filled with unprecedented fear. He doesn't need me anymore. He will take back all my power. He will expel me from the Walter family. He only needs the 4th son to be in the limelight. I'm finished. Everything is finished. Fox G. I can't even resist. I can only watch helplessly as they take back everything that belongs to me. Fox G. If I resist, that old monster might even kill me. You don't know how ruthless he is. That wolf has returned. Greedy wolf has returned. Easton. Watching Easton grabbing his hair and completely losing his composure, Erilyn shouted several times without getting a response. She then suddenly bellowed, startling him. Hearing his name, Easton shuddered, finally coming to his senses from his panic. Raising his head dully, the fear on Easton's face hadn't subsided. Erilyn sighed deeply. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. Even if everyone betrays you, I'll still be by your side. But, don't worry. If it comes to the worst, I'll help you kill Briggs. What we can't get, nobody else should either. Suddenly drawing the short knife from her waist, Erlin's eyes were sharp, filled with ferocity. Let's see who he can choose as the heir after Briggs dies. Upon hearing this, Easton froze for a moment. Slowly lowering his head, brows furrowed, Easton's eyes darted around. Erlin's words suddenly gave him an idea. Right. Kanal only has 2 sons left now, him and the 4th son. If anything happens to the 4th son, then even if Kanal is unwilling, he would have no choice but to choose him. After all, the higher one's cultivation level, the harder it becomes to bear children. As the body gets transformed by spiritual energy and blood fuses entirely with chi, normal people cannot bear children anymore. Even equally powerful cultivators find it incredibly difficult to have offspring. This is why Boani cultivators live for centuries but remain childless. It's also why some late-life fathers would protect their sons no matter what trouble they cause. They might not get another chance in hundreds of years or perhaps never again. Kanal is now an origin core expert. Getting him to have another child is almost impossible, worse than winning a lottery jackpot. Not to mention finding an origin core Waboan to bear him children in the Walter family. His eyes narrowing, Easton's hands clenched slowly. He couldn't possibly ask Erlin to kill someone. If Briggs dies, he'd definitely be the first suspect. Given his father's ruthless nature, he wouldn't be chosen as a last resort. He'd be killed instantly. But if killing isn't possible, incapacitating him might be. Standing up slowly, Easton walked around the table and knelt down before Erlin, taking a deep breath as she watched him in confusion. This sudden action made Erlin retreat 2 steps in shock. Foxji, what are you? Aleka, there's something I want to ask you for help with. Easton's voice broke the silence, and Erlin fell into silence, watching the kneeling Easton woodenly. Her fists tightened gradually. She didn't know what he wanted, but she understood Easton. This Boan valued power like life itself. For him to kneel and beg, it must involve power. Moreover, whatever task he wants her to do likely means near certain death. Speak, what do you want me to do? A Boan shouldn't be so indecisive. You're already kneeling. What more do you fear to say? Speak. Aleka, I beg you to break my 4th brother's yang essence. What? Her voice cracked, eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Easton. You want me to sleep with your 4th brother? Easton raised his head to explain. Aleka, sending people now is too late. My father will surely realize my intentions. Only you are different. You were appointed by my father, so he won't guard against you, nor will my 4th brother. Walter, Arvinin. I know this request is unreasonable, but I have no other way. Losing all my power feels worse than death. Please, please help me. You're the only one I can trust now. The only one who can save me. Aleka. Watching Easton pleading on his knees, Erlin's face gradually lost any expression. Seeing this, Easton's pleading look intensified. Aleka, you promised to help me become the family head. Do you remember? I remember. I remember you said you would marry me after breaking through the innate realm. Haha, what a joke. Future big sister-in-law, future family head wife, actually seducing the youngest brother-in-law. How ridiculous, Easton. You truly deserve being my chosen Boan. Aleka. Listening to Erlin's gritted words, Easton's expression turned panicked. Before he could explain, her voice cut in again. Easton, I can help you, but remember your promise. Remember, everything I do is for you. If you ever go back on your word, I swear I will kill you and the entire Walter family. Chapter 118. Xianxia's arrival. Pushing away the guards and kicking open the door, Briggs grumbled as he stormed into the room and headed straight for the wardrobe. He yanked open the cabinet door, grabbing whatever was inside and shoving it into a bag while muttering to himself. Arrogant old fool. I even gave you the Azure Dragon blood, and now that you've just advanced, you're ready to sell out your own son. Bah. Emil will leave and never come back, just in time to avoid getting splattered by the main character's blood. After throwing a few pieces of clothing into the bag, Briggs stopped abruptly, then hastily emptied the clothes. Why am I packing clothes? Running with clothes is crazy. I should be loading money. He tore open his treasure chest and started cramming gold bars and jewels into the backpack furiously. After filling it completely, he grabbed the heavy pack and pulled, but it didn't budge. The sheer weight of gold made this impossible without strength. Determined, Briggs used both hands, pulling hard. As expected, with a crack, the decorative backpack ripped apart, scattering gold across the floor. Seeing this disaster unfold, Briggs grew even angrier and began smashing the torn bag onto the bed repeatedly. Exhausted from the exertion, he eventually threw the bag aside, panting heavily. Fuming mad. You useless thing. Just then, an unexpected hand appeared beside him, holding a black leather bag. Use this. It's made from specially treated demon beast hide, unbreakable. Without thinking, Briggs accepted the black bag and began stuffing it with gold bars. Not bad, sturdy indeed, he remarked, but suddenly froze mid-sentence, turning sharply to look at the person beside him. He saw a cold, expressionless Waboan with a long scar on her face, calmly helping him pick up the scattered gold bars. Henrietta. With a sudden cry, Briggs flung the bag away and rushed towards the door. Help! Assassin! His cries went unanswered. After all, he had chased away the guards earlier. Realizing no one would respond, Briggs grimaced, drawing the broken sword at his waist. As he channeled his true chi, the Azure Dragon bloodsword activated, forming a meter-long blood-red blade. Swinging the weapon, he pointed it at Zhao Zixian sternly. What do you want? Calm down, I tell you. I have... Oh wait, bloodsword here. I'm not afraid of you. Looking up at Briggs's aggressive stance, Zhao Zixian slowly straightened up, remaining unperturbed. I'm here on orders. Orders? Of course. I knew it. My brother wants me dead, right? Let's fight. See who can survive. I'm here by the family head's order, to serve as your concubine. Concubine? His beauty trap won't work. Wait, family head? My father? Briggs lowered his weapon, confusion evident on his face. What's going on? Nowadays even concubines need rehearsals? What ridiculous rules are these? I'm here as punishment, to serve as Ian's concubine. Seeing Briggs lower his weapon, Zhao Zixian tugged at her neck, revealing a shiny silver collar. A spirit seal, used to bind slaves. I've been sealed. Ian needn't worry. Upon seeing the collar clearly, Briggs sighed in relief, swiftly putting away his sword. But his frown remained. Don't worry my foot. Even without chi, you could still stab me to death. I'm no martial artist impervious to blades. Hauling the black package onto the bed and tossing it back into the money chest, Briggs slammed the lid shut. Noticing this, Zhao Zixian frowned. You're not leaving? No, not leaving. Why? If I leave now, what if you stab me outside? My second brother must want to strangle me right about now. Stowing the money, Briggs leaned against the wardrobe, crossing his arms and staring at Zhao Zixian. After the humiliation, my brother lost respect within our clan. While I may be worthless, I performed decently. Now there are Bowenny Walter family members vying to succeed me. My second brother values power so much that he wouldn't dare kill me openly because of my father. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Zixian's usually expressionless face. She lowered her arms and regarded Briggs closely. I didn't realize you were so perceptive. Of course, I might be weak, but I'm not stupid. This is obvious. Throwing open the door, Briggs pointed outside emphatically. Tell my second brother. Let him walk his path, I'll take mine. If he has skills, let him show them elsewhere. I don't fall for such tricks and don't wish to compete. If he's capable, let him go after father. Looking at the open door, Zhao Zixian paused, shaking her head. I cannot return. What? The mission isn't complete, so I can't return. Monique Ion? Yes. The family head publicly appointed me as your concubine. Do you think your second brother would accept me if I went back? Would he dare? Best case scenario, he'd kill me to clear suspicion. Sitting on the bed with graceful ease, Zhao Zixian folded her hands neatly before her. My only option is to stay with you. Now that I'm designated as your concubine, I belong to you. But my second brother, I don't care who my master is, I only care about becoming family head's wife. Interrupting Briggs, Zhao Zixian's gaze turned intense. Now that you're favored and the family head has given me to you, I am entirely yours. Chapter 119. The attendant incident. My person? Yes, your person. So, whatever I say, you'll listen? Yes, any request. Alright, I want you to go out now, to my second brother's place. Pointing toward the door with a serious expression, Briggs stood firm. Sitting on the bed, Erilyn's eyes twitched at his words. She raised her head, looking equally stern and expressionless. After 3 seconds of silent confrontation, Briggs abruptly slammed the door shut. You said you'd listen to anything I say. You're not listening at all. Because I don't want to die yet. Fine, do as you please. If you want to stay here, just stay. But I'm telling you now, no pay. Briggs scooped up the bedding from the bed and stormed towards the door, tossing it onto the table. And don't think I'm bullying you. Guests are treated as guests. You can sleep on the table or put chairs together. Consider this bedding loaned to you. No need to thank me. At this, Erilyn's eyes twitched again. Shouldn't guests sleep on the bed? What? You come over here, eat my food, wear my clothes, use my stuff, and you want to take over my bed too? Do you believe I wouldn't kick you out right now? Throwing the pillow on the table with a loud thud, Briggs glared menacingly. No bed for you. Sleep where you like. Furiously walking over to Erilyn, he looked down at her. Then he suddenly turned his head sharply towards the door. Why are you still on my bed? Get up. Erilyn didn't move, but silently began unfastening her leather armor. As the armor with metal plates slid off her shoulders, revealing her upper body wrapped in white cloth, she was fully exposed before Briggs. They say women are soft like cotton, emerging from water, lustrous and dazzling. But who knew that after countless temperings, her body would shine like jade? Her imposing demeanor doesn't need external pity. Ignoring the sight of Erilyn's battle-honed body, the clearly visible of muscles and oblique lines, Briggs tugged at his collar nonchalantly. Glancing at his own chiseled abs through the gap in his shirt, he loosened his collar silently once more. Wabowen, if you came here to provoke me, admit it, you've succeeded. Admit that you're more muscular, Monique warrior. Now, please step aside. That's not what I mean. Since I am an attendant, I must fulfill my responsibilities. Like what? Attending at night. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? With this build, who knows who'd be playing whom? Get lost. Go play with your iron. Pulling Erilyn by the wrist, forcing her away, Briggs brushed off his wrinkled bedding as if something dirty were on it. Watching the bewildered Erilyn stand up, Briggs grimaced. Listen, seduction won't work. I can't have a Sierra. What if you stab me in the middle of the night? Either sleep on the table or get out. Having finished speaking, Briggs turned to tidy the bed, then suddenly paused, furrowing his brows. Wait, why should you sleep in my room? There's a maid's room next door. Realizing this, Briggs hurried over, grabbed the bedding, dragged Erilyn out of the room, and into the neighboring maid's quarters. Tossing the bedding onto the bed, Briggs pointed forcefully. This will be your nest from now on. No crossing boundaries. By the way, since you're here, you'll need to find something to do. This courtyard doesn't keep idle hands, only hard-working ones allowed. As for what you can do, washing, cooking, kindling fires, figure it out yourself. Finishing his speech, Briggs turned and left, leaving Erilyn standing dumbfounded. This young Master Walter is different from the others she knew. And why are there no maids in the courtyard? Does he not need someone to take care of him? Exiting the room, Briggs paid no heed to Erilyn's bewilderment or thoughts. As for why there were no maids in the courtyard, the reason was simple enough. Briggs had driven them all away, not because he favored self-reliance, but because he feared losing control. Those clever maids had been waiting to tempt him, aiming to become the fourth young lady and live comfortably forever. If these little devils stayed, Briggs would have been a father by now, given his lack of self-control. Speaking of self-control, he never really had much. Self-control? What's that? Briggs had no idea. With his last life's low standards for women, surrounded by those carefully selected beauties constantly seducing him, he doubted he could resist for 3 days without succumbing to temptation. Night fell quickly. After being shocked by Erilyn, Briggs abandoned his fleeting thought of running away. Being rational, he chose to save his life over fighting. By nightfall, having spent a long day working, Briggs lounged on his thickened bed, sighing contentedly. Just as he closed his eyes, drifting into sleep, a subtle sound disturbed him, making his eyebrows twitch. The noise grew louder until he couldn't tolerate it anymore and opened his eyes. In the instant his eyes opened, Briggs saw a black-clad figure hanging upside down from the bed canopy, clinging to the bed frame like Spider-Man. Wearing a black combat skirt, with her upper body wrapped in white cloth, Erilyn hung there staring down at him with intense eyes, meeting his gaze. Instantly drenched in cold sweat, Briggs screamed and scrambled off the bed. Seeing this, Erilyn looked puzzled, turning to glance at the seated Briggs on the floor, appearing quite innocent. What are you doing? Attending at night. Attend your ancestors. Is this how you attend? In the middle of the night, scaring people half to death. Sister. Amidst Briggs's shrieks, Erilyn released the wooden frame, leaping onto the bed. Already scared stiff, Briggs screamed again. And you stepped on my bedding with your shoes. Erilyn, you're fired. Chapter 120, Assassin's Code. On the second morning, Briggs, who had not slept all night, opened the door with his weary eyes. Throughout the night, he was constantly on edge, terrified that another fierce Sierra would appear hanging from the ceiling as soon as he blinked, silently hanging on someone's bed while wearing shoes, and even carrying throwing knives and short swords at her waist. This is called attending to one's lord? This Woboan could whittle him into pieces in a split second, without any hint of hesitation. Too terrifying. Hiring a Sierra as a concubine is too frightening. Whoever said this kind of Woboan was good? Step out and let him see for himself. This was scarier than a stalker. A stalker might only have personality issues. This Woboan clearly has brain problems. Sighing, Briggs wobbled out of the room, only to freeze in place the next moment. In his courtyard, there was a figure wielding a large axe, chopping wood incessantly, producing thumping sounds. Beside this figure were neatly arranged stacks of chopped firewood. Glancing at the once beautifully trimmed trees now looking as if they had been mauled by dogs, then at Erilyn calmly splitting wood with no expression, Briggs gripped the door tightly and closed it slowly again. It must be his method of opening the door. Yes, it must be. He must have been hallucinating just now. Taking a deep breath, Briggs forced himself to calm down, grabbed the door handle, and pushed it open forcefully once more. Sure enough, the girl who was chopping wood earlier was gone. Instead, she had now appeared right in front of the door, holding a pot of food. Ignoring the frozen Briggs, Erilyn walked past him and slammed the pot onto the table. Go ahead, eat. Briggs looked at the iron pot thrown before him and then at Erilyn, who didn't hesitate and started munching on a bun directly. His eye twitched slightly. Do you think this is how you should speak to your master? Hearing this, Erilyn, still chewing on the bun, turned her head abruptly, tilting it slightly with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Is there a problem? Yes, of course there is. And spit out that bun. Don't talk with food in your mouth. All right. Calmly swallowing the food, Erilyn put down the bun and looked at Briggs seriously. So, how should I say it? Well? Erilyn's sudden question caught Briggs off guard. He wasn't very concerned about such formalities. In fact, he had already chased away all the maidservants earlier to avoid making mistakes. At the very least, you should use polite language. For example, please, yes, please. Nodding in understanding, Erilyn picked up the pot and stared at it silently for several seconds. Then, she glanced cautiously at Briggs. But the pot can't understand what I'm saying either. I meant for me. Please, pass the food to me. Oh, please pass you the food. With a loud bang, the iron pot was thrown back onto the table. Erilyn sat beside it, snatching a bun and gobbling it down eagerly, her foot propped up on the chair, ready to dash off at any moment. Seeing this, Briggs's face remained expressionless except for the veins pulsating on his forehead. After a few moments of silence, he sighed heavily and sat down resignedly. Looking at the food in the pot, Briggs was surprised to find that although this Woboan's mind wasn't entirely normal, the food she brought back was quite decent. Steamed buns, slices of braised meat, and various side dishes. Though the side dishes were all mixed together, appearing somewhat haphazard, the selection was abundant, including fish, meat, and vegetables. It would have been perfect with some porridge or soup. Grinning, Briggs searched around the pot, but couldn't find any chopsticks. Where are the chopsticks? Don't you have hands? But there are vegetables here. They're cold dishes. But, all right, you're impossible. Want chopsticks, do you? Putting down her bun helplessly, Erilyn reached toward the window with a swift grab. With a crack, she tore a wooden slat from the window and snapped it in two. Plopping the 2 sticks on the table, Erilyn picked up her bun again. Here, make do with these. You can use them. Through gritted teeth, Briggs spat out these words, giving up on using chopsticks and fiercely grabbing for the meat in the pot. However, before he could touch it, a flash of cold steel zipped past his eyes. With a smack, Briggs yelped in pain, quickly retracting his hand. Staring wide-eyed at Erilyn, who glared back at him angrily, Briggs finally lost it, slamming the table and standing up. What do you think you're doing? Are you crazy? Can we eat properly for once? Seeing Briggs slam the table, Erilyn also stood up abruptly, angrily rising and grabbing Briggs by the collar. Foreheads nearly touching, Erilyn's eyes blazed with fury. I should be the one asking. Who gave you permission to touch my meat? My meat? Why should it be your meat? Because I'm stronger than you. You're not allowed to touch what I've designated until I've eaten my fill. Damn it. I am the master of the household. Do you know how a concubine should behave? Or are you acting like a spoiled grandmother? Briggs's roar left Erilyn momentarily stunned. Looking at the food on the table and seeing Briggs's flushed face, she tilted her head hesitantly. Don't people divide food like this? No. The Walter family doesn't need to scrimp on food for you. Eat as much meat as you want. No one will stop you. But I order you to bring me your share right now, or you'll never eat meat again. As Briggs roared, Erilyn hastily released her grip. Looking at the furious Briggs, she lowered her head, shrinking slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she gently pushed the iron pot toward Briggs, offering the food. If you're unhappy, take the meat. This isn't about the meat. Briggs looked at Erilyn, feeling a throbbing headache. After yesterday and today, Briggs confirmed one thing. This Waboan's mind was indeed problematic. Her common sense was different from ordinary people. Or rather, this Waboan had no concept of common sense at all. Returning to his seat angrily, Briggs stared at Erilyn, who kept her head down and didn't dare to eat even the bun, and frowned. Do you usually distribute meat like this? And no one fights you? Erilyn shook her head slightly. In the Assassin Guild, we distribute like this. Those who resist get beaten into submission, and those who can't be subdued die. Die. Survive if you can. If you can't survive, then die. That's the Assassin's Code. Chapter 121. Hidden Threats. The door creaked open. Ignoring the Nox guards stationed at the door, Briggs carefully entered the room. The moment he stepped inside, a scene akin to hell unfolded before his eyes. Animal corpses were piled on both sides, blood streaming out from their orifices. In the middle, seated on a mat, was a middle-aged Boan in a cross-legged position, eyes tightly shut, palms pressed together. The surging blood was being gathered into his hands, which rapidly absorbed it. Blood crawled up his arms, causing the veins to visibly pulse and twitch, creating an eerie sight. Conall, deep in concentration as he cultivated, caught Briggs's attention. Briggs wandered in idly, looking around, when his gaze landed on a mountain goat beside him. He noticed its unique shape and the blood flowing from within, speckled with tiny stars. Briggs instantly recognized this as a rare demon beast from near Anislong City. Moving stealthily closer, Briggs intended to secretly test the effects of the demon beast's blood. But before he could reach out eagerly, a low voice sounded from afar. Brat, if you dare touch what I've struggled to hunt, beware of being hung and whipped. Briggs withdrew his hand with a sheepish laugh, turning his head toward the source. There, Conall, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. What is it? Why have you come? Just dropping by to see how you're doing. Visiting my father, that's pretty normal, right? Oh, and I brought you a little gift too. Quickening his pace, Briggs approached Conall, presenting his gift, wildflowers plucked from the garden on his way here. Eyeing the mismatched bouquet of flowers that looked anything but appealing, Conall remained expressionless. If you have something to say, then speak. Don't waste my cultivation time. Oh. Briggs casually threw the flowers aside, standing obediently. Father, didn't you give me a concubine before? I've recently found we clashed terribly. Perhaps you should return her to Dakari? That's all? Yes, just that. Such a trivial matter. Why bring it to me? If you don't want her, then let her go. Besides, your brother can't take her back. It would be embarrassing for him. If you don't want to keep her, kill her. Ah. Seeing Briggs's widened eyes, Conall sighed, shaking his head as he rose from his seat. You don't even know how to kill? Truly useless. Since you've asked me, I'll reluctantly use her for training. No. No need for you to handle it. You continue torturing animals. I'll leave now. By the way, make sure to lock the door during training. The animal rights people might visit you. Realizing the old Boan's readiness to kill, Briggs hurriedly pushed him back down. As Briggs ran out of the room, Conall inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Foolish boy, how could an ordinary killer end up as your concubine? That girl is ruthless. Erilyn, an orphan adopted by the Walter family since childhood, received brutal training from the Nox guards. Later, second Aiden Easton, upon realizing his ambitions and collaborating with his elder brother, chose some potentials from the Nox to cultivate under his wing. Thus was born the Jean Walter Killer Corps. Erilyn joined them during this period. Known for her ruthless methods, Erilyn killed indiscriminately once she set her sights on a target. She was also the trainer for the Killer Corps, a trusted aide of Easton. By assigning Erilyn as Briggs's concubine, Conall seemingly planted a spy. However, outsiders wouldn't see it this way. Even Easton might feel estranged. When others saw that Easton's loyal aide turned to another, they would question his power. This move was not only a clear strategy but also Conall's statement to the outside world. Even non-fools understood how to align themselves. As for Erilyn, was she dangerous staying by Briggs? Danger? Any unusual movements, and she'd be eliminated. Anyway, mindless assassins like her eventually needed disposing of, a matter of time. From the moment Erilyn became Briggs's concubine, she stepped into a dead end, doomed either way. Briggs hadn't realized this subtle plan of Conall's, not because he couldn't comprehend it, but because he never aspired for the heirship. How could he notice the intricate politics without such ambition? Disheartened after failing to return Erilyn to his father, Briggs walked back listlessly. Before reaching the door, he heard clinking sounds. Upon entering, he saw Erilyn furiously attacking a wooden dummy rotating at high speed, armed with sharp blades. Her naked arms stabbed swiftly, fingers finding precise gaps between the spinning blades, hitting the wooden post behind. The rapid, forceful strikes and dull thuds made one shiver just hearing it. Her arms bore scars, like birthmarks, healed yet visible. Hearing the door, Erilyn turned sharply, her eyes like knives. Seeing Briggs, the killing intent faded, and her fingers retracted from the wooden post. You're back? Wanna train? Nope, not if I value my life. Passing the Waboan who trained and ate endlessly, Briggs headed for his room. But after a few steps, he froze, looking around. The courtyard, once meticulously arranged by a feng shui master, now lay in ruins. Walls missing corners, trees damaged. This wasn't feng shui anymore. Even a dilapidated temple outside looked better. Turning to Erilyn, Briggs stuttered, "Erilyn, explain why you've demolished my home like this." Stopping the dummy, Erilyn turned, puzzled. "I'm removing hidden threats." "Huh. Threats? See the left corner wall? It had a turtle sculpture, big enough to hide a person. An archer there could use it as a perfect shield, sealing off the entire courtyard. So, I removed it. And the rock formations, tunnels inside allowing assassins to hide, evading view. So, I dismantled them too. Huh. And the small house there, perfect blind spot avoiding everyone's view. Also gone. You. What? That's the bathroom." Chapter 122. The second time to attend the bedchamber. Reaching out, he gently closed the door, watching as Erilyn, whom he had just scolded and was now pounding away at the wooden stake repeatedly, gradually disappear from the slit in the door. Briggs took a deep breath and turned towards the bedside. He twisted a mechanism, revealing a hidden room. As the stone door opened, the sounds of chickens, ducks, and sheep filled his ears. This was the place where Briggs practiced the Walter Emperor immortality art. Every day, a certain number of animals were brought inside. And there were also specialists in the underground passage responsible for removing the animal carcasses, which could then be sent to the kitchen to be cooked, effectively avoiding waste of ingredients. Sitting on the cushion, enduring the unbearable stench around him, Briggs's mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, he felt that recently it didn't seem like he was practicing any godly art, but rather acting as a butcher for the canteen. Otherwise, why would his secret chamber connect directly with the canteen? What if a killer sneaked in through the kitchen passage? SK. It's all because of Erilyn. He has started to become neurotic. Muttering under his breath, Briggs closed his eyes and began to practice. With the dispersion of spiritual energy, blood flowed from the wounds already made on the animals' bodies, converging into Briggs's palms. Using 10,000 drops of blood to forge the body, refining an unparalleled divine art. The speed at which the Walter Emperor immortality art worked far exceeded Briggs's expectations. In just a few days, he felt his skin becoming increasingly tough. Based on his calculations, if given another half-month, his cultivation of this art could reach the beginner level. At that point, ordinary weapons would probably become ineffective against him. Once he reached small success, he should be able to withstand attacks from innate experts. Full success would allow him to resist golden core experts, while perfected mastery could ward off nascent soul attacks. Mastery of the essence would break out of the astral stage, while absolute proficiency would slash through transformation. At peak perfection, even tribulations could be passed unscathed. Just thinking about it excited him. But what if after reaching this peak, he got appendicitis? What if he died from not being able to pierce through his own defense? That would be, mumble. Why is he thinking such things again? With a composed mind, he delved into meditation and continued practicing. Hours flew by. When Briggs slowly opened his eyes, the sky outside was dark. All the animals originally present in the secret chamber had been reduced to dry carcasses. Briggs hoped that the dishes made from them wouldn't be criticized by the Walter clan members for being too tough. As soon as he opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on something ahead, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There, perched atop an iron cage, was Erilyn quietly watching him, with some food she had taken from the kitchen beside her. Startled, Briggs shuddered, and hurriedly checked his chest to confirm that the life-saving azure lotus jade was still there. Breathing a sigh of relief, he became enraged. "Why did you enter my secret chamber?" "No. How did you even know there was one here?" Erilyn's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. "I found it." "How did you find it?" "Who told you its location?" "I found it myself." 3 out of 4 candle stands were covered in dust, but one was polished until it gleamed. "I'd be blind not to find it." Still no excuse. Breaking into someone's residence is a serious offense. According to some laws, I could have killed you. Do you want to eat?" "Thanks, not hungry." "Where was I?" "To kill me." "Yes. Give me a reason not to kill you." "No, that's not what I meant yet." Glaring fiercely at Erilyn, who remained unperturbed and ate calmly, Briggs snorted in frustration. "Remember this, don't do it again." "Yes, sir. In this stinky place, you can still eat?" "I've eaten in piles of corpses." Seeing Briggs rise, Erilyn picked up her food and walked toward the stone door. She skillfully opened the mechanism, placed the food on the table, ignored Briggs, and went straight to the bed. She removed her shoes, lay down, and undid her shirt in one smooth motion. Staring at Erilyn lying stiffly on his bed, Briggs, who had emerged from the secret chamber, remained expressionless. "What do you mean by this?" "Attending your bedchamber." "I don't need that." "I do." "It's none of my business whether you need it or not. Get out." Looking at Erilyn's perfectly toned, bronze-colored body that combined masculinity and feminine softness seamlessly, Briggs felt not a single stir of desire. Having known each other only for a few days, Briggs felt like facing Erilyn was akin to meeting a longtime buddy. Soulmates? No, that term described opposite genders. The gentle Silas gave a feeling closer to that. Facing this Woboan, Briggs simply wanted to punch her or bind her as a punching bag without a twinge of regret. Seeing Erilyn remain unmoving on the bed despite his protests, Briggs rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned towards the door. Fine, let this Woboan win. If he couldn't deal with her, he could at least avoid her. He'd stay in a maid's room. This wretched house is hers. Watching Briggs leave, Erilyn, who had loosened her leather armor to reveal her cloth-wrapped torso, suddenly grabbed her armor and covered herself. Her usually calm face flushed red. Not caring? How could Erilyn truly not care? Despite being trained as an assassin since childhood, she was still a Woboan at heart. Moreover, her harsh environment had made her mature earlier than most people. When she was critically injured and near death, Easton rescued her from the Nox training ground. From that moment on, she had new goals. She wanted to repay him and become his sword. However, having only been trained to kill, she didn't know how to please others. So she trained harder, hoping to stand out among assassins and gain Easton's attention. The phrase, "a Woboan's body is her final gift," was intelligence she extracted from Boani victims, sometimes by holding a knife to their throats or piercing their palms during moments of despair. Erilyn held this truth dear, waiting for Easton to break through the innate realm to complete this last step. But she never expected that her first time actively offering herself would be to a Boan she barely knew. Holding her clothes, Erilyn turned to face the wall, lowering her head silently. Her face flushed deeply as she bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. She didn't understand why she felt shy or why anger welled up within her. But the mission must be completed. Assassin, do not fail. Chapter 123. The Pharmacopoeia of Medicinal Use. Birdsong greeted the dawn, and daybreak arrived. Rising early, Erilyn learned from yesterday's failure. Instead of directly attempting what she was not good at, frontal seduction, she decided to employ a flanking tactic. For example, using drugs or incense as an aid. While Erilyn wasn't very adept at this either, after all, even assassins had their limits. Assassins did not strive for excellence in everything, but specialized in honing one particular skill to perfection. As for other issues, there were always other specialists dedicated to handling them. Erilyn usually handled direct combat and assassination. Using drugs for attacks was something she knew little about. She could hardly be considered an expert. But while she might never have seen a pig run, she had certainly eaten pork. Taking professional bowinuals from the assassin group, Erilyn started studying. First lesson in drug use. The art of seduction. Placing special medicine into hot food. It would rapidly dissolve without color or smell, catching people unawares. One bite would be enough to incapacitate. More than 3 bites would strip away all reason, reducing one to a mere beast. Quickly pouring an entire bottle of medicine into the dish, Erilyn carried the food to the maid's room, only to find the door locked from inside. With no choice, she stood expressionlessly by the door, silently waiting. However, she clearly miscalculated Briggs's schedule. Unlike her workaholic second brother, Briggs's sleeping pattern was irregular, depending entirely on when he went to sleep the previous night. By the time Briggs rubbed his eyes open and opened the door, the sun was already high up. The sight of the cold food caused a prolonged silence between Erilyn holding the dish and Briggs stepping out, especially when they saw the pink, gel-like substance that had solidified on top of the dish due to the oil. Briggs felt even more silent. Realizing this, Erilyn turned away expressionlessly with the dish. "I'll bring you a new portion. No need, I'll get it myself from now on. I don't mind the effort. But I fear death." The first attempt with sedatives failed. Erilyn officially lost her privileges to fetch food from the kitchen. Looking at Briggs, who suddenly became wary and defensive, Erilyn decisively chose to change tactics. Switching focus from food to Briggs's water, this method was somewhat within her expertise since she had often used poisons in her past kills due to her excellent stealth skills. Taking advantage of Briggs's absence, Erilyn slipped beside the cup and poured the entire packet of drugs into it. To avoid the problem of solidification, she specifically chose odorless and tasteless knockout powder. However, as the drug entered the liquid, it didn't dissolve as expected. Because Briggs preferred fruit juice over water, and the specially designed knockout powder evidently wouldn't mix well with fruit juice. Watching the juice rapidly bubble up, Erilyn, who had never encountered such a situation before, panicked but couldn't stop the bubbling. At that moment, the door creaked open. Briggs returned with pastries. Glancing at the opening door and then at the bubbling juice, Erilyn swiftly gulped down the entire cup. The door slammed shut, followed by a loud thud as the bottle hit the table. Another loud thud, and Erilyn collapsed to the ground. Left standing at the doorway, holding the pastry box, Briggs stared dumbfounded. The first knockout powder operation also failed. Looking at the motionless Erilyn, Briggs placed the pastries down, approached her, and quickly searched her pockets, finding several packets of fine white powder. Examining the powder and then the unconscious Erilyn, Briggs sniffed the powder but found no scent. Doubtful, he touched it with a finger and tasted it. Then, bang, the powder scattered everywhere, and Briggs collapsed too. After this incident, Briggs refused to let Erilyn touch anything, treating her like a thief. Anything she brought would be tested multiple times before being used. It was another noon. Briggs had eaten and practiced, preparing to find his father to discuss how to send the Woboan away. Before leaving, he drank all the fruit juice to prevent any further poisoning attempts. Watching him leave, Erilyn left her room with a frown, heading towards a secluded area of the Walter household where Easton waited. Over the past few days, Easton appeared much more haggard. Confronting the overwhelming power grab by Patriarch Kanal, no one dared resist, including Easton. A couple of troublemakers, instigated by certain people, tried to rebel but ended up dead, their bodies hung from door frames. No one dared intervene or claim the bodies, which remained hanging for 3 days until a new official arrived and buried them hastily. In just a few days, everything in Anislong City changed dramatically, from military authority to civilian commerce. Walter Wuggard's decisive actions signaled that the once retired Kanal had returned, and his methods were even harsher and more ruthless, spreading fear through everyone. Yet this shift wasn't entirely negative for small merchants. With the Walter family consolidating power and eradicating underworld organizations, these small merchants faced less harassment and fewer costs. Kanal was known for his win-win approach, and understood the principle of the wool comes from the sheep. As long as someone was useful, he wouldn't completely destroy them but instead support and back them. Of course, if someone was worthless, it was a different story. Under this cunning leader, ordinary people might live better. Initially intimidated by the Walter family, the deaths of those who dared challenge them had little impact on the general populace. However, Easton, with his strong ambitions, suffered greatly. The whole city was under tight control, his businesses taken over, and even the assassin group had lost its livelihood. Realizing he wouldn't last much longer, Easton called Erilyn for a meeting to discuss accelerating their plan. Chapter 124, parading through the city. Old Bowen, you won't even help with a tiny favor. Watch out, no one will send you off in peace. Brat, if you disturb me from practicing any further, I'll send you ahead of me now. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Briggs was unsurprisingly kicked out once again. With a scowl on his face, he grumbled loudly before striding away with folded arms. As he passed by the Walter guards, he didn't forget to roar at them. Keep an eye on him. Make sure this old coot doesn't go into a trance and die inside. The Walter guards remained expressionless. They were clearly used to the mutual sabotage between father and son. They merely saluted and resumed their stoic postures. Briggs, feeling humiliated, muttered curses as he turned away. Returning to the courtyard, he kicked open the door with one foot. Briggs glanced at Erilyn, who was sitting inside wearing a black cheapao. After a brief moment of silence, he continued cursing and prepared to leave. But before he could turn fully, Erilyn's cool voice sounded. Do you want to go out for a stroll? I can accompany you. What's up? Did your knockout drug fail, and now you're planning to ambush me outside? Briggs raised an eyebrow and turned back with a wary look. Although he didn't understand why his father refused to let him expel this Waboan despite knowing she had drugged him, he felt extra cautious around Erilyn. Now thinking about it, Silas was much better, kind-hearted and sensible, and most importantly, he didn't have to worry about her drugging him or stealing his organs. Feeling Briggs's wary gaze, Erilyn, looking quite graceful in her cheapao, lowered her sword-like brows slightly. Ian, rest assured, no one would dare lay a hand on you in Anislong City. Nonsense. If I weren't aware of that, I would have already made my dad take you away for practice. Since you can't kill me, why did you drug me? To force intimacy. That is possible. Okay, you continue with your forced, fine, you serve yourself here, I'm leaving. Briggs turned to leave, but just then, Erilyn suddenly rose from the bed and walked over quickly. I only wanted a protector. I've only been a killer before and don't know much about our robots. If I've done anything wrong, please forgive me. Hearing this, Briggs's eyebrows twitched as he cast a sidelong glance at her. Just for this? Yes. You weren't planning to steal my kidney? Useless to me. Then why are you wearing this today? I heard kipeos attract male attention and shopping can build relationships, so I thought I'd give it a try. Looking at Erilyn, who stood with her hands crossed and a poker face, Briggs scratched his head, feeling somewhat distressed. Honestly, having such a capable and beautiful Waboan pursuing him couldn't help but make Briggs's heart flutter. Even more so with her icy beauty. If not for her tendency to think of killing, she might be considered endearingly naive. If possible, Briggs wouldn't mind having such an attractive and capable killer concubine. After all, men, right? Clearing his throat, Briggs stroked his chin and nodded slowly after several seconds of contemplation. All right, I haven't gone shopping in a long time either. Since you're willing, let's walk together. Adjusting his collar, Briggs's expression became somewhat smug. And to be honest, I'm quite well known in Anislong City. Just don't be surprised when we go out. Erilyn stood still, simply nodding in understanding. After fetching his wine gourd and the blue dragon sword, Briggs swaggered out of the Walter residence with Erilyn closely following behind. As they strolled through the streets, Erilyn realized, somewhat stunned, that Briggs's claim wasn't exaggerated. He truly had some renown in Anislong City. Due to his previous work at the rent collection department where he drove away Bowenny bullies, Briggs was highly regarded among shopkeepers. Additionally, as the fourth son of the Walter family, people showed him considerable respect and friendliness. Within minutes of stepping onto the street, numerous vendors offered their goods to Briggs, causing Erilyn, draped in her black cheapao, to become a walking hanger, carrying a pile of packages. Of course, Briggs didn't forget his purpose and tried his best to consider Erilyn's feelings during the outing. Naturally, shopping meant buying things. What do you think of this pendant? It's okay. Good or bad? Not okay. Never mind. Hey, pack all these pendants. Mr. Montgomery wants them all. When you need payment, just mention my name, Briggs. Instantly clearing out a stall, Briggs ignored Erilyn's widened eyes and moved on to the next small stand. How about this bracelet? Erilyn looked at the jade bracelet in Briggs's hand and, recalling what just happened, shook her head quickly. Not good. I see. Actually, I don't think this color looks great either. Here's what I'll do. Pack all bracelets except this one and deliver them to the Walter residence. Mention Mr. Montgomery and my name, Briggs, when asking for payment. With a rustle, the vendor happily gathered all the jade bracelets, even snatching back items from a few women browsing nearby. Selling them individually wouldn't earn much, but sending them all to the Walter residence would fetch a higher price without much fuss. Not selling anymore. Closing up. Packing all the bracelets, the vendor eagerly ran toward the Walter residence. His greed drew complaints from a few customers. Several women, hands on hips, glared at Briggs. Is it something to be proud of being a Walter family wife or concubine? Do you have to buy bracelets like that? Upon seeing the obvious Walter family emblem on Briggs's clothes, they quickly shifted their glare to Erilyn, spitting venomous words. Serving the Walter family makes you special? Buying everything with money, impressive. Hearing this, Erilyn shot them a sharp, menacing glance, which instantly sent those women shivering and hurrying away. As they continued their stroll, the scene repeated itself with various vendors eagerly offering their goods. Briggs, while enjoying the attention, also took care to indulge Erilyn's whims, ensuring she felt appreciated and cared for amidst the bustling city life. Hashtag Chapter 125. Hero saves beauty. After scaring the others away, Erilyn finally turned her gaze back to Briggs, only to find him already at a clothing stall, inspecting the garments. Seeing this, Erilyn hurried forward a few steps and softly said, You don't need to buy so Bowenny. I won't be able to use them all. I've only heard of people complaining about not having enough clothes. I didn't expect you to actually think there are 2 Bowenny. No worries. If you can't finish, just change more often each day. I don't mind. But I do. These clothes aren't suitable for me. Boss, pack all these up. Send them to the Walter family residence. Before Erilyn could finish speaking, Briggs had already cut her off. With his compound, the vendor quickly nodded, stuffed the clothes into bags, and rushed off with them in tow. Seeing this, Erilyn couldn't help but sigh. She wasn't worried about extravagance. As a top-notch assassin, she had ample funds from her missions and never lacked money. What troubled her was how to deal with these clothes. Wearing this tight cheapao that restricted her movements made her feel extremely uncomfortable. All these fancy, impractical clothes were something Erilyn would never wear unless absolutely necessary. What she truly loved were her specialized leather armor and the metal plates providing protective capabilities, ensuring her agility. Noticing Erilyn's furrowed brows, Briggs, who had been secretly observing her from ahead, couldn't help but frown slightly. He wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Was the overbearing president trope no longer appealing nowadays? Why did his generosity seem to make her look distressed instead? Casually walking to the weapon rack, Briggs picked up a sword, inspected it, then hesitated before putting it down and leaving. This caused the excited shop owner's face to drop instantly. But just then, Erilyn, who had followed Briggs over, pointed at some items on the stall. These, and those three, pack them up and send them to the Walter family. Say Erilyn asked for them. Huh. Upon hearing this, both the shop owner and Briggs turned to look at her in shock, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Realizing this, the shop owner quickly regained his composure, sneaking a glance at Briggs. What about the other? The rest? No thanks. The quality isn't good. They're just showpieces, not practical for me. Ah. And stop selling shields. According to regulations, shields are non-saleable, and private possession is a serious crime. But this is even small vine shields aren't allowed. If the city guard wanted to, they could still hold you accountable. Don't get yourself into trouble. With those words leaving the shop owner speechless, Erilyn picked up various items and walked back to Briggs, only to find him staring dumbfounded. Looking at Erilyn with a puzzled tilt of her head, Briggs forced his mouth shut, amazed. Truly worthy of being a valiant warrior. You have such tastes, huh? Well, that makes things easier. Let's go inside. I'll take you to see the Walter family armory. Briggs grabbed Erilyn's wrist and redirected them towards the armory, which manufactured everything from customized weapons for Walter family members to standard equipment for the city guards. Indeed, different strokes for different folks. Everyone has different preferences, and clearly, Erilyn's preference leaned heavily towards weaponry. From daggers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks to longbows and short-throwing stars, Erilyn spoke knowledgeably about every type of weapon she encountered in the armory. Within an hour, Erilyn and Briggs emerged with numerous packages. Briggs ended up carrying most of the purchased weapons since Erilyn held various freebies from the shops. Feeling the heavy weight on his back, Briggs's face stretched long with a helpless expression. Wow, truly someone who prefers martial attire over feminine elegance. This Waboan is tough. Walking through the streets and entering a narrow alley, Briggs, with weapons hanging on his back and holding a sheathed sword, followed Erilyn towards the Walter family compound to take a shortcut home. At this moment, several men who had been following them stopped and brightened up at the opportunity. Seizing the moment, they hurriedly grabbed their weapons and ran to either side of the alley. Erilyn hadn't genuinely invited Briggs out to strengthen their relationship. Following Easton's advice, she planned to execute some special tactics. The tactic wasn't particularly sophisticated, a classic, almost cliché scenario. Hero saves beauty. In this scenario, the heroine is attacked by villains, and the hero saves her in a critical moment, possibly getting injured to elicit sympathy. If the hero looks decent enough, it should naturally lead to the beauty falling into his arms. However, this time, the script was flipped. It would be a heroine saving the hero. Erilyn prepared to play the part, even risking injury. After treating the wounds and exchanging tender words, the mood would be set, making it impossible for Briggs to resist. As footsteps sounded, several assassins called by Easton appeared menacingly at the alley's end, while more shadows emerged behind Briggs and Erilyn. A total of 6 assassins, led by 2 innate martial artists, approached ominously. Without getting close, one of the innate experts fiercely raised his weapon, pointing it at Briggs. This road is mine to walk, this tree mine to plant. Greg, bringing a beauty out in public? Looks like you came here without thinking twice. Hearing these fierce words and seeing the approaching ruffians, Briggs glanced at Erilyn, revealing a hint of confusion. Are you here to rob us? Upon Briggs's question, another killer scoffed, impatiently. Obviously. Do you think we're playing around with these shiny weapons? So, with a clang, Briggs indifferently dropped the weapons he was carrying onto the ground, his tone flat. If we're playing around, why do you think my weapons are any less real? Well, choosing to rob someone carrying a bunch of weapons in broad daylight? Were you kicked in the head by a donkey? What do you want to rob? The weapons? Come on. Here, I'll give you a free swing. Swiftly drawing 2 steel blades from his back, Briggs looked ferocious. Next time, don't bother robbing me. Go straight for the Walter family supply convoy. Not only will you get more money, but the weapons might not be better than what I have here. Chapter 126, Recruitment. The assassins standing on either side looked down at the fine weapons scattered on the ground, then up at Briggs. Exchanging awkward glances, they realized how ridiculous their situation was. Robbing someone in broad daylight who was carrying a pile of weapons didn't seem like a wise choice. But since they had already revealed themselves and accepted the mission, it was impossible for the assassins to turn back now just because things were not going well. Drawing their weapons, they prepared to charge forward without a word, aiming to complete their mission. Seeing this, Erilyn furrowed his brows and instinctively reached for his waist. Despite this being an arranged for balance, Erilyn had heard Easton's instructions clearly yesterday. Easton had sternly ordered everyone to act as realistically as possible to avoid exposing any discrepancies. As long as Erilyn wasn't killed, anyone could attack him, preferably severely, since the Walter family could heal him anyway. This meant that aside from avoiding vital spots, the attacks would be no different from a real fight. Furthermore, with his true energy sealed, even though Erlen possessed external martial skills and was a natural realm expert, he would still be at a disadvantage against so bony skilled opponents, two of whom were natural realm experts. Realizing he might not win easily, and even if he did, it would leave him battered and bruised, Erlen readied himself, gripping his throwing knives tightly and stepping forward to shield Briggs. His muscles tensed, preparing for a fight to the death. However, before he could fully engage, Briggs suddenly thrust two knives into Erlen's hands. Without giving him time to react, Briggs pulled out a flare from his waist and shot it into the sky. With a whoosh, the signal flare burst into the air, lighting up the sky uniquely, a special marker exclusive to Briggs. Seeing the dazzling light, both the surrounding assassins and Erlen were stunned, their faces changing rapidly. Ignoring their mission, the assassins immediately fled towards the alley's exit. However, before they could escape, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. Numerous soldiers holding shields and spears rushed over from the distance, forcing the assassins back with relentless spear throws when they attempted to flee. A centurion, leading the group, pushed through the crowd, adjusting his helmet while panting heavily, and quickly glanced into the alley. Upon seeing Briggs unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ian, are you alright?" "I'm fine, why wouldn't I be? They're about to have some trouble." Hearing the approaching footsteps and seeing the increasing numbers of city guards and security forces at both exits, Briggs couldn't help but shrug. Provoking someone from the Walter family at their peak, especially in the core area of Anislong City, and targeting Briggs, the most pampered member of the Walter family. These assassins were practically asking for trouble. A simple flare, and any nearby patrol would rush over. Surviving the initial onslaught was already an achievement. Another centurion broke through the crowd, similarly relieved upon confirming Briggs's safety. If anything happened to Briggs under his watch, not only would he lose his position, but survival itself would be questionable. The Walter family would ensure retribution. Realizing they were safe, the two centurions glared at the frozen assassins. Wielding large axes, they charged forward with roaring combo ends. Charge! Kill! Over 200 men surged forward, filling the alley completely. Panicked assassins drew their weapons in defense, but were swiftly overwhelmed by the overwhelming number of attackers. Some tried to escape using their lightness skills, only to be instantly turned into pincushions by the barrage of arrows. Amidst the chaos, Briggs and Erlen stood calmly against the wall, expressionless as they observed the carnage. The two centurions fought through the crowd, guarding them closely. The uneven battle ended in mere minutes. On Briggs's orders, the two captured assassins were executed on the spot by the soldiers. Watching the soldiers begin to clear the battlefield, the centurions turned to Briggs. "Ian, should we check their identities?" "No need. You won't find much, and it's best you don't get involved." "Yes, sir." After disposing of the bodies, collect your reward at the Walter estate. 2 taels per bowen, 5 for squad leaders, 10 each for you two. Don't complain. "Not at all. Thank you, Ian." "Go on." "Yes, sir." As the soldiers dragged away the corpses, Briggs glanced at Erlen. "Do you think they could be my second brother's people?" Erlen paused, shaking his head. "I've never seen them before." "Forget it. It doesn't matter. Even if they are, they can only test me. These few aren't enough to hurt me. Let's go." "Sure." Erlen obediently followed Briggs out of the blood-stained alley. Meanwhile, Easton received news of the failed plan and, enraged, swept everything off his table. He hadn't anticipated that his fourth brother would act so decisively, even against such minor threats. Doesn't he want to show off his bravery in front of a Waboan? Doesn't he want to be the hero? How cowardly. After venting, Easton sat back down, breathing heavily. After a moment's hesitation, a gleam appeared in his eyes. "Surprise attacks don't work. My fourth brother is too cautious and never leaves Anislong City. Threatening him directly is impossible. So, send my order to Ingwu and Dermot. Erlen can't poison Briggs. I want to see how he deals with them." Nodding, a shadowy figure in the corner acknowledged and vanished. As you compound. With the message delivered, Ingwu and Dermot, the drug masters of the Walter assassination team, headed towards Briggs's residence, bringing several accomplices for added safety. Easton no longer relied solely on Erlen, fearing she might expose the plan. With poisoning experts assisting, Easton was confident in making Briggs fall ill. After all, the Walterglian jade could withstand blades and chi, but not toxins. ####Chapter 127. Assassin versus Assassin. The night was dark and windy, with several shadows darting like lightning through the inner courtyard of the Walter family estate. The patrolling guards who heard the rustling turned their heads in surprise but saw nothing. With a soft thud, the team led by Dermot and Brigham successfully arrived at Briggs's courtyard. The leader looked down at the disordered garden, and his eyes flickered. Note, Brigham, was corrected from Wuxia, as it seems to be a Oroboanization error. Also, slight adjustments were made for better readability in English. Well, it seems they've demolished all possible hiding spots, leaving us nowhere to land. This must be Erlen's doing. It doesn't matter even if they did. If she still had her strength, we might fear her. But now that her power is sealed, what have we to fear? That may not be the case. After all, this Waboan has been Master Second's right hand. She showed up for him. Respect should still be shown. Brigham couldn't help but sneer upon hearing his elder brother's words. Respect? Do you think this Waboan will survive once the plot is exposed? It's only fitting that she becomes a discarded pawn for never using her head. Pulling out several small bottles from his waist and pouring them into one larger bottle, he gently shook it a few times. Feeling his brother's strange gaze, Brigham flashed a dazzling smile. At least it's her first time. As colleagues, I'll help her have some fun. Just hope Briggs, that young master, won't die on her, eh? If he does, better for saving trouble later. Dermot, observing his younger brother's actions from the side, frowned but didn't say anything. He knew about his brother's nasty habit of increasing the dosage of drugs to harm others, often repribounding him for it. But at this moment, it could be seen as a tactical move. The previous victim, a noble heir, usually gentle and well-loved by elders, turned into a laughingstock overnight after being subjected to Brigham's special concoction. After a wild night with 4 attendant maidens, he had to be carried away incapacitated. Seeing the nearly sent-away heir lying bedridden, the family elders were livid. This was the ruthlessness of Brigham's poison. It was an ingenious plan to destroy someone's future, making it impossible for elders to support him any longer. At this moment, Dermot was eager to see how Patriarch Conall would react when Briggs was carried out tomorrow morning because of excessive indulgence. Landing silently in the courtyard, Dermot scanned the surroundings cautiously. Brigham swiftly prepared a tube filled with powder, ready to strike. As footsteps grew closer, they neared Briggs and Erilyn's room. With a nod from Dermot, one of the men reached for the door. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. A short sword pierced the hand reaching for the door, pinning it firmly against the wood. Everyone jumped back in shock. The attacked Bowen twisted in pain, just about to scream. A figure dashed forward, silencing him mid-cry with another swift stab through his head. The sharp blade entered through one temple and exited the other, ending the Bowen's life in an instant. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the remaining assassins who hastily drew their weapons, the Sierra gently laid the body on the ground. Dermot and Brigham, recognizing her attire under the night sky, paled instantly. Black robes, black armor, purple silk, eyes red as blood. A silent killer, taking lives effortlessly, shedding tears of blood tonight. This was the Blood Eyes 12 Stars, an elite group of killers under Patriarch Conall, selected from the Walter Guard for their formidable skills, each having reached the core formation realm. Although they could advance no further, their terrifying strength combined with unparalleled assassination techniques left anyone shivering. Facing the 6 black-robed women encircling them with glowing red eyes, Dermot and Brigham felt chills run down their spines. Before Brigham could scream, a black shadow trailed with a red glow, dashing towards him. Only Bowen aging to thrust his bamboo stick out. The next second it was snatched away and plunged into his head. The unknown drug inside burst forth, and Brigham fell to the ground lifelessly, caught and laid down by the Sierra. When she stood up, the surrounding killers had already been silenced without a sound. The battle lasted almost no time, and even Dermot, the more skilled among them, met his end swiftly. 3 blades tore through his arm, followed by his skull, heart, and neck in one smooth motion. After retracting their weapons, one of the Sierras caught Dermot's falling body. Silently, they carried the bodies away, vanishing into the night as if they had never been there. If not for the few pools of blood on the ground, no one would suspect that multiple deaths had occurred. Minutes later, 2 assassins returned to clean up the blood before disappearing again. The courtyard returned to its usual tranquility. Patriarch Conall wouldn't leave his son unprotected while an assassin lingered nearby. The Blood Eyes 12 Stars, originally on a mission, had been called back specifically to guard his son. Even though they were artificially enhanced, 6 core formation experts were still formidable. They would ensure Briggs remained safe even if surrounded by enemies or faced with the mad plans of Conall's second son. Briggs and Erilyn inside the room remained unaware of the chaos outside, as their rooms were designed for exceptional soundproofing. Outside, Easton waited anxiously for Dermot and Brigham to return, sensing something was wrong when they didn't appear. Chapter 128, The Iron Forging Maniac. At dawn, Briggs had just woken up when he faintly heard some chaotic noises. This made Briggs feel quite astonished. The sound Bowen aged to penetrate through the specially designed soundproof room and reach him. How chaotic must it be outside? Or how loud must this noise be? Quickly getting dressed, Briggs quietly pushed open the door. But in the next second, the deafening roar forced him to slam the door shut again. He leaned against the door, hands covering his ears, his face showing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for quite a while, he finally came back to his senses and turned to push open the door again. Along with the opening of the wooden door, the deafening rumble instantly rushed into the room. In the current courtyard, several large machines were already set up. A figure stood before the blacksmith's forge, outer garments shed, chest wrapped in white cloth, hammer heavily pounding on the glowing sword in hand. Each heavy blow echoed ominously, emanating from under the hammer, making one's hair stand on end upon hearing. Beside them was a coal furnace that had been heated to its limit, emitting overwhelming heat. Anvil, blast furnace, tempering bucket, all kinds of equipment that ordinary people wouldn't use were now fully operational. Erilyn hammered away at the heated weapons one by one, gradually shaping them into her desired forms. Sparks flew everywhere with each hammer strike, some directly landing on Erilyn's body, crackling loudly. Briggs cautiously walked up beside Erilyn, watching her focused form as she pounded the iron sword. He couldn't help but gulp in fright. Did you bring all those weapons back yesterday just to practice blacksmithing? Erilyn paused her actions, turning her head to glance at him briefly. Then, she continued striking without stopping, as one must strike while the iron is hot. If you don't shape the iron sword quickly, once it cools down, even with all your might, it would be futile. Several dozen consecutive strikes flattened the iron sword. Erilyn lifted the sword and inspected its edge along the spine. Satisfied that it hadn't warped, she placed the weapon down, preparing to trim the edges to lighten the blade further. As she fetched a whetstone, Erilyn spoke coldly. The quality of these swords is not bad, but they are too cumbersome, only suitable for battlefield slaughters, not for sudden attacks. Since I specialize in fast sword techniques, they need to be modified to suit me better. Finishing, she grabbed a transformed sword beside her and casually threw it to Briggs. He instinctively caught it, waving it lightly. An expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. This originally well-balanced sword, now after Erilyn's modification, had become extremely light. When waved, it felt almost weightless, incredibly responsive. However, running his fingers over the sword, observing the sharp blade and slender spine, Briggs frowned deeply. The sword's speed was indeed fast, but it had completely sacrificed toughness and strength. If engaged in a real duel, it would likely break within dozens of moves, resulting in certain death. Even if it didn't break post-battle, during a clash, inevitable nicks would appear. rendering it nearly useless if significant enough. No wonder this Waboan prepared so bony weapons. Apparently, one would need to switch swords after each battle. Grasping the sword, Briggs walked into the courtyard, taking a deep breath. In the next moment, red light flashed in his eyes, streams of blood chi swirling around the sword's edge. Thrust, jab, slash, sweep. A streak of crimson danced rapidly around Briggs, forming a brilliant wheel of sword light. Amidst the fleeting flashes of sword light, whether it be the remnants of stone hills or trees and walls, any surface touched by the sword's aura left deep cuts. With the final spinning slash, Briggs instantly sheathed his sword. Surrounding him, countless sword slashes covered the entire courtyard like spider webs. Far away, Erilyn stopped her work, mouth agape, staring at Briggs in shock. His sword technique wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, but it was undeniably terrifying in power. Most importantly, this was clearly a fast sword style, with a unique method of controlling blood chi that compensated for the blade's lack of hardness and power. Eyes gleaming, Erilyn suddenly asked, "What kind of sword technique is this?" Briggs turned his back to Erilyn, lifting his head arrogantly. None of your business." "None of your business? What kind of name is that? Is it the secret kung fu of the Walter family?" "No, I learned it myself." "Oh, can you teach me then? This technique seems adept at killing." Shocked, Briggs turned his head sharply, eyes wide open, finding Erilyn very calm. "We have no ties whatsoever. Do you think I would teach you my best sword technique? I could serve you in bed. That makes it even more impossible. Tej miser, be careful it dies out with you." "Hey you." Erilyn's muttering instantly enraged Briggs. Before he could speak, dense forging sounds began again, choking him into a grimace, feeling worse than swallowing a fly. Of course, Briggs would never teach Erilyn that sword technique, because it was precisely the Walter family's supreme martial art, the demon-slaying sword technique. On its own, it wasn't particularly remarkable, but when paired with the eternal power of the Walter Emperor, its power increased exponentially. Despite Briggs not having broken through to the innate stage yet, with these two martial arts, he feared no innate expert. But not fearing them didn't mean he had to risk his life fighting them. After all, he was the fourth young master of the Walter family. How could he just go around risking his life? That was something the subordinates should do. Look at his father, Khan Ul, the strongest in Heavenly Dragon City. Except for a few rare occasions, who else did he ever engage in combat? To be a leader, one must have the demeanor of a leader. Going straight for mortal battles at the slightest disagreement, that's called a henchboen, not a leader. The original manuscript of the demon-slaying sword technique had long been destroyed by Briggs using ink, becoming incomplete and untrainable. Only Briggs and Khan Ul knew the full version. A mere outsider assassin, Briggs would absolutely never teach her. Just as Briggs was returning the sword, Erilyn, who was engrossed in forging, suddenly spoke again. She didn't try to learn the sword technique further, but instead glanced at Briggs. "Do you want to learn blacksmithing?" "What? Blacksmithing?" "Yes, learn a craft and help me with my work." "Are you kidding me? I am the illustrious fourth young master of the Walter family, second to none but revered by thousands, striding freely across Heavenly Dragon City. You want me to do menial labor like blacksmithing? As your apprentice? Do you think that's possible?" Briggs's righteous words made Erilyn turn to look at him expressionlessly. "So, will you learn or not?" "Not learning. Not even under duress." Note: translated maintaining the structure, tone, and style of the original text. Chapter 129, Master of the Broken Sword. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy clashing sounds rang out as two figures bustled tirelessly in front of the iron furnace. Compared to Erilyn's practiced and steady demeanor, Briggs, who had just learned blacksmithing, was visibly flustered and fumbling. At one moment, due to too high a temperature, he directly burned through a precious sword. At another, excessive force made a perfectly good weapon uneven and looked like scrap metal. Then there were irregular sharpening, poor engraving, and misaligned blood grooves. All problems that caused Erilyn's brows to furrow with frustration. When Briggs relentlessly destroyed his sixth fine weapon, Erilyn could no longer contain his exasperation and could not stand watching Briggs mishandle weapons any further. With a slap, Erilyn tossed him an abandoned iron sword and pointed towards a small furnace on the side. "Go practice over there. Don't touch my swords." Briggs, who was hammering away diligently, paused in confusion before erupting in anger. What do you mean? So what if I broke a few swords? I am second to none but... Get over there." Fine. You'll see when I learn how to forge. I'll shove you into some corner then." Grumbling under his breath, Briggs dragged the broken iron sword over to the side and began hammering the shapeless ingot, muttering to himself all the while. Despite the noise making it hard to hear what he was saying, judging by his long face, he probably wasn't saying anything pleasant. Middle-aged men have their hands full. Hobbies often help distract them. Whether forging, seafaring, fishing, or pursuing health, these interests inadvertently divert a Bowen's attention. Even though Briggs didn't admit to enjoying forging, after hesitating for a moment, he still trotted over to learn blacksmithing and spent over 2 hours hammering away. Clang clang, after much effort, Briggs finally gave the discarded iron sword a semblance of a form. Regardless of its internal structure, from the outside, it at least resembled a sword. Quickly quenching it, Briggs excitedly began polishing and engraving, aiming to carve out a few grooves to reduce weight and improve aesthetics. Before he could fully concentrate, footsteps approached. Erilyn arrived behind him expressionlessly and delivered a hefty slap to the back of his head. Startled, Briggs tightened his grip, and with a crack, the sword he had spent hours meticulously working on snapped. Looking at the broken sword lying on the ground, Erilyn remained expressionless and coldly stated, "There's an issue with the internal structure. This sword is useless now. It's ruined." Hearing this, Briggs stared down at his creation in silence for several seconds before abruptly turning around, grabbing Erilyn by her white cloth, and hoisting her up with twisted features. Compensate for my sword. That sword is already ruined. I don't care. If you can't fix it, I'll cripple you. Even if it's fixed, your engravings are too deep and intricate, severely compromising the blade's integrity. In combat, it would shatter like glass along the engravings. I don't care. Fix my sword, or I'll hammer you onto the anvil. Faced with Briggs's roaring fury and spittle flying everywhere, Erlen remained unmoved, uninterested in arguing. Gradually calming down from his rage, Briggs eventually released Erlen, turned around, and knelt before his broken sword, his face filled with sorrow. This was my child. Was it wrong to want it to look beautiful? I only wanted to help it. Crack. His voice stopped mid-sentence as the broken sword, held by Briggs, shattered again due to stress fractures, splitting into 2 pieces. Witnessing this, Briggs fell silent. Behind him, Erlen couldn't help but sneer, which instantly triggered Briggs's sensitive nerves. Snatching up a hammer, he roared as he lunged toward Erlen's completed weapons. My sword is broken, so no one else's will survive either. They must all die. In the ensuing chaos, clangs echoed as Erlen, rushing forward to block him, had her red-hot weapon snapped by a single strike. Luckily, her quick reflexes saved her as she grabbed her own hammer to counterattack. The 2 hammers clashed in mid-air, sparks flying. Because of the sturdy weapons, both Briggs and Erlen gritted their teeth from the impact. After continuous strikes, they eventually ceased battle due to wrist fatigue. Briggs fiercely moved all his things away, even drawing a long line on the ground with the sword, symbolizing a non-interference agreement between them. He resumed his forging journey, cradling a pile of iron swords. However, given Briggs's novice techniques, especially his insistence on decorative yet harmful methods, Erlen couldn't ignore the transformation of quality weapons into inferior ones under Briggs's hands. Her eye twitched uncontrollably, losing all focus on her work. After enduring an hour, Erlen finally gave in to her instincts and began giving instructions, despite Briggs's strict ban against boundary crossing. Though she couldn't physically cross the line, her voice surely could. From several meters away, she directed remotely. The engravings are too deep, the sword will break. Shut up. Don't make the blade angle too wide. It should gradually slope upwards, or it'll get stuck in flesh. Annoying. Don't hammer the tip. How many times have I said this? It's fragile. Don't hammer the tip or it will. Before she could finish, Briggs's hand slipped, and with a snap, the sword tip spun off. Seeing this, the clanging and shouting ceased instantly. After a long silence, while Briggs held the hammer, staring at the broken sword, an uncontrollable laugh escaped Erlen. Erlen, you're dead. Roaring in anger, Briggs raised the hammer and charged at Erlen, causing her to hastily grab her hammer to defend. The clash of hammers resounded again as they resumed fighting. Chapter 130. Briggs presents a treasure. The door creaked open slowly, and Kanal, who had been meditating with closed eyes, reluctantly opened them. What do you want now? Briggs peeked in from the doorway, half his head visible, revealing a bashful smile as he entered with his hands behind his back. I just came to check on you since I had nothing else to do. You want to chase that Waboan away again? I've told you, I have use for her. No. Actually, I think keeping Erlen around isn't so bad. She may be a bit dense, but she's quite capable. He shuffled closer to Kanal and suddenly raised an eyebrow, breaking into a radiant smile. Oh right, Mickey, do you have any handy weapons? Caught off guard by this sudden question, Kanal paused, giving him a strange look. You've practiced the soul-slaying sword technique, compounding blades with blood. Anything in the world can be a divine weapon. Why would I need a weapon? That's not what I mean. As a martial artist roaming the world, how can one not have a decent weapon? You don't have one, right? Well, lucky for you, I do. I'll give you one. Excitedly pulling out a sword he had hidden behind his back, Briggs handed it over to Kanal cheerfully. Kanal frowned deeply, examining the sword under Briggs's excited gaze. The more he looked, the stranger his expression became. The blade was sharp, but its edges were poorly made. It had intricate patterns, yet they compromised its structure. This sword seemed more for show than practical use. Could this really be considered a divine weapon? Even a random weapon from the Walter family armory? No, just the weapon storage room. Would be 10 times more useful. Raising an eyebrow, Kanal glanced at his son, noticing Briggs's excitement. The question on his lips turned immediately into praise. Not bad. This sword has both form and function, extremely sharp, showing the style of a master. It must have been crafted by a great artisan. Since you're willing to give it to me, I'll take it. Though unsure of the sword's origin, Kanal understood its importance to Briggs by the look on his face. As a seasoned veteran himself, Kanal knew better than to dampen the moment. Kind words cost nothing. Hearing this, Briggs beamed, waving his hands excitedly. A master? Hardly. Just past apprentice level. But I told you my forging skills are good. That old Waboan always said I had form but lacked substance. Humph. I'll find her and set things straight. Turning quickly, Briggs ran off, pushing the door open. Watching him go, Kanal couldn't help but smile briefly. But the smile soon faded into a deep sigh. After casting his body with dragon blood, not only did he successfully reach the Yuanying stage, but he also gained the fabled Walterglong arm, becoming a legendary child of fortune. Kanal realized his future was limitless, all thanks to his eldest son. He had devoured most of the precious Walterglong blood, taking all his opportunities. Now, Kanal didn't worry about his lifespan, but what about him? Briggs's talent wasn't even as remarkable as his own. Did this mean he might have to outlive his son? Sighing deeply, Kanal held the sword's hilt in one hand, caressing the blade with the other. One step into the path of immortality, and kinship becomes armor. Immortality. Feeling dejected, Kanal's grip tightened. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The ornate sword broke at the tip. Startled, Kanal froze. Before he could react, the door banged open again. Reflexively, he hid the sword behind his back as Briggs rushed in. Mickey, do you have any advice on improving my forging technique? No, none at all. Your techniques are already perfect. There's nothing to improve. Really? Of course. Would I lie to you? That's great. I'll forge more then. Another bang, and Briggs was gone again. Relieved, Connell sighed. Before he could lower the sword, the door opened once more. This time, it was a Bowen wearing a veil. Sir, we have a situation. Recognizing the Bowen, Connell rolled his eyes and returned the sword to the side table. Next time, don't barge in like that. Yes, sir. What's happening? Edsel is gathering Bowen Walter family members, planning some major moves. Not unexpected. He's lost most of his power, and Bowen alliances have cut ties. It's surprising he's still resisting. Sitting in his chair, Connell's voice grew solemn. But whatever he plans, I'm not concerned. In fact, I'm curious what Arvin and Imo can pull off. Keep an eye on Crosby C, and ignore the rest. Let them make noise. Understood. The Bowen bowed and left, stopping when Connell called out. By the way, take this to the craftsman and ask for a handsome scabbard. Be careful. The sword, well, it's not very sturdy. Yes, sir. Carrying the broken sword, the Bowen departed. Alone, Connell stared out the window, emotionless. If Briggs submitted and relinquished power, Connell could ensure he lived a comfortable life as a wealthy Bowen. His identity alone guaranteed respect within a Niskilong city. But if he chose to fight, Imo, the path is clear. The choice is yours. Translation note. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Character names are presented in pinyin to align with the request for accurate representation. ####Chapter 131. Connell's birthday. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. During this period, two significant events occurred. The first was that the Ion of the Walter family claimed to have received instruction from a great master and was now skilled enough in sword forging to offer his handmade divine weapons for sale. They were selling like hotcakes, creating a frenzy of competition as quantities were limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Despite rumors suggesting that these weapons forged by Walter C. were actually subpar and fragile, no one could overlook his status. People bought them not only for the swords, but also for Connell's reputation. The second major event was that Connell, who had recently been in the limelight, was approaching his birthday. For someone as influential as him, this was undoubtedly a monumental occasion and a perfect opportunity for Bowen to cultivate a relationship with him. Thus, days before the birthday banquet, people started arriving one after another. Even the Walter family itself was busily preparing for the upcoming grand event. Finally, the day of Connell's birthday arrived. Early in the morning, standing in front of a furnace, Briggs suddenly drew a divine weapon from the quenching bucket, his face beaming with excitement. Blue dragon coiling. The sword shines brightly. What a magnificent weapon. Today, I'll use this weapon to celebrate that old Bowen's long life. Long live forever greater than over equal to less than over equal to? Standing next to Briggs, Erlyn, who had been assisting him all along, raised an eyebrow at his exclamation. Looking at the flashy sword in his hand, her lips twitched involuntarily. I think you should add may you be safe and sound at the end, which would be more appropriate. Huh? Comrade Crosby Zhao, I can understand your dissatisfaction and jealousy after being surpassed by me in just half a month. It's normal to vent some frustration, but doing so at such a grand occasion is going too far. I didn't. No need to explain to me. I know that as a genius like me, ordinary people like you will always lag behind and try to smear me. Leaning the sword against the ground, Briggs sighed deeply. After all, in just half a month, my swords are already worth over 1,000 taels of silver on the market. And your swords? No one wants them, leaving you to use them yourself. You, standing alone on a high peak, turning around, only the sky remains. To be a master, loneliness. Watching Briggs's dramatic sighs, Erlyn bit her lip, her face turning a deep purple. After hesitating for a moment, she chose not to argue further. She knew it was pointless. Whether to quarrel or not depended on Briggs. He'd either suppress her with his authority or resort to physical force. Having experienced Briggs's unreasonable behavior firsthand during the past half-month, Erlyn coldly snorted and turned away. Seeing this, Briggs furrowed his brows and put his hand on his hip, speaking out suddenly. Hey, for my father's birthday, shouldn't you, as a concubine, show some sign of appreciation? Erlyn remained silent, only giving him a cold look. Her indifferent demeanor made Briggs's eyes twitch. Not understanding even basic social courtesies. No wonder you're so pitiful. Never mind, if necessary, I'll reluctantly find a weapon from my collection. Before Briggs finished, a sudden metallic clang interrupted him. Erlyn had drawn a modified weapon from the rack and held it up. I'll give this as a gift. Holding the weapon, Erlyn spoke hastily, her expression slightly panicked. Joking aside, how could she possibly present a weapon forged by Briggs? That wasn't giving a gift, it was making an enemy. Given Briggs's special status, Patriarch Connell would indulge him. A broken sword, or even an iron ingot wouldn't matter. But Erlyn couldn't afford to offend Connell by gifting him a shoddy item. If he misunderstood it as mockery, she might not survive the night. Although Briggs was displeased with Erlyn's perfunctory attitude, he eventually grumbled and let her decide. Putting the weapon into a pre-prepared gift box, Briggs, carrying the box and accompanied by Erlyn, headed excitedly towards the main hall of the Walter estate. By now, after half a month, everyone in the Walter family knew that the Ion had acquired a concubine. Moreover, it was widely known that this concubine was skilled in blacksmithing. A blacksmithing concubine? This was a first for everyone. Ordinary noble ladies and well-bred girls typically learned embroidery, flower arrangement, tea ceremony, and dancing. More unconventional ones might practice martial arts, kicking, and punching. But when did blacksmithing become a concubine's training program? When meeting other people's concubines, husbands would drink tea, admire flowers, and listen to music. What would happen here with this blacksmithing concubine? Hee, husband, let's start with a hammer blow? Due to Briggs's unique status and Erlyn's unusual skills, their story spread far and wide within the city. After all, City Lord Conall spent all his time practicing and lacked any juicy gossip. Thus, Briggs became a common topic of conversation among the citizens. Even though he hadn't done anything noteworthy recently, focusing solely on blacksmithing, it didn't stop him from becoming a popular subject of idle chatter. The Walter Balancian was now packed with guests from all walks of life, lively like a gathering of martial heroes. Any randomly selected guest was a renowned figure within 100 miles. Names like Lu Yunyan, Bai Su Lao Da Puchon, Lu Huilinghui, and Song Sanyi were famous in their own right. Though their nicknames sounded like third-rate characters from novels, they all had genuine skills to back their reputations. The Walter family's doors were wide open, welcoming visitors regardless of their affiliations. Regardless of whether they were righteous or wicked, today anyone entering the Walter household was considered a guest. These guests also followed proper etiquette, avoiding any conflicts despite past enmities. After all, Conall was the king. Compared to him, their fame was nothing but extras. Daring to cause trouble on his birthday would mean inviting one's own doom. Translation ends here for now. Chapter 132. On fire. Ah no. Light the candles. Second Aiden of Fire Cloud Sect has arrived. Presenting a 4th rank White Cloud Spirit Mushroom. Master of Heavenly Azure Sect has arrived. Presenting a bottle of 5th rank White Tiger Pill. Chief of Great Shark Gang has arrived. Presenting the body and demon core of an enraged tooth shark from the Golden Core stage. The Walter family disciple at the door kept shouting as guests one by one entered the Great Hall. Just then, one of the guards stationed at the entrance suddenly raised his voice again. Ian Briggs of the Walter family has arrived. Presents, Aiden, what is this? He paused mid-sentence, looking puzzled at Briggs. However, Briggs simply brushed him aside. Briggs swaggered in with Erilyn. Even before they entered, his bright voice echoed through the hall. Father, may your blessings be as boundless as the Eastern Sea, and your longevity rival that of Mount Nan. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged confused glances. I've only heard of the Tsang Sea, the Spirit Sea, and the Blood Sea. What sea is the Eastern Sea? Forgive my ignorance, but I haven't heard of it either. But Mount Nan sounds familiar. It seems to be. I know. The mountain that was recently blasted apart by the Fire Scale Sect's battle between experts. It's called Mount Nan. Oh, wait, what? Ignoring the varied reactions of shock and confusion, Briggs strode past the guests and approached the main seat where Conall sat. Behind him, Erilyn held a large platter loaded with candles, so bony that it obscured his entire upper body. Luckily, Erilyn, being well-trained, walked steadily despite the blocked view and managed to keep up with Briggs's brisk pace. Seeing his 4th son approaching with Erilyn holding a tray of candles, Conall frowned, looking troubled. What new trick are you up to now? Why bring so bony candles? Hee, you wouldn't understand. This is a custom from the western regions called a birthday cake. Excitedly pointing to the cake behind him, Briggs grinned broadly. This took several master's days to make. The taste might still be a bit odd, but it's edible. The candles represent the birthday person's age. Each candle symbolizes a year. Father, you're 247 years old this year, and there are exactly 247 candles on top. It took me a lot of effort to stick them all in. Birthday cake? 1 candle per year. Right, I'll light the candles for you later. You have to light them too? Yes, after lighting them, we pull out the candles, and then you can eat the cake. Pull them out? So it's like extinguishing lamps and pulling out wax. Aren't you asking for another beating? Conall's irritation grew, and he slammed his hand on the armrest. Briggs, already feeling uneasy, jumped slightly. Looking at Conall's angry expression, then at the candles, Briggs was perplexed. Blowing out candles and pulling out wax does sound quite ominous. But wait, this is a birthday cake. Seeing Conall's eyes narrowing menacingly, Briggs awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. Let's light the candles first. In a flurry of movement, he placed the candles on a nearby table and lit a match. With a sudden whoosh, all the candles ignited at once due to their close proximity. Because of the sheer number of candles, the cake transformed into a giant torch, the flames burning vigorously alongside the cream below. Almost simultaneously, a troop of Briggs's specially trained servants entered, carrying various instruments, playing music as they marched in. The dissonant symphony filled the grand hall. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Conall. Realizing something was amiss, the band looked at Briggs's impassive face and Conall's darkened expression. They glanced at each other and made a decisive move. While singing, they turned around and exited in front of everyone. As the band left, the grand hall fell silent. Staring at the rapidly melting cake, Briggs laughed awkwardly. Well, father, it seems there's a slight issue with the cake. How about you go eat some noodles? Longevity noodles, yes? Briggs, gazing at his slumped 4th son, Conall couldn't help but smile despite himself and patted his head firmly. Just causing trouble as usual. Go sit down. Why yes. Returning to his seat with a lack of enthusiasm, Briggs sprawled lazily, ignoring the disapproving gaze of second ancestor Walter. Clearly, this failed attempt at a unique gesture had left a deep impact on Briggs's young heart. The birthday banquet resumed. More guests arrived, and the gifts piled higher and higher. The Walter family purposely arranged all the gifts to one side of the courtyard, which was now a towering mound, an impressive sight that left people marveling. Amidst the bustling celebrations, footsteps approached the entrance. A Walter family disciple quickly announced, Second Aiden Easton has arrived. The grand hall fell silent again. Since Briggs sat down, Conall had resumed his stoic demeanor but now raised an eyebrow. Recently, Easton had been increasingly active. Conall had suspected something earlier, and now it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Easton really intended to make a move during his birthday feast. But what could he do when he was nearly at an impasse? Breakthrough through him? Impossible. Not even the whole Walter family combined could match Conall now. Therefore, Easton's only hope lay in. Conall's gaze shifted subtly, locking onto Briggs. Briggs also lifted his head as if sensing something. Just as father and son silently exchanged looks, Easton entered with a few confidants. Wishing father boundless life. His shout elicited a nod from Conall. Observing Easton's determined, grave expression, Conall's own expression became more serious. Chapter 133. Easton's confrontation. Since you're here, take a seat. Conall gestured towards the side with his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Unfortunately, Easton did not accept the invitation but instead bowed deeply with clasped fists. Father, I have something important to report. It concerns the dignity of our family. Hearing this, Conall's expression darkened once more. It seemed that what was bound to come had finally arrived. He gave Easton a stern look before speaking in a calm tone. If you haven't done anything wrong, you will always be the second son of the Walter family. Son, don't make a fool of yourself. Upon hearing this, Easton's face shifted from hesitation to resolution after several moments. I have done nothing wrong. Is it really necessary to escalate things this far? The wolf leading the sheep, then the sheep can kill the tiger. Sheep leading the wolves, then the wolves cannot be fierce. Looking up at his father who was seated high above, Easton said resolutely, as the head of the Walter family, you have my respect, but he does not deserve it. Watching his son's expression and listening to his words, Conall leaned back into his armchair and closed his eyes. If so, what is it? Speak. Guests around them noticed the tense atmosphere and became silent, exchanging worried glances. Most were seasoned veterans and could sense the internal conflict brewing within the Walter family. This confrontation between father and son was almost inevitable. However, given Conall's rising power and influence over local sects, it was puzzling where this young Bowen derived his courage from. Amidst everyone's confused gazes, Easton and his gathered department heads stepped forward abruptly, all bowing deeply. Father, I must expose the misconduct of my fourth brother. For personal gains, he has disregarded the Walter family's well-being and doesn't deserve to be an heir. The 20-odd heads of departments followed suit, shouting in unison, please judge fairly, Patriarch. These department heads felt conflicted. Ideally, they wouldn't want to confront Patriarch Conall, for he was their patron saint, capable of building an even greater Walter family if he wished. But without Conall, the Walter family would likely crumble into obscurity. However, most were Easton's confidants and owed him favors. Worse still, they had bony skeletons in their closets that Easton used as leverage to force them into rebellion. Though reluctant, they joined the rebellion for a chance at success. Losing everything was worth the gamble for glory. If they refused, Easton could easily report them, ruining their families. Even though Easton was out of favor, as the second son of the Walter family, his actions could still wreak havoc on anyone's life. Sitting in the main position, Conall watched the aggressive crowd below, emotionless. As for Briggs, he remained indifferent, sprawled lazily while observing the scene. Only the loyal Walter family bloodline disciples who fought alongside Briggs against Stephen were furious, some even shouting angrily, Dakari, please refrain from slander. Remy led us into battle, risking our lives. How can you call him incompetent? Humph, on such a joyous day, Dakari should avoid stirring trouble. The clamor made Easton's frown deepen further when even the revered elders frowned at him. Despite this, the hostile reactions only fortified his resolve. With no support left, he needed to fight while he still could. Clasping his fists firmly, Easton growled. Doesn't damaging the family's luck and losing its opportunities count as betrayal? After a pause, Conall glanced at his son and grasped the armrest slowly. Speak clearly, I'll give you one chance. Inhale, exhale. Months ago, my fourth brother obtained an outstanding wife, whose talent and aura promised greatness, even attracting a transformative spirit master willing to reside permanently in our family. With her protection, our family could flourish for 1,000 years. But what did he do? He sent her away to cultivate, destroying the family's opportunity and severing its good fortune. Is this not betrayal? His roar silenced the crowd. Even guests appeared perplexed. Most couldn't understand how the Walter family dealt with someone squandering both a top-tier talent and a transformative spirit protector. Faced with Easton's accusation, even the loyal Walter family members couldn't defend Briggs. Some even agreed, thinking about the deaths during the chaos with Stephen, which might have been avoided with the transformative spirit master's presence. Yet, no one dared mention it due to Conall's authority. Seeing the silence, Conall gripped the armrest tighter, creating cracks instantly. This matter has already been discussed among the family elders and penalized publicly. Penalized? That minor punishment is worthy of being called a penalty? Easton scanned the crowd, seeing his father's displeased expression, and continued. All right, let's move past that. Let's talk about the blood demon Stephen, who introduced him to us. Chapter 134, 3 Indictments. When Easton said this, the expressions of the Walter family members changed abruptly, unable to resist starting a flurry of discussions. They had always been puzzled about how an obscure person could suddenly come knocking and clash with the Walter family. Now hearing Easton's words, they couldn't help but glance at Briggs. Briggs still lay lazily in his chair, expressionless as if the discussion had nothing to do with him. Standing in the middle, Easton, noticing he had finally grabbed everyone's attention, quickly took advantage of the moment to continue. This Stephen, it was clearly brought on by my fourth brother, Briggs. He coveted the Jacob family's divine martial arts and elixir formulas, wiped out the entire Jacob family, but missed Stephen, who was traveling outside, thus causing our own clan's destruction. He isn't fearless or defending the Walter family. He is merely being hunted down and dragged us along. The Walter family has suffered for no reason. What? Easton's words stirred up a storm, shocking not only the Walter family members, but also the 2 elders sitting in high places, who stood up in astonishment. Seeing everyone's stunned faces, Easton turned and glanced deeply at Briggs before suddenly pointing to the side. There, a black-robed elder walked out, nodding slightly to the crowd. You may not believe me, but you should believe Buck, one of the black and white twin demons. His renowned counterpart Shane was killed by Stephen, along with my eldest brother and Bowenny Walter family brothers. All these accounts are pinned on my fourth brother, Briggs. A collective murmur swept through the crowd as all eyes turned to Briggs, awaiting an explanation. Seeing this, Briggs sighed and slowly rose from his chair. Think what you want. With a plop, he sat back down, crossing his fingers, displaying a carefree attitude. Ignoring the widened eyes of the Walter family members and Easton's astonished expression, Briggs nudged Erilyn's waist, gesturing for her to stop standing there and get to work. Shaken by the nudge, Erilyn, who had been uneasy since Easton's entrance, hastily picked up some fruit to feed Briggs. Face mashed against the apple, Briggs's features twisted grotesquely, almost fainting on the spot. Easton, who hadn't expected his fourth brother to not even attempt a defense, was momentarily at a loss. He had anticipated various scenarios and prepared numerous fabricated evidences for the inevitable argument with Briggs. But this sudden resignation, feeling like his punch hit cotton, Easton's eyes widened further. Before he could decide what to say next, Conall's voice echoed from the main seat. Don't blame Crosby C. I ordered him to retrieve the Jacob family's divine martial arts. It helped me break through to the Yuan stage. If any of you have grievances, address them to me. With those words, the previously surprised and angered Walter family members quickly glanced at their patriarch, lowering their heads in silence. The two elders laughed awkwardly. To let the clan rise, ensuring the Walter family reaches its peak, the deaths were justified. Yes, everyone dies eventually. Dying for something greater than oneself is far better. The brothers would rest easier knowing the Walter family gained a top expert. The disciples nodded fervently. Whether Conall was telling the truth or not, it mattered little since the patriarch had spoken. What the patriarch decreed would be true. Moreover, Conall, despite losing an arm and nearly dying, had successfully broken through and healed completely. This indeed seemed peculiar, possibly due to the Jacob family's divine martial arts. In just a few sentences, Easton's powerful words lost all effect. Looking at his calm father seated above, Easton felt his heart sink. He knew he couldn't match his father in strength or tactics. His father had fought countless battles to elevate the Walter family, countless clans falling under his hand. Far from being reckless, the old Bowen was cunning, preferring strategies that left opponents utterly hopeless. Easton's tricks were likely known to his father, with countermeasures ready to ensnare him. Silence engulfed the hall. After a minute, Conall's cold voice broke it. Foxer, do you have anything else to say? If not, step down. It's my birthday today. No official matters. Your eldest brother is gone now, so take over the Foreign Affairs Department for a while. Easton's face paled. The Foreign Affairs Department, a major income source, was indeed lucrative, but his influence was rooted elsewhere. Transferring him there was akin to stripping him of everything. Not only might Conall disallow him from rebuilding his circle, but even if allowed, by the time he re-established himself, Briggs would likely be the patriarch. It was a cunning promotion, deceptive advancement. Worst of all, Easton couldn't refute it. The Foreign Affairs Department earned more than the Internal Affairs, making it the richest position. Offering him the best seat, leaving him no excuse to refuse. Glancing around at the silent crowd, Easton drew a deep breath. Father, don't rush. Your humble son has a third matter concerning my fourth brother to report. A third matter? Yes, the third matter. Observing his second son's serious expression, even Conall frowned. Mentioning Silas and Stephen was predictable, thus he remained composed. But this third matter, unknown even to him, suggested he underestimated his son. Easton Bowen aged to hide another ace? Indeed, Conall mused, he had underestimated this son. Chapter 135. Black and white indistinguishable. The atmosphere was dead silent, with everyone present remaining quiet. Conall silently gazed at his second son, for the first time feeling that the situation was a bit difficult. Conall never liked to fight without being fully prepared. Since his second son dared to use this final matter as his ultimate trump card, it must have a decisive effect. Conall did not want to gamble, firstly because he couldn't be sure he could stabilize this unknown event even though he had set several contingency plans just in case. Secondly, he wanted to give his second son one last chance. After all, if possible, he didn't wish for things to escalate beyond repair between them. Staring at Easton, Conall slowly shook his head. Foxer, being the leader of external affairs, wielding endless wealth, and enjoying a lifetime of luxury, it's not bad. Upon hearing this, Easton also shook his head, his face resolute. Money without power is like minced meat. As long as I am alive, no one will dare harm you since you are my son. Haha, father, so who exactly are you moving against me now? Conall fell silent for a moment, while Easton abruptly turned to look at the others. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that fleeing from battle tarnishes our family's reputation, and makes me unworthy of the position of successor. However, my fourth brother bravely led the Walter clan through tough times and brought honor to our family, but being the head of the clan isn't just about courage. Suddenly turning to Briggs, Easton's voice grew deeper. Fourth brother, I heard you get along well with Monique Zhao. Have you engaged in any intimate activities with her? Engaging in such activities before breaking through to the innate realm can damage your yang essence and halt your cultivation progress. This concerns the future of the Walter family. Please answer truthfully. Sitting on the chair, Briggs, who had straightened up, frowned initially, then suddenly became stunned, and finally turned to look at Erilyn. Seeing Erilyn's dark expression, Briggs looked puzzled and quietly asked, have we engaged in such activities? Huh. Erilyn, surprised by the question, blinked widely, equally baffled. Why are you asking me? Rhetorical question. Who else should I ask besides you? You yourself should know whether you've done it or not. But how would I know if you kept drugging me all the time? If I don't know, how would you possibly know? Besides, I've been busy with blacksmithing lately. I haven't had the time to drug you. Oh, really? The two of them stared at each other awkwardly for a moment. From afar, Easton suddenly coughed, his eyes focusing on Briggs. Fourth brother, a Bowen should own up to his actions. If you made a mistake and cannot admit it, people will mock you. Wouldn't they? Ha, kidding. In this heavenly dragon city, who dares laugh at me except father? Would you two old men dare to? Before Easton could finish, Briggs interrupted with a chuckle, looking at the two elders of the Walter family. His disrespectful tone instantly darkened their faces. If the patriarch wasn't sitting nearby, they would have thrashed him. Don't change the subject. Fourth brother. If you can no longer break through to the innate realm, even father's protection won't secure your position as successor. Easton shouted out, his expression unusually serious. And it doesn't matter if you're afraid to speak up, others will. You can't stop the world from talking. His gaze slowly shifted to Erilyn. Easton spoke slowly and solemnly. No Woboan jokes about her body, especially in front of so Boany people, right, Monique Xiao? Since Easton entered the scene, Erilyn's expression had been off. Hearing this, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes sharp and piercing, sending shivers down everyone's spines. This menacing stare made Easton flinch involuntarily, instinctively averting his gaze. But the next moment, he forced himself to look back at Erilyn, a trace of anxiety and pleading in his eyes. He had run out of options and was gambling everything on this false accusation. If successful, Briggs would be removed from the succession line. If failed, Easton would lose everything. Easton's hands trembled nervously, drenched in sweat. He feared Erilyn might betray him at the last moment. After all, he was already thoroughly marginalized, and only those he held over were still connected to him. Erilyn, now the patriarch's personally favored concubine and Briggs's first concubine, seemed to get along well with Briggs. Switching allegiance now would be very wise. If Erilyn betrayed him now, Easton truly couldn't think of any way to turn things around. Everyone watched silently, Kunal staring sharply at Erilyn, his face expressionless. Briggs also turned to look at Erilyn, eyebrows furrowed and silent. Under countless gazes, Erilyn clenched her fists tightly, her lips twitching. Looking at Easton's pleading eyes, Erilyn sighed deeply, releasing her grip. Taking a deep breath, she nodded slowly. Yes, we did, more than once. We work together during the day and indulge every night. Is this answer satisfactory to Second Master Walter? These words immediately shocked the Walter clan members, none expecting that the fourth master would sacrifice his future for a Woboan. Easton, however, immediately rejoiced, nodding frantically. Satisfactory. Very. However, his smile froze as he met Erilyn's dark, angry gaze and hastily looked away. The two elders of the Walter family turned pale, first glaring fiercely at Erilyn, then turning to Briggs. Even the elder with the severed arm gestured frantically at him. Initial Walter, what nonsense have you done? Rest assured, we won't listen to this Woboan's wild claims. If she's falsely accusing you, speak up and we'll stand up for you. The two elders practically had, you should defend yourself, written across their faces. Given Briggs's status, a few words from him would be far more believable than from a concubine. While some rumors might arise, getting past this day would mean Kunal would smooth things over regardless of what Erilyn said. Unfortunately, Briggs paid no attention to their facial expressions. Only briefly meeting Erilyn's eyes, he quickly nodded. Yes, if she says it happened, then it did. What nonsense are you talking about? Such important matters can't just be decided like this. Alright, let's say it did happen. TSK, who knew Silas couldn't do it, but you did. Erilyn, impressive. Chapter 136, The Struggle for Successor. Briggs's casual remarks immediately confirmed Erilyn's words. Regardless of the others' expressions, Easton was already on the verge of laughing uncontrollably. Even as he tried to suppress it, the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. Suddenly taking 2 steps forward, Easton opened his hands in excitement. Everyone has heard it. My fourth brother has admitted it himself. He indeed destroyed his foundation for personal desires. How can someone who cannot break through to the innate realm possibly become the successor of the Walter family? Fourth brother. Isn't that right? Seated on his chair, watching Erilyn distance himself from him, Briggs casually waved a hand. If I'm not fit, then so be it. I never wanted the position anyway. So the only one left eligible for succession in the entire Walter family besides you is, just me? Just me and my dozens of future sons, hundreds of grandsons, and thousands of great-grandsons. We have plenty of potential successors. If you still feel there aren't enough, I can always produce more. Marry 100 wives or so, and I could easily give you at least 2 soccer teams every year. Before Easton could finish speaking, Briggs abruptly interrupted him, which instantly froze Easton's expression. Staring bewilderedly at his fourth brother, Easton's eyes betrayed immense confusion. Briggs leaned back into his chair, resuming the slouched posture known as Gu Yu Lai. I won't be able to reach the innate realm anyway. In the future, I'll just be an ordinary person, so having lots of children won't be hard. I can have as Boany as I want. You, that's enough. Have you not disgraced us enough by airing this family scandal? Before Easton could retort, Kunal's angry roar suddenly echoed, his heavy hand pounding the armrest until it shattered. Watching Easton hurriedly shut his mouth, Kunal couldn't help but sigh with resignation. You lack resolve, only focusing on intrigues and schemes, making you unfit for important roles. Father, and as for little four, he is uneducated and undisciplined. Though he has spirit, he lacks ability and is similarly unfit. Well, what are you saying? Last time when I saved you, you didn't praise me like this. Ahem, so I've already discussed it with little four. Neither of you will be my successor. I shall choose the most suitable talent from your descendants and groom them for the role. With hands behind his back, Kunal scanned the crowd sternly before adding, moreover, little four's physical condition deteriorated due to my own requirements. After all, the expansion and nurturing of the next generation fall upon him. Trading one individual for the prosperity of Boany is worth it. Father, you. Listening to his father, standing in the hall's center, Easton felt a dark wave wash over him, nearly collapsing. After all this effort to claim the position, it turns out no one ever intended to give it to him, or even to Briggs. Instead, they planned to bypass the current generation entirely, producing a new heir. Shaking uncontrollably, Easton stared blankly at everyone around him. No matter where he looked, it felt as though they were mocking him. A sudden violent coughing spasm hit Easton, and he clutched his mouth, coughing up blood. He had reached his limit, overwhelmed by anger and frustration. Seeing this, Kanal spoke coldly. Foxer, it appears you're unwell. I intended to put you in charge of external affairs, collaborating with your brother to revive our clan. But now it seems you are unfit for duty. No, father. Since that's the case, I won't be unreasonable. You should take a less debounding position and retire gracefully. Cough, cough, cough. Clutching his mouth tightly, blood still seeped through his fingers. With his legs weakening, Easton fell to his knees, losing consciousness immediately after. Oblivious to the scene, Erilyn and Art rushed forward to support him, carrying him away from the hall. As Kanal watched them leave, he quickly put on a friendly smile, apologizing to the guests. My apologies for the spectacle during this joyful occasion. It's truly embarrassing. The leader of Huang sect hastily stood and bowed. Not at all. Every family has its troubles. Even upright officials struggle with domestic issues. As the patriarch who tirelessly serves the clan, you understandably can't attend to everything, and we understand perfectly. Other guests also rose, exchanging pleasantries. Amidst the lively chatter, Kanal slowly returned to his seat, softly instructing. Bring some men and deal with the reckless fellows who came with second master. Understood. Kneeling beside him, Walter Wuxia nodded and disappeared from the hall. Unnoticed by the guests, they resumed their previous festivities under Kanal's engaging demeanor. The incident involving second master seemed never to have happened. Surprisingly, Briggs became the center of attention, surrounded by those eager to forge connections. What? He's not the successor and thus not worth cultivating? No. Precisely because he's not the successor, he must be befriended. The reasoning was simple. His first son could very well become the successor. Then the son would inherit the Walter family and Anislong City's assets, receiving tutelage from Kanal himself. The grandson of a favored child might also become a favored child. More importantly, Briggs hasn't married yet, and his only concubine has severed ties with him. This means they could marry their daughters to him and potentially rise to power within the Walter family. Their unborn grandchild could become the clan's head. By then, why would they need to curry favor with Kanal? Bound by such a close relationship, wouldn't Kanal protect them naturally? Immediately, Briggs was surrounded, perhaps even more enthusiastically than before. Kanal smiled without intervening to help his son. Damn brat. When offered the succession, he refused, only slacking off all day. Fine then. Not wanting it, huh? Just have more kids. Kanal doubted that all of his offspring would share his laid-back nature. Hashtag chapter 137. Decisive action. Bang. The door slammed shut, and Briggs stormed into the study, already shouting before he even entered. I told you, old Bowen, this isn't how you should act. What do you mean by saying that a concubine should be taken more to expand the Walter family? Now those guys are trying to sell me 4 or 5 daughters at once, some of whom are almost older than you. Briggs's exasperated rant made Kanal, who was still in the study after the banquet, sorting through documents, unable to suppress a snort of laughter. Though he quickly controlled his laughter, that one snort profoundly stung Briggs's sensitive nerves. Why are you laughing? Is this how a father acts? They're driving me crazy. You haven't lost any limbs yet. Why so panicked? If anyone really tries to harm you, I'll just dispo-wintle them for you. Well, thank you very much. No need for such formality. It's a father's duty. You humph. Briggs plopped down on the table with a loud thud, deliberately knocking over the files Kanal had just organized. Watching the scattered papers, Kanal remained expressionless, holding a sealed letter in his hand. After giving his son a long, hard look, Kanal suddenly spoke. So, what Xianxia said is true. Did you really? Yes, everything. Your son has no chance of breaking through to the innate realm now. Satisfied? Before Kanal could finish, Briggs interrupted harshly, but his words only brought a gentle shake of the head and a soft laugh from Kanal. Don't lie to me. She was lying. Huh? How can you be so sure? Because I know you well. You're greedy for comfort, timid, and afraid of not living long enough. Even with someone as gentle as Silas, you bow an age to maintain your boundaries. How could Erilyn, with her fiery temper, possibly break through your defenses? That's just ridiculous. Hey, old Bowen, I didn't realize you knew me so well. Of course, as a father, shouldn't I understand my own son? Alright, truthfully, I didn't pay much attention to these things before. But lately, you've been asking how many years longer you can live if you break through to the innate realm. Anyone could see you want to live longer. You chased away all the maids. Sleeping with someone? What a joke. Humph. And besides, you're not like me. With those scrawny arms and legs, expecting you to work metal after a night's debauchery? That's insulting blacksmiths. Father, if you don't know how to talk, maybe you shouldn't say anything. With a grim face, Briggs turned to leave but stopped at the door, turning back to glance at Kanal. By the way, father, are you planning to deal with Dakari? If he doesn't take the path I give him, then it's his fault. And if you don't produce an heir within 3 years after reaching the innate realm, I'll deal with you too. TCH, that Erilyn? What? Are you protecting her? Not exactly, but she was my half-blacksmith master, and we have some feelings. With how ruthless you are, if you catch her, she might wish she were dead. So, can you spare her for my sake? Kanal raised his head, looking deeply at his son, eyebrows gradually furrowing. Indecisiveness and weakness aren't admirable traits. Father, forget it. Since you specifically asked, I'll spare her life. After finding her, I'll cripple her and let her hide somewhere. It's rare mercy from me. Snorting, Kanal's face hardened. Just because you asked. Otherwise, anyone who meddles in Walter family affairs will beg for death without getting it. That's good. Busy up, I'll leave then. Good night, peck peck. The door slammed shut again. Watching Briggs walk out, Connell couldn't help but smile. At this moment, a shadow emerged from behind him. In a core formation stage, Walter Warden approached, slightly bowing. Sir, regarding the plan to capture Erilyn, shall we? Upon hearing the voice, Connell's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning stern. Turning his head silently to look at the Walter Warden, Connell said nothing but his eyes were sharp. The Warden's leader, feeling the intense gaze, hastily lowered his head and stepped back. Only then did Connell speak softly. My business with my son is none of your concern. Yes, sir. The plan remains unchanged. When acting, avoid little 4. Once Erilyn is captured, kill her immediately and clean up the body. No need to send her to the ministry this time. Yes, sir. Remember, don't mess it up. Yes, sir. Watching the Walter Warden leader quickly disappear into the shadows, Connell turned back to the documents, observing them silently. Spare Erilyn's life? Apologies. Connell could pretend to be a good father in front of Briggs, but when facing outsiders, Connell would exterminate everyone. No one's pleas would save them. Meanwhile, under the night sky, numerous dark figures flew out from inside the Walter estate, dispersing in all directions, quickly vanishing into Heavenly Dragon City. This was the third group to leave the Walter estate since dusk. In a small alley within Heavenly Dragon City, a figure burst through a wooden door, running frantically, followed by several servants and retainers. Before they ran far, a chilling gleam descended from above. Even before cries of pain could be heard, most of the attendants and guards were already down by arrows. Seeing this, the leading Bowen's face became even more frantic. Crawling toward the exit, he barely Bowen-aged to get there. Just as he reached the exit, a piercing wind roared in his ears. A dull impact sounded, and the Bowen let out a muffled groan before being flung backward. Blood splattered from his face as he crashed to the ground. Before he could struggle to rise, 2 shadows appeared, wielding golden melon hammers, emotionlessly approaching him. Passing through the shadows, under the bright moonlight, one could clearly see their pitch-black heavy armor and sinister wolf masks. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Second Master forced me to do this. I accidentally hit and killed a Bowen while drunk driving, and Second Master used it to threaten me. I was loyal to the family. I'm loyal to the family. As the terrified Bowen cried out, the 2 heavily armored men kept advancing. Reaching him, they swung their golden hammers savagely, hammering repeatedly at his face until his skull shattered and his face was unrecognizable. Finally stopping, they stood up and walked toward the exit. Behind them, several lightly armored Walter Wardens leapt from the rooftops, drawing steel knives to finish off the corpses. One slash to the throat, one stab to the heart. Only after confirming all were dead did they stop, following their captain away. Shortly after, the city guards arrived, summoned by signals, to handle the bodies. Under the moonlit sky, amidst the twinkling lights of Heavenly Dragon City, slaughter erupted. The scene described captures the tension and ruthlessness of Connell's actions, contrasting his outward leniency towards Briggs with his cold-blooded efficiency in dealing with traitors. The detailed and vivid depiction emphasizes the high stakes and brutal nature of the conflict within the Walter family. Chapter 138, Desperate Lovers. Master Zhao, disaster has struck. Our men outside are being killed one after another. Even Master Antonio fell. In a modest estate within Anislong City, Erilyn listened grimly to the reports from his assassins. It was only early evening, but the Shintan assassin group had already suffered heavy losses. The Walter Imperial Guards, along with the city's defense forces, were ruthlessly intercepting and hunting down their operatives in the city. Facing heavily armored soldiers who fought like war machines, these ordinary assassins had no chance. Even innate-level experts would find it nearly impossible to survive such an overwhelming attack without divine weapons. Assassins against elite soldiers, and worse, being ambushed and outnumbered, led to gruesome deaths where they didn't even have time to fight back. As for the officials who were brought into the hall by Easton to add numbers, the assassin group couldn't save them either. They were struggling to survive themselves. Despite knowing this might happen, Erilyn bit her lip fiercely as more assassins came back reporting. Turning around, she forcefully pushed through the crowd. With an imposing bow in her, she stormed towards the inner courtyard and kicked open the door. Instantly, laughter filled the air. While chaos reigned outside, Easton was playing with several carefully selected servant girls inside. His shirt was off, and his face flushed red from alcohol. Embracing a servant girl, Easton noticed Erilyn approaching, first froze, then smiled broadly. Aleka, you've come too? Perfect. Join me. Slap. Before he could finish, a loud crack echoed. Without hesitation, Erilyn slapped him hard. The slap sent Easton spinning and landing heavily on the table, nearly collapsing onto the floor. The right side of his face instantly turned bright red. Dazed and holding his face, Easton finally snapped out of his stupor and looked at Erilyn angrily. Before they could speak, the servant girl whom Easton had been hugging, enraged, lunged at Erilyn and slapped her. But before the sound faded, Erilyn, eyes glowing with anger, drew a flying knife from her waist and slashed. The servant girl clutched her neck and stumbled back, eyes wide in shock, blood spurting from her throat. She collapsed and died immediately. Seeing this, the other 3 servant girls, who were ready to teach Erilyn a lesson, screamed and sat down in fear. Hearing their screams, Erilyn glared at them viciously. Shut up and get out. She threw a bloody dagger, embedding it in one of the servant girls' shoulders. With a shriek, all 3 ran away. Watching them leave, Erilyn turned to Easton. He had regained some sanity, sitting in a chair, pouring himself wine. Cup after cup, Easton drank in silence. Erilyn snorted coldly. Sober now? I thought I'd have to stab you awake. Since you're awake, let's go. Go? Where? Break out. Haha, break out? Out. Aleka, you don't know what my father built us on. With what we have, you think we can break out? We won't even reach the gate alive. A desperate attempt is better than waiting to die. Hurry up. Stepping forward, Erlen tried to pull Easton up but was shrugged off. Throwing his cup aside, Easton grabbed the wine pot and started drinking madly. I'm not going anywhere. This is my business. My territory. I haven't lost yet. No one can kick me out. You. Stay here with me, Aleka. Let's be a pair of desperate lovers. Wouldn't that be fun? Ha 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 ha. Laughing wildly, Easton kept drinking. Erlen kicked over a stool and sat near the door, weapon in hand. Her expression hardened. Easton, I thought you were a great bowen. Now, you're just a waste. Without your family name, you're nothing. The word struck Easton hard. Slowly putting down the wine, he turned to Erlen, eyes filled with anger and confusion. Yes, I'm nothing without the Walter family. Unlike Briggs, who can read and write and forge iron with you. Do you regret helping me now? If you'd chosen him, you'd still be a concubine of the Iron. Your son might be the clan head. His words left Erlen frozen. After several seconds of silence, as Easton's anger subsided, revealing embarrassment, Erlen stood up. With a ringing sound, she unsheathed her sword and hurled several knives. Easton, knowing her well, rolled away just in time. The knives embedded deeply into the ground and furniture. Facing Easton, Erlen's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Remember what I said. If you betray me, I'll kill you myself. Aleka, listen. To hell with listening. A flash of light appeared as her sword cut across Easton's chest despite his dodge. Clutching the bleeding wound, Easton fell to the ground. Erlen, eyes red, approached with her sword raised. Wanna be desperate lovers? Fine. I'll send you ahead and follow soon. With that, the sword stabbed forward, aimed directly at Easton's face. Chapter 139. Erlen's Wrath. With a clang, the precious sword darted towards Easton, who looked petrified. Erlen made no effort to hold back or slow down. Her move was intended to claim a life. However, this deadly strike ultimately missed its target. This was because a dark figure flashed by from the side, bursting through the door with Desmond swinging his sleeve to forcefully deflect Erlen's weapon. With a backward slap, he struck right into Erlen's chest, injecting Xianxia true chi into her body, causing her to spew blood and fly backward. The assassins in the courtyard were taken aback as they saw someone break through the window. They panicked even more when they realized it was their team leader. Thinking that the enemy had already stormed in, they hastily drew their blades and glared over. However, what they saw was Easton holding his bleeding chest, appearing at the door with an iron-gray face. Erlen, have you gone mad? At this roar, Erlen leaped up from the ground, kneeling on one knee while holding her weapon, glaring fiercely at Easton. I offended the Walter family for your sake. I gave up everything for you, even enduring embarrassment in public, and you treat me like this. Easton, you know my personality well. I always mean what I say. Today either you kill me, or even if the Walter family doesn't kill you, I will make sure you beg for death but find none. Her firm voice left Easton's face pale. He knew very well what kind of person Erlen was. Back then, when Easton led the Jan out from Walter Woody's place, impressed by her talent and constant attachment to him, he decided to cultivate her as a trusted subordinate. Loyal, ruthless, and completely obedient. Which high-level official wouldn't adore such a Sierra? But as Erlen grew up and the relationship between them deepened, Easton found that things went beyond his expectations. Beyond expectation was Erlen's character. She was indeed ruthless, but excessively so. She listened to him indeed, but her possessiveness was terrifying. There was no concept of retirement among her subordinates. You either continue or die. If you refused, she wouldn't mind escorting you. Once, a defector escaped Anislong City due to his family reasons and chose to flee far away. Erlen chased across multiple regions and brought back the heads of his entire family. It took 7 days and nights just to return, indicating how far she chased. The stench of the heads after 7 days must be unimaginably horrendous. When Easton saw those decayed heads inside the boxes emitting a foul smell and Erlen eagerly waiting for praise, he nearly vomited on the spot. From that day on, Easton understood Erlen wasn't just ruthless, she was utterly insane. Easton had to admit that entrusting tasks to her was indeed reassuring, and she had helped him quite a bit. However, she was also a huge Huang hazard, so Easton had always been wary of her. Improvements made. 1. Replaced, however, she was also a huge Huang hazard, with however, she was also a huge Huang hazard, so, to improve sentence flow and maintain consistency in style. 2. Changed, had been wary of her, 2. Had always been wary of her, to emphasize the ongoing nature of his wariness. Note, the word Huang is left untranslated, as it seems you may want to keep this term from the original language. If you prefer it fully in English, it could be replaced with risk or threat. Being her superior was fine, but marrying her? Ridiculous. Looking at Erlen slowly standing up, Easton's face turned ashen. Unwilling to have an internal conflict at this critical moment, he quickly composed himself and spoke softly. Aleka. Buzz. Just as he spoke, 2 flashes of cold light darted toward him. Easton recoiled violently, while Desmond caught the dagger aimed at his face mid-air. The blade, trembling slightly, stopped less than a palm's length from Easton's face. Seeing the dark green poison above, Easton's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Bone-melting poison, victims' flesh would dissolve, and even if they survived, their appearance would be ruined. Facing the charging Erlen with a flying dagger, Easton, without hesitation, spat out 3 words. Kill her. At his order, although the surrounding assassins were unaware of what happened, they carried out the task. Roars echoed as 20 assassins rushed fiercely at Erlen. However, Erlen whipped her cloak, spinning in midair, sending dozens of poison daggers shooting in all directions, triggering a chorus of agonized screams. Flesh dissolving, vein destroying, spirit injuring, nerve paralyzing, difficult to cleanse. The various poisons coated on the daggers caused bony assassins to fall screaming. The remaining assassins hadn't even raised their weapons before Erlen, wielding several long swords, launched a frenzied attack. These modified, lightweight weapons allowed her to attack both swiftly and viciously. As most of these assassins were trained by her, every move was familiar to her. Before they could react, Erilyn anticipated their next actions and dodged skillfully, striking their vital points. Screams continued as she single-handedly slew several assassins under intense attacks. Another clash, with a metallic sound, a broadsword collided with Erilyn's weapon. The specialized sword shattered immediately. Ignoring the opponent's shocked expression, she sidestepped and plunged the broken blade into the attacker's chest with another dagger. After a series of thrusts, she stabbed upward, piercing through the assassin's head. Kicking the corpse aside and ducking 2 incoming blows, she hurled knives at the attackers. Clanging sounds filled the air as the two failed to fully deflect all daggers. White smoke rose from their wounds, causing them to scream as their flesh rapidly eroded. Before they could react, Erilyn sliced off their heads and charged furiously at Easton. She wasn't joking. She never joked. She said she'd make Easton suffer unspeakably, and she always meant what she said. Seeing the ferocious Erilyn charge at him like a fierce tiger, Easton felt icy fear in his limbs. He finally understood what it felt like to be targeted by Erilyn, notorious as Snake Waboan. Before he could retreat, Erilyn leaped from a chair, stabbing her sword forward. Desmond reacted instantly, grabbing the sword mid-air, crushing it into fragments with an iron grip. Surprised, Erilyn was hit by debris and flew backward again. Innate versus core formation, first round, defeated. Translation note: the structure, style, and tone of the original Chinese text have been maintained as requested. Chapter 140, Assassins Gather. Covering her injured shoulder, she stared at the blood trickling down her arm. Erilyn glared viciously at Art, and without hesitation leapt up, fleeing towards the exit. Seeing this scene, Art, who had casually discarded the fragments of his sword, couldn't help but sneer coldly. Escape? Let's see where you can run to. Taste my engsub palm. Waving his palm, accompanied by a surge of true chi, a jet-black mist shot out from Art's hand, transforming into a palm-shaped form and flying toward Erilyn in midair. Reacting quickly to the sound, Erilyn, who had been a core member of Easton's organization, knew exactly what Art was capable of as the strongest expert in the group. Even before turning around, upon hearing the sound, she grabbed the rope at her waist and flung it with all her might. A whip embedded with small blades whirled out, wrapping around an unlucky assassin on the ground and instantly pulling him into the air. The assassin only managed to scream before he was struck by Art's palm. With a dull thud, his body exploded into pieces under the force of the blow. Blood and limbs splattered everywhere as a black light continued its flight unimpeded through the gore. Erilyn, not expecting that shielding herself with another person would fail, didn't have time to react. Another dull thud rang out, and Erilyn spat out blood, a dark palm print appearing on her body. However, she used the force of this blow to launch herself like a cannonball over the wall, disappearing from everyone's sight. What are you standing there for? Kill her quickly. Easton's face turned deathly pale, seeing Erilyn escape even in such circumstances. Knowing that this vindictive Waboan wouldn't let him go, Easton couldn't help but roar at the assassins. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly broke down the door and rushed out. At this moment, Art, standing beside Easton, added coldly, "She's been hit by my engsub palm. She won't get far. We must find her dead or alive."
Yes.
The assassins shouted in unison. Easton sighed in relief, but his expression remained grim. He understood just how ruthless Erilyn could be. If he didn't capture her this time, he might never sleep peacefully again. He hadn't expected that this Waboan would want to kill him over just a few harsh words. Or maybe she had already harbored murderous intent and was simply looking for an excuse. Regardless, Easton knew he now faced an even bigger problem than Knox. Despite everything, the Walter family was still his family, and Kanal was his father. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, especially one as family-oriented as Kanal. Previously, Easton knew he wouldn't die, so he indulged himself after suffering such a blow. But now, things were different. If he didn't kill Erilyn, the Walter family might let him be, but Erilyn definitely wouldn't. In the streets of Anislong City, everything was eerily quiet. The citizens had wisely hidden away upon notice from the city guards. Streets that were usually bustling with lights, even at night, were now empty. If anyone ventured out tonight, they could easily end up killed by Knox or the city guards, and no one would dare seek justice for them. Death at their hands would be meaningless. In this silence, distant footsteps suddenly echoed. Accompanied by clattering sounds, a stumbling figure appeared. Moments later, over a dozen assassins armed with weapons rushed out, some wielding light crossbows. Two soft whistles interrupted Erilyn's rapid run. She stumbled, almost falling to one knee, but gritted her teeth and pulled out the arrow lodged in her back, hurling it backward. Steel flashed as the lead assassin hastily raised his blade to block. The arrow was indeed deflected, but the concealed needle, empowered by true chi, pierced through the blade and directly into the assassin's eye, piercing through his skull. Blood spewed from his face as he fell convulsing. Projectile techniques were Erilyn's specialty besides swordsbowmanship, powerful flying daggers and silent needles alike. This Waboan could even shoot down flying swallows with perfect accuracy. If not for two bony enemies, insufficient true chi, and her injuries, she wouldn't fear a mere group of assassins. Despite killing one more, Erilyn's speed slowed down. The arrow in her leg made running much harder. Such an injury wasn't something sheer willpower could ignore. Pain could be suppressed, but the involuntary muscle stiffening caused by it couldn't be controlled. As both sides engaged in pursuit and flight, heavy rain began to pour from the already dark sky. The contact between her wounds and the rain increased her pain significantly, and the toxins in her wounds worsened. With a grunt, after a few more steps, Erilyn finally collapsed to one knee, leaning on her weapon, her face deathly pale. Behind her, a large number of assassins rushed forward, ready to hack her to pieces. At this critical moment, a series of bowstring tremors resonated through the rain, clearly audible. Arrows struck the unsuspecting assassins, causing several to fall lifeless instantly. Startled, the assassins halted, while Erilyn struggled to lift her head. Through the rain, heavy footsteps approached as numerous black shadows sprinted toward them. Over 20 heavily armored men, wielding guandao, straight swords, or jingu hammer, stormed in fiercely. Moreover, a swarm of lightly armored figures appeared on rooftops, holding bows and crossbows. Seeing this terrifying number of new foes, the assassins paled and fled in panic, only to be met with a volley of arrows. Watching the two squads of heavily armored soldiers rush past her, Erilyn, kneeling on one knee and supported by her long sword, narrowed her eyes. Nox. Before she finished muttering, 3 figures in captain armor strode forward. Without a word, the leader lifted twin hammers and swung them violently towards Erilyn's head. Chapter 141. Never letting offenses go unpunished. Clang. A faint sound echoed as Erilyn hastily raised her sword, which snapped instantly upon contact with the hammer. Ordinary swords couldn't withstand such a heavy blunt attack, let alone a lightweight one like hers. The broken half of the sword spun away as Erilyn barely managed to stifle a groan before a heavy blow struck her head. Blood gushed out immediately, and amidst the cacophony in her ears, Erilyn felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, her professional training kicked in, quickly overcoming the ringing and dizziness. Ducking hurriedly to avoid the second hammer strike, Erilyn lunged forward recklessly, grabbing the waist of an enemy ahead. Despite being pounded continuously from behind, she pushed him hard, breaking free from the encirclement. Hearing the weapons miss their mark behind her, Erilyn broke into a cold sweat and drew her throwing knife, wildly stabbing at the big bowen in front. However, this Nox was not only a congenital expert but also protected by specialized iron armor externally and cushioned internally with soft padded clothes. Such layers of armor rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. A few random thrusts with a throwing knife? It would be a miracle if it could breach his defenses. After a few desperate stabs, Erilyn realized even the gaps were covered with soft padding. Before she could change tactics, she was swatted away by the Nox's swinging arm. Before she could recover from rolling on the ground, a Nox wielding a guandao had already leaped over, delivering a powerful slash aimed to cleave Erilyn in two. Fortunately, Erilyn reacted swiftly. She slapped the ground and unleashed a burst of true chi to propel herself away, just in time to evade the fatal blow. Watching the Nox chop down and shatter the floor tiles, Erilyn's face turned deathly pale as she was still grazed by the blade's momentum, causing blood to spurt out from her waist. Struggling to rise from the ground, another Nox rushed forward. Without a chance to react, he delivered a full-powered kick to her chest, sending her sliding across the ground until she crashed through a shop door, stopping only after smashing through it. The Nox did not pay attention to her. They had a special team trailing behind her for the kill, 4 heavily armored congenital experts who excelled in coordinated combat. Even Art might not survive if ambushed by them. Inside the demolished shop, Erilyn lay among the rubble, feeling lightheaded, close to losing consciousness. Before she could prop herself up against the wall, the wooden wall exploded outward. An arm clad in heavy armor broke through, followed by a Nox who charged inside. Giving Erilyn no time to react, he grabbed her collar and slammed her violently against both sides of the buildings, with splintered and merchandise scattered everywhere. Finally, with a deafening crash, Erilyn was thrown back outside, rolling to the ground, her eyes staring blankly at the sky, devoid of strength to rise again. Surrounding her, 4 congenital Nox approached menacingly, weapons at the ready. Without any words, the one with the guandao lifted his weapon to strike Erilyn's head. At that moment, thunder rumbled overhead. Caught off guard by the sudden disturbance, the Nox turned to look behind him, alarmed by the possibility of an ambush. Who? For the first time since appearing, the Nox spoke. Hearing his shout, the other 3 Nox also raised their weapons and turned to stare. The expert in unarmed combat even reached for a short crossbow on his back. Under tense gazes, another roll of thunder echoed. The silhouette holding an umbrella revealed itself to everyone. Suddenly, silence fell. Weapons poised mid-strike. The more than 40 Nox stared at the newcomer without a word. Lying on the ground, battered and bloody, Erilyn widened her eyes slowly. Briggs. Crack. Amidst the flash of lightning, Briggs stood expressionless under his umbrella, accompanied by 4 congenital Nox who had been selected for their good behavior and loyalty, serving as his personal bodyguards. Tossing aside a pebble, Briggs frowned deeply. What are you all doing here? The Nox trembled at his question, exchanging uneasy glances. One of them even moved slightly to block Erilyn's view. Seeing this, Erilyn struggled to rise but was ruthlessly kicked back by a Nox standing above her, nearly knocking her unconscious. Noticing their actions, Briggs's eyebrows rose sharply. What are you doing? Do you think I'm blind? I already saw who she is. Whose department are you from? Who ordered you here? Didn't my old Bowen say he wouldn't kill her anymore? With a roar of reprimand, Briggs strode closer, seizing a weapon from a nearby guard. In his hands, a formidable armor-piercing mace was wielded like a toy hammer, striking a Nox's helmet repeatedly, sending him scrambling backward while the others also retreated cautiously. Looking down at the barely breathing Erilyn, Briggs pointed his mace at the 4 guards, shouting, "Whose men are you? Speak up. I'm going to report you to my father." The 4 guards exchanged looks and fled without hesitation. They belonged directly to the Patriarch Konal's special task force, answering only to him. Admitting this aloud would lead to severe repercussions if Briggs complained to the Patriarch about broken promises. No one dared to take that risk. Watching them run away along with the surrounding soldiers, Briggs flushed with anger. You dare to flee? Stand still. Stop. Chapter 142. Returning to the Walter estate. Footsteps echoed as Briggs led 4 guards, wielding hammers, chasing after the fleeing Nox. Lying on the ground, Erilyn struggled to turn over and rose shakily from the floor. Using both hands to support herself, Erilyn managed to sit up after several attempts. Wiping the blood off her face randomly, she had no intention of getting up. She remained seated in silence. The heavy rain poured down from the sky, chilling water soaking her hair, trickling down her cheeks, and dripping off her chin. Letting the rain drench her, Erilyn grabbed the arrow embedded in her leg and pulled it out forcefully. With a stifled groan, the bloody arrowhead was discarded beside her. As Erilyn sat in the rain, silently tending to her wounds, heavy footsteps approached. The rain ceased above her as she lifted her head slightly to see Briggs standing before her, holding an umbrella and looking down at her. Erilyn lowered her head again, continuing to tend to her wounds without a word. Seeing Erilyn's current pitiful state, Briggs couldn't help but frown. He sighed, then sat down beside her. The 4 guards stood vigilantly behind them, one hand holding umbrellas, the other gripping their sword hilts, facing outward to guard against any more assassins. The street was silent except for the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. After examining her wounds thoroughly, Erilyn sighed and turned to look at Briggs. You don't need to thank me. You were like a half-teacher to me. Saving you was the right thing to do. Don't worry, I'm always magnanimous. What you did to me before, I won't hold it against you. No, that's not what I meant. Watching Briggs act with apparent maturity, Erilyn finally spoke. Can I trust you? Probably yes. That's good. Her words cut short as Erilyn tilted to one side, collapsing towards Briggs. Briggs instinctively tried to distance himself, only to quickly rush forward to catch her. Seeing her unconscious and her darkened, clearly poisoned wounds, his eyes twitched involuntarily. If you can't save yourself or cure your own poison, what were you doing here all this time? Never mind. Let me handle it myself. Briggs scooped Erilyn up over his shoulder. But as he did, numerous knives and hidden weapons clattered to the ground, making Briggs's mouth twitch. More into armor than dresses, huh? No wonder you're having such a hard time. With your attitude, it's a miracle if anyone even likes you. Muttering under his breath, Briggs carried Erilyn toward his courtyard. One of the guards rushed to fetch private doctors. What? Afraid to come because it's late and dangerous? Just kidding. Ian asked you to come. No one in Anislong City would dare refuse. Even if you're dead, they'll dig you out. Time passed swiftly. Some slept deeply, others stayed awake. Some indulged in pleasure, while others met their end. The second Aiden's influence crumbled overnight. The organization named Chin Killing Team failed to suppress the Walter family and instead fell victim to them. Many bodies were hastily buried outside the city, forgotten by everyone. The next morning, as the rain eased, Erilyn woke up in Briggs's room, sitting up suddenly upon regaining consciousness. Reaching for her waist where her weapon should be, she found nothing. Not only were her weapons gone, but even her hidden darts and daggers were missing. Her clothes were also absent. Finding herself defenseless, Erilyn felt a wave of panic. She jumped out of bed, wincing at the pain from her bandaged wounds, and scanned the room. Seeing familiar furniture and Briggs's goofy portrait opposite her bed, she put the teapot back on the table after grabbing it impulsively. Rubbing her still dizzy head and dragging her exhausted body, Erilyn lay back down on the bed. Almost immediately, the door burst open, and Briggs, wearing a robe, rushed in, shouting, "What's going on? Did something happen?" Glancing at Erilyn, who was wrapped tightly in bed sheets like a cocoon, Briggs's panicked expression vanished, replaced by an annoyed grimace. TSK. See? This is why you're boring. What kind of cosplay is that? A Michelin tire. No basic hubo and trust whatsoever. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, Briggs looked at her. Aren't you awake now? How do you feel? Listen, I'm not a pervert. The maid took off your clothes. The doctor said wet clothes were bad for your wounds. Plus, the maid got hurt by one of your hidden darts, and I paid her 5 taels of silver. Don't forget to reimburse me later. Listening to Briggs's chatter from the doorway, Erilyn lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I have no money. I have nothing, so I can't reimburse you. Pretty quick response about money, huh? Anyway, what are you staring at? I'm thinking about how to kill someone. Kill? The battle's over. Who else do you want to kill? Your brother, Easton. Chapter 143, Martial Arts, Cultivation. Listening to Erilyn's calm tone, as if she was deciding what to have for dinner, Briggs stood at the door, stunned for a long time. He looked at the black halo above Erilyn's head, dark as ink, and then thought about how his second brother might not even have her good fortune. Suddenly, Briggs nodded vigorously. If you put it that way, I won't ask for those 5 taels of silver. Consider it a sponsorship fee. Briggs's words snapped Erilyn out of her daze, making her turn to look at him. What? Are you on bad terms with him too? Your question implies I'm friends with him? Right now, I can't wait for him to go off into the hereafter to join my step-elder brothers. Sitting heavily in a chair, Briggs shook his head constantly, sighing deeply. Unfortunately, things didn't go as wished. He's living just fine. After all, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cub, let alone my father. He merely lost all his posts and now lives as a rich noble Bowen, receiving 3,000 taels every month. Taking a sip of water, Briggs clicked his tongue, showing a displeased expression. Farouk was spared by my father as well, becoming a bodyguard for my second brother. The expression he had when leaving clearly spelled out he couldn't wait for me to return. If my father wasn't watching, I would have cut him down right there. As he spoke, Briggs waved his hand forcefully. Watching this scene, Erilyn, lying on the bed, narrowed her eyes slightly. Don't worry, he can't escape. One day, I will fulfill my promise, I swear. With a cold voice, Erilyn shifted her gaze back onto Briggs. Her eyes flickered oddly. Briggs, you saved my life. I owe you. From now on, I'll follow your orders. As long as you don't betray me, I'll be the sharpest blade in your hands. Selling yourself so easily? Will you really follow any compound from me? Yes. All right, then I hereby order you not to follow my orders from now on. What? My order has already been given. You will obey, right? So now, If I tell you to stand up, do you listen or not? You. That? Seeing Erlen's bewildered, flustered expression, Briggs couldn't help but smile, standing up from his chair. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Rest and recover. I don't need an assassin for income and have no tasks for you. Take care of yourself here. Turning toward the door, Briggs waved casually at Erlen. He had been busy recently, always trying to push away responsibilities, but still needed to handle some formalities and entertain distinguished guests as the son of the city lord. Letting Conall handle such matters would be demeaning. A few days passed swiftly, all guests for Conall's birthday having finally departed after much social obligations. Before Briggs could breathe a sigh of relief and resume his idle lifestyle, 2 martial guards suddenly visited, leading him into the study. In the study, Conall, who had been waiting for some time, turned to face the map on the wall, sternly authoritative without anger. His imposing bow-and-arrow did not faze Briggs one bit. Ignoring his father, Briggs sat down in a chair. Seeing his son immediately slouching as if melting into the chair, Conall sighed inwardly. Little 4, you've been half-step Xianxia for some time now. It's time to prepare for a breakthrough. Hearing this, Briggs pursed his lips. Why? Still dreaming of descendants? Crosby Seth, what are you talking about? I'm only concerned about you. Grandchildren are just a side matter. Rest assured, I've made preparations for the breakthrough. Once I achieve a basic understanding of Walter Emperor's immortal art and develop self-protection capabilities, I'll attempt to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? Martial artists face no tribulations until reaching the soul child stage. You're only transitioning from post-heaven to pre-heaven. What tribulation must you face? Wait, you're not planning to cultivate immortality, are you? At this point, Conall's expression changed drastically. You want to practice cultivation instead of martial arts? What kind of immortal are you aspiring to be? Hearing his father's angry rebuke, Briggs arched an eyebrow from his reclining position. Who said practicing martial arts excludes cultivating immortality? I have cultivation techniques. Before achieving the Golden Core realm, nothing is set in stone. Why can't I change paths? But we are a martial lineage. Our family's resources are all related to martial arts. Why would you choose to cultivate without guidance, support, or direction? What progress can you make alone? Briggs's brows furrowed instinctively at Conall's words, but then quickly revealed a scornful expression. Come on, a martial lineage? Our Walter family hasn't existed for more than 500 years, barely a generation in the world of cultivators. How can we call ourselves a lineage? As for that, our best technique is only of middling quality. Can it compare to the secret teachings of Jade Maiden Peak? Even comparing pure martial techniques, my cultivation resources surpass martial ones. This silenced Conall momentarily. Despite his reluctance, he knew Briggs was correct. Compared to the vast white jade scripture of Jade Maiden Peak, their family's secret techniques were insignificant. A minor family's martial art simply couldn't match a great sect's divine skills. Seeing Conall rendered speechless, Briggs couldn't help but smirk, crossing his arms and lifting his chin proudly. Besides, how long can you live practicing martial arts compared to cultivating? I knew it was because of longevity. Though martial artists may have shorter lifespans, they possess unmatched combat prowess. I will live longer. Martial arts strengthen the body and make one invincible in melee combat. I will live longer. Countless cultivators of the same level have fallen to me. Who has lived longer than me? Forget it. Remember who was worried about his afterlife every day, too scared to break through, and could only wait for death? You little brat. Do you want me to loosen your skin a bit? Chapter 144. The first realm of the immortal Walter technique. Briggs's act of exposing his weaknesses clearly struck a nerve with Conall's pride. Under the threat of Conall's words, Briggs wisely chose to keep his mouth shut and prepared to make a strategic retreat. All my business is done. You take care of your work. I'm going back to enjoy my retirement. He turned and dashed towards the door, eager to escape from the warning range of his enraged father. Unfortunately, before he could reach the door, Conall's voice called out again. Hold on, take this with you. A golden key, about the size of a palm, was tossed over by Conall. Briggs caught it in one swift motion, his eyes gleaming as he examined the imposing wolf-head-shaped key. This is the key to the family's treasure vault. Not just any ordinary storage, but the true treasure vault of the Walter family. All the valuable items our ancestors have obtained over generations are stored there, Conall said, nodding slightly at Briggs from his chair. You're an adult now, so here's a copy of the vault key for you. When you need materials for breakthroughs, you can get them yourself. Conall's words made Briggs's eyes light up. There was no false modesty or pretense between Briggs and this distant father. There was no need for polite formalities. After sharing dragon blood, nothing else seemed out of bounds for him. With that thought, Briggs waved farewell and left swiftly. As Briggs departed, Conall's brows furrowed. 2 killers emerged from the shadows, their exposed eyes full of menace. My lord, Erlen was saved by the iron. This Waboan will eventually be a hazard. Should we? The killer's words trailed off, but Conall understood the implication fully. Without turning to look at them, Conall shook his head slightly. Leave it. If little 4 wants to protect her, let him. Amir Sierra won't cause much trouble. Understood. Make sure your people keep a close eye on my second son. Ganon has had ambitious plans since childhood. He may not accept his fate easily. Yes, my lord. With that, the killers withdrew, leaving Conall standing with his hands behind his back, gazing silently out the window. Back at his residence, Briggs casually placed the key in a cabinet, twisted the candle holder to activate a hidden mechanism, and entered his secret room. He learned from previous experiences and touched each of the 4 candle holders to ensure no traces were left behind. However, while this ensured the dust pattern remained consistent, the now shiny candle holders only drew more attention. Noticing this issue, Briggs felt a headache coming on. He tried various methods to improve the mechanism but found that each attempt only created new problems. Whether placing the mechanism inside a bookshelf, which he never used, or under a decoration, which always left fingerprints, nothing worked perfectly in his rarely cleaned quarters. Even with meticulous design, such a pristine spot amidst filth would draw suspicion. What? Regular cleaning? Solving the problem at its root? That was laughable. Making Briggs clean? It would be better if someone found the mechanism. Inside the secret room, Briggs quickly sat on the cushion and closed his eyes to meditate. As the Immortal Walter technique activated, streams of blood from animals flew toward him. With his cultivation advancing, the Immortal Walter technique became more refined. Briggs could now absorb blood remotely, provided the target was sufficiently weak and unable to use true chi for defense. Otherwise, even a minor innate expert could render this move useless. For now, Briggs could only use it on defenseless creatures like chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. At peak innate realm with the Immortal Walter technique nearing its first breakthrough, Briggs possessed copper skin and iron bones, a formidable power among his peers. While he wasn't sure if this would shield him from heavenly thunder, the safety net was worth the effort. After all, the initial lightning strike in cultivation was the weakest, and generally harmless if one was in good condition. To Briggs, mastering the first layer of the technique was merely adding extra insurance for his survival. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. At noon, Briggs sat cross-legged in his secret room, eyes closed as blood swirled around him. As the blood entered his body, Briggs's skin gradually turned red. When he suddenly opened his eyes, 2 streaks of blood light flashed before him. His clothes burst open, revealing taut muscles bulging with veins. His body covered in a network of visible veins like intricate tattoos. The first realm of the Immortal Walter technique, copper skin, iron bones, achieved. Across from him, Erilyn, who had been meditating against the wall, opened her eyes sharply. Briggs's secret room was no match for her skilled eyes. She found the mechanism on the first day after recovering and frequently entered when Briggs practiced. Briggs wasn't too concerned about her presence. His martial art wasn't something that could be easily copied just by watching. If Erilyn could learn it just by looking, she wouldn't be an extra in the story but the protagonist. Under Erilyn's watchful gaze, Briggs sprang up and performed a set of Walter Family Breaker fist. Roaring loudly, he slammed a punch into the wall. The impact produced a muffled thud, yielding both good and bad news. The good news: the first realm of the Immortal Walter technique protected him, leaving his arm unscathed despite the heavy blow. The bad news: it prevented injury but not pain. His body stiffened as he fell to the ground, clutching his arm in agony. My godly arm, ah. Chapter 145, Completion of Arvin Drawing. In the room, Briggs was rummaging through cabinets without stopping. He was making the final preparations for his foundation establishment. To break through a bottleneck, the most reliable method is to use medicinal aids. And Briggs happened to have a foundation establishment pill. Speaking of this, it was given by the elderly master during Briggs's wedding day when he was in a good mood, dismissing him with this item. An 8th grade foundation establishment pill, with a market price not exceeding 100 spirit stones, which converts to more than 10,000 taels of silver. In the secular world, this would undoubtedly be a huge sum, enough to ensure a commoner's life of comfort for generations. But in the cultivation world, it wouldn't be considered much money at all. After all, the Immortal Sect and the Mortal World are 2 entirely different realms. Any trinket from the Immortal Sect, thrown into the hands of mortals, would be a priceless treasure, coveted by countless officials and nobles. A single spirit stone worth 100 taels of silver is merely daily currency for immortals. Though an 8th grade foundation establishment pill isn't much, it could only increase the breakthrough rate by about 20%. It was nowhere near the 3rd grade foundation establishment pill that Kanal gave Silas as a wedding gift. Still, something is better than nothing. A 20% chance is still a chance. After a thorough search, Briggs finally found his shabby wooden box hidden in the cabinet's compartment. Looking at the extremely crude box in his hand, Briggs couldn't help but sigh, turning around and sitting on the cabinet while unscrewing the lid. Then, gazing at the pill inside, Briggs's face showed astonishment as he fell into silence. Inside the wooden box, the 8th grade foundation establishment pill had vanished, replaced by a clear, translucent jade bead. A 3rd grade foundation establishment pill, the one Silas received as a wedding gift from Kanal. Staring at the pill placed there unknown when, Briggs bowed his head in deep thought for a long time before finally picking up the small piece of paper beside it. On the paper were several neat and graceful lines of text, pleasing to the eye. Meeting in the sea of people is fate, exchanging 10 lifetimes for sleep by your side. If my husband cannot obtain innate illusion, how can Bow and Darren ducks remain under the solitary moon? The foundation establishment pill is something used only during the foundation establishment stage. Silas had secretly placed the pill inside the box without telling anyone. If Briggs didn't reach the foundation establishment stage within 5 years, the pill would stay there for 5 years. If 10 years, then 10 years. If he never reached the breakthrough realm in his lifetime, the foundation establishment pill would likely be forgotten along with Briggs's death. Silas, you don't need to be some tragic heroine. I, Briggs, can't bear it. With a sigh, Briggs took out the pill and placed it in his palm. After contemplating it silently for several seconds, he suddenly raised his hand and popped the pill into his mouth. As the medicine entered his body, a surge of powerful spiritual energy quickly spread throughout his limbs. Sitting cross-legged on the cabinet, Briggs swiftly adjusted his posture and began silently circulating his internal martial arts. The White Jade Cannon of Azure Obscurity, a secret technique of Jade Maiden Peak, a 3rd grade martial art. Anyone with sufficient talent can cultivate it up to the soul separation realm. As for the subsequent 3 major realms, only the sect leader of Jade Maiden Peak knows them, passed down orally to the next leader. Even ordinary true disciples don't get the chance to learn them. As the technique circulated, streams of white spiritual energy rapidly swirled around Briggs, swiftly being absorbed by him. If the eternal martial art of the Walter dynasty is a highly wicked yet domineering heterodox skill, then the White Jade Cannon of Azure Obscurity is the quintessential orthodox martial art. The spiritual energy is soft yet firm, like a resilient bamboo in the wind, giving the impression of reliability during cultivation. Unlike the eternal martial art of the Walter dynasty, where anyone who sees its practice scene immediately thinks of a super-villainous cultivator. Most importantly, this white jade cannon of azure obscurity is specifically designed for women. Not only does it have high purity of true chi, but it also improves one's appearance. If men practiced it long enough, they might transform a robust bowen into a pretty boy. Of course, this refers to demeanor and skin tone. Physique and bone structure are generally unchangeable by ordinary martial arts, maintaining their inherent characteristics. So, if you have a very muscular build, you would end up looking like a muscle-bound pretty boy at best. Honestly, Briggs wasn't too satisfied with this martial art. After all, feminine techniques clearly weren't suitable for him, a bowen. But since he currently lacked an alternative, Briggs could only make do with it for now. Before reaching the Golden Core realm and thoroughly fusing his meridians with the technique's spiritual energy, the martial arts could be changed freely. With the unique ability to observe destiny's power, Briggs wasn't worried about lacking powerful techniques to practice. At worst, he could find another main character or supporting role and hijack their fortune, which wasn't the first time he did such a thing. Forget plucking the wool off the protagonist, he'd already killed 2 protagonists in the process. What did he have to fear? Shouldn't the protagonist be afraid? Watching Briggs sitting on the cabinet, quietly cultivating and frantically absorbing the Foundation Establishment Pill's spiritual energy to break through the bottleneck, Erlen leaned against the wall with folded arms, staring intently without expression. Time passed silently, and as the surrounding spiritual energy gradually diminished, Briggs's emitted aura grew increasingly dense. Finally, as he opened his eyes, a sharp glint appeared. His aura dramatically transformed, and he exhaled deeply. Foundation Establishment Barrier, broken. With the aid of the 3rd grade Foundation Establishment Pill, his chances of breaking through increased by 50% over the average person. Given his current status as a minor antagonist level character, Briggs's breakthrough was simply a matter of natural progression. Jumping off the cabinet, he nodded slightly at Erlen, who was watching, then strode towards the door. Now, all he needed was to unleash his full spiritual energy to attract a celestial lightning strike. Once he survived the thunder, obtaining the blessings of heaven and earth, he could call himself a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The secret behind the longer lifespan of cultivators compared to martial artists lies here. What truly extends the lives of cultivators is not any particular technique, but the purification and refinement brought by the celestial baptism after a lightning strike. Go inform the sparring arena that I will be borrowing that location. Leading Erlen out of the courtyard, Briggs casually tossed his token to the 4 guards at the gate. The Walter guard, catching the token, nodded slightly and quickly left without questioning. Watching him depart, feeling the doubled amount of spiritual energy within him, Briggs's eyes sparkled. Going through a tribulation. This legendary event was something Briggs had never experienced. The only time he witnessed a tribulation was when Kanal faced a celestial lightning strike. But that guy's luck has changed, becoming a major villain with extraordinary luck. His situation doesn't count as normal. After all, a non-fortunate individual challenging the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't survive. Having seen the power of the celestial tribulation during the nascent soul stage, Briggs wondered what kind of power the Foundation Establishment tribulation held, and whether he could withstand it. Chapter 146, A Match Against the Heavens. The news of Briggs about to undergo his tribulation rapidly stirred up waves within the Walter family. Just a moment ago, they were saying Briggs's Xianxia had been broken beyond repair, and any hopes of breaking through in this life were lost. Now, he was on the verge of advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage, a clear sign of progress. This just didn't seem normal to some people. Some suspected that Briggs had previously lied, while others guessed that due to inherent flaws, he had no choice but to practice unconventional cultivation methods. After all, with so many unique cultivation techniques in the world, there would always be martial arts suited for specific needs. Previously, Walter Lao San cultivated an unorthodox technique that didn't care about Xianxia, allowing him to pursue women freely. It wasn't impossible for Kanal to find a similar immortal cultivation method for his son, which could explain why Briggs, born into a martial family, chose the path of immortality. Regardless of the public speculations, Briggs paid them no mind. After resting and adjusting his condition to its peak for half a day, he set off towards the Walter family's training arena with a retinue of guards. This stone platform, specifically designed for sparring matches, stood out remarkably for its robustness and wide-open view right in the heart of the Walter compound, arguably the best venue available in the entire clan. By now, the surrounding area of the arena was already teeming with Walter family members gathering to watch. In front stood elite soldiers specially dispatched by Kanal. Even the walls and rooftops around the arena were filled with Nox archers, armed and ready. Undertaking a tribulation is not a trivial matter. Most cultivators would choose a secluded forested area, far from prying eyes. They might also choose desolate wilderness or perform it under heavy protection of sect formations in front of an audience. This was primarily to prevent enemies from taking advantage during this vulnerable time. If someone knew when and where you were undergoing a tribulation and struck from afar, or even enhanced the lightning power, the risks faced by the person enduring the tribulation would increase dramatically. Countless lives have been lost to such treachery throughout history. Thus, every cultivator approached this process with utmost caution. Choosing auspicious days and sacred grounds was essential, leading to countless legends and tales about chance encounters with deities who imparted divine powers in remote areas. Some even enjoyed pretending to be these legendary figures, searching for destined ones for amusement. Briggs's chosen method of undertaking the tribulation was clearly influenced by these stories. Surrounded by numerous guards and Nox, the arena was meticulously checked to ensure no one encroached upon Briggs's space. At the entrance, Kanal watched his fourth son approach, giving him a slight nod. Everything is prepared. You just need to stabilize your Dao heart. Don't be afraid. The Foundation Establishment tribulation isn't dangerous. Be brave, and even if something goes wrong, I'll be watching over you. Briggs nodded, but subconsciously furrowed his brow. Father, I have a small question. Ask. What is a Dao heart? Ah, It's your true nature. True nature? Yes. If you are kind-hearted, ignore anything that distracts you from kindness. Remain kind. If you are ruthless, stay ruthlessly true to yourself. Do what aligns with your character. That's what a Tao heart means. For lower-grade tribulations, it's relatively simple, but higher-grade tribulations often include heart demons. If you lose your true self to them, you will lose control and fall into delusions, standing defenseless in the lightning. Imagine the consequences then. Briggs understood and nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping onto the arena. Staring at the cloudless sky, he suddenly began circulating his true chi. Immediately, vast spiritual energy surged from him, forming visible waves as it swirled. As soon as Briggs unleashed his full spirit energy, the previously cloudless sky roared with thunder. Dark clouds formed and spun into a vortex above Briggs's head. Lightning serpents darted through the clouds, and a terrifying eye composed of clouds and lightning appeared above him. Baiting the heavens, drawing down the tribulation, facing the heavenly retribution eye, Briggs grew solemn. He quickly discarded his cumbersome coat, handed the wine gourd, the azure dragon blood sword, and the green lotus jade pendant to his father, and stood in simple clothing, head tilted back, facing the heavens. The swirling lightning I sensed Briggs's readiness. The moment Briggs channeled his full aura, a bolt of lightning crashed down. Crack. The dark sky flashed bright. The first bolt was not ordinary lightning but a vertical beam of electric light, locking Briggs beneath it. Surrounding spectators saw a flash connecting heaven and earth before fading. The residual electricity scattered, stirring dust on the arena. Before the dust could fully rise, a loud roar echoed. The dust was instantly dispersed by a powerful wind as Briggs stomped his foot, pushing his arms outward forcefully. A visible wave of crimson true chi circled him, forming a round barrier that shielded him from the attack. Eternal Walter body technique. Unscathed after the first strike, Briggs didn't have time to relax as second and third bolts followed immediately. Facing the bolts that absorbed countless lightning snakes and rushed towards him, Briggs delivered several punches upward. Punches like raging bulls, elbows like roaring tigers. Performing the widely known yet effective 12-form martial arts, Briggs summoned animal-like shadows from the crimson true chi, colliding with the incoming lightning from all directions. Explosions resounded as the lightning scattered into mesh-like patterns in the sky. Fourth, fifth, sixth. In a blink, the eighth bolt descended, shattered again by Briggs using the Eternal Walter body technique. Gazing at the silent heavens and spinning cloud vortex, Briggs panted heavily, lowering his arms to adjust his state. While it looked effortless, dealing with tribulation lightning required immense strength and precise calculations of the lightning's intensity versus his own stamina. Too little energy wouldn't withstand the lightning, leading to dire situations. Too much would leave him drained, unable to face increasingly powerful bolts later, ultimately risking death. A tribulation. It's truly a game of life and death against the heavens. Only difference being, they unleash lightning, while you gamble with your life. Chapter 147. A rebound. The Foundation Establishment Tribulation. The first major obstacle for cultivators. Also known as the 19 Thunder Tribulation. As its name suggests, this tribulation consists of 9 bolts of lightning, each more terrifying than the last. Briggs had already endured the first 8 bolts and was taking the opportunity to adjust his state. Above him, the eye of heavenly punishment quietly began to gather for the final trial. Looking at the electricity converging rapidly towards the center in the sky, although Briggs had weathered 8 bolts without a scratch, his expression showed no relief. There was no longer any need to hold back. Indeed, he couldn't afford to anymore. Briggs crossed his hands over his head, and waves of blood-colored energy surrounded him, swirling madly. On his skin, thick veins bulged visibly. His blood vessels turned dark red, muscles taut, looking like a demon from hell. The undying technique of the Walter Emperor. All meridians open. Boom. Just as Briggs made his final preparations, a thunderous roar exploded from the sky. Blinded by the intense light, the onlookers winced and turned away. Only Kanal and Erlen stared unblinkingly. Erlen gripped the sword hilt at his waist with one hand, face grim and silent. Kanal already held the azure dragon blood sword, ready to charge if needed. However, it was clear that their help wouldn't be necessary this time. Lightning serpents crisscrossed in the sky, forming an electric tree that struck down at Briggs on the central platform. Even the sturdy stone platform cracked under the force of the impact. Thick smoke enveloped the stage, everyone staring intently in silence. Emerging through the dust with a sweep of his hand, Briggs stepped out. His hair stood on end, his upper body barely clothed, and there were scorched marks on his face. Clearly, his protective barrier hadn't been enough to shield him from the final blow. This was bad news. But on the bright side, the tribulation lightning, having broken through his defenses, was at its last gasp and could not penetrate his second line of defense, his ironclad physique. Ripping off his torn clothes, Briggs inspected his body. As the tribulation passed, an unknown energy was being generated within him, healing his wounds and even improving his physical condition, mending old injuries. A blessing from heaven. This was the rich reward bestowed by the Tao upon those who dared to challenge fate and succeeded. Above the platform, the storm clouds gradually dispersed, vanishing as swiftly as they had appeared. With the dissipation of the vortex, Briggs's Foundation Establishment Tribulation officially ended. Looking at Kanal holding a sword, Briggs grinned widely and gave him a thumbs up. Kanal chuckled ruefully. Handing back the sword and jade pendant, Kanal announced loudly, "My fourth son has successfully advanced. This is joyous news. Pass my order. All Walter family members shall receive 6 months' salary as a bonus. Servants, maids, and guards. All will receive 20 taels." "Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Aiden Walter." Cheers erupted, transforming the once quiet area into a jubilant crowd. It was unclear whether they were celebrating Briggs's successful tribulation, or the city lord's generosity, or both. As festivities continued, Erlen, standing in a corner with his sword, suddenly turned his head. His pupils constricted, and his expression darkened. He quickly stood up and moved outside, pushing through the crowd. Unconcealed, he followed a figure closely, sword drawn and ready. Meanwhile, the Bowen walking ahead noticed the tail behind him. Frowning, he pulled up his hood and hurried faster, eventually breaking into a run. Running, Erlen chased after him, drawing his sword. After several corridors, he kicked a pillar, lunging forward like a leopard with his sword extended. The fugitive stopped abruptly, deflecting the attack with his sleeve, resulting in a metallic clashing sound. Their blades clashed repeatedly for over 10 exchanges. Ultimately, the Bowen's sleeves tore apart, exposing a pair of steel claws. Seeing the claws, Erlen's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression turning grim. Indeed, it's you. Watch this. Roaring, Erlen thrust his sword forward, but was caught off guard as the other grabbed his cloak, infusing it with true chi before throwing it back at him. Forced to retreat several steps, Erlen swung his cloak hard, releasing a barrage of flying daggers that shredded the cloak. Before the fragments could fall, a gust of wind blew from behind the Bowen. He closed his claws and spun forward, shattering the dagger net and charging straight at Erlen. Steel claws and sword rang incessantly as Erlen fell back. Realizing he couldn't stop the assault, he dropped to his knees, lying flat on the ground to avoid the strike while delivering a palm strike to the Bowen's abdomen. With a muffled groan, the Bowen flew back, landing awkwardly with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Erlen leaped up, preparing to press her advantage. But then a low voice interrupted her. "How have you been, Monique Zhao?" Hearing the voice, Erlen froze, abandoning his advantage and retreating hastily. "Blackshaw. Indeed, Monique Zhao. We've worked together for years. There's no need for hostility." Stepping out of the shadows, Blackshaw smiled coldly. Erlen frowned deeply, his expression icy. "You actually dared to return? Why not? Most of the Walter family is watching Aiden Walter's tribulation, and the Walter guards are nearly all deployed. The estate is practically unguarded. I can come and go as I please now." Smiling slyly at Erlen, seeing she hadn't lowered her weapon, Blackshaw spoke gravely. "Monique Zhao, you can refuse me, but there's someone who desperately wishes to see you. I doubt you would say no." "Easton is here too?" Note. Chapter 147. Making a comeback. The Foundation Establishment Tribulation. The first major hurdle for cultivators. Also known as the Nine Thunder Tribulation. As the name suggests, this tribulation consists of 9 thunderbolts, each more terrifying than the last. Briggs had already endured the first 8 thunderbolts and was now taking precious moments to adjust his state. Above him, the heavenly retribution silently began to gather for the final trial. Looking up at the rapidly converging electrical currents in the sky, although Briggs had survived the 8 thunderbolts unscathed, his expression showed no relief. There was no longer any need to hold back. Briggs raised his hands above his head, and waves of blood-red energy swirled around him fiercely. Even on his skin, visible veins bulged prominently. Dark red veins, taut muscles. He looked like a devil from hell. The immortal emperor's indestructible art. Spirit Arvin fully activated. Rumble. Just as Briggs was fully prepared, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. Everyone present squinted their eyes against the sudden bright light, except for Kanal and Erlen, who stared intently without blinking. Erlen gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his face grim and silent. Kanal held the azure dragon blood sword in hand, ready to leap into action at any moment. However, it was clear that their help was not needed this time. Lightning serpents intertwined in the sky, forming a tree with roots striking down towards Briggs on the platform below. The sturdy stone platform beneath his feet instantly cracked under the immense impact. As smoke billowed from the platform, everyone watched in stunned silence. With footsteps audible, a figure emerged from the smoke, sweeping away the dust with a wave of his hand. Briggs's hair stood on end, his upper body clad in tattered clothes, and even his face bore traces of charred blackness. Clearly, the protective barrier he had struggled to maintain could not withstand the final blow. This was undoubtedly bad news. However, the good news was that the tribulation lightning that broke through the barrier was already at its last gasp. Faced with Briggs's steel-like physique, it lacked the power to break through further. Briggs casually tore off the remnants of his clothes, inspecting his body. He discovered that following the tribulation, an unknown energy was being generated within him, healing his wounds, improving his constitution, and repairing old injuries. A gift from heaven. A generous reward from the heavens for those who dared challenge fate and succeeded. Above the platform, the thunderclouds were gradually dispersing. Just as they appeared out of nowhere earlier, these once menacing bolts of lightning now vanished just as quickly. With the vortex completely dissipating, Briggs's Foundation Establishment Tribulation officially came to an end. Looking at Kanal holding his sword, Briggs grinned widely and gave him a thumbs up. This caused Kanal to shake his head with a bitter smile. He returned the sword and jade pendant and then announced loudly to the crowd. "Fourth son has successfully broken through. This is a cause for celebration. Pass my order. Each disciple will receive half a year's stipend. Servants and guards will each receive 20 taels." "Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Ian." Cheers erupted, turning the previously silent arena into a lively scene. But it was unclear whether they were celebrating Briggs's success or the city lord's generosity. Or perhaps both. Amidst the celebrations, Erlen, holding her sword and leaning against the wall in a corner, suddenly turned her head. Her pupils contracted, her expression darkening as she quickly rose and followed someone outside. Pushing through the cheering crowd, she moved swiftly within the spacious courtyard. Unconcealed, she followed a shadow, her sword drawn, ready to attack. The Bowen walking ahead sensed her presence. His eyebrows furrowed, and he pulled his hood over his head, quickening his pace. Finally breaking into a run, Erlen chased after him, brandishing her sword. After chasing through several corridors, Erlen kicked a pillar, lunging forward like a hunting leopard, stabbing with her sword. Facing this deadly strike, The fugitive abruptly stopped, swinging his sleeves to clash with her blade, producing a metallic ringing sound. The sound of clashing metal continued as they exchanged blows in the corridor. With a tearing sound, the fugitive's sleeves shattered, revealing iron claws. Seeing the claw hooks, Erilyn's pupils contracted, her expression turning dark. Sure enough, it's you. Sword. Roaring, Erilyn thrust her sword, but the opponent seized her cloak, infused with true chi, and flung it at her. Covered by the chi-empowered cloak, Erilyn was forced to retreat several steps. Seizing her cloak, she swung it, releasing numerous flying daggers that shredded the cloak. Before the fragments could hit the ground, a gust of wind struck her from behind. The bowen with iron claws spun toward her, breaking through the flying dagger net and charging at her. Iron claws clashed with the sword continuously as Erilyn retreated, struggling to block the relentless attack. Suddenly kneeling and lying flat on the ground, she narrowly avoided the attack. She even bow-and-aged to deliver a powerful palm strike to the attacker's abdomen as he flew past her. With a muffled groan, the bowen was thrown back, stumbling upon landing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of this opening, Erilyn sprang up, sword in hand, ready to pursue. However, a low voice interrupted her. "Greetings, Monique Zhao." Hearing this voice, Erilyn froze, immediately abandoning her advantage to defend herself, keeping distance from the speaker. Staring at the figure emerging from the shadows, Erilyn's face darkened. "Art. It's me, Monique Zhao. We've been colleagues for years. Why must we resort to violence the moment we meet?" Art emerged from the shadows with a sinister smile. Erilyn frowned deeply, her expression cold. "You dare return here? Why wouldn't I? Most of the Walter family disciples are watching Ian's tribulation, and the Walter guards are almost all deployed. This entire compound is virtually unguarded. I can move freely as I wish." Smiling at Erilyn, Art saw that she did not lower her weapon and suddenly said in a low voice, "Monique Zhao, you don't have to talk to me, but there is someone who wants to see you very much. I believe you won't refuse." Easton also came. Chapter 148, Easton's Return. Inside the unremarkable room of the Walter family compound, the door opened to reveal Erilyn entering with a sword in hand, her face expressionless. The three figures standing or sitting inside quickly rose and approached her. They were being four ghosts, the strongest members of the Walter family's killer squad, all at the core formation stage. They were also Easton's strongest assets. Perhaps because he had been wary of Kanal all along, Easton had never allowed these four to enter the Walter household. Thus, when the killer squad faced calamity, these four who were out on missions remained unscathed and have now been called back. One of the four was a new member, recently added after one of the original ghosts died unexpectedly. This new member held two sharp claws and was the weakest among them, only at the innate stage, which was why he lost to Erilyn. The new member even received special training from Erilyn, which was how she recognized him. Before the three could get close, a hoarse voice sounded from within the room. "You can leave first. I'll talk to her alone." Hearing this, the three looked intently at Erilyn before swiftly passing by her and disappearing into the hallway. Erilyn stood still, ignoring them completely. Her gaze had been locked on the farthest corner since entering the room. As the door closed with a thud, her voice rang out without any emotion. "Easton, you've got some nerve showing up here." The shadowy figure in the corner trembled slightly, stepping out into the light. Even the furious Erilyn paused in surprise upon seeing his appearance. Easton's cheeks and eye sockets were sunken, his face covered in an unkempt beard, looking like a beggar on the street, utterly haggard. "You, Aleka, it's been a long time." "No, wait, my memory fails me. It's only been a few days." "Ha ha ha," Easton said while scratching his graying hair, eyes bloodshot and a bitter smile on his face. "What, surprised by my appearance? If you were in my shoes, having everything you worked for destroyed overnight, you'd look just as bad." "You were right, Aleka. Life is indeed worse than death for me." "Oh, really?" The shock quickly left Erilyn's face as she resumed her impassive demeanor, a trace of mockery appearing in her eyes. "If you're suffering so much, perhaps I should end your misery?" She lifted her sword threateningly. Seeing this, Easton shook his head and took a couple of steps back. Erilyn couldn't help but sneer. "So, you do fear death? Your efforts were ruined? What about mine? You know my character. I don't tolerate betrayal. I dedicated over 20 years to you on a promise, willing to do anything for you. But look what happened. Easton, you've made my life worse than death, and I will take my revenge myself." With that, Erilyn charged forward with her weapon. Suddenly, Easton reached out and shouted, "Wait. What? Got something to say before I kill you?" "Erilyn, I know I wronged you. You want revenge, right? I'll do it myself, no need for your hands," Easton said, pulling out a dagger from his waist and pressing it against his left pinky finger, slicing down forcefully. A muffled groan escaped him, followed by a pained step backward. Blood flowed freely, a severed finger dropping to the floor. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and Easton looked up at Erilyn with a pale, anguished face. "How does that look? Is it enough?" Looking at the severed finger, Erilyn remained expressionless, merely sticking her weapon into the ground and drawing her own dagger. "It's not enough. Want to play this game? I can join you. Whatever you cut, I'll cut too. Until you die. Aleka." Watching Erilyn press the dagger against her own finger and instantly slice through the skin, Easton panicked. She didn't seem to be joking. He glanced at her serious expression, then at his bleeding hand. With a sudden resolve, Easton grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into his left eye. A piercing cry filled the room as blood gushed from his left eye. Throwing away the dagger, he clutched at his injured eye and screamed. This act stunned Erilyn. While a severed finger could be reattached by a competent cultivator, losing an eye without the help of a top expert would be nearly impossible to repair. After staring blankly at Easton for a moment, Erilyn hesitated and then put down her dagger. She was there to seek revenge, not self-harm. Impaling herself with a dagger wasn't something Erilyn could do. She was ruthless, not insane. Seeing Erilyn finally lower her weapon, Easton, despite holding his bleeding eye, collapsed to his knees. Aleka, is this enough? If you still won't forgive me, I can give you more. Ears? Nose? Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. Aleka. As he spoke, Easton extended his hand toward Erilyn, who quickly backed away. Glancing at Easton, Erilyn's eyes deepened. What do you want now? No, Aleka, If you have nothing else, then farewell. Our grievances are settled. Wait. Seeing Erilyn turn to leave, Easton panicked. He had paid a heavy price with a finger and an eye. It couldn't be for mere apologies. If she left, it would be a loss for him. You said it's fine? Then why are you stopping me? Turning back with a mocking smile, Erilyn gave a disdainful sniff. Would you come to beg if there was nothing? Nonsense. Easton sighed deeply and lowered his head. Aleka, I return to ask for your help, to go to Briggs. Farewell. Wait, this benefits you too. Can we talk? Aleka, please, consider our years of companionship and give me another chance? Easton pleaded desperately, blood streaming down his face. Furrowing her brows at the sight, Erilyn hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. Speak. What do you want? Note, the translation aims to preserve the original tone and structure, including emotional and dramatic elements, while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. Hashtag Chapter 149. The Walter Family Treasure Vault. Aleka, do you know about the Walter family's treasure vault? The Walter family's treasure vault? I only know about the Walter family's storage warehouse. Not that kind of ordinary warehouse. It's a real treasure vault where all the true treasures the Walter family has acquired over the years are kept. Holding his injured eye and barely enduring the intense pain, Easton explained. The most important thing is, inside there is a batch of precious elixirs my father obtained in his youth. They're called Heavenly Eric pills. After consuming these pills, one can instantly achieve the level of core formation realm cultivation, but at the cost of never advancing further in life. It's a supreme treasure for creating middle-tier forces. I heard there are 36 of them. My father used 12 to create the 12 blood gaze stars, and left another 24 for future generations as a life-saving measure. They've never been used yet. Easton's words caused Erilyn's pupils to contract slightly. Heavenly Eric pill? This sounds familiar? Yes, you've seen it before, but not the real thing, rather an imitation created by my father. After using it, one can still gain core formation realm strength, although they'll be at the lowest rank among those in that realm, and their lifespan will be drastically shortened. My 4 ghost soldiers were made using this pill. Later, my father stopped imitating it because he thought the effects were poor and it was too expensive. So, you came back this time for the Walter family's treasure vault? Exactly. Aleka, the Walter family can no longer accommodate both you and me. Although Briggs now accepts you, you have betrayed him before. Can you really be sure he will always treat you like this? Why don't you come with me? We can take the items from the vault and flee far away. We can rebuild a new Walter family. I will be the family head, and you will be the matriarch. With Heavenly Eric pills and 24 core formation experts, we can surely rise again. Easton looked at Erilyn expectantly, while she lowered her head, lost in deep thought. After several seconds of silence, she gently nodded. All right, I was also thinking of leaving this place of sorrow. However, not with you. When we divide the pills, each of us gets 12. From then on, we will never cross paths again. I will form my own assassination group and personally train some people who will never betray me. All right, let's split them equally. But what about the key? The key is with Briggs. Connell gave it to him a few days ago. You must have come to seek me out because you knew this. After all, ordinary people cannot enter Briggs's room. Erilyn narrowed her eyes as she looked at Easton, which made him quickly lower his head. Erilyn was right. Easton had no shortage of skilled fighters. For a Waboan who had already turned against him, why would he harm himself and kneel? Ultimately, seeking Erilyn's forgiveness was false. Obtaining the key was the true intent. Seeing Easton keep his head down without responding, Erilyn snorted coldly and walked off briskly. Tell me the location of the vault. I'll get the key and meet you there. You'd better not deceive me. Otherwise, if we provoke the Walter family's elite, neither of us will survive. It's directly beneath the Walter family's left grain storage. There's a mechanism on the inner wall of the warehouse. We'll take care of the guards, and you just need to get the key. They quickly finished their discussion as Erilyn opened the door and stepped out. Standing by the door, the 4 ghost soldiers and Black Slaughter immediately turned to look at her. Ignoring their chilling gazes, Erilyn walked away briskly. Easton wasn't a good person. If she hadn't agreed earlier, he probably wouldn't have let her leave alive. But Erilyn was truly cornered now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked negotiating alone with him, even going so far as self-harm. Now, he was letting her leave freely. If Erilyn reported him sneaking back, Easton might just receive a beating from his enraged father. But the elite fighters he brought, his final resources, would likely perish here. This was a huge gamble, putting everything on the line, and it turned out Easton had bet correctly. Returning to Briggs's residence swiftly, she didn't arouse anyone's suspicion along the way. The hidden sentries around didn't bother her either. After all, Erilyn was already a frequent visitor here. Her presence was normal. Entering the room, she closed the door softly. Looking at the empty room, Erilyn took a deep breath. A moment later, she opened her eyes abruptly and walked toward the front wall with steps mimicking Briggs's. 5 steps forward, bending down and placing her hands on the ground. As she spread her palms apart and pressed them down forcefully while rotating, 2 stone bricks simultaneously sank and turned, revealing the iron plate below. Inside, a golden wolf head key appeared in Erilyn's view. Ignoring it, she grabbed the left stone slab and twisted hard. Amidst the creaking sound, the revealed wolf head key suddenly shook as the mechanism lifted slowly again. Looking into the hollow structure, Erilyn reached in and fumbled around, eventually pulling out the genuine wolf head key from a visual blind spot within the mechanism. Gazing at the true key, dyed the same color as the stone, Erlen couldn't help but smile. Easton had placed the key cunningly inside the mechanism, embedding it in an upper layer of a hollow space. If someone just looked, it would be impossible to see the key or even detect the area. Unfortunately for Easton, he once inadvertently allowed Erlen to witness him retrieving the key. Although his back was turned, Erlen, being an assassin trained in meticulous imitation, memorized his movements effortlessly. She usually used this skill to mimic and counterattack her opponent's moves, but this time she imitated the mechanism. Putting the key in her pocket, she paused for a second, then retrieved paper and pen from her sleeve. She quickly wrote a few sentences and placed the note in a hidden compartment. Completing this, she rotated the mechanism to close it and left hurriedly. Meanwhile, Briggs, enjoying the celebration with family members in the grand hall, glanced at his bracelet, feeling something was amiss. Dazed from drinking, he froze for 2 seconds before his face changed abruptly as he stood up sharply. Trouble. Hashtag chapter 150, killing the horse after grinding. Inside the northern granary of the Walter family, Erlen strode in, several precious swords strapped to his back. He ignored the bony killers posing as guards at the entrance. Erlen pushed open the door and walked inside. As he passed through the granary, surrounded by large piles of grain on both sides, he quickly found his target. The 4 ghosts were busy cleaning up the bodies and bloodstains on the ground. After all, moving the warehouse was a huge undertaking. They did not have any storage rings like those treasures. Even Easton didn't have one. In the entire Walter family, only the patriarch, Kanal, possessed one. Thus, they had to rely on Bowen power for transportation. If the scene wasn't cleaned up properly, anyone who came to retrieve items would easily suspect something. Ignoring the 4 top-notch killers, Erlen went straight through an already open secret door into the tunnel beneath. In this dark tunnel with no corners on either side, one could see from start to finish. At the end of the tunnel stood a towering iron gate adorned with 2 lifelike wolf heads. Easton and Art were currently standing before the gate watching. Upon hearing footsteps, they turned around to see Erlen finally arriving. Easton, who had treated his wound and now wore an eye patch, hurried forward. Aleka, you're finally here. We were worried. Don't bother with such nonsense. You've disappointed me once. I will never trust you again in my life. Your smooth talk is useless. I can't be bothered to listen or understand it. Yeah, well, let's open the door then. Turning back to the gate, Easton quickly adjusted his demeanor. Actually, having just the key isn't enough. We need direct blood from our main Walter family line, and it must be fresh. Blood left too long loses its viability. Inside, there are 3 gates, each with some mechanisms. Be cautious when entering. Hearing Easton's warning, Erlen and Art quickly nodded. As for the 4 ghosts, they would remain outside to handle any special situations. After all, opening the warehouse with 3 people was sufficient. If any emergencies arose, Art, a peak core formation expert, would suffice to handle them. Erlen glanced sideways at Art several times as they followed behind Easton. Observing the gleam in Art's eyes, Erlen frowned deeply. Clearly, Art was not like the brainwashed fanatics of the 4 ghosts. He was more of a partner to Easton. Returning to the Walter family privately was extremely risky. If caught by Kanal, his skin would be flayed off. Yet he still came. Most likely, Easton promised him some immense benefit that lured him into risking his life. If Erlen's guess was correct, the lure was likely the 10,000-year-old ginseng given to Kanal by Huang sect after his successful tribulation. This old Bowen had been stuck at the peak core formation realm for over 100 years without breaking through. Forming a golden core required the assistance of spiritual treasures, with higher-grade heavenly treasures yielding better results. To break through and form a 3rd-grade golden core, he was willing to take this dangerous risk. After all, every year numerous experts die in attempts to seize various high-grade heavenly treasures. People die for wealth, birds for food. Who Bowens and immortals alike follow this path. These 3 individuals, driven by different motives, used keys and fresh blood to unlock the wolf-headed gate swiftly. Next, what greeted their eyes was not piles of treasures, but an empty room filled with densely packed shooting holes and inscribed spell arrays. This secret chamber was rigged with traps. If someone broke in violently, it would trigger the entire array, causing waves of arrows and spears to rain down and set off an alarm, alerting the entire Walter family. Emergency doors would also drop at the exit and the front iron gate would remain unopenable, leaving intruders trapped. However, since the trio entered using normal means, the trap room remained inactive. Seeing the blackened shooting holes and the magical array etched through cracks, the 3 maintained focused strides without hesitation. Arriving at the second wolf-headed gate, with blood dripped onto the disc and the key turning, the second gate slowly opened. There were no treasures within, only 4 massive statues, armor-clad, wielding weapons, glaring fiercely ahead, the renowned battle spirits of the great Walter Empire. Their strength varied, with the weakest clay figurine having core formation strength. The 4 colossal clay figurines before them were the lowest tier. The 3 moved briskly forward, noticing the imposing, unmoving statues. As they approached the 3rd iron gate, excitement began to show on their faces, anticipating the legendary treasures. Suddenly, Erlen, glancing at Easton instinctively, noticed Easton discreetly signaling to her. Understanding immediately, Erlen lowered her head and moved alongside Easton. Reaching the gate and preparing the key and blood, Easton suddenly roared. In the next moment, Easton and Erlen spun around and delivered powerful palm strikes to Art. This unexpected betrayal caused Art to frown, though remaining calm amidst surprise. He raised his hand to meet their strikes, forcing both to bleed from the corner of their mouths as he slammed against the gate and flew backward uncontrollably. Landing quickly and steadying himself with several steps, Art paused. With a furious roar and swirling hands, Black Chi condensed, and he swung toward the 2. You want to turn on me? Die. Erlen and Easton's expressions changed upon hearing the wind, but they showed no intention to dodge. With a fierce twist of the key, the massive iron gate and platform before them rotated and vanished. taking Easton and Erilyn with it, leaving Art stunned. Damn it! Seeing his dark chi strike the wall harmlessly, Art realized he was tricked. Frustrated, he rushed to the door, supporting the iron gate and channeling true chi to force it open. But the mechanism door was specially made for the chamber, incredibly durable. Even a golden core expert couldn't budge it, let alone Art, a core formation master. More ominously, as Art struggled with the door, a creaking sound echoed from behind. The 4 clay soldiers guarding the treasure had awakened. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Names such as Easton, Art, Erilyn were kept in pinyin form to ensure correctness. Retained the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Chapter 151. The Promise Fulfilled. It wasn't just the clay soldiers awakening. As the 4 terracotta warriors began to converge toward Art, the second iron gate, which had already opened, abruptly closed. Trapped inside, he became a fish in a barrel, forced to battle these emotionless guardians. Just as this confrontation was unavoidable, Easton and Erilyn, following the rotating door, arrived at the 3rd level of the treasure vault, the true treasure chamber. Lifting their heads, they saw individual stone platforms spread throughout the room, each holding an item radiating a faint glow. These included the supreme martial technique of the Walter family, Walter Bradford Pojunju, the ancestral divine weapon, a 2nd-tier spirit treasure, iron blood tyrant halberd, and various elixirs, books, and celestial treasures. Nothing placed here was ordinary. Each platform was protected by a thin layer of energy barrier. No outsider could force it open. Even if your attack reached the array's maximum tolerance, the defensive formation would destroy the treasure along with itself, ensuring mutual destruction. The method to unlock these barriers was the wolf-headed key. Glancing at Erilyn, who was still examining her hand-drawn map of the secret vault and annotations on the mechanism controls, Easton couldn't help but frown. Presently, Erilyn no longer trusted him completely. Although she cooperated, she never handed over the wolf-headed key or even the terrain map she had made, fearing he might use underhanded tactics. However, it didn't matter much now that they were inside the vault with Art blocking the exit. They were all in the same boat. Erilyn couldn't betray him here. Looking at Erilyn, Easton whispered, Aleka, quickly activate all the formations. Let's move fast before my father and Briggs catch up. We won't escape if they react. Erilyn finally looked up from the map, glancing at Easton with a cold expression. What good is getting the treasures if Art blocks the door? The terracotta warriors excel in breaking formations, not single combat. I don't believe 4 warriors can take him down. Why did you antagonize him? Easton's lips twitched in anger. That old Bowen brought it upon himself. Leveraging my downfall, he wanted to steal our Walter family treasures. Coming along only helped. Glancing at Erilyn, he revealed a hint of smugness. Our Walter family vault has a hidden mechanism. If anyone moves a large number of treasures, the 4 terracotta warriors will forcibly activate. Without my father's main key, no one can stop them. Moving the treasures rashly will invite a chase from the warriors. Since Art insists on dying, let's use him to delay the warriors. By the time he takes them down, he'll be spent, and my Foreign ghost can finish him off. Erilyn nodded slightly, impressed. No wonder Bowenny family's true treasures remained untouchable after their fall. With so Bowenny contingencies, who could retrieve anything? Discarding the map, Erilyn turned to Easton. Prepare. I'll activate the mechanisms, and you fetch the items. Great. Excited, Easton rushed towards the items he coveted most, 2 bottles of 12 heavenly Eric pills each, essential for cultivating experts in the pill-embracing realm. Facing the glowing pills, his heart raced uncontrollably, his face flushed. Seeing this, Erilyn, turning towards the control panel, snorted. Don't stare. Out of respect for our past years, I'll share these pills. Really? Yes, but you must compensate me with other treasures. Perfect. Aleka, let's reconcile. After rebuilding the family, you lead the household while I lead the clan. We'll restore our glory. Well, okay. Hearing her agreement, Easton froze. This ruthless Bowen, always unforgiving, now relented? Turning back, he saw something that made his heart skip a beat. Erilyn stood near the iron door, key in hand, without moving towards the control panel. No, Aleka, don't. Before he finished, Erilyn turned the key violently. The massive iron door spun rapidly, and she vanished in front of Easton. Desperately rushing over, he pounded on the iron door in terror. Aleka, what are you doing? Behind the door, Erilyn yanked out the key and slashed at the door with her sword. Sparks flew, activating the vault's inner mechanisms. Gates dropped, sealing the entire vault. Inside, Easton watched in horror as black fog seeped through cracks, poison designed to kill intruders. Frightened, he pounded on the door, screaming, Aleka, insert the key. It's too late otherwise. Standing at the door, Erilyn, sword in hand, showed no emotion. Easton, remember when I said I'd make you wish you were dead? Now, my promise is fulfilled. Chapter 152. The Killer's Resolution. Aleka, I know I was wrong. I can't make it up to you. I was blinded by greed. I'm not even Bowen anymore. Please, just put the key in quickly. Otherwise, the poison mist will spread, and none of us will survive. Aleka, cough, cough, cough. Aleka. Due to the 3rd treasure chamber being the smallest, Walter Jian, standing inside, was the first to be engulfed by the poison mist. Desperately covering his mouth with his clothes, he continued to bang on the iron door, struggling. However, Erilyn remained unmoved by his pleas. She stood expressionless in front of the iron gate, as if she could see through it to Walter Jian's miserable state. At this moment, a series of coughs sounded from behind her. Accompanied by footsteps, a bruised and battered figure stumbled forward from in front of the 4 disassembled spirit puppets. Artha, the renowned peak core formation expert, had taken down these troublesome spirit puppets in no time. His unique cultivation technique, which excelled in offense and long-range strikes, played a crucial role. Unfortunately, this also meant that his defense was weak, and the counterattacks from the 4 spirit puppets left him with significant injuries. Looking at the surging poison mist, Arthur's face turned grim. He glared fiercely at Erlen. "Hand over the key. This old Bowen can spare your life." Arthur's words instantly brought a glimmer of hope to Walter Jian, who was behind the door. Ignoring the need to cover his mouth, he screamed with all his might, frantically pounding on the iron door. "Arthur, kill this Bowen. If you save me, we can split everything inside equally. Otherwise, if I die, my foreign spirits won't let you off either." Walter Jian's words made Arthur's face darken. Although the foreign spirits were not individually powerful, they excelled in coordinated attacks. With them blocking the exit and Arthur already injured, he knew he would be in serious danger if surrounded. Moreover, he couldn't carry much alone and needed help from the killers. Thus, despite Walter Jian's treachery, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue cooperating. Glaring at Erlen, Arthur took a step forward, his hands transforming into claws, black mist coalescing around them. "If you don't want to..." Crack. Before he could finish the threat, a crisp sound echoed. Stunned, Arthur watched as Erlen casually snapped the wolf head key into 2 pieces. Loosening her grip and dropping the broken key on the ground, Erlen shrugged slightly at the bewildered Arthur. "There's no key now. Let's all die here together." "You lunatic." Finally snapping out of shock, Arthur's eyes bulged in fury, but it was too late to deal with Erlen. Dashing to the door, he attacked the iron gate desperately, trying to break through. Unfortunately, the gate was made of sturdy material, and the surrounding walls were engraved with defensive arrays. Even as a peak core formation expert, Arthur couldn't breach it. He left some fist imprints on the door, but as the poison mist crept closer, he started coughing uncontrollably, looking like a wild dog gone mad. Meanwhile, Erlen leaned against the wall and sat down. Listening to the weakening sounds of struggle from behind the door, she smiled faintly. "At least I've avenged myself. Briggs will never have the chance to betray me like you did." Cough, cough, cough. Coughing violently, she removed her hand from her mouth and saw the black blood on her palm. Her smile widened. Growing up with her experiences made her unable to tolerate betrayal, making her overly sensitive to such matters. Walter Jian's heartless combowings and public coercion only deepened her resentment, and his final taunt pushed her over the edge. Betrayal was either non-existent or endless. Since Walter Jian could discard her for profit, Erlen wouldn't forgive him either. She vowed to make Walter Jian pay, and she intended to fulfill that vow. Her brows furrowed in pain as the toxic mist began causing her eyes to bleed black. Because she couldn't stand betrayal, Erlen valued loyalty immensely. Despite joining Briggs recently, once aware of the situation, she felt compelled to act. Reporting it would mean death for Arthur and the 4 spirits, but Walter Jian, as Konal's son, would survive. He posed the greatest threat to Briggs, a lingering menace. Thus, letting everyone rest here forever seemed fitting to resolve all grudges. As Erlen slowly closed her eyes, footsteps sounded near her ear. Struggling to open her eyelids slightly, she saw Arthur staggering towards her, blood oozing from his facial features. Even after smashing his palms raw without breaching the door, he approached Erlen, teeth clenched. "Erlen, you crazy bitch. Living days aren't good enough for you? You're dragging everyone to their deaths. Today, this old Bowen will tear you to pieces." Hearing Arthur roar, Erlen narrowed her eyes expressionlessly. "Don't waste your energy. You should sit and rest. After all, this is your last rest in life." "You, Erlen." With black mist swirling in his palms, the deeply poisoned Arthur charged madly at Erlen. Seeing this, Erlen sighed, showing no intention of dodging. Instead, she closed her eyes. "Do it cleanly. Don't damage my head. Otherwise, Briggs won't recognize my body and might think I fled in fear of punishment, which would be quite troublesome." Just as Arthur raised his palm to strike Erlen's forehead, the stubbornly immovable iron gate behind him creaked and began rising with a harsh grinding sound. Hearing the noise, Arthur hastily stopped his movement, and Erlen opened her eyes in surprise. Beyond the gate stood neatly lined Walter guards armed with spears and shields, wearing sealed helmets to protect against the poisonous gas. In front of them were 2 figures slowly revealed as the iron gate ascended, facing Arthur and Erlen. Recognizing the proud figure leading them, Arthur's initial relief at the sight of aid faded into terror. Master of the Walter family, a nascent soul expert, Konal. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Konal's cold eyes finally rested on Erlen and Arthur. Hands clasped behind his back, unshielded by any protective gear, his stare was piercing. "So, you are the one seeking death, right? Please feel free to ask if there's anything else you'd like translated or modified." Chapter 153, The Death of 2 Sons. Hearing Konal's emotionless and cold voice, Art was frightened to a tremble. Reacting immediately from his shock, he grabbed Erlen, who was sitting on the ground, his hand forming a claw around her neck. "Head of the Walter family, there's been a misunderstanding here. Aiden forced me to come over. This matter has nothing to do with me." Konal remained expressionless, stepping straight into the black smoke. That highly toxic smoke, capable of slowly poisoning even an expert in the golden core stage, obediently dispersed as it approached Konal, not a single strand getting near him. Its corrosive true chi characteristics were utterly useless. Striding through the dust without any change in his pace or expression, Konal approached Art. Seeing this, Art's face paled, his grip unconsciously tightening, making Erlen cough painfully. "Head of the Walter family, if you take another step forward, I won't be courteous anymore." Want to threaten me with her? My 4th son might care for her, but do you think I would? This? Go ahead and kill her. It would save me the trouble." Continuing forward a few steps, Konal's gaze sharpened, a blood-red aura condensing in his palm. Seeing that Konal was completely unaffected by the threat, not even slowing his pace, Art realized that Konal truly didn't care if Erlen lived or died. With his back pressed against the iron door, his lips trembling for a moment, Once Kanal reached him, Art suddenly threw Erlen aside and fell to his knees. Head of the Walter family, this really has nothing to do with me. I was forced into this too. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sound filled the air. Approaching, Kanal, expressionless, gripped Art's face with his blood-red palm. In the next moment, Art let out only a cry of anguish before his body deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking into a corpse. Seeing Art, barely dead but trying to speak again, Kanal, having used the Walter Emperor immortal technique to drain him dry, discarded him like trash. Noisy thing, get out of the way. Another crack echoed, the thoroughly weakened Art, now a shriveled body, crashed heavily against the wall, lifeless as he hit the ground. Removing his wolf head key from his waist and quickly turning it in the mechanism, Kanal ignored the poisonous mist as he strode through the third, slowly opening iron door. At this moment, Erlen, lying on the ground, tried to struggle up despite the discomfort caused by the toxins spreading through her body. But before she could use her strength, a shadow loomed over her. As Erlen looked on in confusion, the newcomer removed the cultivator-grade antitoxin mask, revealing Briggs's large face. It's me. Ahem. Be careful. It's toxic. Having spoken, Briggs hurriedly put the mask back on his face, all while retrieving a medicine bottle and forcing a handful of pills into Erlen's mouth, ignoring whether she could swallow them. He then pulled out another antitoxin mask from his waist and firmly placed it on Erlen's head, gesturing for her to stay quiet. Don't talk, remain quiet. There might still be hope. Upon hearing this, Erlen couldn't help but laugh softly, causing several pills to fall out. Swallowing all the pills down, she found herself being carried princess-style by Briggs. She closed her eyes, resting her head on his arm. However, before Briggs could turn away, footsteps approached from behind. Accompanied by the Black Smoke, head of the Walter family, Kanal, emerged from the secret room carrying his second son in the same bowener. Unlike Erlen, Easton's arms hung limply at his sides, his head tilted backward, clearly dead. Arriving beside Briggs, Kanal saw Erlen open her eyes to look at them. Instantly a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The key had been stolen by this Waboan. It wasn't hard to guess who had locked his son in the chamber to die by poison. You. Just as Kanal began to shout, Briggs, holding Erlen, turned away silently, his back to Kanal. Watching Erlen vanish from view, Kanal grew angrier. Briggs, this Waboan killed your brother. Yet you're protecting her. Nonsense. Since she Bowen aged to handle my brother, I need to protect her. You must understand what's important here, father. Do you need punishing again? Whatever you feel like. Anyway, you can't touch her. She's my benefactor, allowing me finally to sleep peacefully. You. Humph. Eyeing Briggs fiercely, Kanal said no more, instead carrying Easton's body away swiftly. It was just a few months, yet 3 of his 4 sons were already dead. The blow seemed, well, it didn't seem so bad after all. He only favored Crosby C anyway. His power breakthrough made him care less about offspring now. All that mattered was Crosby C was alive. Who knew what pushed Easton to this? Iron-faced, Kanal left with Easton's body. Watching him leave, Briggs shrugged, also heading towards the exit with Erlen. By now, thanks to the medication, Erlen had somewhat recovered. Turning to see the departing guards, she asked quietly, why did you arrive so quickly? Did you find the note I left? But even if you did, you couldn't have opened the mechanism otherwise, right? Or did I leave some clue when I reset it? Briggs's mouth twisted. That mechanism is linked to my jade bracelet Talisbone. Once activated, it moves. Otherwise, why do you think I arrived so quickly? Pausing slightly, Briggs suddenly looked unfriendly at Erlen. And what about that note of yours? What did you mean by saying my intelligence is lacking, unable to compete with my brother, leading you to choose mutual destruction? Is that impossible for me too? Cough. Actually, it is. Seeing Erlen turning away, unwilling to respond, Briggs huffed loudly. Fine, you're injured. I'll deal with you later when you're better. Chapter 154. A visitor from Anisfang Mountain. Erlen's injuries had never healed. Even after being cared for a full half-month, Erlen was still in a vegetative state. Though the doctor employed by the Walter family had already diagnosed that she wasn't seriously hurt, maybe fearing retaliation from Briggs, Erlen lay there so peacefully that she looked sickly all the time. Briggs could do nothing but be helpless towards this. After all, he couldn't just drag her up forcefully. Besides, he had been so busy recently that he didn't even have the spare energy to go bother Erlen. Along with his cultivation breakthrough and official ascension to an initial foundation stage cultivator, Konal's old Bowen plans of expanding the family and having descendants were also rapidly scheduled onto the agenda. In just these short 2 weeks, Briggs had at least gone on 30 blind dates. The fact that Konal wanted a grandson was blatantly clear. Unfortunately, even though the father was anxious, the son was not in any hurry. After more than 10 consecutive days of blind dates amounting to dozens of meetings, despite Briggs's best efforts, they all ended up in failure. This led to Konal's increasingly bad mood. He wore a face like it could devour someone. As the sun rose today, Briggs pushed open the door after putting on his robe. Ignoring Erlen's sneaky peeks from behind the servant room, he sighed and headed toward the main hall again. Today, as usual, he was going to attend another blind date. And rumor has it that today's visitor was no ordinary person. They were the master of Anisfang Treasureland, one of the illustrious 13 blessed lands of Jiogong Mountain Range. Of course, it would be impossible for the master himself to come for Briggs's blind date. Even if the shameless old Bowen was willing, Konal would never agree. After all, now he only has this one son. If this last son also goes astray, wouldn't Konal become heirless? The one who came over for Briggs's blind date was the daughter of this Anisfang master, known as the peerless swordsbowen Isla. At 29 years old, her cultivation has reached the peak of the foundation stage, of course, aided by medication. After all, as the master's daughter, how could she possibly lack celestial treasures? Naturally, her cultivation speed was fast. Rumor had it that this Wabowen looked like a fairy, had an extraordinary temperament, and was famously called the Fairy. Annisfang Mountain was actually willing to form an alliance with the Walter family, and specifically through the master's daughter, showing how much they valued Briggs, or rather, how much they valued Conall, the child of destiny. By the time Briggs arrived at the Walter family grand hall with his 4 protectors, the guests had already gathered. Upon hearing the footsteps, Conall sitting at the main seat immediately greeted them with a smile and introduced the group casually. "This is my son Briggs. Imo, come meet these senior members from Annisfang Mountain." Hearing this, Briggs's face turned serious. He knew when to stir up trouble and when to be solemn. Given this important occasion, surrounded by all these experts, he certainly wouldn't want to embarrass the Walter family or his father. Casually flicking his sleeves, Briggs stepped forward. Thanks to the Emperor's immortal body technique and the Blue Jade scripture, Briggs had long shed the identity of a chubby boy. Wearing formal attire and carrying 2 exquisite swords, he indeed exuded a knightly air. Of course, if you combined his haloed head, he resembled a decent-looking side villain, doomed to vie for attention with the protagonist and ultimately become a stepping stone. Junior Briggs, nice to meet all the seniors. Indeed. Family Master Walter, your son is just as impressive as rumors describe, truly a dragon among men. A leading elder stroked his beard and said amiably. Conall smiled and nodded along. These are the elders Yovan, Bradfordhua, Yuhua, Master Marcos, and Monique Isla. You should get acquainted quickly. Under Conall's urging, Briggs hurried forward 2 steps, remembering the enthusiasm he saw at banquets in his past life. Regardless of knowing them, he complimented profusely. These people actually had distinct appearances. Even without Conall's introductions, Briggs could basically guess who was who. The mid-aged handsome Bowen in a robe with a domineering green dragon pattern must be Josue. The robust bear-like strong Bowen sitting in the middle, who hasn't stood up yet, must be Master Marcos. 2 steps away, Briggs bowed. Josue, good day. Your aura is truly remarkable. I've heard much about you. Aiden Walter is quite dashing too. Greetings to Elder Bradfordhua. I've long heard your sword's bowmanship is divine. If possible, I hope you can offer me some guidance. Yes. It's rare to find such courteous young men nowadays. Could it be Justine? Indeed. You look like a fairy. Hearing you've practiced immortality for over 500 years, yet you appear similar to my generation. Truly, you deserve the title Jade Fairy. After greeting the 2 elders, Briggs enthusiastically approached the 3rd person. But as he spoke, the elegant lady standing motionlessly with her twin swords suddenly stiffened. The surrounding atmosphere became silent. Noticing something was amiss, Briggs looked up puzzled. At this moment, Conall's exasperated voice sounded behind him. Imo, the lady in front of you, is Monique Isla. What? Startled, Briggs looked at the beautiful, slender-eyed Waboan in front of him. Then he glanced at another less conspicuous Waboan nearby, who often squinted her eyes. Briggs was thoroughly confused. It wasn't that he was judging by appearance, but the Waboan in front seemed off. Far away, that average-looking Waboan had a common blue halo above her head. But this seductive lady? She had a red halo. Dazed, he turned around and pointed at Isla subconsciously. She is the legendary peerless heroine? Father, you're joking, right? Smack. Before he finished speaking, Conall walked over and harshly slapped his hand down, pointing randomly. No sense of decorum. Glaring fiercely at his son, Conall then turned and smiled at Isla. Noticing her displeased expression, he apologized while nodding slightly. Sorry, Monique Montgomery. My son only met Silas before and seldom talked to women, so his Boweners may be somewhat rude. Please don't take offense. Hearing Silas, Isla froze, glancing at her father, who nodded subtly. Lowering her head in respect to Conall, Isla put down her sword. I dare not offend. Besides, martial artists are not bound by minor details. A bit of rudeness isn't significant. Hashtag chapter 155. A mismatched pair. The minor incident in the middle was quickly brushed aside, and under Conall's active introduction, Briggs quickly became acquainted with the few experts in front of him. Then, using a casual excuse, Briggs pulled Conall away from the main hall temporarily. As they watched the father and son leave, the ever-smiling sect Master Marcos's face instantly lost its grin. Similarly, Isla, whose expression had been charming and captivating, also lost her smile. Father, this Briggs is too unreasonable. Isla complained as soon as they were alone in the room. The elders nodded in agreement, while Marcos scowled and spoke softly. This Briggs is just an incompetent nobody, not even comparable to his father. It's only natural that you look down on him. Daughter, it seems this time you will suffer for the sake of Annisfang Mountain. Father, please don't worry. Since I agreed to your plan, I've already put my happiness aside. Even if he's just a good-for-nothing or even a fool, I won't care, Isla said, holding her sword formally and looking very serious. A weaker person would actually be easier to control. Once I completely subdue him, Father, the fortune of this heavenly ordained son Conall, along with Silas's identity as a direct disciple of Ivnu Peak, will all be at our disposal. Isla's words quickly brought a smile back to Marcos's face. His primary goal for this arranged marriage was to gain benefits. Initially, he planned to use one of his direct disciples as the pawn, but when his daughter learned of the plan, she thought the stake wasn't significant enough and volunteered herself resolutely. This move won the admiration of everyone on the mountain. Many disciples praised Isla for her selfless sacrifice, comparing her act to feeding flesh to an eagle. After all, Isla was the well-known peerless female knight, whose swift swordplay left spectators dazzled and was unmatched among peers. For such a talented and outstanding beauty to marry someone considered worthless for the benefit of the sect naturally moved Bowenny. Josue, watching the direction the father and son had left, suddenly frowned. Adley, pay attention to your Boweners. Try to act more gentle these days, hide your boldness so as not to scare off this weakling. Hearing this, Isla rolled her eyes, tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears, and stood proudly with her sword clasped in both hands. Don't worry, Josue. With my charm, Even the most persistent suitors like Adley within the sect pursue me relentlessly. This small town aristocrat? I could beat him up right now and still have him following me around in a daze. The elders couldn't help but chuckle lightly at Isla's confident demeanor. Meanwhile, Justine sighed as she looked at her own average figure, wishing she were Isla instead. If only, she thought, the earlier misunderstanding didn't happen, and she were Isla. Despite being called a fairy-like presence, she was quite ordinary looking. No wonder people mistook her. She sighed again, lowering her head to stare at her feet absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Briggs and Connell, in a soundproof side room, were facing each other with a heavy atmosphere. Almost immediately upon entering the room, Briggs's expression crumbled as he blurted out, "Father, I refuse this marriage." Connell was taken aback by his son's sudden declaration, looking at him strangely. "Why? Give me a reason." "Because we are incompatible in every way. She is a renowned heroine, while I'm known as an utter failure. We simply don't match." Recalling Isla's distinct crimson aura, Briggs's mouth remained agape. A heroine with a villainous aura brighter than his own? Surely those who gave her that nickname were blind. Or maybe it was this world where first impressions shaped everything. That shade. More like an arch-villain than a heroine. Worse, it was genuine blood red, unlike Briggs's red aura which indicated a predetermined fate set by the heavens. Yet it didn't make him inherently evil, merely a backup villain. But blood red was different. It symbolized ruthless killers who had committed numerous atrocities. Like Connell and the previous villains Briggs's elder brothers once were. They wore dark gold red villainous halos, true embodiments of evil. For Isla to wear a blood red halo instead of a plain red one made a statement. This Waboan was already a complete villain and would become an arch-villain in the future. Marry her? No way. This same lady had killed his second brother half a month ago. Living with such a villainess was dangerous. Who would want to marry a villain? Seeing his fourth son shaking his head vehemently, Connell frowned deeply and began to persuade him earnestly. Little 4, Anisfeng Mountain isn't ordinary. It's one of the 13 blessed lands of Jiugong Mountain. Marrying into them would be beneficial. Remember what I taught you about relying on yourself. Relying on oneself is better than depending on others. You're teaching. You. Cough. This Waboan is exceptionally beautiful and charming. Marrying her as a concubine wouldn't be bad either. Asking for favors is less effective than seeking help within. You're teaching. Cough. Don't interrupt. Think about it. Sect Master Marcos is willing to take you as a disciple and teach you all the sect's best skills. When Isla becomes the sect leader, you can be the Grand Elder, marrying her and benefiting from their resources to live longer. Why not do it? Don't try to convince me, father. Only turtles wish to live for 1,000 years. I'll be content living to 100. You little. You're cursing me, aren't you? Before Briggs could respond, he received a sharp chop from his father. Connell, seeing Briggs clutching his head, turned beet red with anger. How does Isla not match you? She's beautiful, powerful, talented, and of high status. Everything about her is hundreds of times better than you. What are you unsatisfied about? Hearing his father's enraged roar, Briggs, still holding his head, lifted his gaze and asked unexpectedly, "Father, if it were your daughter, beautiful, talented, strong, and renowned, would you let her marry me, a waste of space?" At this, Marcos's fury-stricken face froze, falling into a momentary silence. Chapter 156. Classic plot twist, breaking off the engagement. Father and son stared at each other dumbfoundedly. After a full 10 seconds of silence, Briggs saw his father speechless and reached out to pat him on the shoulder in a very authoritative Bowener. "Mickey, people need to learn to accept their fate and know their place. We don't eat swan's meat, alright?" "What the heck?" Connell's voice cut through as he gave Briggs another hard whack on the head. Watching his fourth son clutch his head again, Connell's anger flared so much that his eyebrows stood on end. "I didn't ask you to fawn over her. She's right here before you. Why wouldn't you take her?" "Because she's toxic." "Toxic? Where? How?" "Duh. If someone is selling you a treasure at a low price without hesitation, there's bound to be something wrong with it. You're not a transcendent elder. Why would she come chasing after you like this?" "Because I'm the son of fortune." "And what does a son of fortune have anything to do with a magic arm?" "You little brat. Talking back to your father. Unbelievable." Losing all sense of dignity, Connell grabbed a nearby switch and raised it menacingly. However, just as he got into position, he turned and suddenly noticed that his once lively fourth son was now lying flat on the ground, unmoving. Seeing his eldest son pretending to be dead, Connell felt both angry and amused. He pointed the switch at him. "Acting dead to avoid punishment at your age? Don't you feel ashamed? As if you're not following suit. You. Get up, Arvinchu. Get up now." Furiously pulling up his son, Connell found him limp as a noodle, refusing to stand up no matter how he tried. In despair, Connell threw him forcefully onto a chair. Briggs immediately took on a slouching posture, completely still. This sight made Connell rub his forehead in frustration. Slapping the switch on the table, he sat back down with a serious expression. Upon calming down, he realized that what his fourth son said might make some sense. It's just an alliance marriage. There's no need to push a daughter into the fire. With thousands of people on Anisfeng Mountain, it shouldn't be difficult to adopt a daughter, or even bring in a female disciple as a concubine. Directly pushing Isla forward for this marriage was indeed strange. Isla will be competing for the position of sect master. Could this Waboan be doing this to build her reputation for future competition? Yes, this could be plausible. By offering herself, she brought in a son of fortune as a father-in-law, which would improve her image among Anisfeng Mountain's disciples. Moreover, she wasn't just a pretty face but someone who intended to control Briggs and, indirectly, Connell. Turning to look at his fourth son, Connell's gaze softened. "Little 4, don't worry. Whatever comes, we'll handle it. Their people from Anisfeng Mountain may have ulterior motives, trying to use Adley to control us, but your old Bowen isn't someone to be taken lightly either. Who knows who will end up controlling whom?" Listening to his father's confident words, Briggs glanced at the dark golden halo above his father's head and had no doubt about his abilities. It seemed that Isla was indeed set up as an antagonist for his father. Briggs already had a rough idea of what might happen. Helping Isla seize power, taking control of Anisfang Mountain, leveraging resources, expanding influence. This was a classic villainous opening move. The problem was, while his father seemed prepared, what should Briggs do? Isla wasn't some innocent girl but a cunning adversary, filled with ill intentions. Briggs feared he'd end up being caught between her and his father's ambitions. So, even when Kanal reassured him, Briggs stubbornly shook his head. I won't marry her. She doesn't meet my standards. I only like those who can gallop horses on their shoulders and drive carriages in front of them. Then I'll go find out if Justine has any better matches for you. Seeing his son refuse to budge, Kanal stormed out of the room in anger. Briggs hurried after him, watching his father walk away. Mickey, where are you going? Where else? To break off the engagement. What? PFT, look what you've done, but I'm going to help you break it off. Giving Briggs a stern glare, Kanal strode out of the kitchen. Briggs's face lit up with relief as he jogged behind. I knew you loved me best, Mickey. You won't force me to marry. When breaking the engagement, please mind your tone. If they start talking about changing fortunes, I suggest we challenge them on the spot. In Briggs's constant chatter, the father and son returned to the grand hall. The Yovan elder quickly lifted the soundproofing spell upon seeing them, and everyone straightened up, looking at them with renewed vigor. Especially Isla, the unmatched heroine, smiled warmly at Briggs. But Briggs promptly hid behind his father, causing her smile to freeze instantly. Standing in the middle of the hall, Kanal looked up at the distinguished guests with a hint of awkwardness. His son hadn't shown interest in their daughter, essentially insulting them openly. How was he supposed to broach this topic? Though complex emotions ran through him, Kanal couldn't ignore his son's reluctance. Family interests were important, but not at the cost of his son's well-being. Family? Humph. Forget it. Taking a deep breath, Kanal pondered for a moment before stepping forward and bowing deeply. We are grateful for Lord Marcos's kindness and Monique Isla's grace in visiting us. Unfortunately, destiny plays its part, and my son, he is not ready for marriage at this time. I apologize profusely for the inconvenience. Silence enveloped the hall as several elders widened their eyes, and Lord Marcos looked astonished. Isla, who had been playing with her hair shyly, froze mid-action, even pulling out a few strands of hair from tension. After a tense few seconds, Lord Marcos finally responded, his eyes twitching. What did you say? ##### end of chapter 156. #### chapter 157. A clash of words. Master Walter, what do you mean by that? How can this trip be in vain? At this moment, the expression on Master Marcos's face had turned completely pale. After all, they were just fantasizing about growing stronger and larger. Suddenly, their proposal was outright rejected. It would be hard for anyone to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Upon hearing Marcos's question, Kanal looked rather embarrassed. My son lacks talent and cannot become a great bowen. He dare not hinder Monique Montgomery's future, so perhaps it's best if we don't proceed with the marriage. Kanal, I traveled 1,000 miles with my daughter, and everyone in our sect already knows about this matter. Now you say no to the wedding at the last minute. Are you making a fool of me? Marcos slammed his hand on the armrest, rising angrily from his seat. Hearing his rebuke, Kanal couldn't help but frown and dropped his raised hand. Marriage should be based on mutual affection. Since my son does not agree, I naturally cannot force him. Master Montgomery, your intention to bring your daughter here is appreciated, and I will certainly visit to explain the situation to your disciples later. Please don't be too pushy. Am I being pushy? Clearly, it's your Walter family who is unreasonable. Marcos took a few quick steps forward, glaring fiercely at Kanal and Briggs. His voice was low, filled with menace. Since I brought my daughter here, this marriage will happen whether you like it or not. Otherwise, how will I face the world without ridicule? Kanal's expression grew cold as Marcos spoke again. Slowly straightening up, he stared at Marcos with indifferent eyes and a deep voice. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? In that case, not only did my fourth son disagree, but even if he changed his mind today and agreed, I wouldn't accept this daughter-in-law. What are you going to do about it? Seeing Kanal's aura change instantly, like a fierce tiger out of its cage, Marcos's eyes twitched and his teeth clenched in anger. Just an early-stage Yuaning cultivator, the head of a small clan, daring to speak to him, a well-established Chuchao expert, like this. Does he really think I won't kill him? Taking a heavy step forward, Marcos, who was already short-tempered, had veins popping out on his arms. However, before he could strike, Kanal had already gathered true chi. A surge of blood-colored energy erupted, and Kanal's left arm glowed faintly with green light. A dragon shadow emerged, swirling around his arm and roaring. Walterg Long Blood Arm. Meanwhile, Briggs, standing behind Kanal, silently handed over his Walterg Long Blood Sword. As Kanal grasped the hilt, dragon blood chi infused into the sword, forming a sharp blade made of blood. One hand wielding the sword, the other controlling the dragon, Kanal stood there silently, his eyes fixed on Marcos. Though he was merely a Yuan and cultivator, the imposing aura he exuded far surpassed his level, even forcing Marcos to involuntarily take a step back. This was partly because Marcos hadn't been prepared to resist with his own aura, but Kanal's overwhelming pressure was undeniable. Hearing various legends about the Fortune Child, even tales suggesting one child could elevate a sect to greatness, 2 dragons could stir the heavens, Marcos always thought these were exaggerations to build momentum. Yet, now facing Kanal head-on and feeling the overwhelming aura, Marcos began to wonder. Could these legends about the Fortune Child be true? Could such monsters really surpass their levels and even kill those several ranks above them? However, even with unease in his heart, Marcos, as the master of his sect, had to stand firm. Otherwise, if he retreated, the future of Anisfeng Mountain would be bleak, and even his position as master might be jeopardized. Standing half a meter apart, the two locked eyes as two powerful auras clashed. The elders standing behind Marcos were visibly alarmed, especially sensing Conal's energy wave that was terrifying even to a Chuqiao expert. Josue hurriedly stepped forward, braving the clash to mediate. After all, ignoring the legends about the fortune child and bullying someone while they're vulnerable could easily lead to disaster. Both of you, Master Montgomery, Master Walter, let's talk things out calmly. There's no need for bloodshed over some disagreement. Josue's words caused Conal to slightly shift his gaze, but didn't make him back down. He leaned on the dragon blood sword and spoke in a deep voice. My son may have low talent and little ambition, but he is my son. If he says no, I'd like to see who dares to force him. This statement made Marcos' face darken. Clenching his fists tightly, Marcos gave a long, intense look at Conal and Briggs, focusing particularly on the Walterg long blood arm and dragon blood sword. Recognizing these items as extraordinary, he gradually relaxed his grip and finally flicked his sleeves, withdrawing his aura and leaving. Let's go. With his words, the surrounding elders hurriedly followed. Only Isla, standing by her chair, looked at Conal, her eyes gleaming. Wait, father. What else is there to wait for? If they look down on us, why stay? Isn't this enough humiliation? Marcos' angry voice echoed. Isla shook her head gently, looking at Conal and Briggs, a smile quickly appearing in her eyes. Father, maybe you misunderstood. When did Master Walter show disrespect towards us? But he, Master Walter, I understand your son's heart. I've heard of Silas, whose temperament matches his perfectly. She is gentle and refined, unlike me, who is only good with swords. It's quite normal that he doesn't see me in the same light. But since I've come all this way, it wouldn't be right to return empty-handed. Isla's gentle tone offered a graceful exit. Seeing this, Conal, not being a stubborn person, decided not to escalate further. Sighing, Conal sheathed his sword. Monique Montgomery, for my son to gain your favor is truly a blessing. Unfortunately, his heart is already taken, so I must apologize. Being heart-taken isn't a problem. We've only met once. If he agreed immediately, I would worry that he's frivolous. Adjusting her disheveled hair, Isla's eyes sparkled with a smile. But since I'm here, let me stay for a few days to try and get to know him better. At least it gives us an explanation for the Anisfeng Mountain disciples. Being incompatible is better than being chased away at first sight. After all, I'm still a Waboan, and being dismissed upon first meeting would make it hard for me to face my disciples. Master Walter? Fine, let's do as you suggest. Translation notes. Chapter 157. Clash of Words. Lord Walter, what do you mean by that? How can you say it was a wasted trip? At this moment, Lord Marcos' face had turned completely ashen. After all, they had been fantasizing about growing their power, only to have the marriage proposal rejected right after. No one could look good in such a situation. Hearing Lord Montgomery's question, Conal's expression was also awkward. My son lacks talent and ability, and I dare not ruin Monique Montgomery's future. Therefore, perhaps we shouldn't proceed with the marriage. You, Conal, I traveled 1,000 miles with my daughter, and this matter is already known by all disciples in my sect. Now you suddenly say no to the marriage. Are you mocking me? Slamming his hand on the armrest, Marcos stood up angrily. Hearing his rebuke, Conal's eyebrows couldn't help but frown, and he let his clasped hands drop. Marriage should be based on mutual affection. Since my son disagrees, I naturally cannot force him. Lord Montgomery, your intention to bring your daughter here is appreciated. I will personally visit your sect later to explain this matter to your disciples. It would be best not to push too hard. Am I pushing too hard? Clearly, it's your Walter family being too unreasonable. Stepping forward swiftly, Marcos glared fiercely at Conal and Briggs, his voice low and filled with malice. Since I've brought my daughter here, you must marry her. Otherwise, wouldn't this make a fool out of me in front of everyone? Marcos' words finally made Conal's expression turn cold. Slowly straightening up, he looked at Marcos indifferently. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? Then don't say it's my fourth son who disagreed. Even if he changed his mind today and agreed, I wouldn't want this daughter-in-law. What can you do to me? You. Seeing Conal's aura transform into a menacing presence like a fierce tiger emerging from its cage, Marcos' eyes twitched and his teeth clenched in anger. Just an initial stage Yuaning cultivator and a leader of a small clan dared to speak to him, a renowned Arvanchao expert, like this. Does he really think I won't dare to kill him? Taking another step forward aggressively, Marcos, who wasn't known for his patience, had veins popping out on his arms. But before he could attack, Conal had already begun gathering true chi. A wave of bloody red energy surged out, illuminating Conal's left arm with a faint green glow as a dragon shadow emerged, coiling and roaring around his arm. The green dragon blood arm. On the other hand, Briggs, standing behind Conal, silently handed over his green dragon blood sword. As Conal gripped the sword handle, injecting the blood dragon chi into it, a sharp blade formed from blood emerged. One hand wielding the sword, the other controlling the dragon. Conal remained silent and watched Marcos without blinking. Though just a Yuan and cultivator, the overwhelming aura he emitted far exceeded his level, even forcing Marcos to involuntarily take a step back. While part of it was due to Marcos' carelessness, Conal's ability to overpower him instantly still changed Marcos' expression. He had heard tales about the lucky sons who could assist sects in reaching peak strength and cause major changes with two dragons. But Marcos had always thought these were exaggerated stories to build momentum. Yet, facing Conal's overpowering aura, Marcos couldn't help but doubt. Could these legends about lucky sons be true? Is it possible that such monsters can truly surpass levels, or even kill someone several ranks above them? Despite his unease, as the leader of a sect, Marcos could not afford to retreat. If he did, his authority on Anisfeng Mountain would be jeopardized, and his position might be at risk. Standing half a meter apart, The two exchanged intense gazes as their auras collided violently. Seeing this, the elders behind Marcos turned pale. Especially sensing Conal's terrifying aura rivaling that of a Arvin Chao expert, Josue hurriedly stepped forward, trying to mediate amidst the clash. It was necessary. After all, Bowenny tales about lucky sons involved bloodshed and tragedy. Even a simple glare could lead to death, and an attack might result in extermination. Pressuring someone when they are unprepared and vulnerable, this was undoubtedly the role of the doomed enemy in stories. Josue, as a member of Anisfing Mountain, knew panic was warranted. Both of you, Lord Montgomery, Lord Walter, let's talk things out. There's no need for conflict. Joven's words made Conal shift his gaze, but he didn't choose to back down. Instead, he leaned on the blood dragon's sword and spoke solemnly. My son may lack talent and ambition, but he is my son. He said no to the marriage, and I'd like to see who dares to force him. Upon hearing this, Marcos's face darkened. Clenching his fist slowly, he gave a long look at Conal and Briggs, finally focusing on Conal's green dragon arm and the blood dragon sword. Looking at these clearly extraordinary items, Marcos gradually relaxed his fists. With a wave of his sleeve, he retracted his aura and strode away. Let's go. The surrounding elders quickly followed, leaving only Isla standing beside the chair, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Conal. Just as she saw her father walking away, Isla gently placed down her precious sword and softly spoke. Wait, father. Why wait? If they look down on us from Anisfing Mountain, why should we stay any longer? Isn't it embarrassing enough? Isla shook her head gently, turning to glance at Conal and Briggs with a smile. Father, you might be misunderstanding. When did Lord Walter say he looked down on us? But Lord Walter, I understand your son's intentions. I've heard that Lady Silas shares a deep connection with him, and despite having to separate for their futures, her gentle nature contrasts sharply with mine. Given such an ideal match, it's understandable that he doesn't favor me. However, since I've come, simply leaving would be improper. Isla's soft voice was calm and considerate, offering a way out. Conal, not a brute, realized continuing the confrontation would serve no purpose. Sighing, Conal put away his sword. Monique Montgomery, it's a great honor that my son caught your attention. Unfortunately, his heart is bound by love, and I must apologize. Being bound isn't a problem. This is our first meeting, and if he had agreed immediately, I might have worried about him being frivolous. Brushing her disheveled hair, Isla smiled. However, since I've come, why don't I stay for a few days and try to get along with him? Lord Walter. It would give our disciples some closure. Being incompatible is better than being chased away on first sight. After all, as a Woboan, how can I show my face to my disciples if I leave abruptly? Lord Walter? All right, let it be as Monique Montgomery wishes. Maintained original paragraph structure and line breaks. Preserved natural and fluent English while respecting the original style and tone. Chapter 158. Settling into the Walter mansion. Isla and Marcos's group ultimately did not leave immediately but stayed temporarily. Even the beautiful Isla was specially arranged to stay next to Conal, hoping that in a few days of companionship, some sparks might develop between them. Although Patriarch Marcos still wore an unhappy expression, after witnessing Conal's true prowess as the son of fate, he became even more eager to marry his daughter off to him. The terrifying aura emitting from his arm and that extraordinary divine weapon were likely treasures gained under the guidance of Heaven's Tao. And Conal had only just risen to prominence. There would undoubtedly be countless other fortuitous encounters on his long journey ahead. Marrying into such a family would be nothing but beneficial for Anisfing Mountain. If possible, Marcos even hoped to strengthen the relationship further. Not just forming an alliance through marriage, Marcos wished Conal could marry his daughter directly and become his son-in-law. Unfortunately, it was only wishful thinking. Setting aside whether his daughter agreed or not, even if she did agree, Conal wouldn't consent either. They had long investigated Conal's background and found him to be a workaholic who took family ties lightly, displaying a ruthless streak typical of a warlord. His heart had only been moved once, by his mother. After her passing, he never married again. Expecting someone like him to marry, especially a girl 200 years younger, was like trying to reach the heavens. Even if he did, it would be futile. Political marriages with such a warlord would most likely end with his daughter subdued and aiding him instead. Thus, they decided to target Briggs. At least he wouldn't fight back. As everyone settled into the Walter Bouncian, Isla, moving into a courtyard near Briggs's, bade farewell while holding her treasured sword, then entered the residence. Briggs, similarly gesturing with his sword, watched her leave before returning to his courtyard, his smile instantly fading. Entering his room, he casually tossed the azure dragon blood sword onto the table, crossing his arms sullenly. At that moment, the door creaked open slightly. Erilyn's uniquely red eyes peeked through the crack. Seeing Briggs's poor mood, she quickly pushed the door wide open. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Who bullied you? Hearing the familiar voice, Briggs couldn't help rolling his eyes. Why? Done pretending to be dead? No one offended me, just ran into a small trouble. Trouble? Let me handle it. I'm good at solving problems. Drawing her sword swiftly, Erilyn's face turned fierce. Who is it? Name them, and I'll kill them for you. Kill? Sister, this is the Walter family, not your assassin squad. Can we not resort to killing at every turn? But can you solve the problem better? Killing someone will solve the problem? It won't solve the problem, but it will get rid of the person causing it. Ugh, you make a point. Wait, what nonsense. Drop that stupid sword and sit down. Briggs almost fell for it, slamming his hand on the table, grimacing in pain. Erilyn gracefully flicked her weapon, the sheathed sword hitting the wall perfectly and hanging in place. Sitting opposite Briggs, curiosity gleamed in her eyes. What has you so troubled? From what I've observed, you're not someone who worries much about these things. If you can't speak properly, don't force yourself. With arms crossed, Briggs harshly replied before complaining. Another matchmaking session today. Matchmaking? What's so special? You've been doing this every day recently. Of course it's special. Today's match was with Anisfeng Mountain's patriarch's daughter, the unmatched swordswoman Bowen, the illustrious Monique Isla. So, she didn't fancy you? Did she humiliate you? She fancied me, but I didn't fancy her. Huh. Briggs's reply made Erilyn's eyes widen, even with her exceptional control over facial expressions honed by specialized training. It wasn't surprising Erilyn was shocked. She had been with Briggs for over a month, observing that he was timid despite having desires. Someone who would turn his head at any pretty girl, and could be so entranced seeing a bit of thigh that he'd accidentally hit himself during smithing. Such a person rejecting a heroine? Realizing this, Erilyn nodded knowingly. I get it. The heroine is an ugly beast, right? Resting his cheek on his hand without lifting his head, Briggs waved dismissively. Don't kid yourself, she's far prettier than you. Immediately realizing his faux pas, Briggs hurriedly pulled away, pushing his chair hard enough to knock himself off balance. But Erilyn remained impassive, even as Briggs picked himself up from under the table, eyeing her strangely. You don't mind? Taken aback by the nonsensical question, Erilyn raised an eyebrow. Mind what? I said she's prettier than you. Cultivators naturally have outstanding appearances. It's normal for her to be prettier than me. Why should I mind? Hiss, you really don't care if someone's prettier than you? If Snow White's stepmother had your mindset, the magic mirror would have been out of a job long ago. Sitting back down, Briggs, after some hesitation, asked Erilyn, who always kept a stoic expression. Actually, I've always wondered, why did you turn against my second brother? Can you tell me? Of course, if you don't want to, forget I asked. ##### Chapter 159. Endless Troubles. Briggs's inquiry made Erilyn cast a deep glance at him, but she didn't conceal anything. He betrayed me. Betrayed? Yes, I hate betrayal. You mean he cheated on you with another Woboan? That's not betrayal. Men having multiple wives is normal. I don't need to please men. You can do whatever you want with women, and I won't care. Looking at the indifferent Erilyn, Briggs's eyes widened more and more. What kind of virtuous wife are you? You actually think like this? But he must inform me in advance. Otherwise, I will kill that Woboan and bring her head here. By the way, what did you say about me just now? Nothing. Laughing awkwardly, Briggs moved his chair away, silently putting some distance between himself and this crazy Woboan. So, how did my brother betray you? He treated me as a tool and mocked me when I failed. Although I don't mind following orders or being ridiculed by others, I can't tolerate it from him. Caressing the scars on her arms, Erilyn's gaze sharpened. Emotions are mutual. I can die for him, so he must keep his promise. He said he would be good to me and protect me, but he broke his word. From the beginning, he never intended to treat me equally, so he must pay the price. At this point, Erilyn paused, then suddenly stood up and leaned towards Briggs. Watching Erilyn approach over the table, Briggs instinctively leaned back in fright. Meeting Briggs's eyes intently for 2 seconds, Erilyn's low voice rang out. You are no different. Me? What did I do? If you dare to betray me, betray the vow, I will kill you. Vow? What vow? I've made no such vow. How could I forget if I did? Seeing Briggs's panicked expression, Erilyn was momentarily stunned, frowning as she thought for a moment, which only deepened her frown. No vows? Of course not. It might be because I was too poisoned at the time and hallucinated. Never mind. We can make up for it now. No. Why do we need to? Before he could finish, the soft clink of metal echoed. Seeing the dagger Erilyn pulled from her arm guard and planted in front of him, Briggs's frightened expression vanished. He crossed his hands and looked at her earnestly. Lady Knight, let's talk things through. If you want any vow, you write it, and I'll read it aloud. There's no need for knives. You swear not to betray me. I swear not to betray you, but if by accident, I will castrate you. Phew, don't worry, you can trust me. I'm extremely loyal. Even if my dog dies, I would mourn its passing for 3 years. Satisfied with his response, Erilyn nodded, put away her dagger, and turned towards her weapons. I'll help you watch over that Woboan. Rest assured, I'll find a way to solve this problem. Don't kill anyone directly. They have Boany people. Alright, no killing. I'll find other ways. Watching Erilyn quickly head for the door, Briggs glanced at the knife marks on the table and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as Erilyn was about to leave, Briggs frowned and spoke up. Erilyn, I have one last question. Why did you choose me? Erilyn froze where she stood. Lowering her head, she remained silent for a few seconds before slightly turning her head to glance at Briggs with a cold expression. There's nothing special. I only know how to be an assassin, and assassins need a master. A sword needs a scabbard, and besides him, you're the only person I know. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly chilling Briggs's heart. So, she chose him not because he was special but simply because there was no one else. Noticing Briggs's expression change, Erilyn frowned slightly and added hastily, Don't worry. Since I chose you, I won't betray you unless you betray me first. If I break my word, you may kill me, and thank you for saving my life twice, Briggs. With that, Erilyn pushed open the door and left the room completely. Watching her go, Briggs couldn't help but grab his hair in frustration. His headache worsened. Great, dealing with this aggressive Red Ring antagonist was already troublesome enough. Now, he had a killer who constantly talked about murder living with him. This was practically a death sentence. Earlier, he had been quite pleased about having an attractive Sierra come to him, imagining himself becoming the protagonist, attracting numerous beauties. Now, he couldn't smile anymore. Indeed, free things could be deadly. Meanwhile, next door at Isla's residence, entering her room, Isla noticed the decor, while not shabby, was far less luxurious compared to Anisfeng Mountain. She couldn't help but frown. However, she didn't complain much. Having traveled for so long and even earning the title of peerless swordswoman, she had lived through worse conditions. This place was decent. At least it had a place to sleep. Removing her leather armor and sitting at the vanity mirror in a simple tunic, she loosened her hair and brushed it smoothly. Her beautiful face showed no emotion, but there was a hint of anger in her brows. Looking at her charming yet fierce reflection, Isla sneered. So little taste. Truly blind. As she muttered to herself, a slight tremor came from the window. Startled by the sound, Isla paused but continued brushing her hair. Since you're here, why hide? Afraid I might eat you? Just as she finished speaking, she felt a weight on her body as someone embraced her from behind. A familiar voice sounded in her ear. Adli, upset? Don't get angry over a clueless young fool. It's not worth ruining your health. Looking at the hands embracing her waist, Isla rolled her eyes and jabbed her attacker's arm with a comb. Finding that he didn't let go, she sighed, set down the comb, and turned around. Josue, every Waboan gets angry when her beauty is questioned. So what are you doing here? If my father catches you, he'll kill you. Josue's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Pausing for a moment, he softened his tone. Adli, perhaps we should tell your father about us. Antonio Yovan. If you dare to spread this around and ruin my reputation among the disciples, causing me to lose my position as successor, I swear I will never see you again and bid farewell to our unborn child. Translation note. The names and key phrases are preserved as given. The story's flow and style have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 160. Forbidden Love. Isla's words caused the color of Josue's face to change on the spot. Adli, I swear I won't talk recklessly. Please don't do anything to the child. Adli. Hearing Josue's panicked tone, Isla, who was still combing her hair, couldn't help but sneer. Just look at your lack of spirit. You call yourself the Dragon of Anisfing? In my eyes, you're more like a worm. Where's the charm that once attracted me? Isla's words made Josue stiffen, his smile bitter and forced. Adli, I've cultivated for over 400 years without children. Now heaven has given me a son. Do you know how difficult this is? For him, I no longer care about heroism or being the Dragon of Anisfing. You don't care? But I do. Smacking the wooden comb heavily on the table, Isla's face turned serious. Antonio Yovan, back then, I admired you for your heroic bearing. I never thought you'd end up acting so petty. Humph, it seems you aren't a true leader after all. I thought the ambitious and powerful you back then was amazing, but this? A mere son makes you give up all your aspirations? Turning to look at Josue, Isla shook her head in disappointment. Her gaze flickered, and she pressed her finger to her lips, her face suddenly flushing slightly. In comparison to you, the patriarch of the Walter family outclasses you by 100-fold. He can match my father's presence head-to-head. What a truly heroic spirit. Adli. Seeing Isla's eyes take on an unusual glint, Josue couldn't help but frown and call out sternly. This finally brought Isla back to her senses. Noticing Josue's poor expression, she giggled as she stood up and moved behind him, placing her hands gently on his shoulders. Don't be angry. See how grim your face is. Don't tell me you didn't know I have a thing for such men. Otherwise, why would I choose you, even pursuing you myself? But, there's nothing but about it. I'm still yours. But can't I daydream a little when you act like this? If you want, go back to being the great hero. Besides, this time it isn't him I'm marrying, but his worthless son. Such riffraff, I wouldn't take even if offered free. He'd just defile me. After calming Josue with a few soothing words, Isla sat back down gracefully, crossing her legs with an air of charm. The pressing issue now is how to deal with that, Rodney. Once I'm halfway through my pregnancy, the fetal energy will be detectable, and hiding it won't be possible. Do you think my father will let me keep this child? Her words immediately sobered Josue. Leaning against the desk with his arms crossed, his demeanor became chillingly cold. The transformation made Isla's eyes light up again. She propped her cheek with one hand on the table, smiling sweetly at Yovan, her gaze hazy. Indeed, men were most captivating when they took things seriously. This was the Dragon of Anisfing she admired, unyielding even before a higher realm expert. Our previous plan may need adjustments. I assumed that someone inexperienced like Rodney would be bewitched by you, and we could slip him some drugs, create false memories, and disable certain abilities. Then, even if he wanted to touch you, he wouldn't be able to. But who knew he'd refuse the marriage proposal? Josue's deep voice echoed. Hearing this, Isla snapped out of her daze, her face instantly turning livid. Humph, that trash dares to humiliate me. Wait until the end of this. If I don't tear him apart, I'll change my name. As she spoke, she slammed the counter, making the windows rattle, clearly enraged. Watching Isla's furious expression, Josue took a deep breath, quickly devising a new plan. Adli, it seems you'll need to endure a bit longer. You must make Rodney fall for you within these few days, or else this will get complicated. It won't be easy to find another match for the daughter of the sect leader in a short time. I know, leave it to me. Dealing with a novice like Rodney is a piece of cake. I can have him bowing at my feet in a day. However, legs crossed and hands resting gently on her abdomen, the fiery Isla suddenly became demure like a proper lady. She smiled at Josue with a seductive glance. Josue, it's been quite a while since we've been intimate. Since there's no rush, perhaps we can? Forget it. It might not be good for the child during this critical period. Let's not fool around, Josue interrupted, shaking his head. This response froze Isla's expression, but she didn't give up easily. Instead, she left her seat and approached Josue, gently caressing his face. Don't be so cold. How long have I been pregnant anyway? Why should you hold back? Adli, priorities matter. Let's resolve this matter first. I should return now, so your father doesn't suspect anything. Before she could finish speaking, Josue gently pushed her back. His figure shimmered, disappearing instantly using the immortal skill, step shrinking. Seeing him leave, Isla's face fell. Stomping her foot fiercely, she crossed her arms and sat back down. Child, child, child. All you ever think about is the child. I came here for pleasure, not to bear your child. Humph. A cold laugh eased the tension on her face, dissipating her anger. She wasn't one to throw tantrums. Her strategies and mental fortitude were formidable. Otherwise, how could she have made the Yovan elder, a high-level cultivator, cater to her whims? He had cultivated for over 4 centuries, likely encountering countless lovers. Yet, this young cultivator in her 20s could captivate him entirely. While part of this was due to their child, Isla's exceptional skills played a significant role. She also understood that Josue was right. Resolving the issue with Briggs was urgent. If her secret got out, becoming sect leader would be impossible, and avoiding expulsion from the sect would already be fortunate. Biting her fingernails, Isla's eyes shone with determination. This time, she was ready to unleash all her charms and show that bumbling Rodney what true allure meant. Chapter 161. A Clash of Beauties. Pushing the door open, Isla, having removed her battle armor, now wore an exquisite white hanfu. Her long robe was as white as snow and beautiful as a flower. Her flowing black hair adorned her like poetry. The combination of black and white concealed countless scenes. Yet, it couldn't hide the enchanting charm she possessed. Dressed in loose white robes with smooth black hair cascading down, coupled with her bewitchingly charming features, Isla exuded an allure that soared skyward, completely different from her previously valiant and spirited appearance. She approached the fence in the middle, casually brushing past blooming flowers, plucking one to delicately sniff. A perfect picture of beauty-admiring flowers filled the courtyard. Just as she appeared, Erilyn, who was sitting on the rooftop holding a precious sword and leaning against the chimney for cover, quickly turned to look. Gazing down at the Wuboan below who was as delicate and beautiful as a jade maiden, Erilyn's eyebrows instantly furrowed. She had thought Briggs didn't fancy this Wuboan, so she assumed the lady must be plain-looking. But upon closer inspection, this was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, and such meticulous dressing almost certainly meant she was trying to deliberately seduce Briggs. This was troubling. Erilyn wasn't afraid of dealing with her. She was worried that Briggs would not resist temptation and turn his back. After all, just seeing a somewhat attractive Wuboan made him lose focus. Erilyn didn't doubt his willpower because he clearly lacked it. She wondered how someone with such character could have advanced so quickly to the foundation establishment stage. Was the cultivation threshold so low these days? With furrowed brows, realizing things were going south, Erilyn leaped off the roof and flipped over the back window, returning to the room inside. Without hesitation, she tossed her weapon onto the bed and began rapidly removing her leather armor. In the room, Briggs, who had been leisurely sipping tea and inspecting a fine creation he had forged recently, spat out his mouthful when he saw this scene. Fumbling to put down his weapon and teacup, he even covered his eyes with his hand. Briggs's frightened voice rang out. Erilyn, what are you doing? In broad daylight. Stop messing with my zen heart. Cracking his fingers slightly apart, revealing a sliver of sight, Briggs stared unblinkingly. I warn you, don't let this happen again. Hearing Briggs's words, Erilyn, who was undressing with her back to him, rolled her eyes. Ignoring the idiot, Erilyn swiftly shed her armor and retrieved fresh clothes from under the bed. Watching from start to finish, Briggs realized she was merely changing armor and not intending to continue undressing, dropping his arms and showing a look of disdain. Tsh, I thought something interesting was happening, wasting my excitement. He returned to his chair, picking up the tea to sip calmly, once again admiring his prized work, the sword, and marveled. Wow, he hadn't noticed before. This sword is truly remarkable. Definitely a divine weapon. So beautiful. It looked much better than Erilyn earlier. After all, it wasn't wearing clothes and wouldn't stop halfway through disrobing. As Briggs admired the sword while secretly disparaging Erilyn in his thoughts, footsteps suddenly sounded. Upon hearing them, Briggs instinctively looked up and froze. There stood Erilyn beside him, now dressed in a red cheapao that accentuated her physique perfectly, thanks to years of martial practice. Facing Briggs, Erilyn crossed her arms, stomped her foot sharply, and posed in a simple side stance, her expressionless face turned toward him. How do I look? Erilyn, if you're trying to seduce me, you might be disappointed, as your technique isn't refined enough. His eyes dropped quickly, locking onto the exposed thighs of Erilyn. Briggs remained silent for a second, then added, Of course, if you raise the slit by 30 centimeters, I might fall for it. If raised by 30 centimeters, it won't be a cheapao but more like open crotch pants. No problem. I love open pants. Before Briggs finished his gleeful remark, Erilyn grabbed his teacup and splashed its contents in his face. Then she calmly placed the empty cup back into Briggs's hands and strode out of the room. Cool your brain before you speak. Watching Erilyn leave the room and disappear from view, Briggs wiped the tea from his face and popped the leaf into his mouth, chewing gently. Tea. Sigh. Erilyn, even being wet can make me fall for you. Erilyn didn't hear Briggs's shout, and wouldn't have cared if she did. Stepping outside, her usual powerful stride transformed into a graceful gait. Disguise was a key aspect of a killer's stealth techniques, which Erilyn had trained meticulously. Passing herself off as an innocent beauty using clothing and demeanor to infiltrate various places was one of Erilyn's specialties. Many had been deceived by her appearance at parties and met their demise at her hands. Turning to gently close the door, she twisted her waist, walking gracefully past the fence. Isla, standing at the fence admiring flowers, froze as soon as she saw Erilyn. Staring at the elegant Wuboan, who stopped right before her with a cold sidelong glance, Isla's mind went blank. What was going on? Wasn't it said that Briggs hadn't taken a wife or concubine? Wasn't she devoted to Silas? How come a gorgeous Wuboan just emerged from his room as soon as she arrived? Looking at the thoroughly stunned Isla, Erilyn couldn't help but smirk slightly. Big deal. Isn't seducing people with looks what everyone does? Think wearing a white dress can seduce Briggs? Dream on. If Briggs hadn't forbidden it, Erilyn would have set fire to Isla's dress to teach her a lesson. Erilyn remained silent, only watching with crossed arms, her gaze sharp. Isla's face hardened, forcing a smile after a prolonged silence. Are you sister? Briggs's Waboan. Been to bed with him. You little fox spirit, stay away from me. I'll keep my eye on you. If you cross the line, watch out for your pretty face at night. This translation maintains the original structure, style, and natural English flow, providing a faithful rendition of the novel's narrative. Hashtag chapter 162. A move behind. Indeed, it's proven that a leopard can't change its spots. No matter how well trained a dog is, it still can't help but bark. No matter how much a mischievous pet tries to behave, it will eventually revert. Even after special training and changing into an alluring cheapao, Erilyn was still Erilyn at her core. It only took a few sentences before the perfect facade she had put on crumbled, revealing the vulgar Waboan within. Staring at Isla, who stood dumbfounded, Erilyn casually tossed her long hair over her shoulder and turned to leave. As she reached Briggs's room, she grabbed the wooden door handle, paused, and cast one last threatening glance back. Pointing first at her own eyes, then sharply at Isla, her already cold face exuded menace. Remember this, I'm watching you, vixen. With a loud slam, the door closed, leaving Isla alone by the fence, her flowers dropping to the ground in her daze. What the hell just happened? Inside the room, Erilyn found Briggs standing with his back to her, staring blankly at the wall. This made her instinctively look at the wall too, only to find it completely bare, causing her eyebrows to knit together. What are you looking at? Briggs responded in a mechanical tone. At a cheapao-clad beauty who exists only in my imagination. In your imagination? Why not look at the real one in front of you? Are you hallucinating again? Heartache. Because I saw you. My hopes were dashed. Clutching at the hem of his clothes and biting down fiercely, Briggs looked despondent. Who could understand his complex feelings right now? He had been lost in admiration of a quiet and beautiful Waboan in cheapao, only for her to suddenly start hurling insults like vixen and threats about killing. It was as jarring as going to a library, seeing a refined, bespectacled lady, gathering the courage to approach her, and having her greet him with, "What do you want?" All beautiful fantasies shattered in an instant. That saying really held true. The deepest sorrow wasn't from some tragic experience or major setback, but when someone presented something wonderful before your eyes and then destroyed it right in front of you. Erilyn. She was simply a devil. Watching Briggs bite the corner of his robe like a child, even tearing it slightly, Erilyn remained expressionless, but her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Is there something wrong with this boy's intellect? Why didn't I notice before? Am I going to have to cater to his whims? Why doesn't this Walter family have any normal people? This is going to be more trouble than it's worth. If worse comes to worst, I should buy an older servant girl from the black market to take care of him. As the two sat deep in their respective thoughts, criticizing each other inwardly, Erilyn suddenly sensed something and turned toward the window. Seeing Isla push open the gate to enter the courtyard in Hanfu, Erilyn's brows furrowed instantly. After making her stance so clear, this Waboan still dared to come. She clearly doesn't respect Blood Maiden. Snatching up her sword, she unsheathed it with a ringing sound, furious to teach this Waboan a lesson. But after taking 2 steps towards the door, she stopped abruptly. Sighing, remembering that she couldn't directly kill anyone, she reluctantly sheathed her weapon again. Turning to Briggs, Erilyn raised an eyebrow. She's here to see you. Finally snapping out of his funk, Briggs turned and glanced through the window at Isla, who was looking around. Instantly deflated, he thought, this fierce beauty, no matter what she wears, can't be tamed into a lady. And the one outside isn't any better. An outright evil person. Wearing white can't hide her dark heart. How did I end up surrounded by such abnormal people? Briggs suddenly missed Silas. Look at her pure and innocent Bowener compared to these two venomous and ruthless women. Ordinary people don't realize it until they compare. Today's encounter left Briggs thoroughly shaken. Next to these two, Silas was nothing short of a living angel. Slumping onto the chair, Briggs laid his face on the table, looking utterly worn out. I don't want to see her. Deal with it. I'm exhausted and need to rest. Oh, understood. You don't want to see her. Got it. Nodding, Erilyn grabbed the sword from the table and unsheathed it again, heading towards the door, determined to escort Isla away. I'll send her back. No. Heroine, please show mercy. I'll see her, all right? No need for violence. Seeing Erilyn's murderous intent, Briggs hurriedly grabbed her weapon. Taking a deep breath, Briggs composed himself, turning and opening the door. Putting aside his earlier slacker demeanor, Briggs walked out formally, greeting with a bow. Good morning, Monique Montgomery. We meet again. Is there something specific you needed? In front of outsiders, especially those of high status, Briggs would try to uphold the dignity of the Walter family, at least for a little while. Trying to maintain this facade for days? Too exhausting. Better let the Walter family's reputation suffer. Looking at Briggs emerging from the room, then glancing at Erilyn behind him, Isla smiled warmly and bowed politely. Just wanted to drop by. My father tasked me to deepen our acquaintance. Naturally, I can't remain confined inside forever. Walter, sir, may I have some of your time? Perhaps we could sit and chat in the courtyard? Facing Isla's radiant smile and luxurious attire, Briggs nodded without hesitation. But despite his outward calm, Isla sighed inwardly. Her elaborate outfit was supposed to showcase her status as the daughter of the sect leader, arousing conquest desire in men. Yet, she hadn't anticipated the competition. A cheapao? An air of superiority? Insignificant against legs as fair as alabaster. Really, does it even matter? Does it? Chapter 163. The beauty dances with a sword. Under the pavilion, Isla raised her hand to smooth her long dress and sat down gracefully, her movements exceptionally elegant. Briggs quickly sat opposite her, wearing a somewhat awkward smile. Erilyn instinctively moved behind Briggs, crossing his arms and glaring coldly at the opposite side. Isla maintained her smiling face, completely ignoring Erilyn's menacing gaze, as she began initiating conversation with Briggs. A mere jealous concubine. What was there to be afraid of? If not for maintaining appearances, this kind of pleasure-seeking Bowen could be easily dealt with by Isla. Narrowing her eyes slightly, and with a blossoming smile, Isla spoke in a gentle tone. I have long heard of Aiden Walter's righteousness and your heroic deeds during the Walter family's greatest peril. Your steadfast support under critical circumstances until the head of the family emerged from seclusion allowed the Walter family to turn defeat into victory. This young Bowen truly admires you. Listening to Isla's polite words, Briggs quickly grinned, instantly reverting to his past life's schmoozing skills. In the art of flattery, Briggs had endured societal trials and tribulations. He wouldn't underestimate the world around him. After all, in his past life, he was no stranger to such tactics. Where? Monique Isla far surpasses me. You single-handedly subdued the Blackwind Fort with only one horse and wiped out over 100 bandits in one night, even killing a core formation expert with your sword. Compared to such an unparalleled heroine like you, my small accomplishments are nothing. Briggs's praise made Isla's eyes squint narrower, and she covered her mouth delicately, her smile growing brighter. I didn't expect you to know about that. Did you intentionally look into it? It was just youthful bravado. Afterwards, I had to recuperate in the sect for months. Seeing Briggs willing to converse, Isla felt increasingly confident. She wasn't afraid of difficult interactions, but feared indifference. Opportunities don't present themselves without gaps. Without giving her a chance, even with countless skills, she couldn't utilize them. Now, with this opportunity arising, things would be simple. A bit of heart-to-heart chat, finding common ground, perhaps some dance and drink. Capturing this young Bowen would be a piece of cake. Her eyes gleaming brighter, Isla leaned forward on the table, hinting at the beauty beneath her attire. Just before she could speak, Erilyn stepped forward abruptly. Caught off guard, Isla saw Erilyn use a weapon to push aside Briggs's arm and, in front of everyone, sit on Briggs's lap boldly, even repositioning his hands on her abdomen afterward. Isla's smile froze. Briggs also froze. Staring at Erilyn, who was now perched elegantly, hugging her sword and glaring coldly, Briggs's eyes twitched. Suddenly, Erilyn cast a glance at Briggs, whispering softly, "Don't move." Kong Mo's expression turned bitter. "I can't help it. Only dogs can't control themselves." "No, it's because the hidden weapons on your thighs are pressing against my sensitive areas. Endure it." "Can I endure this? Show me how you endure. By the way, can you stop carrying so bony gadgets on you?" Before Briggs could finish his low grumble, Erilyn suddenly looked at him, gently touching his face with one hand. A blade shot out from under her arm armor, lightly pressing against Briggs's neck. Her eyes sharpened. Cough, real men must persevere. Endurance isn't much trouble, is it? It's just a little flesh, after all. Female hero, please continue. Feeling Erilyn's icy gaze, Briggs wisely chose to back down. Seeing this, Erilyn turned away satisfied, emitting a cold humph. She despised people hindering her missions, no matter who they were. Meanwhile, Isla, sitting opposite, was already turning green with envy, whispering and touching faces right in front of her. Did they consider her non-existent? She was here for a marriage meeting. Displaying such intimacy in front of her potential match was downright disrespectful. The high and mighty Isla couldn't tolerate such humiliation. She slammed her hand on the table, causing the teacups to bounce, and stood up furiously. But upon seeing the two looking her way, Isla swiftly regained composure, masking her anger with a friendly smile. Patience. For the greater good and for her sect leader position. Oops, sitting too long made my hand go numb. I lost control of my strength. Giving herself an excuse, Isla flexed her wrist and looked at Briggs. Narrowing her eyes, she decided to play her trump card. Sitting here is rather boring. If Aiden Walter doesn't mind, how about I perform a sword dance for your amusement? Without waiting for Briggs's reply, Isla whipped off her hanfu, revealing short training leather armor underneath. Her black, fur-skin clothes accentuated her fair skin, while her exposed midriff revealed a slender waist. As the sword rang out, Isla leaped into the courtyard center, dancing gracefully with the sword swirling around her body. Ribbons tied around her waist, hands, and hair fluttered dramatically. Gentle winds danced with willows, beautiful under the sun. Graceful elegance beneath the sword. Witnessing Isla transform the powerful heavenly peak mountain cloud cutting sword technique into a soft and tender perfor balance, Briggs's expression was unknown. Erilyn's face changed immediately. She hadn't anticipated this Bowen would be wearing another outfit beneath, or that she knew how to perform such dances. Wasn't this something only courtesans did? Why would a daughter of a sect leader learn such arts? With a grimace, Erilyn stood up, silently walking out of the pavilion. As she left, she seized the sword handle and shook it vigorously, sending the scabbard clattering to the ground beside her feet. Stepping in front of Isla, watching her abrupt halt, Erilyn remained expressionless. A solo perfor balance can be quite dull. My husband has seen Boney. Monique Montgomery, if you're so inclined, why don't we share the stage together? Lifting her sword, the blade shimmered in the sunlight, pointing at Isla's darkening face. Hashtag chapter 164, Clash of the Two Women. The courtyard was silent as a tomb. The two combatants, weapons in hand, exchanged a brief, silent glance. In the next moment, the light of their swords flashed almost simultaneously. Isla's sword slashed through three paths with rapid and ruthless movements. She was employing the unique sword technique of Anisfang Mountain, the cloud-cleaving sword art. Only now that she was serious, what had previously seemed like flirtatious swordplay had transformed into a tempestuous storm and a deluge of rain. Her moves flowed seamlessly from one to the next, each faster than the last. But if she was fast, Erilyn was even faster. Erilyn specialized in a swift killing technique and had modified her weapon specifically for her use, adjusting its weight and shape to perfection. Moreover, as an experienced assassin, she lived on the edge of life and death with every mission. In terms of cultivation, Erilyn might not match Isla, who frequently used rare elixirs and treasures to enhance her practice. But when it came to ruthlessness and assassination skills, Erilyn could completely dominate her opponent. If Isla's sword was fast, then Erilyn's sword epitomized ruthlessness. Every strike targeted vital points, aiming straight for the fatal spots. She attacked relentlessly without defending, engaging in a life-or-death battle. As Erilyn unleashed a series of rapid attacks, evading Isla's lethal strikes while continuously finding opportunities to counterattack, Isla grew increasingly anxious. As the daughter of the sect leader, Isla was not accustomed to risking her life like a common servant, nor did she want to be injured. This led her to only dodge Erilyn's relentless attacks, continually retreating. However, the more she retreated, the fiercer Erilyn's assault became. After all, the sword is the king of all weapons, excelling in speed and agility. When pressed, it would press harder, unleashing wave after wave of relentless attacks until it crushed its opponent entirely. At this moment, Erilyn's strikes grew more brutal and faster. She forced Isla into a frantic struggle, losing her composure. Moreover, Erilyn was not just a mere swordsbowen. She was an assassin, a ruthless killer. Their swords clashed once again, producing a dazzling spark in midair. Erilyn, spinning her body, swiftly swept her hand along her thigh. Instantly, several steel needles shot out from a special leather sheath, hurtling towards Isla's eyes. Catching a glimpse of the cold glint, Isla paled in terror and hurriedly swung her sword to deflect the needles. With the sound of clinks, the flying needles were knocked aside. While her body spun and released the needles, Erilyn landed swiftly and seized the opportunity to thrust her sword forward. Cloudy as Isla defended with her sword, unable to block in time. She kicked off the ground using her true chi, retreating explosively to gain distance. But as she retreated, Erilyn advanced. Using true chi, Erilyn propelled herself toward Isla, sword in hand, relentlessly chasing her down until she was cornered against the wall. Another clang echoed as Isla finally mustered the strength to sweep away the blade, forcing it back. Just as this happened, another cold glint appeared before her eyes. Erilyn hurled a hidden dagger from her arm guard, the sharp blade narrowly grazing Isla's cheek. Before Isla could react further, a chill enveloped her throat. Erilyn held her weapon expressionlessly, the tip of her sword firmly pressing against Isla's neck, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Pinned against the wall, Isla's face turned pale, her grip on her sword trembling slightly. After a tense silence, Erilyn shifted her weapon from a pointed position to a horizontal slice across Isla's neck. Face to face with Isla, Erilyn looked into her eyes and coldly warned, "If you dare to think about him again, I will kill you. I mean it." With that, Erilyn turned and left, tossing her weapon aside. Relieved that her life was no longer in immediate danger, Isla nearly collapsed against the wall. Watching Erilyn's retreating back, Isla's expression darkened. She finally picked up her weapon and threw it to the ground forcefully, marching angrily towards the exit. Humiliated to this extent, how could she continue to stay here? At the gate, she kicked down the wooden door and stormed off in a fury. Sitting in his chair, Briggs had witnessed the entire fight with a peculiar look in his eyes. He hadn't expected this Woboan to be so strong. He'd always assumed she was just a mediocre assassin skilled at blacksmithing and neglecting her duties. Who could have thought she was this fierce in combat? While Briggs was deep in thought, Erilyn walked over to him. Seeing Briggs's furrowed brow, misunderstanding his concern, Erilyn quickly warned, "Don't fall for her charms. Normal women don't throw themselves at men or rely on beauty to assassinate targets. It's a common tactic among assassins to get close through seduction. Be careful you don't die by soft hands." Erilyn's warning brought Briggs back to reality, and he waved dismissively. "Don't worry. A few dance-like sword movements won't deceive me." You have that much restraint? Huh, don't underestimate me. Back in my days, I was quite a figure. 2 organizations were dedicated to delivering gourmet meals for me from afar, offering endless delicacies, and countless beauties vying for my attention day and night. Showing a little skin and dancing won't impress me. Try showing more, maybe take off a few more pieces of clothing. Boasting proudly, Briggs puffed out his chest and continued to brag, then added with a tone of dissatisfaction. "So, I've always said you ancient people are too boring. Showing a little waist? That's not much at all. If it were my time, let's just say there was never mind." Feeling Erilyn's icy gaze, Briggs chuckled awkwardly and stopped talking. Seeing this, Erilyn casually tossed her battered weapon on the ground and headed towards her blacksmithing tools. Having pretended to be ill, she hadn't replenished her arsenal lately. With these ambiguous intruders around, she needed to forge some new weapons soon. Seeing her actions, Briggs's eyes lit up. He discarded his teacup and eagerly followed her. "Want to forge metal? Why didn't you call me? Not to boast, but my craft's bowmanship has improved so much recently that Bowenny master blacksmiths praised me. Even Master Divine Hammer said I have the same spirit as his pig-slaughtering brother when forging. Want me to help you forge a couple? Stay away from my weapons unless you want to die. Hey, how do you talk to your husband? I offered to help forge your weapons, and you reject me? Have you no conscience?" Whether I have a conscience or not, I know I'm not ready to die. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as closely as possible to the original text. The translation aims to capture the intensity and flow of the scene while ensuring natural English phrasing. ####Chapter 165, Innate Sword Heart. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and Isla stormed into the room with a dark expression. She rushed to the dressing table, already seething with anger from being threatened earlier. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror only intensified her fury. A long, narrow wound marred her face, the result of dodging a flying dagger. Furthermore, the dagger had been coated with anesthetic poison, leaving half her face nearly numb. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught off guard. Staring at her disheveled appearance in the mirror, Isla swept her hands across the table in a fit of rage, sending everything crashing to the ground. Only then did she regain some semblance of composure. Her complexion shifted from pale to green, then rapidly turned black. She slammed both fists on the table, gritting her teeth as she growled under her breath. Damn bitch. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind her, and a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Josue, sensing Isla's return, appeared with his sword slung over his back. Upon seeing her disheveled state, he was first startled, then furious. Adley, who did this? Hearing his voice, Isla couldn't help but scoff. When I failed to snatch the bow away, I got beaten up. What? Hemph. That incompetent oaf has a skilled female expert by his side. She's adept at assassination techniques, and I wasn't prepared for it. Damn it. I should have guessed. Kanal is so protective of his eldest son. How could he not place a formidable guardian beside him? Indeed, personal bodyguards, or what one might call foster brides, are common among heirs of prominent families. Once a patriarch selects a future heir, he often assigns a loyal and capable Waboan to protect and supervise the heir, ensuring they don't fall into ruin due to external influences. This quasi-nursemaid has considerable authority and can even discipline the heir, helping them correct bad habits. When the heir eventually becomes the next patriarch, they often hold this quasi-nursemaid in high regard, leading to her special status. By then, this concubine can even counterbalance the main wife's influence, preventing her from interfering in family affairs unwarrantedly. Isla clearly saw Erilyn, who suddenly emerged from Briggs's side and attacked her, as such a figure. Josue's expression grew increasingly somber upon hearing her explanation. This was not news he wanted to hear. With this obstacle in place, it meant that Isla's plan to attract Briggs would be nearly impossible. After all, these foster brides are responsible for blocking unsuitable candidates from joining the clan and monitoring women who associate with the young master. The fact that Erilyn attacked immediately indicated that she didn't think much of Isla. The room fell silent. After several seconds of silence, Isla, forcing herself to calm down, turned to look at Josue. What should we do next? With her watching, getting close to that oaf won't be easy. Also, I can't be too forward. Otherwise, my father will thrash me. As the daughter of the clan leader, how can I excessively fawn over a Bowen? It would embarrass our clan. Josue crossed his arms, eyebrows furrowed in thought. Moments later, a light sparked in his eyes. I have an idea. How about this? Your father's prized disciple Alfie is coming tomorrow morning. What if we ask him for help? Alfie? Why is he here? Upon hearing the name, Alfie, Isla's expression changed slightly. Noticing her reaction, Josue quickly explained. Why else? Because the eldest son has exceptional talent and a sword heart, though his character leaves much to be desired. Brother Marcos has been grooming him diligently. Now, Walter family patriarch has obtained an unfathomable set of sword techniques. Brother Marcos probably wants Alfie to come and see if he can learn anything. Isla's expression quickly turned understanding. To make him learn sword techniques? That's plausible. Given Alfie's innate sword heart, he can memorize ordinary sword techniques after a single viewing and execute them at least 90% accurately. Even complex techniques can be learned fairly well after a few more views. Previously, he bow and aged to steal the untransmitted secret of Anisheng Mountain, the heaven-cleaving sword technique, in just 5 days from his father. Later, during a battle, he used the technique in dire straits to turn the tide in his favor. This was when Brother Marcos captured and interrogated him, revealing his talent. Although the innate sword heart can only learn sword techniques through imitation without being able to teach others, having Alfie as a model significantly increases the chances of reverse engineering the sword technique's movement patterns with enough effort. Given the extraordinary nature of these celestial techniques, Brother Marcos naturally wouldn't mind having Alfie try to learn them. It was a reasonable move. To ask for his help? What can that rogue contribute? He'll probably cause more harm than good. Crossing her arms, Isla sat in the chair, clearly disdaining Alfie. In fact, she wasn't alone. Most people on Anisheng Mountain also held him in low regard, even despising him. Due to his insatiable lust, he'd caused plenty of trouble over the years. Especially after becoming Master Marcos' disciple because of his talent, his behavior became increasingly arrogant. Rumors had it that he recently started a relationship with a female elder, leading to nightly revelries, which the disciples found distasteful. Fortunately, Alfie still had some sense of self-preservation. Despite his arrogance, he didn't defy Master Marcos' orders by revealing his innate sword heart. Otherwise, no one would allow him to visit again. He'd likely be chased out with a broom the moment he appeared. It was obvious he was here to learn secretly. Josue chuckled lightly, noticing the disdain on his beautiful companion's face as she mentioned Alfie. Don't be upset. While this boy isn't much use, his talent for seducing women could be useful now. Let him try to seduce Briggs's foster bride. Even if he doesn't succeed, annoying her enough to make her avoid him will clear the way for us. Chapter 165, Innate Sword Heart. With a bang, the door was kicked open, and Isla stormed into the room with a grim expression. She had already been furious after being threatened, and her anger flared further as she caught sight of herself in the mirror. A long, narrow wound appeared on her face. This was the injury she sustained while dodging a flying dagger. Moreover, the dagger had been coated with an anesthetic poison, causing half her face to lose sensation. Otherwise, she would have noticed the hit earlier. Looking at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, Isla swept everything off the vanity table in a fit of rage. Only after this did she begin to regain her composure. Her face, which had turned white, quickly darkened. Isla slammed both fists onto the table and gritted her teeth, growling under her breath, "Damn bitch!" At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, and a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Josue, sensing Isla's return, walked in with his sword strapped to his back. Upon seeing her disheveled state, he was first startled, then enraged. Adley, who did this to you? Upon hearing the question, Isla let out a cold laugh. I couldn't snatch him away when I tried, so I got beaten up. What? Emph, that fool has a highly skilled Waboan by his side, an expert in killing techniques. I didn't guard myself carefully enough and got injured. Damn it. I should have anticipated this. How could Kanal not place someone strong around his precious son? A bodyguard, or what one might call a foster bride, is common among heirs of prominent families. Once the head of the family selects a future heir, they often assign a loyal and powerful Waboan to protect them. This arrangement ensures the heir's safety and keeps them disciplined to prevent corruption by external influences. This semi-nursemaid figure typically holds significant power, even having the authority to discipline the heir and correct their bad habits. When the heir eventually becomes the next patriarch, they usually hold this person in high regard due to years of protection and guidance, granting her a unique status within the family. Such a person can even balance power with the main wife, preventing her from overstepping boundaries. Clearly, the foster bride serves as a safeguard for the family. Erilyn, who suddenly emerged beside Briggs with a menacing presence and attacked Isla, was undoubtedly seen by her as such a figure. Hearing Isla's explanation, Josue's expression darkened. This wasn't the news he wanted to hear. With such a barrier in place, it meant that Isla's plan to win over Briggs was now virtually impossible. After all, a foster bride's role is to block unsuitable matches and supervise any women associated with the young master. The fact that she acted immediately without hesitation showed that she clearly deemed Isla unworthy. The room fell silent. After forcing herself to calm down, Isla turned to look at Josue. What do we do now? With her watching, it won't be easy to get close to that fool. Besides, I can't keep being too forward. If my father finds out, he'll punish me. As the daughter of the sect leader, how can I appear too eager for men? It would disgrace the sect. Josue folded his arms and furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before brightening up. I have an idea. How about this? Tomorrow morning, your father's prized disciple Alfie will arrive. Why don't we get him to help? Alfie? What can he do? Upon hearing the name, Isla's face slightly changed. Noticing this, Josue quickly explained. Why else? Because of Briggs's excellent talent and innate sword heart. Though he may not be the best person, Master Montgomery has been nurturing him. Now Kanal has acquired some mysterious sword techniques, and Master Montgomery probably wants Alfie to come and see if he can learn them secretly. Isla's eyes widened in realization. Have him come to study the sword techniques? That's plausible. After all, with an innate sword heart, Alfie can memorize ordinary sword techniques with just one glance and execute them proficiently. For complex techniques, a few more views would suffice. He even managed to steal a secret technique, the heaven-splitting sword art, from his father in just 5 days. Later, during a fight, he used this technique in a dire situation and turned defeat into victory, revealing his talent to Montgomery. Although an innate sword heart only allows for learning through imitation and cannot be directly taught, with effort and using Alfie as a model, there's a good chance of reverse engineering the energy pathways of the sword techniques. Montgomery wouldn't want to miss out on this rare opportunity, hence sending Alfie is logical. To have him help? That lecherous scoundrel? He'd probably just mess things up. Isla snorted, clearly disdainful of Alfie. In truth, not only did she despise him, but most of the people on Mount Anisfang felt the same way, even hating him. His insatiable lust had caused numerous troubles over the years, especially after being taken in by sect leader Montgomery. His behavior grew increasingly arrogant, even hooking up with a female elder in the sect, indulging in nightly revelries, a source of shame for the disciples, especially for the female disciples who had been harassed by him. Thankfully, Alfie had some self-awareness. Despite his arrogance, he did not defy Montgomery's orders by revealing his innate sword heart. Otherwise, no one would allow him near anymore. He would likely be chased away with a broom as soon as he appeared, obviously coming to steal secrets. Seeing the disdain on his beautiful companion's face at the mention of Alfie, Josue chuckled. Don't be angry. Although Alfie isn't much use otherwise, he has his strengths right now. Isn't he quite good at seducing women? Let him try with Briggs's foster bride. Even if he fails, annoying her and making her avoid him would help clear our path. Chapter 166, Isla's Threat. The next morning, while it was still dark, a streak of sword light already pierced through the clouds, rapidly approaching from afar. Sword riding is a basic skill that every cultivation disciple essentially masters. Once one's cultivation surpasses the foundation establishment stage and can emit spiritual energy externally, they basically meet the requirements for practicing sword flying. The methods of sword riding vary greatly. The only difference between the Cataclysm stage experts and the novice foundation establishment cultivators is the speed. Sword riding is divided into 2 types, scholarly riding and martial riding. Scholarly riding involves walking on a sword using one's own spiritual energy as a shield, relying on the treasure sword to break through strong winds, appearing ethereal and otherworldly. It's generally used for showing off. As for martial riding, there's no concern for showbowanship. It's all about speed. One doesn't even need an especially crafted sword that can change sizes. A cultivator holds the hilt or controls the sword remotely and flies by being dragged by the sword. In essence, this turns the sword into a projectile with oneself hanging on behind it, achieving lightning-fast speeds and traveling thousands of miles in an instant. However, its flaw is evident. If something is accidentally hit, it could result in both sword and rider being destroyed instantly. If scholarly riding is a luxury car, the pride of show-offs, then martial riding is a top-tier motorcycle, the favorite of thrill-seekers. How fast one can fly and how safe it is depends entirely on one's own skill. The sword light approaching from afar was clearly martial riding, aiming for speed above all else. As the white light descended, a silvery white immortal sword spun gracefully upon landing. In the next second, a figure landed steadily, the treasured sword spinning to lodge itself into its sheath at his back. A handsome young Bowen appeared before the Walter family residence, completely ignoring the Walter family guards who immediately raised their weapons. He turned with a smile towards the people present. Bow in hand, the youth quickly bowed his head in salute. Disciple Alfie pays respects to master. At the entrance of the Walter family home, Marcos nodded expressionlessly at his exceptionally talented disciple. You arrived just in time. Come inside. Remember not to cause trouble in the Walter family. As he spoke, Marcos threw a token toward him, the pass needed for entering and exiting the Walter estate. Catching the token with one hand, Alfie's face lit up with a bright smile. Master, rest assured, I won't cause trouble. However, I'm quite tired from the journey here. If Master has no objections, may I go out to relax? Don't forget your duties, Marcos replied curtly. Understood. Watching this undutiful disciple, Marcos fiercely swept his sleeve and ignored him, striding away. They might be called master and disciple, but in reality, they were more like collaborators. Marcos wanted to use Alfie's special talent to secretly learn top-notch sword techniques from other sections. Meanwhile, Alfie also sought to enjoy freedom using Marcos's identity. Both parties had mutually beneficial interests, so naturally, Marcos wouldn't interfere in Alfie's minor indulgences. Marcos entered the courtyard and disappeared from view, while Alfie toyed with the token and gently stretched his slightly sore shoulders from the journey, turning to walk towards the city. Anislong City didn't have any particularly famous buildings. In such a remote place, Alfie hadn't expected to find any beauties. Even if there were any, they would likely be dominated by local power figures. Nonetheless, since he was already here, Alfie decided to explore the local culture and customs to make his visit worthwhile. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Brother Alfie, long time no see. Hearing the voice, Alfie instinctively frowned and turned to look. There stood a beautiful Woboan dressed in leather armor, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, her face devoid of emotion. Monique Isla, is there something you need? Cut the small talk, come here. With a cold snort, Isla turned and walked into a narrow alley. After a brief moment of silence, Alfie chose to silently follow. Inside the alley, Alfie looked around carefully, taking note of the surroundings. Before he finished examining, Isla's icy voice interrupted him. Stop looking, he didn't follow us. Really? That's surprising. I thought the two of you were inseparable these days. Don't try to irritate me, Alfie. I have a task for you. Interrupting him mid-sentence, Isla's words made Alfie's face turn cold. Isla, I am not your slave. To order me around so arrogantly isn't appropriate. Seeing Alfie flare up, Isla quickly lowered her arms. What? Have an issue with it? If you know what's good for you, listen obediently. Otherwise, you know the consequences. You, Isla, don't forget I'm the victim here. Do you expect to exploit this forever? Alfie's face grew even worse as Isla chuckled mockingly, covering her mouth. Exploit? This is something I'll use against you for life. What? Courageous enough to do it, not courageous enough to admit it? You, Isla, you were the one who tempted me. Why don't you explain that to my father? Or Josue? You, me. Recalling his poor reputation, Alfie's face turned livid, unable to respond. Isla sauntered over to Alfie, gently touching his cheek. I've told you countless times, cooperate and help me, and when I become the sect leader, I will continue to protect you, maybe even make you an elder. It's mutually beneficial, so don't provoke me. Her eyes narrowing, Isla's gaze became increasingly fierce. Otherwise, let's see where we end up. I'll tell my father you violated me under the influence of alcohol. My reputation might be tarnished, but who doesn't know you're a scoundrel? People will pity me and even favor me during the selection of the next sect leader, but as for you, you guess what my father and Yovan will do to you. With each sentence, Alfie's face grew more pale. By the time Isla finished speaking, his hands were clenched tightly, cracking with tension. After several seconds of silence, Alfie finally gave in, sighing heavily before coldly saying, What do you want now? All the sword techniques I can teach you have been shared. I just arrived and haven't learned the Walter family's techniques yet. Uttering this resigned statement, Alfie felt an intense bitterness within him. Chapter 167, The Seduction Plan. Isla, the daughter of Anisfeng Mountain Sect's leader Marcos, was renowned for her righteousness, formidable martial arts, and striking beauty. She was a prominent figure on Anisfeng Mountain, adored by countless disciples and considered one of the top contenders to inherit the sect leadership. But Alfie understood that this was just an illusion. The real Isla was a pure femme fatale. After Alfie began to gain recognition, this Woboan, who had yet to shed her disguise, approached him with unprecedented warmth and eagerness. For the daughter of the sect leader to openly pursue someone, regardless of external objections, was indeed a monumental event, especially given her unmatched beauty. Being naturally lustful, Alfie couldn't resist such an offer. Within just 3 days, Alfie, leveraging his good looks and well-honed sweet talk, successfully won over Isla. Soon after, he realized he had been deceived. This Woboan wasn't the gentle big sister she pretended to be but a scheming vixen. Isla abruptly revealed her true colors, using intimidation and threats, leaving Alfie utterly flabbergasted and defenseless. She forced him to reveal secret sword techniques, compelled him to teach martial arts, and even justified her actions by pretending to be a heartbroken innocent girl, publicly dumping Alfie in the process. Alfie was beaten multiple times by indignant fellow disciples within the sect as a result. He gained nothing but a headache and a new nemesis. And this was only the beginning of his nightmare. Whenever Isla fancied a particular sword technique, she would make him learn, practice, and decipher it, treating him like a slave. Occasionally, she would give him small rewards, but compared to his miserable fate, they were utterly meaningless. For 8 long years, whenever Isla summoned him, Alfie had no choice but to obey. After all, he didn't want to die. Unlike Isla, whose image remained spotless, Alfie was already a notorious figure. If she were to accuse him of forcing her after revealing her true nature, Alfie wouldn't stand a chance. Sect leader Marcos and Elder Halston, her new lover, would skin him alive. Perhaps Isla knew about his fear of death, which is why she continued to push him so relentlessly. Recently, to escape this predicament, Alfie even hooked up with a wealthy Woboan, an infamous tigress elder within the sect. Though she had a short temper and crude Boanerisms, she was powerful enough to protect him. Of course, most importantly, she was beautiful with a fiery figure, Alfie thought that with this elder's protection, he could finally escape his misery. But it proved futile. He still had to obey Isla without hesitation. She made it clear that if he disobeyed, they would both go down together. With a deep sigh, Alfie felt his future was bleak. Sometimes, when he recalled these events, he wished he could punch himself repeatedly for being so short-sighted. Had he known how troublesome this Waboan would be, he would have thought twice before acting impulsively. Seeing Alfie once again succumb, Isla couldn't help but smile triumphantly. She even lifted his chin, forcing him to look at her. Don't be so gloomy, Anicio. I prefer your previous arrogant and domineering self. Elder, just get to the point. I'm exhausted and not in the mood for role-playing. Tisk, you're no fun. Actually, there's no need to worry. This time, it's something you excel at. Retracting her hand, Isla quickly pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Alfie. Do you see this, Waboan? Seduce her, win her over, or at the very least, keep her occupied. That's your mission. Upon receiving the paper, Alfie studied the portrait of Erilyn, immediately noticing her sharp features. Her eyes are like knives, her brows slanted, thin lips, straight nose. She's a classic cold beauty. Ugh, women with such features are often intense and overly serious. They either fall deeply in love or hate fiercely when they find a compatible Bowen. I'm worried this might lead to trouble. That's not my concern. Even if you have to kill her afterward, it's none of my business. Turning toward the exit, Isla's voice turned icy. I just need her out of my sight during this period. If she never appears again, even better. Understood. But for caution, can you tell me who she is? She's no big deal, just a concubine of Walter Jia. Wait, a concubine of Walter Jia? Are you kidding me? Walter Jia is at its peak now. Numerous sects are eager to build relations with him. Your father just warned me not to provoke the Walter family. Now you want me to seduce a Waboan of Konal's son? Do you think I'm ready to die quicker? Finally realizing the gravity, Alfie's face paled. Ever since the news about Konal being the son of Destiny spread, information about the Walter family was no longer a secret. Everyone knew how much Konal cherished his firstborn. Provoking him publicly by stealing his son's Waboan was asking for a grudge to the death. How Bowenny heads did Alfie have to spare Konal's wrath? Hearing his panicked tone and seeing his frantic expression, Isla rolled her eyes disdainfully. Look at you, such a coward. You're usually quite adept at snatching women. Why are you backing down now? Me? I didn't ask you to do it openly. Can't you work secretly? Remember when you seduced an elder's partner and sneaked around for 5 years before getting caught and having your leg broken? Don't tell me you can't do it again. True, I can do it. But this is the Walter family, the son of Destiny. Historically, those who offended the son of Destiny never met a good end. If I get caught, I don't know which part of me will remain intact. That's not my problem. I'll give you a week. Seduce, infuriate, or kill her. It's up to you. If you can't handle her, I'll deal with you. Flipping her hair dramatically, Isla turned to leave. But Alfie blocked her path. Looking at Isla with pleading eyes, Alfie clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll help you, but you must help me too. At least cooperate with me. How? By diverting Briggs away, Elder. If I seduce his Waboan right in front of him, on his own territory, how can I survive? Give me a week? I'll be dead by tomorrow morning. Translation notes. The original text contains some exaggerated and colloquial expressions which have been retained to preserve the character dynamics. Names have been kept in pinyin as requested. Tone and style maintained, aiming for natural flow while ensuring grammatical correctness. Hashtag chapter 168. An initiative invitation. You want to go shopping? In the courtyard, Briggs looked at Isla, who had already changed into an outfit that made her look exceptionally beautiful. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. You want to go shopping? He turned to glance at the blazing furnace and the red-hot iron bar inside it. Briggs's expression was quite conflicted. Since you want to go shopping, as your host, I should naturally be a good host. But I do have work on hand. Before Briggs could finish his sentence, Isla interrupted with a bright smile. Sir Walter, forging metal isn't something that can't wait a bit. Besides, I heard that the Anislong City auction house is auctioning off a batch of divine weapons lately. I'm very interested. Shall we go see? Divine weapons? What divine weapons? Who in this entire Anislong City dares to call their weapons divine in front of me? The great divine blacksmith Walter. They've gone mad. Those people without taste. I heard that the main highlight among them is one of your masterpieces, sir. Cough? Really? It seems they do have some taste after all. Perhaps it's worth checking out. It'd be interesting to hear others' opinions about my work. Suddenly energized, Briggs eagerly turned to Erilyn. Erilyn. Hey, Erilyn. Yo, the one over there hammering. Erilyn, who was standing beside her own forge, hammering continuously, finally caught Briggs's voice amidst the noise. She lifted her head to give him a stern look, then immediately returned to her work without a word. Briggs was used to this behavior. This Waboan was extremely serious when she worked and detested interruptions the most. Briggs could vouch for that with his life. Last time he disturbed her, she chased him around the coal furnace multiple times with her hammer. If someone interrupted her work, this Waboan would become as irritable as if she were going through menopause. At Briggs's words, Isla noticed Erilyn, who was currently forging metal. She saw that the elegant Waboan from yesterday now had her chest wrapped in white cloth, revealing toned muscles. Isla nearly froze. She stared blankly at Briggs, full of questions. Has competition among wives and concubines become so fierce that one needs to learn blacksmithing just to be a concubine? Neither Briggs nor Erilyn paid attention to Isla's puzzled gaze. Briggs had moved closer to Erilyn, sneaking a peek at her weapon. Suddenly, a radiant smile spread across his face. Erilyn, busy? Got time? How about we go out for a stroll together? Hearing Briggs's words, Erilyn paused mid-hammer swing. Under her silent gaze, Briggs's grin slowly faded into a sly smile. Did you hear? My weapons are fetching a high price. Why don't we check out the auction prices? We could even appraise your weapons? At this, Erilyn's eyes twitched involuntarily. Briggs's recent confidence in his weapons had diminished due to potential quality issues. He hadn't dared to brag in front of Erilyn for a while. Now, he found solace in criticizing prices. They had recently had their weapons appraised. As for the results, Briggs's weapons bore unique inscriptions recognized by experts, which naturally fetched a high price, given his reputation. Erilyn's craftsmanship was certainly top-notch, but her weapons sacrificed durability and sturdiness for speed and sharpness. Without these qualities, they were essentially decorative. Although her weapons could kill instantly and were undoubtedly lethal, only skilled users could harness their true power. Therefore, the appraisal stated, sharp but brittle, taking these into battle would be suicidal. The weapon shop refused to accept them, fearing it might damage their reputation. Briggs took great delight in mocking Erilyn for this for a long time. Mentioning it again showed he intended to embarrass her. Erilyn understood this. Glancing at Isla, despite her dislike for Briggs, she reluctantly nodded. She didn't trust Isla and wanted to ensure no trouble occurred between them. Seeing Erilyn agree, Briggs grinned, planning how to belittle her weapons later for his psychological satisfaction. Isla's expression changed. If Erilyn came along, what was the point of her visit? She had come to separate them, not to allow them to go together. Sir Walter, it might be better not to bring two bony people. I'm rather shy, and having two bony people around will make me uncomfortable. Isla quickly fabricated an excuse, playing the shy role. Briggs paused, sighed, and walked back to his forge. Okay, you don't like crowds. Then I won't go. You and Erilyn can go together. Two women together will avoid any awkwardness. Me and her? No, I meant for you to come with me. Maybe next time. I might affect the prices, and I need to avoid suspicions of foul play. Besides, my sword isn't finished yet. Glancing at Erilyn's muscular arms and large hammer, Briggs shivered. This Woboan wasn't gentle. Once provoked, she wouldn't hesitate to use whatever tools were available. He didn't want to end up hammered on the anvil. For safety's sake, Briggs decided to stay put. At least his forge wouldn't hit him with a hammer if he got upset. Watching Briggs return to his forge, Isla was speechless. Here was a beautiful Woboan offering company, possibly a Arobo Wintic evening, and he preferred to keep forging metal? What kind of noble Boan takes blacksmithing seriously? Perhaps Briggs was born under the wrong star. Translation continues coherently with previous content, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Hashtag chapter 169, uninvited guest. In the end, Briggs still followed Isla on a private outing. This Woboan had been stubbornly holding onto that broken furnace as if it were struck by lightning, refusing to go out alone with Briggs. Out of sheer helplessness, she finally resorted to her ace in the hole, calling for parental assistance. Upon learning that this Woboan was preparing to report him to Khanal, Briggs reluctantly agreed to go out with her. After instructing Erilyn to keep an eye on the furnace and telling him he would return soon, Briggs, still dressed in his blacksmith outfit, walked out the door with no choice but to comply. Erilyn, who watched them leave, did not follow this time. After they left the courtyard, he suddenly nodded at the empty yard. In the next moment, several figures appeared instantaneously in the courtyard, either standing or squatting. These were 6 female blood eye protectors responsible for Briggs's safety, all at the Foundation establishment stage. Please take care of it. Sure. Being assassins, they didn't need bony words. As their figures flashed, the 6 Sierras vanished, closely following Briggs. With these 6 protecting him, there was no need to worry about Briggs's safety. Would Isla take the opportunity to seduce him? Erilyn had already noticed that while Briggs had considerable lustful desires, his tolerance was inexplicably high. Therefore, she wasn't too worried about Isla succeeding unless this Woboan dared to undress in public. Just exposing a leg wouldn't make Briggs fall for her. Turning around, Erilyn continued hammering away at the weapon. While forging, she also analyzed the situation. Yesterday, she had gathered intelligence on Anisfang Mountain and basically understood why Isla was actively courting him. It was merely about gaining the support of a lucky child to solidify her position as the next head of the sect. In short, she was just a power-hungry Woboan using underhanded tactics for her benefit. The solution was simple. Stall for a few days, then have the Patriarch Khanal politely decline. To maintain her dignity and authority before the disciples, this Woboan would eventually accept her fate. Picking up the red-hot iron sword with tongs, Erilyn looked at the gradually taking shape blade. Having thoroughly thought through how to handle the situation, her brows suddenly furrowed as she glanced backward. There, a figure leaped over the wall, carrying a precious sword and wearing a long robe, exuding an air of grace. Sensing the presence of an intruder, Erilyn remained silent and continued repairing weapons. Fernando, flying into the courtyard, immediately brightened upon seeing Erilyn's strong back. He hurriedly approached. However, before he could get close, Erilyn's icy voice interrupted. Without turning around, Erilyn continued hammering while speaking coldly. Breaking into this courtyard uninvited is already a grave offense. Speak. Which leg do you want to leave behind? Fernando's expression froze mid-step. Inspecting Erilyn from top to bottom, he felt a headache coming on. She was even fiercer than expected, debounding his leg at first sight. This Woboan would be tough to deal with, even more so than anticipated. But recalling Isla's threat and knowing Erilyn would be difficult, Fernando had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he took another step forward. Cold River Solitaire. Jianghu? What the? He didn't finish his line as Erilyn, stopping her work, suddenly turned and hurled several finished daggers from the table. Seeing the flash of metal, Fernando screamed in surprise and barely dodged the projectiles. Erilyn drew a burning hot sword from the furnace and charged at him. The searing blade swept past, narrowly missing Fernando's neck. The intense heat made Fernando break into a cold sweat. No longer concerned with looking cool, Fernando formed a sword gesture with one hand, drawing his precious sword swiftly to fend off Erilyn's attacks. Grasping the hilt, he stood poised, frowning angrily. He had been pondering how to provoke Erilyn into attacking first, given this was Walter family territory. If he started trouble openly, it would be hard to justify later. But if she attacked first, he could explain his actions. Originally, he planned to rile her up verbally. After all, cold beauties were notoriously sensitive. A few provocative words should make her lose control. But this Erlen turned out to be more aggressive and territorial than expected. Simply trespassing got her ready to kill him. She must be insane. Yet, this worked in his favor. He could claim a mistaken location and shift the blame entirely onto her. Relieved of any concerns, Fernando's eyes glinted with determination as he attacked without hesitation. His method was brutally simple: subdue Erlen. Capturing her was unrealistic within 7 days. He wasn't a master of RO balance. Instead, he aimed to infuriate her enough for her to strike him down. His primary strategy relied on force. Severely injuring Erlen, making her unable to move freely for some time, would achieve the goal of delaying her. Steel clashed as they exchanged several blows. With a final clang, Erlen's partially forged blade was cut in two. Without waiting for the broken blade to land, Erlen hurled it, then grabbed several heated iron bars from the forge, launching them like projectiles. Facing the incoming blaze, Fernando's pupils constricted. His sword movements unleashed sharp energy, slicing through the iron bars effortlessly. 9 Firmament Sect's ultimate skill, 36 ways of water-cutting swords bowmanship. Clanging sounds echoed as the sturdy iron bars were shredded by the razor-sharp energy. Without pausing, Erlen prepared to charge again. But Fernando released his inner energy, causing the floating debris to explode into a barrage of projectiles. Startled, Erlen tried to block, but it was too late. Struck by debris, she was thrown back, crashing into a quenching bucket and falling heavily to the ground. Foundation establishment versus innate. A vast gap existed between them. Not to mention, Fernando had a unique constitution and was a skilled swordsbowen. Outmatched in weapon, strength, and technique, Erlen fell within 50 moves. Watching Erlen with wounds all over her body and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet glaring fiercely, Fernando's expression hardened. These surface injuries were insufficient. He needed to ensure she couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Therefore, he could only apologize inwardly as he spun his weapon. Shadows of swords coalesced behind him. Lone Shadow Sect's Thousand Shadows sword technique. Go! Amidst dozens of flashing sword lights, Fernando bellowed, ready to deliver a deadly blow. But at that moment, before he could unleash his attack, a loud shout pierced his ears. What are you doing? Note asterisk: the translation maintains the original tone and structure, ensuring natural English flow while preserving key plot elements and character interactions. Chapter 170. Ruthless. Startled by the sudden roar, Alfie jumped in fright. Already feeling guilty for his secret agenda, he hurriedly turned towards the entrance. To his shock, Briggs, who was supposed to be shopping with Isla, had returned. Feeling Briggs's furious gaze, Alfie cursed inwardly. Such an incompetent Waboan. She couldn't even delay them a bit. Now they're cornered right here. His face paled as he hastily hid his weapon and put on a smile. Excuse me, is this where Lady Isla is staying? I'm her senior brother, sent by our master to find her. Who would have thought I'd get attacked upon entering and had no choice but to defend myself? Alfie's mind worked fast. Seeing his attacker appear, he quickly twisted the truth around. Mistaking him as an intruder and having to subdue him seemed like a flawless excuse that wouldn't invite blame. Briggs, however, didn't care about explanations. He saw through Alfie's lie immediately and flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, he barked out an order. You dare laugh after attacking my people? Give me a reason not to make you pay. Attack. Maim him. 6 shadowy figures leapt from behind at Briggs's compound. These were Sierras under Briggs's absolute control, who wielded weapons with terrifying speed toward Alfie. The fake smile froze on Alfie's face as he frantically explained while retreating, Wait, it's a misunderstanding. I came to the wrong place. The wrong place? No, you got it right, and soon enough you'll find yourself 6 feet under 2. Drawing his azure dragon sword, infused with Briggs's chi, a crimson blade materialized. Stepping closer, his expression twisted in viciousness. Burn him in the forge. Why did Briggs come back? Naturally, there was a reason. While walking halfway with Isla, Briggs felt increasingly uneasy. A notorious villainess, now pretending to be innocent near him. How could Briggs, who knew her true nature, stay with such a hypocrite any longer? And what about his forging? He couldn't leave it unfinished. So, he decisively found an excuse to ditch Isla midway. Left behind, Isla waited foolishly. This act should break their acquaintance. Returning to his courtyard swiftly, Briggs prepared to resume work on his masterpiece. But instead, he found someone beating up one of his men, igniting his fury. With no regard for protocol, Briggs ordered his 6 skilled assassins to attack. Outnumbered, yet possessing exceptional swordsbowmanship, Alfie initially held his own. His skill surpassed most in his rank, bowen-aging to withstand all 6 with a single sword. However, even great skills have limits. He realized he needed to flee. As Alfie neared the wall, Briggs arrived before him. Without finesse, Briggs swung his sword downwards. Accompanied by a flash of blood, the sharp azure dragon blade aimed directly for Alfie's head. Instinctively raising his sword to block, multiple countermoves raced through Alfie's mind. But when the 2 swords met, there was a crisp sound. His precious celestial sword snapped clean in half. Hastily retreating, narrowly avoiding being eviscerated, Alfie stared in disbelief at his cut-through clothing. Before he could react, 2 Sierras simultaneously kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying, spitting blood. Before he could recover from hitting the furnace, more kicks rained down, knocking him unconscious. Seizing him by the limbs, the assassins pinned him down. Realizing he was immobilized, Alfie cried out in panic, I'm the chief disciple of Anisfeng Mountain. I just walked into the wrong place. Smack. Midway through his plea, a metal basin slammed into his face. Ignoring the bloody mess, Briggs kept hammering with the basin until it was severely dented. Dropping it, he grabbed a glowing iron rod and continued lashing him. After several strikes, the rod snapped. Unconscious once again, Briggs didn't stop. Kicking Alfie in the groin, he shouted, "You dare pretend to be dead?" Crack. Aya! Alfie woke up screaming in agony. Despite being restrained by 4 skilled warriors, he bow and aged to lift himself, almost breaking free. But Briggs, startled, swung a nearby hammer, smashing it into Alfie's face. Teeth shattered, blood spattered. Regaining consciousness briefly due to intense pain, Alfie blacked out again under the hammer blow. Seeing Alfie lying motionless, Briggs lifted the bloody hammer, ready to deliver another blow. How dare he enter my stronghold and attack my men? This Bowen truly had no idea who ruled this city. Just as the hammer was about to strike, a scream echoed from afar. Isla, waiting fruitlessly for Briggs, sensed something amiss and rushed back. Seeing Briggs standing on Alfie's bloody body, hammer poised to crush his skull, she screamed in horror. Spare him. ###Chapter 171. The Walter family's inherited hot temper. Master Walter, please show some mercy. Isla, who had rushed back, shrieked in alarm. Upon hearing this, Briggs, quite courteously, delivered a hammer blow to Alfie's forehead. As Alfie was about to faint from the impact, he shook violently from the blow and Briggs lifted his hammer again, delivering a second heavy strike. Just as Briggs raised his hammer for a third time, Josue, who had been hiding in the shadows following Isla, could no longer hold back and finally intervened. After all, if he did not act now, Alfie would surely be beaten to death. With an angry roar, True Chi surged out like a tidal wave, transforming into a dragon shape that rampaged wildly. Hearing the wind, the 6 Sierras turned around hurriedly to defend themselves, but they were almost instantly thrown aside by the dragon-shaped shadow. Briggs was also sent flying by the collision. The hammer in his hand smashed heavily into the ground beside Alfie's head, cracking the tiles extensively. Briggs tumbled through the air, still being caught mid-flight by one of the Sierras before he hit the ground. Once safely on the ground, Briggs wrenched himself free from the Sierra's grip and pushed away the other assassins protecting him, stepping forward and roaring angrily. "Who the hell are you? What gives you the nerve to meddle with my affairs?" At this moment, Josue, who had swiftly propped Alfie up and poured medicinal pills into his mouth, shot a furious glance at Briggs. However, seeing Briggs's blazing face, he furrowed his brows and forcibly suppressed his anger, speaking softly. "I am Josue. Master Walter, we met 2 days ago. Yovan? I don't care what kind of Hua you are. Never heard of you. From Heavenly Peak Mountain. I don't care which mountain. No idea. Hand over the person if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." You. Seeing Briggs's unreasonable demeanor, Josue's face turned sullen with rage. However, it was Isla who reacted quickly enough and stepped forward gently. "Master Walter, the person you struck is the eldest disciple of Heavenly Peak Mountain. It would cause significant trouble if anything happened to him. Forget that useless talk. If someone from the Walter family gets bullied in the Walter family, what's the point of having a family then?" Raising his large hand, Briggs's hair stood on end in fury. "This has nothing to do with you all. Hand over the person." "But, not going to hand him over? Then I'll beat until you do." Before Isla could finish her sentence, Briggs already yanked a signal flare from his waist and launched it into the sky with a fierce pull. Flames soared into the sky and exploded rapidly above. Witnessing this, Isla and Josue's faces changed drastically. Even before they could react, chaotic footsteps sounded from all directions. This was the Walter family stronghold, where numerous Walter family members resided. With the signal flare, countless disciples immediately stopped their work, grabbed weapons, and rushed over. Seeing countless figures armed with various weapons leap over the walls, Isla and Josue's faces turned pale. Was this son-in-law too decisive? They had barely exchanged 2 words, and he was already summoning reinforcements. Walter Aiden. Seeing more and more Walter family disciples gathering around, Isla panicked, but her words were cut short by Briggs's interruption. Suddenly grabbing the Azure Dragon Sword and pointing it at Isla and company, Briggs roared to the surrounding Walter family members who were still confused about the situation. "Brothers, on our own territory, can we let our own people be bullied?" Though unsure of the exact situation, the surrounding disciples still roared in unison. "No. So these people came to my courtyard and beat up my men. What should we do?" "Punish them." The sound of weapons being drawn rang out sharply as Walter family disciples gathered menacingly from all sides, their faces filled with rage. The Walter family was notoriously known for its bully-like reputation, always itching to find faults and start fights. Now, with someone provoking them, Briggs wanted to reclaim the upper hand, and naturally, everyone responded enthusiastically. Seeing this scene, Josue's face turned green with rage, never expecting the situation to escalate so seriously. Alfie was nearly beaten to death. Clearly, he was the more disadvantaged party. Yet why did the other side seem like they had suffered an immense loss? Although Josue, a renowned expert in the separation realm, could easily handle them, he dared not fight. After all, they were here to form an alliance, not to make enemies. If they really killed someone, they wouldn't be able to justify it. Especially since they felt guilty, they did not dare to make things worse. Just as both sides were tense, with the Walter family disciples poised to attack, a low voice suddenly sounded from the entrance. "What's going on here?" The voice echoed, silencing the courtyard instantly. The Walter family disciples hurriedly turned their heads to see who had arrived and promptly cleared a path. Kanal, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his adopted son safe and lively. His eyebrows then instantly furrowed. "Fourth son, what exactly happened here? Why did you launch the rescue signal? Scared me half to death." Briggs looked up at his adoptive father and Marcos, who had come with him, and started complaining. "Father, look at what your guests have done to my people. They came into my courtyard and beat up my people. Is there any justice left?" As he spoke, Briggs pointed directly at Erilyn, whose body was covered in wounds from sword fragments. She wiped blood from the corner of her mouth and spat out a bloody spit, looking ferocious and nothing like someone who had been bullied. She didn't look like a sheep who had been wronged. She resembled a tiger who had just lost a fight, and most importantly, she wasn't ready to give up yet. Seeing Erlin's ragged state and the bleeding wounds, Conal's brows twitched slightly, and his face darkened. Meanwhile, Marcos, who had rushed over with Conal, approached his daughter. Seeing his top disciple Alfie lying unconscious, blood dripping down his face, Marcos's face turned green with fury. If not for his daughter identifying him, he might not have recognized his own top disciple. What's going on here? Pouring his true chi into Alfie's body to help heal his injuries, Marcos couldn't help but roar in frustration. Hearing her father's question, Isla blushed in embarrassment. But before she could answer, Alfie, helped by the true chi, slowly regained consciousness. Looking at his master, Alfie's lips trembled. Master, I really just walked into the wrong place. Before he could finish, his head drooped, and he fainted again. Hashtag chapter 172. The face is torn off. What the hell is going on? Staring at his eldest disciple, whom he had placed great hopes in, now lying there beaten to a pulp, Marcos's face turned an ashen gray with fury. He abruptly turned his head and glared at Briggs. At this moment, after seeing so many people arrive, Briggs was gradually regaining his composure from his earlier rage. As Marcos's glare fell upon him, Briggs crossed his arms, unable to suppress a sneer. So what if I retaliated against those who came into my courtyard and attacked me? But sir, didn't you go too far with your retaliation? Marcos glanced at Erlin, who was covered in bruises but only sustained flesh wounds, then looked down at Alfie, who lay bleeding profusely, most likely suffering from concussion and potential long-term effects. His expression darkened. However, since the fight was already over, arguing about it now seemed pointless. Not wanting to completely sever ties with Conal over this incident, Marcos slowly rose from beside his disciple. Over the past couple of days, he had discovered that Conal was no ordinary person, sharing similar ideas with him. Dealing with such a ruthless and powerful individual, especially one who seemed destined for greatness, Marcos did not wish to unnecessarily provoke him. He cast a deep look at Briggs and said in a grave voice, "Let's go." As soon as he spoke, Josue hurriedly used his true chi to lift Alfie's body and prepared to leave. But just as they were about to turn away, Briggs suddenly spoke up in a solemn tone. "Headmaster Montgomery, after they attacked us, you think you can take him away without a word?" Hearing this, Marcos paused mid-step. After a brief silence, he turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What? You've already beaten him this badly? Do you expect this old Bowen to apologize now?" "I beat him because he attacked my people. Now both sides are injured, so let's call it even. But how do we deal with the fact that he trespassed into my courtyard? It could be an honest mistake, or it could have been deliberate probing." Breaking into the heir's room unprovoked Debowens an explanation. Marcos truly hadn't expected Briggs to push this hard even after having the upper hand. An influential figure himself, Marcos couldn't endure such provocation, preparing to confront him outright. Fortunately, Isla quickly intervened, stopping her father while turning towards Briggs. "Lord Walter, Zhao girl only has superficial injuries, but my senior brother was beaten this severely. Do you really think this is fair?" Briggs's eyes narrowed sharply at Isla's words. "Oh, Monique Montgomery feels it's unfair? Then fine, I'll make it fair." Without further ado, Briggs grabbed a nearby iron hammer and struck himself fiercely on the head. Erlin, who had been glaring furiously at them, realized Briggs's intentions as soon as he raised the hammer. Sadly, by the time she reacted, it was too late. A dull thud echoed, followed by blood trickling down. Swaying momentarily, Briggs was caught by Erlin and his father. Ignoring the blood streaming down his face, Briggs took a deep breath and spoke coldly to the stunned crowd. "Now, is that fair enough? The first issue is settled. Shouldn't we talk about the second matter now?" Listening to Briggs's firm voice and looking at his bloodied appearance, Marcos's gaze swept around, noticing everyone's grim expressions. Realizing that Briggs wasn't someone to trifle with, Marcos gave him a serious look and nodded slightly before tossing something at him. "This will serve as an apology for our young one's indiscretion." With that, several beams of sword light appeared, and Marcos, his daughter, and Josue carried the unconscious Alfie away. Watching them fly off, Briggs couldn't maintain his composed expression any longer, clutching his head wound. Not good. Quick, get the royal physician. I think I have a concussion." Upon hearing this, Conal, who had been watching worriedly, smacked him on the back of the head. "You little brat, beating yourself up like that. Are you crazy?" After scolding him, Conal swiftly turned to the crowd. "Why are you all standing there dumbfounded? Hurry up and treat my son."
"Yes."
The Walter family disciples hurried to carry Briggs away. After sending off his son, Conal glanced at Erlin again, sighing deeply. Truly, beauty brings disaster. With that, Conal left, leaving Erlin alone, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she watched Briggs's retreating back, silent. In reality, Briggs's head injury was only superficial. Not only did he not intend to seriously hurt himself, but his first-level Emperor Immortal technique also played a crucial role in minimizing damage. After quick bandaging and healing with true chi, the wound on his head healed promptly. After drinking a few bowls of chicken soup to replenish his blood, Briggs revived perfectly. Erlin similarly recovered, as her injuries were only surface-level cuts. She was discharged within a day. As for Alfie, Briggs didn't know the extent of his injuries. All he knew was that Marcos didn't leave his disciple's room until 2 in the morning, appearing pale and exhausted when he finally departed. By the next morning, despite waiting anxiously, Briggs received no news. This made him fume. His harsh actions, including relentlessly pursuing grievances, weren't solely aimed at avenging Erlin. Frankly, someone who had joined his camp only a few months ago didn't merit him risking self-harm just to clear her name. Briggs's real intention was to drive Marcos and his people away, especially Isla, who had sinister intentions toward him. To prevent any mishaps due to prolonged stay, Briggs seized this opportunity to openly confront them. Though Marcos didn't retaliate immediately, Briggs's aggressive words would certainly make it embarrassing for him to stay as the leader of the sect. Indeed, Briggs's plan worked, as Marcos and 2 other elders left. However, the bad news was that Headmaster's daughter Isla, along with Josue and even the battered Alfie, still remained. This infuriated Briggs even more. Hashtag chapter 173, a new protagonist. In the courtyard, Briggs lay listlessly on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Beside him stood Erilyn, the Sierra whose injuries had healed. At this moment, she wasn't working at the forge, but instead silently accompanied Briggs. Despite her usual emotionless and cold demeanor, Erilyn was noticeably more clingy towards Briggs compared to before. Clearly, Briggs's willingness to even harm himself to help her yesterday had greatly moved her. Unaware that Briggs's actions were largely to get rid of the intruders, Erilyn believed he was simply standing up for her. After all, she didn't have God's perspective. Just as they basked in the sunlight, the door of the adjacent courtyard suddenly opened. Isla appeared, her eyes lighting up when she saw Briggs. She approached the fence intending to speak, but was met with Briggs turning away, his back to her. This froze Isla, her face turning awkwardly red. Facing such blatant indifference, Isla felt embarrassed and stepped back from the fence wall, mentally cursing both Briggs and Alfie who had messed things up. At this moment, footsteps echoed from afar, and Alfie, his head wrapped in bandages, appeared down the long corridor, striding towards them. Seeing this unwelcome guest, Briggs couldn't help but let out a disdainful tisk, and turned his body further away. Isla, upon seeing this, gave Alfie an angry glare as he entered the courtyard, her voice low and harsh. What are you doing here? Haven't you caused enough trouble? It was supposed to be your fault. Humph. Master ordered you to cooperate with me, and try to learn Konal's opportunity sword technique. Alfie, originally intending to argue, quickly swallowed his words when he saw Isla's stern expression and immediately explained the reason for his visit. Her face changed upon hearing his explanation. What? Cooperate to learn sword techniques? What about the marriage? At this point, what marriage? The 2 families are practically at odds. Do you think the other side wants to marry you? But this is Master's order. Put the marriage aside for now. Just focus on helping me learn the sword technique. Understood. Though reluctantly, Isla nodded grimly. In truth, she was also eager to learn the Walter family's sword technique, especially the blood-red skill Konal demonstrated earlier. Learning this skill would benefit her too if Alfie succeeded. Given the uncertain future of the marriage, it made sense to prioritize acquiring the sword technique first. Briggs heard none of their whispers because they used a soundproofing disc, casting a spell to block out their voices. He gazed expressionlessly at them, then reached for a teacup, signaling Erilyn to pour him some cool tea. As he sipped, his eyes narrowed slightly. A golden light flashed through his eyes, activating his ability to perceive people's auras, a power he developed since arriving in this world. Over time, Briggs had learned how to control this ability, often shutting it off when not needed to avoid visual distractions. Bright auras like gold, silver, or blood red could obstruct his vision like glaring spotlights. Therefore, unless meeting someone for the first time, Briggs usually kept this ability dormant. Yesterday, amid the chaos, he hadn't noticed Alfie's aura. Now, as Alfie reappeared, Briggs activated his ability again. Almost instantly, Briggs's eyes widened, nearly jumping out of his chair. The tea he had been drinking spewed onto Erilyn. Ignoring her disapproving scowl, Briggs sat up, staring intensely at Alfie. Specifically, he focused on the aura above Alfie's head, his pupils constricting. Above Alfie's head, a faint golden ring glowed dimly. Golden ring. Protagonist aura. Even though it was pale compared to Silas or the Eugene Peaks Marigold's brilliant halos, and nowhere near as radiant as Konal's villainous glow, it was unmistakably golden. The guy whom Briggs had beaten nearly to death was actually the protagonist. Shaken but recovering quickly, Briggs frowned deeply, his eyes darting around. Was this protagonist the final opponent arranged by heaven for his father? Thinking back, the incident where he almost killed Alfie during the early days certainly provided ample motive for revenge against his father. Years later, rising to power and avenging himself only to be crippled by Briggs's father, eventually leading to a final showdown atop Purple Forbidden Peak. It sounded plausible. Given his insufficient luck, resisting the villain Konal wouldn't be easy, likely resulting in numerous setbacks. He certainly wasn't the overpowered protagonist type. Silas, glowing brilliantly like a god, truly embodied the overpowered protagonist. However, just because Alfie struggled against Konal didn't mean he would falter against Briggs. After all, being the son of a great villain meant he could be killed and become an enemy. Briggs felt the world filled with malice. Despite countless precautions, he had dealt with powerful enemies, endured trials, sought strong allies, and sent off ancestors. Yet, after finally having some peace, heaven had quietly delivered yet another surprise. How utterly frustrating. And what exactly did Alfie's protagonist luck entail? Staring at the vague images flickering within Alfie's aura, Briggs's face darkened. Translation notes. Chapter 173, The New Protagonist. In the courtyard, Briggs lay on a rocking chair, expressionless as he basked in the sun. Standing beside him was Erilyn, the Sierra whose injuries had healed. Instead of forging metal, she silently accompanied Briggs. Though her face remained emotionless and her personality aloof, Erilyn had become noticeably more attached to Briggs. Yesterday, when he had stood up for her, even injuring himself for her sake, it had deeply moved her. After all, without an omniscient perspective, Erilyn didn't know that much of Briggs's actions were staged to drive the others away. She only saw it as Briggs defending her. Just as they basked in the sun, the door of the adjacent courtyard suddenly opened. Isla appeared and brightened upon seeing Briggs. She approached the fence intending to speak, but found Briggs turning his back on her. This caused Isla's expression to freeze in embarrassment. Facing such obvious indifference, she couldn't bring herself to persist further. Muttering curses against Briggs and Alfie, who had messed things up, Isla left with a forced smile. At that moment, footsteps sounded from afar. Alfie, bandaged on his head, appeared in the corridor and strode over. Seeing this unwelcome guest, Briggs let out a disdainful sigh, turning his already turned body even farther away. Isla, witnessing this, glared fiercely at Alfie as he entered the courtyard, whispering harshly, "Why are you here? Haven't you caused enough trouble?" Alfie initially wanted to argue, but seeing Isla's grim expression, he swallowed his words and explained, "Master ordered you to cooperate with me to secretly learn Konal's lucky sword technique." This explanation made Isla's face change. "What? Learn sword techniques? What about the marriage? Are you still talking about marriage now? Our families are almost at each other's throats. Do you think they want you to marry him?" "But, this is Master's order. Put the marriage aside for now. Just focus on helping me learn the sword technique." "Understood." Though reluctant, Isla nodded. In truth, she also wanted to learn Walter family's sword technique, especially Konal's blood red skills. If Alfie could master it, it would benefit her too. With marriage issues looming and unlikely to be resolved anytime soon, obtaining the sword technique became a viable goal. At least, if the marriage fell through, her trip wouldn't have been entirely wasted. Briggs heard none of their whispered conversation because they used a sound blocking disc, magically silencing their area. Staring at them quietly, Briggs sipped cool tea poured by Erlen. As he drank, his eyes half closed. A flash of gold in his eyes activated his ability to see people's fortune halos. Over time, Briggs had learned how to control this ability, keeping it off most days. After all, the glowing halos could obstruct his view, especially special ones like blood, red, silver, or golden rings, which were like glaring spotlights, making it hard for him to see clearly. So, unless necessary, Briggs usually kept the ability off, using it only when meeting someone new to confirm their halo color. Yesterday, due to the suddenness of events, despite beating Alfie severely, Briggs hadn't checked his halo color. Seeing Alfie again, Briggs instantly activated his ability. The next second, his eyes widened as he nearly leaped from his chair, spraying tea all over Erlen. Ignoring Erlen's annoyed face, Briggs stared wide-eyed at Alfie, specifically at the faint golden ring above his head. Golden ring. Protagonist fortune. Even though it was very dim, nowhere near as bright as Silas or the YVNV Peak Silver Wolf Marigold's halos, or even Konal's villainous halo, it was indeed golden light. The guy who was nearly beaten to death by Briggs was actually a protagonist. Quickly recovering from shock, Briggs frowned deeply, his eyes darting around. Could this Alfie be the final opponent the heavens arranged for his father? Reflecting on past events, before gaining power, he had almost died at Briggs's hands, giving him a motive to feud with Briggs's father. Over 10 years later, he might rise to power, seek revenge, be defeated, struggle to grow, and finally duel Briggs's father at the peak. It seemed plausible. This Alfie, lacking strong fortune, might not have an easy path challenging Konal, perhaps encountering Bowenny setbacks, certainly not a typical overpowered protagonist. But while he struggled against Konal, would he similarly struggle against Briggs? As the son of a villain, Briggs was perfect for Alfie to kill and start a vendetta. Feeling the world's malice, Briggs sat frozen with rage. After guarding against enemies, overcoming obstacles, finding allies, and dealing with ancestors, after enjoying some peace, the heavens sent him another surprise. This was too much. And what kind of fate did Alfie carry? Staring at the faint images within Alfie's halo, Briggs felt his mood darken. The narrative tone and style have been preserved to match the original text. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to ensure coherence with the previous content. Chapter 174, Covering Up. In the aura surrounding Alfie, visions of his future moments of glory were unfolding. As usual, they were incomprehensible and confusing. In the future, Alfie would wield a powerful weapon to fight on all fronts. Briggs hadn't seen the weapon's design before, but he was all too familiar with what was coiling around the blade. It was blood chi, the unique crimson sword chi of the spirit-slaying sword technique from the Emperor's eternal art. This younger self could actually learn the spirit-slaying sword technique in the future. How did he Bowenage to do that? Who taught him? At this moment, only Briggs and his adoptive father knew this technique. Even if Stephen had obtained the secret Bowenual from Briggs's adoptive elder brother, it should have been destroyed by ink. Martial arts and sword techniques are not like novels where missing a few lines is insignificant. Moniquing a single sentence renders the text incomplete, and losing more than a third makes it completely useless. No one could forcefully practice it then. Briggs's eyes flickered as he stared at Alfie from afar. After silently observing for some time, and having thoroughly confirmed the details of Alfie's aura, Briggs abruptly stood up from his chair. He rushed back into his room, swiftly grabbing his azure dragon blood sword, then ran out again without even acknowledging Erlen's puzzled expression, leaping over the wall. Look after the house. I need to find father for something. Hearing this, Erlen, who had initially prepared to follow, immediately stopped in his tracks. Turning his head, he glanced at Alfie and Isla, who were watching the commotion, and couldn't help but sneer, holding his sword tightly and staring intently at them. Meanwhile, Briggs quickly reached his adoptive father's courtyard. Kicking open the wooden door without caring about the startled guards on either side, Briggs hurriedly entered. As the inner door opened, Konal, who was reviewing documents, looked up. Seeing it was his youngest son, his tense hand relaxed, and the crimson energy in his palm faded away. It's you, Rodney. Why have you come here again? What are you looking for? Watching Rodney frantically searching through shelves without paying attention, Konal frowned. Hearing Briggs's response, Rodney finally turned and spoke. What else? Where are the handwritten manuscripts of the Emperor's eternal art and the spirit-slaying sword technique? Don't care how Bowenny copies there are, just give them all to me. Manuscripts? What do you need them for? Have you gone mad from yesterday's blow to your head and forgotten the content? Oh, don't worry, I'll explain later, just bring them out now. Seeing Briggs's urgency, though unclear of the situation, Kanal chose to trust his son. Grabbing Rodney by the collar, Kanal led him towards the entrance. Stop wasting time here. Do you think I'd leave such precious bowinnuals in an obvious place? The only handwritten copy is stored in the secret treasure vault. Come, let me take you there. Once inside the Walter family's secret repository, Kanal sighed upon seeing the iron doors opening. His second son died here, attempting to steal treasures, thus harming the Walter family's interests. Death was deserved. Yet, it was still his son. Returning to this sorrowful place evoked deep feelings. He could almost see his son's body clearly, as if it hadn't been long since his death. Actually, it really hadn't been long, only about a month. While Kanal felt melancholic, Briggs rushed into the final chamber. He had no time to mourn his elder brother. He needed to address the impending danger quickly or end up joining his brother soon. Unlocking the sealed array, Briggs swiftly retrieved the manuscript. Seeing the densely written characters on parchment, confirming its completeness, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a sense of relief, Briggs tore the manuscript into several pieces, lit a fire from a small flame, and burned the pages. Watching the roaring flames, Kanal, who had been sighing, suddenly widened his eyes, shouting, "You little brat, what are you doing?" Startled, Briggs jumped and turned around. Recognizing his father's voice, his face instantly dropped. "Why are you shouting? Scaring people can cause heart attacks. You little devil, why are you burning the manuscripts? Do you know how much time I spent writing this? Burning it has its use. Forget that for now. Do you have other copies? Bring them all out to burn." Seeing Briggs's serious expression, Kanal frowned deeply. Though unsure of his son's sudden actions, he quickly shook his head. "No, I destroyed previous ones for safety. This is the only copy." Upon hearing this, Briggs's worries eased. He wiped sweat off his forehead, sat down, kicked the dust to disperse it, ensuring no readable ashes remained. Seeing this, Kanal frowned further. "What's going on?" "Nothing, I just don't want anyone stealing our skills," muttered Briggs. Still feeling uneasy, Briggs wondered, how did Alfie learn these techniques without a bowinnual or instructor? Looking at Kanal, Briggs asked, "Father, under what circumstances could someone learn martial arts without a bowinnual or instructor?" Kanal's expression turned bizarre as he looked at his son like he was insane. Learn martial arts out of thin air? Is that even possible? Even if it were, would the original master allow him to live? If such a person exists, they'd already be killed by others. Stealing another school's ultimate techniques is a grave offense. Indeed, learning martial arts spontaneously seemed impossible. Briggs had to think harder. There must be something else. Chapter 175, Kanal's Method. Really, there's no way to learn martial arts just by watching? No. Think about it again. Really nothing? Don't waste time. If there was such a thing, the cultivation world would have been overturned long ago. That's strange. Without this ability, how could he have learned the undying art and the soul-slaying sword technique? Wait, father, you don't have any illegitimate children out there, do you? Do you want me to tear you apart first? Seeing Kanal raise his hand in anger, Briggs hastily put some distance between them. Observing his fourth son's persistent confusion over this matter, Kanal let out a cold snort, calmed down, and suddenly furrowed his brows. Internal energy pathways are concealed within the body. This is absolutely something that cannot be learned merely by observing. Otherwise, supreme martial techniques would have flooded the world long ago, especially those top-notch skills which are so intricate that even with personal tutoring, they might not be mastered, let alone learning them through observation. But after 2 seconds of contemplation, Kanal abruptly spoke coldly. But there are certain unique physiques that can learn external techniques just by watching, such as the innate sword heart that can steal sword techniques, the peerless martial soul that can imitate hand-to-hand combat moves, and the most famous one is called the 7 Apertures Crystal Heart. This allows one to remember every move just by a glance and replicate them perfectly, known as the unparalleled master of external techniques. Kanal's words left Briggs's mouth agape in shock. So powerful? This isn't too bad. Stealing others' martial arts is only a minor path. Take Silas's 9 jade body for example. If she didn't hit a bottleneck, with sufficient resources, she could become an immortal overnight without needing to go through tribulations. Or the innate Dao body, which can cultivate thousands of internal arts without backlash. Or the martial peak body which can master a martial art to perfection within 3 days. Compared to these physiques, even the so-called 7 Apertures Crystal Heart is just a mediocre skill. As Kanal continued explaining, Briggs's expression grew increasingly astonished. He never expected the cultivation world to be so complex. It really felt like some were born to succeed while others were destined for struggle. But when it came to natural advantages, no physique could match a cane. After all, turning adversity into fortune was a trait that no formidable physique could match, ultimately leading to defeat sooner or later. Take his adoptive father, who wasn't even an innate cane but rather an acquired antagonist. Just look at the Azure Dragon Arm and Azure Dragon Body. Was this fair to ordinary cultivators? Following Kanal's explanation, though Briggs still couldn't fully grasp the situation, he had a general idea. Fernando must possess a physique that allows him to steal martial arts techniques. However, Briggs wasn't sure exactly what kind of physique Fernando had, so he needed to investigate further. Quickly pulling his father aside, Briggs wore a serious expression. "Father, don't use the soul-slaying sword technique for a while, otherwise our family treasure might belong to someone else." "HM? Did your son Crosby discover?" "Not yet. Give me some time to investigate. Just make sure you don't use the soul-slaying sword technique in the meantime." Rushing towards the door, Briggs stuck his head back inside as he exited the room to reiterate. "Remember, even if beaten to death, don't reveal it. One more word, and I'll use the soul-slaying sword technique on you. Get lost." "All right." The door closed, and Briggs scampered off. Watching his son leave, Kanal crossed his arms, his expression grave. He wasn't sure what had transpired with his eldest son, but from previous experience, it seemed Fernando had uncovered something significant. First, there was Silas, with her terrifying talent and peak-level physique. Then, the Azure Dragon Blood, a supreme treasure, and the Walter Emperor's undying art, a pinnacle martial technique. Compared to himself, Kanal felt that his son resembled more of a Cain. Unfortunately, Fernando could find treasures but couldn't keep them. What had caused this latest fuss? Had he found another treasure? Kanal's expression darkened as he suddenly shouted, "Come out!" With a swish, numerous assassins appeared in the courtyard under the lead of 6 male killers from the Blood Eye 12 stars. Facing the kneeling assassins, Kanal's demeanor remained solemn. "Listen up, protect my eldest son well. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences.
Yes.
You're all orphans raised by me, with limited potential. You may never break through to the innate realm. Very well. If you handle this matter properly, I will choose a few of you to become the next generation of Blood Eye assassins and bestow you with heavenly Eric pills and 200 years of lifespan. Thank you, master. Go." In an instant, the figures dispersed, vanishing without a trace. Kanal watched the assassins leave, his face emotionless. Assassins, especially those trained from childhood, generally had reliable loyalty. However, Kanal did not place full trust in loyalty because he believed Huboan hearts were fickle. Regular people and killers were no exception. Therefore, Kanal preferred to tempt them with rewards on top of loyalty. Lifespan, status, power. These were the carrots he dangled before the assassins. And it wasn't just a carrot, they could truly taste the rewards. Even when dealing with killers who developed feelings or became too Hubaoin, Kanal rarely destroyed them entirely. He assigned them one last mission. If completed flawlessly, both sides parted ways, with Kanal even providing money and property for their future. If the mission failed, they received another until it was successfully completed. Under Kanal, the assassins had a chance to live. They weren't mere tools but rather high-paid subordinates working in high-risk jobs. As long as they didn't run away secretly, everything could be negotiated openly. As for the consequences of running away, guess what the final mission usually involved? Even retired assassins maintained contact with Kanal. When they needed extra income or he required their services, he would send messengers to assist. In Anislong City, where Kanal had reigned for 2 centuries, countless assassins had retired and become hidden assets. This was why Kanal could always gather crucial intelligence. If he wished, he could cast a large net over Anislong City and strangle anyone to death. Retired assassins, indebted to him and living thanks to his benevolence, held another name elsewhere. They were known as die-hard followers, or simply dead loyals. Chapter 176, Seeking Husband on the Street. A day had passed in the blink of an eye. On the street, Jed was walking aimlessly among the crowd, his face gloomy and a sword strapped to his back. Yesterday, they had used the excuse of offering martial skills and sought out Kanal. The Josue, along with Jed and Isla, had presented him with a casual cultivation technique they had obtained by chance. Ostensibly, this gesture was to ingratiate themselves with this son of good fortune, but in reality, it was to find a way for Kanal to demonstrate the soul-slaying sword technique so they could secretly learn it. Everything went well up until the last step. Who would have thought that when Josue, a Yuaniing stage expert, wanted to challenge Kanal with the Heaven Peak Mountain's ultimate technique, cloud-cleaving swordsbowmanship, Kanal's expression suddenly changed, and he claimed he felt unwell due to catching a chill the previous day and wasn't fit to engage in combat. A respected Yuaniing stage expert catching a cold? What a joke. Though they found it hard to believe, Kanal had said what he said, and naturally, they couldn't force him into a duel. Thus, their first attempt at stealing the technique ended with them giving away a sword technique. And this sword technique was something Jed had previously stolen from someone else and deduced through reverse engineering. It was no wonder he was in such a foul mood now. Looking around at the bustling crowd, Jed sighed and continued walking ahead dejectedly. He planned to go out and look for some fun to cheer himself up, perhaps use his handsome looks and unique status as a cultivator to charm some Xianxia housewives. He had done this many times before. It was all too familiar. Before he could walk far, a lively performance quickly caught his attention, or rather, one particular Waboan inside the crowd caught his eye. Under the cheers of onlookers, a father and daughter were wielding weapons and dancing. People say that street performers usually only put on a show, mere forms without substance. But the martial arts of this father and daughter were clearly not just for show. The father wielded a spear with great vigor, while the daughter wielded 2 swords with such grace, leaving trails of cold light in her wake. Seeing the duo's skill, especially the girl's dual sword technique, Jed's eyes lit up. He pushed his way to the front, crossed his arms, and began to watch intently. Of course, this was what outsiders saw. In reality, Jed's unique innate sword heart was already operating at full speed, analyzing and memorizing the young Waboan's dual sword techniques. The movements, the flow of chi, all of it was being ingrained into Jed's body through his innate sword heart. Should he choose, he could replicate the same moves effortlessly. This was the terrifying power of the innate sword heart. Before it, 1,000 moves are as one. 10,000 forms are as none. Just as he was about to finish memorizing, the spirited young Waboan suddenly stopped her performance. She flicked her ponytail and respectfully bowed to the crowd. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and coins thrown, the spirited girl spoke. Everyone. To be honest, my father and I travel across mountains and rivers, primarily not just to earn a living, but also to find a suitable husband who can inherit our Antonio family's heavenly dual sword technique. If anyone here can best me in a dual sword match, I will willingly marry him, whether as a wife or a concubine. Her words caused an immediate uproar. Many martial artists were eager to try but, upon seeing the twin swords in her hands, hesitated. Single sword fighting was common, but dual sword proficiency was not within everyone's grasp. After a moment of hesitation, a bystander called out, "Monique, not Boanie are skilled in dual swords. Would a single sword versus dual swords be acceptable?" The girl flicked her ponytail again, smiling handsomely. "Not a chance, sir. I know there are few who master dual swords, which is why we've traveled far without finding a suitable match. But it's precisely because it's rare that we must find one. Otherwise, our Antonio family's heavenly dual sword technique might be lost. Can't you learn afterward? If I can beat you with a single sword, learning dual swords should be bow-eligible. I'm sorry, everyone. Family rules dictate that family inheritance matters cannot be gambled. Therefore, only dual swords against dual swords. Anyone willing to take up the challenge? Silence followed. Jed stood at the front, brows furrowed, and remained silent. Seeing no response, the girl sighed heavily, disappointment etched on her face. It seems there is no true suitor in this city. Well, let's move on to the next place. Goodbye. She bowed again and turned to retrieve her weapons from the nearby stand. The crowd groaned in disappointment, complaining that they wouldn't see such a beautiful display of swordplay anymore. Just as the father and daughter were about to leave, a low voice called out from the crowd. Wait. Hearing the voice, everyone turned. Jed, holding his weapon, quickly moved aside. Then everyone watched as a giant Bowen emerged from the crowd, each face more bizarre than the last. The weapon-wielding girl paled instantly. The Bowen emerging from the crowd was over 2 meters tall, covered in layers of fat, and had skin as dark as charcoal, resembling a wild boar. Shoving past Jed, the large Bowen strode forward, sized up the girl, and wiped saliva from his mouth with a heavy hand. Winning means marrying me, right? Well, that works. Pighead-san is looking for a concubine anyway. You, did you even listen to the rules? Must be dual swords against dual swords. The girl took a step back, her disgust palpable. Pighead-san nodded vigorously and drew a broadsword from his back. Heard ya. Dual swords versus dual swords. But that's not dual swords. Don't worry, give me a minute. His eyes scanned the crowd. Not wanting to deal with Jed, he walked to another spectator and forcibly took a weapon from his hand. Borrowing this. With one hand holding the broadsword and the other dragging a long sword, Pighead-san turned to grin at the girl. There, dual swords. You. Realizing he didn't know how to use dual swords, the girl's face turned ashen. However, he did hold 2 weapons, technically following the rule. With a stomp, she raised her dual swords aggressively. Do you want a beating? Then I'll oblige you. Draw your swords. With a roar, the girl spun and charged, her twin blades like swirling storms, lunging towards him. Chapter 177. The plan fails. Ding. The sound of the clash between their weapons rang out sharply. The startled expression on the girl's face turned to disbelief as she watched her weapon hit the fatty's body but was immediately deflected. Seeing the chainmail under the fat Bowen's robe, the girl barely Bowen-aged a scream before being struck in the abdomen by the scabbarded greatsword and sent flying with a muffled groan. The force of the blow caused her to roll several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Even as she struggled to get up with blood trickling from her mouth, a cold blade had already stopped at her throat. Matthias smirked cruelly. Looks like I won. You actually wore armor. You. Stop talking about what I'm wearing and admit that I defeated you with dual swords. One should keep one's word. Don't cheat or I might get rough. As he spoke, a vicious look appeared on Matthias's face. Several figures in the crowd saw this and couldn't help whispering among themselves. Trouble, his father is an adept in the condensation stage, not someone to mess with, but we can't just let this Jan be mistreated. What do you suggest? Can you beat him? Even if you could, what about his father? This world. Clenching his teeth hard, the Bowen shook his head helplessly and did not dare to step forward. Alfie, who witnessed all this, instinctively gripped his weapon tighter. Watching the terrified girl have her weapon snatched away by Matthias and then hoisted over his shoulder, Alfie narrowed his eyes, unconsciously grabbing the hilt of his sword. But after hesitating for a moment, he silently released the hilt. Ordinarily, he wouldn't mind playing the hero and spending a Orobo-Wintic night with this spirited girl. But now he had important matters to attend to. Such unforeseen complications. Shaking his head, Alfie turned away with his precious sword in hand. Behind him, the sounds of the girl's terrified screams and Matthias's laughter filled the air. An elderly Bowen tried to intervene but was easily floored due to his frailty. The crowd watching helplessly sighed in unison, feeling helpless and disillusioned by the situation as they watched the girl being carried off by Matthias. Laughing, Matthias marched into a nearby inn and entered a room. Almost immediately upon entering, the laughter and the girl's struggles ceased. In one swift move, the girl lost her earlier demeanor and sternly walked to the window. Lifting the curtain slightly, her brows furrowed deeply when she didn't spot their target following them. Matthias, standing beside her, also had a serious expression and asked quietly, Sir, he didn't follow? No. Something's not right. Wasn't he known to be quite lecherous? A perfect chance to play the hero and show off his skills, and yet he didn't come forward to rescue her? Not sure. There must have been a miscalculation. Situations have changed. I will inform Master. You stay here, and if he comes looking for us, remember to act according to plan. Yes, sir. With a nod, Matthias bowed respectfully while the girl leaped into a hidden compartment and quickly descended to another room below. After changing clothes and donning a hood, she disguised herself and slipped out the back door, disappearing into the bustling street. She wasn't a performer, nor was Matthias a real bully. They were both assassins under Konal's compound. The Woboan was even one of the 12 Bloodstars, one of 6 Sierra's guarding brigs. Their stage drama was specifically prepared for Alfie. If he had really mastered other sword techniques, he would have absolute confidence in facing the concealed Sierra and defeating her easily. Even if he was cautious and didn't want to expose his skill, once Matthias began bullying the girl, it would provide Alfie the perfect opportunity to intervene with single-handed swordsbowmanship. And even if he refused to display any technique in front of others, in the privacy of the inn, he surely wouldn't worry about revealing his martial prowess. After all, intelligence indicated that he was quite the libertine, having saved Boanie, a damsel in distress during his travels. Unfortunately, the Sierra hadn't anticipated that Alfie would be so cautious as to suppress any desire to reveal his true abilities until he had fully mastered the Walter family's sword techniques. He even bow and aged to control his primal instincts, evolving from acting purely based on impulse to thinking logically. Arriving at a courtyard, the Sierra hastily bowed and reported. Ian, the operation failed. He didn't take the bait. Huh? That shouldn't be possible. I designed this seduction plan meticulously within my own limits. Even I might not have resisted intervening. Unless, is he reincarnated Lu Xiaohui? Scratching his head, Briggs, who had been lounging in the sun, quickly sat up. Around him, several Sierras either leaning against walls or squatting on the ground looked up. Erlen, who had followed, narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. In my opinion, there's no need for this trouble. We outnumber him. And since you're worried he'll cause problems, just eliminate him. His words elicited nods from the other Sierras. They couldn't understand why they needed to hold back on their own turf. The Bowen was just a condensation stage expert, whom they'd fought before. 6 against 1. The guy had no chance. Just finish him off. Briggs rolled his eyes. Using overwhelming numbers to kill a key protagonist? That's something only minor characters would say. Didn't they fear retaliation? Waving his hand to silence the women, Briggs stood up with a glint in his eye. We can't make a move. He's a disciple of the Anisfeng Mountain sect. If he dies here, we'll be implicated. Fortunately, we have a contingency plan B. What? Evade? I mean a backup plan. Yes. This chapter captures the complexity and depth of the planned ambush, highlighting the meticulous strategies of Konal's assassins and Alfie's unexpected caution. Chapter 178. Re-encountering a foe. On the bustling street, Alfie walked silently with his sword in hand among the crowd. To be honest, it truly pained him to see that little girl taken away by those thugs. Wouldn't it have been better for her to lose herself to someone handsome and dashing like him? Perhaps he could even introduce her to the ways of immortality at a Taoist gate. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Despite his fondness for beautiful women, Alfie knew well how to prioritize matters and make sound decisions. Being on Walter territory, causing trouble and engaging local troublemakers might lead to unforeseen consequences. For his safety and to avoid drawing attention, Alfie suppressed his urge to intervene. Just as he was sighing inwardly, his brows suddenly furrowed. Instinctively, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and swiftly turned to look behind him. There, 2 figures armed with swords and sabers leaped up amidst cries of surprise from passers-by, bounding over the crowded street and vanishing before Alfie's eyes. Experts. Their strength was no less than that of an innate level practitioner. Watching them leave, Alfie, still holding his sword, frowned deeply. Before he could figure out why they were in such a hurry, several more martial artists rushed past, disappearing into the distance. Listening to the discussions around him, Alfie hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity. He grabbed his scabbard and followed after them. After all, he came here to find something to do, so naturally, he wouldn't miss out on this excitement. The further he went, the more martial artists he encountered. When he reached the front of a Bowener, he was surprised to see hundreds of experts gathered inside, armed with various weapons. Standing guard at the entrance were 4 men wearing robes adorned with dragon patterns, checking the guests' credentials with long spears in hand. Seeing the martial artists entering one after another and looking at the plaque above the courtyard, Alfie's brows furrowed once more. Above the courtyard, flanked by large stone lions, 2 rows of powerful characters stood out prominently. With a golden saber, I stride across 3 mountains. With a jade sword, I traverse 5 peaks. 2 peaks dueling dragon. Powerful strokes. The words seemed to leap off the paper. Excellent calligraphy. As Alfie admired the calligraphy, seemingly crafted by a master, one of the guards stepped forward, propping his spear and shouted harshly. What do you want? Do you have an invitation? Huh? An invitation? Ah, I'm just passing by, taking a look. No entry without an invitation. Leave immediately. The 4 guards maintained stern expressions, their tone unfriendly. Hearing this, Alfie's expression darkened. But instead of arguing, he stepped back. Watching the stream of martial artists presenting their invitations, Alfie grew increasingly curious. An invitation was needed? Was there a banquet, or perhaps a wedding inside? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps and a familiar voice from behind. It's you, Seth? Hearing this, Alfie's face changed abruptly. He quickly retreated, turning to find Briggs, the 4th son of the Walter family who had beaten him before, right there. Facing Briggs's hostile expression, Alfie awkwardly smiled. Master Walter. Attack him. Before he could finish, a roar erupted. Briggs waved his arm, and 4 innate-level Walter guards almost instantly drew their weapons and attacked. Erlen, standing beside Briggs, eyes flashing with malice, also unsheathed his sword, joining the assault, clearly intending to settle both new and old grievances. But dealing with merely 5 innate experts was child's play for Alfie, who had faced 6 core formation killers earlier without faltering. While Bowen aging to block Erlen's attack with his weapon, Alfie's face turned pale, not daring to retaliate. Just beating Erlen had nearly cost him his life last time. His master had already left. If he got into another conflict now, would he even survive to leave Anislong City? Especially since Briggs was accompanied by several Sierras of the same rank. If he injured any of them, leading to a deadly counterattack, he'd surely die. This time, no one might come to save him. Not even drawing his weapon, Alfie used his sheathed sword and skilled swordsmanship to parry several attacks, then leaped back. Ian, please wait. Wait for what? Your last words? Briggs stepped forward fiercely, pulling out a cane from his waist. The Walter Glong blood sword was too precious to carry unless absolutely necessary. A greedy person might try to steal it, and wearing any other forged weapons? That would be suicidal. Staring at the cane pointing at him, Alfie's expression remained serious. Ian, I am your guest. Attacking me unprovoked isn't quite appropriate, is it? What do you mean, unprovoked? You attacked me first. I did not attack you. There are witnesses here. In Anislong City, if I say you attacked me, you did. Who dares testify? You? Briggs glared fiercely at the surrounding people, his expression fearsome. Upon hearing this, the martial artist recognized him and hastily backed off, avoiding involvement. Briggs smirked triumphantly at Alfie. Do you really think you can fight me here in Anislong City without knowing who controls it? Alfie's expression turned grim, but he wasn't overly concerned. Instead, he snorted coldly. Sir Walter, I acknowledge your family's power here, but we from Mount Anisfing aren't pushovers either. Stirring up too much trouble will lead to bad outcomes for both sides. You don't really believe my title as the top disciple is fake, do you? I didn't enter the wrong place this time. If you injure me without cause, Mount Anisfing won't let this go as easily as last time. Are you sure you want to fight me? Alfie's chilling words made Briggs pause. Staring each other down for a few seconds, Briggs finally snorted. Lucky for you this time. My lenience saves your life. Leave. Chapter 178. Re-encountering an enemy. On the street, Alfie walked silently among the crowd, hugging his sword. To be honest, he was quite distressed when that Jan was forcibly taken away by the bully. He thought it would have been much better if she lost her innocence to him, a handsome and charming Bowen, rather than to that fat pig. Who knew? He might even be able to lead her into the immortal path, pursuing immortality. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Although Alfie was lustful, he also knew how to prioritize and make sacrifices. In Walter territory, stirring up trouble could easily lead to unnecessary conflicts with local forces, possibly causing bigger issues. For his own safety and to avoid drawing attention, Alfie suppressed his urge to intervene. As he was deep in thought, his brows suddenly furrowed, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword and swiftly turning his head towards the back. Two figures armed with swords and knives leaped up amidst the surprised cries of passers-by, skipping over the bustling street decorations and flashing past Alfie. They were experts, clearly not inferior to innate level masters. Alfie watched as they quickly departed, his eyebrows still knitted together while holding his sword. Before he could figure out why they were in such a hurry, more martial artists rushed through the crowd, disappearing from his sight almost instantly. Hearing the whispers around him and observing the retreating figures of the martial artists, Alfie hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist his curiosity. After all, he came here to alleviate boredom, and encountering an event was too tempting to ignore. Drawing his sword, he followed them. The further he went, the more martial artists he encountered. Upon reaching a grand estate, he was astonished to see over 100 experts gathered, wielding various weapons. At the entrance stood 4 men in robes embroidered with the word dragon, checking visitors with long spears. Seeing the continuous stream of martial artists entering, Alfie examined the sign above the courtyard entrance. It read, with a golden saber, I traverse 3 mountains. With a jade sword, I conquer 5 peaks. Double-edged dragon battle. These powerful and graceful words were clearly penned by a master calligrapher. Suddenly, one of the guards stepped forward, holding a spear and barked, What are you doing here? Do you have an invitation? Invitation? Cough. I was just passing by, taking a look. No entry without an invitation. Unrelated people. Leave immediately. The 4 guards' faces were stern, their tone unfriendly. Alfie's expression darkened, yet he chose not to argue, stepping back instead. Noticing the invitations being presented by other martial artists, Alfie grew more curious. An invitation-only event? Was there a banquet, or perhaps a wedding inside? As he pondered, footsteps sounded behind him, accompanied by a familiar voice. Is that you, Seth? Recognizing this voice, Alfie's face changed drastically, hastily backing away. Turning around, he indeed saw Briggs, who had brutally beaten him before, standing there with an unfriendly expression. Briggs snarled, Attack him! Almost instantly, the 4 innate-level Walter bodyguards surrounding him drew their weapons and charged. Erlen, who was beside Briggs, eyes gleaming with malice, unsheathed his sword without hesitation and joined the attack, clearly intent on settling old scores. Despite facing 5 innate experts, Alfie had previously bow age to hold his ground against 6 core-condensing assassins. Defending against these attackers was relatively easy for him. Blocking Erlen's attack swiftly, Alfie's face remained grim. He dared not retaliate. A single fight with Erlen had nearly cost him his life. Now that his master was gone, any conflict here would likely be fatal. Moreover, several Sierras at the same realm as Seth lurked nearby. If he injured anyone, they might join in, sealing his fate. This time, no one might save him in time. Not daring to draw his weapon fully, Alfie defended using his sheathed sword, relying on his skillful swordsmanship to block several attacks. Finally, jumping back, he called out, Fourth Master Walter, please wait. Wait for what? Your last words? Kicking forward viciously, Briggs pulled out his weapon, a sugarcane stick bought en route. The invaluable Walter Glong blood sword was only carried in dire necessity, lest it attract covetous eyes leading to peril. Equipping other forged weapons? No way, risking his life wasn't worth it. Pointing the sugarcane at Alfie, Briggs's expression was serious. Fourth Master Walter, I am a guest. Attacking me without reason isn't proper. What do you mean without reason? You attacked me first. I did not attack you. There are witnesses around. In Anislong City, I say you attacked, then you did. Who dares contradict me? You dare? Briggs glared menacingly at the surrounding people, who hastily dispersed, avoiding this quarrel. Smirking, Briggs looked at Alfie triumphantly. Seth, thinking of challenging me in Anislong City? Are you truly unaware who governs here? Alfie's expression darkened but remained composed. Master Walter, your family is undeniably powerful here, but we Anisfang Mountain aren't to be trifled with either. If things escalate, it will be troublesome for both sides. Surely you don't think my title of Great Disciple is fake? Had I entered mistakenly, injuring me unjustly would force Anisfang Mountain to act, unlike last time. Are you sure you want to fight? Alfie's chilling words made Briggs falter. After a tense silence, Briggs huffed coldly. Consider yourself lucky this time. Leave now. Alfie backed off without further resistance. The style and tone have been preserved to match the original, ensuring the translated content flows naturally in English while adhering to the narrative logic and previous storyline elements. ####Chapter 179. The Long family chooses a son-in-law. Briggs flicked his long sleeves and strode towards the courtyard entrance, leading the Walter Marshal guards behind him. Erilyn shot Fernando a murderous glance as he retracted his weapon. Reaching the door, before Briggs could speak, one of the guards stationed there stepped forward. With their spears crossed to block the way, one of the guards roared in anger. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Smack. Before the guard could finish speaking, Briggs, already in a bad mood, slapped him hard, sending the guard spinning on the spot. Invitation? Does Lord Montgomery look like someone who needs an invitation? Even for dining out, I don't pay. Get lost. Kicking the guard aside, Briggs led the Walter Marshal guards into the courtyard. The guard, clutching his face, hurriedly backed away, recognizing Briggs but not daring to make a fuss. Watching Briggs enter, Fernando frowned, growing even more curious about what was happening inside. He had been curious from the start, but seeing this bastard Briggs enter made him even more eager to find out what was going on. Even if he had no interest earlier, just knowing that Briggs was here would be enough reason to go inside and figure things out. However, entering the courtyard wasn't easy since he didn't have an invitation. If he forced his way in and clashed with the guards, Briggs would surely seize the opportunity to beat him up. There was no doubt in Fernando's mind that Briggs would use it as an excuse. A quick thought came to Fernando as he immediately left the front gate. After some consideration, he found a solitary wandering warrior who fit his criteria perfectly. Appearing suddenly, he blocked the Bowen's path. Seeing the Bowen draw his weapon and glare fiercely, Fernando couldn't help but grin. Brother Montgomery, calm down. I have no ill intentions. I was just wondering, what grand feast is being held in this Bouncian? Why is it so lively? Despite Fernando's friendly tone, the wandering warrior remained on guard. In the world of martial arts, everyone must be cautious. He even glared at Fernando. Can't you ask the guards yourself? Why bother me? The warrior's words made Fernando's expression change awkwardly. To be honest, Brother Montgomery, I only passed by here accidentally. I wasn't interested until I saw a personal enemy enter. I can't let him know I'm investigating. It will be troublesome. Therefore, I must ask you, and if I've caused any inconvenience, please forgive me. Fernando's explanation softened the warrior's expression. After appraising Fernando, finding him well-built and impressive, he decided to do a favor. No problem. It's just that a powerful new family, the Long family, is selecting a son-in-law. Although they don't have Bowenny high-level experts, they're incredibly wealthy. Whoever becomes their son-in-law will live a carefree life. Selecting a son-in-law? Again? Why are there so Bowenny women looking for husbands in Heavenly Dragon City? You've met others? Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I'll go in now. The warrior cast a suspicious glance at Fernando, unwilling to get involved, and prepared to leave. But before he could take a few steps, a gust of wind surged from behind him. Instinctively, the warrior tried to dodge, but his speed was no match for absolute strength. A dull groan echoed as he fell to the ground, only to be caught by Fernando, who dragged him into a small alley. Moments later, Fernando emerged wearing new attire, holding a sword in one hand and another on his back. Most importantly, he tightly gripped a golden invitation with a gilt dragon symbol on the back. Having secured the invitation, Fernando tidied up his clothes and walked toward the entrance. Before the guards could question him, he flashed the invitation confidently and followed the others into the courtyard. Upon fully entering, Fernando's face lit up in amazement. Despite never having heard of the Long family, their taste was impressive. The decorations were exquisite, far from the usual coarseness of martial artists. The guards on both sides wore armor and moved with grace and power, clearly skilled warriors. In the central platform, several beautiful young women gathered, each a captivating sight. Quickly scanning the crowd, Fernando locked eyes on Briggs, who was being attended to by Erilyn. Frowning slightly, Fernando found a place to sit inconspicuously, covering his face with a hat he'd taken along. As more guests arrived, the courtyard grew livelier. Eventually, a loud blast of firecrackers signaled the official beginning. A group of guards in gilt dragon uniforms appeared on either side. An elderly yet energetic old Bowen ascended the high platform. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, upon spotting Briggs, the old Bowen beamed and bowed respectfully. Thank you all for coming today. This old Bowen, Christian, expresses my gratitude. All of you heroes have received invitations, fitting my criteria for choosing a son-in-law. You also know our Long family situation. Let me cut to the chase. Turning around, revealing stacks of treasure chests behind him, Christian pointed at the gold and silver within, his face filled with pride. I have no sons, only a daughter. Today, whoever can outshine the rest and marry my daughter will become the heir to the Long family, inheriting millions of our family's wealth, alongside my daughter. But he must marry her. Additionally, he gestured to the dozen beauties standing together, who turned to bow deeply. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Their synchronized voices carried hints of shyness. Christian's voice then rang out. These are the bridesmaids accompanying my daughter, all chosen from 100 to 1, skilled in martial arts to prevent bullying. The victor must also take them as concubines, as they've grown up together and wish to stay united for support. This announcement lit up everyone's faces, even Fernando's eyes sparkled despite coming only to spoil Briggs's plans. Marrying a wife and taking numerous concubines? What a great deal. He hadn't expected such fortune in Heavenly Dragon City. Chapter 180. The 3 rounds of martial contest. His gaze wandered. Alfie gazed into the distance at the lively and charming girls, falling into deep thought. Christian's words were indeed true. Dozens of young ladies, each more beautiful than the last. Some exuded martial vigor, some were demure beauties, and others had an irresistible charm. If he were to marry even a few of them, Alfie felt as if his bones would melt just imagining it. And there was still the unseen lady of the house. Traditionally speaking, the prettier the maids, the uglier the mistress would be. But with these exquisite maids, even if the lady wasn't Hu Bowen, no one would care. He shouldn't think that cultivators didn't have families. In fact, Boweni cultivators left descendants when they were young because once their cultivation reached higher levels, it would be too late. Storing beauties in a golden house was not a big deal among cultivators. If he could secure the Long family's fortune and marry this daughter, moving them near Anisfang Mountain later on would allow him leisure time to play with these beauties while using their wealth to buy spirit stones for cultivation. A win-win situation. No, make that a triple win. Most importantly, it would infuriate Briggs, the bastard. Just imagining how that scoundrel would enjoy life. If he got the beauties made Alfie's expression darken. Any hesitation in his heart vanished instantly. These beauties, he might not take for himself, but he absolutely wouldn't let Briggs get away with it. After all, letting Briggs prosper was more painful for Alfie than enduring suffering himself. With his resolve set, Alfie immediately became energized. Just as his fighting spirit burned intensely, Christian on the high platform finally announced the rules of the competition. Choosing a son-in-law is actually very simple. I have 3 rounds. Whoever can pass all 3 will become my son-in-law today, and the entire Long family will belong to him. With a wave of his hand, a huge signboard was pushed forward by guards, clearly detailing the rules of the first round. Since this was a contest to find a martial son-in-law, the challenges naturally revolved around martial arts. Requiring poetic skills and a gathering of warriors would be nothing short of mocking them. These fiery young men would tear off the roof in protest, if they were in a good mood. The 3 rounds involved knife, palm, and sword techniques, perfectly matching the 3 unique skills of the Long family. For knives, the challenge was external strength. Defeating the guard through brute force meant victory. For palms, it tested internal power. Defeating the guard through internal strength meant success. Lastly, the sword challenge tested talent, where all participants would learn a set of Long family sword techniques and compete using them. After ensuring everyone understood the rules, the signboard was withdrawn, and several robust guards specialized in external cultivation emerged from both sides. Christian pointed at them with pride. These dozen are our family-trained experts in external cultivation. Their skills are unparalleled. Please grace us with your presence. As he finished speaking, the dozen bare-chested men roared fiercely, emitting powerful energy waves from within. Each one was a Xianxia expert. This display left the eager contestants momentarily stunned. On one hand, they marveled at the Long family's strength in producing Xianxia experts in bulk. On the other hand, they felt a headache coming on. If the examiner for the first round was already a Xianxia expert, who knew how difficult the next 2 rounds would be? Despite their apprehension, the young martial artists looked towards the distant beauties and mustered up their courage, stepping forth to face the muscular guards. One-on-one confrontations began. Seated in his chair, Alfie did not rush. He was confident in his abilities. Taking down a mere Xianxia martial artist was child's play. To avoid standing out too much, he decided to wait until a few winners emerged before making his move. Otherwise, if Briggs recognized him and forced him to leave, Alfie would be furious. For caution, he even wore a mask. Where did he get it? Don't forget he had rescued numerous beauties before. A simple mask was well prepared. Waiting for nearly half an hour, none of those who stepped up Bowen aged to pass. Most were thrown off after just a few moves, not due to the expert's overwhelming strength, but because the rules were incredibly strict. Participants could only use pure external strength, no other martial arts. Though Boweni were proficient in external strength, it was hard to gain an edge against seasoned practitioners. Any mistake or inadvertent use of true chi meant instant disqualification. Many failed, including those who might have won under different conditions. Amidst the heated competition, Briggs, who had been watching, finally stood up and strode toward the platform, pointing at a distant Bowen. Montgomery also wants to give it a try. Let that guy come up and spar with me. This caused the young martial artists discussing strategies below to look at each other in surprise. Christian, standing nearby, hesitated. Walter Aiden, that guard is already injured. It wouldn't be appropriate. Did you say no one could fight an injured person? Well, do you deny he's part of the defense? If so, let him fight me. Or are you playing games with Montgomery? This. Glancing at the crowd and the hesitant challengers below, Christian hesitated, but then clenched his teeth and waved a hand. Seven son, go spar with Walter Aiden. Thus, Long Crosbyshire, who had been severely injured and sat in a corner recuperating, rose with a grim expression and walked shakily toward the platform. Even lifting his arms seemed strenuous. Facing Briggs, the pale-faced Bowen raised his fists in salute. Long Crosbyshire, please teach me. Chapter 181. Alfie shows his power. Briggs's battle came and ended quickly. After all, a severely injured martial artist who specializes in external skills can hardly unleash his full strength under such conditions. Within just 10 moves, the gatekeeper, whose skills were only a third of what they normally were, was thrown off the stage. Upon Briggs's successful advancement, the group of Nox guards he brought along applauded enthusiastically. The other young martial artists who were also participating looked gloomy and murmured silently to themselves. Seeing this scene, Alfie couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Cursing inwardly at the incompetence of the second-generation waste, he somersaulted onto the stage, deciding not to wait any longer. Wearing a mask, he clasped his hands around the sheathed sword and bowed deeply to all directions. Recluse Inisho, I hope my performance meets your expectations. His agile movements immediately caught everyone's attention below. Even Christian, who had been watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. Remarkable skills. Jet, test this gentle Bowen's prowess. Yes, head of family. A deep voice echoed as a burly Bowen with a bare upper body stepped forward, adopting the starting posture of dragon fist as he faced Alfie. Please. The moment the words were spoken, a dragon shadow coiled behind him, looking mighty and awe-inspiring. Watching the opponent's stance, Alfie tightened his grip on the sword with one hand. You aren't using any weapon? I practice fist techniques. My fists are my weapons. In the end, defeating an unarmed opponent isn't honorable. Very well, since you're fighting with fists, I'll use an unsheathed sword without its blade. He gracefully swung the sheathed sword in front of him, his eyes hidden behind the mask glowing like torches, filled with confidence. Within 10 moves, you shall fall. What arrogance! Look out! With a roar, Jet leaped, summoning a dragon with a single grab, making the dragon shadow roar. He executed the dragon form boxing from the 12 shapes of Xianxia, a style characterized by its powerful, expansive strikes, adept at overwhelming opponents with momentum. Most importantly, this boxing set is both offensive and defensive, almost without any weaknesses, making it suitable for prolonged battles. Among the dozen external experts dispatched by the Long family to guard the checkpoint, almost all 12 shapes of Xianxia were present. While Jet might not be the strongest among them, he was certainly the most challenging to deal with. As the dragon claw hand approached with immense force, Alfie remained completely calm. After all, the rules of the match prohibited the use of external energy. Doing so would disqualify the participant. This competition focused purely on techniques. Jet advanced with the dragon, striking powerfully. With a single sword, without relying on its sharpness, Alfie deflected each strike effortlessly, blocking left and right with grace. His footwork followed the 8 trigram steps, systematically fending off the entire dragon fist sequence without leaving any gaps. After several dozens of claw strikes failed to land even a single blow, Jet realized he was facing a true expert. Even if Alfie only defended, the skills displayed far surpassed those of his peers. His defensive techniques resembled those of a seasoned external master who had practiced swordsmanship for decades, handling every move with ease, even surpassing Jet subtly. And now, the technique he was using was the 12 slicing forms. Instantly recognizing this, Jet's pupils dilated as he switched tactics from speed-based attacks to forceful ones. Given that the 12 slicing forms excelled in speed, matching Jet in speed would be futile. Instead, he needed to break through the defenses with brute strength. Unlike Bowen's fist, which specialized in speed, Dragon Fist did not. However, Jet's sudden change in strategy did not give him any advantage. Instead, at the moment of transition, Alfie spotted an opening. His previously light and nimble sword movements abruptly changed into stabbing motions. The weapon twisted and transformed from sweeping to thrusting, catching Jet off guard and striking him squarely in the chest. Donghua martial arts. The 8 skeleton stabbing methods. The lightning-fast stab struck a pressure point on Jet's chest, causing a sharp pain and numbing his arm. First move. Realizing the situation wasn't favorable, Jet hastily raised his arm to block. But as soon as his arm rose, Alfie's sheathed sword, changing from a thrust to a smack, struck hard on Jet's wrist. Broken Meridian sword technique. Second move. You. A snap echoed, and Jet's already numbed left arm fell limp, losing all control. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe this Bowen could execute 3 different martial arts in an instant and apply them so skillfully. Despite losing an arm, Jet did not surrender and attempted a sweeping attack with his right arm, hoping to make the opponent defend. Having lost over 30% of his combat ability due to the surprise attacks, Jet no longer expected to win. He only hoped to avoid a quick defeat within 10 moves. But as he swung his claw, awaiting defense was a direct stab into his palm from Alfie's sword sheath. Settling dragon sword technique. Specialized in breaking martial shadows. Third move. Heaven and Earth Bagua sword. Sealing the flow of Arvin. Fourth move. Tiger Gate 7 absolute techniques. Breaking cleverness with force. Fifth move. Accompanied by a dull thud, Alfie sidestepped, his weapon bypassing Jet's arm and delivering a heavy blow to his chest. A roaring tiger appeared behind Alfie, its image lingering long after the hit. Struck by this blow, Jet flew backward, but before he could fly too far, Alfie's sheathed sword hooked onto Jet's arm, pulling him back. Another thud, and the clash of dragon and tiger resonated. Alfie took several steps back to stabilize himself. Covering his chest and coughing a few times, Alfie clasped his hands.